Yanyou found herself transformed into the first expendable character, a false heiress, vanquished by the resurrected protagonist in a novel. To evade her fate as a mere specter serving the ruthless Geisha Legion, she resolved to leave the affluent world behind. Unexpectedly, upon her self-imposed departure from the wealthy family, she became intertwined with a system of immense wealth, granting her boundless black cards for her use. Yanyou, spending money? This is my forte. However, the stipulation of only being able to spend on men raised her eyebrows. System, by expending funds on eligible men, you will receive a tenfold cashback and accrue skill points to transform yourself. Yanyou, acknowledged. Henceforth, men shall serve as mere instruments for my merciless monetization. Chapter 1. A day in this home is more than she can bear. Yanyou traversed realms. To be precise, she entered the pages of a book. Just before slumber, she had completed reading a friend's recommended tale of the entertainment industry, rife with arrogance and retribution. To her astonishment, upon closing her eyes, she found herself within the narrative, embodying the first false heiress, Yanyou, who fell victim to the protagonist's retribution. The rightful heiress of the Ji family, Xue, had been wrongfully switched at birth and had suffered for 18 years. In her previous life, Xue was ensnared by the false heiress Yanyou, leading to her own parents gradually turning against her, ultimately banishing her from the family. Enduring countless tribulations, Xue perished in a tragic accident, only to be reborn on the very day she was retrieved by the Ji family. Vowing to reclaim all that was lost, she embarked on a path of vengeance, ruthlessly eliminating the orchestrator of her demise, the false heiress Yanyou. With her striking features and status as a true heiress, she entered the entertainment industry, leveraging insights from her past life to forge alliances with influential figures, meticulously selecting the finest resources and gradually ascending to the pinnacle of the industry. As the first stepping stone for the protagonist post-rebirth, the downfall of the false heiress was utterly tragic. Stripped of her once prize status, she faced ridicule from former friends and, unable to withstand the blows, succumbed to madness, eventually being deceived into the treacherous region of northern Myanmar, where she met her demise on a cold operating table after a year of torment. Is this truly necessary? Yanyou gasped as she opened her eyes, drenched in cold sweat, lamenting her fate. She realized the moment she had traversed into was precisely the day Xue returned to the Ji family, marking the commencement of the protagonist's revenge. First being expelled from the affluent circle, then becoming yet another specter of the Geisha Legion. This is dire. Yanyou rolled over in bed, clutching her head in distress for a considerable time, ultimately stealing her resolve. This expendable supporting character, destined to perish within 3 chapters, was not a role she wished to embrace. The identity of a wealthy heiress was one she would relinquish. She would no longer serve. Without delay, Yanyou sprang from her bed to gather her belongings. She could not endure another moment in this home. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, followed by the voice of a maid. Miss, sir, and madam request your presence downstairs. Yanyou halted her packing, astonishment etched on her face. She was here. The protagonist had returned. Yanyou hastily opened the door, descending the staircase with her luggage under the astonished gaze of the maid. In the living room below, Ji Dean and his wife, Xue Qingyi, were engaged in conversation with a young girl. Upon seeing Yanyou emerge, their expressions momentarily betrayed a hint of discomfort. After 18 years of raising a daughter who was not their biological child, the couple understood that they could not fault Yanyou for this revelation. Yet, upon hearing their true daughter recount her hardships within that household, an unshakable resentment towards Yanyou crept into their hearts. "You, come here, we need to discuss something with you." Xue Qingyi beckoned, her tone maintaining its usual calmness, albeit tinged with an awkwardness. Without hesitation, Yanyou approached the trio. She discreetly scrutinized the girl standing between the couple, noting her slender frame and slightly pallid complexion, which could not obscure her exquisite beauty. It was no wonder she would eventually rise to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, a realm brimming with handsome and beautiful faces. "Dad, Mom, please let me know what it is," Yanyou said, diverting her gaze and feigning ignorance of the fleeting animosity that flickered in the girl's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, Xue Qingyi resolved to unveil the truth. "Yanyou, the reality is, you're not our child. You and Xue were switched at birth. She is our biological daughter." As she spoke, Xue Qingyi glanced apologetically at Xue, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Ji Mingxue gently placed her hand on Shun Huiru's, soothingly murmuring, "Mom, do not be upset, none of this is your fault. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with those who switched us." She continued, "Though I faced much hardship growing up, I am grateful to have lived to see you both. That is enough for me." With that, Ji Mingxue lowered her gaze and discreetly wiped her eyes, as if brushing away tears, before lifting her head to offer a sweet smile to Shun Huiru and Ji Din, embodying the image of a resilient and understanding daughter. Overcome with emotion, Shun Huiru embraced Ji Mingxue, weeping. "Mingxue, my dear daughter, it was my fault for losing you all those years ago, causing you so much suffering." Ji Din echoed her sentiments, declaring, "Xue, do not worry from now on. You will be the cherished daughter of the Ji family. I shall ensure no one dares to mistreat you." "Thank you, Mom and Dad," Ji Mingxue replied, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Meanwhile, Ji Yanyou remained silently observant of this family reunion, her emotions unwavering. Ji Mingxue, who had been discreetly watching, furrowed her brow in contemplation, pondering, why is this reaction so different from the last life? In her previous existence, upon learning she was not the Ji family's daughter, Ji Yanyou had been devastated, crying and clinging to Shun Huiru and Ji Din, seeking their sympathy, which had led to her eventual scheming against Ji Mingxue. Once, she was plagued by self-doubt and sensitivity, which led her to remain silent about the hardships she endured since childhood, thereby forfeiting the opportunity to evoke sympathy and allowing Ji Yanyou to gain the upper hand. If given another chance, she would naturally portray her plight in the most pitiable manner, yet she did not anticipate Ji Yanyou's response would be so remarkably unexpected. A pang of anxiety gripped Ji Mingxue. She realized she needed to escalate her story. Turning to Ji Yanyou, her eyes glistening with unshed tears and an air of delicate vulnerability, she lamented, "I have always dreamed of having loving parents, so I wouldn't have to endure beatings and scoldings daily. Only now do I realize I truly have. Can you return my parents to me? I merely wish to experience the warmth of parental affection." A single tear gracefully cascaded from her eye, strikingly beautiful yet heart-wrenching. Ji Yanyou could no longer contain herself, hastily nodding in agreement. All right, I shall comply with whatever you say." Her eagerness left Ji Mingxue momentarily speechless, while Ji Din and Shun Huiru exchanged bewildered glances with Ji Yanyou. Clearing her throat to dispel the tension, Ji Yanyou feigned sorrow, stating, "I am deeply saddened by your misfortunes. Thus from now on, I shall not compete with you for anything associated with the Ji family. You are the true heiress, and I will vacate immediately." She continued, "Mom and Dad, thank you for your years of nurturing. I am leaving. There is no need for you to seek me." With that, Ji Yanyou bowed to the couple, and, before anyone could react, she seized her suitcase and hurriedly departed, her steps brisk as if fleeing from some impending calamity. In her mind, Ji Yanyou mused, "I must make my escape. Preserving my life is paramount." As she dragged her luggage away from the Ji family villa, she began to contemplate how she would sustain herself henceforth. However, as her feet just crossed the threshold of the villa area, a mechanical female voice echoed in her mind. "Ding, the wealth cultivation system has been successfully bound." Chapter 2. Wealth cultivation system successfully bound. System? What system? Ji Yanyou exclaimed, halting in her tracks, her face a canvas of disbelief. The mechanical voice transformed into a sweet, youthful tone, retaining its monotone yet infused with warmth. "This system is the foremost wealth cultivation system in this realm, specifically designed to nurture various wealthy individuals." Ji Yanyou's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was the wealth system she had read about in novels, where completing tasks rewarded her with money to spend. She nearly burst into laughter. "They say every journey through time comes with a golden finger. Ancient wisdom holds true." Eagerly, Ji Yanyou inquired within her mind, "System, what capabilities do you possess?" The host can check in to receive daily gift packages, which may include varying amounts of money, various item cards, skill cards, attribute points, and credits. The system will randomly issue tasks, and the host can earn various rewards upon completion. The host may also initiate tasks voluntarily, with conditions being random. System prompt. "Would you like to check in today?" "Yes, no." Ji Yanyou nodded enthusiastically, quickly affirming her mind. "Check-in ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a sum of 10,000 yuan, a 10-fold cashback card, 30 MX1, and 2 attribute points." Ji Yanyou's heart soared with joy as she prepared to examine the item card. Suddenly, she heard a commotion behind her and instantly realized she was still outside the Ji residence. Hastily, She grabbed her suitcase and departed. If the female protagonist were to misunderstand her lingering feelings for the G family, it could undoubtedly lead to unforeseen troubles. Although she now had a system by her side, she was well aware of the formidable aura surrounding the female lead. After leaving the G family, Yanyou found herself without a destination, so she chose to stay at a hotel. Upon settling the accommodation fee, she discovered that the money in her possession was only sufficient for a few days of living expenses. The original owner had always used a card for purchases, but Yanyou was resolute in severing ties with the G family and would no longer rely on her finances. If it weren't for the 10,000 she had obtained from her previous check-in, she would have faced considerable hardship with only a meager amount of cash. Host only needs to spend diligently, and there will be no future worries about finances, the system's sweet voice echoed in her mind, lifting Yanyou's spirits. Indeed, the system is truly the best. The system seemed to emit a playful huff, leaving Yanyou astonished. She had not expected the system to possess such emotional depth. However, this was indeed a welcome surprise. How should I spend the money? I have no funds left on my card. Ding. The Centurion Black Gold card has been issued. Please check host. Yanyou's eyes sparkled with excitement as a black card materialized in her hand. So this is what the Centurion Black Gold card looks like. She examined the card multiple times, exclaiming, I only knew about it online before. Does it truly have an unlimited limit for spending? Yes, host, the Black Gold card possesses an infinite limit, containing boundless funds, and the source of these funds has been rationalized by the system, ensuring no issues arise. However, there is one condition for using the Black Gold card. All expenditures made with the Black card must be on the consumption of attractive individuals with a score of 80 points or above, with the equivalent cashback being available for the host's discretion. Why? Yanyou was taken aback. She had to spend money on men. She couldn't comprehend it. A qualified, wealthy individual cannot lack high-quality admirers who follow in their footsteps, the system explained. Warm reminder, expenditures on individuals scoring 90 points or above may trigger a chance for double cashback. Yanyou understood it was simply a means of liquidating funds through spending on men. Excellent. From this day forward, men would serve as her cash conversion tools. By the way, what are attribute points? Yanyou recalled the gift package from her earlier check-in and inquired. Attribute points can enhance the host's attributes, altering various personal data, enabling the host to evolve into a more perfect, wealthy individual. What are my current statistics? Yanyou asked curiously, and in the next moment, a virtual panel appeared before her. Name, Yanyou. Age, 18. Height, 163 centimeters. Physique, 52. Appearance, 65. Temperament, 60. Charm, 6 increased by overall evaluation. Skills, none. Item, 10-fold cashback card, 30mx1. Attribute points, 2 points. 10 points required to unlock the system all. Yanyou quickly scanned the information displayed on her panel, her gaze landing on the charm section, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. My charm is merely 6. It struck a chord within her. However, Yanyou did not dwell on her disappointment for long. After a brief moment of contemplation, she decided to allocate 1 attribute point to her appearance. No girl can resist the allure of beauty, and Yanyou was no exception. The remaining attribute point was assigned to her physique, for a healthy body is essential for indulging in life's pleasures. After enhancing her attributes, Yanyou eagerly rushed to the mirror to observe the changes. While she couldn't be considered a great beauty, her looks were certainly not lacking. She possessed an oval face, willow-like brows, phoenix eyes, and peachy lips, with her long, straight black hair cascading gracefully. Though not gifted with lengthy legs, her figure was proportionate enough. Her only flaw was her complexion, which lacked fairness and inadvertently diminished her attractiveness. However, after adding a point to her appearance, Yanyou noticed her skin had indeed become somewhat fairer. After admiring her transformation, Yanyou opened her item menu to examine the function of her soul item card. 10-fold cashback card, 30M. Upon using this card, any amount spent within 30 minutes will be refunded to the host's account at 10 times the amount. This item will expire in 24 hours. 10-fold, Yanyou exclaimed, her spirits soaring as she began to contemplate how to spend more money within the 30-minute window. Ding! Random task issued. Please complete a consumption of no less than 1 million within a day. Completion reward. Portion 911. No penalty for failure. System, you're truly considerate. Just as she was thinking about using the cashback card to liquidate funds, the system presented her with a task, offering not only a 10-fold refund, but also a task reward. Yanyou was nearly moved to tears. No need to be overly emotional, host. Focus on spending and strive to become a perfect tycoon. Yanyou nodded repeatedly, contemplating how to convert her spending into cash. The limitations of the black card hindered her from directly liquidating funds, and finding a suitable man to spend on in a hurry was no easy feat after some deliberation. An idea suddenly struck her as her gaze fell upon her phone. While seeking a quality man in reality might prove time-consuming, with the online streaming industry booming, surely there must be a suitable candidate available. With this thought in mind, Yanyou promptly opened the Meow Ear Live app on her phone, logged into her account, and began searching for the type of live content she desired. Chapter 3. It's decided. It's you. After Yanyou searched for male streamers, a list of live stream names immediately appeared. Without hesitation, she clicked on the first one. The first streamer was a singer whose vocal prowess was mediocre and his appearance was merely average. Next, Yanyou had no desire to linger and swiftly moved on to the next live stream. The second streamer was engaged in conversation, and his looks were somewhat appealing. Yanyou contemplated settling on this streamer. Ding! The beauty scanner has been activated. Target detected. Xue Qingyi, current beauty score, 70, does not meet the system's monetary standards. The system's sudden announcement left Yanyou momentarily stunned. What? Not up to par? She stared at the handsome face several times, her heart filled with doubt. Is this appearance really under 80? The standards seem excessively high. The system's evaluation is based on true beauty standards. Implied was that the streamer had applied beauty filters, and in reality, he did not appear as striking. Yanyou. Fine, on to the next. After cycling through several live streams, each streamer fell short of the beauty scanner's expectations. Just as Yanyou began to feel numb to the search, she finally heard the voice she had been longing for. Ding! Target detected. Jiangqi, current beauty score, 82, meets monetary standards. Instantly, Yanyou perked up, her eyes fixated on the phone screen. In the stream, a young man with refined features and an elegant demeanor was amiably interacting with the audience. Yet, upon closer inspection, a slight furrow in his brow gave him an inexplicable air of vulnerability that tugged at one's heartstrings. Apologies for causing concern, everyone, Jiangqi said, a faint smile playing on his lips as he glanced at the barrage of comments flooding the stream, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Upon entering the stream, Yanyou noticed Jiangqi was connected with another individual, a younger man with striking red hair, exuding an audacious charm that starkly contrasted with Jiangqi's composed presence. As she observed the comments flashing across the screen, Yanyou grasped the situation. In essence, the red-haired youth was in a call with Jiangqi, and it seemed they were familiar with one another, albeit with an undercurrent of competition as fellow singing streamers. The red-haired youth boasted a higher fanbase than Jiangqi, and his demeanor was far from courteous as he demanded a PK challenge, imposing stringent conditions while maintaining an attitude as if he were generously offering Jiangqi a chance at exposure. Although Jiangqi's stream had fewer than 1,000 viewers, none wished to see their favorite streamer bullied. They fervently urged Jiangqi to decline the PK challenge, leading to a flurry of taunts from the opposing fans, igniting a heated exchange in the comment section. Have you thought it through? The loser merely has to perform a provocative dance and admit defeat. Surely, you're not afraid? The red-haired youth mocked. His name was Yanyou, a fellow streamer from the same guild as Jiangqi, but unlike Jiangqi, who had just begun his streaming journey, Yanyou was a seasoned veteran with years of experience and a significantly larger fanbase. The two individuals collided in type, yet Jiangqi's attributes surpassed those of Yanyou. Thus, the guild's resources gradually began to favor Jiangqi. Yanyou, feeling discontent, sought an opportunity to suppress Jiangqi's spirit, leading to this PK event. The host, feeling intimidated, should promptly concede, acknowledging his inferiority to brother Jia. That would resolve the matter. What good is good looks if one is merely a coward? A blind bunch, enamored with such a useless host. I advise you to find someone worth your admiration sooner rather than later. Do you have any justification for bullying others? Chi, do not pay them any mind. We shan't engage in this PK. Yanyou watched as those unpleasant remarks scrolled across the screen, finding it hard to accept the vitriol. Nevertheless, Jiangqi maintained his gentle demeanor, refraining from uttering any harsh words, instead soothing his fans. In contrast, Yanyou remained aggressive. Yanyou harbored a growing disdain for Yanyou's arrogant attitude and felt a pang of sympathy for Jiangqi. After all, Jiangqi's looks were already commendable. Why not choose him? Thus, she decided he would be the one. Yanyou first followed Jiangqi, then exited the live stream to access the recharge page. After binding her card, she began to add funds. The maximum recharge limit on Meow Ear was capped at 100,000 for a single transaction, and Yanyou spent several minutes recharging 50 times, totaling 5 million in her Meow Ear account, before hastily returning to Jiang Qi's live stream. At that moment, Jiang Qi had accepted Lin Yingjia's PK challenge. The live screen displayed Jiang Qi and Lin Yingjia, each occupying half of the frame. However, the PK health bars above their heads indicated that Lin Yingjia's blue bar was nearly depleting Jiang Qi's red bar to a mere sliver. Jiang Qi sat poised before the camera with a guitar, his expression gentle as he began to sing. His voice was exceptionally warm, evoking the sensation of basking in the winter sun, effortlessly drawing listeners into his performance. Everyone, rally together. Let us not allow the opposing host to bully Qi so mercilessly. Those who can send gifts, please do so, even if we cannot win. We must not let them think Qi lacks supporters. However, their fans outnumber us significantly, and there are many more affluent gift givers on their side. We cannot win this battle. Even so, we must charge forth. Despite the fans' earnest efforts, they continued to suffer losses. With only 5 minutes remaining in the PK, it was evident to all that Jiang Qi was destined to lose. The flow of gifts in Jiang Qi's live stream began to dwindle, while Lin Yingjia's fans could hardly contain their mockery. Is this it? Just this? Truly laughable. How can he compete with our brother Jia? Everyone, let us not be harsh. The host has indeed put in effort. However, if he cannot handle this, perhaps it is best he seeks other pursuits. Confronted with such unkind comments, a flicker of desolation crossed Jiang Qi's eyes. Yet he swiftly composed himself, smiling at the fans in the live stream. To me, the outcome of victory or defeat holds little significance. What truly matters is your appreciation of the songs I sing. Therefore, let us not be swayed by the provocations of others, but rather focus on the music. I would be immensely grateful for any free gifts that my dear fans choose to send my way, as your support brings me great joy. Jiang Qi maintains a remarkably steady demeanor, which in turn has gradually calmed the fans who were previously embroiled in disputes. Lin Yingjia, observing Jiang Qi on the verge of losing the PK match, began to feel a sense of triumph. If Jiang Qi desires to establish a persona of purity and innocence, then let his admirers witness the ungraceful antics he displays while performing suggestive dances. With this thought, Lin Yingjia grew increasingly impatient. However, just as his victory seemed assured, Jiang Qi's health bar, which appeared cornered, suddenly sprang to life. The viewers in Jiang Qi's live stream were left utterly astonished by the unfolding spectacle. The screen, which had previously displayed only a few scattered free gifts, erupted into a magnificent display of fireworks, with dazzling lights nearly consuming the entire screen. As the brilliance of the fireworks faded, the luminous points transformed into a cascade of colorful raindrops, creating ripples that danced across the screen. Chapter 4. 5 million. Isn't this the so-called perfect round number? Is that a dazzling firework display? What have I just witnessed? Can someone please tell me if I am hallucinating? Someone actually gifted a dazzling firework. Goodness, which esteemed individual has bestowed such a generous gift? This single piece is valued at 3,000. The viewers in the live stream room were instantly thrown into a frenzy, exclaiming in astonishment. Yet, before the first firework had completely faded, the second one erupted on the screen, followed by a cascade of them, almost overwhelming Lin Yingjia's blue bar in the blink of an eye. Heavens, is there a bug in the system? Why does this effect keep replaying? What system bug? Clearly, there is a wealthy benefactor who appreciates Qi's efforts and is thus showering her with support. Who could this affluent individual be? Allow me to take a look. The wealthy patron's ID is Yu Ran Meng. The name alone suggests a young and affluent lady of means. Oh, affluent sister, take notice of me. I can sing and dance, and I am in dire need of your generous gifts. Goodness, it's still pouring in. In just a minute. Has over 100,000 already been gifted? This is simply impossible. Could it be that the guild is intervening? Lin Yingjia's expression darkened as he speculated whether the guild was deliberately elevating Jiang Qi by assisting with the gifts. He discreetly picked up another phone and hastily typed an inquiry to his assistant. There's no way I'll allow them to elevate that kid at my expense. Lin Yingjia thought to himself, but soon received news that the one showering gifts was merely a wild benefactor, with no one from the guild involved at all. At this moment, Lin Yingjia was utterly flabbergasted. Everyone was mesmerized by the continuously blooming fireworks, while some quietly calculated how much money had been spent in such a short time. Unbeknownst to them, the affluent lady, Yanyou, was frantically tapping on her screen, hoping to gift even more within the time limit. Just moments ago, she had decided to utilize Jiang Qi as her cash-out tool and had activated a tenfold cashback card. The more she gifted within 30 minutes, the greater her returns would be. Yuran Yiming gifted the host Dazzling Fireworks X10. Yuran Yiming gifted the host Dazzling Fireworks X150. Yuran Yiming gifted the host Dazzling Fireworks X235. Yuran Yiming gifted the host. Yanyou had never felt her fingers move so slowly. I am frustrated. Why can't my hands operate at lightning speed? Completely focused on bestowing gifts. Yanyou paid no mind to the reactions of others. Jiangqi was already awestruck by the vibrant fireworks exploding on his screen. It took him a moment to regain his composure before he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Dream Sister, for the dazzling fireworks. I wonder if Dream Sister has any favorite songs. I would be delighted to sing for you. With a smile gracing his lips, Jiangqi maintained a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant, prompting others to involuntarily smile along with him. Yanyou continued to send gifts at a staggering pace of 50 colorful fireworks per minute. Initially, she had no intention of paying attention to Jiangqi's words. But considering he was her financial benefactor and the prospect of receiving a tenfold return, she decided to respond. Sing whatever you like. I shall enjoy it. After sending the message, she resumed her gift-giving. Jiangqi, fixated on the screen, noticed the comment from Yanyou at once. After a moment's contemplation, he said, Then I shall sing a little love song for my sister. Following a brief pause, and not seeing any further comments from Yanyou, he lowered his gaze to strum his guitar. Before long, the prelude concluded, and Jiangqi's melodious voice filled the air. It was a simple love song, echoing the intricacies of human emotion. I believe I am happy when I feel your warmth. The PK competition had long since concluded, yet it seemed no one noticed. Rather, they were all captivated by the myriad of gift effects flooding the screen, speculating on the financial expenditure involved. I've counted, so far, nearly 700 colorful fireworks have been sent, which amounts to almost 2 million. Wow, wealthy sister, please support me. I have a six-pack. Still sending gifts. She continues to send. What wealthy sister? This is clearly a godly benefactor. Exactly. This is no ordinary wealth. She is my idol. Daily question. Will the world end if another rich person like me exists? Lin Yingjie, flushed with anger, repeatedly cursed Jiangqi in his mind, envious of the substantial rewards Jiangqi received from such a magnanimous benefactor. If only that benefactor had set their sights on him. 30 minutes passed swiftly, and upon hearing the system notification that the tenfold return card had expired, Yanyou ceased her gifting. Phew, it seems spending money is quite a demanding task. Yanyou rubbed her slightly sore fingers and remarked in a rather self-satisfied manner. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed a random task. Achieve a consumption of no less than 1 million within a day, earning 5 points and a Porsche 911. The rewards have been issued. Please collect them at the Dexing car dealership. Yanyou's eyes brightened, and she eagerly inquired, System, how much can I return this time? The host's total expenditure amounts to 4,680,000. Utilizing the tenfold return card, you will receive a total of 46 million. Oh yeah, Yanyou cheered. Finally, she no longer had to worry about finances. Meanwhile, in Jiangqi's live broadcast room, the popularity had surged exponentially. From a few hundred viewers initially to nearly 100,000 watching live, all drawn in by the announcements of the gifts. After finishing his song, Jiangqi was astonished to see the skyrocketing viewership, taking a moment to realize that all of this was thanks to Yanyou, filling his heart with profound gratitude. I am immensely grateful for Dream Sister's support. Words fail to express my appreciation. This is the first time he has encountered such a generous benefactor, and he cannot fathom the extent of his earnings from this occasion. From the messages left by fans, it is evident that this sum far exceeds what he might have earned over several years of streaming. Once Yanyou completed her task, she felt a wave of lethargy wash over her. Listening to Jiangqi express his gratitude, she typed a message. I truly enjoy your music, and there is no need for you to compromise your integrity before others. With that, she transferred the remaining 32,000 from her account to Jiangqi. Consider this a round sum. I shall pause my generosity here for today. After sending the message, Yanyou promptly exited the live stream and called for room service to bring her some food and drink. Once Yanyou departed, the live stream erupted once more with excitement due to her words. A total of 5 million? Is this what the wealthy sister meant by rounding it off? Goodness. 5 million casually gifted. Sister, please consider me. Can I switch to being a streamer today? Are the fans of Lin Yingjie still around? You mocked us. But now our Qi is under the protection of a top-tier supporter. Does that sting? Do you remember the previous agreement? I hope Lin Yingjie honors it by dancing provocatively while claiming he is incapable. The comments from viewers frightened away Lin Yingjie's fans, and it seemed that Lin Yingjie, perhaps intentionally, suddenly went offline with a black screen. Jiang Qi chose not to pursue the matter further. Instead, he sent a message to Yanyou in the background, expressing his desire to add her as a friend and sharing his WeChat ID. However, after waiting for a considerable time, he received no response, which caused a sense of unease to settle in his heart. Chapter 5. Buying a house. Just as Yanyou finished her meal delivered by the hotel, her phone rang. It was a call from Jiduan. After a moment's hesitation, she answered. Hello, Mr. Ji. Do you have something to discuss with me? Yanyou spoke politely, but her demeanor seemed to momentarily catch the other party off guard, leading to a shift in tone that became increasingly displeased. Yanyou, what on earth are you doing? When did you become so rebellious, learning to run away from home? Facing Jiduan's stern admonition, Yanyou responded in a calm manner. Mr. Ji, I had already stated my intentions when I left the Ji family. Since I am not a true daughter of the Ji family, I shall sever all ties moving forward. However, rest assured, I will always remember the kindness you bestowed upon me over the past decade. Yanyou had no desire to confront Xue, even with the support of the system. Freeing her from the fear of falling into poverty and being sold off to northern Myanmar, she preferred to minimize her connections with Xue, sensing that her misfortunes seemed to coincide with any encounter with her. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to delineate her boundaries with the Ji family and live her life in comfort. How delightful that would be! As she savored this thought, a loud bang resonated from the other end of the line, likely Jiduan slapping the table in frustration. Yanyou, are you trying to drive me to madness? Even if you are not the true daughter of the Ji family, you have lived here for 18 years. How could you say you wish to leave so easily? Jiduan had previously regarded this daughter as unsatisfactory in many aspects, yet found her charming when she played the affectionate role. However, upon learning she was not his biological daughter, his feelings had indeed waned significantly. He never considered expelling her from the Ji family, but now, to his astonishment, Yanyou had taken the initiative to sever ties, leaving him with a sense of being publicly humiliated. All these years, your indulgences have been funded by my resources. What do you believe you'll achieve by leaving the Ji family? Jiduan's tone was harsh and unyielding. Yanyou could hear a soft female voice comforting him on the line, sounding somewhat like Xue. At that moment, Yanyou lost any desire to continue the conversation with Jiduan, simply wishing to conclude the call. What I can achieve is no concern of yours, Mr. Ji. After a moment's reflection, she continued. However, you are correct. I have relied on the Ji family for many years and must have incurred considerable expenses. Why not send me your account details, and I shall repay all that I owe? Repay? With what? I have my own means to settle this debt. Jiduan was infuriated by Yanyou's incessant formality in addressing him, threatening to cancel all her cards so she would understand that without the Ji family, she was nothing. Yet, such threats held no weight for Yanyou. No need for your concern, Mr. Ji. I left without those cards anyway. With that, she had no intention of wasting more time with Jiduan, hastily uttering a farewell before hanging up the phone. It seems I must find the time to resolve the relationships with the Ji family once and for all. She certainly does not wish to deal with familial trivialities from the Ji family while enjoying life in the future. Yanyou is not the original, and thus she harbors no emotional ties to the Ji family. After ending the call, Yanyou began to plan her future life. Having just departed from the Ji family, it is imperative that she secures her own residence. While hotels offer convenience, they cannot compare to the comfort of having a home of one's own. Currently, her account holds over 40 million, ample funds to purchase a decent property. It's decided, tomorrow she will buy a house. Yanyou swiftly made her decision. And as for the Porsche 911 awarded by the system, it could remain at the dealership for the time being, to be collected after she acquires her new home. Having rested well at the hotel for a day, the following morning, as soon as Yanyou opened her eyes, she internally summoned the system. System, I wish to sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 million in funds, 1 attribute point, and 2 points. Although Yanyou now possessed a significant sum of money, she was nonetheless delighted by the million reward. However, upon noticing the meager attribute point, she couldn't help but feel speechless. System, why is the attribute point so scant? At this rate, when will I be able to enhance my attributes? The host can acquire additional attribute points through favorability. Specific methods to gain them will require the host to unlock new functions. Yanyou had not anticipated this possibility, and instantly felt invigorated, eager to explore ways to unlock new features. After having breakfast, Yanyou hailed a car to take her to Hanhai Pavilion. Today, she intended to acquire a home of her own. She had briefly researched the previous night and discovered that Hanhai Pavilion is a well-known upscale residential complex in Heiress, recognized for its excellent property management and security measures. Thus, she decided to pay a visit. The car halted at the sales office, and Yanyou confidently walked inside. A guest has arrived. The sales personnel, who had been engaged in quiet conversation, lost interest upon seeing a young girl in her teens enter the sales hall. Surely, a mere girl would not be in the market for a home. She appeared to be merely wandering about, unworthy of attention. A middle-aged man, slightly overweight with a prominent belly, scoffed at the entrance. The two young men conversing with him nodded in agreement. Brother Liu makes a valid point. What money could such a young girl possess? She is probably just here to enjoy the air conditioning. However, it might not be wise to ignore her completely. One young man remarked. The middle-aged man, referred to as Brother Liu, pondered for a moment before beckoning to another young man who was wiping down the bar. Song Yuhang, why are you still cleaning the bar? Don't you see there's a guest? Go and attend to her. Upon looking up, Song Yuhang revealed a striking yet pale and weary face. All right, I will attend to her now. He had long grown accustomed to Brother Liu's authoritative demeanor. He is currently merely an intern, often directed by the seasoned employees to perform various tasks, leaving him with no room to protest, as he requires this job. Yanyou is standing before the panoramic model of the community, and she is not surprised that no one has come to attend to her immediately. After all, her age does not exude the impression of someone capable of purchasing a home independently. While contemplating this, she hears footsteps approaching and turns around to meet the handsome face of Song Yuhang. Ding! The beauty scanner has been activated. Target detected, Song Yuhang. Current beauty score, 88 points, meeting the system's monetary standards. The system's prompt resonates in Yanyou's mind, instantly brightening her eyes. Another opportunity for cashing in. No, rather, another charming young man has appeared. She has an undeniable fondness for such striking young gentlemen. Hello, welcome to Hanhai Pavilion. Here we. Song Yuhang begins in a rather formulaic manner, preparing to introduce the property details, but is abruptly interrupted by Yanyou. No need for an introduction. Song Yuhang internally sighs, recognizing her as merely a carefree girl wandering about. I would like a larger flat, with a more expansive view, preferably move-in ready. Yanyou calmly articulates her requirements, while her mind begins to devise a plan on how to extract value from the handsome young man before her. Song Yuhang gazes at Yanyou in astonishment, clearly not anticipating such a statement from her. However, he quickly regains his composure and starts to introduce the available properties that meet her criteria. At present, there are several units that fit her requests, all featuring independent leisure balconies and viewing terraces, boasting expansive vistas, and are fully furnished for immediate occupancy. May I see them? Of course. Song Yuhang promptly retrieves the access card and leads Yanyou to view the properties. Just as they step outside, Liu Ge and his companions, who were initially poised to mock Song Yuhang, are left dumbfounded. Did he really take someone to view properties? Chapter 6. This house is mine under the guidance of Song Yuhang. Yanyou arrived at the splendid Hanhaish. This upscale residential area, renowned for its intelligent leisure amenities, boasted exquisite greenery, with rare plant species adorning every corner. The residence featured a one-unit per floor layout, allowing direct access to the front door via the elevator. As Song Yuhang led Yanyou through the apartment on the 28th floor, he narrated its features. The space was indeed spacious and, as he had described, impeccably furnished, with high-quality decor evident throughout. The panoramic view was breathtaking. From the window, one could gaze upon the expansive Pulin River. Additionally, the residence boasted a vast terrace, an ideal setting for enjoying tea, reading, or admiring the nightscape. Yanyou was immediately captivated by the apartment and decisively declared, I want this house. Song Yuhang was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised. Miss G, the price of this property. Don't worry about that. I just want to know if I can move in immediately after payment. She was becoming increasingly eager. Overwhelmed with astonishment, Song Yuhang could not contain his joy. Of course, I will take Miss G to sign the contract right away. Observing Yanyou's resolute demeanor, he felt an inexplicable trust, as if fortune had smiled upon him. How could an intern like him secure such a significant deal? If this transaction were successful, it would pave the way for his confirmation as a permanent employee, alleviating his mother's medical expenses. With a heart full of excitement, Song Yuhang and Yanyou returned to the sales office. Meanwhile, Liu Ge and his companions, who had been speculating about their return, immediately approached them. Xiao Song, did you just take the access card for Building 8? Liu Ge inquired with an air of superiority, his tone accusatory. Song Yuhang nodded. Yes, Miss G wanted to view the property, so I took her to see it. Liu Ji's gaze shifted to Yanyou, scrutinizing her with evident disdain. You do realize that the apartments in Building 8 are not for just anyone to see. Each unit's DCOR has cost a fortune. Allowing just anyone access could lead to wear and tear. Who will be responsible for that? As Song Yuhang prepared to reassure him that the apartment had already been claimed, Lu Ge continued his reprimand. You are still in your internship, and there is much for you to learn. Always consult with us seniors before taking action. I will report this incident accurately, so don't blame me. Consider it a lesson in gaining social experience to avoid repeating the same mistakes in your next position. Anxious, Song Yuhang quickly defended himself. Lu Ge, I brought the client to view the property because she requested it. Isn't that permitted by the company? I don't believe I did anything wrong. Lu Ge scoffed. The company does allow clients to view properties, but it depends on which property. The access you took for Building 8 is not meant for just anyone, and you still claim you are innocent? The words were overly explicit. And even if Yanyou feigned ignorance, she could perceive the underlying condescension. Are you implying that I am unworthy of viewing that property? Yanyou shot a glance at Lu Ge, feeling that if she remained silent any longer, she would be belittled to the ground. Tolerance from the uncle could be endured, but not from the aunt. Is this how you treat your customers? Although Lu Ge held Yanyou in disdain, he managed to muster a rehearsed smile, his expression failing to mask his insincerity. This is company policy, beyond our control. Originally, a deposit was required for viewing the apartment in Building 8 to cover potential damages. Xiaosong's failure to inform the young lady was a mistake on his part. The amount will be deducted directly from his salary, so there is no need for the young lady to pay. Upon hearing this, Song Yuhang stared at Lu Ge in shock. What deposit are you talking about? I had no knowledge of this, and why should my salary be deducted for a mistake I didn't commit? Lu Ge glared at Song Yuhang, incredulous. What is wrong with you? How could you not be aware of such a crucial matter? With your attitude, do you still aspire to be regularized? He reprimanded Song Yuhang as if it were a matter of course, all the while secretly chuckling to himself. The company had no such policy, but with the manager absent, he was effectively the authority here, and whatever he declared was the reality. Song Yuhang was poised to argue further, but the threat to his regularization stoked a fire of frustration within him. Yanyou perceived that Lu Ge was deliberately making things difficult for Song Yuhang. While she might have ignored such matters concerning others, Song Yuhang was a tool she had her sights set on for cashing out. How could she stand idly by as he was bullied? Thus, Yanyou positioned herself directly in front of Song Yuhang, her expression composed and her gaze icy as she addressed Lu Ge with a tone of mockery. I do not require anyone to pay a deposit on my behalf for viewing my own property. However, since you claim that the deposit collected previously was for maintenance of the residence, should it not be returned to me in full? Yanyou's words left Lu Ge and his companions momentarily stunned. What do you mean by that? I purchased the property, and this young man accompanying me to view it is entirely justified. Therefore, you have no grounds to deduct his salary. Yanyou's assertion caught Lu Ge off guard, but he quickly recovered, laughing derisively, his eyes glinting with contempt. Young lady, do not speak so grandly. That property is valued at over 10 million. Your family may not even be able to afford it, let alone you. Lu Ge assessed Yanyou, noting her casual athletic attire, which did not suggest she hailed from a wealthy family, and thus he dismissed her claims. Yanyou scoffed. How can you assume I cannot afford it? She slightly raised her chin, attempting to bolster her presence, yet a fleeting hint of insecurity crossed her face, which Lu Ge noticed. If you can indeed afford it, I shall immediately relinquish my position as manager to Song Yuhang today. Lu Ge grew increasingly confident in his assumptions, regarding Yanyou with even greater disdain, allowing such bravado to slip from his lips. Upon hearing this, a glint of cunning flashed in Yanyou's eyes. You said that yourself. Do not go back on your word later. Lu Ge huffed, maintaining his arrogant demeanor. As Yanyou turned to face Song Yuhang, she spoke. Didn't you say you would assist me in obtaining the property contract? I am ready to sign now. Certainly. Please hold on for a moment. Realizing the urgency, Song Yuhang promptly turned and dashed to his office to retrieve the documents, while Yanyou leisurely settled onto the sofa, awaiting his return. Before long, Song Yuhang emerged, briskly carrying a stack of contracts. Miss G, you are interested in the 320 square meter unit priced at 22 per million. As he arranged the contracts, he provided Yanyou with an explanation. She quickly skimmed through the documents, found no discrepancies, and confidently inscribed her name upon them. Beside them, Lu Ge, who had been anticipating a spectacle, found his amusement waning as he observed Yanyou's swift signing. Without waiting for him to utter a word, she completed all the paperwork with remarkable speed, and, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, she produced a black card and handed it to Song Yuhang. With an air of nonchalance, Yanyou instructed, swipe the card. Chapter 7. Such good fortune. Song Yuhang extended his hand to receive Yanyou's card, but another hand moved more swiftly. Allow me to handle this, Lu Ge declared, grasping Yanyou's card with a sudden, ingratiating smile. His demeanor having undergone a complete transformation, polite and obsequious, devoid of the earlier arrogance. I apologize. I was merely adhering to company protocol. I hope Miss G can understand. Since you are interested in purchasing a property, let me assist you with the subsequent arrangements. While Lu Gu spoke with a smile, he inwardly berated Song Yuhang vehemently. It was entirely his fault for not clarifying the situation from the outset, leading Lu Gu to assume she was merely an ordinary young lady. Who could have foreseen that she was genuinely there to buy a house? Lu Gu attempted to extract the black card from Ji Yuyu's grasp, but a slight tug revealed that she had no intention of relinquishing it. Her grip remained steadfast. I only need the assistance of the young gentleman. You needn't trouble yourself. Ji Yuyu said dismissively, pulling the black card back from Lu Gu and placing it firmly in Song Yuhang's hands. Noticing Lu Ji's disconcerted expression, Song Yuhang realized instantly that Lu Gu was attempting to usurp his client, and a surge of indignation welled within him. He had hoped to secure this transaction to affirm his position, as the commission would assist in covering his mother's medical expenses. Lu Ji's interference was utterly intolerable. Fortunately, Ji Yuyu had opted for him, which filled Song Yuhang with gratitude. Thank you, he said sincerely as he accepted the black card, prepared to proceed with the purchasing process, only to be interrupted by Lu Gu. Wait a moment, Lu Gu said, blocking Song Yuhang's path. Ji Yuyu cast a disinterested glance at him. Is there something you need? Lu Gu, gritting his teeth, smiled condescendingly. Young Song is merely an intern. It would be unwise for him to assist you with the formalities. Allow me to handle it, as I am, after all, an assistant manager, and it is fitting for me to serve you. Mississippi Song Yuhang's expression turned icy. After a moment's contemplation, he could no longer restrain himself. Lu Gu, even if I am an intern, I possess the authority to finalize transactions. The manager has stated that if I meet my performance targets, I will be promoted. Are you attempting to seize my client? Lu Gu, caught in his own deception, visibly faltered and retorted coldly. Song Yuhang, what gives you the audacity to speak to me this way? Do you dare to challenge me? The two young men nearby chimed in, attempting to placate both Lu Gu and Song Yuhang, presenting themselves as mediators. Yet their words felt like kindling to the flames of conflict. Calm down, Lu Gu. Song is merely a newcomer, and it is natural for him to lack decorum. Do not hold it against him. Young Song, Lu Ji's intentions are for your benefit. As a novice, you have much to learn, and it would be wise to accept his guidance. Song Yuhang found the situation both amusing and infuriating. His gaze icy as it swept over the three before him, his grip on the black card tightening. And what if I refuse? Lu Gu scoffed. Young man, one must know when to advance and retreat. Otherwise, you may find yourself jeopardizing your very employment. This is a blatant threat. Song Yuhang felt a sense of frustration, but had to concede that Brother Lu's intimidation had struck a nerve. Was he really going to compromise like this? His fingers trembled slightly, yet he found it impossible to relinquish the black card in his grasp. Just as he was grappling with his inner turmoil, Ji Yu spoke up once more. Are you pretending I don't exist? Do I need your arrangement to sign a contract for purchasing a house? Furthermore, has Mr. Lu perhaps forgotten his own words? Did he not just say that if I had the capability to buy the house, he would hand over his position as deputy manager to this young man, Song? Ji Yuyu's remarks rendered Brother Lu speechless, and after a prolonged stammer, he finally seemed to regain his composure. He is merely an intern. Even if I were to give him the position, would he be competent enough to handle it? Brother Lu retorted defiantly. Ji Yuyu scoffed. So you're saying you have no intention of honoring your promise? Brother Lu fell silent, not willing to let it go. Ji Yuyu directly turned to Song Yuhang and inquired, what is your company's complaint hotline? I believe I have been treated rudely, and it is necessary to report this incident to your headquarters. A smile immediately graced Song Yuhang's lips as he relayed the complaint number to Ji Yuyu. As she took out her phone, poised to dial, Brother Lu's face paled, and he rushed forward to snatch the device from her. Miss Ji, be careful. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Yuhang intervened, and in the blink of an eye, he and Brother Lu were entangled in a struggle. Ji Yuyu was taken aback, clearly not anticipating such a desperate move from the other party. What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and help. As the situation escalated uncontrollably, Ji Yuyu urgently called upon the two onlookers to assist, but at that moment, a sharp voice rang out from the entrance. What are you doing? The chaos in the room momentarily halted, but upon seeing the person at the door, Brother Lu's previously fierce demeanor shifted to one of guilt. Manager. The employees present immediately straightened up, including Song Yuhang. Ji Yuyu cast a glance at the approaching middle-aged man, her mind racing with calculations. What is going on here? This is a workplace, and you dare to fight? The manager inquired. Brother Lu intended to accuse Song Yuhang, but Yu preemptively clarified the situation. This is outrageous. The more the manager listened, the angrier he became, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Brother Liu. Old Liu, you've been with the company for several years. I never expected you to lack even the most basic decorum. Pack your things and leave. The company cannot afford to keep someone like you. The manager's words struck like a thunderclap, leaving Brother Liu's face ashen. He attempted to explain himself, but the manager instructed the two employees to escort him away and turned his attention to Yu. My dear miss, I sincerely apologize for the unfortunate circumstances you encountered during your home purchasing journey. To compensate for your distress, we are pleased to extend a concession on the property you have shown interest in. The original price of 22.4 million will be reduced to a mere 22 million. The manager spoke to Yu with a warm demeanor, yet in his heart, he contemplated the importance of appeasing such a wealthy client, as there might be future opportunities for them to purchase properties from our company. Yu, pleasantly surprised by this unexpected boon, felt a surge of joy. However, thoughts of Song Yuhang crossed her mind, prompting her to speak a few words in his favor. While Liu Ji's previous wager could not be honored, aiding in Song Yuhang's confirmation of employment remained a possibility. Indeed, the manager readily acknowledged that the fault did not lie with Song Yuhang and affirmed that his skill in securing Gu's business would undoubtedly lead to his formal employment. Satisfied with this outcome, Gu promptly instructed Song Yuhang to assist her in processing the payment. Yet, she found herself reaching out to the system in her mind. System, my purchase of the property should be considered as contributing to Song Yuhang's performance. Does that not count as a consumption on his behalf? Gu pondered, her thoughts swirling with calculations. However, the system coldly interrupted her reverie. The expenditure by the host must be directly attributed to the target to be considered valid. With a sigh, Gu resigned herself to the notion that she would have to devise alternative strategies. Chapter 8. Even the smallest mosquito is still meet. The procedures for purchasing the property were swiftly completed. Song Yuhang returned the card to Gu, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Miss G, for speaking on my behalf today. Without Gu's intervention, he would have faced two unfortunate options, either accepting a silent loss or becoming the target of Brother Liu, which would have resulted in losing his job. Neither outcome was one he wished to endure. Gu waved her hand dismissively, saying, I haven't done much. I simply spoke the truth. Consider it a gesture of friendship. Song Yuhang smiled faintly, remaining silent, as a trace of bitterness flickered in his eyes. How could someone of his status ever be worthy of friendship with someone like Miss G? At that moment, the manager approached, handing the completed paperwork to Gu. Miss G, we will handle the property certificate on your behalf and deliver all necessary documents to your residence, so you needn't trouble yourself further. Thank you very much. Gu responded with satisfaction. The manager exchanged a few polite words with Gu before addressing Song Yuhang. You've endured quite a bit today. I'll grant you a half day off this afternoon as compensation. His gaze shifted between Song Yuhang and Gu, seemingly confirming something, but he quickly withdrew his eyes, bidding farewell to Gu before departing. Song Yuhang was pleasantly surprised at the prospect of an unexpected half-day off, a smile instantly brightening his face. Miss G, thank you once again. His sincere gaze lingered on Gu's face. Feeling a stir in her heart, Gu seized the moment. Since you were so grateful, and it's almost noon, why not join me for a meal? Song Yuhang hesitated for a moment, caught off guard. Gu, however, was determined not to give him a chance to refuse, taking his hand and leading him out of the sales office. Although they had only recently met, Gu was eager to capitalize on the opportunity and took him to an upscale restaurant, ordering an array of exquisite yet minuscule dishes. Miss G, Song Yuhang faltered, seemingly wanting to express something. Yet, Gu instinctively understood his thoughts and intervened. Please, don't be so formal. I merely wish for someone to accompany me for a meal. As she spoke, a hint of loneliness glimmered in her eyes, drawing Song Yuhang's attention. Or perhaps you would rather not. That's fine. It may be too much to ask. Song Yuhang quickly waved his hands. No, I just... He hesitated, unable to articulate his thoughts, his handsome face flushing a deep red, creating a charming contrast. Ultimately, Song Yuhang acquiesced. He was moved by the fleeting loneliness that crossed Gu's face. Although he could not comprehend why someone wealthy like her would feel lonely, she had aided him, and he could not simply turn away. Seeing Song Yuhang settle into acceptance, Gu felt a surge of joy. What a genuinely honest person. There was an inexplicable charm to his character. The meal was swiftly delivered to the private room, and as the two dined, their conversation flowed, gradually fostering a sense of familiarity between them. It was during this exchange that Gu learned some details about Song Yuhang. She was astonished to discover that he was merely a year older than herself. and even more so when she learned that he had dropped out of school to work in order to cover his mother's medical expenses. Instantly, Jiuyu's mind began to race with thoughts. Was this not a ready-made opportunity to earn money? However, she refrained from rushing into anything and instead finished her meal with due diligence. Ding! The host has spent 36,000 yuan on the target. The cashback for this transaction amounts to 36,000 yuan. As she settled the bill at the front desk, the system's notification echoed in her mind. After experiencing a lavish half-hour of earning 40 million, the mere tens of thousands seemed insignificant. Realizing this, Jiuyu promptly reminded herself that even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Once they departed the restaurant, Song Yuhang was preparing to bid Jiuyu farewell when his phone suddenly rang. After answering and listening for a few moments, his expression darkened considerably. What happened? Jiuyu inquired, puzzled. After responding briefly to the caller, Song Yuhang hung up the phone and, with a slight tremor in his voice, replied, Miss Ji, I apologize, but I have an urgent matter to attend to. Thank you once again for your assistance. I shall treat you to a meal next time. With that, he hurriedly turned to leave, but in his haste, he stumbled several times, nearly losing his balance. From the snippets of conversation Jiuyu had overheard, she surmised that something was amiss with his mother in the hospital, prompting his frantic departure. Reflecting on her earlier thoughts, Jiuyu did not hesitate to hail a cab, instructing the driver to follow Song Yuhang's vehicle. Before long, both cars came to a stop in front of the First People's Hospital of Heiress. Song Yuhang rushed inside to check on his mother, oblivious to Jiuyu trailing behind him. She chose not to call out to him, but silently followed until they reached the door of the ward. Dr. Yang, how is my mother's condition? When Jiuyu arrived, Song Yuhang was anxiously speaking with a male doctor. His demeanor was fraught with worry, his fingers trembling involuntarily. His already pale face appeared drained of any color. The patient's condition has stabilized for the moment. However, I must reiterate my previous recommendation. The patient needs to undergo surgery as soon as possible. The longer we delay, the greater the risks associated with the procedure. Dr. Yang, the attending physician for Song Meiyue, was somewhat familiar with Song Yuhang and understood the gravity of their situation. They were a mother and son dependent on one another, and with Song Meiyue's heart condition, their already modest existence was further strained. Dr. Yang, could you please proceed with my mother's surgery? I promise to repay the costs promptly. I just secured a major deal, and I will receive a substantial bonus next month. I assure you, I will be able to repay the expenses. Song Yuhang pleaded earnestly. Dr. Yang hesitated before speaking. Xiao Song, this is beyond my authority. He deeply wished to offer assistance, yet the hospital's regulations left him powerless. Hearing this, Song Yuhang felt a wave of despair wash over him. Was he to stand idly by, watching his mother endure the torment of her illness? He leaned despondently against the wall, the light in his eyes dimming as hope faded. At that moment, Jiuyu emerged from around the corner, her demeanor cheerful and her gaze warm as she regarded the seemingly encroaching darkness surrounding him. As Song Yuhang lifted his eyes, he met Jiuyu's smiling gaze, and the once dim light in his eyes seemed rekindled by a ray of sunshine that fell upon her. Miss Ji. In an instant, Song Yuhang felt as if he had grasped a lifeline, his eyes sparkling with renewed hope as he looked at Jiuyu. Having never before sought assistance from anyone, he hesitated briefly before resolutely speaking up. Miss Ji, may I request your help? Chapter 9. The dream of a wealthy sister. Could you lend me a little money? I promise to repay you as soon as I receive my salary. If it's not enough, I will prioritize repaying you with my monthly wages. Song Yuhang's voice trembled slightly, his gaze fixed intently on Jiuyu, his eyes brimming with hope. Jiuyu had been waiting for him to speak, so she saw no reason to refuse. How much do you need for medical expenses? I can assist with the payment. After nodding at Song Yuhang, Jiuyu directly inquired about Dr. Yang. Dr. Yang looked at Jiuyu with some surprise, but explained, Ms. Song requires a heart transplant, which will cost approximately 800,000 yuan. The subsequent maintenance will also require a substantial amount. Dr. Yang's straightforward explanation left Song Yuhang feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss upon hearing that figure, even though he had been aware of it beforehand. Will Miss Ji really lend me such a large sum? Where do I make the payment? Could you take me there? Without a moment's hesitation after hearing Dr. Yang's words, Jiuyu addressed Song Yuhang directly. He froze for a moment, then immediately responded with excitement. Thank you, Miss Ji. He promptly led Jiuyu to the payment area. Please recharge Ms. Song Meiyue's account with 5 million yuan, Jiuyu stated as she stood at the window, presenting her black card and specifying the amount. Instantly, astonished gazes from those around her converged upon her, while Song Yuhang's jaw dropped in disbelief. Miss Ji, you really don't need to spend so much. Song Yuhang's mind was in a whirl. After the initial shock, he quickly reminded her. 5 million. Would he ever earn that much in his lifetime to repay her? However, Yanyou remained unfazed, pushing her card further towards the window, urging the nurse to process the payment promptly. The nurse cast a deep, contemplative glance at Yanyou before complying with her request, crediting Song Meiyue's account with 5 million yuan. After completing the transaction, she returned the card and receipt to Yanyou with a complex expression. Ding! The host has spent 5 million yuan on the target. The amount to be refunded is 5 million yuan. Hearing the system's notification, Yanyou felt immensely satisfied. She handed the receipt to Song Yuhang and chuckled at his astonished expression. Consider this money as a gesture of friendship from me. There's no need to think about repaying it or feeling overly burdened. The priority now is to get your aunt the surgery as soon as possible. But that's an enormous sum. It truly is more than necessary. Song Yuhang felt a sense of unreality. Yanyou reassured him. Your aunt will need time to recuperate after the surgery, which will also require a considerable amount of funds. The money beyond the surgical fees will be just right for her subsequent recovery treatments. She had calculated her strategy clearly. If she merely covered the surgical costs, he would inevitably seek to repay her later, which would reduce her cashback amount. Thus, it was far more advantageous to lend him a larger sum, making it even less likely for him to repay. Song Yuhang remained silent for a considerable time before resolutely stating, "Thank you. I will repay this money." Yanyou did not dwell excessively on the matter of the debt. After all, the two of them were now considered friends, and there would be ample opportunities in the future to reap financial benefits from him. Eventually, when the time came, he would no longer be preoccupied with such trivialities. After settling the payment, Yanyou accompanied Song Yuhang to the hospital room to visit his mother. However, Song's mother remained in a coma, unaware that anyone had come to see her. Yanyou glanced at the woman lying in the hospital bed. Although the years of hard work had etched numerous lines upon her face, it was still evident that she was undoubtedly a great beauty in her youth. Song Yuhang's handsome features were largely inherited from her, which explained his striking appearance. Yanyou did not linger in the hospital room for long and bid farewell to Song Yuhang, preparing to leave. Just as she was about to exit, he called out to her, "Miss G, may I add you on WeChat?" His expression was hesitant, tinged with a hint of shyness. Without reluctance, Yanyou accepted and added Song Yuhang on WeChat. After bidding him farewell, she left the hospital. Upon returning to the hotel, Yanyou indulged in a refreshing shower, washing away the fatigue of the day, and then flopped onto her bed. Remembering that she had yet to check her live stream, she picked up her phone and opened the Meower Live platform. As soon as she logged in, a flurry of message notifications popped up, nearly causing her phone to lag. What is going on? Yanyou wondered, and once the notifications subsided, she cautiously maneuvered her phone. Fortunately, it had returned to its usual smooth performance. Opening the back end, she glanced at the messages. Most were requests for friendship or support, along with a few compliments directed towards her. Bored, Yanyou scrolled past the messages until she stumbled upon a familiar name. Messages from the streamer Xue Qingyi. She opened it to find a message sent after she had logged off yesterday, expressing a desire to connect on WeChat. Considering that the 20 million she had spent today had originated from this young man, she decided not to decline. She opened her WeChat and added the number he had provided. As soon as she sent the friend request, it was accepted almost instantaneously, followed by a message from him. "Hello, Sister Meng. I am the streamer Xue Qingyi. Thank you for your support yesterday. I thought you wouldn't add me. I am currently live streaming, and if you have time, feel free to come by." Even through the text, Yanyou could sense his anticipation. As her first tool for cashing out, she felt inclined to treat him with a bit of favor, promptly locating Xue Qingyi's name in her following list and clicking on it. Due to her previous extravagant expenditure of 5 million in Xue Qingyi's live stream, Yanyou has now become an unparalleled figure, reigning supreme in the streaming realm. Upon entering the live stream, she naturally possessed her own special effects, and as soon as she made her entrance, Xue Qingyi immediately recognized her. "Welcome, Sister Meng, to the live stream." Xue Qingyi, initially disheartened by the lack of response to his earlier messages, felt his heart transform from a gloomy haze into a brilliant sunshine upon seeing that familiar ID. "Wow, it's actually Sister Meng." I cling to Sister Meng's thigh, seeking her affection. Sister Meng has come to dote on Xue Qingyi again. "My Qingyi has finally grown up. Oh, mother, I am so delighted." "I don't understand. Who is Sister Meng? Are you living under a rock? You don't even know the illustrious Sister Meng?" Just yesterday, she generously bestowed 5 million in Qingyi's live stream. How could you possibly be unaware of such an unprecedented spectacle? "Oh my, I was offline for just one day and missed out on so much." As the viewers continuously flooded the screen with comments, Yanyou paid little attention to their chatter. Instead, She gazed at Jiang Qi's face, as gentle and radiant as jade, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Chapter 10. Why return after leaving? What song would you like to hear today, Sister Ming? I shall sing it for you. Jiang Qi gazed at the familiar ID, a sweet sensation inexplicably blossoming within him. His voice carried a hint of excitement, and a faint blush adorned his warm, handsome face. He had initially believed that Sister Ming would be reluctant to add him as a friend, leaving him despondent for quite some time. Yet, unexpectedly, he found her once again. It seems Qi is blushing. Oh, Qi looks so easy to tease when he is blushing. How audacious. Qi is not someone you can covet. He belongs to our Sister Ming. I shall proudly wave the Ming CCP banner. Who s with me? Count me in. The barrage of comments jested, and as Jiang Qi glanced at them, he felt his heart skip a beat, feeling a tad embarrassed as he attempted to clarify. Everyone, please don't say that. There's nothing between Sister Ming and me. His gaze remained fixed on the screen, anxious not to miss anything. Yanyou was also watching Jiang Qi in the live stream, and upon seeing his bashful demeanor, she thoughtfully nodded. It must be said that while he lacked some of the striking features of Song Yuhang, he possessed a gentler charm, particularly when blushing, which only enhanced his allure. It was no wonder the comments were filled with playful teasing. Who could resist poking fun at such a sight? Just sing your best, I will love it regardless. Yanyou casually sent her comment, immediately catching the attention of the livestream's audience. Wow, it feels like Sister Ming's words are so indulgent. I wish I had a wealthy sister like that who dotes on me. For those in front, elevate your pillows a bit when you sleep. Perhaps there's still hope. I just visited the doctor today, and he said my stomach isn't well. I can only eat soft food for the rest of my life. Upon reading Yanyou's comment, Jiang Qi felt invigorated and began searching through his playlist. Eager to sing all his favorite songs for Sister Ming today, Yanyou leaned against her headboard, sipping a sugary drink, only to recall that her previously recharged funds had all been spent. How could she have forgotten? She muttered in annoyance and exited the live stream to recharge her account. While it was possible to recharge within the live stream, the gift interface limited recharges to a mere 10,000 yuan, which felt like a waste of time. Doing so in the background would be much quicker. Jiang Qi had initially selected a song he usually sang best, and had just begun to sing a couple of lines when he suddenly noticed the message on the screen indicating that Yanyou had exited the live stream. His voice faltered momentarily, and a wave of inexplicable sadness washed over him. Why did she leave? Does she not enjoy listening to my singing? For a fleeting moment, it felt as if his heart had been violently squeezed, a sharp pang of sorrow coursing through him. He endeavored to regain his composure, yet the discomfort continued to spread within, relentless and overwhelming. Upon realizing that he was still live streaming, Jiang Qi promptly adjusted his demeanor, feigning calmness as he continued to sing. However, astute viewers detected something amiss. Some lurking detractors in the chat room seized this moment to voice their opinions. Did the host singing scare off Sister Ming? This is the first time I've seen a host singing frighten away their top supporter. You truly are a pioneer. You thought they showered you with gifts and genuinely regarded you as a treasure. Spare your self-delusions. They are a wealthy patron. And those trinkets they offered are akin to mere scraps for stray cats and dogs. Could you refrain from such harsh words? Are we not speaking the truth? The comment section erupted into chaos. Previously, due to Yanyou's generous donations to Jiang Qi, his follower count had surged, thus attracting a larger audience, leading to a cacophony that even the moderators struggled to manage. Jiang Qi, observing the barrage of comments, began to doubt himself. Was it indeed his singing that caused Sister Ming to depart? His spirits sank further, and just as he contemplated taking a break to regain his composure, Yanyou re-entered the chat room. What is all this commotion? Upon entering, Yanyou noticed the contentious messages and inquired with genuine curiosity. Sister Ming. Seeing Yanyou return, Jiang Qi instantly felt revitalized, his eyes sparkling with hope. The previously mocking detractors fell silent, bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. How could this differ so drastically from their expectations? Having departed, why return? The detractors found themselves at a loss for words, while the fans rallied in support of Jiang Qi, eagerly conveying the recent events to Yanyou. Sister Ming, you must stand up for Qi. Those detractors are utterly unreasonable. Our Qi is suffering. I saw him nearly in tears when Sister Ming left. Indeed, Sister Ming, please comfort Qi. The fans clamored in the comments, and Jiang Qi felt his cheeks flush slightly, taken aback that his earlier distress had been so conspicuously observed. His emotions were a tumultuous sea, and he paused his singing, hesitantly speaking up. Did Sister Ming leave because she disliked my singing? Rather than wallow in inner turmoil, he decided to inquire directly. Yanyou, having grasped the situation, found herself both amused and exasperated. Who could have predicted that a brief moment spent recharging her account would lead to such a debacle? Noticing the despondence on Jiang Qi's face, Xue surmised he must have misunderstood, and thus she typed a clarifying message. I forgot to recharge after my last donation. I've just added 5 million. I'll continue to shower you with fireworks shortly. As soon as the message was dispatched, Jiang Qi's heart, which had been laden with disappointment, found solace. And he replied with a smile, then I shall continue singing for Sister Ming. Concurrently, upon reading Xue message, the viewers in the chat room erupted into a frenzy. What is a divine rich individual? This is what defines one, a spontaneous expenditure of 5 million. Bestowing 5 million worth of fireworks for Qi to enjoy is exceedingly indulgent. Just moments ago, the naysayers were clamoring. Where are they now? Silent in the shadows. Sister Ming dotes on Qi, and envy cannot touch you. Sister Ming, my eternal idol. The comments were filled with joy, and the critics seemed to have vanished without a trace. Xue paid no mind, and began showering Jiang Qi with gifts. One splendid firework after another burst forth on the screen, accompanied by a surge in the live stream's popularity and viewer count. It turns out the rumors about a wealthy patron in the Meow Ear live stream were true. These fireworks are being unleashed as if they cost nothing. What an eye-opener. Indeed, there are many affluent individuals on Meow Ear. Yet this is my first encounter with someone so unrestrained in their generosity. Sister Ming, let us check on our dear Ning. She is obedient, talented, and would surely bring joy to her sister. I am bringing my brother Feiyu to make an impression in front of Sister Ming. He has a handsome face, long legs, and abs. Sister, take a look. Xue extravagant generosity not only made the small streamer envious, but even larger streamers began to feel the pangs of jealousy, with their fans desperately seeking ways to catch the attention of the affluent sister. After singing 2 songs, Jiang Qi paused, gazing at the plethora of fireworks filling the screen. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Thank you, Sister Ming, for the splendid fireworks. Although some may interpret my words as pretentious, I must express that your gifts have already been more than enough. There is no need for further generosity. I relish singing for you all. My purpose in live streaming is to earn some funds to support my pursuit of a larger stage. The previous gift from Sister Ming suffices. After deducting the platform and guild share from the 5 million that Xue contributed, he would receive approximately 180,000, a sum he could scarcely fathom, sufficient to realize his long-held dreams. I aspire to participate in the Dream New Voice Challenge. Will Sister Ming support me? Chapter 11. A Dream New Voice without such a tease? What is that? Xue was unaware of the challenge that Jiang Qi referred to, yet she held no objections to his decision. Just do what you love, Xue expressed her sentiments. Upon reading her response, Jiang Qi's face immediately lit up with a warm smile. With the support of Sister Ming, I feel even more confident. Jiang Qi reminisced about the arduous journey he had traversed in pursuit of his dreams, his eyes slightly reddening. The ridicule and indifference he had once endured seemed trivial in the light of Sister Ming's encouraging words. I will undoubtedly fulfill my dreams, Jiang Qi vowed. Xue was moved by the tenacity reflected in Jiang Qi's gaze, prompting her to accelerate her act of generosity. I wish you success in advance. Xue smiled as she offered her blessings, swiftly converting her account balance into a stream of gifts. At this moment, the online community was so astonished that they were rendered speechless, but soon Jiang Qi's fans began to respond. Qi is actually going to participate in Dream New Voice. How wonderful. I will rally all my friends and family to cheer for Qi. The auditions for Dream New Voice have already commenced. I have signed up as well, hoping to encounter Qi on stage. With Sister Ming's support, Qi will surely triumph. I wonder which region Qi is auditioning in. I want to see it live. Me too. After briefly selecting and answering a few questions, Jiang Qi resumed singing. Although he did not disclose his audition region to his online followers, he quietly sent a message to Xue from another phone, revealing the area of his participation. Sister Ming, if I succeed in advancing, will you come to see my live performance? Jiang Qi sent the anxious message, his gaze lingering on the cascading fireworks in the live stream, infused with a hint of anticipation. How would she respond? Once you advance, I will come to see you live. It wasn't long before Jiang Qi beheld the answer he longed for, and a deeper smile blossomed in his eyes. Xue had just searched online and gained a rudimentary understanding of what Dream New Voice entailed. Realizing it was a talent competition merging elements of Super X Voice and Creation Camp, her eyes instantly brightening. Upon receiving Jiang Qi's message, she promptly replied. A talent show would surely be brimming with handsome contestants. Attending in person might even yield a few useful connections. Xue mused happily, becoming even more enthusiastic about sending gifts. This time, Lacking the incentive of tenfold returns, Yanyou grew weary of gifting and, after bidding farewell to Jiangqi, exited his livestream. However, she did not leave the Meower platform entirely. Instead, she began to meander through other live streams. Her ID has long since gained fame throughout the Meow Ear live streaming platform. Thus, she receives a warm welcome upon entering every live room. Yanyou casually glanced around, but found few male hosts to her satisfaction, and the female hosts were beyond her tipping range. So she logged off after a brief period of viewing. Ding! The host has spent a total of 3,050,000. The current refunded amount is 3,050,000. Listening to the system's notification, Yanyou contentedly lay down on her bed and drifted into a dreamless sleep. The next morning, she awoke at 9 o'clock, finally opening her eyes with satisfaction. System, sign in. Ding, sign in successful. Congratulations, the host has received 3,000,000, a lucky card X1, attribute points X5, and points X5. System notification. Current accumulated points total 12. The system mall is now automatically opened. The host may visit the mall to purchase desired items. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yanyou, still somewhat dazed from her slumber, instantly became alert. The system mall? She recalled that the system had mentioned unlocking the mall upon reaching 10 points. However, due to her insufficient points, she had set aside her curiosity. She never anticipated it would open now. System, allow me to see what the mall offers. Yanyou swiftly rolled over and sat up, revealing a transparent panel before her. Name, Yanyou. Age, 18. Height, 163 centimeters. Physique, 53. Appearance, 66. Temperament, 60. Charm, 6. Increased by overall score. Skills, none. Items, lucky card X1, attribute points, 7 points. 12. The panel displayed familiar details, although the numerical values had slightly changed. At the bottom of the character attribute panel, the previously gray option for the system mall was now glowing. Yanyou promptly clicked into the system mall, and the next moment, she was astonished by the plethora of dazzling products within. The mall displayed an array of items, from everyday necessities to luxury cars and mansions, from various skill books to an assortment of item cards, and even illustrations of high-tech products. The system mall housed it all. Each item possessed its own value, with everyday goods being the least expensive, followed by luxury vehicles and residences. Item cards varied in price, but were not cheap, while the priciest were the skill books and illustrations, starting at a minimum of 5 digits in points. Yanyou glanced at her meager 12 points and silently closed them all. With such a paltry sum, she couldn't even afford the cheapest beauty cream, which cost 20 points. Host, do not lose heart. With diligent spending, you can accumulate points. Yanyou picked up her water cup to take a sip, but suddenly remembered something she had yet to inquire about. System, how exactly are these points calculated? The system replied, points are calculated based on the amount spent by the host. 1 million equals 1 point. Uft. Yanyou spat out a mouthful of water, coughing incessantly. Cough, cough. What did you say? 1 million points for just a mere bit. This conversion rate is utterly absurd. When viewed through this lens, the everyday items in the system's marketplace are exorbitantly priced in terms of currency. A bottle of beauty cream costs 20 million. Can you believe that? Host, the pricing isn't calculated in this manner. Products from the system's marketplace are inherently superior to those found externally. Even so, Yanyou lamented, the skill books and item cards in the marketplace start at no less than 5 digits. How much do you expect me to spend in order to accumulate enough points to purchase those items? She was on the verge of tears. To see but not to possess, what a cruel tease. Chapter 12. The pressure of spending. Yanyou harbored doubts about the validity of the system's marketplace, even questioning whether the everyday items, luxury cars, and opulent residences were merely there to inflate the numbers. I suspect you are jesting with me, she remarked through gritted teeth. Why are you so anxious, host? Existence is justification. Since those high-priced items are available, they must indeed be purchasable. The issue lies in my lack of points for acquisition. I have spent my life ceaselessly spending. Yet I am at a loss as to when I might deplete 100 billion and earn a mere 10,000 points. Are you certain this is what one would call reasonable? In that moment, Yanyou felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from money, more specifically, the pressure of expenditure. Points can be acquired through means beyond mere spending. Daily sign-ins yield certain points, and other channels for acquisition must be explored by the host. Yanyou. Are there other channels for obtaining points? Had I known, I would not have felt such regret. Believing I was destined to merely drool over the items in the marketplace without ever being able to purchase anything. With a flicker of inspiration, her mind began to race. Could you perhaps divulge a hint or two? This way, I could have a direction in which to strive. Yanyou silently implored the system. Yet the once responsive entity now seemed non-existent, ignoring her calls entirely. Tong tong, tong tong. The most understanding of all systems. Could you provide just a hint? Lacking a response, Yanyou resorted to her ace in the hole. Flattery, when skillfully delivered, can penetrate the toughest of barriers. She believed that as long as the system possessed even a modicum of sentiment, it would not remain indifferent. Indeed, the silent system finally spoke up. By unlocking the favorability of task objectives, the host may receive unexpected rewards. As the host's reputation reaches a certain threshold, further surprises await you. After delivering this message, the system fell silent once more, offering no reply regardless of Yanyou's subsequent inquiries. She refrained from pressing further and began to examine her attribute panel. Presently, she had 7 disposable attribute points, and after a moment's hesitation, she allocated them all to her appearance. Her attribute score thus rose from 66 to 73. With this increase, Yanyou's visage underwent a transformation. The slight enhancement in her complexion had now evolved into a more radiant fairness, and her features appeared significantly more refined. Notably, her eyelashes, now lush and curled, resembled tiny brushes, accentuating her eyes' brilliance. If Yanyou had previously been only marginally a beauty, this transformation rendered her a true stunner capable of captivating many a gaze. After admiring her newfound allure in the mirror, Yanyou proceeded to dress and freshen up before calling for room service. Shortly thereafter, breakfast was delivered. Just as she finished her meal, she received a call from Hanhai Pavilion. "Miss G, greetings. This is Song Yuhang." Upon answering, she recognized the familiar voice. With a light heart, Yanyou inquired, "Why did you call me? Is there something you need?" On the other end of the line, Song Yuhang wore a smile, exuding a sense of contentment. Early that morning, he had received his confirmation of permanent employment, which alleviated the weight on his shoulders. Furthermore, with Yanyou's assistance, the issue concerning his mother's surgery had been resolved, allowing him to shed his burdens and even appear a touch healthier. "It is as follows. The house you purchased has been thoroughly cleaned and is ready for you to move in at your convenience," Song Yuhang informed her. Upon hearing this, Yanyou's excitement surged. "That's wonderful. I thought I would have to wait a few more days." Initially, she had anticipated moving in within 3 days of purchase. Yet to her astonishment, it was all settled in just 1 day. One must commend Song Yuhang's efficiency. Following this, Yanyou engaged in light conversation with Song Yuhang, inquiring about his mother's surgery. Learning that the surgery date had been confirmed brought her peace of mind. Their conversation was brief, as Song Yuhang soon bid her farewell. He was, after all, still at work and could not afford to linger. After hanging up, Yanyou began to pack her belongings. Once her luggage was secured, she checked out of the hotel and summoned a ride to Hanhai Pavilion. The access card and keys had been handed to her upon signing the purchase contract. So upon arriving at Hanhai Pavilion, she proceeded directly to her new residence. The expansive 320 square meter flat welcomed her with a fresh and elegant tea room upon entering the foyer. Further lay a spacious living room adorned with a light brown leather sofa, complemented by a uniquely shaped ambient lamp in one corner and an exquisite decorative piece gracing the side table. To the right, the dining area and kitchen beckoned. With the open kitchen appearing immaculate, should she desire separation, a hidden folding door could create a partition between the kitchen and dining room. Continuing deeper into the home, she discovered a study, a media room, 2 guest bedrooms, and a master bedroom, which featured a large, empty walk-in closet, patiently awaiting her personal touches. Yanyou casually tossed her luggage into the closet and began to explore her new abode. At this moment, Yanyou felt a surge of joy, accompanied by a burgeoning sense of stability. Having traversed into this world, she often experienced a sense of detachment, a feeling that had rendered her restless. Now, with a home of her own, she felt as though she had established her place in this world, and she was confident that this feeling of disconnection would soon dissipate. After thoroughly exploring her new home, Yanyou commenced the task of organizing her belongings. She hung her clothes from her suitcase in the closet and, glancing at the few garments occupying a small portion of the space, silently made a decision. It appeared to be the right time for a shopping excursion. Checking the time, she opted not to rush out immediately, but instead began searching for the location of the Dexing car dealership, as she recalled that her system rewards were still stored there. Suddenly, Yanyou slapped her forehead, realizing a crucial question. Indeed, do I possess a driver's license? Although Yanyou inherited the memories of her predecessor during her transmigration, those recollections remained rather vague in her mind. Thus, to ascertain any information, she had to rely on her own efforts to recall. After a considerable contemplation, Yanyou remembered that her predecessor did not have a driver's license, as she had only just turned 18, the minimum age required to obtain one. It seemed she would need to find time to acquire her license. This was not a daunting task for Yanyou, for she had held a driver's license for several years before her transmigration and was quite adept at driving. After spending a day at her new home, she proceeded with her usual morning routine the next day and then ventured out for a substantial shopping trip. This time, in addition to purchasing clothing, she intended to acquire some essential household items. Chapter 13. The Plastic Sisters. Situated near the bustling heart of the city, the Hanhai Pavilion offers Yanyou a mere few minutes' drive to the commercial building at the city center, where she indulges in her shopping desires. Upon entering the grand edifice, she swiftly wanders through the various upscale women's fashion boutiques. After a cursory glance at the renowned brand stores, she chooses one at random and steps inside. This boutique, a newly reopened establishment of the Xue Qingyi brand, greets her with immediate attention from the staff. "Welcome, esteemed guest. How may I assist you today?" The attendant, adorned with a warm smile, inquires politely, showing no signs of condescension despite Yanyou's youthful appearance and solitary presence. Surprised by the staff's respectful demeanor, contrary to her expectations of aloofness, she brushes aside her initial disappointment and engages in casual conversation with the attendant before embarking on her selection of garments. The Xue Qingyi brand, renowned within the fashion world for its distinctive flair, offers a myriad of appealing dresses and outfits that catch Yanyou's eye as she explores the store. The attendant follows her closely, eagerly collecting each item Yanyou favors until her arms are laden with a veritable mountain of clothing. Concerned she may struggle to manage the heap, she promptly calls for another staff member to assist. The attendant's face beams with genuine delight. After all, who wouldn't he appreciate catering to such a significant client? "Jinjia, I've never encountered someone selecting so many items at once," the newly summoned young woman remarks with envy. Jinjia whispers in response, "I rarely experience this myself. This is indeed a major client, and we must not be careless. If we close this sale, our bonuses will be substantial." "Thank you, Jinjia," the young assistant, Xiaowei, expresses her gratitude. Jinjia offers a reassuring glance before swiftly resuming her pace alongside Yanyou. "What are your latest bag styles?" Yanyou inquires as she returns to the lounge area after her thorough examination. "One moment, please. I will have someone bring them to you." Jinjia replies with a smile, promptly seeking assistance. Before long, an array of exquisite handbags is laid out before Yanyou, accompanied by a tablet displaying a variety of bag images. This particular piece is this year's limited edition. Currently, we only have it in black. If you are interested, we can arrange for additional stock, Jinjia elaborates earnestly. Yanyou, seemingly indifferent, casually responds, "Please wrap all of these bags for me. I will take them all." "You mean all of them?" Jinjia, taken aback, stares in astonishment. Before her lie no fewer than 7 or 8 bags, each worth at least 50 or 60,000, with some reaching into the hundreds of thousands. It is indeed rare to encounter a client willing to purchase such a multitude of luxury items in one go. The high-end boutiques, such as the ones they frequent, differ significantly from ordinary shops. The sale of handbags adheres to specific allocation standards. This means that one must purchase other items in-store to reach a certain monetary threshold before being permitted to acquire a handbag of a corresponding tier. The notion of purchasing so many bags at once is not merely a matter of paying for the handbags alone. I am disinclined to browse further. Please assist me in selecting the necessary items. Unbeknownst to her, Yanyou's words left others in astonishment as she reclined against the back of the sofa, casually expressing her reluctance to move. She was not a flawed individual, merely prone to laziness. Sister Jean swallowed hard, promptly acquiescing, and set off with Xiaowei to gather the requisite items, discreetly instructing others to deliver a refreshing cold beverage and some magazines to Yanyou, ensuring she would not be left to languish in boredom. As Yanyou idly flipped through the magazine, a sharp reprimand suddenly pierced the air. "What do you mean? The bag I have my eye on. Who dares to take it first? I shall see who has the audacity to snatch it from me." The piercing female voice faded, followed shortly by the sound of several footsteps approaching from the other side, finally halting in the vicinity of Yanyou's resting area. "Yanyou, it's you." A startled exclamation rang out. Yanyou looked up to find 2 fashionably attired young women staring at her in disbelief. Yanyou frowned, struggling to recall who these 2 were. As she pondered, one of the girls, seemingly of similar age, spoke up. "Yanyou, did you take the bag I wanted?" The girl's brow knitted tightly, adopting an accusatory stance. Suddenly, a flash of recognition ignited in Yanyou's mind, and the names Xue and Xue Qingyi emerged. She remembered that the girl speaking was Xue, and the one beside her in a white dress was Xue Qingyi. Both were the original Ji's close friends. In the original storyline, upon returning to the Ji family, the protagonist endured considerable bullying from the original Ji, with these two girls among her tormentors. After the protagonist's rebirth and subsequent expulsion of the original G from the G family, these two closest friends turned against the original G, mocking her and reveling in her downfall, epitomizing the notion of superficial sisterhood. Ah, it's you too. I wondered who was making such a ruckus without understanding decorum. Seeing it's you, I am not surprised, Yanyou replied nonchalantly. Xue, with her impatient disposition, widened her eyes in anger at Yanyou's words. What do you mean by that? Xue Qingyi intervened, grasping Xue's arm and casting a reproachful glance at Yanyou. Yanyou, how can you speak to Xiaoxi like that? We are friends, after all. Your words are quite hurtful. Yanyou blinked innocently. Did I say anything? Yanyou, your tone sounds rather odd. You weren't like this before. Xue let out a cold laugh, her tone laced with sarcasm. She is undoubtedly different now than she once was. I am well aware that she is not truly a member of the G family. The genuine daughter of the G family has already been brought back. She must have been expelled from the G household by now. As she spoke, Xue seemed to recall something, her gaze scrutinizing Yanyou. Yanyou, having been cast out from the G family, what brings you here to shop? Do you possess the means to settle your bills? Xue Qingyi tugged gently at Xue's side, offering a reminder. Xiaoxi, please refrain from speaking so harshly. Yanyou's expulsion must have caused her considerable sorrow. Her presence here is likely a nostalgic trip down memory lane, as we used to frequent this place together, unperturbed by the prices. It's possible that Yanyou may. Just then, Sister Jean and Xiao Wei returned, leading a group laden with a multitude of items. Dear customer, we have prepared everything for you, Sister Jean called out, gesturing, while the team of attendants stood before Yanyou, each holding their respective offerings, awaiting her inspection. Chapter 14. To my surprise. You are a good person. The items delivered by the staff were diverse, including perfumes, cosmetics, and various accessories, all elegantly arranged on trays before Yanyou. Esteemed guest, these items are a selection tailored to the value of the bag you chose. Please take a look, Xue said with a gracious smile, her demeanor radiating respect. She had discreetly calculated the total worth of these items, which surpassed 1 million. Although they sold luxury goods, and their clientele was generally generous. Encountering a customer who would spend over 1 million in a single transaction was a rarity, warranting their utmost attention. Yanyou glanced casually at the offerings and nodded, yes. Please wrap them up. Upon hearing this, Xue's smile became more genuine, and she immediately gestured for the staff to begin packaging the items. Wait. Just as Xue was about to give her instructions, Xue suddenly called out to her. Is there something you require, esteemed guest? Xue replied, puzzled. Turning to look at Xue and Xue Qingyi, her brow slightly furrowed as she questioned the staff accompanying them with her gaze. Each customer had a dedicated sales associate, and any needs should typically be addressed through them. Why had she called for her? As she pondered this, she heard Xue speak. Is all of this what you desire? Xue was inquiring about Yanyou. Yes, Yanyou confirmed with a nod. Xue scoffed, crossing her arms as if she were observing a performance. Do you have the means to purchase all these items? Xue Qingyi looked at Yanyou with a face full of concern, her eyes brimming with pity. Yanyou, we are all aware that you have been ousted from the G family. You probably don't have much money on hand. If you're short on funds, I can lend you some pocket money. But given your current circumstances, perhaps it's best to refrain from visiting such places and conserve your spending. Listening to Xue and Xue Qingyi's remarks, Xue and the others exchanged uncertain glances at Yanyou, their minds racing with doubts. Could it be that this esteemed guest truly lacked the funds to pay? If so, what gave her the audacity to select so many items without a hint of hesitation? Internally conflicted, Xue concealed her turmoil, refraining from urging a checkout, and instead remaining in place, awaiting further developments. Yanyou found their banter utterly amusing. Who told you that I have no money since leaving the G family? Xue, skeptical, retorted, you are no longer a daughter of the G family. Do you think they would still provide you with funds? Though her family was not as affluent as the G family, they were still considered a prominent household. Using her own experience as a reference, she concluded that they would not be inclined to support someone deemed a fade. Yanyou rolled her eyes dramatically, expressing her disdain for Xue. I have my own wealth. Why would I rely on the G family for money? The moment her words fell, Xue erupted into laughter as though she had heard a hilarious joke. You? At present, your meager funds likely wouldn't even suffice to purchase a single bag here. With a tone laced with disdain, she cast a scornful glance at Yanyou and condescendingly remarked, considering our past friendship, I shall generously assist you with the payment, lest you embarrass yourself by paying and then return home unable to afford a meal. Upon seeing the items brought over by the staff, Yanyou inquired, you wish to cover my expenses? Is such a benevolence truly possible? Xue, with her chin held high in a display of superiority, replied, "Given your current pitiable state, I suppose I can spare this trifling amount for you. Consider it an act of charity." In the past, when they used to shop with Yanyou, her affluent background had always led her to flaunt her wealth, often purchasing gifts for them while deriding their meager allowances. Now, however, the opportunity to unleash her pent-up frustration had finally arrived. She felt a sense of exhilaration and turned to Sister Jean, asking, "What is the total for her purchases?" "I shall cover it." She brimmed with confidence, anticipating the moment when Yanyou would be left utterly humiliated. Yet, as Sister Jean spoke, the triumph on Nieshi's face swiftly faded. Sister Jean announced, "This customer has spent a total of 135,000 yuan. "What?" exclaimed Nieshi, her voice echoing disbelief, as Xue Qingyi echoed her shock. Their expressions intertwined with astonishment and skepticism, contorting their faces. Assuming they had misheard, Sister Jean repeated the amount. Yanyou maintained a stoic facade and nonchalantly replied, "That is fair." Internally, she reveled in delight. "Nieshi, I never anticipated you to be such a benefactor. Since you wish to assist me, do expedite it. I am in haste to move on to the next store," Yanyou said, batting her innocent eyes and striving to keep her emotions in check. After the initial shock, Nieshi's anger flared. "How dare you spend such an exorbitant sum? Yanyou, have you lost your mind?" With a nonchalant shrug, Yanyou responded, "But you are the great benefactor here." Turning to Sister Jean, she instructed, "She will be the one to handle my payment, so do settle the bill with her." "On what grounds?" Nieshi shouted, instinctively stepping back, her gaze wary of Sister Jean and the others. "Why should I pay for your lavish spending?" Who could fathom how Yanyou had accumulated such a mountain of purchases? Feigning innocence, Yanyou retorted, "Didn't you just offer to cover my expenses? Oh, could it be that you cannot afford it?" Nieshi felt as though she had been struck. The meager allowance she held was scarcely enough to cover even half of the total. "You are unbelievable, Yanyou. Initially, Xiaoxi intended to help you, yet you have intentionally ensnared her in this predicament. Spending so much that you cannot repay yourself. Why harm your friends so? We have always regarded you as a friend. How have you become so cruel?" Xue Qingyi attempted to mediate, but only succeeded in directing her accusations at Yanyou. With a mocking laugh, Yanyou feigned remorse and said, "My apologies. I had no idea Xiaoxi was incapable of affording such a sum. Had I known, I would not have wasted my time." With that, she produced her black card and handed it to Sister Jean. "Swipe the card." Yanyou spoke casually, not bothering to glance at the expressions of the two others. She decisively followed Sister Jean to pay. Left behind were Nieshi and Xue Qingyi, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Unwilling to accept the situation, they hastily pursued her, doubting that Yanyou could truly afford the sum exceeding 1 million. However, when they witnessed Sister Jean successfully processing the payment with that card, they were utterly astounded. "Given your single purchase exceeding 1 million at our establishment, you have been automatically upgraded to a VIP member. You will be notified first regarding new arrivals in the future. Here is your card. Please keep it safe. We also offer delivery services. Would you require that?" Sister Jean, while returning the black card, also presented a membership card, her demeanor now even more respectful and sincere than before. Yanyou, realizing she had too many items to carry, provided her address, requesting that they package everything and deliver it directly to her home at Hanhai Pavilion. Chapter 15. The affection value awakens. Yanyou resolved to explore a few more luxury brand stores and departed from the Xiang grandma shop. Nieshi and Xue Qingyi exchanged glances, contemplating whether to pursue her to inquire about the source of her abundant wealth. However, recalling the embarrassment they had just experienced in her presence, they hesitated and refrained from following. Nonetheless, the incident had altered the way the store staff regarded them. Their gazes tinged with a peculiar nuance that, though subtle, made the two women feel acutely uncomfortable. "What are you staring at?" Nieshi snapped at a nearby employee, her temper flaring. With a lack of interest in further browsing, she tugged at Xue Qingyi and exited the store. Unbeknownst to Yanyou, a series of events unfolded after her departure. After leaving the Xiang grandma shop, she ventured into another luxury boutique. As before, she indulged in an extravagant selection and arranged for delivery to her residence. After perusing several boutiques and accumulating nearly 4 million in expenditures, Yanyou finally grew weary and abandoned her shopping spree. "Surely, this haul will fill at least half of my wardrobe," she mused, before heading to the supermarket to procure a multitude of daily necessities. However, in the exuberance of her shopping spree, she had neglected to consider that, unlike luxury goods, the supermarket items did not come with delivery services. Consequently, Yanyou had no choice but to call a cab to transport herself and her mountain of supplies home. Shortly after arriving home, The array of clothes and bags she had purchased earlier was delivered. Yanyou enlisted help to organize them in her wardrobe while she settled onto the sofa to scroll through her phone. Originally, she had intended to collect her car, but exhaustion from the shopping excursion prompted her to postpone that errand, especially since she did not possess a driver's license. Her WeChat notifications revealed several unread messages, including one from Xue Qingyi and another from Xue Qingyi. Xue Qingyi informed her that he had registered for the Dream New Voice auditions, successfully passing the preliminary round. He mentioned that, should he progress through the semifinals, he would participate in the training camp in Heiress for the final competition. Xue Qingyi conveyed that her mother was aware of Yanyou's assistance and wished to express her gratitude in person. After contemplating their messages, Yanyou responded to both. She informed Xue Qingyi that she was currently in Heiress and invited him to reach out if he made his way there. To Xue Qingyi, she expressed simple concern for her mother's health and the arrangements for her surgery, assuring her that she would visit the hospital when time permitted. Barely moments after sending her replies, both Xue Qingyi and Xue Qingyi's responses arrived almost simultaneously. Xue Qingyi, Sister Ming is also in Heiress? That's wonderful. I will strive to pass the semifinals and then meet Sister Ming in Heiress. Xue Qingyi, my mother is doing well, and the surgery has been scheduled. All of this is thanks to Miss G. I will forever remember your kindness, and should you need anything in the future, I will do my utmost to assist you. Yanyou gazed at their replies, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Who could resist the charm of those who possess gratitude? Ding. The system detected that the target individual's affection for the host has surpassed 70 points. The affection function is now automatically activated. For every additional point of affection beyond 70, the host will automatically gain 1 attribute point. A gentle reminder from the system, when the target individual's affection reaches 90 points, there is a chance to trigger a 10-fold return feature. Currently, the affection value for the target individual Xue Qingyi stands at 75 points, granting the host an automatic acquisition of 5 attribute points. For the target individual Xue Qingyi, the affection value is at 79 points, bestowing the host with an additional 9 attribute points. Yanyou listened to the system notifications echoing in her mind, her eyes sparkling with uncontainable joy. Who could have anticipated such a delightful surprise awaiting her? Previously, she thought earning attribute points was a difficult endeavor, yet she now found herself unexpectedly gifted with 14 points. Truly a serendipitous fortune. Recalling the earlier system prompts, Yanyou felt her heart race with excitement. With the affection function now activated and attribute points already gained, could the reputation value also be unlocked, revealing even greater surprises? A sudden surge of motivation filled her being. How does one unlock the reputation value? Must a certain threshold be reached? Yanyou inquired. System, the host is now a mature adult and should learn to be self-reliant. Therefore, please explore on your own. With that, the system fell silent. Yanyou. All right, her system remains as just and strict as ever. With the sudden acquisition of 14 attribute points, Yanyou knew she had to allocate them wisely. Summoning her character panel, she hesitated momentarily while observing her various statistics. Before beginning to distribute the attribute points, enhancing her appearance was a priority, so she decided to allocate 5 points initially. With a few clicks on the plus sign next to her appearance attribute, her score surged from 73 to 78 points. After some consideration, she clicked twice more, elevating her appearance to a commendable 80 points. Yes, this looks much more pleasing to the eye. Satisfied, Yanyou allocated the remaining 7 points to her height and charm, increasing her height from 163 centimeters to 165 centimeters, while her charm rose from 60 to 65 points. The numbers still felt somewhat low, indicating that further effort was necessary. Rubbing her chin, Yanyou mused aloud, by the way, can these values only be increased through attribute points? Are there no other means to enhance them? No sooner had her words left her lips than the previously silent system chimed in once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a daily task. A qualified affluent individual, while possessing boundless wealth, must also pay attention to personal cultivation. Please endeavor to improve yourself and, within 1 month, achieve a change in one of your attributes through your own efforts. The reward for task completion is a villa in Bihai Shiyuan in 100 points. There are no penalties for failure. Yanyou was left utterly astonished. To my surprise, a mere whim has unlocked a daily quest. I wholeheartedly adore you. Setting aside the villa for now, the mere prospect of 100 points is enough to bring joy to Yanyou. Please strive to accomplish the task, host. Perhaps moved by Yanyou's confession, the system's previously indifferent, lowly-like voice seemingly took on a note of cheerfulness. Once the system fell silent, Yanyou began to ponder how to fulfill the task. particularly which attribute to select that would allow her to complete the quest within a month and enhance her numerical values, an important consideration for Yanyou. After much contemplation, she ultimately chose the attribute of charisma over physique. In truth, both physique and charisma can be cultivated over time, perhaps explaining why they could be enhanced with attribute points. After all, charm cannot be augmented in the same manner, compared to physique, which requires long-term training for improvement. Yanyou felt that enhancing her charisma through study would be considerably more achievable. Chapter 16. Who are you, beautiful? Upon determining her goals, Yanyou began to formulate a plan for herself. The essence of charm, an intangible quality, can actually be divided into two components. One can discern the first part through a person's demeanor and actions, while the second emanates from within, creating a pleasing aura that captivates others. The former can be acquired relatively swiftly, whereas the latter is more challenging, necessitating a deeper reservoir of inner substance. Yanyou believed that within a month, she could at most achieve the first aspect, which should suffice to fulfill her objectives. Having made up her mind, Yanyou resolved to find a mentor, commencing her journey with lessons in posture and etiquette. She dedicated an entire afternoon to crafting her tailored plan. That evening, Yanyou ordered takeout on her phone, hastily consumed her dinner, and then retired for the night. She awoke around 9 the following morning, and after completing her routine check-in, which rewarded her with a bonus and 8 points, she rubbed her eyes and proceeded to the bathroom to freshen up. With bleary eyes, Yanyou splashed water onto her face, and as clarity began to dawn, she glanced up to meet her reflection, momentarily frozen in surprise. "Who are you, beautiful?" she murmured, only to quickly realize that the stunning visage before her was indeed her own. Her features were exquisitely refined, her sparkling eyes shone with brilliance. Her lashes were thick and curled, her nose was elegantly sculpted, and her lips were plump and crimson. Her skin, a flawless blend of white and pink, appeared so tender that it seemed as if a mere pinch could coax forth dew. Although her appearance had not undergone any drastic transformation, it exuded an entirely rejuvenated essence. With eyes gleaming in admiration of her metamorphosis, Yanyou recalled the attribute points she had previously allocated, understanding the source of her transformation. Savoring her newfound allure, she hurriedly completed her morning routine and left the bathroom. After breakfast, Yanyou hailed a taxi to the Xing car dealership, eager to retrieve her new vehicle. As the items rewarded by the system were properly managed, she presented her identification at the dealership, where the attendant promptly escorted her to the location of her reserved vehicle. "Miss G, this is the Porsche 911 you ordered. This model features an all-wheel drive system, ensuring exceptional traction and stability. It is equipped with an air suspension system that adjusts actively, allowing it to adapt to road conditions and driving modes, further enhancing suspension performance and comfort." As for the interior, the attendant continued to elaborate on the vehicle's capabilities and specifications, but Yanyou found herself somewhat unfamiliar with the details. Once the attendant had provided a thorough overview, she urged him to proceed with the vehicle pickup process. While the attendant attended to the paperwork, Yanyou was seated in the waiting area, initially expecting a quiet wait for the completion of her transaction. However, it was not long before she was interrupted by another presence. "Are you waiting for someone, miss? May I have the honor of inviting you for a drink later?" An untimely voice intruded, causing Yanyou to furrow her brows. Upon lifting her gaze, she beheld a young man with tousled brown hair, adorned with ear studs, clad in an oversized grass-green suit over a white t-shirt, emanating an air of debauchery. He stood before her, grinning mischievously. Beside him was a girl dressed in revealing attire, her eyes casting a fleeting glance of jealousy towards Yanyou. "I'm afraid I'm not interested," Yanyou replied curtly. However, the young man seemed undeterred. He released the girl he had been holding and approached Yanyou, intent on joining her on the sofa. Though the couch could accommodate 3, Yanyou sought to minimize their contact. Thus, as he settled down, she promptly rose and occupied a solitary seat on the other side. The young man's lips twitched, but upon gazing at Yanyou's exquisite visage, he persisted with a patient demeanor. "If you accompany me for a drink later, you may choose any car here, and it will be yours. What do you say?" His proposition elicited envy from the girl who had accompanied him, prompting her to pout and exclaim, "Qin Xiao, how can you be so biased? You mustn't forget your old flame when you have a new one." The young man, referred to as Qin Xiao, burst into laughter, clearly amused by her remark. "Ah, sweet Tingtian, you always know what to say. Very well, I shall buy you one too later." "Thank you, Qin Xiao," Tingtian replied, her eyes brightening, yet when she turned to Yanyou, the hostility in her gaze remained palpable. "May I ask for your name?" Qin Xiao is the rising heir of the Qin family in Heiress. It's truly enviable to catch his eye. She continued, Qin Xiao has offered you a car, and yet you don't express gratitude? While she feigned flattery, her internal monologue was far less kind. Isn't the point of being here to snag a rich guy? I've seen many like her before, especially since I used to frequent luxury car dealerships, hoping to be noticed by some wealthy heir. What is so special about merely having a pretty face? Yanyou rolled her eyes in silence, pondering whether her decision to venture out that day had been ill-fated. Otherwise, how could she encounter such individuals? Observing Yanyou's silence, Qin Xiao's demeanor shifted, growing more forceful. Don't be ungrateful. I offer you a car, and you dare to turn your nose up at it? As he reached for her wrist, another hand intercepted his, gripping it firmly. Qin Minhao, you've truly progressed. Daring to lay hands on someone in broad daylight. The voice dripped with sarcasm, clearly familiar with Qin Xiao and antagonistic towards him. Yanyou turned to see a tall young man, around 20 years of age and exceeding 6 feet, with striking features and a protective stance that seemed to shield her. Ding, beauty scanner activated, detecting target. Xiao Mingyu, current beauty score, 89, meeting the System S funding criteria. Yanyou raised her brows, her heart brimming with delight. She had a particular fondness for charming young gentlemen. Alas, if only he had scored a fraction higher, he could have reached a score of 90, perhaps even triggering a tenfold return. Yanyou's gaze lingered on Xiao Mingyu's face as she mumbled a few indistinct words, her murmurs unclear, yet somehow capturing Xiao Mingyu's attention. What did you say? He inquired with a hint of confusion. Yanyou quickly adorned her face with a radiant smile, shaking her head as she replied, Oh, it was nothing, but thank you for your help. As Xiao Mingyu beheld Yanyou's beaming smile, an unexpected flutter raced through his heart for a fleeting moment, and though the sensation vanished swiftly, it left his ears tinged with a blush. Chapter 17. What to do when you feel like hitting someone. Xiao Mingyu, mind your own business. Upon encountering a familiar face, particularly one he had always looked down upon, Qin Minhao's demeanor swelled with pride. Suppressing the unease bubbling within, Xiao Mingyu turned to face Qin Minhao, his gaze instantly turning icy. The two had known each other since childhood, their families shared similar economic standings, and they had once been friends for a time. However, as the Qin family suddenly became affluent, a chasm of wealth opened between them. Qin Minhao could not help but flaunt his newfound status before Xiao Mingyu, whether intentionally or not, often elevating himself while stepping on Xiao Mingyu's pride, a behavior that gradually bred Xiao Mingyu's disdain. Over time, Qin Minhao grew increasingly arrogant and reckless, culminating in the incident where he took Xiao Mingyu's girlfriend, leading to a confrontation that resulted in Xiao Mingyu delivering a beating to Qin Minhao before they went their separate ways. Yet, true to his character, Qin Minhao did not let the matter rest. He instigated trouble for the Xiao family's business, and thus a bitter rivalry was born. Qin Minhao, do you truly believe that wealth grants you the liberty to do as you please? This is a car dealership, not your personal domain. Cease bullying that young lady. Xiao Mingyu gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on Qin Minhao's wrist. Xiao Mingyu, release me. Do not presume I would shy away from confronting you, Qin Minhao gasped, breaking free from Xiao Mingyu's hold and pointing menacingly at him. Xiao Mingyu showed no signs of intimidation. Qin Minhao, feel free to try. Let us see who truly strikes whom. Though Qin Minhao yearned to retaliate, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had never bested Xiao Mingyu in their previous altercations, and the memories of those encounters stirred a dull ache in his bruised recollections. Humph. I shall not stoop to your level today, Qin Minhao scoffed, choosing to dismiss Xiao Mingyu's provocation. He turned his gaze to Yanyou, his expression tinged with disdain. Do you know each other? Before anyone could respond, Qin Minhao continued, To be frank, I have taken a liking to you. Xiao Mingyu cannot offer you what I can. Everything he provides, I can surpass. Do you see those cars? Just give me a nod, and I shall buy you whichever one you desire. With that, Qin Minhao shot a taunting glance at Xiao Mingyu, his face brimming with self-satisfaction. What of his handsome looks? Can he rival my wealth? Xiao Mingyu frowned, a twinge of irritation creeping into his hand. What should he do when the urge to strike someone arises? No, he must restrain himself. His father had sent him to reconcile the families, to ease the animosity that had plagued their business dealings. Even if Qin Minhao provoked him, he could not resort to violence today. Gritting his teeth, his expression grew increasingly rigid. As Yanyou contemplated how to initiate a connection with the charming assistant before her, she was unexpectedly taken aback by Qin Minhao's audacious and arrogant remarks, leaving her utterly speechless. In all her years, she had never encountered such shamelessness. Just as she was about to retort, an idea struck her. In the next moment, she reached out and embraced Xiao Mingyu's arm, feigning a delicate demeanor, and said, The bond one share with Brother Mingyu cannot be purchased with mere money. You claim that whatever car I desire here can be gifted to me. But I perceive that as mere bravado. If I were to fancy that particular vehicle over there, would you truly be able to procure it for me? Yanyou gestured towards a gleaming Porsche Cayenne in the showroom. Qin Minhao's expression stiffened at the sight. The base price of that car exceeded 1,000,000 yuan. Although he could muster over 200,000, that represented all his available funds. He could tolerate gifting a vehicle worth tens of thousands. Yet parting with over 1,000,000 would indeed pinch his wallet. How could you? Xue Qingyi was momentarily bewildered by Yanyou's sudden action. As he prepared to inquire about the situation, he caught her gaze, which subtly signaled him to maintain his silence, while her grip on his arm tightened just a fraction. Realizing the implication, Xue Qingyi understood that this enchanting girl intended to stir up some mischief. Given his existing animosity towards Qin Minhao, he had no reason to intervene. Although uncertain of Yanyou's intentions, he chose to remain silent and observe. Is it too expensive? Yanyou blinked innocently. Her exquisitely alluring face, paired with an expression of feigned naivety, evoked an inexplicable blend of purity and desire, rendering both Xue Qingyi and Qin Minhao momentarily entranced. Seeing her benefactor nearly captivated, Tian swiftly interjected to rouse Qin Minhao from his reverie. Young Master Qin, she clearly is an insatiable woman, daring to request such an extravagant car right off the bat. Unlike her, I would be overjoyed with whatever vehicle you choose to present me. As she spoke, Tian playfully leaned against Qin Minhao, her exaggerated antics making Yanyou feel overshadowed. It appeared she had yet to master such distasteful behavior. She found it impossible to execute without a twinge of guilt. This esteemed young Master Qin, did you not assert that I could have whichever car I fancied? Have I not clearly indicated my choice? Why the hesitation? Yanyou feigned surprise, raising a hand to lightly cover her mouth, exclaiming, Young Master Qin, how can you compete with Brother Mingyu in this regard? Mention of Xue Qingyi snapped Qin Minhao back to reality, and he retorted through gritted teeth, Him? Do you genuinely believe he can afford it? Did he claim such to you? Qin Minhao erupted into laughter, his tone dripping with derision. Yanyou nodded, Indeed. He is far more capable than you. Whatever car he desires, he can effortlessly acquire. Even purchasing this entire showroom would be within his reach. Ha, your words are utterly ridiculous. He scoffed. Qin Minhao appeared to have heard the grandest of jokes, laughing uncontrollably as he slapped his thigh. Xue Qingyi furrowed his brows, his fists nearly clenched in frustration. At that moment, the salesperson, Xiao Zhang, who had gone to assist Yanyou with the vehicle pickup procedures, approached. He was about to call out to Yanyou when she shot him a glance, effectively interrupting his impending words. We are interested in that Porsche Cayenne. Can we take the car home if we make the payment now? Yanyou inquired. Xiao Zhang, quick-witted as he was, nodded in affirmation and replied, Absolutely. Please follow me for the payment. He then turned and led the way to the sales counter. Yanyou, with a smile playing on her lips, took Xue Qingyu's hand without hesitation and followed suit. Meanwhile, Qin Minhao stood there, somewhat dumbfounded. Could it be that the fellow truly intended to purchase that car? How could that possibly be? Chapter 18. No comparison, no harm. Yanyou led Xue Qingyi to the sales counter, where the attendant, Xiao Zhang, presented the purchase contract. Without hesitation, she thrust a pen into Xue Qingyu's hand. Sign here, she stated bluntly. Xue Qingyi was taken aback, feeling as though he were being coerced into purchasing a car. His eyes narrowed slightly, harboring a hint of danger. Could it be that this girl was colluding with Qin Minhao to ensnare him? Don't just stand there. Hurry up and sign, Yanyou urged, noticing his hesitation. As she spoke, she casually handed her black card to Xiao Zhang. Full payment, card swipe. At this revelation, both Xue Qingyi and the approaching Qin Minhao and Tian were momentarily stunned. Only Xiao Zhang remained composed, promptly taking the black card from Yanyou and initiating the transaction. After all, who would be surprised that someone who could afford to buy a Porsche 911 outright also purchasing a Porsche Cayenne? Xiao Zhang worked quickly, soon returning the black card to Yanyou. Observing that Xue Qingyi still had not moved, she seized the pen and the purchase contract from his grasp, signing his name on the document. Is this your name? Yanyou inquired, and Xue Qingyi finally came to his senses, glancing down and nodding in affirmation. To his astonishment, he had written his name correctly, which greatly pleased Yanyou. Why did you write my name? Xue Qingyi asked, his throat feeling parched. The notion of a stranger gifting him a car worth over 1,000,000 was utterly surreal. Yanyou looked up at him, her sweet smile illuminating her face. Thank you for helping me earlier. As she smiled, Xue Qingyi felt his ears flush, and warmth began to creep across his cheeks. He quickly steadied his thoughts, while Qin Minhao and Tian, equally stunned, regained their voices. You bought that car outright? Tian gazed at Yanyou in disbelief, jealousy evident in her eyes. Although they were of similar age, Yanyou effortlessly produced over $1 million to purchase a car, while she had to flatter a wealthy heir to acquire a vehicle that barely cost a fraction of that. Previously, she had assumed Yanyou was merely another girl seeking affluent suitors in a luxury car dealership, but now she felt thoroughly humiliated. Truly, there is no harm without comparison. Tian felt utterly ashamed, and Qin Minhao shared her sentiment. He had boasted about gifting her a car, only to find Yanyou easily purchasing an expensive vehicle that he himself deemed extravagant. Qin Minhao felt as though his face might bruise from the embarrassment. Yanyou turned to him, her expression imbued with a hint of remorse. It would indeed be nice to gift a car, but since you cannot afford it, I suppose I must purchase it myself. Seeing Yanyou's subtly triumphant demeanor, Xue Qingyi could not help but chuckle, though he quickly restrained himself, inadvertently provoking Qin Minhao further. Xue Qingyi, I never expected your situation to be so dire, resorting to living off others. It appears that the business of your family is indeed in decline. Qin Minhao mocked with a sneer, internally attributing the humiliation he faced to Xue Qingyi. The expression on Xue Qingyi's face darkened. Clearly, Qin Minhao's mention of his family's business was meant as a threat. Contemplating his parents' warnings, Xue Qingyi hesitated to retaliate. However, at that moment, Yanyou spoke up leisurely. Are you envious? Unfortunately, you cannot compare to Brother Mingyu's looks, and you wouldn't be able to partake either. Yanyou's words caused Qin Minhao to scowl, unleashing a torrent of unrefined ridicule. Is living off others something to boast about? With my status and looks, I could indulge whenever I please. Xue Qingyi, you bent over for a mere $1 million car. How cheap you truly are. Yanyou retorted, who said that was the only one. I mentioned before that he can have any car he desires, even if it means taking over this entire place. After her bold declaration, she turned to Xue Qingyi and gently inquired, Brother Mingyu, are there other cars you like? We can buy them all. Xue Qingyi was left speechless. Qin Minhao gritted his teeth, his eyes aflame with fury. Who is this girl, possessing both beauty and wealth? Could she be the daughter of some affluent family in Heiress? What extraordinary luck has Xue Qingyi stumbled upon to catch the attention of such a highborn lady? Xue Qingyi, just wait. I will ensure that your family's business receives a proper tender care, having not suffered such humiliation in a long time. Qin Minhao was in no mood to linger. After delivering his venomous threat, he departed the car dealership, bitterness churning within him. Ding! The host's expenditure this time amounts to 1,550,000. The current refund amount is 1,550,000. A notification echoed in Yanyou's mind as she cast a satisfied glance at Xue Qingyi, her tone shifting from sugary sweet to playful. Returning the favor in kind. Thank you for your cooperation earlier. If others sought to humiliate her with money, Yanyou would naturally reciprocate in the same manner. Of course, she genuinely intended to cash in on Xue Qingyi's fortune as well. What I said earlier still stands. You may select any car you fancy here, and I shall gift it to you. Xue Qingyi found himself at a loss for words. While he recognized that Yanyou was avenging her earlier humiliation at Qin Minhao's hands, the fact that he had unwittingly become a recipient of her generosity left him with mixed feelings. No need. He shook his head in resignation. Just as Xiao Zhang returned with the finalized purchase contract, car keys, and invoice, courteously placing them in front of Xue Qingyi. Mr. Xiao, here are the keys to your new car. Without a moment's thought, Xue Qingyi handed the keys to Yanyou. This is your car. No, it is yours. Yanyou pushed his hand back. Ridiculous. Nothing given by her, Yanyou, would ever be returned. The idea of her relinquishing the refunded amount was out of the question. Xue Qingyi, astonished, exclaimed, Are you truly giving me the car? She initially thought it was merely to provoke Qin Minhao, but to her surprise, it was genuine. Yanyou raised an eyebrow, her exquisite face illuminated by sunlight. You are quite an intriguing person. Let us consider this a friendship. I shall gift you a car. And in return, you may treat me to a meal. What do you say? Yanyou's radiant smile was so captivating that Xue Qingyi felt somewhat overwhelmed and could only nod in agreement. For the time being, this arrangement would suffice. He would find an opportunity to return the car to her later. With this thought, Xue Qingyi felt a sense of reassurance settle within him. Yanyou was pleased. She invited Xue Qingyi to take a look at her new car. After a brief inspection, she instructed Xiao Zhang to deliver the vehicle to Hanhai Pavilion, while she and Xue Qingyi left the car dealership, intending to find a place for lunch. The two chose a private dining establishment, and once they settled into a private room, Yanyou directly inquired about the relationship between Xue Qingyi and Qin Minhao. She had discerned the menacing undertone in Qin Minhao's words as he departed, contemplating that perhaps she could glean more from Xue Qingyi. Chapter 19. I lack everything except for money in a casual conversation. Yanyou gleaned from Xue Qingyi the intricacies of his conflict with Qin Minhe, as well as the reasons behind Qin's harsh words upon departure. The Xiao family, having built their fortune in the culinary business, had long enjoyed a harmonious relationship with the Qin family, who provided a substantial portion of their supplies. However, with the Qin family's recent prosperity, their demeanor had become increasingly haughty, casting a critical eye upon their once supportive friends, especially with the provocative influence of Qin Minhe. Consequently, the ties between the two families had grown increasingly strained, leading to the Xiao family's supplies being stifled. The Xiao family had contemplated switching suppliers. Yet the Qin family's extensive connections made it exceedingly difficult for them to do so, as others were more inclined to heed the Qin family's wishes. Over time, the Xiao family's business faced mounting challenges, and they now teetered on the brink of collapse. My apologies for burdening you with my grievances, Xue Qingyi said, feeling a twinge of regret for divulging so much to someone he had just met. Still, he sensed that the young woman before him could be a worthy friend. Yanyou shook her head, indicating that she was not bothered in the least. Thus, your family's business is currently in crisis? Is it due to the Qin family's interference with other suppliers? She inquired, to which Xue Qingyi nodded, recognizing that such matters were common knowledge and requiring no concealment. The Qin family has entered the culinary sector and is targeting our enterprise. I had hoped to mend relations with Qin Minhe to alleviate some pressure on my family, but it appears that is no longer feasible. With a self-deprecating smile, Xue Qingyi's expression turned somber. In the past, my lack of ambition caused my parents considerable worry, and now, as I wish to assist them, I find myself utterly powerless. Perhaps soon, our family business will face bankruptcy. It's disheartening to reflect upon my failures. Bankruptcy? That is not a certainty, Yanyou responded, her words surprising Xue Qingyi. I understand you might be a young heiress from a wealthy family, but if you were aware of my family's current plight, you would not make such statements, he replied, skepticism evident in his voice. Yanyou tilted her head, her large eyes brimming with curiosity. Is it a matter of a severed financial chain, resulting in a significant lack of funds? Xue Qingyi opened his mouth as if to articulate a response, but ultimately remained silent. Yet Yanyou discerned the truth in his expression. Even if his words differed from her assumptions, the essence remained largely unchanged. I lack everything, except for money, Yanyou declared with an air of confidence. Xue Qingyi regarded her, and his previously heavy heart felt lighter. Very well, then. Would you lend me a bit to tide me over? In a moment of unguarded relaxation, Xue Qingyi began to jest. Without hesitation, Yanyou retrieved her mobile phone and inquired about his bank card number. Xue Qingyi, dismissive of the request, casually relayed his card details to her. However, mere moments later, a notification chimed on his phone. Upon glancing at it, he was rendered speechless. 1 million. Xue Qingyi questioned whether he was ensnared in a dream, only to hear Yanyou's voice. Is that sufficient? If not, I can transfer a bit more. After all, she wielded a black card with no limits on transfers, capable of sending as much as she desired at any time. Did you really just send me money? And such a substantial amount at that. I'll return it to you immediately. As he reached for his phone to reciprocate the transfer, Yanyou placed her hand atop his, her delicate, fair fingers resting on his sun-kissed skin, accentuating their elegance. Xue Qingyi looked down, momentarily captivated. Hold on, don't rush to give it back. I've told you. Money is the least of my concerns. Accept this to help your family through their difficulties. That is what truly matters. But, there's no but. Do you not wish to assist your family? Yanyou's firm demeanor pressed upon Xue Qingyi's hand, resolute in her refusal to allow him to return the funds. They both stood steadfast for a considerable duration. Eventually, it was Xue Qingyi who succumbed to her persuasion. He took out his phone to record a video, stating that he had borrowed 10 million from Yanyou and providing his identification number. After completing the recording, he sent it directly to her. This video serves as proof. I will find a way to repay you promptly. He gazed earnestly at Yanyou, silently vowing to forever cherish her kindness. After their meal, Yanyou prepared to depart, and Xue Qingyi drove her home in his newly acquired Porsche Cayenne. Upon returning to Hanhai Pavilion, he placed the car keys into Yanyou's hands. I have already accepted your 10 million, so there's no need for this car. Yanyou, at a loss for words, countered, once a gift is given, it cannot be taken back. The car is yours to do with as you please, and besides, I don't have a driver's license. It would be of no use to me. As she spoke, she thrust the keys back into Xue Qingyi's palm, denying him the chance to object, and waved him goodbye as she hurried into the elevator. Phew, thankfully my wallet is safe. I nearly returned the previous rebate. That was close. Yet, I never anticipated that picking up a car today would yield an opportunity for a rebate of over 10 million. What a splendid day it has been. After returning home and freshening up, Xue began searching online for contact information for body training institutions, ultimately selecting one named Shangda from among the many available options. She promptly called, connected with an instructor, and arranged a time to visit. After all, the tasks issued by the system must be completed promptly. Although there are no penalties for failure, Xue harbors a disdain for defeat, and witnessing rewards slip through her fingers evokes a profound sense of loss. In addition to connecting with training institutions online, Xue also took the opportunity to contact a domestic service agency, securing the assistance of 3 hourly maids, one responsible for cooking and 2 designated for cleaning. Upon further reflection, she reached out to a driving school. Although she possesses the ability to drive, lacking a driver's license ultimately precludes her from taking to the road. Regardless of her financial means, she is determined to be a law-abiding citizen. After a 2-day respite, Xue proceeded to the training institution she had arranged to visit, intending to conduct a thorough assessment of its capabilities before deciding whether to pursue her studies there. Shangda is a sizable organization, with many of its collaborations stemming from the entertainment industry. However, such engagements typically involve instructors providing guidance at clients' locations. The only individuals who attend classes at the institution, apart from some lesser-known personnel from the entertainment sector, are those aspiring newcomers preparing to enter the field. Chapter 20. The incompatibility of Fish and Bear's Paw. After registering her name at the front desk, Xue was promptly escorted by a staff member to tour the institution. She observed the classrooms in session and familiarized herself with the curriculum, which included posture exercises, quality training, and form control, among various other courses. Although it was a crash course, it sufficed for Xue. I wish to book the finest instructor you have, Xue expressed her request. After a brief communication over the phone, the staff member from Shangda confirmed that the teacher had just returned from vacation and was ready to commence teaching. Xue was pleasantly surprised by this fortuitous timing. After providing her address and scheduling a time for the instructor to come, she made her payment and departed. Having left the training institution, Xue proceeded to the driving school she had previously contacted. After paying her tuition, she sought out her coach to convey her desire to take the driving test directly. The coach, a rather amiable middle-aged man, received her request without annoyance and informed her that self-study followed by an examination was indeed permissible, albeit somewhat cumbersome. Determined to save time, Xue promptly transferred 20,000 yuan to the coach, who then assured her that she could take the test in 2 weeks. With her tasks accomplished, Xue resolved to treat herself to a sumptuous meal. Selecting a well-regarded restaurant, Xue found a relatively quiet corner and settled in. However, just moments after sitting down, she heard a somewhat familiar voice nearby. "Mom, let us sit here." Xue felt a momentary jolt, as if her scalp had exploded. She nearly stood up in surprise. It was Xue Qingyi. What an extraordinary coincidence to encounter them here. Suppressing her emotions, Xue discreetly turned to glance in the direction of the voice. Seeking solitude, she had chosen her seat strategically, with a tall potted plant obscuring her view. Peering from behind the foliage, she spotted Xue Qingyi, who was dutifully pulling out a chair for Shan Huiru before taking her seat beside her. Having returned to the Ji household for over a week, Xue Qingyi had undergone a remarkable transformation. Once pale and gaunt, she now appeared considerably more vibrant, her complexion rosy. Her formerly faded old clothes had been replaced by elegant, high-end attire, and her accessories were now exquisite, radiating an air of sophistication. She looked resplendent, enhancing her already beautiful features. Ah, the protagonist indeed, so strikingly beautiful, Xue murmured to herself, inevitably comparing herself to Xue Qingyi. She assessed her own appearance, feeling she had reached an admirable score of 80, and pondered, what might Xue Qingyi's beauty score be? System, can you evaluate Xue Qingyi's looks? Xue silently implored. The beauty scanner has been activated, detecting the target, Xue Qingyi. Current beauty score, 92 points. Gender mismatch, does not meet the system's spinning criteria. Xue. This is the first time I've detected a beauty score exceeding 90, yet I cannot spend on her. What a loss. Nevertheless, even if I could, she would likely refuse, given their inherently opposing stances. It would be unwise to aid the enemy. However, the fact that my beauty score is merely 12 points lower than Xue Qingyi's indicates that I may soon catch up to her. Lost in thought, Xue Qingyi's voice resonates again. I would like to buy some items later. School starts in half a month. Although I won't be living on campus, I still wish to bring some gifts for my roommates. Is that all right? Her tone carries a hint of trepidation, as if fearing rejection. Shan Huiru gently strokes Xue Qingyi's head, soothing her with tender words. Schwerer, I have told you before, as the daughter of the Ji family. You may purchase whatever you desire and do as you please. Your mother will always support you. There is no need for such hesitation. With a sigh, Xue continues. You are simply too well-behaved, which pains my heart. In the past, Yanyou was far more mischievous. If she possessed even half of your compliance, I would not have to worry so much, as I do now, with her disappearing at a whim. Ji Mingxue lowers her gaze, concealing the fleeting shadow in her eyes. When she raises her gaze again, it is filled with concern and guilt. It's my fault. If I had not suddenly appeared, Yanyou would not have run away in anger. Mother, you can blame me. It is my fault for saying things that made her want to return you to me. But I truly miss you both. As she speaks, her eyes begin to glisten with unshed tears, her expression heartbreakingly innocent and endearing. Xue heart aches for her, and she quickly reassures her. You cannot blame yourself. It is her own narrow-mindedness, as it has always been. Let us not dwell on her. Once we finish eating, I will accompany you to buy gifts. All right, thank you, mother. At this moment, there are few people around, and the exchange between them reaches Ji Yuyu's ears without omission. Ji Yuyu feels speechless. Should I commend her for being the protagonist? She has so swiftly garnered such affection from Ji's mother. Yet, what does this have to do with me? The waiter soon delivers their meals, and Ji Yuyu decides not to focus on them any longer. Nonetheless, their conversation still drifts into her ears from time to time. In a few days, we will host a banquet, where you will be formally introduced to friends and family. You must take good care of yourself in these days, so you can greet our guests in your best condition. All right, I will listen to mother. We must find Yanyou again. Xue, do not blame mother after all. Mother, I understand. She has lived with you for 18 years. The actions of that couple have nothing to do with her. Living with you, she cannot possibly be as wicked as they are. Humph, that couple will surely pay for their deeds. As for Yanyou, should she prove to be as wicked as that couple, I would no longer acknowledge her as my daughter. Listening to the conversation between the two, Ji Yuyu silently applauded Ji Mingxue in her heart. The subtle insinuations were quite numerous indeed. However, she did not anticipate that the Ji family would so swiftly reveal Ji Mingxue's true identity. To suggest returning under such circumstances would make her position exceedingly awkward. The claim of having raised her for 18 years, and the emotional ties that cannot be severed, ultimately serve merely to preserve one's own reputation. One cannot have both fish and bear's paw. Between the genuine and the false, often only one may remain. This has always been an undeniable reality. Chapter 21. Even the donkeys of the production team do not rest like this. Ji Yuyu dined with an air of indifference, reluctant to encounter the women of the Ji family. If she chose to leave now, they would undoubtedly notice her departure. Thus, she resolved to wait until they vacated the premises. After approximately 20 minutes, a commotion arose once more. Ji Yuyu, initially thinking the mother and daughter were about to take their leave, turned her gaze in that direction only to see a man clad in a sharply tailored suit, possessing a well-defined visage and exuding the aura of a successful individual, approach Ji Mingxue and Xue, courteously extending his business card. Hello, Mississippi. I apologize for the intrusion. I am Xue, a manager from Jiaqing Entertainment. May I have a moment of your time? Having observed Ji Mingxue since entering the restaurant, Xue, with his professional acumen, recognized her exceptional beauty and unique charisma, perceiving her as a promising talent. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to directly articulate his intentions. Though initially irked by the interruption during their meal, Ji Mingxue and Xue managed to temper their displeasure upon learning of his identity. Engaging in pleasant conversation with Xue, Ji Yuyu watched this unfolding scene, her mind drifting into contemplation. When did the protagonist step into the entertainment industry? Was it during a casual outing when she was discovered by a talent scout? Could this be that very moment? Despite having traversed into this world and altered various plot lines, it seemed the trajectory remained relatively unchanged. It appeared the female lead was about to embark on her journey in the entertainment realm. Ji Yuyu mused. Lost in her thoughts, Ji Yuyu returned her gaze to Ji Mingxue only to find Xue had already taken his leave and resumed his seat. Ji Mingxue and Xue had also risen to depart, exchanging polite nods with Xue, signaling their farewell. Finally, they were gone. Ji Yuyu exhaled a sigh of relief. While she was not particularly concerned about Ji Mingxue harboring any ill intentions towards her, she preferred to avoid complications, thus it was best to minimize encounters. After leisurely finishing her meal, Ji Yuyu prepared to leave, only to be halted just outside the restaurant. Miss, may I have a moment? Turning back in confusion, she was taken aback. Hello, I am Xue, a manager from Jiaqing Entertainment. May I trouble you for a few minutes? Xue felt fortunate today, having encountered two promising talents in quick succession. He did not expect to sign both, but he would be more than satisfied with even one. As the saying goes, cast a wide net to catch fish. Yanyou, hearing Xue Qingyi's familiar pitch, momentarily entertained a bold conjecture. Before she could voice her thoughts, Xue Qingyi inadvertently confirmed her suspicions. I wish to sign you as one of our artists, with your attributes. You would undoubtedly carve out a significant niche in the entertainment industry, gaining wealth, status, and fame far beyond your expectations. Yanyou remarked, Goodness. You should consider a career in persuasion. What a shame if you don't. Apologies, but I am not interested. Yanyou shook her head in refusal. After all, she possessed the system of a wealthy benefactor. Would she truly lack the means to spend? Xue Qingyi, undeterred by the rejection, continued passionately extolling the virtues of entering the entertainment industry. Yet, Yanyou remained utterly unmoved. This is my business card. I hope you will consider it, miss, he insisted, pressing the card into her hand despite her evident disinterest, and expressed his hope for future contact before swiftly departing. Xue Qingyi thought to himself, as long as I move quickly, rejection cannot catch up to me. Yanyou glanced at the business card in her hand, initially intent on discarding it. But after some contemplation, she chose to tuck it into her bag. Who knows when it might prove useful? Upon leaving the restaurant, Yanyou returned home and devised a plan for the month ahead. Before retiring for the evening, she decided to browse the Meower live streaming platform. Originally intending to check if Jiangxi was online, she was disappointed to find he was not, likely preoccupied with a competition. Casual browsing led her to a few male streamers who piqued her interest, and she rewarded them with some tips, inciting a chorus of enthusiastic praise from the audience. After exiting the streaming room, Yanyou discovered a plethora of private messages awaiting her attention. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume, she opted to delete them all. This approach, of course, meant she would miss out on messages from male streamers wishing to connect with her, but she dismissed it. Men were merely instruments for cashing out, and she certainly did not need a handful of them. However, the influx of messages was bothersome, prompting Yanyou to adjust her message settings so that only mutual followers could reach out to her, effectively filtering out a significant number of irrelevant messages. To her astonishment, she noted that her follower count was nearing 100,000, surpassing that of many smaller streamers. Reflecting on this achievement, Yanyou was about to close the live streaming dashboard when she suddenly paused. Can I now check my reputation value? She wondered, recalling the system's previous mention of it, believing it to be linked to her notoriety. Ding. Hostess reputation value has not yet reached the required conditions, and the query function cannot be utilized. Yanyou replied, All right, can you inform me if the reputation value is indeed correlated with fame? Yes. Yanyou mused, as I surmised. Thank you, dear system. Since you have deduced the connection, please expedite the unlocking of new functions. You are the slowest among all the hosts I have guided in unlocking functions. Even a donkey in a production team would not be so leisurely. Suddenly confronted with this bluntness, Yanyou felt a pang of disappointment. Oh no, are you disillusioned with me? She lamented. She understood the system had emotions, though it seldom expressed them in her presence, leaving her with a bittersweet sense of loss. To her surprise, in this moment, the revelation struck her deeply. The host's tears seemed rather feigned. It would be prudent to acquire some professional knowledge or extract relevant skills from books. Yanyou exclaimed, Wow, I am truly astounded. Having rarely engaged in a cordial exchange with the system, she began to reassess her back-end page. If reputation points are indeed linked to fame, then it stands to reason that an increase in her notoriety would elevate her reputation points as well. Yanyou realized that she could no longer afford to remain inconspicuous. The fans she had attracted during her previous live streaming sessions through her generous gifts appeared to be a viable method of enhancing her popularity. I shall spend extravagantly. I will splurge recklessly. Determined, Yanyou proceeded to recharge her account with an additional 5 million and resumed her pursuit of allure within the live broadcast. Chapter 22. She is the queen. Radiating confidence, amassing wealth is not as effortless as it seems. Yanyou spent considerable time in the live streaming room before finally discovering a few hosts that met her approval. After generously bestowing 5 million, the hour had nearly struck midnight when fatigue overcame her, and she succumbed to slumber. The following day, a hired nanny arrived to prepare a sumptuous breakfast for Yanyou. Shortly thereafter, a teacher from Shangda reached out to her, arriving to conduct training sessions. Thus, she spent the entire day at home, diligently engaging in the training courses assigned by her instructor. After a busy day, she resumed her practice of showering gifts during live streams in the evening. As her donations grew in magnitude, so too did the number of followers captivated by her charm. Days passed in this manner, and when Yanyou entered the live streaming room one ordinary day to continue her generous contributions, an unexpected system notification echoed in her mind. Beep. Congratulations, host. Your reputation value has surpassed 10,000, unlocking the reputation value function and granting you 1 treasure chest draw. Reputation value is intricately linked to the host's fame. 100 points of reputation can be exchanged for 1 point of credits, and consuming 100,000 reputation points allows for 1 treasure chest draw. As the system notification reverberated, a virtual panel materialized before Yanyou. Gazing at the description in the reputation value section, she pondered and inquired, System, what can I draw from the lottery? System, the treasure chest draw may yield usable currency, attribute points, credits, or any item currently available in the store. Accumulating 10 draws guarantees 1 5-star item. Upon hearing this, Yanyou's excitement surged. She knew that all items in the system store were classified by star ratings, ranging from 1 to 5 stars, with higher-rated items commanding heftier prices. The coveted skill books she had longed for were all 5-star items, each valued at no less than 5 figures. According to the system, 100,000 reputation points could be exchanged for 1,000 credits. Thus, accumulating 10 draws would yield 10,000 credits. Even if she were to draw the least expensive 5-star item, she would still profit. Not to mention the possibility of securing even pricier 5-star treasures. System, you truly are a considerate companion. System, would the host like to utilize the treasure chest draw opportunity now? Without a moment's hesitation, Yanyou nodded affirmatively, eager to partake in the lottery. Instantly, a spinning wheel appeared on the virtual panel, whirling from slow to fast, and then gradually slowing down until it finally halted before a treasure chest. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 1 golden treasure chest. As the spinning wheel vanished, a resplendent golden chest remained on the panel. With a mere thought, Yanyou opened the chest. Treasure chest opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a perfect singing voice, permanent. Stunned by the prize, Yanyou could hardly believe her fortune. A perfect singing voice. Curiosity piqued, she decided to test its authenticity by tentatively singing a short melody. Although her previous attempts at singing had been unremarkable, this time, as she opened her mouth, she was utterly astonished. Her voice resonated with an ethereal quality, akin to the gentle trickle of a mountain spring, imbued with a hint of otherworldly reverb. My goodness! With a sudden exclamation of surprise, Yanyou instinctively covered her mouth, astonished by the sound that had escaped her lips. Is this truly my voice? She murmured, reassured by the familiar tone resonating in her ears. Yet, she couldn't help but reflect on her remarkable vocal prowess, a gift she had never intended to pursue professionally. What use was such a perfect voice if she had no aspirations of becoming a singer? This thought stirred a flicker of intrigue within her. Perhaps venturing into the entertainment industry wouldn't be so bad. After all, it was the ideal arena to enhance her reputation. However, she quickly reconsidered, realizing that Xue was destined to reign supreme in that very realm. The prospect of encountering complications was unappealing, so she decided to set that notion aside for now. After sealing away her thoughts, Yanyou casually opened her streaming platform and proceeded with her customary practice of gifting. She first checked if any of her favored small streamers were live. If they were, she would generously shower them with contributions. If not, she would search for something else to watch. Yanyou's prominence in the streaming world was steadily growing, and many had come to recognize her as a lavish benefactor. Upon discovering her presence, they would shower her with compliments, to which she had long since grown accustomed, feeling no stir of emotion within. Humph, I am the queen. My confidence shines bright. Her scheduled etiquette classes were not daily occurrences, and during her leisure time, aside from indulging in simple pleasures, she devoted herself to reading. After all, to fulfill her tasks, she needed both inner and outer refinement. Despite this, her days were quite delightful. However, such tranquility did not persist for long, as the G family, which had been silent for a while, contacted her once more. Yanyou, it's your mother. Why are you still sulking with us? Where are you right now? I've sent someone to pick you up. The voice on the other end, Xue Qingyi, was warm and nurturing, embodying the essence of a caring mother. Yanyou frowned and replied, I am not sulking. There is no blood tie between us. Leaving the G family was the right choice. Recalling her encounter with Xue and Qingyi at the restaurant, she added, now that you have found your biological daughter, it's time for me to gracefully withdraw. By the way, regarding the money I mentioned returning, please send me your bank account details, and I shall transfer the funds. There was a long silence on the other end before Qingyi's voice, tinged with anger, broke through. Yanyou, are you truly intent on severing ties with us? Even though you are not our biological child, we raised you for 18 years. Are you really so heartless as to refuse even a glance back at us? Yanyou, not being the original owner of her identity, harbored little emotional attachment to the G family. Listening to Xue Qingyi's words elicited no significant emotional response. Rather, she sensed that this matter could not be resolved merely by repaying a debt. Did it necessitate a face-to-face discussion? Lost in contemplation, she heard Xue Qingyi continue. The day after tomorrow, we will host a banquet at home. Will you return so we can speak in person? With a clear understanding of the situation, Yanyou realized that this gathering was indeed intended to unveil Xue Qingyi's identity to the public. After a moment's contemplation, she deemed it a splendid opportunity. Thus, she replied, "Very well, I shall make an appearance." Having said that, she had no intention of prolonging the conversation with Xue Qingyi and promptly terminated the call. In the G residence. Within the living room, Xue Qingyi stared at the disconnected phone, her expression a portrait of displeasure, her eyes brimming with indignation and disbelief. She actually hung up on me. Jidun glanced up briefly, scoffing coldly. I warned you against contacting her, yet you refused to heed my words. Now, you find yourself in an awkward position. If she wishes to leave, let her do so. I shall see how long she can endure the hardships of the outside world. A person raised in pampered comfort cannot withstand the trials beyond these walls. Chapter 23. Who was thinking of me half a month ago? Jidun personally called Yanyou, only to be met with her ire, leaving him quite vexed. He had anticipated an apology from her in due course, yet no such communication came, fueling his irritation even further. Even now, his anger lingered. She had once been so obedient. What had caused this sudden rebellion? Xue Qingyi found herself perplexed by this transformation. Jidun harbored similar thoughts. Although Yanyou had often displayed a somewhat willful demeanor in front of outsiders, she had always been compliant in their presence. However, since her identity had been revealed, she had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Was this a matter of genetics? Those parents were not virtuous. Their daughter had turned into an ungrateful wretch. Father, mother, have you encountered some trouble? You both seem rather downcast, Xue Qingyi said as she descended the stairs. Sitting beside Xue Qingyi and gently grasping her hand, her eyes filled with concern. Our Xue is the most obedient and understanding of all, Xue Qingyi praised, comforted by Xue Qingyi's presence. Despite being apart for 18 years, Xue Qingyi felt an undeniable closeness to Xue Qingyi, particularly as she observed her daughter, who embodied all the best traits of both herself and Jidun, filling her heart with joy. She relayed her recent frustrations to Xue Qingyi, but as she prepared to assuage any worries, Xue Qingyi interrupted her with a warm smile. Mother, do not fret for me. Yanyou is also a part of this family. Her return is natural. I will treat her well. I only hope she does not harbor any ill feelings towards me. Xue Qingyi smiled gently, resembling an innocent little rabbit. Jidun, feeling a pang for his biological daughter, thumped the table in indignation. She dares. But his words were swiftly silenced by a glare from Xue Qingyi. Lower your voice. Do not frighten Xue. She then gently caressed Xue Qingyi's hair, soothingly saying, All right, let us not dwell on this matter. Go and rest well, shortly. I will take you to try on your gown. Okay, Xue Qingyi replied with a bright smile, turning to ascend the stairs once more. Yet, as she entered her room and closed the door behind her, the gentle smile vanished, replaced by a cold determination. Yanyou, I await your return. The grievances you inflicted upon me in our past life shall be repaid in full, Xue Qingyi vowed through clenched teeth. The memory of her tragic demise in her previous life ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within her. She longed to see Yanyou endure the same agony she had faced. Unfortunately, when she had just been reborn, Yanyou had slipped away too quickly, leaving her with no opportunity for revenge. But it mattered not. As long as Yanyou dared to return, she would ensure that she experienced the depths of hell on earth. Achoo! Achoo! Yanyou sneezed several times, rubbing her itchy nose while murmuring to herself. How peculiar! Who could be thinking of me at this moment? Just then, her phone chimed with a message notification. Upon opening it, she discovered it was from Jiangqi. Dream Sister, I passed the semifinals. Jiangqi wrote, Dream Sister, I have received the notice. In a week, I will be heading to Heiress to participate in the training camp. Jiangqi. Sister Ming, will I have the opportunity to meet you then? A flurry of messages followed, accompanied by a photograph of Jiangqi holding a ticket with a joyful smile. Yanyou could easily perceive his elation and the urgency of his desire to meet her. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to respond. Yanyou. Sure, just let me know in advance, and I will pick you up at the airport. As soon as she sent the message, Yanyou suddenly halted. Oh no, I forgot I still don't have a driver's license. It was all too easy to forget, given that she had often driven herself in her previous life and had scarcely gone out recently. Just then, another message arrived. Jiangqi, is that true? Sister Ming really wants to pick me up? That's fantastic. I'll be waiting for you. His tone brimmed with anticipation, making it difficult for Yanyou to retract her promise. Well, it was no great matter. She could always find someone to assist with the driving. After all, he was the one who had generously provided her with 5 attribute points, and such a small favor was certainly warranted. Having agreed to pick Jiang Qi up, she continued their conversation for a while before finally ending it. Reflecting on the attribute points, Yanyou's thoughts drifted to Song Yuhang, whose affection for her was even stronger. Perhaps she could further cultivate that bond. Remembering that he mentioned his mother wished to meet her, Yanyou concluded that there was no time like the present and decided to pay a visit that very afternoon. Thus, she took a fruit basket and headed to the hospital. Song Meiyue's ward was located in Building 6, Room 301, a shared room for 3 patients in the cardiology department. Besides Song Meiyue, there was an elderly lady in her 60s and a young girl who had just been admitted, having recently undergone surgery. Song Meiyue was fortunate to have her son by her side during her recovery. "Yuhang, you don't need to stay with me all the time. I feel quite well now. You should attend to your own matters," she encouraged. Despite still being in recovery, her condition had improved significantly. Song Yuhang, holding a bowl of skimmed chicken soup, responded with a smile. "Mother, there's no need to worry. I've taken leave from work, so I'm here for you." Naturally, Song Meiyue felt delighted to have her son as company, and even the elderly lady nearby couldn't help but express her admiration. What a filial child. The elderly woman lamented that her own children were preoccupied with their jobs, leaving her care to the nurses, who, no matter how diligent, could never replace the comfort of having one's own children by one's side. Hearing her son praised lifted Song Meiyue's spirits, prompting her to add, "He has always been a dutiful child." It is often said that children from single-parent households mature quickly, and this statement rang especially true for Song Yuhang. From a young age, he had shouldered the burdens of his mother's worries, whether regarding daily life or academics, never allowing Song Meiyue to fret. Ultimately, he gained admission to the prestigious Nanjing University in Heiress through sheer effort. Regrettably, his mother's illness had struck at an inopportune time, forcing him to suspend his studies and work to accumulate funds for her medical expenses. Reflecting on this, the initially joyful Song Meiyue felt her spirits waning. Sensing her change in mood, Song Yuhang was about to inquire about her condition when a knock echoed at the door. A few individuals in the room turned their gazes toward the open doorway, where a young girl stood, donned in an elegant off-the-shoulder white dress. Her long hair cascading down her shoulders, and her features exquisitely delicate. It was none other than Yanyou. Song Yuhang was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly rose to his feet, exclaiming with delight, "Miss Ji, what brings you here?" As he spoke, he set down his bowl and approached Yanyou with eager steps. "I came to see Auntie," Yanyou replied, handing a fruit basket to Song Yuhang before settling beside the hospital bed. "Hello, Auntie, I am Yanyou," she greeted with a warm smile. Song Meiyue's eyes sparkled with joy as she responded, "At last, I have the pleasure of meeting Miss Ji. I had no idea you would be so beautiful and kind-hearted. I've heard from Yuhang. If it weren't for your assistance, I might not have been here today." Thank you, thank you." Chapter 24, Sister, you are truly beautiful. The heartfelt gratitude of Song Meiyue was palpable, and Yanyou could easily discern it. Aware that Song Meiyue had recently undergone surgery and should not experience excessive emotional fluctuations, she quickly reassured, "Auntie, there is no need for formality. You may call me Yanyou. It is merely by fate that I could assist in this matter concerning Song Yuhang." Standing nearby, Song Yuhang appeared somewhat dazed, his handsome visage taking on a hint of foolishness due to his reaction. "Miss Ji seems even more exquisite than when we first met." A flicker of brilliance passed through his eyes, only to be swiftly concealed. "Miss Ji, I shall forever cherish this profound kindness," Song Yuhang said earnestly, a warm current flowing through his heart. It was indeed a privilege to encounter someone as affluently benevolent as Miss Ji, who not only possessed a gentle demeanor, but also demonstrated such compassion by personally visiting his mother in the hospital. With intense gaze, Song Yuhang regarded Yanyou, while simultaneously, a system notification chimed in her mind. Current target, Song Yuhang, has a favorability score of 80 points. With an increase in favorability by 1 point, the host gains an additional attribute point. Yanyou looked at Song Yuhang, somewhat surprised by the sudden rise in his favorability towards her. Could it be that his gratitude stemmed from her visit to his mother? Such sincerity was quite remarkable. However, she did not dwell on it, and continued to inquire about Song's mother's condition, to which Song Yuhang responded truthfully. Occasionally, Song's mother would interject, and the three engaged in pleasant conversation. "You appear to be around 17 or 18. May I ask which school you attend?" Song's mother increasingly favored Yanyou, subconsciously adopting the role of an elder. How are your academic results? Ma Yuhang was previously admitted to Nanjing University with commendable grades. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek his assistance. In response to Song's mother's inquiry, Yanyou suddenly had an epiphany regarding her own circumstances. Indeed, she was only 18 and should still be a student. Which school was it again? She strained to recall her memories and soon arrived at the desired answer, Nanjing University. However, her admission was not due to exceptional academic performance, but rather a special quota granted because the Ji family had donated a teaching and experimental building to the university. Yanyou could not help but facepalm at the thought. Nanjing University, how foolish. Had the original owner of this identity, not the brightest by any means, attended? That would surely tarnish the reputation of such a prestigious institution. Thankfully, such an outcome would not manifest. Auntie, did you mention that Song Yuhang also attended Nanjing University? Yanyou inquired. Once, but not anymore, Song Yuhang replied, a trace of melancholy flickering in his eyes. Song's mother, reflecting on her son's decision to drop out for work, felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. Do not blame yourself, was all Song's mother could muster. And Yanyou could surmise the underlying narrative. Mother, please do not say that, Song Yuhang countered firmly, his tone revealing his displeasure. The atmosphere suddenly grew a touch more awkward. Song's mother, perceptive by nature, immediately sensed the shift and smiled, saying, what am I even talking about? Let us change the subject. She then deftly redirected the conversation to other matters with Yanyou. The mood gradually warmed, becoming increasingly harmonious, though none of them spoke loudly, fearing they might disturb the elderly lady resting nearby. As Yanyou spoke, she felt an unwavering gaze upon her. Following the sensation, she turned to discover a little girl lying on the adjacent hospital bed, her innocent eyes fixed intently on her. The girl appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, with charming little curls framing her face, and her fair complexion gave her the appearance of a porcelain doll. When their eyes met, the little girl blinked and sweetly exclaimed, Sister, you are so beautiful. With that opening line, she captured Yanyou's attention completely. What is your name, little sister? Why are you here all alone? Where are your family? Yanyou inquired, her face radiating kindness. Glancing around, she noticed the absence of the girl's family and felt a twinge of curiosity. The little girl dutifully replied, my name is Li Xiao. Uncle Yang went to help me see the doctor. He'll be back soon. Song's mother also took a liking to the child, and, upon hearing Yanyou's questions, shared what she knew. It turned out that Li Xiao had just been admitted that day, without her parents, only accompanied by an uncle named Yang. Though the circumstances remained unclear, Yanyou, listening intently, speculated that since they were in a cardiology ward, the girl must be suffering from a related ailment, which filled her heart with compassion. Xiao is truly adorable and very well behaved, she praised, eliciting a radiant smile from the little girl. Before long, a man in a black suit, with a resolute demeanor, hurriedly entered the room. Upon seeing him, Xiao brightened and cheerfully called out, Uncle Yang. Yang Lifeng paused as he noticed Yanyou entertaining the little girl. He quickly approached the bed, gently ruffling Xiao's hair, his voice softening as he asked, have you been a good girl? Xiao nodded enthusiastically, I've been good, waiting for Uncle Yang, and I have a beautiful sister keeping me company. Yang Lifeng, grateful for Yanyou's presence, nodded appreciatively, thank you. No need for thanks. Xiao is a lovely child, Yanyou replied. Realizing that the girl's guardian had returned, she felt it was time to take her leave. After bidding farewell to Song's mother, she made her way toward the exit of the ward. Although Song Yuhang offered to accompany her, Yanyou declined, saying, you should stay with your aunt. I can return on my own. With that, she turned and walked away, unaware of the evident disappointment in Song Yuhang's eyes. As she strolled leisurely out of the building, her phone suddenly rang. Checking the screen, she saw it was a message from Xiao Mingyu. In the next moment, the call connected, and immediately, the excited voice of Xiao Mingyu resonated through the line. Miss Ji, our family's business has revived. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sudden cry of pain escaped his lips, followed by a robust male voice reprimanding him. Yanyou couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Xiao Mingyu, with his strikingly handsome face rated a solid 89, standing there obediently under someone's scolding. The chaos on the other end soon subsided, and the conversation transitioned to Xiao Mingyu's father, Xue Qingyi. After a brief introduction, he expressed heartfelt gratitude for Yanyou's passionate assistance, which had salvaged the Xiao family's business from the brink of bankruptcy. He insisted on personally thanking her, as he regarded her as the family's savior, and sought to host a banquet in her honor. Initially, Xue Qingyi intended to invite Yanyou the very next day. However, she politely declined, citing her need to return to the Ji family for a visit. Consequently, they arranged for another time. While engaged in the call, Yanyou's attention waned, unaware that a tall man, donned in a mask and a baseball cap, was hastily approaching her. His eyes reflected a sense of urgency as he navigated through the crowd, nearly colliding with others, but narrowly avoiding any mishaps. Just as Yanyou concluded her conversation, the man reached her side. Startled by his sudden appearance, she instinctively attempted to sidestep, only to slip and lose her footing, tumbling towards the ground. With a gasp, she flailed her arms in a desperate attempt to grasp something, but in the next instant, the man's strong hand firmly caught her. Chapter 25, Isn't Free Better? The man's strength was remarkable. With a mere tug, he righted Yanyou's slightly tilted body. Yanyou, still in shock, was about to express her indignation when she caught sight of the man's deep, abyss-like eyes, piercing yet profound. What beautiful eyes! Yanyou marveled, and the words of reproach that had been on the tip of her tongue inexplicably lodged in her throat. The man glanced at Yanyou with indifference, then released her hand without uttering a word and quickened his pace to leave. "Excuse me. I apologize, miss. I hope you are unhurt." Just as Yanyou was about to call after him, a slightly plump young man hurriedly approached her, breathless. "I sincerely apologize. My boss was in such a rush that he almost collided with you. If you are injured, I can offer compensation." The young man earnestly inquired about Yanyou's condition, bowing repeatedly in apology, leaving her reluctant to pursue the matter further. "It's fine." She waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave, though her mind lingered in confusion. Those striking eyes seemed oddly familiar. After departing the hospital, the man who had nearly collided with Yanyou hastened to room 301 of Building 6. "Xiao, how are you? I just received news of your illness." Upon entering the room and seeing the adorable Li Xiao, he immediately enveloped her in his embrace. Li Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then beamed with a radiant smile, sweetly calling out, "Uncle, I've missed you so much." Nearby, Yang Lifeng nodded at the man, his tone tinged with respect. "Mr. Li, the doctor has examined her. There is no significant issue." The man nodded, but soon furrowed his brow. "Why is she staying here?" Yang Lifeng replied awkwardly. "When we arrived, there were no single rooms available, so she was placed here." At that moment, the plump young man caught up, still catching his breath as he heard the man's instruction. "Xue Qingyi, make arrangements. I want to transfer Xiao to a private room immediately." Yang Lifeng hesitated, wanting to mention that Xiao had been quite happy here, but knowing that Mr. Li was her uncle and his employer, he refrained from further comment. Xue Qingyi complied with the order to arrange for a private room, and soon news arrived that they could transfer her without delay. Thus, the charming little girl, who had only recently settled into room 301, was to be relocated once more. The commotion drew the attention of Song Mu and Song Yuhang from the adjacent bed. Song Yuhang's gaze remained fixated on the man wearing a mask and duckbill hat, growing increasingly convinced of his familiarity until a sudden realization struck him, prompting an exclamation. "You are Li Yanqing?" The man, poised to lift Li Xiao, froze momentarily at the mention, but quickly regained his composure. "No," he replied, his voice as cold as the snowy expanse, devoid of any emotion. Lowering his gaze to conceal the darkness within his eyes, he uttered those two words and ignored Song Yuhang further, swiftly carrying Li Xiao out of the room. Song Yuhang, watching the man's retreating figure, was engulfed in contemplation. Although the other party denied it, Song Yuhang was resolute in his belief that he was indeed Li Yanqing, the actor who rose to fame through a fantasy drama, only to find himself embroiled in scandals after a brief period of popularity. However, the revelation that he was the uncle of that little girl was something Song Yuhang had never anticipated. Casting a glance at the now empty hospital bed, he silently drew the curtain in the middle. Who the other party was, and what relation he bore to him, was of little consequence. After leaving the hospital, Yanyou made her way directly to the bank, where she acquired a checkbook before returning home. Tomorrow, she was set to visit the Ji family, and Yanyou was determined to resolve all her entangled relationships in one fell swoop. Foremost on her agenda was the separation of her household registration. When she mentioned repayment, it was not merely talk. However, the Ji family had yet to provide their bank account details, rendering her unable to transfer the funds. Thus, she resolved to utilize checks for this purpose. After quietly calculating all the expenses incurred during her time with the Ji family, Yanyou finally inscribed an amount on the check. Once completed, she retired for the night, indulging in sweet dreams. The next morning, Yanyou's first task was her routine check-in. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have received 1 million in funds, attribute points X2, and a misfortune card X1. Yanyou pondered. A misfortune card? It had been several days since she last drew an item card, and she was pleasantly surprised to receive one today. Casually, she opened her character panel, where the data was readily apparent. Name, Yanyou. Age, 18. Height, 165 centimeters physique, 53 appearance, 80 temperament, 65 charm, 7. Increased by system rating, skills, perfect singing voice items. Good luck card X1. Misfortune card X1 attribute points, 3 points. 50 observing the changes in her panel data. Yanyou felt a small sense of accomplishment, though she started from a low point. Her rate of advancement was swift. She then proceeded to examine the descriptions of her item cards. Good luck card, upon use. Good fortune will befall the user for 24 hours, and all matters will proceed smoothly. Misfortune card, upon use, misfortune will ensue for 24 hours, and all matters will face adversity. Friendly reminder. This item card's effects are determined by the target's favorability towards the host. The lower the value, the greater the misfortune. After reading the descriptions of the 2 item cards, Yanyou exclaimed, "Goodness!" The good luck card was acceptable, but the misfortune card was rather considerate. With this card in hand, anyone harboring ill intentions towards her would find themselves facing dire consequences. The thought of such a scenario brought a smile to her face. However, after laughing, Yanyou couldn't help but grumble about the low probability of obtaining item cards through daily check-ins. System. The system mall has been activated. The host can purchase necessary items from the mall. Yanyou was at a loss for words. Thanks for the invitation, but I think I'll take a chance on my luck. Isn't free stuff more enticing? The G family banquet was scheduled for the evening, and while Yanyou was in no rush to go, the G family, in contrast, had called her several times. On several occasions previously, Yanyou had been unable to answer the phone due to prior commitments. Upon finally receiving the call, she had only just connected when the authoritative voice of Xue Qingyi resonated from the other end. Yanyou, do not forget to return home today. Yanyou frowned, disliking the commanding tone with which she was addressed. However, considering the matters she needed to attend to that day, she chose to endure it for the time being. I understand, she replied nonchalantly, then calmly inquired, is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up. I am quite busy. Xue Qingyi, evidently taken aback by Yanyou's icy demeanor, fell silent for a brief moment before letting out a cold snort and retorting, do not keep us waiting. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Yanyou was indifferent to this. Her busyness was indeed genuine, as today marked the day when the esteemed teacher from Shangda would be coming to conduct lessons. Shortly after breakfast, the doorbell rang, and upon glancing at the video monitor, Yanyou confirmed that the teacher had arrived. She promptly granted elevator access for the teacher to ascend directly to her floor. Chapter 26. Come work for me. The instructor assigned by Shangda was a remarkable woman, both in physique and temperament, possessing a profound mastery of her subject. After a period of study under her guidance, Yanyou felt a discernible transformation within herself. In her previous state, Yanyou moved about with a carefree nonchalance. While this did not evoke any particular oddity, it was admittedly rather too grounded. However, the present Yanyou exuded an air of calm composure and graceful confidence in her every gesture, markedly different from the impression she once conveyed. With the tuition generously provided, Yanyou occasionally presented her teacher with small tokens of appreciation, and thus the instructor taught with exceptional dedication. Miss G is truly the fastest learner among my students. The teacher praised with a smile at the conclusion of their session. Yanyou responded with a gracious smile, modestly saying, "You flatter me, teacher." Whether the teacher's compliments arose from genuine admiration or were influenced by the gifts she received, Yanyou relished the kind words, for who does not appreciate hearing praise? Teacher, I seek to find someone proficient in makeup artistry. Might you know anyone suitable? Yanyou inquired, anticipating an upcoming gala. Aware that individuals like her, who frequently interacted with those in the entertainment industry, often had connections to talented makeup artists, she posed the question. The instructor pondered momentarily before nodding affirmatively. I happen to know someone. Her name is Yanyou Xie. She previously worked with a film crew. Due to certain circumstances, she currently has some free time. However, her character and makeup skills are commendable, so you can rest assured. Naturally, I placed my trust in the teacher's recommendation. After the instructor departed, Yanyou contacted the young woman named Yanyou Xie using the number provided. Upon hearing Yanyou mention the teacher's name, Yanyou Xie readily accepted the invitation and arrived at Yanyou's residence at the agreed time. With 3 hours remaining until the banquet commenced, Yanyou leisurely sifted through her extensive wardrobe in her dressing room, contemplating what gown to wear. Yanyou Xie followed closely behind, her demeanor tinged with nervousness. Upon her arrival, she was ushered directly into the dressing room, which left her utterly astonished. The sheer size of the wardrobe, eclipsing her own living space, and the array of exquisite garments, jewelry, accessories, and shoes was enough to leave her wide-eyed. Please help me select an outfit suitable for the gala, Yanyou said. feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the dazzling array of dresses. Regretting her earlier decision to fill the wardrobe to capacity, she found herself struggling to choose a suitable ensemble. Lacking the patience to make a selection herself, she entrusted the task to Yang Xian. Momentarily taken aback, Yang Xian quickly regained her composure and nodded with determination. She recognized that this was her opportunity to shine, and with this rare job, she was resolute in proving her professional capabilities. Yanyou settled herself onto the sofa in the dressing room, waiting patiently, while Yang Xian swiftly rummaged through the hangers. In just 5 minutes, she managed to select a stunning white fairy dress adorned with diamonds from a heap of garments. The dress featured an off-the-shoulder design, with wide straps embellished with sparkling jewels that glimmered under the light. The shoulder area was delicately cut out, revealing a hint of her graceful collarbone, while the sleeves flowed elegantly like large ruffled petals, reaching just to the elbows, an alluring blend of concealment and revelation. The ensemble was complemented by a diamond-studded belt, with the skirt flowing lightly to mid-calf, exuding a sense of refined elegance intertwined with playful charm. After trying it on and feeling satisfied, Yanyou asked Yang Xian to pair it with additional accessories and shoes. Yang Xian, initially anxious, found solace in Yanyou's approval, and the subsequent selections pleased Yanyou immensely. Once the outfit was complete, Yanyou requested Yang Xian to apply an appropriate makeup look. Having felt somewhat content with the earlier trial, she now awaited the final test to see if the results would continue to meet her expectations. This time, the process took longer, approximately an hour and a half, and at last, Yanyou beheld her reflection for the first time. The moment she glimpsed the figure in the mirror, she was momentarily entranced. The reflection revealed a version of herself that seemed to have shed youthful innocence, with each subtle expression radiating an indescribable allure that captivated the eye. Yanyou almost questioned whether the person before her was indeed herself. Yet the familiar features and synchronized movements confirmed that she was, in fact, the same individual. Who knew I could look quite beautiful after makeup? Yanyou mused, indulging in a moment of self-admiration. However, recalling the presence of another, she reined in her excitement. Do you have any other work? She casually inquired while admiring her visage. Yang Xian, perplexed, nonetheless answered honestly no. She had offended someone within the production team, leading to her reputation being utterly tarnished. No crew in the film city was willing to embrace her, and even artists and stars shunned a designer with a sullied name, despite her skills rivaling those of many seasoned professionals. Ultimately, she found herself without any employment opportunities. I have already heard about your situation from Teacher Shanda, Yanyou stated. Yang Xian felt a heaviness in her heart, fearing yet another disappointment, but was taken aback when Yanyou continued. Your professional abilities please me. If you are willing, come work for me. I will hire you as my exclusive designer, with an annual salary starting at 2 million. Yang Xian was utterly stunned. 2 million? That was enough to sustain her for over a decade without spending a dime. I accept, she exclaimed, fearing Yanyou might retract the offer, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yanyou smiled gently, adding Yang Xian on WeChat, and shortly thereafter, transferred a substantial sum of money to her. Consider this your onboarding gift. Yang Xian gasped in astonishment, expressing her heartfelt gratitude repeatedly. With this newfound financial support, she no longer had to worry about being evicted from her rented accommodation. As time grew short, Yanyou prepared to set off for the Ji family home. However, hailing a taxi was out of the question, and just as Yang Xian was about to leave, she found herself unexpectedly conscripted. In the garage, confronted by the sight of a Porsche 911 valued at several million, Yang Xian stood in disbelief, glancing back at Yanyou uncertainly. Boss, are you really letting me drive this car? I don't have a license. Yanyou replied with unwavering confidence. Yang Xian offered a wry smile. Although she possessed a driving license, her experience had been limited to the instructor's vehicle, never having touched the steering wheel of a four-wheeled automobile. The thought of driving such an expensive car made her want to shake her head vigorously in disbelief. At that moment, Yanyou gently patted Yang Xian on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, come on, I believe in you. As Yang Xian looked up, her gaze met Yanyou's bright and clear eyes, instantly invigorating her spirit. All right, if the boss has faith in me, why should I hesitate any longer? Chapter 27. Myopia. As Yang Xian took the wheel of a luxury car worth millions for the first time, her heart swelled with excitement and caution. Despite her fluctuating emotions, she drove with utmost diligence. Following the navigation's guidance, she smoothly parked in front of the Ji family villa and hurriedly exited to open the door for her new employer. Please wait for me outside for a moment. I shall return shortly, Yanyou reassured, contemplating that after settling her dues and clarifying matters, she would emerge without delay. Yang Xian nodded in acknowledgement, waving goodbye as Yanyou entered the expansive villa before her. The gathering was set to take place in the villa's rear garden, which boasted over 300 square meters and was already brimming with guests. The host, Jidin, mingled among the crowd, raising his glass to toast and engage in conversation with various attendees, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Shun Huiru, accompanied by Xue Qingyi, also navigated through the throng, exchanging pleasantries with elegantly dressed and refined ladies of high society, aiming to introduce Xue Qingyi to this circle. As the time approached, Jidin made his way to a small podium at the center of the gathering and waved to Shun Huiru, smiling as she guided Xue Qingyi toward him. What is happening? Does anyone know? One guest whispered. No idea. Xi invited us without specifying the purpose. Let us just wait and see. Who is that girl beside Mrs. Shun? She is quite pretty, but doesn't she bear a striking resemblance to the Ji couple? Didn't you hear? 18 years ago, the Ji family's daughter was mistakenly swapped with another. The girl standing next to Mrs. Shun is actually the true daughter of the Ji family. Is that so? What became of the previous daughter? Who knows? Amidst hushed discussions, the guests speculated on the true intent of the gathering, but soon they received their answer. Today, I have invited you all to introduce my daughter, Jidin announced from the podium, directing everyone's attention to Xue Qingyi. Come, Xue, greet everyone. With a gentle nudge from Shun Huiru, who had misty eyes, Xue Qingyi stepped forward, standing beside Jidin. The moment was exhilarating for her, as such an occasion had never transpired in her past life. After being brought back to the Ji family, her parents initially intended to host a similar banquet to publicly acknowledge her identity. However, due to Yanyou's relentless interference, that gathering was never realized, leading her to be unjustly branded as the daughter of a mistress, subjected to disdainful gazes that haunted her in sleepless nights. Now, finally standing before everyone with dignity, Xue Qingyi felt an unprecedented surge of exhilaration and relief, her face breaking into a genuine smile. Greetings, everyone. I am Xue Qingyi, the daughter of the Ji family. Xue Qingyi introduced herself with grace and poise, her demeanor betraying not a hint of timidity. Had one not known that she had only recently returned, they might have assumed she was a refined young lady meticulously nurtured by her family. Her natural beauty was further accentuated by her charming smile, which captivated those around her. Among the guests at the soiree were several young gentlemen and ladies, some of whom were of similar age to Xue Qingyi. Upon witnessing her exquisite presence, these affluent young men felt a sudden stir of admiration. Indeed, she eclipsed Yanyou in beauty, a true testament to her lineage. It had always been apparent that Yanyou bore no resemblance to Aunt Shin, and now the truth of their non-familial bond became clear. No wonder she was deemed less than attractive. Curiously, where was Yanyou? Are you not aware? Yanyou has been expelled from the Ji family, murmured some acquaintances of Yanyou, including Nieshi and Yanying. Though their families were not as affluent as the Ji clan, they maintained some business connections and thus received invitations to the gala. Yanyou was nothing but a thief, having stolen Xue Qingyi's rightful identity for so long. It was high time she returned it, Nieshi remarked sarcastically, her mind lingering on the humiliation she had previously endured in Yanyou's presence, a smoldering resentment igniting within her. Yanying sighed in exasperation, feigning concern. I encountered her at Granny Xiang's shop recently. I was shocked to see her shopping at such an expensive place after being cast out. I merely wished to check on her, but she was utterly ungrateful, despite our prior friendship. As her words concluded, they immediately sparked the curiosity of the other young ladies present. Wasn't she expelled from the Ji family? How could she afford to shop for luxury goods? Yanying fell silent, while Nieshi scoffed. Who knows where that money comes from? It could very well be acquired through dubious means. And how would you know? Were you a witness? Another voice interjected. Nieshi retorted, must I have seen it with my own eyes? Just consider the possibilities. In the midst of her statement, Nieshi's voice faltered as she turned abruptly towards the source of the interruption, only to find Yanyou standing there, arms crossed, wearing a bemused expression. Yanyou, Nieshi gasped, retreating several steps, as if startled. Why the sudden silence? I was eager to discover the depths of your sordid thoughts. Yanyou scanned the faces before her, swiftly recognizing that apart from Nieshi and Yanying, the others had once shared amicable ties with her, but now conspired to speak ill of her. Such poor judgment, Yanyou murmured to herself. Yet internally, she was lamenting the social aptitude of her former self. Just look at the company she kept. It is no wonder that in the original narrative, these individuals would stab her in the back once she fell from grace. Yanyou, what do you mean by that? Am I mistaken in my observations? Do you dare to claim that your wealth is acquired through reputable means? Nieshi, provoked by Yanyou's disdainful gaze, recalled that she was no longer the esteemed daughter of the Ji family. She felt no restraint, only a desire to humiliate Yanyou in front of everyone, seeking to quell the indelible fury that had plagued her for days. As she confronted Yanyou, her voice was not lowered, swiftly attracting the attention of others. Chapter 28. We shall sever our ties. Xue Qingyi believed that she was destined to be the focal point of the evening's banquet. Whether in her past life or this one, such attention was her rightful due. Yet, as she reveled in the spotlight, she noticed that many guests were drawn to a commotion on the other side of the room. What was happening? Shen Huiru furrowed her brow and inquired, while Xue Qingyi felt a surge of anger, though she maintained a smile to mask her emotions. It must be a disagreement of some sort. Let us investigate further to uncover the truth. She was determined to discover who dared to disrupt her momentous return to the Ji family's grand affair. However, upon navigating through the crowd and spotting the source of the disturbance, her previously composed demeanor nearly faltered, revealing a flicker of resentment. It was her once again, Yanyou. Why did she insist on opposing her at every turn? Dark thoughts began to fester within Xue Qingyi, yet she exhibited remarkable self-control, not allowing a hint of negativity to escape her. At the center of attention, Nieshi's focus remained on Yanyou. After delivering her initial remarks, she seemed to shed any remaining reservations, her questioning growing increasingly audacious. Can you provide a credible explanation? Your financial sources are dubious at best. Did you not acquire your wealth by latching onto some nouveau riche? TSK, you were raised in the Ji family. Yet your narrow-mindedness is astonishing. Stooping to accept such tainted money only proves your base lineage. Shaoxi, perhaps you should temper your words. As Nieshi passionately continued her tirade, Yu Yingying, aware of the gathering crowd's gaze, swiftly tugged at Nieshi's arm, signaling her to cease her outburst. Realizing the implications of her actions, Nieshi reluctantly fell silent, though not without lingering frustration. Yanyou merely smiled, though her expression lacked genuine warmth. Have you finished speaking? Nieshi scoffed, ready to retort, but was preemptively restrained by Yu Yingying. Unperturbed, Yanyou pressed on. Since you have nothing further to say, it is now my turn. Nieshi sneered, anticipating Yanyou's feeble attempts at justification. However, to her astonishment, Yanyou stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap across Nieshi's face. The sound echoed, leaving not only Nieshi stunned, but also causing the onlookers to gasp in disbelief. This is a consequence for your earlier slander. My financial origins are far more pristine than your countenance. Such matters require no scrutiny from you. Yanyou spoke in a dispassionate tone, her gaze sweeping the assembly before she raised her voice towards Nieshi. I, Yanyou, conduct myself with integrity and dignity. Should I hear further defamatory remarks against me, I shall ensure you experience the depths of destitution. Her tone was laced with a brazen confidence, leaving many in attendance bewildered. Was this truly the Yanyou of yore, once perceived as spoiled and thoughtless? Yu, what has come over you? How could you resort to violence? Shen Huiru, having regained her composure from the shock, reprimanded Yanyou with ire. She was furious, feeling that her daughter's actions had brought disgrace upon them in front of their esteemed guests. Despite having diligently guided her in the past, her transformation into the person she is now is profoundly disappointing. Is it truly due to blood ties that the offspring of that couple remain unworthy of esteem? Apologize at once. Jidan admonished coldly. Xue Qingyi suppressed her displeasure, her face a blend of 7 parts concern and 3 parts reproach as she spoke. Yanyou, no matter how wrong she may be, you cannot resort to violence. Look at how upset your father and I are. Please heed your father's words and apologize. The surrounding crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Isn't she being excessively arrogant? Where does she derive such confidence? Who knows? But from her earlier demeanor, it seems she is not fabricating her claims. Let us observe further. Yanyou, unfazed by the whispers, remained indifferent to Jidan's reprimand. Why should I apologize? She replied nonchalantly. Jidan's anger intensified upon hearing her words. Yanyou, what kind of attitude is this in conversing with me? Yanyou glanced at him, smiling. Mr. Ji, you invited me to this gathering. What is with your current treatment of your guest? Jidan was taken aback. What do you mean? A sudden, ominous premonition arose within him, recalling Yanyou's previous remarks. Indeed, in the next moment, Yanyou declared, since everyone is aware that I am not a member of the Ji family, why not seize this opportunity to publicly sever our ties? The room erupted in astonishment. Jidan bellowed in anger. That is unacceptable. Yanyou retorted. Why is it unacceptable? Rest assured, I will repay all past expenses as I promised. With that, she produced a prepared check from her bag and handed it over. Jidan trembled with rage, while Shen Huiru wore a pained expression. Only Xue Qingyi maintained a semblance of composure, yet she did not reach out to accept the check. The standoff continued, and curious onlookers edged closer, soon rendered speechless by the sum inscribed on the check. Noticing no one was forthcoming to take it, Yanyou grew weary of idle chatter and directly placed the check into Xue Qingshui's hands. This amount suffices to cover all my expenses over the past 18 years. I hope Mr. Ji and Mrs. Shun will expedite the processing of my exit formalities. Xue Qingshui glanced at the check, her expression shifting noticeably, and turned to present it to Jidan. 10 million? Where did you acquire such a sum? Jidan gazed at Yanyou in disbelief. This amount far exceeded her cumulative expenses over the years. Was she attempting to humiliate him? As this thought crossed his mind, Jidan's expression grew increasingly grim. This money is indeed earned by me. If you doubt it, feel free to investigate. Yanyou felt no sense of guilt. After all, the system had assured her of such. With the system's assistance to resolve these matters, she had little to worry about. Shunhuiru was equally taken aback by the substantial amount of money, regarding Yanyou with suspicion, as if scrutinizing her closely. The Ji family was affluent, but their wealth primarily manifested in the company's stock price. While they could indeed withdraw such a sum from their liquid assets, doing so would inevitably impact the company's cash flow. This scenario was not unique. Many prominent families present faced similar situations, which is why everyone was astounded by Yanyou's casual display of 10 million. Did you truly earn all this money yourself? How could you? You hardly possess any skills to accumulate such wealth, Shunhuiru remarked, belittling Yanyou. Had Yanyou still been her daughter, she would never have uttered such words, fearing they would wound her daughter's feelings. Yet now, they slipped from her lips without a hint of hesitation. Yanyou perceived this shift, uncertain whether to feel sorrow for the original owner of the identity or to be grateful that she had vanished before any of this transpired. She had no intention of further explanations. Since the money had been given and words exchanged, there was little reason to linger. However, as she departed, she could not resist casting a glance at Xue Qingshui, stating, "Now, the Ji family belongs to you. We owe each other nothing. In the future, should you encounter me, do not provoke me, for I am more than capable of dismantling the Ji family's esteemed position. Do not doubt my abilities." With that, she paid no mind to Xue Qingshui's suddenly pallid visage or her seemingly predatory glare, and Yanyou exited with a graceful flair, leaving the guests in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 29. Truly, I weep in despair. The banquet ended on an unpleasant note. After the guests departed, Jidan, infuriated, shattered his beloved teacup in the study, while Shunhuiru lay on the bed, clutching her chest and lamenting their misfortunes. Xue Qingshui, her silver teeth nearly grinding to dust, found her exquisite features contorted with rage. Yanyou, she enunciated each syllable with venom, allowing the darkness she had long concealed within her heart to surge forth uncontrollably. Why must you treat me this way? I am the true daughter of the Ji family. Why must you oppose me at every turn when I seek to reclaim what is rightfully mine? Damn it, Yanyou, you truly deserve to perish. Xue Qingshui vowed to ensure Yanyou met a wretched end, stripped of all dignity and subjected to torment, believing that only then could her own resentment be assuaged. Though she felt powerless at present, lacking wealth and influence despite her status as a daughter of a prestigious family, she found solace in the knowledge gleaned from her past life, which had already put her ahead of many. Xue Qingshui was convinced that, given time, she could evolve into a figure whom others would hesitate to demean. Fueled by hatred, she began meticulously planning her future. After an indeterminate period, upon hearing another crash from the study, Xue Qingshui took a deep breath to compose herself, donning a demure smile as she approached the room. She resolved to become a daughter whom her parents would regard as 100 times superior to Yanyou. Even if Yanyou had severed ties with the family, she would ensure Yanyou remained beneath her heel. Upon entering the study, Jidan, still brimming with anger, tempered his ire upon seeing Xue Qingshui. "Father, do not let someone like Yanyou harm your health. She has so grievously disappointed you and mother. It is she who lacks conscience." Xue Qingshui offered him the tea she had brewed herself, and after taking a sip, he nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed, the tea brewed by my dear daughter truly pleases my palate. A biological daughter is invariably more considerate than those not of my blood. I raised Yanyou for 18 years, yet I never truly perceived her." As he spoke, Jidan's anger threatened to resurface. Immediately following the banquet, he had dispatched someone to investigate the veracity of Yanyou's claims. Unable to fathom that the daughter he had always regarded as nothing but a source of trouble and expense could amass such wealth. However, the investigation into Yanyou proceeded smoothly, and soon, answers emerged. Yanyou had ventured into the stock market 5 years prior, and through years of capital accumulation. The exact amount of her funds remained a mystery to outsiders. Yet, It seemed unremarkable for her to possess the ability to produce 10 million at her discretion. When Jidan received this revelation, he was utterly astounded. Impossible, absolutely impossible, he murmured, unable to grasp the implications of the news he had received. Yet the reality before him was undeniable. Over the years, I have often questioned my treatment of her, acknowledging her lack of abilities, yet still planning for her future, hoping she might marry into a more prestigious family. To my astonishment, she concealed everything from me. Could it be that she was aware all along that she was not the daughter of the Ji family, and thus had been on guard against us since that time? As Jidan continued to speak, he became increasingly convinced of his own correctness, causing the last remnants of his affection for Ji Yuyu to dwindle under a veil of suspicion. Ji Mingxue felt a stir in her heart, a flicker of insight flashing in her eyes. Could it be that my adoptive parents had contacted her long ago, leading her to discover her true identity? But how could they possibly know? Ji Mingxue hesitated, her words hinting at something unspoken. In a fit of rage, Jidan instinctively followed Ji Mingxue's line of thought, and after a moment of contemplation, his expression shifted dramatically. Was it possible that the mix-up of the children was not an accident, but a deliberate act on their part? The more Jidan pondered, the more plausible it seemed, leading him to believe that Ji Yuyu's actions were undoubtedly calculated, with her sights set on the Ji family's assets. Observing Jidan's face pale with fear at her conjectures, Ji Mingxue felt a surge of satisfaction. However, her intentions lay elsewhere. After waiting patiently for Jidan's emotions to settle, she finally voiced her thoughts. Father, everyone outside knows that Ji Yuyu has severed ties with the Ji family through her own means. Her departure will surely invite ridicule upon us for our lack of discernment. Ji Mingxue's brow furrowed slightly, while Jidan fell into a contemplative silence. I want to test my own abilities to earn money. If I can surpass Ji Yuyu, others will no longer dare to speak ill of us. What do you intend to do? Jidan inquired, puzzled. Father, I wish to enter the entertainment industry. Ji Mingxue finally articulated her ambition, her expression resolute. She was confident that her memories from her past life would enable her to excel and achieve success in the entertainment realm. Jidan was taken aback by Ji Mingxue's aspirations, but the thought of Ji Yuyu rendering them a laughingstock was unbearable for him. After a brief moment of reflection, he nodded in agreement, determined to prove to everyone that an impostor could never surpass the true daughter of the Ji family. Following the resolution of the Ji family's troubles, Ji Yuyu felt an invigorating sense of clarity. Upon returning home, she arranged with Yang Xian to meet around 9 o'clock each morning, assuring her that she would notify her of any changes. After Yang Xian had driven her once, Ji Yuyu was thoroughly impressed by her reliable driving skills. Since she had yet to receive her driver's license, she asked Yang Xian to temporarily take on the role of her chauffeur. Yang Xian eagerly agreed, feeling delighted at the prospect. Although she was now a part-time driver, her current job was far less demanding than before. Previously, when she was on set, she had to endure long hours and often faced hostility, but now, she only needed to cater to one person, earning a salary she had never dared to dream of. Just a few days ago, I was troubled by the burden of rent, yet unexpectedly, circumstances have taken a turn for the better. Yang Xian felt an immense gratitude towards Ji Yuyu, vowing silently to adorn her with the finest of her skills each day. Ji Yuyu, unaware of the depth of Yang Xian's gratitude, first indulged in a meal after her departure, then enjoyed a refreshing bath before donning a loose, comfortable set of pajamas. With a cup of sweet soda in hand, she nestled into the sofa. Have I truly resolved the origins of my funds? The words spoken at the banquet resurfaced in her mind, stirring a sense of unease. Although the system assured her there was no need to fear scrutiny, anxiety still crept in. Rest assured, host, with my intervention, no one in this world can detect any anomalies. Ji Yuyu nodded, inquiring, by the way, how did you manage that? No sooner had she spoken than a virtual panel appeared, this time not displaying character attributes, but rather a summary of personal experiences. After glancing at it, Ji Yuyu silently dismissed the panel with a deep sigh. Does the host find this arrangement unsatisfactory? The system posed its first question. Ji Yuyu shook her head. A prodigy in the stock market. So, I am that impressive in your eyes. You truly move me to tears. There was a brief silence from the system. I will amend that immediately. Wait, no? Ji Yuyu laughed, but soon composed herself, adopting a serious demeanor. My finances will only grow from here on out. To avoid further suspicion from others, it seems I must establish my own enterprise. But which industry should I pursue first? Chapter 30. Ambition and Rewards. Ji Yuyu has never believed in confining herself to a single industry for her development. With wealth in hand, it is only natural to cultivate opportunities across diverse fields. The notion that one cannot navigate without a keen sense of business management is absurd. with sufficient financial resources. What kind of business mogul cannot be enlisted? At present, Yanyou is merely deliberating on which sector to embark upon first. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a notification. Upon inspection, she discovered a message on WeChat. Xue Qingyi, tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock, in the private room on the third floor of Shanghua Hotel. I shall be awaiting your arrival. A spark of excitement flickered in Yanyou's eyes. What need is there for further hesitation? The choice has been made, and she will take the initiative. She promptly replied to Xue Qingyi, confirming her punctual attendance for the next day. However, as she set her phone down, other concerns began to surface in her mind. If she is to pursue a career, it is inevitable that she will need to sign various contracts. Thus, securing a legal advisor is paramount. Additionally, she must find an assistant to manage simpler tasks, and once she establishes her own company, hiring managerial staff will be essential. The more Yanyou contemplated, the more burdensome her thoughts became. Ultimately, she envisions herself as a wealthy and leisurely magnate, does she not? Indeed, host. Then why does it feel as though there are countless tasks awaiting my attention? There are many paths to becoming a magnate, and the host has merely chosen one that is somewhat arduous. The host may opt to abandon this path in favor of focusing solely on generating wealth and rewards, which would undoubtedly be less strenuous. The system's youthful voice remained steady, yet Yanyou sensed a hint of disdain in its tone when the option of relinquishment was mentioned. After a brief moment of contemplation, she reclined on the sofa, her long black hair cascading over the cream-colored leather. The soft glow of the lights accentuated her fair complexion. Yanyou pouted slightly and declared, I desire both ambition and rewards. The system offered no further replies. After a restful night, Yanyou remarkably awoke before 9 o'clock. She proceeded with her daily check-in, receiving a reward of 3 million and a few attribute points. Over time, her accumulated points had surpassed 50, alongside 5 attribute points. However, Yanyou chose to refrain from immediate utilization, preferring to gather more before making a decisive investment. Xue Qingyi arrived to apply makeup for Yanyou. A touch of apprehension accompanied her on her first day at work, but after Yanyou encouraged her to sit down for breakfast, she gradually relaxed. Following a fresh and natural makeup application, Xue Qingyi selected a simple yet playful dress for Yanyou to wear. Adorned with accessories and a handbag, Yanyou transformed into an exquisite vision, reminiscent of a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, leaving an indelible impression. Thoroughly satisfied, Yanyou descended the stairs with Yanyou and drove to the most renowned law firm in Heiress. Today, her priority is to secure a legal advisor. The Yanyou law firm is situated on the 17th floor of the illustrious Yanyou building in the bustling heart of Heiress. The firm itself is relatively modest, comprising merely 2 defense attorney offices, a reception area, a file storage room, and a quaint little pantry. As Yanyou stepped into the firm, she swiftly surveyed her surroundings, her doubts creeping in. Could it truly house the most formidable lawyer in all of Heiress? Yet, upon reflection, she reassured herself. Securing an office in such a prime location would require a substantial degree of competence, lest one fail to meet even the most basic rental obligations. Hello, how may I assist you? In the reception area, the receptionist had just placed down her coffee and departed when a slightly rotund young man in a black suit, white shirt, and a striking purple tie entered. His eyes lit up upon seeing Yanyou, and his tone became markedly more enthusiastic. Yanyou hesitated for a moment before inquiring, Are you Xue Qingyi, the lawyer? Prior to her visit, she had conducted a brief online search, learning that the firm's reputation largely hinged on Xue Qingyi's prowess and had familiarized herself with some of the cases he had handled. Yet she had neglected to ascertain his appearance. Now faced with the pleasantly plump young man before her, she found herself grappling with a mix of emotions. She had anticipated a dashing figure instead. I'm Yanyou, the young man replied with a cheerful smile, casually scratching his head, unperturbed by Yanyou's misidentification. Apologies, Yanyou said with an awkward smile, swiftly articulating her purpose for visiting. Hello, I am Yanyou. I am seeking a legal consultant. I have heard that lawyer Xue possesses the finest skills in the industry, which is why I have come to seek your assistance. Yanyou nodded with conviction. Indeed, lawyer Xue is our firm's crowning jewel. However, I must caution you that he typically refrains from taking on cases outside his established scope. Yanyou furrowed her brow. May I speak with him directly? She had come specifically for the renowned lawyer, and with the best standing before her, she was reluctant to settle for anything less. With a sigh, Yanyou felt a bittersweet pang in his heart. The joy stemmed from the immense reputation of Xue Qingyi, which had attracted a plethora of clientele to the firm. But the pain lay in the fact that this illustrious figure was exceedingly selective about the cases he chose to undertake. Ms. G, I can assist in contacting him. However, I feel compelled to share a word of caution, Xue Yuan said with a hint of resignation. What is it? Yanyou inquired, puzzled. Lawyer Jun is quite serious in nature and adheres to his own set of principles, which are seldom altered. Therefore, even if you were to speak with him directly, the outcome may not be as favorable as you hope. I trust you will not take offense, Ms. G. Yanyou initially thought it was not a significant matter. Upon hearing the words, she smiled nonchalantly and said, Rest assured, as you mentioned, he rarely changes the established rules, which implies there are times he might. Please convey my willingness to offer an annual salary of 5 million. I wish for him to be my consultant. 5 million. Xue Yuan was utterly astonished. The firm was a partnership he had established with Jun Shichu, and after a grueling year, a salary of 3 million was considered commendable. He never expected her to propose a figure as high as 5 million. Xue Yuan hesitated, yet courteously bid farewell to Yanyou before hastily heading to the break room to contact Jun Shichu. This was a substantial client, and he could not afford to make the decision alone. Yanyou waited quietly in the reception area, with Yang Xin accompanying her. Their occasional conversations made the wait less tedious. Soon, Xue Yuan emerged from his phone call, accompanied by a tall man in a black suit, whose striking features radiated an air of formidable elegance. The man possessed a face that blended Eastern and Western traits, his sculpted features exuding an inexplicable nobility. Perched on his high nose were gold-rimmed glasses, obscuring the indifference that nearly overflowed from his light golden eyes. Ding! The beauty scanner has been activated. Target detected, Jun Shichu. Current target beauty score, 93, meeting the system's expenditure criteria. Chapter 31. Just 10 million. It's not like I can't afford it. Greetings, I am Jun Shichu. As the man spoke, his serious tone carried an unmistakable air of aloofness. Yanyou widened her eyes in disbelief, gazing at the man before her, and at that moment, it seemed as if a spark flickered in her eyes. A score of 93. Indeed, I have found a man whose allure surpasses 90. Yanyou silently celebrated, her excitement palpable even in the absence of a response from the system. Ahem. Xue Yuan, observing Yanyou's rapt attention on Jun Shichu, was no stranger to such sights. He coughed lightly, a hint of exasperation in his demeanor, while inwardly he couldn't help but critique, this guy continues to attract attention effortlessly. It is no wonder he is reluctant to take on cases beyond his regular work. With such a visage, what if he were to be besieged by wealthy women? Xue Yuan clicked his tongue, and upon turning his gaze back to Yanyou's exquisite face, his thoughts shifted without reservation. If all affluent women looked like her, perhaps it wouldn't be such a loss after all. How come I never encounter such good fortune? Yanyou regained her composure, a hint of shyness coloring her smile as she confidently extended her hand towards Jun Shichu. Hello, I am Yanyou. I wish to hire you as my legal advisor. With an annual salary of 10 million. Her declaration caused Xue Yuan to exclaim in astonishment. What? 10 million? Just a moment ago, it was mentioned as 5 million, and now it has suddenly escalated to 10 million? Shichu, you've truly captivated yet another. Xue Yuan discreetly gave Jun Shichu a thumbs up, while a fleeting look of surprise crossed Jun Shichu's otherwise stoic face. Miss G, are you jesting? He inquired, his gaze growing colder. He had encountered numerous heiresses and wealthy women eager to financially support him in the past, all of whom he had summarily dismissed. Should this woman harbor similar intentions, he would not hesitate to cast her aside as well. A peculiar chill crept down Yanyou's spine, though it dissipated quickly. Sensing the hostility in Jun Shichu's gaze, she felt he had misconstrued her intentions as mere frivolity, and thus she hastened to clarify, I am not joking. I require a top-tier professional as my advisor. Prior to this meeting, I conducted extensive research on your credentials, and without a doubt, you are the individual I seek, hence my desire to employ you. Jun Shichu furrowed his brow. Miss G, offering 10 million is sufficient to hire an entire team of lawyers to serve you. Is there a particular reason for such an investment in a single individual? Xue Yuan was taken aback by Jun Shichu's bluntness and quickly signaled him discreetly. Brother, take it easy. She is a significant benefactor. Even if you are not interested, do not offend her. Jun Shichu cast a glance at him before feigning ignorance and diverting his gaze. Xue Yuan. Yanyou discerned the subtle probing in Jun Shichu's words, yet she remained unfazed, instead contemplating the suggestion just proposed by him. What you say bears a semblance of truth, Yanyou murmured. Jun Shichu was taken aback, as her reaction was somewhat unexpected. Based on past experiences, after uttering such a statement, one would anticipate the other party to express a desire for a deeper connection. Yet the current situation seemed to diverge from this norm. Xue Yuan wished he could pinch himself to avoid fainting. With a friend and partner who regarded money with such indifference, he felt compelled to keep a supply of quick-acting heart tonic on hand. Miss G, Xue was merely jesting. Our Yanyou firm possesses exceptional capabilities. We could easily select individuals who could match tenfold in competence. Just look at me. I am a premier lawyer within our firm, Qingyuan asserted, unable to bear the thought of $1 million slipping away. However, as soon as his words fell, Yanyou clapped her hands in excitement and remarked, "Your idea is quite commendable. However, your firm seems to lack personnel. A complete legal team requires at least 10 individuals, and it appears you cannot muster that." Qingyuan replied despondently, his eyes devoid of light. Yanyou continued, "I will invest $50 million to acquire shares in your firm, and another $50 million to recruit industry talents, thereby directly forming a legal advisory group. What do you think?" "What?" Qingyuan instantly perked up, gazing at Yanyou in disbelief. Xue exhibited a similar expression of astonishment, for when he and Qingyuan initially established the firm, the registered capital was merely $1 million. "I will contribute the funds without participating in management. Aside from handling my matters, everything else will remain largely unchanged. Lawyer Jun's annual salary will remain as I previously stated, $10 million, Yanyou stated casually, as if she were discussing mere thousands rather than tens of millions. Qingyuan had already calculated in his mind. The conditions Yanyou presented were exceedingly enticing and would significantly bolster the firm's growth. With such a substantial sum, they could effectively expand the firm and promote the Yanyou brand nationwide. Even without considering these factors, the mere announcement of a $10 million annual salary would undoubtedly attract countless candidates vying for the opportunity. He genuinely felt elated for Xue, and noticing his continued silence, he recognized his cautious nature had surfaced again. Thus, he hastily urged him toward the door, glancing back at Yanyou with a smile. "Pardon us. We would like to discuss this privately." Yanyou, of course, had no objections. Once the two had stepped outside, she could no longer conceal her excitement. This was splendid. It was rare to encounter someone with a score of over 90 in looks, and she was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. After a brief wait filled with anticipation, the two returned. "I can agree to Miss G's terms, but the $10 million is excessive. I cannot bear such a sum." Xue spoke softly, yet a trace of concern lingered in her heart regarding Yanyou's ulterior motives. However, upon hearing Xue's words, Yanyou resolutely shook her head. "No, not even a fraction less. You are so talented, it would be a pity if someone else poached you. It is far better to offer a price that guarantees you cannot be taken away, thus putting my mind at ease." Yanyou spoke earnestly, her whimsical comments leaving Qingyuan profoundly touched. "Miss G's unwavering confidence in us truly moves us," he remarked, raising a hand to brush away non-existent tears from the corners of his eyes, playfully inquiring, "I wonder what salary Miss G has in mind for me." Yanyou glanced at Xue's nearly flawless, handsome visage, then turned her gaze to Qingyuan, whose slightly plump yet amiable expression exuded cleverness and kindness, finding an inexplicable sense of humor in the contrast. How could these two individuals, so strikingly different in appearance, have forged such a friendship? Noticing Qingyuan awaiting her response, Yanyou contemplated before stating, "If he is worth 10 million, then so are you." After all, the firm had been established by the two of them together, and it had been running smoothly until now. She certainly did not wish to disrupt their camaraderie upon her arrival. Some matters are not so much about scarcity, but rather about equity. Yanyou did not intend to be a fool, merely believing that 10 million was a trivial amount, one that she could certainly afford. Chapter 32. Too foolish. Keep your distance. After all negotiations were finalized, Yanyou promptly transferred 70 million to Yanyou. 50 million was allocated for equity investment, while the remaining 20 million was a prepayment for the annual salaries of Xue and Qingyuan. The moment Qingyuan received the notification of the transfer, a smile graced his face that did not falter, especially upon learning that Yanyou had disbursed their entire annual salaries. He could not help but exclaim in admiration at his boss's generosity. To casually dispense such vast sums of money speaks volumes of her wealth. Upon receiving the funds, it was time to sign the contract. Fortunately, both Qingyuan and Xue were legal experts, making the preparation of an equity division agreement a straightforward task. While the two were engrossed in this task, Yanyou was also busy. Ding! The host has spent 60 million on an opposite gender target whose attractiveness exceeds 90 points. The tenfold cashback feature has been triggered, resulting in a return of 600 million. The system's notification echoed in her mind, and as Yanyou had anticipated, the tenfold cashback feature was activated. 60 million returned as 600 million, and the money she had just spent was swiftly back in her hands, leaving her utterly elated. Alas, she mused to herself. If only she had spent a bit more, the return would have been even greater. Yanyou quietly lamented that she had been too kind-hearted, fearing that excessive generosity might intimidate them, thus restraining herself. Fortunately, Xue Qingyi was now in her employ, and there would be future opportunities. The contract was soon prepared. Yanyou glanced at it casually before signing her name, entirely unconcerned about the possibility of being deceived. Xue Qingyi raised an eyebrow, offering a new perspective on Yanyou. Although she might not mind, I still feel obliged to elucidate the terms of the contract. As Yanyou set down her pen after signing, Xue Qingyi began to calmly explain the equity structure to her. Yanyou's investment of 50 million granted her a 60 share, while Xue Qingyi and Chen Yuan each held 15, with the remaining 10 reserved for recruiting elite talent from the industry. Despite Yanyou holding the majority stake, she would not partake in the management of the firm, thus the hierarchy appeared to be in place, but in reality, it was not significantly different from before. Unfazed by the outcome of the equity arrangement, Yanyou prepared to depart. However, before leaving, she finally remembered her purpose for visiting and informed Xue Qingyi of their business meeting at 6 o'clock that evening at the Shanghua Grand Hotel, agreeing to meet then. Lacking a personal assistant, she had to enlist Xue Qingyi, the legal elite, to assist with the details of their cooperation. Once Yanyou left, the previously restrained emotions of Chen Yuan erupted, and he excitedly embraced Xue Qingyi. This is fantastic, brother. We are finally going to rise. Xue Qingyi, with a look of disdain, extended a finger to push away the overly affectionate Chen Yuan. Too foolish, keep your distance. Unfazed by the rejection, Chen Yuan merely grinned widely. This Miss Ji, with her unblinkered eyes and vast wealth, could she possibly be the daughter of a prominent family? Contemplating for a moment, she promptly shook her head. No. Even the daughter of a prestigious family would not casually spend 70 million at a whim. Could she be from an extraordinary aristocracy? Why speculate so much? We should simply focus on our own responsibilities. Xue Qingyi spoke with an inscrutable expression, yet his mind lingered on that exquisite visage, though still bearing traces of youthful innocence. It emanated an enigmatic allure, which was quite puzzling. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Yanyou arrived punctually at the Shanghua Grand Hotel. Upon her arrival, Xiao Mingyu and Xue Qingyi were already waiting in the lobby. Since the two were unfamiliar with one another, they remained unaware that they were both awaiting the same individual until Yanyou appeared. I hope I'm not late. Yanyou greeted them as she stepped before them. Miss Ji, you've arrived just in time. My parents are waiting for you upstairs, Xiao Mingyu exclaimed, his eyes brightening upon seeing her. In contrast to Xiao Mingyu's enthusiasm, Xue Qingyi maintained a composed demeanor, simply addressing her with, Miss Ji. Who is he? Xiao Mingyu queried, his gaze shifting to Xue Qingyi, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. From the very beginning, he had noticed Xue Qingyi standing at the entrance alongside him, as the latter's striking appearance commanded attention. Anyone entering would inevitably be drawn to him. Xiao Mingyu considered himself quite handsome, yet in the presence of this man, he felt inexplicably overshadowed, which irked him, particularly since the person he awaited appeared to have some acquaintance with this man, further unsettling his composure, leading him to voice an ambiguous inquiry. Fortunately, Yanyou was oblivious to the underlying tension and proceeded to introduce Xue Qingyi to Xiao Mingyu earnestly. Upon learning that he was merely a hired consultant, Xiao Mingyu's peculiar unease seemed to dissipate somewhat. Yanyou made brief introductions before leading them directly to the private room on the 3rd floor. As she opened the door, they were met with the eager faces of Xiao Mingyu's parents, Xue Qingyi and his wife, Zhou Limin, who had been waiting for quite some time. The moment the door swung open, both turned to look expectantly at the entrance. Upon seeing the girl who entered alongside their son, they immediately recognized Yanyou and stood up in excitement. Miss Ji, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, Xiao Qingyi exclaimed as he rose to greet her, while Zhou Limin, following closely, approached Yanyou with an enthusiastic demeanor, unlike her husband's reserved politeness. Zhou Limin warmly grasped Yanyou's hand and led her toward the dining table. Yanyou, I hope you don't mind my calling you that. For some reason, I felt an immediate sense of familiarity upon seeing you. Come, sit down, and let me marvel at how you became so beautiful. Zhou Limin showered Yanyou with compliments, her fervor wholly endearing rather than off-putting. Naturally, Yanyou found no reason to dislike the amiable Zhou Limin and engaged with her questions in kind. Auntie simply calls me Yanyou, and she is quite lovely herself. It is no wonder she bore such a handsome son like Xiao Mingyu. Zhou Limin chuckled softly, observing the two of them, Xiao Mingyu and Xiao Qingyi, standing like wooden stakes. She almost wished to give them a good lesson. Fortunately, Xiao Mingyu was not beyond redemption. Upon seeing Zhou Liming guiding Yanyou to take a seat, he promptly stepped forward to pull out the chair for her, facilitating her descent. Thank you. Yanyou settled into her seat and cast a faint smile at Xue Qingyi. In that fleeting moment, Xue Qingyi felt his heart racing uncontrollably, thumping wildly within his chest. Moreover, his once clear mind was now occupied by a single thought: how enchanting her smile is. Chapter 33. A single word: delight. What are you still dawdling for? Zhou Liming glanced at her son's reaction, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over her. Usually so perceptive, how could he appear so foolish at this moment? It seems he has truly taken after his father. Xue Qingyi quickly snapped back to reality and took a seat alongside Xue Qingyi, while Jun Shichu also settled quietly beside Yanyou, preparing to become an invisible presence. However, with his striking appearance, he could hardly remain in the shadows. As he naturally positioned himself next to Yanyou, Zhou Liming couldn't help but cast a few more glances in his direction, noting that his features surpassed those of her own son, which led her to inwardly grumble. A formidable rival indeed. She stole a glance at Xue Qingyi, noticing his ears had flushed red while he attempted to feign nonchalance, prompting her to sigh inwardly. My son, are you up to the task? Miss G, we have gathered today to express our gratitude for your previous assistance. The 10 million you provided has helped our family business navigate through a perilous time. The waiter began to serve the dishes, and Xue Qingyi commenced his expression of gratitude towards Yanyou, albeit with a tone reminiscent of an old bureaucrat, which nearly made Yanyou stifle a laugh. Once he finished, Zhou Liming kindly took it upon herself to explain the recent hardships faced by the Xiao family. If it weren't for your timely help, I fear that my husband and I would be contemplating a rather bleak fate. Her sincerity was palpable. Though her words were casual, they reflected the harsh reality. The Xiao family had endured severe financial strain, perpetually hoping that by holding on a little longer, they might weather the storm. Yet, the accumulating debts were becoming increasingly daunting, and should they declare bankruptcy, they would find themselves with no choice but to take a tragic leap. Ah, auntie, you jest. I merely extended a hand. Yanyou replied modestly. Even so, we still wish to express our appreciation. As Zhou Liming spoke, she exchanged a knowing glance with Xue Qingyi, who promptly presented the contract he had prepared for Yanyou. This is a small token of our gratitude, a gesture of appreciation towards Miss G. Once our business is back on track, we will find a way to return the favor. Yanyou accepted the contract with a puzzled expression, her eyes widening in surprise as she examined its contents. It contained an authorization for the transfer of 3 shares in the Xiao chain of restaurants. Though the percentage may seem modest, its value equated to several million, and the fact that it was given freely underscored the Xiao family as heartfelt gratitude towards her. Recalling the purpose of her visit, Yanyou set the contract aside and articulated her intentions for collaboration. I happen to have a bit of spare capital as well. It seems futile to let it sit idle, so I plan to invest 200 million. 200 million? Xue Qingyi was taken aback, his respect for Yanyou deepening. Few in the affluent circles of the city would dare to allow their younger generation such extravagant spending. The previously silent Jun Shichu felt a stir of interest at her declaration. Indeed, this new boss is quite extraordinary. Yanyou paid no heed to the astonished expressions of those around her and candidly expressed her desire to collaborate with the Xiao family. Xue Qingyi hesitated momentarily, and Yanyou anticipated his concerns. Thus, she clarified that her investment would solely involve capital contribution for equity shares and that she would not interfere in management. Gradually, the uncertainty on Xue Qingyi's face dissipated. Father, what are you still pondering? I believe having Miss G invest is splendid. Our chain of restaurants might even expand significantly. Xue Qingyi interjected, urging his father. Enraged, Xue Qingyi raised his hand as if to strike his son, but recollected the presence of others and restrained his impulse. Very well. I agree. After considerable deliberation, Xue Qingyi acquiesced to Yanyou's proposal, and Zhou Liming naturally expressed her full support. Lawyer Jun, could you please provide me with a contract? Once the finer details were settled, Yanyou extended her hand towards Jun Shichu, who promptly handed over the contract he had prepared, his movement remarkably swift. As though rehearsed countless times, the parties swiftly established their respective equity proportions. Yanyou would invest 200 million into the Xiao chain of restaurants, acquiring a 30% stake, alongside an additional 5% as a gift, leaving the remaining 65% under the control of the Xiao family. A pleasant collaboration, they remarked as they signed and sealed the contract. Yanyou then transferred the funds to Xue Qingyi's account. I only have Xue Qingyi's account details, so I transferred it there, Yanyou said with a smile, though internally she mused. This way, I can reclaim 200 million. What a delight. Following the agreement, the meal was finally served, the speed of service astonishing. After discussing business, the conversation shifted to lighter topics, with the Xiao family members expressing warmth towards Yanyou, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, Yanyou couldn't shake the feeling that Zhou Limin often included Xiao Mingyu in their discussions, which left her perplexed. Nevertheless, while engaging with the Xiao family, Yanyou made sure to attend to the reticent Xue Qingyi, since he had been brought along by her. It felt improper to neglect him entirely. Thus, she occasionally included him in the conversation, yet she sensed an odd tension each time, though she couldn't quite pinpoint its nature. The gratitude banquet concluded on a joyful note, and as the hour grew late, Yanyou prepared to take her leave. Noticing her departure, Zhou Limin quickly ushered Xiao Mingyu toward Yanyou. "Let Mingyu escort you home," Zhou Limin said with a smile. A flicker of anticipation crossed Xiao Mingyu's eyes as he awaited Yanyou's response. However, Yanyou turned to Xue Qingyi beside her and said, "No need. I shall have lawyer June take me home." Xue Qingyi. Xiao Mingyu instantly cast a glance at Xue Qingyi, imbued with veiled hostility, yet Xue Qingyi remained unperturbed, standing calmly by Yanyou's side. After bidding farewell to Yanyou and the others from the Xiao family, they boarded Xue Qingyi's vehicle. As they watched the car depart, Zhou Limin could not help but give her son's arm a frustrated tap. "If you like her, be more proactive. Your earlier demeanor was simply exasperating," she admonished. Xiao Mingyu's face flushed with embarrassment. "Mom, was my behavior that conspicuous?" Zhou Limin nodded emphatically. "It was as if it were inscribed upon your very countenance." Feeling somewhat awkward, Xiao Mingyu's thoughts soon shifted to a sense of disheartenment. If I displayed my affections so overtly and Miss Ji remained oblivious, she must not harbor any feelings for me. Xue Qingyi interjected with a splash of cold water. "The individual accompanying Miss Ji is far more accomplished than you. Even if Miss Ji were blind, she wouldn't choose you." Xiao Mingyu's expression instantly soured. "Dad, are you truly my biological father?" "Indeed, I assure you," came the reply. Yet it was Zhou Limin who, feeling a pang of sympathy for her son, stepped in to offer words of encouragement. "If you genuinely care for her, strive to become a better version of yourself. Miss Ji's family background undoubtedly surpasses ours, but you are still young. With dedication, there will come a day when she recognizes your affections." After a prolonged silence, during which he seemed to ponder the intricacies of life, Xiao Mingyu finally spoke with resolute determination. "All right." Chapter 34. An unexpected delight. 3 days later, Yanyou received a notification from the Household Registration Office, instructing her to proceed with the establishment of her household registration. It seemed that the Ji family had finally come to a resolution. Taking a moment, she visited the office, completing all necessary documentation. Upon returning home with her individual household registration booklet, Yanyou felt an invigorating sense of clarity wash over her. With her spirits lifted, it seemed that fortune also decided to accompany her. The driving test, originally scheduled for a month later, was unexpectedly moved up, and she received a call informing her of the change. Eager to obtain her driver's license and drive independently, Yanyou hastily prepared for the first subject of the test. Although there was typically a week-long waiting period between each examination, her instructor mentioned a new policy that allowed for a reduction in the interval, although it was still in a trial phase, unknown to most. Upon hearing this news, Yanyou promptly transferred 20,000 yuan to her instructor as a token of gratitude for the tip. Over the next 3 days, she diligently completed the remaining subjects of the examination. Thanks to her prior experience, she navigated through them with remarkable ease, and just an hour after finishing, she returned home with her driver's license in hand. Perhaps fortunate events tend to cluster, for the day after she received her license, the notification for task completion finally chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the daily task, enhancing a physical attribute through your own efforts. Host Charisma 1, current Charisma 66 points. Reward: a villa in Blue Sea Book Garden and 100 points. Yanyou immediately erupted in cheer, exclaiming, "System, please grant me more tasks like this in the future." System: tasks must be triggered by the host. This system has yet to upgrade and lacks the authority to issue tasks proactively. Caught off guard, Yanyou quickly inquired. System, you can upgrade? Why didn't you tell me before? How can you upgrade? The conditions for system upgrade require the host's popularity to exceed 10 million or reputation points to reach 100,000. Yanyou: system, I suspect you are jesting with me. What is the difference between these two conditions? It's merely a matter of conversion, is it not? You are overthinking it, host. Speechless, Yanyou conceded. Very well, you are the system. It is your prerogative. With a resigned sigh, she reflected on her meager reputation of merely 10,000 points, swallowing hard. System, my popularity is only in the tens of thousands. How long do you think it will take me to reach 10 million? A sense of despair washed over her as she realized this seemed an insurmountable task. The system remained silent, and just as Yanyou thought it had succumbed to despondency, it finally chimed again. A qualified tycoon will become the focal point of everyone's attention. Post-upgrade, the system will adjust its restrictions on consumer groups. Are you certain you do not wish to try? Yanyou was taken aback by the system's unexpected proposition, her eyes gradually brightening with consideration. Currently, her spending was limited to males. If, as the system suggested, the upgrade would allow for adjustments in consumer group restrictions, would that mean she could also lavish gifts upon beautiful ladies in the future? Indeed, I must elevate my popularity to over 10 million, ensuring your upgrade. A chime resonated in Yanyou's mind as the system's sweet voice announced, "Congratulations, host. You have triggered the task. Accumulate a popularity of 10 million. Upon completion, you will be rewarded with 30 billion in currency, 5,000 points, and a random skill book." The content of the announcement left Yanyou utterly astonished, her eyes widening in disbelief. With her hands clasped over her mouth, her shimmering eyes reflected sheer incredulity. 5,000 points, along with a skill book? Such a reward was undeniably irresistible. Determined, Yanyou resolved to accomplish the task in the shortest time possible. Popularity is merely a trivial matter. With her mind made up, she began to strategize ways to enhance her popularity. Thus far, her popularity stood at a mere few hundred thousand, primarily accumulated through live streaming donations. Given her recent absence from live broadcasts, her growth had stagnated. However, relying solely on donations to boost her popularity to over 10 million seemed utterly implausible. What alternatives remained? Should she initiate her own live stream? No, that would be a waste of precious time. The entertainment industry offered a more expedient path. Yet, this thought caused her to hesitate. The protagonist of this tale, Xue, was destined to dominate the entertainment realm, and Yanyou had initially distanced herself from the Ji family to avoid confrontation. Yet, if she were to venture into this industry, an encounter seemed inevitable. Was that truly her desire? Yanyou furrowed her brow in contemplation before resolutely slapping her thigh, reaffirming her determination. What is there to fear? I possess wealth now. What harm could she inflict upon me? With her decision made, she felt a sense of direction, though she chose not to rush. The entertainment industry offered numerous avenues, and she lacked the time to dwell on that matter, as she had plans to meet someone the following day and needed to rest early. The next morning, she performed her routine check-in. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the check-in and received 5 million in currency, 10 attribute points, 10 points, and a photographic memory card. To her astonishment, she had drawn 10 attribute points. Combined with the previous 5 she had saved, she now had 15 points to allocate. Ecstatic, Yanyou promptly opened her panel and began distributing her accumulated attribute points. She allocated 4 points to her charm, elevating it to 70 points. With the remaining points distributed as follows: 7 to physique, 2 to height, and 3 to appearance. Upon completing the allocation, she eagerly reviewed her current character attributes. Name: Yanyou. Age: 18. Height: 167 centimeters. Physique: 60. Appearance: 83. Charm: 8. Enhanced by the system's comprehensive evaluation. Skills: perfect singing voice items. Good luck card X1. Bad luck card X1. Photographic memory card X1. Attribute points: 0 points. 183. To her surprise, Yanyou discovered that her charm value had increased by 1, now standing at 8 points. As various metrics improved, an unexpected delight ensued, elevating her allure effortlessly. Yanyou stood in the bathroom, gazing into the mirror. Although she had grown accustomed to her transformation, she could not suppress her astonishment upon further reflection. The changes in her visage were subtle. However, her physique had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. Her already commendable proportions had now reached a state of perfection. Her waist was slender, her legs elongated, and even her bosom seemed more pronounced. Standing there, she emanated a captivating aura that invited contemplation. The juxtaposition of her youthful face and enticing figure rendered her the epitome of pure desire. Cradling her face in her hands, Yanyou felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. After indulging in her reflection for a considerable time, she finally completed her grooming and exited the bathroom. Outside, Xue Qingyi awaited her arrival, promptly presenting the carefully selected outfit before commencing with her makeup and styling. As they were scheduled to pick someone up shortly, Yanyou opted against driving the Porsche 911, and after getting ready, requested Xue Qingyi to chauffeur her to the dealership, where she intended to purchase a spacious vehicle. Chapter 35. Receiving guests. Although Yanyou possessed a vehicle, it was a gift from the system, intended for Xue Qingyi. The car she purchased was merely a transaction. lacking any genuine understanding. Thus, this marked Yu's first authentic acquisition of a vehicle. Since she intended to buy one, it was only prudent to delve into the details. With ample time at her disposal, Yu requested the attendant to provide a thorough introduction. After an exhaustive round of explanations, the attendant, parched from speaking, was met with Yu's satisfied reveal of her black card. She promptly acquired the sole customized, top-tier Maybach in the store's inventory, valued at over 14 million. The attendant beamed with joy, assuring her that he would expedite the acquisition of the license plate. With that, Yu set off towards the airport, her new car adorned with a temporary plate. The individual she was to receive today was none other than Zhang Qi, who had successfully emerged from the semifinals of Dream Voice. His visit was to participate in the Dream Creation Camp, signaling that he had effectively set one foot into the entertainment industry. After much contemplation the previous night, Yu deemed it necessary to consider her own entry into the industry, though it did not hinder her from entertaining other aspirations, such as establishing an entertainment company. At Heiress Airport, Zhang Qi emerged from the arrivals area, dragging a suitcase behind him, accompanied by two companions who had traveled with him from Rome City. The three of them were all semi-finalists, not quite friends but rather acquaintances, one of whom had a past grievance with Zhang Qi. Yanyou, sporting vibrant red hair, seemed to be entwined in fate with Zhang Qi. After joining the same guild, they had developed animosity over matters of profit distribution. It was surprising that they both found themselves in the same competition and on the same flight, a twist of fate indeed. Despite his lingering disdain for Zhang Qi, Yanyou had become notably restrained after a warning from the guild's higher-ups following an incident during a live broadcast. He now interacted with Zhang Qi in a seemingly cordial manner, making it difficult for outsiders to perceive any underlying tension. The other companion, named Xue, was a cheerful young man who got along quite well with Zhang Qi. Brother Qi, have you been to Heiress before? Are we heading straight to the production team? Xue inquired, dragging a large gray suitcase and energetically trailing behind Zhang Qi, while Yanyou maintained a couple of paces back, wearing a scornful expression. Zhang Qi held a favorable impression of Xue and answered his inquiry candidly. I arranged to meet someone before coming here, so I must wait for her before I head over. His smile was gentle, like a spring breeze brushing over the surface of water, eliciting warmth in those who beheld it. Xue could not resist teasing. Is Brother Qi meeting someone special? You look quite happy. Zhang Qi quickly waved his hand. No, it's just an ordinary friend I met online. Today is our first meeting. This revelation piqued Xue's curiosity even further, prompting even Yanyou to cast a glance in Zhang Qi's direction. An online friend. Who knows what kind of eccentricity one might encounter in reality? Yanyou openly scoffed, his heart brimming with disdain. Having been a streamer for many years, he had encountered numerous individuals online, and those wealthy patrons who lavished money upon him were more than welcome to meet in person, provided they were willing to spend. However, such encounters often ended in disappointment, as few possessed striking looks. Glancing at Zhang Qi, he pondered whether he had arranged a meeting with some affluent woman. Intrigued, Yanyou wondered what sort of person would arrive. Would they be rotund and dull-witted, or perhaps possess an unappealing visage? Given Zhang Qi's striking features, it was entirely possible that the visitor might not even be a woman. With time still on their hands, Yanyou suggested they keep Zhang Qi company to alleviate his boredom. He suddenly altered his demeanor, feigning genuine concern for Zhang Qi. Xue, oblivious to Yanyou's ulterior motives, assumed he truly wished to pass the time with Zhang Qi and joined in the sentiment. Then let us wait a while and chat with you, Brother Qi, he chimed in. Zhang Qi cast a knowing glance at Yanyou, fully aware of his intentions. Yet, he felt it unseemly to dismiss him and allowed him to linger. The trio ventured outside the airport, where Zhang Qi scanned the surroundings as if searching for something. Brother Qi, where's the person you arranged to meet? Xue inquired, puzzled. Perhaps they have yet to arrive, Zhang Qi replied, checking his phone. He recalled the message he had sent to Yu before boarding, in which she assured him she would arrive before his flight landed. Yet, as his excitement mounted, so did his anxiety. Where's Yanyou? Will she truly come? He wondered. As a modest streamer, he feared that Yanyou might think he sought her out solely for financial gain. While Zhang Qi's mind raced with uncertainty, Yanyou's mocking voice pierced through his thoughts once more. Perhaps she has already arrived, but simply finds you unworthy of her presence. A slight tremor of disbelief coursed through Zhang Qi, unwilling to accept Yanyou's words. Noticing his attempt to provoke, Yanyou prepared to continue his ridicule when an extravagant luxury car approached their vicinity. The imposing design, sleek lines, and dazzling sheen commanded the attention of all who beheld it. Captivated, Lin Yingjie immediately recognized the striking McLaren as a bespoke model, likely valued at over 10 million. As the vehicle drew nearer, his envy became increasingly evident, and he silently vowed that once he entered the entertainment industry and accrued wealth, he too would possess a luxury car of his own. Not only Lin Yingjie was enchanted by the vehicle, both Jiang Qi and Wan Qihue shared in the admiration. Just as men are enamored with cars, so too are women with handbags, an appreciation that transcends understanding. However, when the luxury car came to a halt before them, all three men wore expressions of astonished disbelief. The door swung open, and Yanyou gracefully stepped out. Today, she donned a delicate lotus-pink athletic ensemble, deliberately choosing a pair of white casual sneakers for the sake of driving convenience. At this moment, as she waved and smiled, an abundance of vitality radiated from her. Jiang Qi, I am Rani Meng. It is a pleasure to meet you. Yanyou proactively extended her hand towards Jiang Qi, her gaze simultaneously resting upon his face, secretly harboring her thoughts. The real Jiang Qi appeared even more handsome than he did on camera. Are you Dream Sister? Jiang Qi gazed at the young woman before him in disbelief, struggling to reconcile the image of the Dream Sister he had always known with this delicate girl. He had assumed that someone with such wealth must be a formidable career woman. Who could have imagined she would be such a dainty young lady? Not only Jiang Qi exhibited a look of astonishment, but even Lin Yingjie, standing nearby, mirrored his surprise. Chapter 36. The reign of the Oil King shifts to Lin Yingjie still vividly recalls the dazzling fireworks that erupted across the screen in Jiang Qi's live stream, as well as the jealousy that surged within him, seeking an outlet. When he heard Jiang Qi utter the name Sister Meng, it was as though an electric current coursed through his body, causing him to tremble involuntarily. She was the extravagant benefactor who had generously splurged 5 million to support Jiang Qi in a PK match, the very person whose mere recollection stirs a profound sense of frustration within him. Her reputation had already spread throughout the entire Meower live streaming platform. Yet no one had ever heard her voice, seen her visage, or comprehended the extent of her wealth. However, the revelation that the exquisite, charming girl standing before him, with a figure so perfectly proportioned and seemingly younger than him, was none other than the coveted benefactor Sister Meng, left him feeling utterly disoriented. A tumultuous blend of regret and envy twisted within Lin Yingjie, causing him considerable distress, especially as he witnessed the illustrious Sister Meng, whom he so ardently admired, approach Jiang Qi directly, igniting a fierce desire to gnash his teeth in frustration. Sister Meng, Jiang Qi exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before swiftly regaining his composure, offering a gentle, somewhat bashful smile as he remarked, I thought you wouldn't come. Although he noted that Yanyou was younger than him, he had long since grown accustomed to referring to her as Sister Meng and felt no inclination to alter that now. Yanyou, unperturbed, simply pointed to her car when questioned. Due to the inconvenience of her family's vehicle for picking someone up, she had decided to acquire a car beforehand. Originally intending to come directly, she had taken a detour along the way and, unexpectedly, arrived later than anticipated. Wan Qihue appeared astonished. You bought this car just to pick up Brother Qi? This must be quite an expensive vehicle. Yanyou was candid, replying nonchalantly, it's not too pricey, just a little over 14 million. Having purchased this car, Yanyou relished the experience of driving a luxury vehicle. Indeed, there was a reason behind the exorbitant price. It was simply delightful to drive. She even contemplated acquiring a few sports cars in the near future, perhaps a Rolls-Royce Phantom as well, pondering how challenging it might be to procure a top-tier model. Her casual remarks left the three others momentarily speechless. 14 million. That was an unattainable figure for them. Jiang Qi raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, but quickly regained his composure. He had already formed a high estimate of Sister Meng's wealth in his mind, given that she consistently showered him with generous gifts. Wan Qihue, unfamiliar with the live streaming world, gazed at Yanyou with admiration, his eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. Sister Meng, could I possibly take a ride in your car later? Just being in such a luxury vehicle would be worth it for a lifetime. Of course. It's nearly noon. Let me take you all out for lunch, she replied, directing everyone to place their luggage in the trunk. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Lin Yingjie finally seized the opportunity to speak. Greetings, Dream Sister. I am Lin Yingjie. I did not expect you to be so youthful and beautiful in reality. I wonder if you still remember me. Yanyou gazed at the red-haired youth reaching out to her, and memories of who he was began to resurface. In fact, she had already noticed both Wan Qihue and Lin Yingjie upon her arrival. Wan Qihue exuded a cheerful, sunny disposition, his appearance reminiscent of a playful young wolf. Despite his somewhat boisterous demeanor, he elicited no feelings of aversion. Lin Yingjie retained his flamboyant red-haired style, possessing an acceptable attractiveness, though he paled in comparison to Jiang Qi. Furthermore, there was an inexplicable shadow in his gaze that rendered him rather unsettling. Yanyou recalled the previous incident in the livestream and initially wished to disregard Lin Yingjie. However, since he had come with Jiang Qi and was now courteously greeting her, she felt it impolite to ignore him. One should never strike a smiling face. After a moment's hesitation, Yanyou decided to let Lin Yingjie join them in the car. As they drove towards the city, they finally arrived after an hour, seeking a private dining establishment. After parking, they proceeded directly to a private room. Once seated, the waiter promptly presented the menu for their order. Yanyou encouraged Jiang Qi and the others to order freely. Jiang Qi politely refrained from ordering, while Lin Yingjie hesitated to take the initiative. Meanwhile, Wan Shihui, without a hint of reservation, eagerly selected several dishes from the menu. Afterward, he turned to Jiang Qi and Lin Yingjie, innocently inquiring, "Why aren't you two ordering?" Yanyou found this amusing, yet not unpleasant, prompting her to chime in. "Jiang Qi, there's no need to be so formal with me. Why are you feeling bashful now that we've met?" Jiang Qi smiled helplessly, reflecting on how he had never anticipated that the sister he had always regarded as a wealthy benefactor would now be a younger sister. The previous instances where he referred to her as Dream Sister now left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, Yanyou's words eased his discomfort, allowing him to gradually release his awkwardness. What if she was younger? He was more than willing to call her Dream Sister. With this newfound clarity, Jiang Qi no longer dwelled on his reservations and began to order a few of his favorite dishes from the menu. Seeing Jiang Qi take action, Lin Yingjie followed suit and also placed his order. After the waiter departed, Yanyou took the initiative to steer the conversation. "Jiang Qi, are you all here to participate in the dream creation camp?" Jiang Qi nodded in affirmation. Lin Yingjie, noticing Jiang Qi's succinct response, eagerly seized the opportunity to elaborate. This time, the nationwide auditions are being held in 16 cities, and the top 3 from the semifinals have gathered here in Heiress. The final event consists of 48 selected individuals alongside 52 trainees recommended by major entertainment companies. We 3 emerged from Rome City, so we came together. Dream Sister, I heard you enjoy music. I actually sing quite beautifully. If you'd like, I can sing just for you. Lin Yingjie sought to mend relations with Yanyou by promoting himself. Yet, he overlooked the fact that among those present, he was the least attractive. Even Wan Shihui, who appeared carefree, was somewhat better looking than him. His seemingly profound words nearly made Yanyou feel nauseous on the spot. Let this generation's oil tycoon take your place. Yanyou suppressed a shiver as she cast a glance at Lin Yingjie, slightly regretting not having tossed him at the airport earlier. No need. I much prefer Jiang Qi's singing. Yanyou rejected him without a hint of mercy. Lin Yingjie, unwilling to concede, sought to advocate for himself once more. After all, if he could win the favor of this affluent dream sister just like Jiang Qi, he could spare himself decades of arduous struggle. Why bother competing? Dream sister, Lin Go, that's enough. Jiang Qi could no longer tolerate the conversation and directly interrupted Lin Yingjie, his previously gentle demeanor seemingly turning a touch frosty. Chapter 37. Establishing an entertainment company. Lin Yingjie had long harbored resentment towards Jiang Qi, and now, feeling interrupted in his discourse, his discontent only intensified. Yet, mindful of the presence of Yanyou, he suppressed his ire to maintain a favorable impression. What do you mean, Jiang Qi? Lin Yingjie forced a strained smile, though his eyes glimmered with icy disdain. Jiang Qi, undaunted, maintained a calm demeanor. How Sister Ming decides is not up to you. Do not put her in a difficult position. Yanyou nodded in agreement. I like what I like, and I dislike what I dislike. Just as I enjoyed Jiang Qi's singing. Even if he sings off-key, I still appreciate it. Jiang Qi felt a blush creeping upon him at her words. Thank you, Sister Ming. Although he and Yanyou had not met prior, they had exchanged messages frequently on WeChat. Over time, Jiang Qi developed an affection for Sister Ming, who had once lent him a hand. Now, upon meeting Yanyou in person, he was struck by love at first sight. Hearing her speak felt akin to receiving a heartfelt confession, causing his heart to soar. Lin Yingjie was consumed with jealousy at Yanyou's defense of Jiang Qi. His naturally volatile temperament could no longer contain itself, and he turned his ire squarely upon Jiang Qi. We are colleagues in the same union. Is it amusing for you to hoard the limelight? Lin Yingjie sought to ingratiate himself with Yanyou, a wealthy patron. A mere casual gesture of hers had afforded Jiang Qi earnings that Lin Yingjie could not amass over several years of streaming. This stroke of fortune incited his envy. Upon learning that Yanyou was the affluent Sister Ming, he became increasingly eager to curry her favor. Yet, Jiang Qi's refusal to assist him, coupled with his audacity to intervene, was intolerable. What do you mean by hoarding? Mind your words. Jiang Qi scowled, then cast a worried glance at Yanyou, fearing she might misconstrue his intentions. Are you truly not interested in her wealth? You feign concern for Sister Ming, but in reality, you simply wish to keep me from her, fearing I might usurp your position. What differentiates your intentions from mine? Linningjie thought maliciously, convinced that if he could not have her, neither could Jiangqi. Jiangqi's expression darkened, and he rebuked sharply, Linningjie, your thoughts are truly vile. He trembled with indignation, his typically gentle demeanor now overshadowed by a cloud of fury. He realized he should never have reconciled with Linningjie due to the union's mediation. Such a character would never change, remaining selfish and despicable. Yanyou frowned in discontent as she regarded Linningjie. Have you said enough? If so, I suggest you leave. Jiangqi was her friend, and seeing him demeaned in such a manner was unacceptable to her. Sister Ming, I only wish for you to see his true nature. Why do you still? Leave. Now. Yanyou pointed towards the door, her tone leaving no room for argument. Linningjie's expression shifted between rage and humiliation, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Humph, ungrateful wretch. Ultimately, he departed in a huff, seething with jealousy. The private room fell into a sudden silence. Yanyou remained silent, patiently awaiting Jiangqi to speak. I apologize, Sister Ming, for upsetting you. I confess that when I initially added you on WeChat, it was with the intention of keeping the top supporter close. However, I genuinely wish to befriend you now. I am uncertain how to earn your trust. Jiangqi anxiously attempted to explain, but the more nervous he became, the more his mind blanked, ultimately offering to return all the money Yanyou had gifted him. Yanyou, no longer teasing him, smiled and gently pulled his hand, urging him to sit down again. That was all my voluntary contribution, and you earned it through your own merit. Why would you return it to me? Returning the money was out of the question. What a joke. Once that money had found its way into her pocket, it was impossible for her to part with it again. Besides, did she truly lack that little sum? What she needed was a reliable tool for generating income. Linningjie had made an error in judgment. Assuming that disparaging Jiangqi would cause Yanyou to disdain him and distance herself from him. Little did he know, even if what he said were true, Yanyou would still choose to befriend him, for her initial aim had always been to profit. All right, do not concern yourself with what others say. I am aware of your character. Yanyou reassured Jiangqi, with Wan Qihue chiming in supportively. Sister Ming, you are exceedingly kind to Brother Qi. I truly envy you both. Jiangqi, amused by the banter, dismissed Linningjie's remarks from his mind, secretly making a resolution. This time, he would surely succeed. He would repay Sister Ming well in the future. With Linningjie gone, the atmosphere among the three became considerably more harmonious, and they enjoyed a delightful conversation during their meal. Yanyou recalled her previous intentions and directly inquired of Jiangqi. Jiangqi, you are participating in the Dream Creation Camp, presumably with aspirations of debuting. I would like to know what your plans are for the future. Jiangqi looked at Yanyou, puzzled, and asked, Sister Ming, do you have any arrangements in mind? He was quite perceptive, naturally sensing that Yanyou's inquiry hinted at some underlying thoughts. As expected, Yanyou continued, I wish to establish my own entertainment company. If I were to express a desire to sign you, would you be willing? Yanyou gazed at Jiangqi with uncertainty, awaiting his response. Had it been someone else proposing to sign him without an established company, Jiangqi would have undoubtedly declined without hesitation, deeming the person to be lacking in sound judgment. However, the one making this proposition was Sister Ming. Without a moment's thought, Jiangqi nodded in agreement. I am willing. I wish to be an artist under Sister Ming's company. Wan Qihue looked at Jiangqi in astonishment, his expression seemingly asking, Brother, are you serious? The company hasn't even been established yet. Aren't you worried she might be jesting with you? Jiangqi hesitated for a moment, as if recalling something, and then spoke cautiously. Sister Ming, I actually still have a contract with my current guild. I initially planned to wait for the results to be finalized before negotiating my way out of it. If I were to sign with you, I am uncertain if there would be any repercussions. Yanyou did not perceive this as a significant matter. She promptly requested Jiangqi to send her the electronic contract and subsequently placed a call to Jun Shichu. After succinctly conveying her thoughts, Yanyou entrusted the matter of contract termination to Jun Shichu. Rest assured, you need not worry about the contract any longer. As for my end, I shall notify you once I register the company tomorrow, Yanyou remarked casually, her tone betraying no concern for the substantial penalty of several million for breach of contract. Jiangqi expressed his gratitude, while Wan Qihue began to feel that Jiangqi's decision was indeed sound. It was rare to encounter an employer who would assist in contract termination with such brevity, without stipulating any conditions. After a moment of contemplation, Wan Qihue impulsively blurted out, Mingjie, may I sign with your entertainment company? Chapter 38. I can't bear to part with you aside from Jiangqi. Jiyu found it curious that someone would place such faith in her, and she turned her gaze toward Wan Qihue. Why would you want to sign with my entertainment company? It hasn't even been registered yet. Aren't you afraid of being deceived? Jiangqi chuckled at her words. He had agreed to this venture because he believed in Sister Meng's capabilities. Yet, Wan Qihue, unfamiliar with Sister Meng, made this decision for another reason. After a moment of contemplation, he earnestly expressed his thoughts. Perhaps it's instinct. I believe that by following you, I can soar. As he spoke, he shyly scratched his head and smiled, his sunny demeanor radiating an endearing naivety. Neither Jiyu nor Jiangqi anticipated such an answer, and after exchanging glances, they burst into laughter. You are quite amusing. However, you possess a keen sense. In the midst of their conversation, Jiyu had already discreetly utilized her system to assess Wan Qihue's appearance. Though he narrowly missed an 80, his looks were still commendable, making him a suitable candidate to sign. After a moment's reflection, Jiyu resolved to bring Wan Qihue aboard. They enjoyed a delightful meal together. Jiyu reminded them that they would soon be participating in the Dream Creation Camp, where they would undergo an extended period of intensive training. She assured them that once the company was established, she would promptly deliver the contracts for them to sign. Subsequently, Jiyu drove them to the filming site of the Dream Creation Camp, as the filming would commence upon their entry into the camp. The trainees were to gather at a hotel conveniently located nearby. If you require any assistance, feel free to call me, Jiyu stated directly to Jiangqi and Wan Qihue. After all, they would soon be her employees, and they deserved the proper treatment. Thank you, Sister Meng. I will strive to debut, Jiangqi replied earnestly. Beep. Detection. Jiangqi's affection for the host has increased. Current affection value, 80 points. The host automatically gains 5 attribute points. Hearing the system's notification, Jiyu's gaze toward Jiangqi softened with warmth. Go on in, she waved goodbye, watching as the two, with their luggage in tow, were escorted inside by the staff before she drove away. On her journey home, Jiyu pondered the establishment of her company, realizing that she first needed to secure a capable assistant. Upon reaching home, she promptly retrieved her phone and dialed a familiar number. The call connected swiftly, and the voice of Song Yuhang echoed on the other end. Miss Ji, is there something you need from me? He inquired, his tone laced with surprise, clearly not expecting her call. Without beating around the bush, Jiyu asked, I heard from Annie that you are a student at South University and that your grades are quite good. What are you majoring in? Though Song Yuhang was puzzled by her question, he answered honestly, I was studying business administration. Jiyu's eyes lit up. This was perfect. I would like to hire you to assist me. Would you be willing? However, I have already withdrawn from school. Even if I come to assist you Song Yuhang silently clenched his fist on the other end of the line, his emotions shifting from surprise to despondency in an instant. He did not regret leaving school to earn money for his mother's treatment. Yet he still felt a pang of regret for not being able to support Jiyu at this moment. However, he heard Jiyu say, it doesn't matter that you have withdrawn, you can re-enroll later. For now, be my assistant, and once you graduate, you can directly help me manage the company. She had no desire to work in her life. She simply wished to live luxuriously, avoiding employment at all costs. Thus, she needed someone to handle her work, and Jiyu believed that Song Yuhang was the perfect candidate. Song Yuhang was utterly stunned, unable to articulate a single word for quite some time. Jiyu thought perhaps he had disconnected. Song Yuhang, are you still there? After calling out a couple of times, he finally responded, albeit hesitantly. Miss Ji, is what you said true? To be able to assist you and return to my studies, am I dreaming? He casually pulled a passing colleague over and asked him to pinch him. As the sharp pain radiated through his arm, he realized he was indeed in reality. So, it was all true. Miss Ji, may I? He inquired uncertainly. Jiyu could discern the hesitation in Song Yuhang's tone and couldn't help but chuckle. The very reason I sought you out is that I believe you can do this, so you must have faith in yourself. There was another moment of silence on Song Yuhang's end, and after a while, he responded with a low, subdued Jiyu sensed something peculiar in his voice and was about to inquire if there was an issue when suddenly, a system notification echoed in her mind. Ding. Detected an increase in target individual Song Yuhang's affection value. Current affection value, 89 points. Host automatically receives 10 attribute points. What was there to be unclear about? Song Yuhang was likely so moved that he might burst into tears. The thought of his handsome face and tears stirred something within Jiyu. Nevertheless, it was best to focus on the task at hand. For now, you should resign from your job selling real estate and begin working with me tomorrow. I have some matters to attend to, and you can familiarize yourself with the work. When the time comes for school to reopen, I will find a way to help you return to Nanda to continue your studies. Ji Yuyu articulated her plan, and Song Yuhang listened attentively. Once she finished, he responded, "I will follow Miss Ji's lead." Ji Yuyu couldn't help but laugh. How was it that Song Yuhang trusted her just as much as Jiang Qi did? "I haven't even mentioned how much I would pay you yet, and you're not afraid I might sell you off?" She teased. From the other end of the line, she heard Song Yuhang's light laughter. "I'm not afraid. I know Miss Ji would never harm me." He added silently in his heart, "Even if you did, what would it matter? If I could repay Miss Ji's kindness, I would not hesitate to plunge into fire and water. Rest assured, you are so strikingly handsome that I could never bear to part with you." Ji Yuyu teased playfully, continuing, "If you come over here, I shall grant you an annual salary of 1,000,000. Once you assist me in managing the company, I shall elevate your remuneration further." "No, that is far too generous." Song Yuhang was taken aback by the salary proposed by Ji Yuyu. Although the commission from the house he sold to her would yield him several 100,000, it was unreasonable to expect such a sum every month. "This is how it shall be. I am the one who decides." Ji Yuyu offered Song Yuhang no chance to refuse, firmly sealing the agreement. Chapter 39. The world of the wealthy, which we do not comprehend thus. It was settled. After exchanging a few more words with Song Yuhang, Ji Yuyu ended the call. Having resolved matters concerning her assistant, Ji Yuyu dialed Chen Yuan's number. At this moment, Jun Shichu was likely occupied with the dissolution of the Jiangxi Guild's contract. Therefore, the necessary preparations and considerations for establishing the new company could only be discussed with Chen Yuan. Unlike Jun Shichu, who was taciturn, Chen Yuan was affable and adept in social interactions. Ji Yuyu found their conversation quite pleasant and sent Song Yuhang's phone number to Chen Yuan, hoping they could finalize the company's registration together the following day. After settling these affairs, Ji Yuyu flung herself onto her bed, rolling about for a while before succumbing to slumber. After a few days of rest, Ji Yuyu received a notification from the school regarding the commencement of classes. The class group, which had grown silent to the point of being nearly forgotten by Ji Yuyu, was suddenly vibrant once more. Class monitor Zhao Yi. "Dear classmates, brothers and sisters, how was your summer vacation? I've truly missed you all. We are finally going to reunite." Study committee member Xue Qingyi, "Spare me. I've seen your social media. You've been out having fun all holiday. When would you have had time to miss us?" Class monitor Zhao Yi. "Who wouldn't miss our beautiful Zhou? When I return, I'll bring you some local specialties." Study committee member Xue Qingyi, "Get lost. Zhao, see you. School hasn't even started yet, and you're already flirting. My hand just can't resist wanting to set fire to this." Yao Xian, "Have you all heard? We're getting a new classmate this semester." Jiang Xingyang, "How do you know? Is the new classmate male or female? Are they attractive or not?" Yao Xian, "Just listen to me." Ji Yu glanced at the group chat, but quickly lost interest. She muted the notifications and set the matter aside. After breakfast, Chen Xian came over to help Ji Yu with her appearance. And then Ji Yu drove to Junhua Law Firm to meet with Jun Shichu and Chen Yuan. The tasks previously assigned by Miss Ji had been accomplished. The live streaming agency had consented to terminate the contract with Mr. Jiang, albeit with a penalty fee of 5 million. However, I have already negotiated with them, and they adamantly insisted on 3 million to release us. Jun Shichu reported calmly, and Ji Yu listened attentively, showing no dissatisfaction regarding the penalty fee. "I will transfer the funds to you directly. I kindly ask Lawyer Jun to continue overseeing this matter," Ji Yu stated, promptly transferring 3 million to Jun Shichu's account without delay. Upon receiving the transaction notification, Jun Shichu chose not to elaborate further. Chen Yuan then reported on the progress of registering the new company. "The registration has been successfully completed. We merely need to select an office location. However, I am not well versed in this area and may require Miss Ji to find someone else to handle it." Ji Yu waved her hand dismissively. "I have someone in mind for that. Thank you both." "Miss Ji is too courteous," Chen Yuan replied promptly. Ji Yu pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Didn't we previously discuss recruiting new employees? How is that progressing?" Jun Shichu replied, "We have identified candidates. Now we just need to devise a strategy to entice them." Ji Yu nodded. "That is reassuring. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to approach me directly. While I may not be able to assist in other areas, I have no qualms when it comes to financial matters." Chen Yuan's eyes lit up, his tone slightly obsequious as he spoke. "We genuinely require Miss G's assistance. The talents we wish to recruit cannot be lured without offering better compensation." Ji Yu understood and promptly transferred 10 million to Jun Shichu's account once more. "Here you go. If that proves insufficient, just let me know," Ji Yu said nonchalantly. However, both Jun Shichu and Chen Yuan were taken aback by Ji Yu's extravagant generosity. To dispense 10 million so casually and suggest it might not be enough? Indeed, The realm of the affluent was beyond their imagination. By the way, since we are recruiting for the firm, I believe your current office location is somewhat lacking. Therefore, please select a suitable venue for yourselves and simultaneously finalize the address for the new company. Just inform me when it's settled, and I will handle the payment. Additionally, as the firm expands, we must arrange transportation. It would be rather inconvenient for my legal team to rely on taxis for travel. Ensure that everything necessary is organized. I shall leave this matter to lawyer Xue Qingyi's subsequent remarks left Chen Yuan in a state of numbness. While even Xue Qingyi could no longer muster any surprise, they simply needed to recognize that the individual before them was a significant benefactor. Once matters on this front were resolved, Yanyou also received 100 million cashback from Xue Qingyi and 3 million from Jiangqi. Although the funds were deposited into Xue Qingyi's account, the 3 million had been expended on Jiangqi, thus failing to trigger Xue Qingyi's tenfold cashback. Nevertheless, Yanyou was still quite pleased with the outcome. In the following days, Yanyou allowed herself a brief respite, entrusting all trivial matters to Song Yuhang while she continued her lessons with the etiquette instructor and utilized her free time for workouts. Although her physique was nearing perfection, her fitness metrics had not improved significantly, necessitating further training. The selection for the new company's location was concluded swiftly, landing in a newly constructed office building. Though not situated in the commercial hub, the surrounding amenities were quite convenient. Yanyou, under Xue Qingyi's name, acquired the entire 30-story building for 350 million. With the effect of the tenfold cashback, Yanyou received a staggering 3.5 billion back, and upon receiving the system's cashback notification, she felt an immense relief after having just spent half her fortune. Now, her assets had approached 40 billion. Although the system mockingly derided her for being content with such an amount, Yanyou remained in high spirits. The newly constructed office building has allocated 1 floor for Junhua Law Firm and has designated 3 additional floors for a newly registered entertainment company. The remaining floors have been directly leased out, and due to the prime location, new companies have quickly taken residence. The newly established company is named Starlight Entertainment, signifying the owner Yanyou's determination to conquer the vastness of the universe. Once everything was meticulously arranged, Yanyou personally accompanied Song Yuhang to deliver 2 artist contracts to Dream Creation Camp. At this moment, the camp had already commenced filming, and all the trainees had settled into the Dream dormitory. The initial videos from the open auditions had been uploaded online, garnering significant attention. Consequently, several popular contestants attracted a loyal following of fans who were eager to wait outside the camp, hoping for a fleeting glimpse of their admired trainees whenever they ventured outside. Chapter 40. The star-chasing girl Lin Yin is a seasoned aficionado of celebrity fandom, yet she is not one to remain steadfastly devoted to a single idol. Rather, she has passionately embraced each new infatuation over the years. Recently, however, she has become enthralled by the exhilarating journey of nurturing a hidden talent, relishing the prospect of accompanying an unpolished gem along the path to stardom, culminating in a euphoric crescendo. The mere thought of it sends a surge of adrenaline coursing through her veins. In her latest endeavor, Dream New Voice, Lin Yin initially paid no heed to the raw talents, believing that no matter how splendidly they sang, their unrefined image and stage presence could never rival that of the rigorously trained trainees. Instead, she set her sights on a trainee introduced by an entertainment company, a 19-year-old whose looks, while not strikingly exceptional, were undeniably endearing, particularly when illuminated by a charming smile and a pair of adorable canine teeth that evoked a sense of maternal affection. She and her friends made plans to vigilantly await any chance encounter, though for days they had only glimpsed their object of interest once or twice. Undeterred, they held on to the hope that persistence would eventually lead to a meaningful interaction. Then, a sleek black Maybach glided into view, halting at the entrance of the camp. The girls on watch turned their eyes in unison, their curiosity piqued, as a stunning girl, seemingly of their own age, emerged from the driver's seat. A chorus of hushed gasps rippled through the group. Who is she? I have no idea. But she drove herself here. She must be wealthy. Could she be here to wait for someone like us? I wonder who she is pursuing. It would be splendid if we were all fans of the same person. Those acquainted with the world of fandom understand the immense advantage that affluent admirers bestow upon their beloved stars. The sales of endorsed products, newly released songs, magazines, and merchandise all serve as tangible manifestations of a star's value. The higher the worth, the greater the access to fashionable resources, and consequently, the potential for profit multiplies. Thus, these affluent fans often evolve into devoted followers, reaping countless rewards. But I digress. Lin Yin and her companions observed as the young woman approached the camp's entrance. engaging in a conversation with the two security guards stationed there. After a brief exchange, the guards shook their heads, denying her entry. The girl appeared visibly frustrated, attempting to plead her case once more, prompting one of the guards to finally communicate via radio. Could she be trying to gain entry only to be thwarted? Yanyou mused. Even the wealthy must abide by the same rules as us. Let us go see which trainee she is here for, she proposed boldly. After a moment of hesitation, her friends acquiesced to her suggestion. Meanwhile, Yanyou felt a pang of regret for not having arranged contact prior to her arrival. Now, she found herself stranded at the entrance, awaiting someone from within to escort her. Just then, a voice inquired near her ear, and she turned to find a cluster of girls gazing at her with inquisitive expressions. Are you here to wait for someone too? Which trainee are you following? Perhaps we share the same interest. As they enthusiastically exchanged their admiration for various male trainees, Yanyou could not help but be taken aback by their fervor. Such is the fervor of a devoted fan, brimming with energy. Yanyou initially intended to recommend a male trainee she had her eye on. But upon noticing that Yanyou seemed rather uninterested, she shifted the topic. Let us wait over there. We cannot enter the premises, and if we linger here, the security will eventually usher us away. The trainees will be coming out soon, and we'll be able to catch a glimpse from the outside. Yanyou, perplexed, thought to herself that she was here for discussions regarding collaboration. Standing outside seemed rather inconsequential. There is no need to move aside. I shall wait here. Someone will come to escort me in shortly, so you need not concern yourselves with me. With that, Yanyou politely declined Yanyou's attempt to pull her away, showing no inclination to depart. Inwardly, Yanyou mused, surely she doesn't believe that wealth alone grants her access? This is the camp of the Dream Creation Program, and even a bribe would not suffice to gain entry. Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, several individuals hurriedly emerged from within. Dream Sister, Dream Sister. The calls were accompanied by exuberant cheers. The crowd turned to see two handsome young men approaching with smiles and waves. The older of the two exuded striking charm, his demeanor reminiscent of a character from a comic book, while the younger one radiated a sunny disposition, his appeal slightly overshadowed by his companion. Yet he bore no semblance of inferiority. Accompanying them was a middle-aged male staff member in professional attire, exuding an air of competence. Upon spotting them, Yanyou's attention was captured, as were the other starry-eyed fans. Wow, what striking young gentlemen. Who are they? I must know their names within a minute. They don't seem to be trainees. I didn't see them on the list of participants. Perhaps they are from the general public? Oh my, I think I might be switching allegiance. The excitement among the young girls was palpable, drawn in by the two men, and as they drew nearer, their exhilaration culminated in hushed squeals. The two, having not encountered such a scene in days, were momentarily taken aback, hesitant to approach. However, upon seeing Yanyou amidst the crowd, they pressed forward with urgency. How are you? Yanyou inquired with a smile upon seeing them. They nodded, visibly delighted to see her. Hello, Miss G. I am Yanyou, the assistant director of Dream New Voice. I heard you wished to meet them, so I brought them along to greet you. You mentioned a collaboration project earlier. Perhaps we should discuss it inside? The middle-aged man in professional attire extended his hand politely to Yanyou, who readily accepted and prepared to follow Yanyou into the camp. This scene left Yanyou and her fellow fans utterly astonished. She just walked in? Why is she allowed entry? I don't understand. Didn't you see that assistant director personally come to escort her? Naturally, those with an escort can enter. What is her true identity? The crowd whispered amongst themselves, their tones laced with envy and jealousy as they gazed at Yanyou, flanked by two dashing young men, lost in their musings. Just as Yanyou was about to depart, Yanyou suddenly, with boldness, called out to her. Could you possibly take us inside to have a look? Yanyou's proposal instantly ignited a flurry of thoughts among the others. They believed Yanyou was, like them, merely a star chaser, and if she was granted entry, why shouldn't they be? Yanyou, feeling uncertain about her authority in this matter, turned to the assistant director beside her, seeking his approval with a questioning glance. Initially, she anticipated a refusal from him, yet to her surprise, after a brief moment of hesitation, he acquiesced. Chapter 41. Sponsoring 100 million. The reason the assistant director acquiesced was largely due to his regard for Yanyou. Earlier, he had observed Yanyou engaging in lively conversation with the girls and thought it prudent to grant a favor, hoping that it might facilitate smoother negotiations regarding future investments. When Yanyou had previously instructed the security to relay her intention to invest in the production team, the assistant director, aware of the director's recent concerns, naturally adopted a courteous demeanor towards her. Can we truly enter? This is wonderful. Thank you so much. The girls exclaimed, their excitement palpable as they followed the assistant director. Although he had agreed to let them in, he was not inclined to allow unrestricted access. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, "I can arrange for you to meet your favored trainees, but tours are not permissible." Despite his limitations, the girls were not overly disappointed. Merely being granted entry to the camp was a remarkable opportunity, and they understood that pushing for more would be excessive. "Thank you. I'm Lin Yan. But I still do not know your name." Lin Yan expressed her gratitude to Yanyou. Reflecting on how they had only known each other for a brief time, yet her connection allowed them to enter the camp, which piqued her curiosity about Yanyou's identity. "I am Yanyou." While Yanyou did not reject the kindness of a stranger, her unfamiliarity led her to maintain a respectful distance, merely introducing herself without further elaboration. The assistant director soon escorted the group to a lounge, typically a resting place for the trainees, though it was currently empty as they were all engaged in training. "I will have the trainees you wish to meet come over shortly. However, please be mindful of the time and maintain a respectful distance," he instructed earnestly. The girls eagerly agreed, their excitement tempered by an understanding of decorum. Once arrangements were made for supervision, the assistant director invited Yanyou to a separate lounge to discuss matters of business, with Jiang Qi and Wan Qihue accompanying them. As Yanyou and her companions departed, the group of girls resumed their hushed discussions, though such matters were of little concern to Yanyou. In the privacy of the separate lounge, Yanyou presented 2 contracts to Jiang Qi and Wan Qihue. "Please review these first, and let me know if you have any comments afterward." She turned to the assistant director and smiled. "Can we now discuss the investment?" "Indeed, we can," the assistant director replied, nodding vigorously. He signaled for someone to bring Yanyou a cup of tea before outlining the current situation of the production team. The initial plan for Dream New Voice was to select trainees from various entertainment companies to compete against one another. However, the competition among these companies proved to be rather monotonous. After careful consideration, the director decided to incorporate approximately half of the contestants as non-professionals. In pursuit of presenting the finest program, the selection of these amateurs was conducted with utmost rigor and precision, resulting in a group that possessed both talent and charm. Consequently, as anticipated by the director, the preliminary rounds featuring these amateurs generated significant buzz. Yet, this outcome led to a considerable overspend on the program's budget, as the director's choice to include non-professionals left many major entertainment companies dissatisfied. With the inclusion of amateurs, their ability to nominate contestants had drastically diminished, making it unlikely for them to invest additional funds. This situation had become a source of concern for the director. After listening to the candid account from the assistant director, Yanyou began to formulate a plan. "I can sponsor 100 million, but I have one condition." Yanyou raised a finger, her smile radiant. The assistant director was taken aback. He had not anticipated such generosity from Yanyou. The overall budget for Dream New Voice stood at 200 million, a sum contributed by multiple sponsors, and yet Yanyou was willing to personally provide half of it. "What requirements does Miss G have?" the assistant director inquired hesitantly, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the 2 quiet trainees waiting nearby. Could it be that she intended to use this sponsorship to secure their positions in the group? The assistant director calculated the pros and cons in his mind, his expression becoming increasingly conflicted. Yanyou chuckled lightly, putting the assistant director at ease. "Rest assured, it is not an unreasonable request. I simply hope that during filming, our 2 young gentlemen will be given some consideration." The term consideration naturally referred to the editing of footage and the styling for performances, requests that were hardly excessive. The notion of guaranteeing a spot in the finals was beneath her. The assistant director breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were no underhanded dealings, everything could be negotiated. Should the director become aware of any impropriety, it would spell disaster for the entire crew. While the assistant director had the authority to make these decisions, he still needed to inform the director. So he quickly apologized to Yanyou and hurried off to meet with him. Once the assistant director departed, Jiang Qi and Wan Qihue promptly seated themselves beside Yanyou, presenting her with the signed contract. "Don't blame me for not asking for a guarantee," Yanyou teased. The 2 trainees shook their heads vigorously, their expressions reflecting sheer apprehension. "I don't need a guarantee. I believe in my ability to make it to the end," Jiang Qi asserted with determination. Wan Qihue echoed this sentiment. Yanyou was thoroughly pleased with their confidence. Before long, the director personally approached Yanyou to finalize the collaboration. The 100 million was swiftly transferred to the program's account, and at the same time, Yanyou received a notification from the system confirming her cashback. Both parties expressed their satisfaction with the arrangement. "It is said that half of the participants are amateurs. I wonder if I could meet them." Yanyou wishes to find a few more qualified individuals to serve as tools. If the other party has no intention of signing with the company, it would be splendid for her to take them in. At that moment, The director, who had just received a sponsorship of 100 million, was contemplating how to optimize the program's flow and present a flawless stage effect when he overheard Gu's words. In a buoyant mood, he naturally complied with the wishes of the benefactor, promptly instructing someone to bring those amateurs to the large lounge. Meanwhile, Lin Yan and others, who had entered with her, patiently awaited their return. Upon seeing Gu accompanied by two young gentlemen in student uniforms, they immediately gathered around. Chapter 42. Acquaintance and Strangeness. I heard that the gentleman over there is the assistant director. What were you all doing following him? Are you truly here to chase stars like us? What is this young man's name? You are quite handsome. Could you grant me an autograph? I am filled with anticipation for the other contestants. Once I return, I shall catch up on the preliminary videos. A group of young girls surrounded them, while Jiang Qi, being somewhat older, exhibited a remarkable composure, despite feeling slightly out of place, which he did not allow to show on his face. However, Wan Qihue was flushed with embarrassment. Despite being a cheerful and sunny boy, he found it overwhelming to be the center of attention. Lin Yan approached Gu and, with poise, inquired, I previously thought you were here for the same reason as us, to chase stars, but it seems otherwise. Could you enlighten me about your true identity? Gu smiled and replied, I am here for the same purpose as you, to observe these contestants. But while you are here to idolize, I am here to select. Select? Lin Yan asked, perplexed. Just as she was about to ask further, a lively chatter drew near, and everyone turned to see a group of boys in matching contestant uniforms approaching. They possessed above-average looks, with ages ranging from 18 to 25, all exuding a vibrant energy. This was the group of aspiring contestants that Gu had requested for an interview. Hello everyone. We are the contestants of the Dream Creation Camp. The boys entered the lounge and paused upon seeing the 20 or so girls present, yet they courteously introduced themselves. These instructions had been relayed by the assistant director, who had even hinted that good performances might bear favorable consequences for their futures. Although the crowd was bewildered, they complied. The girls settled onto the semicircular tiered sofas, each brimming with excitement, while Gu sat in the center, her gaze sweeping over the 30 or so contestants across from her. Jiang Qi and Wan Qihue had returned to their group, their eyes still lingering on Gu with an intensity that was slightly fervent. The purpose of gathering everyone today is to engage in a fun little game and capture some candid footage. A staff member stepped forward as a makeshift host, relaying the director's spontaneous idea. You will all have the opportunity to showcase your talents. The 20 or so girls before you will act as your temporary judges. The winner will receive a full day of mobile phone privileges and a chicken meal for 10. The staff's announcement left the girls momentarily speechless, while the boys erupted into cheers. For the phone, I'm in. You all have at it. One exclaimed, I want fried chicken. Being confined to camp and eating work meals daily is driving me to despair. Once inside, our phones are confiscated, and only the top few during training get to make calls. It's so difficult. I need to call my sister. The contestants, filled with enthusiasm, began to exhibit their talents under the staff's guidance. At this moment, Gu had already begun to skin the data of these young men with the system. Ding. The beauty scanner has been activated. Target detected. Zhou Yang, current beauty score 78, does not meet the system's monetary standards. Target detected. Heat Song, current beauty score 76, does not meet the system's monetary standards. Target detected. Shun Songxin, current beauty score 80, meets the system's monetary standards. Target detected. Zhu Yi, current beauty score 85, meets the system's monetary standards. Target detected. A series of prompts echoed in her mind, and rather than finding them bothersome, Gu observed with great interest. She knew that this outing would likely introduce her to many handsome young men, and to her surprise, several had already met the system's financial criteria. It seemed she had made the right decision in coming here. Hey, do you know that student? Lin Yan asked softly, gently nudging Gu's shoulder. He has been staring at you. Gu, who was blissfully admiring the handsome men, initially thought Lin Yan was referring to Jiang Qi or Wan Qihue. However, when she followed Lin Yan's gaze, she spotted another pair of eyes intently focused on her from the crowd. Gu froze. It was Lin Jie. I know him. But we are not familiar, Gu replied casually, quickly averting her gaze. Her dislike for Lin Jie stemmed not only from his previous antagonism towards Jiang Qi, but also from his overtly ambitious nature. Seeing Gu's unwillingness to even glance at Lin Jie, Lin Yan grew even bolder. Is there some kind of grudge between you two? She inquired. Gu considered for a moment and recounted a few of Lin Jie's arrogant behaviors during his time as a streamer. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's fleeting admiration for Lin Jie dissipated, extinguishing any thoughts of including him in her entourage. At that moment, As the performances concluded, Lin Yingjie stepped forward of his own accord. Actually, before the performance, I had a question for one of the judges present. If I win against Jiang Qi, can I sign a contract with you? Lin Yingjie feigned nonchalance, though jealousy was choking him from within. Wan Qihui had already boasted about his accomplishments in front of him, and Yanyou had agreed to accept them, even promising to establish an entertainment company to sign them. While such claims may have been exaggerated, they were not entirely unfounded. Lin Yingjie regretted being hasty that day. He should not have acted so rashly. Yet, he had to admit that Jiang Qi had already secured the golden opportunity with Yanyou. His only chance to turn the tables was to outshine Jiang Qi in front of her, demonstrating that he was the true gem. Miss Ji? Not receiving a response, Lin Yingjie felt a twinge of anxiety and spoke up. The others looked on in confusion, casting puzzled glances between the two, clearly bewildered by the unfolding situation. What contract? Why sign a contract? Jiang Qi's gentle expression gradually faded, slowly descending into a more somber demeanor. Brother Jia, I hold you in high regard as my senior, but today, I shall not concede to you. As he spoke, Jiang Qi turned to Yanyou and declared, Sister Meng, I shall not disappoint you. Yanyou responded, Wait, when did I ever suggest a competition? Nevertheless, the onlookers, though perplexed by the situation, were eager for entertainment and began to cheer for a battle between the two. After a moment of hesitation, Yanyou nodded in agreement. Very well, should you emerge victorious, I shall prepare a contract for you as well. Lin Yingjie couldn't help but burst into laughter. Chapter 43. Comparison in the Spirit of Fairness. Both Lin Yingjie and Jiang Qi were allotted the same amount of time as their peers, thus each selected a talent that showcased their individual strengths. Lin Yingjie, a master of rap, soon set the stage ablaze with an energetic beat, moving rhythmically to the music. Yo, listen up. I'm here to make a statement. I'm the assistant. Your rap game's replacement. I spit fire with the mic. I bring the heat, bringing rhymes so sick, you can't compete. Lin Yingjie invigorated the atmosphere, captivating not only the female audience who cheered with starry-eyed admiration, but also prompting nods of approval from his fellow contestants. Those who emerged from the preliminary rounds were no ordinary individuals. Even if Yanyou had her reservations about Lin Yingjie's character, she could not deny his undeniable prowess in this domain. Upon concluding his performance, Lin Yingjie was slightly breathless, yet his face radiated a determination to triumph. He cast a challenging glance at Jiang Qi, clearly underestimating him. Jiang Qi, unfazed, summoned a guitar and settled onto a nearby stool. After tuning the instrument to perfection, he began to strum gently. A melodious and soothing tune flowed from his fingertips. As the brief introduction faded, his unique and warm voice emerged. In this tumultuous world, I found your silhouette. You are a singular existence, causing me to lose myself. With each encounter, my heart quivers. With each embrace, my world falls into serene silence. Jiang Qi's voice, akin to a gentle stream, effortlessly calmed the previously restless audience, drawing them into the beauty of the melody. Midway through the song, the music abruptly halted, transitioning into an upbeat guitar rhythm. His long fingers, delicately defined, danced across the guitar's body, striking it rhythmically while alternating with rapid plucking of the strings, delivering a stunning display of skill before the captivated crowd. Yanyou was taken aback by Jiang Qi's performance, surprised by his hidden talent and feeling justified in her decision to sign him. As his song concluded, the applause that followed was even more fervent than that which greeted Lin Yingjie. Bold young women publicly demonstrated their affection, proclaiming their unwavering dedication to him. Jiang Qi found the attention both amusing and bewildering, while Lin Yingjie appeared on the verge of grinding his teeth in frustration. Now, everyone may cast their votes. At this moment, a staff member stepped forward, cradling a box containing red and white ping-pong balls. He instructed each fan judge to select a ball that represented their preferred contestant. Jiang Qi was symbolized by white, while Lin Yingjie was represented by red. Soon, the staff member moved past each individual, who quietly grasped the color they wished to support. Yanyou also took one, holding it tightly in her palm, concealing its hue from all. Now, let us unveil the final voting results, announced the staff member, gesturing to the crowd. Subsequently, everyone raised their ping-pong balls, revealing the colors they had kept hidden. White, 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 red, white. The staff member's gaze swept over the assembly, continually counting the votes. However, even without his pronouncement, it was abundantly clear to all present what the outcome would be. Among the gathered, only a few red balls were interspersed, while the majority were white, representing Jiang Qi clearly. The audience was enamored with Jiang Qi's performance. As the voting concluded, the victor was declared, Jiang Qi. Upon hearing this, Lin Yingjie slumped his shoulders, resembling a defeated rooster. I lost. I actually lost, he murmured in disbelief, before saying nothing further and turning away from the lounge, his expression filled with discomfort. What happened to him? Why did he leave? Can he not handle defeat? I thought he was decent, someone nearby quietly remarked, but Xue remained unfazed. If he cannot withstand such a minor setback, what use is he? The special meet and greet concluded swiftly, and the girls were reluctantly escorted from the camp. Xue had chosen to remain with a few boys who caught her interest. Shun Songxin, Zhu Yi, Gao Kaiwen, I extend an invitation to you on behalf of Xingchen Entertainment, inviting you to join our company. What are your thoughts? Faced with the handsome trainees, Xue suppressed her excitement and presented the invitation with earnestness. The boys exchanged glances, astonished by what they saw in each other's eyes. We haven't even participated in a performance yet. How could an entertainment company be interested in us? Moreover, I don't recall hearing about this company before. They were evidently hesitant. And Xue hadn't anticipated an immediate acceptance. Our company has already signed Jiang Qi and Wan Qihui. If you have doubts, you may speak with them. Should you come to a decision, the production team can contact me directly. Xue did not press further and prepared to depart. Meng Jia, are you leaving? Jiang Qi felt reluctant to part ways with Xue, but understood he could not keep her, much like he felt he could never bridge the gap between them, no matter how hard he tried. Contemplating this, a wave of despondency washed over him. Xue smiled reassuringly, saying, perform well, I will always be watching over you. Jiang Qi nodded, lowering his gaze to hide his dismay. When he lifted his eyes again, a gentle expression had returned to his face. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you, Jiang Qi assured. Xue waved her farewell and subsequently departed from the program's camp. The staff personally escorted Xue out, only to discover that a group of girls, who had previously exited, were still awaiting her arrival. Are you affiliated with an entertainment company? Lin Yan inquired as she approached Xue, directly voicing her suspicion. She had just witnessed Jiang Qi performing, and her heart had been captivated by him. She could discern that Xue shared a special connection with Jiang Qi. Furthermore, with the recent developments regarding Lin Yingjia's interest in signing Xue, it fueled her conjecture about her being associated with an entertainment agency. Noticing Lin Yan alone, Xue chose not to conceal her identity and nodded in affirmation. Just as she was about to inquire if Lin Yan had any questions, she was taken aback by Lin Yan's sudden exuberant cheer. So, Jiang Qi is truly one of your artists? May I ask if your company is still hiring? Could I possibly apply for a position? Lin Yan expressed, her lifelong ambition being to find a job that allowed her to earn a salary while pursuing her passion for stardom. Xue. Chapter 44. Receiving the villa reward. Lin Yan's enthusiastic volunteerism intrigued Xue. Considering her newly established company indeed required personnel, she promptly provided Lin Yan with Song Yuhang's contact information, encouraging her to organize her personal details and send them over directly. Xue believed that Lin Yan, having pursued her idol for years, might possess a greater motivation for work than the average individual. Thus, what harm could there be in giving it a try? After finalizing the signing arrangements, Xue began preparing for the upcoming academic term. Nanda University in Heiress held a notable reputation nationwide. After all, a private institution's ability to carve out a niche among numerous public schools spoke volumes about its prestige. Xue found the prospect of reliving the school experience rather delightful. By the end of August, she took Song Yuhang to Nanda for enrollment. In the car, Song Yuhang exhibited a palpable sense of anxiety. Could I truly return to school? Despite having maintained excellent academic performance in the past, his decision to drop out and work against his teacher's advice left him feeling somewhat embarrassed in front of his former educators. Driving, Xue reassured him, rest assured, I have a plan. Song Yuhang, puzzled, was uncertain of what strategy Xue could possibly devise. However, he would soon discover it. In the principal's office, Xue stated her intention plainly. I wish to donate 200 million to the school, and in return, I hope for the opportunity for my friend to re-enroll. Principal Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Who would come forward with such a substantial donation merely to regain enrollment? The directness of her approach left him somewhat flummoxed. Clearing his throat, he attempted to maintain composure. You are aware, of course, that the admission standards of Nanda are well known across the nation. Such an arrangement could be perceived as somewhat unfair to others. Xue found this amusing, thinking to herself that they had engaged in such practices before. After all, her predecessor had secured a place by donating an entire building. What if I were to increase the donation by another 100 million? Would that be acceptable, Principal? Without the desire to squander time, she casually proposed a higher amount. Song Yuhang's jaw dropped in astonishment, rendered speechless, while Principal Zhang nearly reached for his emergency heart medication. All right, he acquiesced, This student was originally enrolled here. We can simply process the reinstatement. Fearing Xue might reconsider, he hastily agreed. Content: Xue departed with Song Yuhang, while Principal Zhang, beaming, personally escorted them to the office door. As he watched the two leave, he hummed a cheerful tune, feeling pleased about the prospect of further funding for the construction of a new laboratory building. Xue instructed Song Yuhang to handle the enrollment process independently. While she made her way to Biquangshuan, she had yet to claim the villa that was part of her reward, and since the villa was not far from Nanda, it could serve as a desirable property within the academic district. Biquangshuan was a villa community, predominantly featuring duplex villas, with a selection of standalone villas as well. The smallest units were approximately 300 square meters, each with a private garden and garage, while larger ones even boasted private swimming pools. The system rewards consist of a standalone villa, complete with a garden and swimming pool, nestled in a serene southeastern corner of the villa district. A setting that greatly pleases Xue. After retrieving the keys from the property management, she was escorted to her new abode. Here lies your villa, should you require assistance. We can arrange for a personal butler and housekeeping staff, the property staff stated with utmost respect and warmth, as it is understood that those fortunate enough to acquire a residence here are no ordinary individuals. Is it truly possible to arrange for a butler and housekeeping? Xue marveled at the thought, finding their attentiveness incredibly considerate, and promptly entrusted the matter to them. The staff executed their duties with remarkable efficiency, and within half an hour, the personal butler and housekeeper had arrived. This is your assigned butler, Aunt Ho, they introduced, gesturing towards the newly arrived individual. Xue observed her, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, who appeared quite amiable, and without hesitation, she decided to retain her services. After inspecting the villa thoroughly, Xue made an immediate decision to move in. Although the spacious apartment at Hanhai Pavilion was quite comfortable, the allure of the garden and swimming pool at this villa was simply irresistible. She delegated the moving arrangements to the newly appointed Aunt Ho, relishing the role of a carefree landlord. It must be noted that Aunt Ho's efficiency was truly remarkable. In less than an afternoon, she orchestrated the transport of all Xue's clothing and belongings from Hanhai Pavilion to the villa, neatly organizing them in the new wardrobe. After savoring the culinary skills of the new housekeeper, Xue felt satisfied and, after a brief respite, ascended to the second floor's esports room. Indeed, upon taking possession of the house, she had noticed not only the entertainment room, but also a dedicated esports room, featuring a strikingly designed integrated gaming chair and a 65-inch flat screen mounted on the wall, alongside a top-of-the-line gaming rig housed within a cabinet, which also displayed an expensive karaoke set. A sofa was positioned against the wall, accompanied by a towering snack rack and a built-in mini fridge. The moment Xue laid eyes on this room, she was utterly enamored. Having been preoccupied with numerous commitments lately, Xue had not streamed live for quite some time. As she settled into the gaming chair and booted up her computer, she logged into her streaming account with delight. Viewing live streams on a computer is undeniably more comfortable than on a mobile device, she mused while casually browsing the streaming page. Upon clicking on a live stream, she was surprised to find the host engaged in a gaming session. He Linyan, a renowned battle royale streamer, possessed exceptional skills and uncanny luck, often finding himself in the winning circle, with 7 out of 10 games favorably landing him in the optimal zone. Most notably, he appeared on camera. Ding. Beauty scanner activated. Target detected. He Linyan. Current beauty score, 90 points. Meeting the expenditure standard, the system notification chimed as soon as Xue entered the live stream, startling her with the revelation of his score, 90 points. Another score of 90. Thus far, the only individual she had encountered who surpassed the 90-point mark was Jun Shichu, and to her surprise, she has now met another. Xue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she promptly sent a series of lavish gifts, the highest standard of appreciation. Ever since Xue spent over 10 million on Meower, the staff had reached out to her directly, arranging for dedicated customer service, crafting a personalized arrival background, and even designing a unique gift effect tailored to her desires. The exquisite Star River battleship, valued at 50,000, was unleashed in a flurry of 10. With just a flick of her finger, she generously bestowed 500,000 as a modest token of their initial meeting. Chapter 45, Mother, I believe I have fallen in love. A remarkable gift effect materialized within the live stream, instantly captivating the attention of all viewers. However, upon glimpsing the golden ID, their composure shattered. What do I see? Isn't that the illustrious Dream Sister, the renowned affluent figure from a while back? It truly is Dream Sister. I am not mistaken, it is indeed her. I thought the legendary wealthy figure had vanished from sight, yet here she is, making a grand return. Am I the only one captivated by the affluent patron's new gift effect? I wonder how much that gift cost. No need to ponder. Exclusive gifts start at over 10,000. It's certainly beyond our means to contribute. What a remarkable wealthy patron. The barrage of comments in the live stream surged, prompting even the fans of Yanyou to exclaim in awe. Little Lindsay, do take a glance at the screen. Why are you still engrossed in your game at this moment? The affluent patron has finally graced our little Lindsay. Oh, how touching. Dear affluent sister, please do not depart. Little Lindsay did not intend to ignore you. He is merely too engrossed in his game. Unlike the raucous cheers from casual viewers, the fans in the live stream were apprehensive that the elusive affluent figure might leave without acknowledgement. They hastily began to speak well of the host, fearing that the patron might become displeased from not receiving immediate attention. Yanyou, of course, could not possibly be upset. Rather, she was in high spirits, engaging with the fans through comments. The host was exceptionally handsome, and his gameplay was quite commendable. As soon as she sent out her comment, fans quickly responded. Is the affluent sister smitten with little Lindsay? Fear not. Tonight I shall bind little Lindsay to your bed. Little Lindsay, fortune has finally smiled upon you. Affluent sister, why not consider me? I am, in fact, more handsome than little Lindsay. Yanyou found herself both amused and exasperated. After sharing a few exchanges with the fans, she resumed sending gifts, one after another. The gift effects erupted within the live stream, and the public chat was filled with enthusiastic shouts from the audience, creating a lively atmosphere. Yanyou's game session concluded swiftly, and as the screen displayed the exclusive victory message from the game, he finally lifted his gaze towards his live stream. The moment he glanced, his heart nearly halted. What was this overwhelming array of gift effects? He quickly checked the donation records, and upon seeing the astonishingly high amounts and the nearly legendary ID from Meow Ear, he felt an exhilarating rush. Grateful for Dream Sister's presence in the live stream and her generous donations, he eagerly inquired, "What would you like to see?" Although I am not particularly skilled in singing or dancing, I am willing to give it a try. He beamed with an affable smile. And though his face radiated a striking 90 points in attractiveness, such expressions did not evoke disdain. Rather, they lent him an amusing charm. Yanyou, aren't you a gaming streamer? Yanyou chuckled and remarked, Sister Ming enjoys watching people sing and dance, so I am merely catering to her tastes. It suddenly dawned on Yanyou that she had been engrossed in male streamers who sang and danced, and this was her first foray into a gaming livestream. Yanyou replied, "No need. You may continue with your game." Yanyou appeared somewhat anxious. Sister Ming, you have showered me with so many gifts. It would be remiss of me not to reciprocate. How about we exchange WeChat contacts, and I can drop in to showcase my talents for Sister Ming? Yanyou raised an eyebrow, instantly provoking loud jeers from the audience. Little Lindsay, your scheming is so obvious. I can hear it all the way from the capital. It has been proven that even a handsome man can provoke a desire to deliver a good thrashing when he is shameless. Protect our Sister Ming, little Lindsay. You shall not get ahead of yourself. Yanyou was taken aback by Yanyou's rather frivolous demeanor, yet upon seeing his innocent blink on the screen, she couldn't help but chuckle. Yanyou said, dropping an isn't feasible, but I would love to play a couple of rounds with you. You seem quite skilled. She felt a twinge of excitement, having not played games since her arrival in this world, nearly forgetting what they looked like. Yanyou sighed in resignation. I thought I could promote myself. The chat erupted in laughter. Yanyou ignored him and promptly opened her phone to log into the game. Due to her prolonged absence, the game required a few minutes to update. During the interim, Yanyou rewarded Yanyou with several hundred starship battleships, which not only elicited enthusiastic cheers from the audience, but also compelled Yanyou to vow that he would ensure she won without injury in their upcoming games. Soon, the update concluded, and Yanyou entered the game. The live stream of Yanyou played on her computer, where he looked eagerly at the camera, grinning as he inquired, Sister Ming, my game ID is Gun God Little Lindsay. Please add me, so I can take you on a delightful duo queue. He added, Sister Ming. Will teaming up be convenient for the stream? If not, I can end the broadcast now. His words sent the chat into a frenzy. Oh, little Lindsay, have you forgotten us after latching onto a golden thigh? Protest. I want to see the wealthy sister play. Mark my words, little Lindsay, if you dare in the stream, I will come to your house tonight. Promise me, do not end the broadcast. I haven't had my fill yet. Yanyou read the comments from the netizens and pondered before sending a message. Yanyou, no need to end the stream. I don't mind. With Yanyou's approval, Yanyou felt reassured. Once Yanyou added him, he swiftly formed a team with her. Yanyou's game ID was also named Dream of Serenity. Upon being added to the team, Yanyou immediately began to inquire, Sister Ming, can we talk? Sister Ming, Please turn on your microphone for communication. Sister Ming. All right, I have turned it on. Yanyou silently activated the microphone and uttered a phrase. At the same time, the sound of her own voice resonated through the live stream. Fearing an echo, she promptly muted the audio of the streaming room. However, she quickly noticed the barrage of comments flying across the screen. Oh my, is this the voice of the wealthy sister? It's simply enchanting. I always imagined the affluent sister to be a middle-aged woman in her 30s or 40s. Oh, I mean, a middle-aged lady. Never did I anticipate that such a young lady would be behind the persona of the affluent big shot. Such a melodious voice must surely be accompanied by remarkable looks. Having wealth, leisure, and beauty, why must one person possess it all? Sob sob. He Linyan evidently shared the same sentiment. For after a brief moment of astonishment, he inexplicably felt his cheeks flush. Mengjia, your voice is so beautiful. I adore it. No one was aware that he Linyan was, in fact, captivated by beautiful voices, and the more enchanting the voice, the more it rendered him helpless. Thus, the moment he first heard Gyu's voice, an exclamation seemed to spring forth in his mind. Mom, I think I'm in love. Chapter 46. A fortune not earned. Yanyou had not played games for quite some time, and her skills, unsurprisingly, were lacking. Thus, before entering the game, she informed HLNYN of her inadequacies. HLNYN confidently patted his chest, assuring her that even if she was inexperienced, he could guide her to victory. With this reassurance, Yanyou followed him into the game. To ensure Yanyou had an enjoyable experience, HLNYN opted for the Super Combat mode, which required 4 players. Upon entering the game, the system automatically assigned them 2 additional teammates. Dream Sister, you should select a medic and just stick with me, HLNYN instructed as soon as the game commenced. All right, I'm counting on you, Yanyou replied, and as soon as she finished speaking, the character selection screen appeared. Being the first in line, she selected a medic as agreed. HLNYN, in the second position, chose the formidable rocket soldier. However, his choice elicited discontent from the other 2 players. Bro, do you even know how to play? Don't waste a character slot if you can't, one of them complained. I'm a pro with the rocket soldier. You're just wasting a chance to learn. Their grievances echoed through the team's microphone, all centered around HLNYN's selection of the rocket soldier. HLNYN simply stated, sorry, guys, I'm live streaming, so you can trust 11T let you down. Normally, such a remark would quell their complaints, but today, the 2 seemed particularly irate. Oh, streaming with a girl? Are you sure your skills are up to par? One of them retorted, so what if you're a streamer? There are plenty of bad ones out there. Do you think you're special? Their voices dripped with disdain, and Yanyou found their attitude quite off-putting. Xiao LNZ, ignore them, she suggested. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream began to voice their opinions. What is wrong with these 2 teammates? What is the issue with Xiao LNZ picking the rocket soldier first? If they're that skilled, they should have gone first. Sounds like they're just jealous that Xiao LNZ has a wealthy sister playing with him. Xiao LNZ, just play well and show them your true skills. Xiao LNZ, you must protect Dream Sister. Seeing the comments, HLNYN immediately began to reassure his fans. Don't worry, everyone, you know my skills are solid. I'll ensure that Dream Sister wins effortlessly. Yanyou wanted to emphasize that winning or losing was not important, but suddenly, a system notification resonated in her mind. Ding. Task triggered. Achieved 10 game victories. Successful completion rewards 50 million and a villa at Shanghai Huading Resort. Failure incurs no penalties. Yanyou gasped softly, surprised that a task could be triggered at this moment. However, it was fortuitous. Xiao LNZ, from now on, I'll be relying on you. Win just 1 game, and I'll gift you 5 million. If you win 10 in a row, I'll present you with a special gift. As soon as she uttered these words, the live stream erupted in excitement. Heavens, what a generous sister. Dream Sister is amazing. 5 million. In my lifetime, I could never earn such an amount without sustenance. Yet here I am, being told to simply give rewards? How absurd. Jealousy twists my visage. Not only were the viewers in the live stream astounded, but even He Linyan and his 2 companions were equally taken aback. How could one be so bold? Thank you, Sister Ming. He Linyan quickly regained his composure and playfully expressed his gratitude. He was not one to be overly sentimental. After all, one must seize opportunities when they arise. However, just as he finished expressing his thanks, his 2 teammates erupted into uproarious laughter. Ha ha ha, little sister certainly knows how to boast. 5 million. The fact that you could spare 5,000 is remarkable. Oh, come on, perhaps she really could come up with it. 5 million. In ghost money. You have a point, ha ha ha. Their unabashed mockery caused He Linyan, who had initially been in good spirits, to furrow his brow. At that moment, the game had already commenced. Yanyou followed Linian's lead, and the other two teammates leaped alongside them, simultaneously activating their microphones to relay the earlier incident to everyone in the game. Suddenly, the air was filled with laughter. Yanyou, taken aback by encountering such foolishness while gaming, promptly instructed Linian to share his livestream ID with all. You don't believe it? Then come and see for yourselves. Linian opened his microphone and addressed everyone directly. In mere moments, his livestream indeed attracted a substantial audience. Wow, he really is a streamer. And his popularity seems quite decent. Is this someone from the game? Xue, are you foolish? You've just revealed your position. We're finished. We're going to be targeted this round. Don't panic. I'm just here to watch the big shot rewarding, and I'll go easy on your streamer later. Get lost. That's cheating. Fans and newly arrived players began to bicker, but Linian merely glanced at them without concern. He was not afraid of revealing his location. After all, he had chosen the agile rocket soldier, while the fragile healer Yanyou, if hidden well, would be difficult to locate. Linian guided Yanyou to land in the city area, where, apart from their two teammates, other squads also descended nearby, but at a safe distance. Sister Meng, hurry and gather the crystal cores, don't stray too far from me. After giving a quick reminder, Linian dashed into the nearest building, and Yanyou followed suit into another. This was Yanyou's first time playing this mode, but with Linian's guidance, she quickly adapted, picking up crystal cores as she ran, glancing at open treasure chests, and swiftly collecting weapons before making her escape. In less than a minute, Yanyou had searched several buildings. As her collection of crystal cores increased, her level gradually rose, unlocking not only her ultimate skill, but also revealing skill plugins. What is this? Yanyou curiously examined the plugin descriptions when she heard Linian's voice inquiring beside her. Is the skill plugin activated? If solar energy is available, select that option. If not, choose the one for survival. Upon hearing this, Yanyou glanced at the plugin details and indeed found the skill plugin that Linian had mentioned, promptly opting to install it. I have installed it. Excellent. I possess a 249. Come over and take it. I will guide you through an entertaining experience shortly. Yanyou hurried to Linian's side and equipped the 249. At that moment, the other two teammates also approached. Lady, I advise you to distance yourself from him swiftly. He just caused a stir in the live broadcast. And I can't imagine how many people are eager to confront him now. If you stick with him, you'll surely end up as a casualty. One of the teammates, with curly black hair, leaned against the wall. Chapter 47. Just a game. Is it really necessary? Yanyou felt no desire to engage in further conversation with the two, offering only a brief response before following Linian. However, as they were about to leave the city, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted. The voice of Miley rang out provocatively. Where is that little lady? Come out. We won't harm you. We only want to deal with that boy. As soon as the words fell, the air was filled with derisive laughter. The two teammates joined in with their scornful remarks. That kid must be stunned. Streamers like him are always the most despised. Surely they'll target him first. Why waste words on him? Does he really think being a streamer makes him special? We'll teach him a lesson soon enough. Yanyou's brow furrowed deeper. Although she was indifferent to winning or losing, being singled out in such a manner was quite discomforting. Moreover, failing the mission would result in the loss of system rewards, a consequence Yanyou was eager to avoid. What should we do now, Xue? Yanyou inquired anxiously of Linian. Meanwhile, the other two teammates shockingly began revealing their points to the enemy. Traitors! Linian seethed, wanting to berate his foolish teammates. Yet, constrained by the ongoing live stream, he swallowed his anger. Yanyou pondered how to resolve the predicament, when suddenly she recalled the system shop she had never utilized. System, I wish to make a purchase, Yanyou thought. In the next instant, a virtual panel appeared before her. System, please assist me in finding any items that would enhance my gaming prowess. No sooner had Yanyou's thoughts concluded than the virtual interface transformed, displaying only a single remaining item on the shelves. Beep, based on the host's current points, the most suitable item has been selected for the host. A surge of joy filled Yanyou as she examined the item. Limited time skill card, beginner gaming mastery card, skill card usage instructions. Upon using this card, the user will gain beginner level gaming proficiency for 2 hours. Price, 50 points. Glancing at her accumulated points, which had exceeded 500, she hesitated momentarily before opting to purchase it. A 2-hour usage window explained the modest price of 50 points. Nevertheless, Yanyou felt no regret. Despite the seeming impracticality of spending 50 points for such a limited time skill card, she thought, what is priceless is what I adore. Without hesitation, Yanyou activated the skill card, and instantly, a wealth of gaming knowledge seemed to flood her mind. enabling her character's movements to become remarkably more fluid. At that moment, 5 or 6 enemies were advancing toward them, the gunfire relentlessly ringing in their ears. Heiress, as the rocket soldier, positioned Yanyou in a relatively safe spot before soaring into the air, taking to the rooftops to engage in aerial combat. The two teammates, chuckling and mocking the traitors, seemed oblivious to the approaching danger, as bullets flew their way, nearly transforming them into targets riddled with holes. Brothers, what is the matter with you? We offer assistance, and yet you retaliate against us? Huh. It is precisely those traitors like you that deserve to be struck down. I almost feel a twinge of sympathy for that streamer, encountering such incompetent teammates. Nevertheless, sympathy aside, one must still confront him. I have always detested those who play games while needing to carry others. Come on, just admit you're feeling bitter. A cacophony of laughter and curses erupted in the channel, as the two teammates, once so self-satisfied, could no longer contain their anger and resorted to fierce verbal reproaches. Heiress scoffed, too disinterested to engage in conversation, merely instructing Yanyou to minimize her movements before commencing his assault on the adversaries. Amidst the distant sounds of gunfire, Yanyou smiled and remarked, "Do not underestimate me. I can be quite formidable." With that, she cautiously began to maneuver towards the source of the gunfire. Positioning herself at the window of a high-rise building, she meticulously scanned the surroundings with a scope. Upon spotting the enemy, she wasted no time and opened fire. Her weapon, a fully loaded .249, boasted a capacity of 150 rounds, ensuring that even a novice could inflict severe damage on the opposing team. Coupled with a temporary skill card, she effortlessly maintained a steady aim, delivering precision shots. As soon as an enemy dared to show themselves, they were met with a rapid barrage of gunfire, unable to react before being eliminated, their form reduced to a mere rectangular box. After dispatching one opponent, Yanyou swiftly changed her position, leveraging Heiress's aerial distraction to methodically eliminate adversaries one by one. Heiress, adept with the rocket launcher, found it nearly impossible to be targeted while airborne. Yet he easily spotted enemies crouched below, obliterating them with explosive rounds. However, the rocket soldier was not invincible. Concentrated enemy fire could bring him crashing down. And as the opposition multiplied, he began to feel the mounting pressure. At that moment, he noticed a decrease in enemy numbers, and upon glancing at the defeat notifications, he realized that all those foes had fallen to Gyu's prowess. "Sister Ming, you are astonishing," Heiress exclaimed, genuinely impressed. He had envisioned coasting to victory alongside her, only to be met with the reality of her skill, which rendered his presence nearly redundant. "Help me, save me." Suddenly, a voice message from his teammates pleaded for assistance. It was the two who had previously mocked them, now downed. Heiress couldn't help but chuckle. "Huh. Sister Ming, doesn't this seem like poetic justice?" Yanyou joined in his laughter, reveling in the irony of their earlier taunts, now morphing into desperate pleas. "Brother, it's my fault for being too loud earlier. Please come to my aid. Brother, if I fall, who will provide you with supplies? Hurry and rescue me." Heiress paid no heed to the two individuals, merely awaiting the moment when their heads would be claimed by others, then swiftly departed with Yanyou in search of an escape vehicle. The two teammates, transformed into mere shadows of their former selves, erupted in a torrent of insults. Feeling their rage was insufficient, and thus ventured into Heiress's live stream to unleash another wave of vitriol. However, the audience in the stream had already discerned their betrayal through the broadcast, and upon witnessing their audacity to seek attention, they quickly surrounded the pair, unleashing a barrage of scorn. "So, you are the foolish teammates from earlier? How dare you show your faces here?" Sister Ming stated that winning a match yields 5 million. If you cause Xiao Linzi to lose, you are effectively severing his means of livelihood. This grudge is akin to slaying one's kin. Do you comprehend? No need for further words. Let the insults commence. The two were left utterly dumbfounded, overwhelmed by the ferocity of the spectators. Was the combat prowess of this idle crowd truly so formidable? Was it truly worth such a tumult over a mere game? Chapter 48. Wild tactics. As two former teammates faced a barrage of criticism from the viewers in the live stream, Heiress, accompanied by Yanyou, embarked on a desperate escape. Due to the nature of the live stream, those lurking in the chat room were aware of their whereabouts, even without the betrayal of their teammates, and thus began to pursue them relentlessly. In the game, a scene unfolded. A black SUV sped through the wilderness. However, each time it attempted to halt and search for supplies, it was met with a hail of gunfire from unseen assailants, leaving no opportunity for the occupants to disembark. "This cannot continue," Heiress fretted, recalling his earlier boast that he would ensure Dream Sister secured a victory. Yanyou, however, remained unfazed. Yet, she could not tolerate this bullying without retaliation. I have 400 rounds of 249 ammunition left. How much do you have? She suddenly inquired. He Linyan paused momentarily before quickly recalling his initial plan. How could I forget? Those two knaves disrupted my rhythm. I still have over 300 rounds. That should suffice. He replied, stopping the vehicle in the wilderness to trade all his ammunition to Yanyou. Understanding his intent, she promptly boarded the vehicle after the exchange. Let us go. We're going to fight back, Yanyou declared with fervor. He Linyan immediately acquiesced, turning the vehicle around. The viewers in the live stream were left bewildered. Just a moment ago, they were being chased. Why are they turning back now? Why do I sense an unexpected synergy between Dream Sister and Xiao Lizi? What did that earlier conversation mean? Can any gaming friends explain what they're planning to do? As the chat room buzzed with inquiries, the players who noticed the duo's return clamored in anticipation, eager to ensnare them. Brothers, grab your weapons. Everyone on the mic. Someone yelled, instantly prompting a chorus of responses. However, the black SUV accelerated through a rural housing area, catching the four enemies who had been lying in wait by surprise. Instead of the anticipated ambush, they were greeted with a flurry of gunfire. Yanyou, with her 249 in hand, leaned out and unleashed a barrage of bullets, 150 rounds directly into the housing area. Possessing a foundational mastery of the game, she maintained steady aim even at high velocity. By the time He Linyan circled the area, 2 enemies lay dead, and the other 2 were severely injured. Let us move on to the next target. Yanyou commanded decisively as she began reloading her weapon before He Linyan had even come to a complete stop. The 2 wounded foes had retreated into the house, and stopping to claim their heads could lead to unforeseen complications. It was wiser to abandon them. Thus, the 2 surviving adversaries watched helplessly as the vehicle departed after dispatching their companions. Subsequently, He Linyan took the wheel while Yanyou unleashed a barrage of gunfire. At the sound of gunfire, they would promptly rush in to mediate any conflicts. Their vehicle sped on, with the gunfire echoing relentlessly. Equipped with solar-powered skill plugins, they did not even need to refuel, simply roaming about the map. Upon encountering other vehicles, they charged fearlessly, unleashing a flurry of shots at their adversaries. In the end, their opponents were left with a multitude of boxes, and they amassed a bountiful collection of supplies. Viewers in the live stream were utterly delighted by the spectacle. Haha. Dream Sister and Little Linyan are simply incredible, like wild driving gods. I had no idea the game could be played this way. It looks so entertaining. I must give it a try. What weapon is Dream Sister using? It looks so satisfying when she fires. Jimin, watching them chase the car is too hilarious. The players who had been lurking in the live stream began to voice their grievances in the comments after Yanyou reduced them to boxes, yet they received no consolation. Only ridicule. As the safe zone shrank, Yanyou and He Linyan grew increasingly audacious, no longer needing to search the map extensively. They merely drove around the circle to find clusters of enemies or stragglers. They continued their relentless shooting, swiftly retreating when ammunition ran low, only to return after replenishing health and bullets to wreak havoc once more. Through this exhilarating strategy, they advanced directly to the final circle. With the area becoming increasingly constricted, driving became less feasible, prompting the duo to take cover on a hillside, adopting the guise of ambush predators. He Linyan's remarkable luck shone once again, as they remained within the safe zone, watching as enemies stealthily attempted to enter the circle. Without hesitation, they drew their weapons and fired, leaving the foes too intimidated to poke their heads out, ultimately succumbing to the poison outside the circle. When the golden light of victory illuminated the screen, He Linyan rose and bowed towards the livestream. Thank you, Dream Sister, for guiding me to an effortless win. Ha ha ha, Little Linyan. Are you trying to make me die from laughter so you can inherit my Huabe? I can't breathe. Who was it that said they would carry us? Little did we know, Dream Sister needed no assistance. What a thrill. The finale was utterly hilarious. I saw the opposing trio just barely touch the edge before being taken out by Dream Sister's gunfire, transforming into boxes before her shots even ceased. Is this what they call corpse whipping? The comments section erupted in joy, and Yanyou felt particularly elated with this round, promptly utilizing her computer to reward He Linyan with gifts. Yanyou Dream gifts the streamer Starship X10. Yanyou Dream gifts the streamer Starship X35. Yanyou Dream gifts the streamer Starship X70. Yanyou Dream gifts. In a mere minute, Yanyou bestowed over 100 starships upon him, equating to more than 5 million. This act sent the fans into a frenzy. Generous. The wealthy sister is as extravagant as ever. Jealousy makes me feel inadequate. By the way, are those mocking brothers still around? Did they not claim that our dream sister could not afford to give such lavish rewards? Shouldn't they hasten to broaden their horizons? How enlightening this is. Oh, distinguished patron, do you require any accessories? I would gladly offer myself for your favor. How shameless. Yet, one cannot fill their belly with dignity, so I shall choose to be shameless instead. He Linyan was astounded to realize that Gyu's previous promises of generosity were indeed genuine, as he observed the screen adorned with a plethora of gift effects. An overwhelming sensation surged within him, stirring a sense of restlessness. Indeed, I have developed feelings for her. He Linyan's eyes sparkled as he fixated on the screen, as if he could reach through the digital veil to find the person on the other side. After completing her generous act, Gyu called out to He Linyan. Shall we proceed to the next round? We still have 9 matches to complete our task. Chapter 49. Do you have a crush on me? Perhaps they had discovered the most suitable strategy, as the two players employed the same tactics in the subsequent rounds of the game. They raced across the map, relentlessly pursuing their adversaries while engaging in a symphony of gunfire. Whenever they found themselves in a precarious situation, they would swiftly retreat, replenish their health, and then return to the fray. On several occasions, Gyu was left with but a sliver of health. Yet fortune favored her as her enemies had already been reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, seizing the opportunity while looting their fallen foes. Gyu and He Linyan would activate their skills to restore their health before resuming their pursuit. The battlefield echoed with gunfire, reminiscent of festive firecrackers, creating a lively atmosphere akin to a celebration. The excitement of the game mirrored the fervor in the live stream. Gyu had promised to bestow a generous 5 million upon He Linyan for each victory, and she was true to her word. Following each triumph, a deluge of gift effects would flood the stream, igniting a jubilant frenzy among the fans. While achieving 10 victories might pose a challenge for others, it was a mere formality for the well-coordinated duo. Despite the expiration of their limited-time skill cards, Gyu had found her rhythm. After several hours of gameplay, the system's notification finally chimed in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Achieved 10 game victories. Reward: 50 million in funds and a luxury villa at Shanghai Huading Resort. Ding! Congratulations, host, on surpassing a popularity threshold of 500,000. Reputation points awarded: 50,000. Host gains: 500 points. Gyu was pleasantly surprised. Not only had she received the system's rewards, but her reputation points had also surged, granting her an additional 500 points, an unexpected double delight. Dream sister, shall we continue playing? As Gyu reveled in her triumph, He Linyan's voice broke through, bringing her back to reality. After several hours of play, perhaps it was wise to conclude for the day. Stretching her sore neck, she resolved to pause their gaming session. However, she recalled her earlier promise. Please send me your address later. I would like to send you a small gift. Gyu spoke casually, but He Linyan was momentarily taken aback. Throughout each game, Dream Sister had gifted him 5 million, accumulating over 50 million in total. After deductions for platform fees and taxes, he would still receive nearly 20 million, a fortune overnight. Now, Dream Sister was offering him a gift, making it difficult for him to suppress his admiration for her. Dream Sister, you have already been so generous. I believe gifts are unnecessary. Thank you. He Linyan managed to stammer, suppressing the tumultuous beating of his heart. Ding! Detected an increase in target character He Linyan's affection for the host. Current affection level, 85 points. Host automatically gains 15 attribute points. As Gyu pondered what to gift He Linyan, a notification chimed in her mind, decisively prompting her decision. She promptly opened her phone's contact list, retrieved the number of the dealership from her previous car purchase, and dialed the number. Please reserve a Mercedes EQS for me. I will send you an address shortly, and you can deliver it directly. Gyu's melodious and sweet voice emanated from the receiver, leaving He Linyan momentarily stunned. Dream sister, is that car? He Linyan inquired uncertainly. It was only after Gyu ended the call that she remembered they were still in a team together, and her microphone was still on, meaning he could hear everything she said. Yes, it's a small gift for you. Just enjoy driving it, Gyu admitted candidly, confirming that the car was indeed meant for him. Her tone was so casual. It was as if she were discussing a couple of cabbages rather than a luxury vehicle worth over 1 million. Both He Linyan and the audience in the live stream were taken aback by Gyu's generosity, and it took a while before a hesitant comment appeared on the screen. What kind of tycoon is this? Tossing out tens of millions as if they're nothing, and $1 million car is merely a token? Dream sister, I'm quite skilled at gaming too. I don't need tens of millions, just a few 100,000 would suffice. Someone wake me up. I think I can also make it. Let me, someone with 10 years of diabetes, wake you all up. What are you dreaming about in broad daylight? Oh, is it dark already? Never mind what I said. Envying little Linyan, How fortunate to have such a wealthy patron. Is Dream's sister smitten with our little Lin Yan? Shouldn't he hurry and clean himself up to present himself to her? Bah, with Dream's sister's money, that's enough? Who dares to covet her? What a beautiful thought. Little Lin Yan isn't bad looking. Send him to enrich Dream's sister's harem. The live chat erupted with excitement as Lin Yan finally regained his composure, gazing nervously at the camera. His expression revealing a hint of shyness. Dream sister, do you have feelings for me? He playfully winked at the camera, only to feel a wave of self-disgust in the next moment. Ugh, deadly. Little Lin Yan, if you want my life, just say it. Though I admit you are handsome. Your coyness truly gives me the creeps. Yanyou wore a bemused expression and then spoke in a flat tone. Never mind. I think I will cancel the reward gift to avoid any misunderstandings. Dream sister, no? The light-hearted Lin Yan immediately called out to Yanyou, playfully admitting his earlier jest, asserting that he was merely joking. Who would truly turn down money? Yet, the sincerity of his words remained uncertain. How much was jest, and how much was genuine? Yanyou had no intention of rescinding the car. She merely sought to tease him. After a brief conversation, Yanyou glanced at the time and informed Lin Yan that she was preparing to log off for a rest. Subsequently, she exited the team and left the live streaming room. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a total expenditure of 53 million. The aesthetic target has reached 90 points, triggering a tenfold cashback, with the current refund amounting to 530 million. Listening to the notification, Yanyou promptly opened her virtual panel. Observing the sum that had reached 4,500 million, her heart remained unperturbed. However, when her gaze fell upon the 25 attribute points, a satisfied smile graced her lips. At last, she could enhance her attributes across the board. With eager anticipation, Yanyou allocated the 25 attribute points, and soon felt as though a gradual transformation was occurring within her. Chapter 50. The photographic memory card. Yanyou allocated her 25 attribute points evenly among height, physique, appearance, and temperament, leaving no point unassigned. Upon finalizing the distribution, her attribute panel transformed instantly. Name: Yanyou. Age: 18. Height: 170 centimeters. Physique: 70. Appearance: 85. Temperament: 80. Charm: 8. Enhanced through comprehensive system evaluation. Skills: perfect singing voice. Items: lucky card X1. Unlucky card X1. Photographic memory card X1 points. 1010 this time. Yanyou did not hastily allocate the attribute points directly to appearance. Instead, she focused on enhancing her other statistics. Regrettably, despite the addition of 25 points, her charm value remained stubbornly unchanged, showing no sign of improvement. Yanyou remained unperturbed, confident that as her other values increased, charm would inevitably rise in due course. After a yawn, a wave of drowsiness washed over Yanyou. After refreshing herself in the bathroom, she nestled into her soft, comfortable bed and drifted into a deep slumber. Upon awakening in the morning, Aunt Ho had efficiently organized all household matters, presenting a breakfast that was half Chinese and half Western. I wasn't sure whether you preferred Chinese or Western cuisine, so I prepared a bit of both. I hope you enjoy it, Aunt Ho said with a slight bow, demonstrating impeccable etiquette. Yanyou was quite pleased with her attentiveness. After briefly communicating her preferences, she began to savor her breakfast. Before she could finish, Yang Xian arrived to style her hair, as she had paid for the service and intended to make the most of it. Just as Yang Xian was coordinating her outfit, Yanyou's phone rang. It was a call from Song Yuhang, informing her that the new company was set up and ready to proceed with recruitment. As Yanyou was establishing an entertainment company, it was essential to have a manager with connections and relationships to expedite the process. The simplest approach would be to recruit talent from other companies. After listening to Song Yuhang's report, Yanyou pondered briefly before stating, "Please contact a headhunting agency to see if we can entice anyone to join us. You need not worry about the costs. I will handle that. As for other staff, you may proceed with the recruitment as you see fit." Song Yuhang acknowledged Yanyou's instructions with utmost seriousness. After hanging up, Yanyou took out her phone to check the location of the Shanghai Huading Resort Villa, only to discover that it was not in Heiress, but rather in the neighboring city of Pingcheng, adjacent to the seaside. Fortunately, it would only require a 2-hour drive, so she grabbed her car keys and headed straight for Shanghai Huading to claim her system-rewarded villa. 2 hours later, following the system's directions, Yanyou navigated to her grand villa, finally beholding her magnificent abode. The nearly 400 square meter, 3-story seaside villa boasted a 200 square meter garden and a 150 square meter expansive swimming pool. From any window or balcony on the 2nd or 3rd floors, the breathtaking ocean view was visible in all its splendor. Yanyou thoroughly enjoyed her exploration of the interior, particularly captivated by the garden adorned with a myriad of flowers and the swimming pool, both of which greatly pleased her. Regrettably, she had to remain in Heiress for the time being. Otherwise, she would have moved here to reside. However, she found solace in the thought of occasionally visiting the seaside for relaxation. After securing the apartment, Yanyou hurried back to Heiress to prepare for the upcoming school term. As she transitioned into her sophomore year, Yanyou felt a peculiar sense of novelty in returning to campus. Despite the original occupant perceiving studying as akin to merely passing time, perhaps even with a hint of constraint. Nevertheless, she was determined to elevate her academic performance. Unwilling to be seen as a slacker, I must utilize the photographic memory card, she resolved. Seated in her study, she casually perused her freshman textbooks, engaging in a dialogue with the system within her mind. Ding! The use of the photographic memory card has been successful. For a limited time of 24 hours. The host possesses the ability of photographic memory, with a 300 enhancement in memory retention and comprehension. Upon expiration, all assimilated knowledge will remain intact. Countdown, 23:59. 59. Upon hearing the notification in her mind, a smile graced Yanyou's lips as she began to rapidly flip through the pages. Her pace was swift. Within a short span, she had memorized the contents of her textbook. She then picked up the next one and continued her reading. With the aid of the photographic memory card, Yanyou swiftly reviewed all her major texts. To maximize her time, she began to delve into other books, focusing on speed. Thus, she sequestered herself in the study for an entire day, even when the butler knocked to deliver her meals. She merely instructed him to leave the food at the door, eating whenever she found a moment of leisure. She had never imagined that immersing herself in her studies could be so exhilarating. Now, not a single minute felt worth wasting. Her focus was so intense that she barely noticed the passage of time until the next afternoon. As the memory card's effects waned, Yanyou felt utterly drained. Reclining against her chair, her eyes fixed ahead in a state of trance. After a considerable pause, her eyes finally stirred. System, you didn't mention that this would leave such an after effect. After utilizing the photographic memory card, Yanyou felt as if she had been on a euphoric high. Brimming with energy, even after an all-nighter, she believed she could continue for several more hours. However, the moment the tool's effects ceased, she felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her, her eyelids heavy as drowsiness enveloped her. You can't blame me. You didn't ask either. Just before Yanyou succumbed to slumber, the system's voice echoed in her mind, tinged with a hint of guilt. Had she misheard? Could the system truly feel guilt? There was no time for further contemplation as she finally surrendered to a deep sleep. A full day slipped by, and when she awoke, it was already the day of the new term. Yanyou Xie had been waiting in the villa's living room from early morning. Upon seeing Yanyou descending the stairs while stifling a yawn, she immediately rose to greet her with respect. Today, I desire a fresh and elegant makeup look. Oh, and since it's the first day of school, let us pair it with a lively outfit. Yanyou's words nearly left Yanyou Xie astounded. School? So, my boss is still a student? Yanyou Xie had always perceived her employer as youthful, yet it was not uncommon to encounter younger-looking individuals who were, in fact, older. Moreover, Yanyou exuded an aura so commanding, akin to one standing at 1.8 meters tall, that it instinctively made Yanyou Xie overlook her age. Little did she expect such a revelation. It was truly beyond her imagination. Chapter 51. What boyfriend? The commencement day at Nanda University was scheduled for September 5th. A week prior, students had begun to arrive on campus with their luggage, but it was on this day that the school buzzed with the most activity. Freshmen, guided by upperclassmen, made their way to their dormitories before attending to enrollment procedures. At the entrance, the upperclassmen awaited with calculated anticipation. Upon spotting an attractive freshman entering the campus, they would eagerly rush to assist with her luggage, escorting her to the dormitory. Some naive young ladies were easily charmed by the enthusiastic upperclassmen, ultimately yielding their contact information. While some were immune to such tactics, others relished the attention. Freshmen, allow me to assist you with your luggage. Freshmen, let me lead you to your dormitory. If you're unfamiliar with the enrollment process, I can guide you afterward. Freshman. Zhao Xiu casually tucked a loose strand of her wavy hair behind her ear, a satisfied smile gracing her lips as she gazed at the upperclassmen surrounding her. No need. I'm not a freshman. I'm quite familiar with all of this. Her voice was sweet and melodious, akin to the sound of silver bells, prompting the upperclassmen who were about to abandon their pursuit to reconsider their intentions. It's quite all right. We're happy to help a fellow student with her luggage. Indeed. Let me assist you with your belongings. Just as they were speaking, a flamboyant orange Audi Q8 made its entrance, capturing everyone's attention. Wow. I knew our school had its fair share of wealthy students, but I didn't expect a car like that to be so commonplace. A male student who had just stepped onto the campus whispered to his companion, who nodded in agreement, clearly in accord with his observation. Zhao Siyu's gaze followed the car, especially as it slowed to a stop beside her, causing her smile to blossom even more sweetly. "Hello, beautiful student. Have you arrived at school this early?" The window rolled down, revealing a young man of above-average looks, exuding a hint of swagger as he addressed Zhao Siyu. "Would you like a ride to your dormitory?" He playfully patted the passenger seat, grinning mischievously. Just as Zhao Siyu was about to accept the offer, an incongruous voice interrupted. "Oh, look who it is. After a holiday apart, Zhao Mingyuan has found herself a new backup, hasn't she? Who is it this time?" Everyone turned to see a tall girl with a high ponytail and a delicate appearance, her expression radiating disdain as she regarded Zhao Siyu. "And Lin, what nonsense are you spouting?" Zhao Siyu's smile faltered, her face hardening as she reprimanded her. Stealing a glance at the young man in the car, she seemed anxious that he might perceive her as flustered. However, she noticed that his attention was entirely captivated by Lin. The young man in the car, named Yao Zhong, was the heir of a real estate company in Heiress, known for his frivolous nature and his penchant for pursuing various beauties. Zhao Siyu, with her striking beauty, was naturally a target of his attention. However, the sudden appearance of Lin, whose figure seemed even more alluring than Zhao Siyu's, rendered the latter less appealing by comparison. "Beautiful lady, are you Lin? Your looks are captivating, and your name is equally delightful. How about I escort you to the dormitory?" Yao Zheng raised an eyebrow, believing himself to be quite charming as he tousled his hair, envisioning the bragging rights he would gain among his friends if he could win over this beauty. "You should escort Zhao Siyu instead. You two would make a perfect match," Lin retorted, casting a disdainful glance at Yao Zheng's oily grin, unable to suppress her eye roll. "What do you mean, Lin? Are you deliberately trying to provoke me?" Zhao Siyu exclaimed, clearly agitated. Lin scoffed, regarding Zhao Siyu with contempt, and coldly remarked, "What's the matter? Did you so quickly cast aside Xiao Minghui, whom you were flirting with? By the way, I suppose Miss Ji is still unaware of this. If she finds out that you were entangled with her boyfriend, what do you think your fate will be?" Zhao Siyu's expression shifted, but she feigned indifference, saying, "Say what you will, do you think I am afraid?" She was already aware that the man in question was no longer a member of a prestigious family, and she felt no fear of retribution from him. "What? Are you trying to curry favor with her over this? I advise you to stop dreaming. She is no longer the lofty heiress she once was." Zhao Siyu's heart swelled with schadenfreude at the news she had gleaned from Xue and Xue Qingyi. So what if she had taken her boyfriend? What power did she have to retaliate against her now? "Excuse me, please don't block the way." Just as Zhao Siyu was basking in her triumph, a clear, melodious voice resonated, sending a familiar shiver down her spine. Turning abruptly, she beheld a stunning beauty, slightly taller than herself, with an exquisite visage, fair skin, and a curvaceous figure, gazing at her with an indifferent expression. Who are you?" Zhao Siyu asked, incredulous as she stared at the person before her. After a brief moment of shock, she exclaimed, "You are Yanyou. Is there something you need?" Yanyou, preoccupied with her phone as she messaged Song Yuhang to inquire about his arrival at school, casually addressed the obstruction in her path. Surprised to hear someone exclaim her name in astonishment, she lifted her gaze toward the other person, her brow slightly furrowing. Though she possessed the memories of her former self, Yanyou was reluctant to expend mental energy recalling certain individuals. The person before her, despite recognizing her, left her with a lack of significant emotion, suggesting they were not of great importance. Therefore, Yanyou did not bother to remember who they were and simply replied in a detached manner, "It's me. And you are?" As Yanyou's words fell, Zhao Siyu's complexion darkened further, and Lin could not contain her laughter. "Ha ha ha, she doesn't even regard you." After her laughter subsided, Lin turned to Yanyou, saying, "Yanyou, you might not know, but during the break, Zhao Siyu has stolen your boyfriend away." Yanyou, who had been about to continue walking, suddenly halted. "Boyfriend? What boyfriend?" She gazed blankly at the two individuals before her, her mind reluctantly beginning to recall their identities. However, after a brief moment, memories surfaced. The girl with slightly curled hair was her classmate, Zhao Siyu, while Lin was her dormitory mate. The original owner had never been discreet throughout the previous semester. Thus, many were aware of her status as the eldest daughter of the Ji family. Zhao Siyu had attempted to ingratiate herself with the original owner, but had never succeeded. As for Lin, the original owner was not particularly familiar with her. They merely happened to be assigned to the same dormitory. Given the original owner's character, she seldom stayed in the dorm, and her recognition of Lin stemmed from the latter's frequent troublemaking towards Zhao Siyu. Whispers had reached her ears regarding the enmity between the two. supposedly arising from Zhao Siyu's flirtation with Lin's friend's boyfriend. Regarding the boyfriend, Yanyou wished she could erase the memory. It turned out the original owner had a crush on a boy named Xue Qingyi, the captain of the fencing team. Yanyou had initially assumed that, given the original owner's disposition, she would not take romantic matters too seriously. However, reality often defies expectations. Remarkably, she was utterly devoted to Xue Qingyi, to the extent of being entirely at his beck and call, clinging to him daily, wanting the world to know she was his girlfriend. Chapter 52. A narrow path of enmity. Did you just say she seduced my boyfriend? Yanyou inquired cautiously, gazing at Lin. Are you referring to Xue Qingyi? Lin, oblivious to the underlying tension in Yanyou's voice, nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Zhao Siyu frequently loitered around the place where Xue Qingyi worked during the summer. I have witnessed their intimate moments together, sharing a cup of milk tea on several occasions. One of Lin's other friends worked at the same restaurant as Xue Qingyi, and during a visit to see her friend, Lin happened upon Zhao Siyu clinging to Xue Qingyi in conversation. Having already discerned Zhao Siyu's true nature, Lin speculated that she must be attempting to seduce him again. After a few observations, she was convinced that the two had indeed become entangled. You both are classmates. How could she commit such a treacherous act? How do you intend to handle this? Lin inquired with a gleeful smile, her heart eager to see Yanyou confront the vile Zhao Siyu. Confronted by Yanyou's piercing gaze, Zhao Siyu, feeling guilty, shouted defensively, "We are merely friends. How can you unjustly accuse me?" Yanyou regarded her with understanding. There is no need for such agitation. Since you are so fond of my boyfriend, I shall relinquish him to you. He is of no use to me. With that, Yanyou pushed past the obstructing Zhao Siyu and Lin, continuing her stride forward, leaving the two in a state of astonishment. However, she had barely taken a few steps when she was halted by Yao Zhang. Beautiful lady, why cling to something unworthy? Allow me to be your boyfriend instead. Yao Zhang raised his chin, showcasing his self-proclaimed perfect jawline, and confidently addressed Yanyou. Yanyou paused momentarily, looking at Yao Zhang as if he were a fool, before finally responding, I have no inclination for unattractiveness. With that indifferent remark, she pushed past Yao Zhang and walked away without a backward glance. It took Yao Zhang a moment to comprehend Yanyou's dismissal, after which he erupted in fury. Who does she think she is to speak to me in such a manner? What are you looking at? Scatter. He barked at the onlookers. And when he attempted to find Zhao Siyu and Lin again, he realized they had vanished without a trace. Damn it, Yao Zhang growled, glaring in the direction Yanyou had departed, before retreating to his vehicle and driving away. This brief interlude did not weigh heavily on Yanyou's mind. After completing her enrollment procedures, she sought out Song Yuhang. Once she confirmed that he had also successfully navigated his enrollment, they decided to dine together at a private restaurant outside the school for lunch. As Yanyou's residence was not too distant from Nanda, she refrained from driving to school in the morning. Following their meal, she naturally planned to walk back. I'll escort you, Song Yuhang offered, taking the initiative. Yanyou pondered for a moment but did not decline, and thus, they strolled along the tree-lined path, engaging in conversation as they made their way home. Yanyou inquired about Song Yuhang's mother, discovering that her recovery was progressing well, which brought her joy. She then asked about the company's upcoming plans. Although it was Song Yuhang's first time managing such a significant responsibility, he handled everything with remarkable organization and clarity, much to Yanyou's satisfaction. As they walked towards the villa, a BMW passed by them. Yanyou did not notice the vehicle, unaware that its occupants were fixated on her until she vanished from sight. Xue, clad in a flowing white dress with long hair cascading over her shoulders, possessed a breathtaking beauty reminiscent of an ethereal being untouched by the world. Yet, a closer look into her eyes revealed an inescapable darkness, akin to a lurking beast in the shadows, biding its time to strike. She could hardly believe she encountered Yanyou at this moment, and judging by her appearance, it seemed she was faring quite well. How could this be? Xue's fingers trembled slightly as unwelcome memories from her past resurfaced. It was shortly after she returned to the Ji family that her father informed her of plans to transfer her to Nanda University. Initially elated, she was taken aback when Yanyou threw a tantrum. Yanyou insisted that the Ji family conceal her true identity, arguing that revealing her as the false Miss Ji would lead to bullying. She played the victim in front of their parents, ultimately persuading them to acquiesce to her demands. Consequently, upon her enrollment, Yanyou remained the beloved daughter of the Ji family, while Xue, branded as an illegitimate child due to the rumors spread by Yanyou's friends, endured relentless bullying and disdain. Taking a deep breath, Xue closed her eyes, casting aside the painful memories that plagued her mind. Upon reopening her eyes, Her emotions had settled. There was no rush. All the hardships she had faced in her previous life would undoubtedly be repaid to Yanyou in this one. Suddenly, the phone rang. Glancing at the screen, Xue answered the call. Hello, Xue, you've secured a spot in the top 3 for Qingyi. When will you be available to complete the subsequent recordings? Additionally, I believe your participation in Qingyi lacks a certain popularity. Perhaps we could capitalize on the start of the school season to market you as the most beautiful campus flower? After all, you certainly deserve the title. The voice on the other end belonged to Qianlan, a competent woman whom Jidan had recruited at great expense as Xue's manager. With no objections from her father regarding her aspirations in the entertainment industry, he had gone so far as to purchase a small entertainment company, entrusting it to Xue to explore. She understood this was her parents' way of compensating for the grievances she had endured over the years, and she accepted it with gratitude. With this support, she could establish herself more swiftly in the entertainment realm. Leave these arrangements to you, Sister Chen. I trust in your abilities, Xue replied softly, her obedient demeanor bringing immense relief to Qianlan. All right, I will inform you of any other arrangements later. For now, focus on your studies. After exchanging a few words, they ended the call. Xue turned her head, her gaze falling upon the retreating scenery outside the car, pondering silently. With the memories of her past life, she possessed the unique ability to foresee which songs, variety shows, television dramas, and films would become popular. With careful management, the small entertainment company she had taken over would undoubtedly flourish into a colossal entity. In this lifetime, she aimed to stand at the pinnacle, ensuring that no one would dare to humiliate or trample upon her again. After the commencement of the school term, Yanyou settled into a regular routine. Gone were the days of sleeping at her whim. She now rose early for a morning run before heading straight to school. Having spent a few days with her classmates, she recalled many of their faces, yet she had little time to cultivate friendships, resulting in minimal interaction with them. Consequently, her peers noticed a transformation in the once arrogant Yanyou. Besides her physical growth and newfound beauty, her demeanor had become cool and ethereal. In just a few days, she had captured the attention of numerous boys, while also inciting envy among many girls. Initially, it seemed as though her days would unfold in a peaceful manner, but fate had other plans, presenting her with a significant surprise. This is our new classmate, Xue. Let's give her a warm welcome. The homeroom teacher introduced from the front row. Yanyou, taken aback, met Xue's gaze directly. What a coincidence. This is rather exasperating, Yanyou thought. Chapter 53, A Major Revelation. Greetings, everyone. I am Xue. Standing gracefully at the podium, Xue greeted her classmates with poise. Her exquisite beauty and pristine demeanor leaving a splendid first impression. Her gaze briefly swept over Yanyou, the corners of her lips curling into a subtle smile. Though the mirth did not reach her eyes, the look seemed to convey a silent message to Yanyou. I have arrived, and your days of happiness are numbered. Yanyou met her gaze momentarily before retracting her attention. Since severing ties with the Ji family, she felt no trepidation towards Xue. Her reluctance to engage with the leading lady stemmed solely from the belief that interactions with her would inevitably lead to a cascade of troubles. Yanyou, above all, despised complications. As Xue took her seat, Yanyou chose not to dwell on her presence any longer. Maintaining peace was preferable. Should Xue seek to create discord, Yanyou would not shy away. Although Yanyou remained indifferent to Xue, others were irresistibly drawn to the newcomer. After class, a throng of students gathered around Xue, yet she made her way directly to Yanyou. Just as Yanyou prepared to leave, Xue approached her. Yanyou, she called gently. Yanyou regarded her with a neutral expression. What is it? The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, speculating on the nature of the two girls' relationship. Xue furrowed her brows, appearing as though she had something to say, but was hesitant. Speak quickly. I have matters to attend to, Yanyou thought to herself. Sensing trouble brewing, Xue finally spoke. It's been a while since we last saw each other. How have you been? Quite well, as you can see. Yanyou replied with a shrug. Do not deceive me. Living independently outside the Ji family, how could you possibly be well? Xue sighed, her eyes filled with remorse. I apologize. I understand you must be angry because of my return, which led you to act as you did. I've come to realize that even though I am the biological daughter of the Ji family, I will treat you as my own sister if you come back home. Her words left the onlookers astonished, igniting a flurry of speculation about their relationship. Yanyou had never concealed her identity. Thus, her classmates were aware that she was the daughter of the affluent Ji family. Her previous arrogance had deterred anyone from challenging her. Yet, what did Xue's declaration signify? It seemed there was a significant revelation unfolding. With eager anticipation, the classmates awaited further developments, and Xue Qingyi did not disappoint. Even without a response from Yanyou, she continued speaking. Yanyou, your parents raised you for over a decade. Even if you are not their biological daughter, you cannot simply walk away. Isn't this? Xue Qingyi's words trailed off, yet the implication was clear. She was directly labeling Yanyou as an ungrateful wretch. In an instant, the gazes of the onlookers towards Yanyou transformed. The heiress they had always believed in turned out to be a mere impostor. Those female classmates who had already held a disdainful view of Yanyou now regarded her with even greater contempt, their tones dripping with sarcasm. Who would have imagined that she had usurped another's identity, basking in the opulent life that rightfully belonged to someone else for so many years? It was astonishing to realize that the melodramatic tales of false heiresses circulating online were unfolding right before their eyes. She had forsaken the parents who had nurtured her for so long. How was this any different from being a wolf in sheep's clothing? It was a shame that someone so beautiful harbored such poor character. The murmurs of the crowd grew louder, even if Yanyou chose to ignore them. Their words relentlessly wormed their way into her ears, becoming quite irksome. In contrast, Xue Qingyi felt increasingly triumphant. She plotted her revenge. The first step was to tarnish Yanyou's reputation, rendering her a figure devoid of compassion and loyalty in the eyes of all. The reactions of the crowd were precisely what she had sought to elicit. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Xue Qingyi's eyes, though she concealed it well. Yet Yanyou discerned it with a single glance. Unflustered, she rose, meeting Xue Qingyi's gaze with sincerity and offering a gentle smile. Have you forgotten that when I left the Ji family, I repaid double the amount they had spent on me over the years? Yanyou surveyed the crowd and declared firmly, as for the 10 million I returned to Mr. Ji, you haven't mentioned a word about that. What's the matter? Do you think 10 million is insufficient? If that is the case, feel free to voice it. I can provide more. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. 10 million, a staggering sum indeed. The audience consisted of students who had never ventured beyond the ivory tower. Who among them had encountered such wealth? Even those from affluent families would likely hesitate to produce such a sum casually. Yet, for Yanyou, these figures seemed devoid of any weight. Xue Qingyi was taken aback by Yanyou's directness, momentarily speechless. Yanyou did not afford her the opportunity to respond further, gathering her books and departing the classroom. With Yanyou gone, the others eagerly surrounded Xue Qingyi, inquiring about the meaning behind Yanyou's words. Although Xue Qingyi felt vexed, she maintained her gentle persona, smiling as she explained, all the while harboring a growing resentment towards Yanyou. In the days that followed, Xue Qingyi would frequently approach Yanyou, feigning concern while simultaneously delivering veiled jabs that irked Yanyou to no end. Yet, being in the same class left Yanyou with nowhere to escape. Fortunately, other matters occupied her attention, preventing Xue Qingyi from dampening her spirits entirely. Heiress would message her every evening, inviting Yanyou to play games. Occasionally, Yanyou would indulge him in a few rounds, but upon concluding, she would attempt to reward him, only to be met with his polite refusals. I've earned enough already. Besides, we are friends now, and discussing money might sour our relationship, Heiress explained with a playful grin. Yanyou could not help but think, yet discussing feelings could very well deplete my finances. If I do not receive a reward, how shall I cash out? Ultimately, Yanyou chose not to continue her financial support. Aside from unwinding by playing games with Heiress, she remained attentive to matters concerning the company. Song Yuhang proved to be a capable individual, swiftly accomplishing the tasks entrusted to him. The newly recruited employees had already embarked on their work, and even the headhunting agency delivered encouraging news, having successfully acquired a rather talented agent. Consequently, Yanyou promptly assigned this agent to oversee Jiangqi and Wanqihui, entrusting him with the management of their endeavors. It was somewhat regrettable that the three individuals she had previously admired at the training camp declined her invitation. Perhaps they perceived Starry Entertainment as a nascent company lacking in promise, or perhaps they believed that by persevering until the end of the competition, larger firms would inevitably seek them out, thus alleviating their sense of urgency. Nevertheless, Yanyou remained unfazed by these developments. Ultimately, they would come to realize what they had missed. Chapter 54. Are they a couple? The Dream Creation Camp has now aired 2 episodes, garnering a remarkably positive response. Among the original 100 trainees, after 2 rounds of eliminations, only half remain. In just 2 days, the competition will transition from 50 to 30, and all remaining trainees are diligently practicing. Jiangqi has managed to maintain a position near the top of the rankings, while Wanqihui, though not as high, is still within a safe margin, as long as no significant mistakes occur. However, Linningjie, who is also persevering, is not as fortunate. He stands at the 42nd position, teetering on the brink of elimination. Witnessing Jiang Qi's burgeoning success ignites a fierce jealousy within Linningjie. Unwilling to accept that all good fortune seems to favor Jiang Qi, he seizes an opportunity during a break to meet with a fan outside, requesting the fan's phone to make a call. "Hello, Brother Wang, it's Yingjie. I seek your assistance with a matter." "Yes, I will not forget your kindness once this is accomplished." That Jiang Qi, with his blatant disregard for the agency, so callously severing ties, is nothing short of a betrayal. We must teach him a lesson. So, I entrust this to you, Brother Wang. Linningjie discreetly distances himself from the crowd, dialing the agency's higher-ups. Since he lacks the capacity to deal with Jiang Qi himself, he decides to let the agency handle it. Unsurprisingly, the agency expresses its discontent regarding Jiang Qi's departure and, incited by Linningjie, promptly agrees to his requests. After hanging up, a satisfied smirk graces Linningjie's lips as he returns the phone. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qi, who remains oblivious to Linningjie's scheming, he continues to practice earnestly, contemplating whether to invite Yanyou to watch his performance. The other trainees, noticing his dedication, approach him with cheerful greetings. "Jiang Qi, you are quietly working hard again. Do you even want us to survive? At this rate, I might need to report you. Brother Qi, your diligence surely guarantees a spot in the finals and a successful debut. Keep it up. We must also strive harder." Each speaker wears a smile. For news of Yanyou's bold selection of trainees has spread among them, and whispers about Jiang Qi and Wan Qihui's signing with the company have circulated. Those already affiliated with agencies regard it with indifference, while among the remaining hopefuls, some envy the duo's contract, while others scoff, believing the agency they signed with lacks prestige and resources, suggesting they are merely courting trouble. However, Jiang Qi remains unfazed by others' opinions, convinced that focusing on his own journey is paramount. Those students who had cultivated a rapport with him were hoping to leverage that connection to secure a favorable path for themselves. As a few of them conversed, a staff member approached to announce an opportunity for an external call before the performance, instantly igniting excitement among everyone, who hurriedly retrieved their phones to make calls. Jiang Qi eagerly sought out a staff member to obtain a phone, hesitating for a moment before finally dialing the number that had occupied his thoughts. "Hello, is this Dream Sister?" Jiang Qi inquired nervously. However, upon the call connecting, he was met not with the familiar voice of Yanyou, but rather a young male voice. "Miss Ji is currently busy. Are you Jiang Qi? Is there something you need?" In that fleeting moment, Jiang Qi found himself at a loss, an inexplicable sense of disappointment washing over him. "Oh, it's nothing, just. Never mind, I'll hang up." He had initially intended to ask the recipient to convey his hope that Yanyou would attend his performance, but the words evaporated before they could escape his lips, leaving him to abruptly terminate the call. Clutching his phone tightly, Jiang Qi cast his gaze downward, concealing the melancholy in his eyes, while chaotic thoughts swirled in his mind. Who was he? What was his relationship with Dream Sister? Were they a couple? Unable to suppress his spiraling thoughts, Jiang Qi returned to the practice room, fervently rehearsing his dance moves in an attempt to regain his composure. Meanwhile, Song Yuhang, puzzled, set down his phone and looked up just in time to see Yanyou approaching with 2 cups of iced cola in hand. "Here you go," she said, handing 1 cup to Song Yuhang, her smile captivating enough to render him momentarily spellbound. They had just left the hospital after visiting Song Meiwei, and upon seeing a cold drink shop, Yanyou had swiftly purchased 2 cups, leaving Song Yuhang no time to react. "Your phone was left in the car, and Jiang Qi happened to call, so I answered it for you." Given that Song Yuhang now managed Yanyou's entertainment company, and Jiang Qi was one of his employees, he felt compelled to take the call. Yanyou took a sip of her iced cola, savoring the refreshing chill before asking, "Did he say anything?" Song Yuhang replied candidly, "No." Yanyou nodded, seemingly unbothered by the incident. "Come on, let me take you out for a feast," she said, starting the car and following the navigation to a trendy restaurant. After a brief drive, they arrived and parked outside the restaurant, swiftly making their way inside. The establishment boasted a vintage style, characterized by a striking red wall adorned with numerous photographs. Adjacent to a bar where 2 waitresses in white blouses and fitted skirts stood attentively, awaiting patrons. "Good day, do you have a reservation?" the hostess inquired with a smile. Yanyou shook her head. "No." "Then please follow me." The hostess guided them to a table at the edge of the main dining area. As Yanyou scanned the room's decor, she noted a resemblance to the ambience of an 80s cabaret, retro yet not gaudy. As the 2 individuals settled into their seats and placed their orders, a server soon arrived with their meals. The atmosphere, previously filled with pleasant conversation, was abruptly interrupted by a voice exclaiming in surprise, "Jiyu?" Upon glancing up, they were met with the astonished gaze of a familiar figure. "Zhao Siyu, is there something you need?" Jiyu inquired calmly, her gaze fixed on the other woman. A fleeting shadow of guilt crossed Zhao Siyu's eyes, quickly replaced by a haughty demeanor as she strutted forward, her 5-centimeter heels clicking against the floor. "You're not here to seek out Xiao Minghui, are you? Surely you are aware that he is now mine. What brings you here?" Zhao Siyu's gaze shifted to Song Yuhang, her eyes briefly lighting up with surprise before she swiftly masked her expression. "Have you found someone new so quickly? It seems that your claims of deep affection for Xiao Minghui were nothing but deceit," she scoffed, casting a challenging look towards Ji Yuyu. No sooner had she spoken than a striking young man, approximately 6 feet tall and clad in a waiter-s attire, approached them. "See you. Did I not expressly ask you not to seek me out here? Why are you?" His words trailed off as his eyes landed on Ji Yuyu, his brow furrowing in sudden discontent. "Ji Yuyu, what are you doing here?" Chapter 55. The former me was disturbed. "Who are you?" Ji Yuyu gazed at the person before her, and suddenly a name surfaced in her mind. "You are Xiao Minghui." As she uttered his name, a notification chimed in her head. "Ding, beauty scanner activated, target detected. Xiao Minghui, current beauty score, 87, meets system's spinning criteria." Surprised, Ji Yuyu scrutinized Xiao Minghui with renewed interest. It must be said, his looks were indeed quite remarkable. He had secured a place on the prestigious Nanda Handsome list and was adored fervently by the original owner of her body, possessing certain admirable qualities. "Ji Yuyu, I have already stated that I will not develop feelings for you. Why do you persist in clinging to me?" Upon seeing Ji Yuyu, a flicker of astonishment passed through Xiao Minghui's eyes, clearly taken aback by her sudden transformation into someone so beautiful. However, after the initial surprise, a palpable disdain followed, his expression radiating arrogance as he spoke. He held a disdain for Ji Yuyu, feeling that her wealth altered how others perceived him whenever she was around. Recalling the moments when Ji Yuyu had pursued him relentlessly, Xiao Minghui casually pulled Zhao Siyu into his embrace, warning Ji Yuyu, "I now have a girlfriend. Zhao Siyu is my girlfriend. Please refrain from claiming to be my girlfriend in the future." Zhao Siyu was evidently taken aback by Xiao Minghui's declaration. Initially surprised, her face quickly transformed into one of delight. All those times she had sought his favor during the summer had finally borne fruit. Ji Yuyu, however, found the situation utterly laughable. "You think I like you? Where do you get the audacity?" She appraised Xiao Minghui from head to toe, her gaze akin to that of a discerning shopper evaluating a priced item. Xiao Minghui frowned, his irritation escalating. "Ji Yuyu, mind your tone," he reprimanded. Without hesitation, Ji Yuyu retorted, "What are you to dictate my tone?" Xiao Minghui was taken aback. An inkling stirred within him that Ji Yuyu was no longer the same. In the past, she had incessantly pursued him, proclaiming to everyone that he was her boyfriend, always attentive to his feelings. Even a mere furrow of his brow would prompt her to apologize. She would never have looked at him with such disdain or spoken so bluntly. Xiao Minghui felt humiliated. Yet Ji Yuyu's subsequent words deepened his discomfort. "You think I like you? What do you possess that is worthy of my affection? I concede that you are somewhat handsome. But beyond that, do you possess any other merits?" Ji Yuyu stated bluntly, resolutely excluding him from her spending list in her mind. Even if his beauty score reached 87, there was no reason for her to spend her resources on someone who looked down upon her. She was no fool. Do not indulge in self-importance. There are plenty of handsome men around me, and I certainly do not lack for your presence. As soon as Ji Yuyu finished her words, Song Yuhang stepped in front of her, adopting a protective stance that shielded her from view. "Hello, judging by your attire, you must be a member of the restaurant staff. We are currently dining, so please refrain from disturbing us." Standing at an impressive height of at least 183 meters, Song Yuhang towered over Xiao Minghui, who appeared visibly intimidated by this unspoken dominance. Xiao Minghui's expression was as distasteful as if he had consumed a fly. No wonder Ji Yu had not pursued him further during the summer. She had found a new companion. The previous declarations of exclusive affection, claiming he was the only one in her heart, had been mere fabrications. In retrospect, refusing her advances had been the correct decision. What did her wealth matter? Such a capricious woman was utterly unworthy of him. Xiao Minghui snorted coldly, his eyes ablaze with fury, as though he wished to incinerate Ji Yuyu with his glare. While he chose to remain silent, Zhao Siyu was not inclined to let the matter rest. From the outset, she had found Ji Yuyu's lofty demeanor intolerable, flaunting her affluent status while usurping Xiao Minghui, whom she had set her sights on first. Especially now, when Ji Yuyu was no longer the pampered heiress. What gave her the right to act so arrogantly? "Ji Yuyu, do you truly believe yourself to still be a wealthy heiress? You are nothing more than a homeless stray." Ousted from your family. Do you have the means to dine here? This trendy restaurant charged exorbitant fees, and Zhao Xiyu was only present due to a discount card obtained from a wealthy second-generation backup, which provided her the confidence to frequently seek out Xia Mingwei. She glanced at Song Yuhang, her eyes momentarily sparkling before she spoke with a mocking tone. Which affluent family do you hail from? Do not be deceived by Ji Yuyu's beauty. She is no longer a rich heiress. Being with her is merely a way for her to exploit you financially. After all, why else would she bring you here for a meal? Song Yuhang, now working for Ji Yuyu, had elevated his lifestyle considerably, thus appearing markedly more sophisticated than before, which led Zhao Xiyu to misjudge his status. Ji Yuyu nearly chuckled at Zhao Xiyu's words. Turning to Song Yuhang, she smiled and asked, "She claims you are my ATM. Would you be willing to take on that role?" She playfully winked at him. Song Yuhang found himself momentarily speechless. "You are mistaken. Everything I have now is provided by Miss Ji." Zhao Xiyu looked at him incredulously, clearly bewildered by Song Yuhang's willingness to lower himself in order to defend Ji Yuyu. "Now you are aware, so do not trouble me again. You may leave now. Do not interrupt our meal." Ji Yuyu directly ordered her to leave, unwilling to even cast another glance in Zhao Xiyu's direction. Zhao Xiyu's face was flushed with embarrassment as Xia Minghui tugged at her arm, pulling her away despite her reluctance to depart. Remaining behind, he felt an even greater sense of embarrassment. Ji Yuyu watched the retreating figures of the two, letting out a cold snort. Their presence had utterly spoiled her previously pleasant mood. When she turned to glance at Song Yuhang, she noticed him lost in thought, seemingly pondering something deeply. What could be occupying his mind? Ji Yuyu inquired. At the sound of her voice, Song Yuhang snapped back to reality. "Miss Ji, did you once have feelings for that young man?" he asked cautiously, as if fearful of inciting Ji Yuyu's ire. To his surprise, she readily nodded in acknowledgement. "In the past, I was rather foolish, unable to discern the true nature of people. And what of your feelings now?" Ji Yuyu chuckled lightly. "Now, I possess wealth. What dashing man could I not attract? Why should I remain tethered to a crooked tree?" Understanding her sentiment, Song Yuhang's previously solemn expression softened considerably. As they resumed their meal, an awkwardness lingered in the air, a remnant of the earlier incident. Just as Ji Yuyu contemplated how to dispel the tension, Song Yuhang, who had been silent until then, unexpectedly spoke up. "Miss Ji, may I call you Yuyu?" Chapter 56, A Buzzing Head of Course. Ji Yuyu replied with an air of nonchalance, considering the request nothing of great significance. "We are friends now. You may certainly call me by my name." Upon hearing Ji Yuyu's words, Song Yuhang, who had initially worn a tranquil expression, gradually broke into a joyful smile. "Thank you for appearing during my most trying times. I also appreciate you treating me as a true friend." Ding. The system has detected that Song Yuhang's current affection level towards the host has increased to 95. You have gained 6 free attribute points. The system's notification suddenly echoed in Ji Yuyu's mind, leaving her momentarily stunned. She had not anticipated that Song Yuhang's fondness would surge so suddenly. Could it be that a mere name brought him such delight? Ji Yuyu found herself pondering this conundrum. But upon witnessing Song Yuhang's happiness, she cast aside her doubts. Never mind, as long as he is happy. The two enjoyed a cheerful lunch together before departing the restaurant. As they left, Ji Yuyu noticed Zhao Xiyu still waiting in the dining area, alongside the industrious Xia Mingwei. With a slight grimace, Ji Yuyu mentally scolded her former self for being so eager to please, yet still facing disdain. It was utterly beyond comprehension. Zhao Xiyu, too, spotted Ji Yuyu, her eyes filled with resentment. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number, quickly connecting with the other end. "Hello, Sister Ying, this is Zhao Xiyu." Before engaging in conversation, her previously sullen demeanor transformed into one of sweetness, her tone markedly more pleasant. There was a prolonged silence on the line before the response came, languid and disinterested. "What is it?" Without a hint of displeasure, Zhao Xiyu recounted her encounter with Ji Yuyu in detail. "Yes, continue to trouble her. It would be best if you could thoroughly humiliate her in front of everyone." The voice on the other end, while seemingly casual and even gentle, dripped with malice. Zhao Xiyu nodded vigorously, mindful that her actions were unseen, and quickly affirmed, "I will. As for what you promised me, rest assured, I will send you that bag you desire in a few days." Zhao Xiyu's face lit up with gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Ying." Pausing to consider, she continued, "By the way, didn't you say Ji Yuyu was expelled from the Ji family? Yet, she doesn't appear to be in any state of despair." The other end scoffed, a cold huff escaping. "Who knows where her money comes from? It could be." Before she could finish her thought, Zhao Xiyu grasped the implication, her mind racing to the handsome young man seen with Ji Yuyu. Alongside her jealousy, she now harbored a deep-seated contempt. It was undoubtedly as they suspected. After being cast out, Yanyou had succumbed to a life of debauchery, becoming someone's kept woman. After Zhao Xiyu hung up the phone, her mind began to ponder how to make everyone aware of the fact that Yanyou was being kept by someone. Even when Xia Minghui approached her, he remained oblivious to her thoughts. You haven't left yet? Xia Minghui gazed at Zhao Xiyu with a complex expression, aware of her frequent visits and the feelings she harbored for him. Although he had previously refrained from agreeing to her proposal of a romantic relationship, today he found himself using her as a shield. Strangely, after rejecting Yanyou, he felt as though he had lost something significant, leaving him with a sense of emptiness. You know, I have always been waiting for you, Zhao Xiyu said with a double entendre. Xia Minghui looked deeply into her eyes and thought that agreeing to be with her might not be a bad idea. It would also demonstrate that he, Xia Minghui, was not lacking in admirers. Wait for me to finish work, and let us go on a date, he proposed, extending his hand. To which Zhao Xiyu immediately placed her palm in his, her smile sweet and charming. Sure. Meanwhile, Yanyou felt that she had recently been experiencing a streak of bad luck, as she was constantly surrounded by bothersome individuals. First, it was Zhao Xiyu, then Jimingxue, and even Ye Shi and Yu Yingying, who were from different departments, seemed to seek her out for validation. However, Yanyou was not one to tolerate such antics. She confronted each one boldly, ensuring they gained nothing from their encounters. Particularly with Jimingxue, she had previously kept her distance, mindful of her status as the protagonist of a novel, but now the tables had turned, with Jimingxue approaching her instead. As the saying goes, the one who flirts first is the fool, and since Jimingxue chose to act foolishly, Yanyou felt compelled to teach her a lesson. Thus, when faced with Jimingxue, Yanyou no longer retreated, but instead launched powerful counterattacks that left Jimingxue speechless. Yanyou led a fulfilling life. Her work was finally on the right track, and good news had arrived from Jiangqi, indicating that they had advanced to the finals. If they could secure one of the 6 debut positions, he would debut with the limited group. Yanyou was quite satisfied with this progress. Yet, just as she believed her days were becoming more pleasant, she noticed that the gazes of those around her seemed to shift, becoming strangely judgmental. Who would have thought that someone so beautiful would end up in such a situation? Perhaps she was cast out from a wealthy family. The disparity must be overwhelming for her. Otherwise, why would she engage in such behavior? It's much easier to fall from frugality to extravagance than vice versa. As soon as Yanyou stepped into the classroom, she sensed that the atmosphere was off, especially among the female classmates who had been whispering moments ago. Upon her arrival, they immediately dispersed, feigning innocence, which only heightened Yanyou's suspicions. Something felt amiss, as if they were concealing a secret. Soon, Yanyou discovered the reason behind this peculiar behavior. Song Yuhang had called, revealing a post on the school forum that discussed the rumor of Yanyou being kept by someone. Did they truly appear flustered to pen such a tedious piece? Following Song Yuhang's guidance, Yanyou located the post in question and, upon a cursory glance, was rendered utterly speechless. The title of the post read, A Glimpse into the Tragic Life of a Newly Emerged Campus Belle. It narrated the tale of a young heiress, who, despite being born into a prestigious family, was mistakenly swapped at birth. The imposter enjoyed a lavish lifestyle for over a decade, flaunting her arrogance and inciting disdain, while the true heiress, embodying gentleness and purity, evoked sympathy. Although the post refrained from naming names, those familiar could easily discern that it was indeed about her and Jimingxue. Furthermore, while the post ostensibly delved into a scandalous secret of the elite, it later speculated with veiled insinuations about the life of the false heiress after her departure from high society, even going so far as to spread rumors of her being kept by someone. Yanyou felt her head buzzing with indignation and promptly dialed Jun Shichu's number. Chapter 57. Spreading Rumors. Hello, Jun Shichu. I have a matter that requires your attention. As Yanyou connected the call, she promptly conveyed her thoughts to Jun Shichu. The Junyue law firm had undergone a remarkable transformation, thanks to Yanyou's efforts in relocating to a new office space and expanding the team with new colleagues. What began as a modest establishment of only 3 individuals had now blossomed into a substantial firm comprising nearly 10 members. Yanyou's legal team had been successfully assembled, and now was the time to utilize their services. I will not let a single one of those who have slandered me escape unscathed. Yanyou considered herself neither a villain nor a pushover, unwilling to be bullied by others. With rumors circulating about her on the forums, she could not remain indifferent. Rest assured, I will swiftly identify those spreading the rumors and will not take it lightly with them. Jun Shichu's calm voice provided an inexplicable sense of security. Although Yanyou had not spent much time with him, she recognized his reliability and felt reassured by his words. All right, I leave this matter in your capable hands. After ending the call, Yanyou reopened the school forum, intending to peruse the comments left by others. However, upon opening the thread, she was met with a torrent of malice. Decrypting, I know who the real rich girl mentioned by the poster is. It's that Miss G. She used to be quite high profile, but we haven't heard much about her this semester. What news could there be? The real rich girl has returned. Wasn't it said that she was kicked out of her wealthy family? What confidence does she have to be high profile now? Could it be that she is really being kept? Does anyone know the inside story? I've seen her. She is quite beautiful. I wouldn't be surprised if someone were keeping her. What kind of man would keep her? Surely not some middle-aged, greasy man. The hurtful speculations caused Yanyou's expression to darken considerably. Yet, she did not turn off her phone. Instead, she continued to scroll through the comments, hoping to uncover some clues amidst the vitriol. Yanyou was unaware of who had initiated the post, but she had a few suspects in mind, with Xue being the most dubious. However, upon reflection, she thought that as the protagonist of this narrative, Xue would not stoop to such a disgraceful act. Thus, she would have to sift through those who had always held a disdainful view of her. Who could it be? As Yanyou perused the forum on her phone, someone approached her. Yanyou, I saw the post on the forum. Is it true what they say, that you are being kept? Xue's hands were tightly clenched. Her brow furrowed with concern as she gazed at Yanyou, her eyes filled with anguish, as though she cared deeply for her well-being. Even though you stubbornly wish to sever ties with mom and dad, I believe they still consider you their daughter. If they were to discover what you are doing now, it would undoubtedly break their hearts. Accompanying Xue were several female classmates, all of whom had recently been won over by her charm. Upon witnessing Xue's distressed demeanor, they immediately approached her to offer consolation. Xue, you are truly too kind. Although the post did not explicitly name anyone, we all know that the false heiress mentioned is Yanyou. The accusation that she has fallen into depravity and been kept by someone is utterly revolting. How can you feel sorrow for such a person? She is no longer a member of your family, and yet you still care for her. How can you be so compassionate? The classmates surrounded Xue with words of comfort, yet Yanyou, overhearing their remarks, felt a wave of nausea wash over her. Have you all finished speaking? Yanyou interrupted, casting an irritable glance at Xue. I would like to ask you, do you truly believe that I am being kept by someone? Surely, this is not the first time you have made such an assertion. Do you remember how I responded the first time you uttered those words? Yanyou stood up, advancing towards Xue with a steadily chilling gaze. I have warned you before, do not provoke me, or I will ensure you understand the consequences of offending me. Xue, meeting Yanyou's piercing stare, felt a tremor of inexplicable fear stir within her. How is this possible? How can she exude such an overpowering aura? Xue found herself momentarily incredulous, yet resolutely steadied her stance, maintaining a composed gaze in return. I am merely concerned for you. You claim that all that money was earned by your own efforts, yet how could you, at your age, possibly accumulate such wealth? Unless, Xue had never truly believed Yanyou's words. Even when Yanyou had once presented 10 million to sever ties with the G family, her skepticism remained. That money must have come from someone else. How could Yanyou possess the means to earn such a fortune herself? It is impossible, utterly impossible. This conviction only solidified her belief that Yanyou must indeed be kept by someone. Xue, the remarks you just made could easily constitute a defamation claim against you. Yanyou scoffed lightly, her tone indifferent. Xue's expression faltered momentarily, prompting her fellow classmates to rally in defense. Yanyou, what is wrong with you? Xue is concerned for you. What is with your attitude? What does our relationship have to do with my demeanor? Yanyou retorted sharply. Regardless of who is spreading rumors, I will uncover the truth, and that person will come to understand the repercussions of their actions. You would do well to restrain your words. Some things are best left unsaid. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our camaraderie. Yanyou's gaze was icy and fierce, sweeping over the group, causing them to wilt under her scrutiny. Only Xue stood defiantly, refusing to concede. Do not frighten them. I never anticipated that my concern would be so misconstrued by you. However, even if you deem my care unnecessary, I feel compelled to urge you not to engage in actions that would bring shame upon the G family, for I cannot bear to witness the sorrow of my parents. If you still cherish their nurturing grace, please refrain from causing them distress. Upon finishing her words, Xue, seemingly suppressing her sadness, turned with reddened eyes and fled. The others cast reproachful glances at Yanyou, yet none dared to confront her directly. It was utterly perplexing. Yanyou silently cursed her annoyance and returned to her seat. Initially, she intended to leave the matter for Jun Shichu to investigate, But in the ensuing days, the incessant chatter surrounding the issue became increasingly intolerable. Overwhelmed by frustration, Yanyou resolved to expedite the resolution of this predicament. Chapter 58. Could you not compliment me first? Is there any expedient method to unveil the identity of the poster? Yanyou inquired silently within her mind. In the next instant, a response resonated within her consciousness. The host may acquire a hacking skill book, granting access to the backend to trace the individual's whereabouts. A spark of realization ignited within Yanyou. How had she not contemplated this earlier? Quickly, she urged, "Hurry, help me locate the hacking skill book." As her thoughts crystallized, a virtual panel materialized before her. Skill book. Mastery of basic hacking skills. Upon study, one shall proficiently grasp fundamental hacking techniques. Price, 800 points. Yanyou gazed at the skill book displayed on the panel. A momentary glimmer of joy illuminating her face, only to be swiftly replaced by a frozen expression upon seeing the steep price. How exorbitant! She had merely accumulated just over 1,000 points, and this skill book demanded a staggering 800 points. Basic skills are relatively inexpensive. The intermediate and advanced levels command even higher prices. As the system's voice faded, 2 additional skill books and their respective prices appeared on the panel. Upon seeing the price tags of 1,500 and 2,500 points for the other skill books, Yanyou fell silent. After a prolonged pause, she reluctantly selected the purchase option, tears welling in her eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring the skill book, Mastery of Basic Hacking Skills. Hearing the system's notification, Yanyou felt her heart ache. 800 points. It truly felt like her painstaking efforts over the past 6 months had been reduced to naught in an instant. Would you like to use the skill book now? Yes. In the next moment, a warm current surged through her mind, and within a brief span, she sensed an influx of hacking knowledge being etched into her consciousness. Yanyou closed her eyes, taking a moment to assimilate the sudden torrent of information, and soon she found herself adeptly integrating the newfound knowledge. Rather than acting immediately, she chose to wait until evening, when she returned home, to commence her operations on the computer. It must be said that even with only basic proficiency, Yanyou effortlessly unearthed the leads she sought on the forum. After tracing the original poster's IP address, she also pinpointed the locations of those who had maliciously spread rumors with egregious claims. Once she had gathered her findings, Yanyou compiled the information and dispatched it to Xue Qingyi. Wasn't he had agreed that they would handle these matters? The employer had completed all the work. What more could they do? Well, he could still send a legal notice to those slanderers. Although he refrained from inquiring how Yanyou had managed to identify everyone in such a short time, he focused solely on fulfilling his professional duties. After providing Xue Qingyi with a few more instructions, Yanyou contentedly ended the call and retired to bed. Xue Qingyi's speed was remarkably swift. By the time Yanyou arrived at school the following day, news had spread across the school forum about someone unexpectedly receiving a lawyer's letter. Yet, the situation did not end there. In the afternoon, representatives from the police department arrived at the school, and under the guidance of the school authorities, they entered a classroom and escorted a student away. This student was a girl from the neighboring class of Yanyou. Witnessing this scene, those who had previously indulged in gossip about Yanyou began to feel a twinge of anxiety, fearing they might suffer the same fate. Yanyou, however, was left in a state of perplexity. She did not recognize the individual in question. Why would they target her so specifically? A premonition stirred within her, suggesting that this person might not be the true instigator, and perhaps someone else was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Nonetheless, she decided that she need not concern herself with the ensuing developments, leaving it to Xue Qingyi to follow up on the matter. The earlier incident of the police arresting someone in the classroom had been witnessed by numerous students, and soon, discussions about this event overshadowed those regarding the original post. Particularly, when rumors circulated that the girl was the one who had posted, it stifled further commentary. Consequently, the post on the campus forum was swiftly deleted, and Yanyou's life gradually returned to a state of tranquility. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. Upon awakening one morning, Yanyou immediately prompted the system to initiate her daily check-in. Ding! Daily check-in completed. Congratulations, host. You have received 5 million currency, 10 attribute points, 50 points, and a bottle of beauty cream. Yanyou yawned widely, teasing internally, "System, you are quite generous today, bestowing upon me 50 points. The highest I've ever received before was merely 30. The system remained silent, a customary occurrence that Yanyou had grown accustomed to. Her system rarely made its presence known, akin to a reclusive hermit. However, this was rather agreeable, as distance often enhances beauty, allowing Yanyou to evade the sensation of being scrutinized. Opening her attribute panel, she gazed at her accumulated 16 attribute points, promptly allocating 10 points to her physical constitution, elevating her originally modest score of 70 to a robust 80. The remaining 6 points were assigned to her appearance, raising her beauty score to 91. Just as Yanyou finished distributing her attribute points, she noticed a transformation in her attribute panel. Her charm had surged from 8 to 9. Ecstatic, Yanyou dashed to the mirror. Yet, upon seeing her reflection, 2 words echoed in her mind. So beautiful. She was not one to indulge in vanity. But at that moment, she found it hard to look away from her own visage. The image in the mirror revealed skin as smooth as jade, an exquisite and flawless countenance, deep, bright eyes, and long, curled lashes. Her figure had taken on an alluring silhouette, with long, slender legs that appeared almost ethereal, giving her the overall appearance of a stunning beauty who had stepped forth from a painting. Wow, and this is without reaching full capacity. What would I look like if I maximized all my attributes? Yanyou could not help but exclaim. System. A perfect wealthy individual must undoubtedly be the most outstanding presence among all, excelling in both wealth and appearance. Warm reminder. The host is currently far from being a perfect wealthy individual. Being content with the present is the most foolish notion. The host is encouraged to strive and enhance oneself promptly. Yanyou. Can't you at least compliment me first? System. No? Yanyou. Fine. You are the system, so you have the final say. After admiring her own appearance once more, Yanyou summoned Xue Qingyi to do her makeup and then drove directly to the new company. The new company building, aside from the few floors retained by Yanyou, has been mostly leased out. Previously, Yanyou collected a round of rent, amounting to 60 million, which, though not substantial, constitutes a modest annual income. Yanyou first glanced at the office environment of Junwei and exchanged a few words with Jun Shichu and Xin Yuan before heading directly to the office floor of Xingchen Entertainment. Chapter 59. Star Entertainment. Upon reaching the 21st floor via the elevator, one is greeted by the reception area of Star Entertainment. At that moment, 2 elegantly dressed young women, clad in professional attire and adorned with warm smiles, were engaged in a soft conversation at the front desk. Hearing footsteps, they promptly lifted their gazes, just in time to behold the enchanting figure of Yanyou emerging from the elevator, instantly captivated by her beauty. How lovely, they murmured in hushed tones, before quickly regaining their composure and politely inquiring, "Good day, welcome to Star Entertainment. Whom may we assist you in finding? Do you have an appointment?" One of the receptionists kindly asked Yanyou. Yanyou, returning their smiles, replied, "Please, continue with your tasks. Do not mind me." With that, she took out her phone and dialed Song Yuhang's number. Since the establishment of the company, Song Yuhang had become quite busy. His mother had hired a dedicated housekeeper, and he would often come to the office to manage affairs whenever he found the time, practically residing there during weekends. Thus, upon receiving Yanyou's call, he promptly exited his office, making his way swiftly to the entrance. The company had now hired over 20 staff members, while still a modest number. The generous benefits had infused them all with enthusiasm for their work. Everyone was aware of the exceedingly young manager, who was seldom seen. When he did appear, he often bore a serious demeanor. Now, witnessing his urgent haste, they were left to ponder what could have transpired. Could something significant have occurred? After finishing her call, Yanyou waited outside. The 2 young receptionists, noticing her presence, kindly offered her a cup of hot water. Appreciating their thoughtfulness, Yanyou engaged them in light conversation. In just a couple of minutes, the glass doors of the company swung open, revealing Song Yuhang's handsome visage within Yanyou's line of sight. "Yuyo," he called out her name, his heart brimming with delight, feeling as if the bond between them had grown closer. Yanyou waved at him, teasingly remarking, "Yuhang, you must have sprinted out. That was quite the speed." With a smile, Song Yuhang thought to himself, "To see you. Of course, I must arrive with utmost haste." "Mr. Song." The 2 receptionists tensed at the sight of him, recognizing that he was the general manager of Star Entertainment, hence their reaction. Song Yuhang nodded and introduced. "This is our esteemed boss, Yanyou." His words left the 2 receptionists momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at Yanyou, before they stammered, "Hello, boss." Yanyou smiled and nodded, proceeding with Song Yuhang into the inner sanctum of the company. Once Yanyou and Song Yuhang had departed, the receptionists finally regained their senses, their minds racing in astonishment. "My heavens, she is so beautiful. I thought she was a newly signed artist. Who would have imagined she is our boss? She is younger than us. And here we are working for her, while she has already established her own company. Oh, how envious I feel." However, she and Song Zong complement each other splendidly. The handsome man and beautiful woman are truly a feast for the eyes. Indeed, choosing to work at the entertainment company was an excellent decision. The amount of money is inconsequential. At least my eyes are indulged, ha ha ha. The company offers great benefits, and I shall not lack earnings in the future. Yes, not only can I earn money, but I can also feast my eyes. What a tremendous gain. The conversations among the receptionists were muffled beyond the glass doors. After Yanyou entered the company with Song Yuhang, he promptly gathered all the staff to introduce her, revealing her identity to everyone. Like the receptionists, the other employees were equally astonished by Yanyou's status, yet they were also captivated by her beauty. Feeling fortunate to work in such a company with a stunning boss, the prospect of collaborating with such a beauty added a spark of motivation to their work. Yanyou introduced herself to everyone, and then, under Song Yuhang's guidance, they toured the entire company. Currently, aside from signing Jiang Qi and Wan Qihui, the company has not yet contracted any other artists but has begun scouting promising newcomers. However, there is only one agent at present. If new talents are signed, it could become quite hectic. Song Yuhang spoke earnestly, and Yanyou recalled a time when an agent had handed her a business card, awaiting her response. After I return, I'll send you a contact method. You can have someone reach out to them. If we can bring them on board, that would be fantastic, Yanyou suggested. Song Yuhang nodded and continued discussing the company's internal plans. Currently, the staff works on the 21st floor, while the 22nd and 23rd floors are reserved for future artists' lounges and training rooms, as well as to create a high-quality recording studio. This way, if needed in the future, they won't have to trouble themselves with outside rentals. Yanyou was thoroughly pleased with Song Yuhang's plans and immediately transferred 10 million to the company's account, urging him not to be frugal and to ensure the company reaches its utmost potential. Song Yuhang felt a mixture of exasperation and warmth. He was immensely grateful for Yanyou's trust in him. After a brief stay at the company, Yanyou prepared to leave. But just as she was about to exit, Song Yuhang recalled the matter regarding the Dream Creation Camp. The finals for the Dream Creation Camp are approaching. Do you wish to attend? Yanyou had generously sponsored the camp, with the hope of securing contracts with its outstanding trainees. When is it? Yanyou thought back to her earlier intention to attend the finals to cheer for Jiang Qi, surprised that the event was approaching so swiftly. Song Yuhang informed her of the finals date and inquired, "Will you go?" Yanyou nodded, "Of course." Upon hearing her immediate response, Song Yuhang felt an inexplicable pang of emotion. Was it because she was going to see Jiang Qi? Yanyou did not perceive the subtlety in Song Yuhang's words and cheerfully remarked, "Indeed, I had previously promised him, so it is only natural that I go and take a look myself." Song Yuhang's mood grew increasingly heavy, and he struggled to maintain the faint smile that graced his lips. Yet, as he wallowed in his silent sorrow, he heard Yanyou continue. "The primary reason is to see if there are any promising talents. After all, this is my first venture into the world of business, and it is essential to approach it with seriousness." With a resigned sigh, Song Yuhang endeavored to recalibrate his emotions. Well, he thought, let us just consider her visit as a professional obligation. However, in the depths of his heart, he discreetly placed Jiang Qi in the category of individuals requiring closer scrutiny. Chapter 60. Unveiling. As the weekend elapsed, Yanyou returned to school. After several days of contemplation, the whispers surrounding her had dissipated entirely. Jun Shichu, with his decisive approach, had swiftly dispatched legal notices, instilling fear into those still ensconced within the ivory tower of academia. The students promptly deleted their posts and issued apologies, retreating into silence as if they were invisible. Yanyou chose not to pursue the matter further, allowing Jun Shichu to rescind the legal letters, serving as a mild lesson for her peers. However, she had no intention of letting the student who initiated the post escape unscathed, vowing to investigate thoroughly. The girl, terrified, divulged every detail. Yanyou soon discovered that there was indeed someone orchestrating events behind the scenes, but it was not her initial suspect, Xue. Rather, it was Zhao Xiyu, the very individual she had previously confronted. Upon learning this, Yanyou sought out Zhao Xiyu and delivered a resounding slap across her face. Struck in front of their classmates, Zhao Xiyu erupted in a frenzy, attempting to retaliate against Yanyou. However, Yanyou's physical prowess had been enhanced to a remarkable level of 80, significantly surpassing the average strength of 50 or 60. Thus, before Zhao Xiyu's hand could even reach her, Yanyou seized it firmly. "Yanyou, you vile creature! How dare you strike me?" Zhao Xiyu seethed, her eyes brimming with fury as she struggled futilely against Yanyou's grip. Observing Zhao Xiyu's incessant tirade, Yanyou let out a cold laugh, mocking her. "Did you ever consider that your treachery might lead to this moment of retribution?" Upon hearing Yanyou's words, Zhao Xiyu's expression shifted momentarily, yet she stubbornly refused to concede. "Do not slander me. When have I ever wronged you?" Yanyou retorted. "Oh really? Are you daring enough to claim that the girl who posted those remarks was not instigated by you?" Xue Qingyi shook her head defiantly. "I did not. I know nothing of what you speak. Release me." Meanwhile, the surrounding students had regained their composure, witnessing Yanyou's firm hold on Xue Qingyi. They began to interject on Xue Qingyi's behalf. "Yanyou, can't you speak civilly? Perhaps you should let her go for the time being. Indeed, if you allege that Xue Qingyi has wronged you, you must provide evidence. Otherwise, your accusations are baseless. You all speak without understanding the pain of being wronged." Yanyou thought, recognizing that the bystanders were enchanted by Xue Qingyi, oblivious to her plight. The students began to argue amongst themselves, and Xue Qingyi, sensing an opportunity, concocted a scheme in her mind. Regardless of the circumstances, if she maintained her denial, she believed Yanyou would have no recourse. Just as she contemplated this, an unbearable ache radiated from her hand, causing her to cry out, "Yanyou, release me. It hurts." Yanyou did not intend to hold on to her for long. She casually tossed her aside. Xue Qingyi, who had been struggling, suddenly found herself released and immediately lost her balance, staggering a few steps before falling to the ground. This scene stirred a wave of astonishment among the onlookers. Xue Qingyi felt like the subject of ridicule for everyone present, and the architect of her humiliation was none other than Yanyou, which filled her gaze with resentment. As Xue entered the classroom, she witnessed this spectacle and promptly stepped in front of Yanyou. "Yanyou, why do you persist in bullying others?" With her arrival, the spectators began to shift their sympathies towards her, and even Xue Qingyi tempered her venomous glare, her eyes brimming with tears like a pitiful victim of bullying. "We are all classmates. Do you not possess even an ounce of camaraderie? Must you persist in tormenting others?" Xue's dignified words were met with the flattery of several sycophantic classmates who rallied behind her. "Xue, you are indeed the kindest of all. Truly, a genuine heiress. Your grace is beyond what ordinary people can emulate." In the face of their accusations, Yanyou exhibited no fear. Rather, she found Xue somewhat laughable. "Xue, I used to regard you with a degree of trepidation. However, I now realize that my previous concerns were unfounded." Yanyou uttered a cryptic remark, disregarding Xue's thoughts, and turned her derisive gaze upon Xue Qingyi. "Did you truly believe I lacked evidence to prove that you were the instigator? Do you think I cannot produce proof?" Yanyou looked down at Xue Qingyi from her elevated position. As Xue Qingyi's eyes widened in terror, Yanyou ascended the podium and activated the projector, displaying the evidence she had unearthed through her hacking skills, revealing Xue Qingyi's collusion with another girl to fabricate false accusations against her. "Wow, is it really her? I can't believe I defended her earlier. What bad luck. What grudge does she have against Yanyou to go to such lengths to ensnare her? You may not know, but I heard that Xue Qingyi stole Yanyou's boyfriend and is capable of orchestrating such schemes. She must have been envious of Yanyou from the start. No, this is all false. You are the one framing me." Faced with the overwhelming evidence on the screen and the cacophony of discussions surrounding her, Xue Qingyi could no longer maintain her facade of composure. Frantically, she scrambled to her feet, intending to shut off the projector. Yanyou did not impede her. After all, her objective was to ensure that everyone understood how Xue Qingyi had intentionally smeared her reputation. With that goal accomplished, she felt indifferent to the rest. She approached Xue Qingyi step by step and spoke in a tone only they could hear. "Rest assured, I will not hand this evidence to the police. However, this does not mean I intend to let you go. On the contrary, I will make you regret everything you have done." With a smile gracing her face, Yanyou turned and prepared to leave. Seeing that Xue was blocking her path, Yanyou approached without hesitation and coldly commanded, "Step aside. You are obstructing my way." Xue, confronted with Yanyou's audacious demeanor, felt as though she had been thrust back into the memories of her past, where she had endured oppression at Yanyou's hands. Anger ignited within her, causing her fists to clench tightly. The pain from her nails digging into her palm jolted Xue back to reality. Gritting her teeth, she ultimately conceded and allowed Yanyou to pass. Without a backward glance, Yanyou continued on her way. Xue watched her retreating figure, her gaze growing increasingly frigid. Chapter 61. I Adore Her. The grand finale of the Dream Creation Camp is scheduled to commence at 6 o'clock on Wednesday evening. Due to a special invitation from the production team, Yanyou does not need to queue with the other audience members. Instead, she is granted access through a special passage to the backstage area. Over the course of this period, Jiangqi has undergone a remarkable transformation. Once merely a webcaster who gained a modicum of popularity through Yanyou's generous tips, he was relatively unknown. However, after 6 episodes have aired, He has gradually emerged into the public eye, drawing a considerable fan base through his own talent. As the time to perform approaches, all the contestants have promptly completed their makeup and are now diligently rehearsing and fine-tuning their performances. Zhang Qi, adorned in a black sequin casual suit, sits on a chair, intently studying the lyrics of his upcoming song. Yet, a furrowed brow reveals a sense of unease, as if he is troubled by something. Qigu, what's the matter? Is there an issue with the lyrics? Wan Qihui inquires, noticing Zhang Qi's current demeanor. Zhang Qi shakes his head, choosing not to share his thoughts. I'm fine. You needn't worry about me. Focus on your own performance. He is confident about the competition, bolstered by the support of his fans. However, Wan Qihui feels a bit of uncertainty, aware that he might face elimination tonight. Yet, he acknowledges that reaching the finals is already a pleasant surprise for him. Although I'm unsure what troubles you, I must say, don't overthink it. As long as we complete our performances tonight, we shall consider it a victory. Then we can leave here and explore the new company. I'm quite curious about what it looks like. While Wan Qihui rambles on, Zhang Qi's fingers tighten around his lyric book, crumpling the pages slightly, not out of anger, but from overwhelming excitement. He yearns to see her. Never has he felt such an intense desire to meet her. She mentioned she would come to the performance. Do you think she will? Zhang Qi suddenly asks, directing his question towards Wan Qihui, though it feels more like amusing to himself. Wan Qihui pauses, confused. Who? After a moment of silence, Zhang Qi replies, Mengjia. Wan Qihui contemplates for a moment before shaking his head. I don't know. He is not well acquainted with Mengjia. Having only signed with Xingqian Company due to his association with Zhang Qi, thus, he cannot provide an answer to Zhang Qi's inquiry. With a quiet sigh, Zhang Qi falls silent again. After observing him for a while, Wan Qihui suddenly asks, Do you like Mengjia? In a romantic sense? Zhang Qi's hand trembles slightly. Initially intending to dismiss the notion, the words fail to escape his lips. He cannot deceive his own heart. Yes, I like her. Perhaps it was from the very first moment she lent a helping hand that I began to feel a stirring in my heart. As our conversations on WeChat continued, my feelings for her grew ever more intense. It was only on that fateful day when we finally met in person that I truly grasped the depth of the phrase love at first sight. I recognized the chasm that lay between myself and Yanyou, yet I was determined to bridge that distance, little by little. Even if we could not walk together in the end, at the very least, I could draw nearer to her. Wan Qihui observed the gradual strengthening of Zhang Qi's gaze, pondering what thoughts were swirling in his mind. Just as he was about to inquire, a melodious and crisp voice broke through the air. Zhang Qi, are you in a relationship? Yanyou entered the room, her expression one of surprise. Seeing her suddenly, Zhang Qi sprang to his feet in excitement. But recalling his earlier words, he froze in place, his demeanor a mixture of awkwardness and inner conflict, unsure of how to face Yanyou. What's wrong? Yanyou asked. Puzzled, Zhang Qi discreetly studied her reaction and tentatively inquired, How much did you hear just now? Observing Zhang Qi's anxious demeanor, Yanyou burst into laughter. Don't be afraid. Even if you are indeed in a relationship, it's not a big deal. While it may pose some obstacles to your debut as an idol. Who says there is only one path to tread? If you wish to go public later, just give me a heads up, and the company will find a way to manage the public relations. Yanyou spoke with such nonchalance, showing no trace of displeasure regarding Zhang Qi's romantic involvement. Upon hearing this, a flicker of light in Zhang Qi's eyes gradually dimmed. Should he be relieved that she hadn't overheard his earlier conversation with Wan Qihui? Or should he be disheartened that she merely regarded him as an ordinary friend or employee? The answer eluded him. You must have misheard. I am not in a relationship. But I have taken to heart what Sister Ming said. Lowering his gaze to conceal his despondency, he lifted his head once more to reveal a gentle smile. Wan Qihui, silently observing, felt like an invisible presence, glancing back and forth between Yanyou and Zhang Qi multiple times, ultimately offering a silent prayer for Zhang Qi. I hope Sister Ming will one day understand Brother Qi's feelings for her. I didn't expect you would really come, Sister Ming, Zhang Qi said, diverting the topic. Yanyou graciously approached and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat, smiling, Since I promised to watch your performance, I would certainly keep my word. Thank you, Sister Ming. The two continued their conversation in a harmonious atmosphere, neither mentioning the earlier topic again, while Wan Qihui dutifully played the role of a silent observer. Contemplating whether to excuse himself, a head poked in from outside the lounge, calling out, Zhang Qi, Wan Qihui, it's time to go to the waiting area. Oh, okay. They replied, reluctantly parting from Yanyou and following the staff to the waiting room. After catching a glimpse of Zhang Qi, Yanyou refrained from wandering aimlessly backstage and instead proceeded to the front, finding the designated spot arranged for her by the production team. "Did you see anyone?" In a prominent position at the front of the stage, Song Yuhang casually inquired as he observed Ji Yuyu's return. Ji Yuyu nodded in response, stating that she had seen him and that he appeared to be in good spirits, hoping for an outstanding performance later. Song Yuhang remained noncommittal, his gaze drifting to a corner of the stage, lost in contemplation. As the audience gradually filled the venue, it swiftly became packed with thousands of attendees. The lights had yet to dim, and seated in the front row, both Ji Yuyu and Song Yuhang, possessing strikingly high levels of attractiveness, naturally drew the attention of many. Several fans, eager to capture images of their beloved idols, couldn't resist directing their cameras toward the duo. Chapter 62. The sole light in her eyes today. Lin Yan has also arrived. Ever since she was recruited by Ji Yuyu, she has become an intern at Xingqing Company. As a seasoned fan, her role involves managing the scattered admirers of the two artists currently under the company's wing. While this may appear to be a trivial task, the intricacies involved are quite complex. Lin Yan handles these matters with remarkable ease, making her the ideal candidate for the job. Of course, aside from these responsibilities, she has not abandoned her original passion, which is to act as a dedicated fan for her beloved artists. In the past, her affections were directed towards someone else, but now they are firmly placed on her own Jiang Qi and Wan Qihui, with a particular emphasis on Jiang Qi, as Wan Qihui is merely an accessory. The mere thought of seeing her long-cherished Jiang Qi soon fills Lin Yan with excitement. Beside her are other girls who share her admiration for Jiang Qi, and they are fervently exchanging thoughts, creating a somewhat noisy atmosphere around them. Unintentionally, Lin Yan catches sight of a familiar figure in the front row, prompting her to lift her camera eagerly in that direction. Through the lens, she is met with the sight of that familiar, exquisite visage, which, with every smile and frown, seems even more enchanting than when she first laid eyes on it. Lin Yan is ecstatic. The boss, her boss, has actually come in person. She murmurs to herself, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Instantly, she pulls out her phone, eager to share her exhilarating discovery with her little fan group. "Sisters, guess who I've spotted at the performance venue?" This group was formed during her earlier days of fandom, and most members have met in person. Despite the years of trials and tribulations, with many coming and going, they all remain steadfast on the front lines of their adoration. Who? Do tell. Could it be a star incognito? Impossible. Which artist would attend such a small performance? Don't underestimate my beloved Hudo, although she hasn't officially debuted. She has a promising future. Lin Yan observes the lively chatter in the group and captures a photo of Ji Yuyu's location in the front row, promptly sending it to the chat. "I've seen my boss." As soon as the photo is posted, it elicits a flurry of playful banter. "What do you want us to see?" "Yin Zi, with that quality, I'm embarrassed to introduce you as a dedicated fan." That resolution is truly touching. Lin Yan reviews the photo she snapped. Due to the distance, it is indeed somewhat blurry and not very clear, leaving her feeling a twinge of regret. "I was too excited. I wanted you all to witness my boss's stunning beauty, but alas, you are not fortunate enough. I must tell you, when I first met the boss, I felt nothing special, but tonight, I was utterly awestruck. She has truly reached new heights of beauty. Seeing her alongside Qi Qi is simply a match made in heaven." Lin Yan passionately shared her thoughts in the group chat, only to be met with a wave of relentless mockery from her peers. "I don't believe it. How beautiful can she possibly be? Unless you can show us a high-definition photograph." With a mischievous chuckle, Lin Yan promptly replied, "I'll satisfy your curiosity. I'll take a few more pictures and send them to you once I return." For Lin Yan, who had a penchant for beauty, Ji Yuyu's allure was akin to a double-edged sword, utterly captivating. At that moment, she nearly forgot her initial purpose of being there as a fan. Her gaze fixated on Ji Yuyu in the front row as she brandished her camera, snapping away fervently. In fact, besides Lin Yan, several other fans also raised their cameras upon discovering the stunning Ji Yuyu. After all, the appreciation of beauty is a universal sentiment. Unbeknownst to Ji Yuyu, she had become the focal point for many lenses. Once she settled beside Song Yuhang, she quietly awaited the commencement of the performance. It wasn't long before the lights in the venue dimmed, leaving the audience gasping in anticipation as the stage illuminated with spotlights. Enthusiastic music erupted as 25 young men clad in trainee uniforms took their places on stage, each radiating youthful charm and vitality. As they began to sing and dance in unison, the crowd erupted with excitement. Among the trainees, Ji Yuyu spotted Jiang Qi and waved enthusiastically at him. Jiang Qi, amidst the throng of spectators, immediately caught sight of Ji Yuyu. In that fleeting moment, it was as if a spark ignited in his eyes, and he felt his blood surge with the rhythm of the music. "She is looking at me." This thought coursed through Jiang Qi like an electrifying jolt. filling him with an uncontrollable exhilaration, compelling him to present his very best self to Yanyou. After the opening dance concluded, the host took the stage to introduce the mentors and trainees, explaining the competition rules. Following this, the trainees drew lots backstage to determine the order of their performances. Although Yanyou had come to support Xue Qingyi, she also paid attention to the performances of other trainees. It was undeniable that those who made it to the finals were exceptionally talented individuals. Among them, the majority were representatives from entertainment companies, with fewer than 10 remaining who were initially selected from open auditions. However, after considerable training, even those once unknown had garnered a substantial fan base, thereby stepping into the entertainment realm. The results of the trainees' drawing would not be disclosed to the audience, adding an element of suspense. However, Yanyou was taken aback when she learned that Xue would be the first to perform. As a rapper, Xue's presence in the finals attested to his remarkable rap skills. Thus, upon taking the stage, he launched directly into an electrifying rap that invigorated the audience, instantly elevating the atmosphere. Yanyou had not anticipated that Xue possessed such remarkable talent, which brought her a sense of satisfaction. It seemed that her momentary whim to sign him had not led to disappointment. A few minutes later, Xue concluded his performance with an impressively flamboyant gesture, followed promptly by another competitor taking the stage to sing. Yanyou remained attentively engaged in the audience, and whenever the performances became particularly fervent, she would, like the other spectators, excitedly wave her glow stick, embodying the essence of a starry-eyed fan. Throughout the event, Song Yuhang's gaze was entirely fixated on Yanyou. Regardless of the lively atmosphere surrounding them, to him, she appeared as the sole focal point amidst the chaos. Chapter 63. Let me thank you. Xue Qingyi was the seventh to take the stage, yet when the spotlight illuminated him, he sat gracefully on a chair, cradling a guitar. His gaze lowered, radiating a tenderness that captivated all. A chorus of ecstatic screams erupted from the audience, a testament to Xue Qingyi's soaring popularity. Simultaneously, his elongated fingers began to deftly pluck the strings, and the air filled with harmonious melodies that resonated with the crowd. As the prelude concluded, his mellifluous voice soared into the night. In the stillness of the night, I long for your gaze, like the twinkling stars that illuminate the distant horizon of my heart. You are the verses of my soul, an eternal melody, dancing in my dreams. Xue Qingyi sang with utmost sincerity, a softness that made one yearn to rush forward and embrace him tightly. Yet, as he sang, his gaze remained fixed in one direction, where Yanyou sat. In a gathering of friends, I express my veiled affection, hoping all your joys arise from me. Yanyou sensed the direction of Xue Qingyi's gaze, and a subtle speculation stirred within her heart, wondering if he was looking at her. However, in such an environment, a vague sense of ambiguity made her feel somewhat uneasy. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Song Yuhang, who had been attentive to Yanyou, immediately noticed her discomfort and inquired with concern. Yanyou shook her head. It would be rather presumptuous to tell him she felt that Xue Qingyi's song was meant for her, wouldn't it? Yet, just as she was about to reassure Song Yuhang, a sudden notification tone from the system echoed in her mind. Ding. Detected target. Xue Qingyi's affection towards the host increases by 1. Current affection value is 81 points. Gained 1 free attribute point. Ding. Detected target. Xue Qingyi's affection towards the host increases by 1. Current affection value is 82 points. Ding. Affection 1. Affection 1. Affection 1. The system's notifications continued to stream in, one after another, eventually resorting to simply announcing the affection updates. Yanyou found herself momentarily stunned. What was happening? How could Xue Qingyi's song elevate his affection for her? Though she was puzzled, it was evidently a positive development. The peculiar discomfort that had briefly clouded her thoughts dissipated, replaced by a sense of joy. The swift shift in her emotions left Song Yuhang somewhat bewildered, but he thought little of it. As long as Yanyou was happy, other trivial matters were not worth his concern. Xue Qingyi's song soon reached its conclusion, and as the final note lingered in the air, he rose to bow graciously at the audience, then turned to leave the stage. The crowd, previously entranced by his voice, finally came to their senses and erupted into the most fervent applause in support of him. Yanyou also joined in the applause, as the system notification in her mind had ceased. Remarkably, Xue Qingyi's favorability score had surged from 80 to 99 in an instant. This was indeed an astonishing occurrence for Yanyou. Truly, he was the one she had set her sights on, and just like that, he had granted her a remarkable increase of 19 attribute points. With a little more effort, she could maximize all her attributes. Delighted, Yanyou thought that had it not been for the fear of drawing attention in such a public setting, she would have immediately allocated all her attribute points. The subsequent performances each had their highlights, and the audience's enthusiasm remained high throughout, reaching a fever pitch. When the final contestant concluded their song, all the participants gathered on stage for the ultimate voting round. This would be the last PK, and those who succeeded would debut as a limited group alongside the remaining members. Each voting result from the audience would elicit waves of cheers, akin to a tidal surge of excitement. As anticipated, Qingyi was eliminated, having barely scraped through to this point from the very beginning. His journey to the finals was already a testament to his considerable effort. He graciously took the stage to express his thoughts, exhibiting a calm demeanor despite his defeat. I am thankful to all who supported me, especially my boss, Sister Ming. It was her presence that allowed me to pursue this dream without significant pressure. Qingyi's heartfelt remarks left everyone pondering the identity of his mysterious boss. Unbeknownst to them, perhaps under the director's instructions, the camera shifted to Yanyou's location just as Qingyi mentioned his boss. At that moment, Yanyou, engaged in conversation with Song Yuhang, was broadcasted onto the big screen. Wow, what a beautiful girl. She is actually Qingyi's boss? And the guy next to her is quite handsome, even more so than many contestants on stage. Could he also be a star? Oh my, what a match made in heaven, such eye candy. The audience erupted in cheers upon seeing the duo on the screen. Yanyou and Song Yuhang both noticed this spectacle, clearly taken aback. However, they quickly regained their composure. Yanyou waved slightly at the camera, smiling and greeting everyone, while Song Yuhang restrained his smile, adopting a composed and reliable demeanor that, paired with his striking visage, resembled the archetype of a dashing CEO from a novel. Watching Song Yuhang's reaction on the big screen, Yanyou found it amusing. Only she knew that he was far from a domineering CEO. In reality, he was quite the earnest and straightforward individual. The camera soon returned to the stage, where Qingyi had completed his farewell speech and stepped down. Following this, other eliminated contestants took the stage to share their thoughts, some tearfully reluctant, while others vowed to work harder in the future. Their speeches were a delightful mix, eliciting continuous laughter from the audience. Ultimately, once all the eliminated participants had departed, only 6 remained as the final victors. Jiangqi stood amidst the crowd, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented brilliance. He had succeeded. Through sheer determination, he had reached this moment. Though he secured only the 5th position, he felt immense satisfaction. Now, let us invite Jiangqi to share his thoughts. The host's resonant voice echoed. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, Jiangqi approached the central microphone. I stand here today, first and foremost, to express my gratitude to all the fans who have supported me. It is because of your unwavering encouragement that I have come this far. However, there is one person I wish to thank most profoundly. You instilled in me the courage to pursue my dreams. You have given me the strength to break through the darkness. Thank you, Dream Sister. As Jiangqi's words resonated, the camera shifted once more to Yanyou's face, her image once again illuminating the large screen. Yanyou exclaimed, "Let me express my gratitude to you." Chapter 64. Utilizing the good luck card, the new voice program concluded its grand finale, marking the end of an extraordinary journey. After the performance, Yanyou glanced at the time and, realizing it was getting late, instructed the staff to relay a message to Jiangqi before departing with Song Yuhang. The contestants were required to stay one final night at the camp to pack their belongings. Following the competition, a palpable sense of relaxation enveloped everyone, and they began to discuss their plans for a final barbecue feast as a midnight snack. However, Jiangqi wore a furrowed brow, appearing deeply troubled. Brother Qi, what troubles you? You're officially debuting now, yet you seem far from joyful, someone teased as they passed by. Jiangqi lifted his gaze, offering a polite smile, but refraining from a response. Qingyi, having spent time with Jiangqi, had grown to understand him well, particularly his feelings for Yanyou. With a moment's reflection, he surmised that Jiangqi was likely lamenting the missed opportunity to converse with Yanyou more extensively. Just as he was about to comfort his good friend, a staff member approached Jiangqi, exchanged a few words, and then departed. Once the staff member left, the previously tense Jiangqi seemed to shed his gloom, his demeanor instantly brightening. Qingyi pondered curiously, was there good news? What could have caused such a sudden uplift in spirits? Indeed, Jiangqi was elated. Yanyou had instructed the staff to convey her appreciation for his performance that evening and expressed her intention to meet him personally upon his arrival at the company. That simple affirmation of her fondness was enough to elevate Jiangqi's spirits, and the prospect of seeing her again soon rendered the wait inconsequential. Upon returning home, Yanyou immediately accessed her attribute panel and allocated the 19 attribute points she had just earned. After distributing all the points, her attribute panel underwent a remarkable transformation. Name: Yanyou. Age: 18. Height: 170 centimeters. Physique: 89. Appearance: 91. Charisma: 90. Charm: 9. Elevated by system assessment. Skills: perfect vocal skills. Items: good luck card X1. Bad luck card X1 points. 380. Reputation: 50. 000. Gazing at her nearly maxed out stats, Yanyou felt an overwhelming surge of joy. With all my stats maxed out, could I become the kind of enchanting character found in a Mary Sue novel? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she envisioned herself becoming the center of admiration. System: once the hostess attributes are fully maximized, she will become the most dazzling presence in the eyes of others. However, it is essential to remember that true allure lies within one's character. Please endeavor to unlock various skills to enrich yourself and attain perfection. Yanyou. Alright then. However, it seems that the distance to becoming a heartthrob is no longer far off. Yanyou was overjoyed, and her gaze inadvertently fell upon 2 skill cards in her inventory, 1 luck card and 1 misfortune card. Both had been drawn quite some time ago, and she had not considered using them until now. Perhaps it was time to employ the luck card? After some contemplation, Yanyou resolved to utilize the luck card the following day. As for the misfortune card, she would wait to see which unfortunate soul dared to provoke her. As the night wore on, Yanyou yawned and made her way to the bathroom. After freshening up, she lay down in bed and drifted off, sleeping soundly until dawn. The night passed without dreams. Upon awakening in the morning, Yanyou recalled her decision from the previous night and promptly activated the luck card. Ding! The luck card has been used. For a limited time of 24 hours, the host will receive an 80 luck bonus. Yanyou gazed at the 80 luck bonus, lost in thought. Why not 100? She inquired. System: limited time item card. Effects will be discounted proportionately. Yanyou. Is there an item that grants a 100 bonus? System: the goddess's blessing can elevate the host's luck by 100. It can be obtained through random draws from treasure chests. Yanyou. Forget I asked. Drawing from treasure chests? For someone as unlucky as me, merely obtaining one would already be considered a stroke of 100 luck. Putting aside these unrealistic thoughts, Yanyou completed her morning routine and headed to the dining area for breakfast. As she favored Chinese cuisine, her typical breakfast consisted of buns, shumai, dumplings, fried dough sticks, or multigrain dishes. Occasionally, if she desired a change of flavor, she would inform Aunt Ho in advance. And Western breakfast items like sandwiches or bread would appear on the table. As Yanyou sat down and picked up a shumai, preparing to take a bite, the system's notification chime echoed in her mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating over 1 million popularity points, converting to 50,000 reputation points, and rewarding the host with 500 points. At this, Yanyou immediately sat up straight. What just happened? How did my popularity suddenly surpass 1 million? She quickly opened her phone to investigate. Logging into the familiar Meow Ear Live backend, she found that her follower count still rested at 500,000. Not here. Then where could it be? Friendly reminder. The host's new popularity points stem from trending topics on Bo. Yanyou paused for a moment before promptly opening Bo and navigating to the trending section. Most beautiful side profile sister kills me dream new voice finals features goddess level audience male god, female god. The top 3 trending topics on Bo immediately captured Yanyou's attention. She casually clicked on one, only to be astonished by the photos contained within. The subject of the images was none other than herself and Song Yuhang. The pictures were taken during their attendance at the performance last night, captured from various angles. Clearly not the work of a single individual, but rather disseminated by the same marketing account. Yanyou casually glanced at the comments section below, where nearly half of the individuals were ardently praising Yan, while others eagerly sought the contact information of the person in the photograph. The netizens were remarkably resourceful. Upon the establishment of Xingshan Entertainment, Yanyou had casually activated her Weibo account, which they had managed to uncover. Upon viewing her profile, Yanyou was astonished to see her follower count had surged by 500,000, with an apparent upward trend. What a delightful turn of events. Yanyou clapped her hands in approval. She had long been troubled by how to elevate her popularity and had even contemplated a direct foray into the entertainment industry, yet had never mustered the resolve to do so. She never anticipated that such a delightful surprise would present itself at this moment. After perusing the effusive compliments from the netizens for a while, Yanyou finally set her phone aside, secretly reflecting that her stroke of good fortune had truly been well timed. Hadn't she just begun to harness her luck, and here it was, manifesting itself? Chapter 65. The most adored are the handsome men. Yanyou spent some time scrolling through Weibo, observing the steady rise in her followers, and felt that she would soon be on the verge of receiving another points reward. With a contented sigh, she set her phone down, just as a call from Song Yuhang came through. The highly paid CEO and financial talents she had previously recruited were now in place, and inquired whether she would like to see them. Naturally, Yanyou was eager to go, also to confirm her upcoming plans. Although she had established an entertainment company, her ambitions did not end there. She resolved to create a venture capital firm. For there is greater joy in making money from money. After finishing her breakfast, Yanyou headed straight to Xingchen Entertainment, where she met the newly hired CEO. Ding! The beauty scanner has been activated. Target detected. Tong Weiyuan. Current beauty score, 91 points, meeting the system's financial standards. The system chimed in Yanyou's mind the moment she laid eyes on him. The man appeared to be in his mid-30s, dressed in a well-tailored black suit. His hair meticulously groomed, exuding an air of vitality. His features were sharply defined, and while he may not possess the exquisite aristocratic charm of Jun Shichu, he nonetheless emanated a profound, steady allure, akin to the calm after a storm. Yanyou gazed at him with gleaming eyes, marveling at her extraordinary fortune in encountering yet another man with a score of 91 points. Miss Ji, Tong Weiyuan, having just introduced himself, found himself puzzled by Yanyou's lack of response. When he looked at her, he noticed the gleam of discovery in her eyes, which left him momentarily speechless. This new boss was not only remarkably young and attractive, but also seemed to exhibit a hint of infatuation. Was this reliable? At that moment, he questioned whether coming here had been the right choice. Yet, that thought was fleeting, quickly dismissed. After all, he had no path of retreat, having been nearly blacklisted in the industry, if he did not choose to start anew in a different field. This place, where he was no longer vulnerable to threats, was his last opportunity. Lost in thought, he heard the excessively youthful new boss speak. I have heard about your past. Yanyou's casual remark made Tong Weiyuan clench his fists. However, before he could dwell on it further, Yanyou continued, I do not concern myself with your previous matters. I only seek someone capable, and I am aware of your past achievements, which is why I have hired you at a high salary. I intend to establish a venture capital firm. I will provide the funds, and you will manage it. It is as simple as that. Yanyou spoke with such confidence, presenting her desire to be hands-off in management as a matter of course. Were it anyone else, she might have worried about her investment going to waste. But with Tong Weiyuan, she felt at ease. Create freely. No matter how much I spend, it will never exceed what I earn back. Yanyou felt a surge of delight as she gazed at Tong Weiyuan, perceiving him as a veritable treasure. Suddenly, Tong Weiyuan shivered inexplicably, casting a suspicious glance at the air conditioning vent, pondering whether it was set too high. Mr. Tong, are you willing? In her moment of reverie, Yanyou reached out her hand towards him, her smile radiating sincerity. A chill ran down Tong Weiyuan's spine, and his expression turned solemn. He regarded her delicate, porcelain-like fingers and solemnly extended his hand to grasp hers. To a pleasant cooperation, Yanyou said, her eyes curving with joy. To a pleasant cooperation. Subsequently, Yanyou met with several other financial talents, introducing them to Tong Weiyuan before they jointly registered the new company, promptly investing 3 billion without a flicker of hesitation. Tong Weiyuan was astounded by Yanyou's financial prowess and her trust in him. He silently vowed that this time, without the interference of others, he would soar to great heights, compelling those who had once opposed him to repent for their past actions. In stark contrast to Tong Weiyuan's resolute determination, Yanyou was currently engulfed in overwhelming surprise. Ding! The host has expended 30 billion on an opposite-sex individual, detecting that the individual's attractiveness exceeds 90 points, triggering a tenfold cashback feature, resulting in a refund of 300 billion. Yanyou nearly burst into laughter. Truly, high-value men were her ultimate preference. After delegating all company matters to dedicated personnel, Yanyou merrily returned to school. With classes scheduled for the afternoon, she intended to relive her campus days. Naturally not planning to skip class, the exceptionally eye-catching custom top-tier Maybach attracted immediate attention upon entering the campus, especially when Yanyou alighted from the vehicle, prompting audible gasps from onlookers. What a beautiful girl. Which department is she from? With looks like that, she must be the campus belle. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Should I confess my feelings? What are my chances? You might as well dream about it. Just look at the car she's driving. It's something we could never afford in 2 lifetimes, you know? Wow. If I could win over such a top-tier wealthy beauty, it would save me 30 years of hard work. Surrounded by fervent glances from the male students, Yanyou feigned ignorance, parking her car before striding directly towards the teaching building. However, just as she approached the entrance, a figure suddenly emerged, blocking her path. Xiaomingwei, Yanyou recognized the boy standing before her. He was none other than the former boyfriend of the original owner, who had shamelessly enjoyed the benefits she provided while looking down upon her. Oh, he had never acknowledged their relationship. A good dog should not block the way. Yanyou held no fondness for such men. Even if he met the standards of attractiveness, she was not interested. What a joke. She had plenty of handsome men at her disposal. Did she truly need this one? Xue Qingyi was taken aback by Yanyou's directness. She had shed her previous submissive demeanor towards him, leaving him with an uncomfortable feeling. What have you done to Xue? She hasn't been to school for several days. When I called her, she sounded unwell and expressed fear of you. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Xue is innocent. Why do you target her? Xue Qingyi glared at Yanyou, convinced that her animosity stemmed from his earlier rejection of her, which she had unfairly redirected towards Xue. With this thought, his gaze towards Yanyou grew increasingly fierce. Indeed, it seemed that wealthy individuals were never benevolent. Even Yanyou, emboldened by her affluence, took pleasure in bullying an innocent girl. What a wretched character she possessed. Chapter 66. You are unworthy, are you unwell? Yanyou looked at Xue Qingyi with disdain, unable to fathom the source of his confidence. She believed his presence was the reason she had to contend with Xue. If he were truly ill, he ought to seek treatment. Procrastination could lead to dire consequences. Lacking any fondness for Xue Qingyi, Yanyou showed him no courtesy, inciting a flush of anger on his face. You, how have your words become so venomous? Xue Qingyi gazed at Yanyou in disbelief, as though he had received a profound blow. Yanyou scoffed. There's even worse. Would you care to hear it? Xue Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, then filled with indignation. Yanyou, do not presume that this will garner my attention. I assure you, it will only increase my aversion towards you. He believed her behavior was merely a different tactic to attract him, as he had previously made it clear he disapproved of her earlier methods. Thus, her current changes were merely an attempt to win him back. Indeed, that was precisely the case. Xue Qingyi could not believe that the girl who once catered to his every whim had now completely disregarded him. Yanyou listened to his words, her expression reminiscent of an elderly man on the subway engrossed in his phone. Was he incapable of understanding human speech? Or was there truly a wire loose in his mind? His comprehension was nothing short of astonishing. The commotion had drawn the attention of several passers-by. To avert any unnecessary rumors, Yanyou deemed it necessary to clarify matters. Xue Qingyi, I shall reiterate, I do not harbor feelings for you. Do not delude yourself into thinking that my actions are for your sake. You are not worthy. As for Xue, before you come seeking me, why not ascertain the true reason behind her absence from school? It merely stems from her own guilty conscience and cowardice. Although a significant portion of the reason indeed pertained to Yanyou, she would never acknowledge having posed any threat to Xue. She had merely overturned the few vessels Xue stood upon, delivering a truth to the supposed victim. How could she be blamed for doing a good deed? As for the victim's fury leading them to seek retribution against Xue, that was no concern of Yanyou's. You speak nonsense. Xue Qingyi could only utter these words in response to Yanyou's declarations. Yet, what he was denying remained a mystery, even to himself. Especially upon witnessing the unmasked disdain on Yanyou's face, a wave of panic surged within him. Her claim of disliking him was genuine. This thought flickered through Xue Qingyi's mind, leaving him feeling increasingly agitated. Shouldn't he be pleased? Why then did it feel as though something was blocking his heart, making it unbearably difficult to endure? As the onlookers gradually gathered, it was evident that a dispute between two strikingly attractive individuals was a spectacle not to be missed. Whispers circulated among some who had witnessed the entire exchange. Was it a cliché detail of a wealthy heiress and a poor boy? Hardly a love story. Did they not hear the arrogant words spoken by the young man? He seemed utterly self-absorbed, rejecting the girl's affections as if he believed she could ever be interested in him, not recognizing her beauty. Yet, it must be noted, the young man was indeed quite handsome. But did you see the car she arrived in? A custom top-of-the-line Maybach. My goodness, how wealthy. That young man must be somewhat oblivious. Amidst the chatter, Xue Qingyi felt as though he were a circus animal on display, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Yanyou, however, was unfazed. She had no desire to remain the center of attention and, finding no interest in continuing her conversation with Xue Qingyi, decided to walk away. As she brushed past him, an idea struck her. She activated a misfortune card against him. Ding! The misfortune card has been activated. The target shall experience a series of unfortunate events for the next 24 hours, with the severity of misfortune determined by the target's malice level towards the host. The greater the malice, the heavier the misfortune. Upon hearing the system's notification, a satisfied smile graced Yanyou's face as she confidently strode away. Xia Minghui wanted to pursue her, but felt too embarrassed to do so, watching her retreating figure until it disappeared into the distance. Accompanied by the murmurs of the surrounding students, he intended to seek Zhao Siyu. He remained unconvinced by Ji Yuyu's earlier claims. Zhao Siyu was devoid of the hypocrisy characteristic of someone wealthy, embodying sincerity and kindness. As Zhao Siyu had stated, they belonged to the same world, sharing common dreams. Thus, he resolved to confront Zhao Siyu for clarity, hoping that understanding the truth would provide him with grounds to refute Ji Yuyu's assertions. After using the misfortune card on Xia Minghui, Ji Yuyu felt quite pleased with herself. She bore no guilt for her actions. If he chose to confront her with malice, she was justified in retaliating. Humming a tune as she walked towards the academic building, she remained oblivious to two individuals nearby who regarded her departing figure with disdain. How could she be so fortunate? After being expelled from the Ji family, she somehow continued to live so lavishly. She had deceived us all along, managing to earn such wealth while withholding the truth from us. I had considered her a close friend. Ji Yuyu never truly valued us. We were merely her accessories. Haven't you realized that yet? I know. It's just disheartening. Nieshi and Yu Yingying recalled the events at the Ji family banquet, vividly remembering their shock when Ji Yuyu had tossed that $1 million check. Throughout their lives, the entirety of their pocket money scarcely amounted to a mere 1 or 2 million. While Ji Yuyu astonishingly amassed such a fortune on her own, she never regarded them as sisters. Otherwise, she would have shared her wealth with them, which is simply despicable. She felt an uncontrollable surge of anger bubbling within her, causing her face to contort with rage. Yu Yingying, perceiving her friend's distress, spoke in a coaxing manner. Xiaoxi, I cannot swallow this indignation. She used to look down on us with such arrogance, and I tolerated it for the sake of friendship, but she never considered us friends. This is nothing short of betrayal. Will you forgive her? Nieshi glared ahead, gritting her teeth as she replied, No, we are no longer friends. She must pay for everything she has done to us. Chapter 67. Schemes. Do you intend to deal with her? A sudden voice echoed, startling both Nieshi and Yu Yingying. They swiftly turned around to see Ji Mingxue, clad in a flowing white gown, resembling an ethereal fairy, standing behind them. It's you? Why are you stealthily lurking behind us? Nieshi, possessing a fiery temperament, was taken aback by Ji Mingxue's sudden appearance, and her tone was understandably ungracious. Yu Yingying tugged at Nieshi's sleeve, signaling her to temper her words. After all, Ji Mingxue was the eldest daughter of the Ji family, and their family's wealth far surpassed that of theirs. Thus, it was prudent not to offend her. Reluctantly, Nieshi huffed, but refrained from uttering any further unkind remarks. Ji Mingxue observed the two before her, recalling the grievances they had inflicted upon her in her previous life, and a surge of indignation welled within her. On the day she was reborn, she vowed never to let those who had bullied her off the hook. Ji Yuyu was one, and naturally, the two before her would not be spared either. Suppressing her resentment, Ji Mingxue adorned her face with a benign smile, appearing innocent and harmless. I have heard that you were once the closest friends of Yuyu. Although we are not blood sisters, she has been nurtured by our parents for 18 years. Now that she has left the Ji family, we are all quite concerned about her well-being. It seems she harbors significant misunderstandings towards me. I find it challenging to communicate with her, which is why I sought you out. Ji Mingxue's delicate brows furrowed slightly, and her exquisite visage instantly took on a look of pitiful vulnerability. Although Nieshi and Yu Yingying were not particularly fond of Ji Mingxue, they understood the importance of maintaining a semblance of civility on the surface. Thus, they suppressed their impatience and replied, She no longer associates with us. Nieshi added silently in her heart, Our friendship was merely a courtesy due to her status as a daughter of the Ji family. Now she is nothing. Who does she think she is? It is futile for you to seek us out. We are no longer friends. Yu Yingying feigned regret as she spoke. Ji Mingxue, however, appeared unconcerned and feigned a deep sigh of worry. It seems I have overthought things. I initially hoped that since you were friends, you might remind her to never return to her biological parents, lest she faces dire consequences. Since you no longer have a connection, I shall contemplate other means to alert her. As Ji Mingxue turned to leave, she was intercepted by Nieshi. What did you mean by that statement? Excitement sparkled in Nieshi's eyes, as if she had stumbled upon something intriguing. A thrill coursed through Ji Mingxue's heart. She thought to herself, the bait has been taken. You must be aware of the mix-up regarding my identity from childhood. To be candid, that family is akin to a hell. Their members are nothing but leeches. Being ensnared by them would ruin one's life. Now that Yuyu has left the Ji family, I fear she might seek them out, which is why I hoped you could help me caution her. Ji Mingxue articulated the family's shortcomings with clarity, then feigned a sense of difficulty as she implored. If you could offer a gentle reminder, it would be greatly appreciated, for Yanyou is currently facing her own challenges. Listening intently, Xue felt a notion slowly emerge within her mind, causing her lips to involuntarily curl into a smile. Since you have made such a sincere request, we could certainly relay your message, Xue replied, her tone betraying a hint of eagerness despite her feigned reluctance. Yanyou remained silent. Her brow slightly furrowed as she regarded Xue and inquired, "Are you quite close with Yanyou?" This inquiry held significance for how they would choose to approach Yanyou henceforth. Xue shook her head and replied, "I merely wish to assist her one last time, as she was once a member of the Ji family, but this will be the only occasion." Upon hearing Xue's words, a fleeting yet obscure light glimmered in Yanyou's eyes before vanishing swiftly. "You truly possess a generous spirit," she remarked meaningfully, choosing not to continue the conversation. After Xue's departure, she turned to the contemplative Xue. "Xiaoxi, Yanyou was once our friend. I believe we should extend our help to her once more." Yanyou spoke softly. Xue immediately grasped the intent behind her words. "It seems we are of the same mind. It cannot be good for her to be alone out there. She needs family to care for her. Perhaps we should offer her our assistance," Xue said, suppressing her excitement. The two exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Meanwhile, Yanyou remained blissfully unaware of the machinations at play against her. Throughout the day, her spirits soared, buoyed by the fortune card she had utilized. Serendipity accompanied her steps, as she fortuitously found several lost wallets, all of which she dutifully returned to the lost and found. On her way home, a sudden whim led her to purchase a scratch card, which astonishingly yielded a prize of 5,000. However, given the morning's surge in popularity and the subsequent windfall of 300 million, this modest sum hardly captured her attention. Overall, Yanyou was quite pleased with the fortune card's effects, and her curiosity about the outcome of the misfortune card grew. Yet, she resolved to inquire further at school the next day. On a different note, after leaving school, Xue Qingyi immediately dialed Zhao Siyu's number. "Siyu, where are you now? I'm coming to find you." Zhao Siyu did not reside on campus. For the sake of convenience, she had rented a place off campus. Her voice on the phone was faint and rather pitiful. "Minghui, you don't need to worry about me. I'm fine on my own despite her reassurances." A slight tremor of emotion was evident in her voice. Xia Minghui furrowed his brow. "Your address." Zhao Siyu understood that when Xia Minghui spoke in such a manner, he had already resolved to come over. With a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, she feigned modesty and revealed her address. "All right. Await my arrival to keep you company," Xia Minghui declared before abruptly ending the call. In a modest single apartment not far from the school, Zhao Siyu gazed at the disconnected phone, a hint of smug satisfaction gracing her features. She was uncertain who had divulged the details of her flirtations with several boys. Yet she suspected that Yanyou was intricately involved. In recent days, she had been engulfed by fear and anxiety, but now clarity had dawned upon her. It was simple. She would merely deny it. However, she resolutely refused to swallow her pride. Did Yanyou not harbor feelings for Xia Minghui? She would ensure that Xia Minghui fell deeply in love with her, compelling Yanyou to helplessly witness the man she cherished being taken away. With this thought, Zhao Siyu could not help but laugh aloud. Chapter 68. The unfortunate card. Xia Minghui swiftly arrived at Zhao Siyu's residence. Upon their meeting, Zhao Siyu immediately threw herself into Xia Minghui's embrace. "Minghui, what should I do?" She displayed her most pitiable demeanor, leaving Xia Minghui, who had intended to inquire about the truth, momentarily at a loss for words. "Yanyou knows about our affair, and now she is targeting me. What am I to do?" Zhao Siyu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, as if they might spill over at any moment. Xia Minghui gently reassured her, "Do not worry. I am here. I will not allow her to harm you." Zhao Siyu gazed up at him, her delicate features evoking a sense of profound sympathy. From Xia Minghui's perspective, he could see her alluring collarbone and the soft, pale skin of her exposed shoulders, exuding an inexplicable allure. Zhao Siyu was intentionally presenting herself this way. The news of her situation had spread beyond redemption, and the boys who had once flirted with her would undoubtedly distance themselves. She needed to secure someone, anyone. Although Xia Minghui lacked wealth, his handsome appearance was undeniable. She had always portrayed herself as innocent in their interactions. If she could win him over, she could dismiss the rumors as false, confident that Xia Minghui would not question her integrity. With this in mind, Zhao Siyu's subtle gestures became increasingly bold. Today, she was determined to capture Xia Minghui's heart. Yanyou had once held a deep affection for Xia Minghui. How could she simply stop liking him now? It was merely a fade of bravado. Once Zhao Siyu had Xia Minghui, she would relish in Yanyou's envy. As she prepared to pull Xia Minghui into her home, hurried footsteps echoed from the opposite end of the corridor. Suddenly, a figure rushed forward and struck Xue Qingyi, knocking him to the ground. "Ah!" Zhao Siyu shrieked in terror. In the next moment, a stinging slap met her cheek. "You wretched girl, while you led me on, I thought you were genuinely innocent. But you are indeed a vile creature." The assailant raged, delivering blow after blow to Zhao Siyu. Xue Qingyi attempted to intervene, but was met with a brutal kick that sent him crashing back to the floor. "Which one of your worthless men is this? I never imagined I would become a backup in your life, Zhao Siyu." The man, appearing to be in his late 20s, was a picture of fury, mercilessly pummeling Xue Qingyi without restraint. Zhao Siyu, reeling from the blows, felt her face swell painfully, transforming before her very eyes. Xue Qingyi fared no better. The unexpected kick left him gasping for breath, and his attempts to retaliate lacked the strength needed to escape the onslaught. The scene unfolded as a one-sided assault, with the man alternating between beating Xue Qingyi and Zhao Siyu. This brutal exchange continued for some time, until the man finally spat at them and stormed away in anger. The occurrence went unnoticed by anyone, even after the man departed. It took a considerable time before anyone realized that two individuals lay sprawled before the entrance of the studio apartment. It was not until approximately 10 minutes later that someone emerged from the stairwell, startled at the sight of the two fallen figures, and promptly called for an ambulance to assist. Upon arrival at the hospital, it was discovered that Zhao Siyu had sustained a mild concussion, while Xue Qingyi fared worse, suffering a fractured rib, necessitating a lengthy recuperation period in the hospital. Zhao Siyu contemplated reporting the incident, but the absence of surveillance cameras in the stairwell rendered any evidence non-existent. As she pondered how to secure compensation, she was unexpectedly served with several court summonses. Astonishingly, those ambiguous acquaintances had filed a lawsuit against her, demanding the return of all the money they had expended on her, threatening to accuse her of fraud should she fail to comply. Zhao Siyu felt a wave of despair wash over her. The sum was not insignificant, and she wondered how she could possibly repay it. Zhao Siyu was in a state of turmoil, and Xue Qingyi was not faring much better. Apart from the academic penalties he faced for skipping classes, his workplace terminated his employment due to his injury, leaving him on the verge of fainting from frustration upon awakening. At that moment, he began to question whether he had been afflicted by an unfortunate curse, for his misfortunes seemed relentless. It was only 2 days later that Yanyou learned of the events that transpired between Xue Qingyi and Zhao Siyu. Reflecting on the misfortune card she had used for Xue Qingyi, she couldn't help but chuckle, surprised at its unexpected efficacy. Unbeknownst to them, the new academic term was nearing its month mark, and the school was preparing to host a welcome party that students eagerly anticipated. Meanwhile, Xue, as a budding singer, had her debut recording Tide sound memoir released on Qingmong Video. With her striking appearance and commendable vocal talent, she quickly garnered significant attention. Her classmates became increasingly drawn to her, as having someone connected to the entertainment industry, albeit a newcomer, was an exciting and proud revelation for them. The number of admirers for Xue had always been considerable, and the love letters flooding her desk were rapidly increasing. Yanyou had long been regarded as a prominent figure among her peers, initially due to her status as a wealthy heiress, and now because of her rising beauty. Her appearance had nearly reached its zenith, yet to others, her transformation was merely a natural progression of growing up, often expressed as the saying "a girl matures beautifully." Most would merely remark on how stunning Yanyou had become, almost rivaling Xue, while there were many who fancied Yanyou and showered her with love letters. Xue approachable demeanor endeared her to many, whereas Yanyou often dismissed such attention, making Xue appear more popular. For the upcoming welcome party, students were encouraged to submit performance selections, and all eyes immediately turned to Xue. After all, she was a new singer, possessing a distinct advantage in this realm, complemented by her beauty, ensuring she would undoubtedly be a highlight of the event. Xue feigned reluctance for a moment before readily agreeing to participate in a singing performance. Yanyou initially regarded the idea with indifference, but that was before the system notification appeared. Ding, daily task triggered. How could a perfect tycoon remain obscure? Please, host. Complete an independent performance, accumulating a popularity value exceeding 2 million. Upon completion, the rewards include 50 million in monetary compensation, 1 Rolls-Royce Cullinan, 10 attribute points, and 100 points. Upon hearing the task and its enticing rewards, Yanyou instantly felt invigorated. "I would like to sign up," she declared, raising her hand amidst the astonished gazes of those around her, her expression remarkably calm. Although she was not one to seek the limelight, who would turn down such generous rewards? Chapter 69. Unspoken hostility. Yanyou took the initiative to sign up, much to everyone's astonishment. To them, her character did not seem suited for such endeavors, making her sudden willingness all the more surprising. Xue Qingshue's gaze darkened. She subtly clenched her fists, the sharpness of her nails digging into her palms providing a slight sting that helped her maintain her composure, suppressing her emotions deep within. Wow, two stunning beauties from our class are participating. Our class will surely shine at the welcome party, exclaimed a classmate, prompting a chorus of agreement from others. Yanyou's eyes sparkled with delight, her spirits lifted. Xue Qingyi managed to muster a smile, betraying not a hint of her true feelings. Thus, it was settled. At the welcome party a week hence, the two would showcase their prepared performances. Yanyou had already devised a plan when she signed up. Confident in her exquisite singing voice, what could be easier than singing? However, she needed to select the perfect song. What troubled Yanyou most, though, was the additional requirement, accumulating over 2 million in popularity. Currently, her popularity stood at 1 million, thanks in part to her recent resurgence in trending topics. Yet, the fervor had since waned, and although her fan base continued to grow, the rate had slowed considerably. Achieving a sudden leap to 2 million posed a formidable challenge. In the following days, Yanyou fretted over this issue. While she had chosen her song and felt assured of her vocal prowess, she still sought assistance from colleagues at the company to ensure her performance was polished. Xingchen Entertainment had now found its footing. Although they had recently signed a couple of new talents, the primary resources were still concentrated on the debut of the group, Jiangqi. While the contract for the limited group remained with the event organizer, Yanyou Entertainment, the members still enjoyed the resources of their respective companies. Xingchen Entertainment had also provided Jiangqi with professional music, dance, and physical trainers, although Jiangqi had yet to utilize them to any significant extent. While Yanyou had already made good use of the resources, as Yanyou entered the company, the two receptionists immediately stood to greet her. Once she politely acknowledged them and proceeded into the office, the girls could hardly contain their excitement, bouncing on their feet. Oh my gosh, the boss has been coming to the company every day recently. It's such a feast for the eyes. The boss is growing more beautiful by the day. Does such a face truly exist in this world? I think I might be falling for the boss. Unbeknownst to Yanyou, she had captivated many in her recent appearances. All she noticed was that while practicing her song, several colleagues would occasionally pass by the door, feigning casualness but stealing glances into the practice room. Song Yuhang, whenever he had a moment, would come by to keep her company, nearly transferring his work to the practice room itself. You seem increasingly obsessed with work, she teased, panting after a dance session. Sitting beside Song Yuhang, she glanced at the towering stack of documents in his hands, feeling no remorse as she playfully mocked him, completely forgetting that she was, in fact, the boss. As Song Yuhang observed her taking a seat, he instinctively reached for a towel to gently wipe the fine beads of sweat from her forehead, his eyes brimming with tenderness. Work provides a sense of fulfillment, and it brings me one step closer to you, he silently added, gazing into Yanyou's eyes, which concealed an unshakable affection. The current Song Yuhang bore little resemblance to the person he once was. The transformation was nothing short of remarkable. The first time Yanyou met him, his eyes reflected a resignation to life, a compromise with reality, and a palpable fear regarding his mother's illness. A strikingly handsome individual, he nonetheless exuded an aura of weariness, as if he perpetually lacked a certain hue. Yet, this individual possessed an indomitable spirit and resilience. Even amidst adversity, the light in his eyes remained undiminished. Now, Song Yuhang had shed his youthful naivete, evolving into a composed and reserved figure, gradually exuding an air of sophistication typical of successful individuals, unmistakably signaling his prowess. However, when in the presence of Yanyou, he remained that sincere and pure-hearted person. Regardless, I must ensure to schedule some rest time. Otherwise, others might perceive me as a miserly boss who solely exploits his employees, Yanyou jested. Song Yuhang chuckled at her words, nodding earnestly in agreement. I shall remember everything you say. As they conversed, the door swung open, and a figure stepped inside. Upon noticing the closeness between the two, the newcomer hesitated momentarily before resuming a nonchalant stride. Mengjie, Jiangqi greeted with a smile, his already handsome features now even more striking. Although he was a few years older than Yanyou, he still preferred to address her as Mengjie. Upon seeing Jiangqi, Yanyou's eyes lit up as she eagerly waved at him. Jiangqi, what brings you back? Was there nothing happening over there today? After their group formation, Jiangqi was required to reside in the members' dormitory alongside his peers, which facilitated the filming of their daily lives for a variety show aimed at their fans. Nevertheless, there were occasional periods of individual rest, such as today. On days off, Jiangqi would report back to the company. Unbeknownst to him, upon his return, he had learned of Jiuyu's presence at the office, prompting his swift arrival. However, he had not anticipated finding Song Yuhang beside her. President Song is also here, Jiangqi remarked, the warmth of his smile noticeably cooling in the presence of Song Yuhang, a flicker of guardedness slipping into his gaze. Song Yuhang responded politely, equally devoid of warmth. Unspoken animosity simmered between them, yet they both maintained a facade of cordiality in front of Jiuyu. Jiuyu inquired about Jiangqi's experiences within the group, and he regaled her with detailed accounts of amusing incidents that had transpired, his animated storytelling eliciting laughter from her. Jiangqi inquired about the reason for Jiuyu's presence in the practice room, and upon learning that she was preparing for the school's welcome party, his eyes instantly sparkled with anticipation. I have yet to hear Sister Meng sing. I long to witness it with my own eyes, Jiangqi lamented, his head drooping slightly in disappointment. Unfortunately, I will likely be busy recording a group variety show at that time, rendering me unable to attend. At his words, Song Yuhang, standing nearby, felt a surge of quiet satisfaction. As a fellow student of Jiuyu, he too would be participating in the evening's festivities, granting him the opportunity not only to witness Jiuyu's performance firsthand, but also to capture the moment on film for posterity. Noticing Jiangqi's dejection, Jiuyu quickly sought to console him. In any case, I still have practice to attend to. Watching me sing now is no different. If you truly wish to see the live performance, you can always join via video call. Just as she finished speaking, a sudden idea emerged in Jiuyu's mind. Chapter 70. Live broadcast connection. How about you host a live broadcast, and I'll join in for a connection? Jiuyu envisioned this method as a means to swiftly elevate her popularity. Jiangqi, having already debuted as a group, had garnered a modest fan base due to his recent participation in the Dream New Voice competition, which had brought him into the limelight. The fervor surrounding him had yet to wane, and Jiuyu saw this as an opportune moment to ride the coattails of Jiangqi's rising star. The more she contemplated, the more viable this approach appeared, though she was uncertain whether Jiangqi would acquiesce. Turning her gaze toward him, she found Jiangqi's eyes sparkling with enthusiasm, and she knew without inquiry that he would agree. Excellent. This plan holds promise. Jiangqi was always receptive to Jiuyu's suggestions, and it would afford him the chance to witness her performance on stage. Thus, the matter was settled, and Jiuyu felt a sense of relief. In the ensuing days, Jiuyu dedicated every spare moment outside of her classes to the practice room. Despite her possession of a flawless vocal talent, she still lacked certain singing techniques. To captivate the audience fully, she needed to refine her skills further. However, with the guidance of the company's professionals, Jiuyu made remarkable progress in just a few days, prompting even her instructors to commend her innate talent. Before long, a week had elapsed, and the school's welcoming gala was set to commence as scheduled. From the afternoon onward, the once quiet campus buzzed with excitement, and Jiuyu spotted journalism students conducting interviews as she traversed the grounds. As one of the performers, she was required to head backstage for makeup and preparation. Upon her arrival, the backstage area was already bustling with activity. Although each department had designated spaces, the sheer number of participants rendered the atmosphere somewhat chaotic and noisy. Makeup artist. Over here. Upon noticing Jiuyu, someone promptly called for a classmate to assist with makeup. Jiuyu glanced at the girl who had been summoned, only to see her throw a set of cosmetics in her direction without a second thought. I'm swamped. Just do your own makeup for now. Jiuyu furrowed her brow, about to voice her discontent when another person entered the room, prompting the girl to rush forward. Meng Xue, I watched your Chao Ying, and I absolutely adore you. Let me do your makeup. I'm quite skilled, and I'll make you look stunning tonight. Jiuyu observed the girl's adoring demeanor with a sense of disbelief. Indeed, being the leading lady afforded her privileges that Jiuyu, as the antagonist, could only envy. Nonetheless, even a supporting character had her own merits. At the very least, Jiuyu would not tolerate such indignities. Taking out her phone, she called Yang Xin to come in for a shift. Ji Mingxue glanced in Jiuyu's direction, a fleeting look of triumph crossing her face before vanishing. And then she accepted the other girl's offer for makeup assistance. Within half an hour, Yang Xin arrived, carrying a large makeup case, and greeted Jiuyu with enthusiasm. Boss. Yang Xin beamed with joy, delighted to finally have the opportunity for overtime, feeling less guilty about her salary. The onlookers were particularly astonished by the way they addressed Yang Xin, while their gazes lingered on Jiuyu, imbued with a hint of envy. Beautiful and affluent, she was undeniably a winner in life. Yang Xin's makeup skills were recognized by Jiuyu, as she had once navigated the world of drama productions, her expertise far surpassing that of these students. Thus, After Yang Xian completed the final stroke of makeup, the expressions of everyone shifted when they looked at Yanyou. She was breathtaking. It was unclear who uttered such an exclamation, yet it echoed the sentiments of all present. Xue also beheld Yanyou's current appearance. Her fair and firm visage, enhanced by Yang Xian's deft hands, appeared even more stunning, with her alluring peach blossom eyes seemingly capable of ensnaring souls, drawing the gaze of any observer. Coupled with her perfectly proportioned figure, she was a striking sight even while seated. Xue, though beautiful in her own right, seemed somewhat plain in comparison to Yanyou at this moment. Damn it, why must Yanyou steal the spotlight? All the attention should be directed towards me. Xue harbored silent resentment, yet could not display it before others. She merely shot a cold glance at Yanyou before turning to walk away. As the sky darkened, the welcome party gradually commenced. Following the speeches from the school leaders, the performances officially began. Seizing the opportunity before her turn, Yanyou took out her phone and opened the live streaming app. Shortly after going live, a friend request popped up, and upon glancing at the name, Yanyou smiled and accepted the connection. In the next moment, the camera panned, revealing both faces on the screen. Mengjia, at the sight of Yanyou, Jiangqi couldn't help but exclaim, taken aback by her beauty. Wow, Jiga, who is this? Such a beautiful lady. Is she your friend? Hurry and introduce her. It turned out that Jiangqi was eager to go live to connect with this lovely lady. On the other side of the camera, Jiangqi's teammates crowded in front, equally astonished upon seeing Yanyou's appearance. The viewership in the live stream surged, comprising both Jiangqi's original fans and those drawn in by the competition. Upon witnessing the visuals on either side of the stream, the fans became quite restless. My Qi Bao is as handsome as ever. Wow, aren't they recording a group variety show? So, are they taking a break to go live? Who is the lady on the right? She's stunning. Oh no, I don't know where to look. On the left, a bunch of handsome boys, and on the right, an absolutely beautiful lady. Why can't my eyes focus on just one side? The barrage of comments erupted with excitement, and due to the sheer volume, messages streamed by rapidly. Yet, the fans who were quick to react noticed something peculiar. Did anyone catch the ID of the lady on the right? What the heck? Could it be what I think it is? This somewhat resembles the beautiful boss whom Cheng Bao expressed gratitude towards during the last group formation night. The IDU Ran Yiming indeed belongs to my esteemed benefactor, Dream Sister. Is it possible that in reality, Dream Sister is such an exquisite beauty? Moreover, she has become Cheng Bao's employer? What a remarkable twist of fate. The fans erupted in cheers, and the atmosphere in the live broadcast room grew increasingly lively. Yanyou showed no intention of concealing her identity. Upon the fans revealing it, she nodded in acknowledgement. Today, she was set to broadcast our welcome party. With a cheerful smile, Yanyou waved her head at the camera and, upon seeing Song Yuhang approaching her, handed the phone over to him. Make sure to capture my best side. She winked at Song Yuhang, her playful charm infused with an inexplicable allure, momentarily leaving both him and everyone in the live stream spellbound. Chapter 71. Astonishment. After handing her phone to Song Yuhang, Yanyou made her way directly to the backstage, unaware that Xue had taken the stage in her absence. It's Xue. Who would have thought that Xue is also a student at our school? My goodness, her performance on Chao Yinji was simply breathtaking. I adore her. Truly, she is the epitome of a campus beauty, my dream girl. As Xue graced the stage, the audience erupted into fervent cheers, a cacophony of exhilaration. Among the crowd, Song Yuhang raised his phone, capturing the enchanting figure on stage. This person looks so familiar. She is a stunning beauty, the quintessential first love type. Wait, why is everyone so fixated on the beauty? Doesn't anyone notice that the one who just took the phone was also a handsome guy? What is this paradise on earth? So many gorgeous people. I know who is on stage. If you've watched the recent episodes of Chao Yinji, you'd know she is the talented new singer with both looks and skill. Amidst the barrage of comments, some were swooning, while others identified the performer, igniting a wave of excitement. Both Song Yuhang and Jiangqi noticed the chatter, yet neither felt compelled to engage, as their thoughts were far removed from the commotion around them. Standing on stage, Xue gazed at the audience, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment as they cheered for her. In her previous life, no matter how hard she strived, she could not win anyone's affection and was nearly ostracized by all. This had long been a source of heartache for her. Now, however, she felt as though the scars of her past were finally healing. Look at how many people adore me. With a sparkle in her eyes, Xue radiated even more brilliance. She prepared to sing a song she had performed on Chao Yinji, and as the accompaniment began, those who had seen the show became electrified. Those who were unfamiliar with it eagerly shared their knowledge with their companions. Meanwhile, Yanyou waited backstage, feeling somewhat bored. Upon hearing the song resonating from the front, she stealthily peeked into a corner, only to discover that it was Xue Qingyi singing. It seemed she indeed possessed some talent for the entertainment industry, not merely relying on the advantages of her rebirth. Yanyou murmured to herself, yet couldn't he help but express her discontent. Who orchestrated this program schedule? How could they have arranged for both of us to perform together? Despite her grievances, Yanyou showed no signs of retreating. She had nothing to fear from Xue Qingyi anymore. The Xie family may be affluent, but she, Yanyou, was also quite well off. Presently, she possessed over 30 billion in liquid assets, a staggering figure for any esteemed family. After all, even the most affluent families possess their wealth predominantly in the form of stocks, futures, real estate, and company equity. The cash they can readily access would barely amount to half of what she has. If Xue Qingyi intends to leverage the Xie family's influence against her, she would gladly demonstrate the consequences of challenging a formidable opponent. Xue Qingyi, having participated in musical programs, exhibits remarkable stage presence and possesses a melodious voice, enhanced by her striking beauty, which captivates a considerable audience. Upon concluding her performance and descending from the stage, she fortuitously encounters Yanyou, who is awaiting her turn. Although I am uncertain of your audacity to sign up for a performance, I wish you good fortune. May it not invite further ridicule. Xue Qingyi smiles, seemingly offering a well-meaning reminder, yet her words carry an unmistakably sarcastic tone. Yanyou approaches her without any intention of yielding, deliberately brushing past her shoulder. Then I shall take your words as a blessing. Yanyou remarks casually before stepping onto the stage as the host introduces her. Xue Qingyi nearly stumbles from the impact, turning back in indignation to glare at Yanyou, who ascends the stage as if she had never acknowledged her presence. Xue Qingyi mutters through gritted teeth, her animosity towards her becoming glaringly apparent. However, that intense emotion is swiftly suppressed, and by the time she turns back to face her classmates, her expression has transformed into a gentle smile. It is Yanyou's inaugural experience on stage before such a large audience, and though she initially harbors a flicker of trepidation, an inexplicable calm envelopes her the moment she steps onto the stage. As she strides toward the center, her heart settles into tranquility. The spotlight bathes her in brilliance. Clad in a flowing white gown with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, she radiates an ethereal glow. The audience, previously engaged in discussions about Xue Qingyi's performance, falls into a hushed silence upon witnessing Yanyou, their minds momentarily blank. With beauty that can stun fish and birds, and grace that can make flowers shudder, the words echo in Song Yuhang's mind, eclipsing all else. In his gaze, the surrounding crowd fades into insignificance, leaving only the young woman under the spotlight as the singular focus of his world. He steadies his phone in hand, capturing the moment, while viewers in the live stream share in the awe of the scene. I cannot find the words to express this. Every strand of her hair seems to tug at my heartstrings. Sister Meng, my eternal goddess. I declare, from this day forth, Sister Meng is my wife. No one shall contest that. What are you daydreaming about? Draw your sword, rival. In the brief silence that followed, the barrage of comments began to flood the screen. While on the other side of the live broadcast, Jiang Qi and his teammates remained captivated by the stunning visuals. Brother Qi, is she really your boss? Inquired a youthful teammate, his voice barely above a whisper. Another teammate, snapping back to reality, nudged Jiang Qi with his shoulder, his gaze imbued with a suggestive meaning. Do you return to the company during your free time? If I had such a boss, I would hardly feel inclined to record the show. Isn't that the truth? Echoed the other teammates, and as Jiang Qi absorbed their words, a wave of exhilaration surged within him. An impulse relentlessly thumped in his heart, clamoring to announce to the world, yes, this is the most significant person in my life. Chapter 72. The breakthrough of affection value. Yanyou remained oblivious to the awe her entrance inspired in countless spectators. Her sole focus was on delivering a flawless rendition of her prepared song, for therein lay her chance to fulfill her mission. As the gentle and soothing prelude concluded, she raised the microphone and began to sing the lyrics she had memorized to perfection. Escaping the cosmic collision of the universe, traversing through the darkness, where does it lead? Time plunges into the depths of desolation. Can the memories with you be preserved? The starry sky is irregular, endlessly descending, and before me, you dissolve into a mere illusion. Her melodious and ethereal voice seemed to carry a natural reverberation, ensnaring the audience in the vastness of the cosmos, rendering them momentarily entranced. Yanyou herself became lost in the song, bolstered not only by her exceptional vocal talent, but also by her diligent practice over time. The effect she produced was nothing short of astonishing. Within the live stream, comments erupted. "My goodness, is this the voice I can hear for free? Who would have thought that Sister Ming is wealthy, beautiful, and possesses such a captivating voice? Compared to her, my girlfriend pales in comparison. She must be the reincarnation of Yanyou. I am truly envious." As Gyu's song resonated, the popularity of her live streaming account soared. Not only did her performance create a sensation online, but videos captured by on-site spectators also ignited considerable fervor that evening. Nando welcoming gala, most beautiful campus belle, the most perfect voice. In no time, several new entries regarding Gyu adorned the trending topics on Vblog. Their popularity continuously rising. Though a song does not last long, when Gyu completed her performance and turned to leave the stage, the audience remained enraptured by her melody. It was only when they snapped back to reality, realizing they could no longer see the enchanting figure, that they collectively sighed in regret. Unaware of the impact her performance would yield, Gyu only heard the system's notification sound as she stepped off the stage. Ding. Detection of target character song. Yuhang's affection value for the host is 1. Current affection value is 96 points, granting 1 free attribute point. Ding. Detection of target character song Yuhang. Ding. Detection of target character song Yuhang. Current affection value has reached 100 points, granting 1 free attribute point. Ding. Detection of target character Jiangqi's affection value for the host is 1. Current affection value is 100 points, granting 1 free attribute point. Ding. Detection of target character Jiangqi's affection value has surpassed 100. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 points. Ding. Detection of target character song Yuhang's affection value has surpassed 100. Congratulations to the host for receiving 1,000 points. Kind reminder. Upon surpassing the maximum affection value, the host will automatically receive 1 attribute point daily for each individual who has reached the maximum value. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the attribute point exchange function. 1 attribute point can be exchanged for 1 point. A flurry of notification sounds nearly caused Gyu to lose her footing and tumble down the steps. At a crucial moment, Gyu managed to steady herself, her heart racing as she found her footing. She pressed her lips together and silently returned to the rest area, where the gazes of those she encountered were filled with fervor, even from classmates with whom she usually shared a lukewarm relationship, who surprisingly took the initiative to strike up a conversation. However, Gyu remained somewhat aloof, merely exchanging a few polite words before departing, leaving many feeling a sense of regret. Those familiar with her would discern the suppressed excitement in her eyes, a struggle to contain her elation. Open the attribute panel, she implored mentally, eagerly calling upon the system as soon as she found herself in solitude. In the next moment, the attribute panel materialized before her. As there had been no alterations to her values during this period, the figures remained largely unchanged. Yet, upon glancing at her attribute points and credits, a smile broke across her face. Following her previous encounter with Jiangqi, where her favorability soared and she earned 19 attribute points, she had nearly maximized her panel's attributes. And with the addition of this new 6 points, she was even closer to full capacity. Moreover, the rewards from this event had propelled her credits to a remarkable total of 2,930. What an astonishing surprise. She had not anticipated such a generous reward for surpassing the maximum favorability. How could the system not have informed her of this delightful turn of events sooner? Gyu chuckled with glee, relieved that no one else was around to witness her joy, lest the goddess-like aura that had just enveloped her be shattered. The system responded. System not upgraded. Host must explore various functions independently, as prior notification is not possible. Gyu did not genuinely hold it against the system for its silence. Instead, she comforted it, saying, "Do not worry, I will strive to earn popularity and convert it into prestige points, ensuring your upgrade comes sooner." The system encouraged her, "Host, do your best." Gyu smiled with crescent-shaped eyes, glancing at the panel before closing it. It was not yet time to allocate attribute points. She would attend to that later, upon her return. After the performance concluded, Gyu set out to find Song Yuhang, her eagerness to learn about the effects of her recent live stream palpable. In her haste, she failed to notice Ji Mingxue fixating on her with a veiled, venomous glare. Damn it, how infuriating. Ji Mingxue nearly crushed the cup in her hand. Tonight, she should have been the center of attention. Yet Gyu had once again stolen her thunder. It was deliberate. She was certain of it. Just then, her phone rang. "Hello, Sister Chun." Ji Mingxue's mood was evidently sour, her tone heavy. Her manager, Chun Lan, immediately sensed something was amiss and inquired, "What's wrong?" Was the performance unsatisfactory? They had long prepared to leverage this welcoming gala to bolster Ji Mengshue's reputation as the most beautiful and talented schoolflower. And this call was to discuss the performance's outcome. Ji Mengxue briefly recounted the events that had just transpired. Chunlan initially furrowed her brow, but soon relaxed, reassuringly saying, "Mengxue, rest assured, I will assist in handling this matter, and there will be no complications. As for that Ji Yu you mentioned, please provide me with the details upon your return." After a brief exchange, Ji Mengxue departed from the lounge. Since the performance had concluded, there was no reason for her to linger at the school. At that moment, Ji Yu was also pulling Song Yuhang through the crowd. The stunning performance on stage had drawn everyone's attention to Ji Yu as soon as she appeared, captivating onlookers who abandoned the ongoing show to crowd around her for photographs. Fearing that remaining in the throng might lead to unnecessary complications, Ji Yu hurriedly urged Song Yuhang to escape the gathering. Chapter 73. The Admirer X2 achieved, having finally escaped the relentless encirclement of her classmates. Ji Yu grasped Song Yuhang's hand and sought refuge in a quieter locale to catch her breath. She had finally experienced the sensation of being pursued by adoring fans, and chuckled at the absurdity of it all. However, when she turned to elicit a response from Song Yuhang, she found him with his head slightly bowed, his gaze fixated on their intertwined hands. "Ah, there were simply too many people earlier. I pulled you along rather hastily." Ji Yu, in her prime, felt invigorated and, though she had never formally tested her stamina, she suspected that even some boys could not rival her. Indeed, it was she who had single-handedly forged a path through the crowd with Song Yuhang in tow. "No, it's nothing," Song Yuhang replied, his voice low, striving to feign indifference. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the crimson hue that crept into his ears. At his words, Ji Yu casually withdrew her hand, reaching for the phone that Song Yuhang had been holding. Unbeknownst to her, in that fleeting moment of release, a flicker of disappointment crossed Song Yuhang's eyes. "Oh dear, the live stream is still ongoing?" she exclaimed, glancing at the device to discover that the broadcast had indeed continued. The ambience in Jiang Qi's vicinity had shifted slightly. Previously surrounded by others, he was now alone. A chorus of laughter erupted in the live stream, leaving Ji Yu perplexed as she scrolled through the comments, unable to discern the cause of their amusement. "What transpired just now?" she inquired, her autumn-like eyes blinking inquisitively at Jiang Qi, the camera now capturing her visage up close. Under the flattering filter, Jiang Qi bit his lip, his gaze wandering. "It's nothing, really. It's just that Sister Meng's singing was so enchanting that I found myself wanting more." He recalled the moment earlier when he had unwittingly revealed his infatuation in front of tens of thousands during the performance, only to be further incensed by the sight of Ji Yu holding hands with Song Yuhang. At that moment, he wished he could escape to another planet, where Ji Yu would remain oblivious to his hidden affections. However, as he attempted to shift the conversation away from such matters, the viewers in the live stream were relentless, eager to report on his visible reactions. Sister Meng, when you were singing, Qi Bao's eyes nearly popped out. I saw you holding hands with that boy." Qi Bao looked so heartbroken. "Sister Meng, is that handsome young man your boyfriend? If not, might we suggest Qi Bao?" Though idols dating often incurs the wrath of fans, I must say, if the object of affection is Sister Meng, I wholeheartedly support this union. As Ji Yu read the barrage of comments, a sense of astonishment washed over her. Gazing intently at Jiang Qi through the lens, she finally recognized the effort he was making to maintain composure, though his countenance betrayed the emotions that flickered across his face. In an instant, a flash of insight illuminated Ji Yu's mind, and a thought abruptly emerged. Jiang Qi, does he have feelings for me? Could it possibly be related to that so-called favorability value? As these thoughts traversed her mind, the system promptly provided an answer. A qualified, godly, rich individual is never without various high-quality companions of the opposite sex. When their favorability towards the host reaches its zenith, it will transform into a value of affection. Ji Yu. So Jiang Qi truly likes me now? And what about Song Yuhang, whose favorability has also reached its peak? Contemplating this, Ji Yu immediately glanced over at Song Yuhang. However, in her eagerness, she lifted her gaze too abruptly, leaving him no time to avert his eyes, resulting in an unintentional moment of eye contact. Song Yuhang's eyes brimmed with deep affection, which he typically restrained, revealing only in unnoticed corners where he dared to let his love shine unabashedly. Unfortunately, this fleeting indulgence was caught by Ji Yu in that very moment. For a brief instant, Song Yuhang found himself at a loss. Ji Yu. All right then, Admirers X2 achieved. Observing the fans in the live stream eagerly inquiring about her thoughts, Jiang Qi hastily interjected to defuse the situation. Everyone, please calm down. I like Sister Ming. After all, she is my mentor and my boss. How could I not have fondness for her? However, I am currently an idol. If I were to date now, wouldn't you be afraid that fans might come after me? His words prompted several supportive fans to step forward, challenging those who stirred up trouble. Everyone, don't misinterpret. Qingyi just formed a group. How could he possibly be in a relationship? Isn't refraining from dating part of an idol's professional ethics? There should be a limit to jokes. Don't jeopardize Qingyi's future. What is the matter with you fans? Why are you jumping to conclusions so quickly? Just because you cast a few votes doesn't mean you can dictate his life. Do you even consider if you're worthy? Please, everyone. Can we just enjoy the show quietly? As the live chat threatened to escalate into chaos, Yanyou, not wanting to dwell on Jiangqi and Song Yuhang's feelings, quickly attempted to placate the audience. Though we are in a superior subordinate relationship, we are also very good friends. Let us not create discord among ourselves, all right? Perhaps her charm made her words more convincing. As soon as she spoke, the previously heated comments ceased abruptly. Sister Ming is right. I love Sister Ming. All that matters is that Ming Jie and Qingyi share a wonderful bond. It's only the beginning, yet I'm already looking forward to the day it ends. Honestly, with a godly rich person like Sister Ming, as long as you don't sabotage yourself, Qingyi will undoubtedly achieve great success. Yanyou wholeheartedly agreed with their sentiments. Although her resources were limited, she was confident that she could procure significant opportunities through her financial means, ensuring Jiangqi's future fame. After engaging with the audience for a while, Yanyou noticed the time was getting late, so she bid farewell to Jiangqi and waved at the camera. The live broadcast concludes here for today, and with a decisive motion, Yanyou promptly shuts off the camera. She then casually sends a message to Jiangqi. Yanyou, thank you for today. I would like to treat you to a meal upon your return. A swift reply follows. Jiangqi, I am delighted to assist Ming Jie. I look forward to our next meeting. As Yanyou reads the rather formal response, she recalls the earlier words of the system, and a subtle smile graces her lips. The young man certainly knows how to feign indifference. Song Yuhang, who has been closely observing Yanyou, notices the smile on her face, and a pang of unease tightens within him as his fingers instinctively clench slightly. It appears you and he share a rather close bond. Song Yuhang ventures to inquire, sensing that Jiangqi harbors feelings for Yanyou akin to his own. Yet, perhaps both believe themselves unworthy of her, thus leaving unspoken the sentiments that linger between them. Nonetheless, this does not deter Song Yuhang from remaining ever vigilant. Chapter 74. Unable to afford, truly unable to afford. Song Yuhang had a vague understanding of the relationship between Yanyou and Jiangqi, yet he remained oblivious to the depths of Yanyou's feelings for Jiangqi previously. Had Yanyou heard Song Yuhang's inquiry, she would have given it little thought. However, once her affection for him reached its zenith, she could not help but discern the underlying significance of his question. This boy, could he possibly be feeling jealous? Yanyou mused, her gaze meticulously scrutinizing Song Yuhang, which rendered him hesitant to meet her eyes. Noticing Song Yuhang's sudden evasion of her gaze and the faint flush creeping up his ears, Yanyou's understanding was clear. Though he was an artist under her contract, she regarded him as a friend. With a slight withdrawal of her gaze, she chose not to tease him further. Song Yuhang released a breath of relief. After a moment's hesitation, he shifted the topic. I never knew you could sing so beautifully. If you were to debut, you would undoubtedly achieve great fame. He jested. Yanyou casually nodded, neither affirming nor denying. Perhaps one day, if the whim strikes me, I might just debut, she replied, unable to suppress a laugh. The notion of her, a person of such laid-back disposition, embarking on a career in the entertainment industry seemed utterly implausible. As Song Yuhang beheld her smile, he found himself smiling in return. Time slipped away, and as Yanyou and Song Yuhang departed the school gates, they each drove off in their respective vehicles. To her surprise, upon arriving home, the notification of task completion chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing an independent performance. Accumulating a popularity of over 2 million, reward amount 50 million, 1 Rolls-Royce Cullinan, 10 attribute points, and 100 points. Current popularity, 2 million, with an additional 1 million added. Automatic conversion of reputation points, 100,000, reward points, 1,000. Haha. Upon hearing the notification, Yanyou burst into laughter. At that moment, she felt as if she had suddenly transitioned from poverty to affluence after 800 years, an inexplicable lightness filling her spirit. Yanyou grinned foolishly for a while, then composed herself to enter the house. After a light snack, she filled a bathtub with warm water, preparing for a leisurely soak. Today was a fortuitous day, and all her wishes seemed attainable. Humming a tune, Yanyou disrobed and stepped into the tub. As she indulged in her bath, Yanyou summoned her attribute panel and began to allocate her attribute points. Name: Yanyou. Age: 18. Height: 170 centimeters. Physique: 95 beauty, 96 charisma, 95 charm, 9 enhanced through system assessment. Skills: perfect singing voice. Items: none points. 3930 reputation points, 200. 000. Gazing at the steadily increasing values, she felt a subtle refinement coursing through her skin, a testament to the changes in her body brought about by the alterations in her attributes. Yanyou's cheeks flushed with excitement as she promptly rose from the bathtub and approached the mirror to scrutinize her current appearance. The transformation she had undergone since her arrival in this new world was remarkable. Previously, her complexion had been a dull yellow, speckled with faint freckles. Yet now her skin resembled fine jade, translucent with a hint of blush, as if it could yield droplets of water with the lightest pinch. Although her facial features had not radically altered, they possessed a newfound delicacy, with the contours appearing even more exquisite and elegantly curved. The most significant change, however, lay in her physique. Despite having been raised in affluence and never lacking in nutrition, her development had been somewhat suboptimal, possibly due to her age at the time or other factors. Although she had maintained a commendable figure, it had never reached perfection. Now, standing before the mirror, she felt a rush of warmth at the sight of her alabaster form. Her silhouette was voluptuous yet refined, with a waist that could be grasped with ease and legs that were long and straight, resembling a natural model for garments. Upon examining her body closely, she realized that the modifications following her last attribute enhancement had not significantly changed her state. She surmised that she was now approaching her most perfect form. After admiring her reflection for a while, Yanyou washed up and donned a silk camisole nightgown before climbing into her soft, inviting bed. She then began to explore the system's marketplace. In the past, her limited points had deterred her from even opening the shop, fearing the disappointment of discovering items she adored but could not afford. After enduring this frustration for so long, she had finally managed to accumulate some points, albeit modestly, and now felt curious enough to browse the affordable options, hoping to unearth a hidden gem. The homepage of the marketplace presented various categories, including daily, luxury, medicine, items, illustrations, and skills, each distinctly color-coded for her convenience. Yanyou first opened the gray daily section, revealing a splendid array of ordinary items at reasonable prices, ranging from 530 points, with the most expensive not exceeding 100 points. In the white luxury category, she found an assortment of opulent goods, including bags, clothing, accessories, cars, and even properties, with prices starting above 100 and going up to 1,000 points. Expecting the silver medicine section to feature familiar pharmaceuticals, she was taken aback upon opening it. The offerings included rapid hemostatic agents, quick healing potions, gene modification serums, and gene restoration agents, many of which she had never even heard of. Each item displayed its price, most exceeding 100 points, with an upper limit reaching below 10,000 points. At this revelation, Yanyou could not help but take a deep breath, then proceeded to explore the azure items category and the crimson illustrations category that had been on her mind. Yanyou has previously drawn prop cards several times, and after using them, she couldn't help but praise their remarkable effects. However, upon seeing the selling prices now, she couldn't suppress a gulp. The most affordable prop cards are priced at 500 points, while the most extravagant ones are listed at a staggering 15,000 points. Yanyou felt as if her heart was bleeding. After perusing the offerings, she feared that not a trace of her points would remain. System, are you not a wealthy patron? Cultivation system? Why do I feel like I'm not a wealthy patron at all, but rather a pauper? I truly cannot afford this. Yanyou lamented, tears welling in her eyes. The system replied, he who does not strive in youth will only lament in old age. Yanyou retorted, System, have you contracted a virus? The system responded, Host, you ought to reflect on your own efforts in earning points. Yanyou replied, Thank you. I feel quite disheartened. Chapter 75. The color of money. Silently swallowing her tears of poverty, Yanyou resolutely continued to gaze at the screen. Initially curious about the illustrations, she was utterly astonished to discover that they depicted intricate schematics of various high-tech instruments. Diagrams of a 1-nanometer lithography machine, a 3D freeform diamond processing machine, a micron-level automatic tool setter, and a proton beam therapy accelerator unfolded before her eyes. The items within the red illustrations were undeniably expensive, yet compared to others, Yanyou inexplicably felt that they were worth far more than their price suggested, for each item was a treasure of immeasurable value. Even considering the system's exorbitant exchange rate, What could be acquired for mere billions in the real world might require hundreds of billions in points. Yet, value is not merely a matter of calculation. Many of these items were monopolized by other nations, rendering them nearly impossible to acquire, even for the wealthy. However, in Gyu's marketplace, anything could be purchased with points. Though accumulating points was arduous, it seemed not entirely unattainable. With her chin resting on her hand, Gyu pondered for a moment, deciding that once her points were plentiful, she might experiment with some of the illustrations, perhaps uncovering delightful surprises. The final section she opened was the Golden Skills category, which contained the very items Gyu had longed for. Skill, Mastery of Dance, price, 10,000 points. Skill, Mastery of Combat, price, 15,000 points. Skill, Mastery of Firearms, price, 15,000 points. Skill, Photographic Memory, price, 13,000 points. The skills displayed themselves before Gyu, each tome emanating a faint golden glow. An epiphany struck her. That was the color of money. Quietly glancing at her points balance, 3,930. Gyu burst into tears. It's just so hard for me. When will I ever earn enough points? Reluctantly, she lingered over the skills for a while longer before gritting her teeth and closing the display. Fine, I'll just have to save up more. She consoled herself, then wearily lay back on her bed, pulling the blanket over her head and drifting into slumber. Nanda University's welcome event had been held countless times before, but this time, it garnered unprecedented attention. Propelled to the third spot on the trending topics due to the appearances of Gyu and Xue Qingyi. Xue Qingyi's agent, Chen Lan, had meticulously orchestrated a promotional strategy, even coordinating with marketing accounts to amplify the personas of the most beautiful campus flower and the genius scholar. Yet, scarcely had the announcements been released when the title of the most beautiful campus flower was claimed by none other than Gyu herself. One cannot help but remark that Gyu's striking beauty is undeniably more alluring than Xue Qingyi's innocent and charming visage. Particularly, Gyu's languid demeanor imbues her presence with an air of detached nonchalance, rendering her utterly irresistible to those who behold her. A few snapshots taken at various evening events merely whetted the appetite of the vast online audience, prompting many to seek out Gyu's unverified Weibo account. Although lacking official certification, numerous individuals were aware that she was the formidable owner of Xingchen Entertainment, leading to an outpouring of admiration for what they deemed a life well lived. Xue Qingyi, upon learning of the unforeseen developments, reacted with fury, hurling her newly purchased smartphone against the wall. Gyu, just you wait, she seethed, her gaze icy. Grabbing a backup phone, she dialed a number. Did you not wish to inquire about that family? Xue Qingyi's voice was soft, almost fragile, as if it could shatter with the slightest touch, unguarded in its simplicity. I know you are eager to learn more, and perhaps show concern for Yu. I can share what I know. She then proceeded to divulge the circumstances surrounding her former foster family. Ordinarily, the Liang family was not affluent, and the likelihood of the Liang and Ji families giving birth in the same hospital, leading to a mix-up of children, seemed implausible. However, fate can be whimsical, and human actions often shape destiny. 18 years prior, the Liang family managed to mistake their child due to the unfortunate coincidence of the Ji family encountering an earthquake while vacationing in Jincheng, during which Shunhuiru was 8 months pregnant. The earthquake, while sparing her from harm, induced an early labor, forcing her to deliver at a local hospital in the quaint tourist town. Coincidentally, Chen Fengyun of the Liang family also gave birth at this very hospital, with her sister-in-law working as a nurse in the neonatal department, facilitating the deceptive exchange. Aware of the Ji family's wealth, Liang Shichao and Chen Fengyun aspired for their daughter to enter the realm of affluence, hoping that as she matured and inherited the Ji family's fortune, they could later reclaim her and benefit from her wealth. One might say they were audacious dreamers. Yet, the Liang family underestimated the Ji family's true affluence, which far surpassed their expectations, existing in a realm entirely distinct from their own. After departing from the tourist town, the brief intersection of their worlds would inevitably dissolve. The Liang family, having lost track of the Ji couple, found themselves incapable of locating their desired targets, resulting in their grand schemes unraveling. Consequently, the true daughter of the Ji family became the scapegoat for their frustrations over the years. Xue Qingyi, after being cast out from the Ji family, discovered the entire truth only when the Liang family sought her out. At that time, Gyu was the favored jewel of the Ji household, while she, the legitimate heiress, suffered relentless schemes against her, ultimately leading to her disgraceful expulsion. Even in this newfound existence, the echoes of the Liang family's derisive laughter and scorn remained etched in her memory, causing her to feel a wave of nausea at the mere recollection. I have revealed to you all that I know. I implore you to keep this information confidential. If that family discovers Yuyo's whereabouts, they will undoubtedly come searching for her. They are not benevolent individuals, and if they learn of Yuyo's location, it will surely invite a multitude of troubles. Ying, can you promise me this? Xue Qingyi's voice was laden with concern, her countenance shrouded in gloom. She was already aware that Yuyo's former friend had severed ties with her, and now she intended to exploit this situation to deal with Yuyo. On the other end of the line was Ying, who, after listening to Xue Qingyi's final inquiry, responded with sincerity. Rest assured, we are friends. Otherwise, I would not have sought you out due to my concern for her. Ying sighed, as if her visit to Xue Qingyi was indeed motivated by genuine care for Yuyo. The two did not linger in conversation and soon concluded the call. After hanging up, Ying promptly dialed Nieshi, seizing the opportunity to teach Yuyo a lesson. Chapter 76. I shall bestow upon you a fine gift. Yuyo's fame online did not wane swiftly. Rather, it ascended gradually with the discussions of netizens. In just a few days, her popularity surged by 1 million, reaching a total of 3 million. Her points also increased by 1,000. And combined with the recent sign-in rewards, her points had surpassed 4,000. Yuyo felt quite elated. If this momentum continued, accumulating 10 million in popularity would not seem a daunting task. However, her bliss was soon interrupted by an unforeseen event. Yuyo, you have been quite the sensation lately. Nieshi and Ying intercepted Yuyo as she prepared to head home after class. Do you need something? Yuyo responded with a demeanor that was cold and distant. Yet, it was precisely this sense of aloofness that unsettled Nieshi and Ying, instilling in them a feeling of being looked down upon by Yuyo. Ying's lips curled downward, shadows flickering in her eyes, while Nieshi erupted with indignation. Yuyo, spare us the pretense of superiority. In the past, we tolerated you because you were the daughter of the G family, but now that you lack that identity, what gives you the right to act so high and mighty before us? Nieshi's fury was palpable. She could not abide Yuyo's attitude. Ying, aware of Nieshi's temperament and fearing she might overstep, tugged at her arm. Xiaoxi, don't forget we have business to attend to. At Ying's reminder, Nieshi gradually quelled her anger and recalled the purpose of their confrontation. With a disdainful huff directed at Yuyo, she mocked. Yuyo, in light of our former friendship, we are graciously assisting you by bringing your parents here. You need not be alone any longer. Come forth. With a clap of her hands, 3 plainly dressed individuals emerged from around the corner. 2 middle-aged men and women, and a young man in his 20s donning black-rimmed glasses. As they approached, their gaze fixated on Yuyo, seemingly fervent, yet Yuyo discerned an unmistakable glimmer of greed hidden within their eyes. Yo-yo, you must be our daughter. Yuyo, the middle-aged woman among them exclaimed, her voice imbued with excitement and affection. 18 years ago, you and Xue were swapped at birth. I thought I would never see my biological daughter again. I cannot believe we are finally reunited. She attempted to rush forward to embrace Yuyo, but Yuyo, quick on her feet, evaded her advance. Furrowing her brow, she replied calmly, I do not know you. Though a flicker of suspicion stirred within her, she maintained her composure, concealing her emotions. The middle-aged man, Liang Shichao, expressed his dissatisfaction with Yuyo's evasive actions, his face stern as he declared, we are your parents. The G family has already taken their biological daughter home. We originally intended to bring you back as well. But the G family has not provided us with any information about you. If it were not for these 2 kind classmates, we might not have seen you until now. The young man among the 3 chimed in, I am your biological brother. We are a close-knit family. We traveled tirelessly through the night to find you. It has been exhausting. Sister, where do you live? Please take us home so we can rest. Liang Shichao and Chun Fengyun nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Yuyo growing increasingly fervent. The 3 of them swept their eyes over Yuyo several times, as if a glimmer of light had flashed in their eyes. Since leaving the G family, Yuyo had never neglected herself, regardless of food, clothing, or other necessities. She had always chosen the finest, resulting in her not only becoming increasingly beautiful, but exuding an indescribable air of affluence, making it evident that she was a person of considerable means. This was precisely what the Liang family desired to witness. Oh, so you are my biological parents? Yuyo regarded the individuals before her with profound significance, ultimately fixing her gaze on Nieshi and Ying. So, you were the ones they sent to find me? A captivating smile graced her lips, her expressions captivating enough to draw one's gaze. The 3 members of the Liang family stared, entranced, while Nieshi and Ying remained oblivious to the nuances in Yuyo's words, nodding with considerable pride. Indeed, it It was I who conveyed your whereabouts to them. No need to thank me. After all, we were once friends. As a friend, I genuinely hope for your family reunion." As she uttered these words, she felt a wave of distaste wash over her, glancing at Yue Qingyi, believing that the words would have sounded better coming from her. Yanyou chuckled lightly, though the mirth did not reach her eyes. "Is that so? Then I suppose I should thank you." She raised her chin with a smug expression, mockingly stating, "No need for thanks. Just focus on reuniting with your family." With that, she exchanged a triumphant glance with Yue Qingyi, saying, "Let us go. We should be on our way." Although she yearned to remain and witness the unfolding drama, she wondered how it might affect the family dynamics if they lingered. For now, it was best to leave, as long as it brought discomfort to Yanyou. Nothing else mattered. Yue Qingyi calmly cast a glance at Yanyou, offering a gentle reminder. "Yanyou, I know you tend to have a fiery temper, but you are fundamentally a kind-hearted person. With your biological parents now appearing, you must be overwhelmed with joy. So we shall not intrude further." With that, she prepared to depart with Yanyou. "Stop!" Yanyou suddenly called out to the two. Yanyou and Yue Qingyi turned back, with Yanyou impatiently inquiring, "Do you have something to say?" Yanyou flashed a smile, but internally, she summoned the system. "System, please open the system store and retrieve the misfortune card." As soon as the thought settled, a display panel for the misfortune card appeared before Yanyou. Item, misfortune card. Upon usage on the target will experience relentless bad luck for 24 hours. With the severity of misfortune assessed based on the malevolence value attributed to the host, the higher the malevolence value, the greater the misfortune endured by the target. Yanyou declared, "This is the one." Without hesitation, she purchased 2 misfortune cards and directed their usage towards Yanyou and Yue Qingyi. "Thank you for your hard work. I shall remember to bestow upon you a delightful gift," Yanyou remarked. Yanyou, disinterested, merely huffed and turned to leave. However, the moment she pivoted, an inexplicable misstep caused her to stumble, sending her uncontrollably crashing to the ground. "Ah!" Yanyou exclaimed, instinctively shutting her eyes in fright. Yue Qingyi, taken aback by Yanyou's sudden fall, reached out to catch her, only to be tripped by Yanyou's foot, thus losing her own balance. In the next instant, the two of them collided together like a precarious game of Jenga, emitting a simultaneous cry of pain as they fell. Chapter 77. Recognition. Qingyi, my leg. Please move off me. Yanyou felt a sharp pain radiating from her calf, and cold sweat instantly adorned her forehead. She reached out in an attempt to push Yue Qingyi away, but found herself utterly unable to budge her. When Yue Qingyi had fallen, she not only landed on Yanyou's calf, but also struck her head against the ground, rendering herself unconscious. Despite Yanyou's frantic calls, Yue Qingyi remained unresponsive. None of the onlookers had anticipated such an abrupt turn of events. Even Yanyou, who had foreseen that both girls would face misfortune due to her use of the misfortune card, did not expect the retribution to arrive so swiftly. "Oh dear! What is happening? Someone please help." After a moment of stunned silence, Qin Fengyun slapped her thigh and called out, her voice loud enough to attract considerable attention. The Liang family hesitated, unsure whether to assist, while Yanyou stood aloof, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding drama. Fortunately, some classmates passing by heard the commotion and hurried over to assess the situation. Upon discovering the 2 girls entangled on the ground, evidently injured, they promptly called for assistance to take them to the school infirmary. The school nurse's examination revealed that Yanyou had suffered a fracture in her calf due to Yue Qingyi's weight, while Yue Qingyi had sustained a head injury that could potentially lead to a concussion. As the nurse spoke, her gaze was filled with incredulity, astonished that a simple fall could result in such severe consequences. Given the gravity of the situation, an ambulance was quickly summoned to transport both girls for further evaluation and treatment. However, en route, the ambulance collided with another vehicle. While the accident was not severe, both Yanyou and Yue Qingyi sustained further injuries to their hands and feet. Subsequent to their arrival at the hospital, they encountered a series of minor mishaps, escalating their injuries from mild to severe. Of course, these were matters for later. In the present moment, as Yanyou and Yue Qingyi were taken away, the Liang family hesitated for a moment, opting not to follow but instead remaining steadfastly by Yanyou's side, as if determined to stick with her for the day. "Yanyou, perhaps we should head home first," Qin Fengyun suggested tentatively. Liang Shichao chimed in, sighing as he rubbed his waist. "We have been through quite a lot today. It would be wise to return home and rest." Liang Jun added, "Sister, our parents have yet to eat. Could you please order some takeout? We are quite hungry." Their assertions were delivered with such an air of entitlement, as if Yanyou were obliged to comply with their every whim. "Huh." Yanyou observed the trio for a moment before releasing a derisive scoff. The Liang family detected the dissonance in her laughter, their brows furrowing in concern. What are you laughing at? Liang Jun inquired, his tone tinged with annoyance. Yanyou fixed him with a cold stare and replied, Do I know you? What do you mean you don't know us? We are your parents and brothers. You were mistakenly swapped at birth for 18 years and thus do not recognize us. But it is undeniable that you are indeed the daughter of the Liang family. Liang Xichao appeared to be an honest man, yet harbored a multitude of cunning thoughts. Upon hearing Yanyou's words, he seemed reluctant to acknowledge them and immediately began to shout, We have long awaited a reunion with you. Upon learning of your existence, we rushed here overnight to meet you, only to discover that you do not even recognize your own biological parents? How can you be so cold-hearted and unfeeling? Each member of the Liang family chimed in, their voices raised as if afraid others would miss their plight. Noticing that onlookers were drawn to their commotion, they quickly adopted a pitiful demeanor to elicit sympathy from the crowd. Yanyou stood calmly, observing their theatrical performance. Hearing the surrounding spectators speculate about her relationship with the trio, she nonchalantly interjected. Firstly, I have never encountered any of you before. You suddenly appear before me claiming to be my parents, and I suspect you may actually be human traffickers. After all, such schemes of impersonating family members are rife these days. You might be intending to abduct me. Secondly, even if there is some semblance of blood relation between us, so what? You have never nurtured me for a single day since my birth. I am now an independent adult, entitled to sever ties with you. Do not attempt to morally constrain me with appeals to familial affection. I am not swayed by such tactics. Yanyou articulated her thoughts with clarity, her tone devoid of warmth, nearly betraying her disdain for the family. She recalled that in the original storyline, the protagonist, Xue, had been driven from her home due to Yanyou's machinations, prompting this family to seek her out. Initially, they sought their biological daughter, Yanyou, but she had shown them no courtesy and had them swiftly dismissed. Fearing they might disrupt her life in the Ji family, she had subsequently ensured they received a stern lesson, warning them that any further attempts to attract her attention would result in dire consequences. The Liang family, unwilling to relent, redirected their frustration towards Xue. It could be said that the Liang family's actions played a significant role in the tragic fate that befell Xue in her first life. However, upon her rebirth, Xue wasted no time in exacting her revenge on the Liang family, rendering some incapacitated and others imprisoned, resulting in their considerable suffering. As her thoughts returned from memories, she was once again met with the wailing of Chen Fengyun. Is there no justice in this world? The daughter I carried for 10 months does not recognize me as her mother. How can my fate be so cruel? Everyone, please weigh in on this. How can a daughter be so heartless? Chen Fengyun cried out, her voice loud and desperate. Yet, many in the crowd had heard Yanyou's earlier statements and had gleaned some semblance of the truth. Thus, despite Chen Fengyun's lamentations, few among the onlookers sided with them. Observing their determination to create chaos, Yanyou, uninterested in prolonging the exchange, decided to bypass them and make her exit, indifferent to the opinions of those around her. You cannot leave. What shall we do if you do? Liang Jun stepped forward once more, blocking Yanyou's path. This time, his expression lacked the previous feigned familiarity, instead taking on a more menacing demeanor as he reached out to grasp Yanyou. It was evident that his intention was to seize her, after which he would no longer fear her defiance. Yanyou, having anticipated this move, swiftly evaded his attack as he charged towards her. Subsequently, she purchased 3 misfortune cards from the system's marketplace and promptly applied them to the 3 members of the Liang family. Chapter 78. Alarm, keep your distance. Yanyou evaded Liang Jun's grasp, her gaze wary as she regarded the group. The onlooking classmates hesitated, uncertain of whom to support. Liang Jun obstructed Yanyou's path, while Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun, having realized her intention to abandon them, quickly joined the fray. You cannot leave. What will become of us if you do? Liang Xichao's expression darkened, transforming his previously unassuming visage into one of menace. Chen Fengyun, dabbing at her tear-streaked face, revealed her fiery nature, pointing an accusatory finger at Yanyou and berating her for her supposed lack of filial piety. Witnessing the drastic transformation of the Liang family, the bystanders began to murmur among themselves, their glances towards the Liangs now tinged with suspicion. Could they truly be human traffickers? They certainly seem it. Did you not hear the young lady claim she does not know them? Is it not reasonable, given her adoption? Do you genuinely believe such tales? Look at that girl's beauty, then at the family's appearance. Could they possibly have birthed such a rare gem? It does seem rather plausible. Should we not alert the authorities? I think we should. The surrounding whispers intensified. Upon hearing the mention of calling the police, Liang Jun shot an indignant glare towards the crowd. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish for a beating? Despite his bespectacled, bookish appearance, Liang Jun had a history of violence during his academic years, and now, as he stepped into society, he exhibited the traits of a ruffian. Nevertheless, the fervor of youthful students could not be quelled. Provoked by Liang Jun's threats, a few stepped forward defiantly. "You are clearly no good. You must be trying to deceive the young lady. You might even be a trafficker. Quickly, call the police before these criminals escape." Several young men spoke up, prompting someone in the crowd to pull out their phone to dial for help. "You truly misunderstand. We are her parents, Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun." Feeling the weight of their guilt upon hearing the mention of the police, attempted to calm Yanyou and defuse the situation. However, Liang Jun charged at the individual making the call. "You little wretch, I told you not to call." Seething with rage, Liang Jun raised his fist to strike. The boy, however, was quick on his feet, dodging just in time to avoid Liang Jun's blow. Fearing the unfolding chaos, Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun rushed to intervene. But in the confusion, Liang Jun unintentionally landed a punch squarely on Liang Xichao's eye. With a pained cry, Liang Xichao doubled over. Oblivious, Liang Jun sought to punish those meddling in his affairs, only to inadvertently kick Chen Fengyun in the process. The scene was a chaotic tableau, and Yanyou naturally spotted Liang's parents, witnessing the distressing moments where their son had inadvertently harmed others numerous times. The classmates who had risen in righteous indignation were remarkably agile, managing to evade any contact from Liang Jun. Yanyou had no intention of becoming embroiled in the fray. She merely observed as Liang Jun, in a fit of madness, was ultimately subdued by the well-meaning students. Expressing her gratitude to those who had intervened, she calculated the time before the police would arrive and decided to depart early. She had no desire to waste any further time entangled with this family. Nevertheless, as she journeyed home, thoughts of the Liang family lingered in her mind. She had not anticipated that they would be summoned by Xue and Yanyou to perpetrate such indignities against her. Given the Liang family's nature, it was evident they would not let go of a lucrative opportunity like her, and although they had suffered a setback this time, they would surely reattach themselves to her in the future. A resolution to eliminate this troublesome situation was imperative to prevent future harassment. The Liang family was taken to the police station for questioning. Although initially apprehensive, they soon calmed down, realizing they had done nothing wrong. "Officer, we are merely searching for our daughter, and now we have nowhere to turn. Could you assist us in contacting her?" Chen Fengyun implored, her eyes hopeful as she gazed at the police officer, already scheming in her mind. She discerned that Yanyou was unwilling to acknowledge them, a situation she deemed absolutely unacceptable. Since they could not compel Yanyou to recognize their relationship, they would resort to involving the police, which would conveniently force her to reveal herself. After clarifying the circumstances, the police allowed the kind-hearted classmates to leave, but did not permit the Liang family to depart so easily. "Heiress, what we'll do? Summon that girl so you can resolve your issues directly. After all, you are family, and there is nothing wrong with that. Do you have her contact information?" The officer inquired, his gaze inadvertently lingering on Liang Jun, a subtle frown forming on his brow. There was an unsettling intuition that something was amiss with the young man. Liang Jun averted his gaze, unable to meet the officer's eyes. And this guilty demeanor only fueled the officer's suspicions further. "We do not have it, but I am certain someone must," Chen Fengyun stated, while she and Liang Xichao remained oblivious to their son's unusual behavior, becoming increasingly animated as she retrieved her phone to dial a number. This was the contact number left by Xue when she had sent someone to locate their family, and now Chen Fengyun was determined to reach out to find Yanyou. However, after numerous attempts with no response, her anxiety began to mount. They were entirely unaware that after their previous contact, the other party had deleted their information, having no intention of further communication. Meanwhile, Xue and Yanyou were currently residing in the hospital. How could no one answer? How could this happen? After several unanswered calls, the police officer, lacking the time to continue waiting, remarked, "Since we cannot locate her, we are unable to mediate on your behalf. It may be best for you to discuss matters among yourselves first, and if that proves ineffective, we can intervene later." Having spoken, the police allowed the three individuals to depart from the precinct. "What shall we do now, Mom and Dad?" Liang Jun inquired, surveying the unfamiliar street with a furrowed brow, mentally berating Yanyou from beginning to end. Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun also wore grim expressions. However, at that moment, they were unable to reach anyone or locate Yanyou to vent their frustrations. "Let us first find a place to satiate our hunger, then seek a hotel for the night," Liang Xichao proposed decisively. Chen Fengyun nodded, gritting her teeth as she declared, "Tomorrow, we shall wait for her at school. I refuse to believe she can evade us any longer. Indeed, that shall be our course of action." As the three departed, There remained someone within the precinct who was still contemplating them, specifically Liang Jun Chapter 79. Dinner invitation, what are you pondering so deeply about, Xiao Zhao? A colleague approached and gently tapped him on the shoulder, snapping the officer out of his reverie. Xiao Zhao furrowed his brow, still preoccupied with his thoughts. I can't shake the feeling that the young man from the Liang family seemed familiar, yet I cannot recall where I have encountered him before. Do you think he might have a criminal history that would explain my recognition? Xiao Zhao voiced his suspicion. Seated nearby, his colleague stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering the matter. That seems unlikely, he replied, though both men sensed that such a notion warranted careful consideration. After all, as police officers, they were trained to approach every suspicion with caution, especially given that Xiao Zhao had evidently never met the individual, yet felt an inexplicable familiarity. Let us review the notes we took earlier and see if there are any clues, they decided, embarking on their investigation. Not long after Yanyou returned home, she received a long-awaited phone call. It's me, Xiao Mingyu. The voice on the other end seemed more composed than when they had first met. Yanyou was taken aback. Nearly a month had passed since they last communicated, and she had almost forgotten about him. What have you been up to? I hadn't heard from you, she inquired. At the sound of her concern, Xiao Mingyu felt a slight flush creep across his cheeks. I've taken over a restaurant and have been busy with its affairs, which is why I haven't reached out. He recalled the words his mother had imparted after their last meeting. If you truly care for someone, you should offer her the best of everything. Yet, if she already possesses it all, then one must strive to elevate oneself to a level worthy of her. Xiao Mingyu's feelings for Yanyou remained somewhat ambiguous, but he had never entertained the thought of letting even the slightest spark of affection slip away. Thus, he resolved to better himself, to refine his capabilities, ensuring that he could stand alongside her as an equal. Now that the restaurant was finally on the right track, he had the opportunity to invite Yanyou out. May I treat you to dinner? Xiao Mingyu asked tentatively. At that moment, the system notification chimed in synchrony with his inquiry. Ding. Target character Xiao Mingyu's affection for the host has increased by 10 points. Current affection level, 80. You have earned 10 free attribute points. Yanyou paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Sure, when? She replied, realizing she had not paid much attention to the Xiao family's situation lately. Although she had made an investment there, her thoughts had not been fully engaged. Upon hearing Yanyou's affirmative response, Xiao Mingyu suppressed his excitement and shared the time and location with her. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they finally ended the call. The following day, Yanyou did not attend school, but instead met with Xiao Mingyu at the restaurant he managed. Upon seeing Yanyou, Xiao Mingyu felt an overwhelming rush of emotions, as if his heart had lost all control. She appeared even more stunning than the first time they met, captivating him further. The system notifications echoed in Yanyou's mind, leaving her quite astonished. Had she done anything to elicit such a rapid increase in his affection? She couldn't quite comprehend it, yet recognized it as a positive development and chose not to dwell on it. Consequently, she failed to notice the gentle warmth in Xiao Mingyu's gaze as he observed her. This restaurant embodies all my dedication. I intend to make it the most renowned establishment in Heiress, Xiao Mingyu shared while guiding Yanyou through the venue. He expressed his efforts and aspirations for the future of the restaurant. Yanyou could see that Xiao Mingyu was a person of ambition, and felt a sense of joy for him in discovering his passion. However, she remained oblivious to the fact that his intent in sharing these thoughts was merely to impress her with his drive. After conversing for a while, Xiao Mingyu sensed Yanyou's lack of interest in the topics at hand, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he quickly masked his disappointment and led her to a meticulously arranged table. Today, I invite you to savor the culinary artistry of our chef, Xiao Mingyu said, attempting to sound casual. Yanyou nodded, intrigued. While she preferred to remain passive when discussing work, she was enthusiastic about indulging in food and leisure. It must be noted that Xiao Mingyu's restaurant was quite impressive. The chef's skills aligned perfectly with Yanyou's palate. When the dishes were served and she sampled them, she immediately gave Xiao Mingyu a thumbs up. Quite remarkable, Xiao Mingyu, Yanyou praised with a smile. Seeing her joy, Xiao Mingyu couldn't help but smile back. If you enjoy it, feel free to dine here often, or simply call me whenever you crave something, and I will have it delivered to you, he offered. Eager to fulfill her every desire, Yanyou, without pretense, generously agreed. All right, I'll reach out to you when I wish to eat. Xiao Mingyu grinned broadly, clearly delighted. The two shared laughter and conversation, creating a wonderfully harmonious atmosphere. However, midway through their meal, a tall, robust young man approached their table with a determined expression. Xiaoyu, I can't believe it's really you. A young man delivered a resounding slap on Xiao Mingyu's shoulder, the force nearly sending him tumbling into the plate. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Mingyu turned around, only to have his rising anger extinguished in an instant. Cousin? Yanyou also lifted her gaze towards the individual. Ding. The beauty scanner has been activated. Target detected. Xue Qingyi. Current attractiveness score, 89. This meets the system's expenditure criteria. The system's prompt resonated at an opportune moment, causing Yanyou's eyes to sparkle with excitement. It had been quite a while since she had encountered a new tool. No, rather, a new charming young man. And this felt rather refreshing. Yanyou discreetly observed him, while the handsome youth named Xue Qingyi also turned his gaze in her direction. Chapter 80. Investment. Upon catching sight of Yanyou, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in Xue Qingyi's eyes. He had never encountered a girl so stunning, and for a fleeting moment, he found himself unable to tear his gaze away. However, he was aware that it was improper to stare, so he quickly averted his eyes after a few glances. Xiaoyu, is this your girlfriend? Xue Qingyi teased, directing his question towards Xiao Mingyu. At the mention of this, Xiao Mingyu felt a flush creep onto his cheeks and involuntarily glanced at Yanyou. Noticing her calm demeanor, he felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Yet he promptly shook his head in denial. Cousin, you misunderstand. We are not. Xiao Mingyu's attempt at clarification was tinged with a hint of nervousness, as if he feared displeasing Yanyou. Xue Qingyi, being perceptive, quickly discerned the situation. Yanyou, unpretentious by nature, took the initiative to introduce herself. Hello. I am Yanyou, a friend of Xiao Mingyu. Greetings, I am Xue Qingyi, Xiaoyu's cousin. The two exchanged a brief handshake before Xue Qingyi settled beside them. Cousin, did you come here to eat? Xiao Mingyu inquired. Xue Qingyi shook his head. I specifically came to find you. Xiao Mingyu, puzzled, asked, You came to find me? Is there something important? He assumed that Xue Qingyi would not have come in person unless it were of significance. Xue Qingyi, without hesitation, revealed his purpose. Yanyou remained silent, listening attentively to their conversation, and it was only after Xue Qingyi concluded that she grasped the entirety of the situation. It turned out that Xue Qingyi had served in the military and had only recently returned after being discharged due to an injury. Upon his return, feeling somewhat adrift, his family suggested he seek out a new endeavor. After much contemplation, he decided to establish a security company. However, having spent so long in the military, he was unfamiliar with many aspects of civilian life, prompting him to consult his cousin for insights. After all, Xiao Mingyu had been diligently striving for success, earning praise from their elders. Upon hearing Xue Qingyi's narrative, Yanyou suddenly conceived an idea, yet she refrained from speaking immediately, choosing instead to wait for an opportune moment to share her thoughts. Cousin, you wish to start a security company? Xiao Mingyu expressed his surprise at Xue Qingyi's ambition, then began earnestly assisting in planning. Registering a security company is indeed straightforward, but how do you intend to manage it alone? You will need to recruit a few capable individuals to help sustain the business. That aspect I have already decided. I will prioritize my fellow comrades. He was aware that many of his injured peers faced challenges in the job market, and considering their skills and capabilities, their current circumstances felt somewhat beneath their potential. As the conversation unfolded passionately between the two, Yanyou listened in quiet contemplation. When the dialogue began to wind down, she gracefully interjected. Mr. Zhou's need for investment remains uncertain. Should he require it, I believe I could assist with that endeavor. Yanyou gazed at Xue Qingyi with bright eyes, as if silently urging him to seek her help. Xue Qingyi found this unexpectedly endearing about Yanyou. You can invest? He scrutinized Yanyou, noting her youthful appearance, which seemed to suggest she was barely in her 20s, causing him to harbor doubts. Xiao Mingyu, naturally aligned with Yanyou, could not bear to witness Xue Qingyi's dismissive attitude towards her. Cousin, do not underestimate Miss Ji. She is quite formidable. He then candidly recounted how Yanyou had invested in the Xiao family business, rescuing them from the brink of bankruptcy. Upon hearing Xiao Mingyu's words, Xue Qingyi's perception of Yanyou shifted entirely. He had never anticipated that this extraordinarily youthful and stunning young woman was indeed so affluent. How much can you invest? Xue Qingyi pondered, his demeanor turning serious. Yanyou considered for a moment before replying. I can invest as much as you require. I will contribute funds to your security company, but will not engage in management. You merely need to assign personnel to ensure my safety. Should the company expand in the future, I could provide additional funding, and you could prioritize selecting personnel from among the veterans, she stated casually. Xue Qingyi found himself questioning whether he had misheard. Such fortuitous opportunities existed. He turned to Xiao Mingyu, hoping to discern something unusual on his cousin's face. Instead, he observed Xiao Mingyu gazing tenderly at Yanyou, his expression almost smitten. Xue Qingyi remained speechless. You may take some time to consider. Yanyou had not anticipated an immediate agreement from Xue Qingyi. allowing him ample time for contemplation. Just as Xue Qingyi was about to nod, he heard Xiao Mingyu whisper, "Cousin, you really need not deliberate. Miss Ji would never deceive you. I assure you, you will not encounter anyone better than her." Xiao Mingyu's earnestness made Ji Yuyu feel somewhat bashful. After a moment of reflection, Xue Qingyi finally nodded. "In that case, I shall trust you this once." Upon hearing his agreement, Ji Yuyu promptly transferred 10 million as initial funding. This generous gesture left Xue Qingyi utterly astounded. To simply part with 10 million so readily, without so much as a blink, did she not fear absconding with the funds? Xiao Mingyu, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned minter, patted Xue Qingyi on the shoulder. "I told you, Miss Ji is an exceptional person. You would be remiss to betray her trust." Observing the reactions of the two men, Ji Yu could not help but smile inwardly. Little did they know that the 10 million she had just disbursed would swiftly return to her. Thus, feelings of regret were entirely out of the question. She could afford even more. With a chime, the system announced in her mind, "Detection complete. Target individual Xue Qingyi's affection level for the host has surpassed 70, currently standing at 75 points. You have received 5 free attribute points." Another chime followed, "Detection complete. Target individual Xiao Mingyu's affection level for the host is 2, currently at 90 points. You have received 2 free attribute points." Listening to the system's notifications, Ji Yu couldn't help but smile as she extended her delicate, slender fingers towards Xue Qingyi. "A pleasure to collaborate." Xue Qingyi, captivated by her fair and graceful hand, did not hesitate to grasp it in return. "Thank you, a pleasure to collaborate." The trio continued their conversation in the dining hall for another half an hour before Xue Qingyi excused himself to tend to matters regarding the security company. Ji Yu also did not linger for long and soon made her exit as well. Chapter 81. Liang Jun's arrest. The Liang family had never encountered such misfortune. After departing from the police station, they sought a modest eatery to quell their hunger. After some time, they stumbled upon a seemingly affordable restaurant, where the three of them settled down and ordered bowls of noodles. The establishment appeared to be struggling for patrons, as they were the only customers present. While awaiting their meal, they deliberated on strategies to forge a bond with Ji Yuyu. Moments later, a somewhat portly middle-aged man delivered their noodles. However, as they took a few bites, they were horrified to discover a half-dead cockroach emerging from the bottom of the bowl. "Goodness, sir, come out here and see what you have served us. Did you not notice such a large dead cockroach?" Liang Jun exclaimed, his face turning a shade of green with disgust, summoning the proprietor. Liang Shichao's expression mirrored his brother's, while Chen Fengyun could no longer contain herself and rushed outside to vomit. "You must provide us with an explanation today, or this matter will not end here." Liang Jun glared at the owner, reaching out to grab him by the collar, only to have his hand swatted away. "There are no cockroaches in my establishment. You must have concocted this to avoid paying for your meal. And you wish for me to explain myself? I believe it is you who owe me an explanation for tarnishing my restaurant's reputation." The owner, a robust and imposing figure, retorted defiantly, showing no fear of the trio before him. Liang Jun was infuriated. Having already been agitated by prior events, his anger flared anew. "I will make you pay." Unable to contain his rage, Liang Jun struck out, and the owner, not one to back down, retaliated immediately. As the situation escalated, Liang Shichao and Chen Fengyun disregarded their disgust and rushed to intervene, joining the fray against the restaurant owner. Passers-by witnessed the commotion and kindly alerted the authorities. Thus, mere moments after their release from the police station, the Liang family found themselves once more in custody, while they had previously managed to resolve matters through misunderstanding. It was evident this time that Liang Jun had initiated the altercation, and the owner was unwilling to let the issue rest, insisting on compensation. With no other options, Liang Shichao reluctantly produced 2,000 yuan to settle the matter privately, all the while plotting to return to the restaurant daily to create havoc, determined to ruin the establishment. The owner accepted the money without further conflict, and the Liang family believed they could finally depart. However, to their astonishment, the police refused to let them leave. "You two may go, but he cannot," Officer Zhao declared firmly, pointing at Liang Jun. A chill ran down Liang Jun's spine, as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Observing Liang Jun's evasive demeanor, Officer Zhao became increasingly convinced of their suspicions. Liang Shichao and Chen Fengyun were still perplexed about the unfolding events when Liang Jun unexpectedly turned and fled. Despite his swift escape, Xiao Zhao and his colleagues, who had been closely monitoring him, promptly reacted and pursued him. They managed to tackle the despairing Liang Jun just a couple of meters from the police station's entrance. "Let me go? Release me at once." Liang Jun protested vehemently, struggling fruitlessly as Xiao Zhao placed a silver bracelet on him. The scene left Liang Shichao and Chen Fengyun who had hurried out, nearly fainting from shock. They steadied themselves and bravely approached to inquire about the matter. He is implicated in a cross-district robbery and rape case from 2 years ago, and we need his cooperation for the investigation, Xiao Zhao stated matter-of-factly. Had he not recently reviewed the case files and had a fleeting impression of the individuals involved, he might not have harbored suspicions upon seeing Liang Jun or thought to investigate further. It could be surmised that Liang Jun had met with ill fate. He had evaded capture for 2 years, believing the matter had settled, only for his emotional turmoil to betray him. Upon hearing the charges from the police, Chun Fingyun's legs turned to jelly, leaving her and Liang Shichao helplessly watching as their son was taken into custody. What are we going to do? Our son's future is ruined. She lamented. You must think of something. She implored Liang Shichao, who, in a fit of frustration, shouted back at her. What can I do? Liang Shichao's words were cut short as he suddenly thought of Yanyou, and a glimmer of hope sparked within him. Let us find Yanyou tomorrow and ask for her help to rescue our son. Upon hearing this, Chen Fengyun straightened up, feeling as if she had found a lifeline. Yes, she must have a solution. Xiao Jun is her dear brother. She has to help us. With their resolve set, they headed towards South University, intending to find nearby accommodations and confront Yanyou the next morning. However, when they arrived at the university gate the following day, they found no sign of her. Yanyou was out on a date with Xiao Mingyu and had not come to school at all. Liang Shichao and Chun Fengyun stood at the entrance, eagerly scanning every passerby, yet none were Yanyou. Where is she? Chun Fengyun fretted, stamping her feet in agitation. Liang Shichao shared her anxiety. But what could they do in their state of distress? He approached passing students to inquire about Yanyou, but no one had any information. They ended up waiting at the gate the entire day, ultimately having to return home, vowing to return the next day, determined to wait until they found her. Meanwhile, Yanyou was at home playing video games, having reached out to He Linyan, a friend she had not contacted in quite some time. When Yanyou sent him a message, He Linyan was overjoyed and immediately increased her favorability by 5 points. After an afternoon spent immersed in gaming, it was only after the caretaker had prepared dinner that Yanyou finally signed off from He Linyan's livestream, having generously contributed several million. That evening, Yanyou decided to expend the 30 attribute points she had accumulated over the past 2 days, successfully elevating her attribute panel to its maximum values. Name: Yanyou. Age: 18. Height: 170 centimeters. Physique: 100 max. Beauty: 100 max. Charisma: 100 max. Charm: 10. Enhanced by system evaluation. Skills: perfect vocal skills. Items: none. Points: 2500. Reputation: 400. 000. Previously, she had utilized misfortune cards on Yeshi, Yuanying, and the Liang family trio, thus spending 500 points. However, the increasing popularity online had fortuitously granted Yanyou an additional 1,000 points, partially replenishing her losses. Chapter 82. I suspect you seek to entangle me. Glancing at the remaining 16 attribute points, Yanyou refrained from hastily allocating them to her height. After all, a sudden increase could draw unwanted attention. She decided to take her time with it. However, the thought that surplus attribute points could be exchanged for rewards made her feel that it was not a waste. After reviewing her attribute panel, Yanyou closed it and proceeded to freshen up. Satisfied, she climbed into bed after completing her routine. The next day, she awoke feeling invigorated. Following her customary check-in, she began her morning wash and breakfast. For Yanyou, the rewards from daily check-ins had become trivial, yet she reminded herself that even the tiniest gains mattered. Although meager, she did not disdain them. Before heading out for class, Yanyou received a call from an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, she was surprised to hear Zhou Qingyi's voice, the very person she had met just yesterday. The company matters have been resolved. Should I arrange for someone to protect you? He inquired from the other end. That was quick, Yanyou replied, astonished. She had not anticipated that Zhou Qingyi would conclude the company's affairs so swiftly and even find personnel. I had been preparing for this. With your investment, things fell into place. Rest assured about the individuals I am sending. They are all my former comrades and quite capable. His initial intention to establish a security firm was largely motivated by a desire to collaborate with his old friends. Furthermore, he aimed to assist those comrades struggling in their post-military lives, alleviating their burdens. All right, send 2 over to wait for me at the South University gate, Yanyou agreed, considering the likelihood of being entangled with the Liang family during this period. While she harbored no fear of them, having someone to help mitigate troubles was indeed comforting. Agreed. I'll see you soon, Zhou Qingyi responded before ending the call. Yanyou then made her way to the garage and drove towards South University. The villa at Biquishuan was less than a 10-minute drive from the university, and after the initial days of walking home, she had grown too accustomed to driving. Meanwhile, Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun had arrived early at the South University gate. After having missed Yanyou the previous day, they had returned to their small inn, grumbling incessantly. They believed their tardiness was the reason they had failed to spot her. Thus, as dawn broke, they hurriedly made their way back to the university gate. As passers-by approached, the duo fixated their gaze on each individual, even those driving by, fearful of missing another opportunity to catch Yanyou. Students passing in front of them began to whisper amongst themselves, noting the intensity with which the two observed everyone. Some even relayed information about them to the security department at the entrance. After all, the peculiar actions of the two individuals were so strange that it was impossible not to notice them. However, they remained outside the campus, and the security personnel found themselves unable to take any action against them, merely keeping a watchful eye to prevent any untoward incidents. Yanyou arrived at the school in her new car, its vibrant hue and sleek, high-end design immediately capturing the attention of all onlookers. Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun also took note of the expensive vehicle. Liang Xichao stood up from a distance, craning his neck to discern who occupied the interior. As the car approached, he finally recognized the occupant. "Here she comes," Liang Xichao exclaimed excitedly, prompting Chen Fengyun to rise immediately as well. The two fixated their gazes on the car and rushed forward as it neared. With a screech, the vehicle abruptly halted just in front of them. Passers-by were startled, their hearts racing from the unexpected scene. Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun, the very individuals involved, were equally shaken. Their impulsive dash was fueled by a moment of urgency, and only now, as the car drew near, did they feel a twinge of apprehension. Yet, they did not perceive any fault in their actions, instead directing all their ire towards Yanyou. "Are you trying to run us over?" Yanyou lowered her window, peering out with a teasing glint in her eyes. "I thought you were attempting to stage an accident." Liang Xichao, already seething due to issues concerning his son, flared up at Yanyou's retort. "Get out of the car, you ungrateful daughter. We traveled a great distance to see you, and you completely ignore us. Is this how a daughter behaves?" Yanyou had no intention of complying with Liang Xichao's demand, remaining comfortably seated in her car as she regarded them with disdain. "Don't claim kinship recklessly. I have no relation to you." "What? We are your parents. How can you deny us?" Liang Xichao responded incredulously, reaching for the car door. Intent on pulling her out, Yanyou swiftly warned, "You'd best refrain from laying hands on me, or I will call the police." At the mention of the police, Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun snapped back to reality, recalling their son who was detained at the police station, and begrudgingly halted their attempt to open the door. "Please don't call the police. We came here because we need your help." Chen Fengyun softened her tone, gazing at Yanyou with pleading eyes. Yanyou remained silent. Liang Xichao nodded in agreement. "Your brother has been taken by the police. Only you can help him now. You are wealthy now. If you agree to assist, your brother will surely be safe. You must help him, Yanyou." Yanyou was somewhat taken aback, surprised that, after just one day apart, their son had already been arrested. Nevertheless, she had no intention of offering assistance. "First and foremost, I must clarify, I do not have a brother. Moreover, the police must have valid reasons for apprehending individuals, and there is little recourse for you to seek my assistance." Yanyou spoke with a tone of indifference, showing no sign of being swayed by their pitiful demeanor. She was acutely aware of the true nature of this family from the original narrative. Merely refraining from dismissing them outright could be considered an act of her own compassion. However, upon hearing Yanyou's refusal to offer aid, Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun, who had initially approached her with soft pleas, immediately turned hostile. "She is your own sister. How can you be so heartless? Are you even human? How can you be so cold-blooded?" Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun vehemently accused Yanyou, and witnessing her apathetic response, they began to loudly denounce her to passers-by, attempting to cast her as a heartless and ungrateful villain. Chapter 83. Two handsome young men. Though Yanyou observed with a detached demeanor, seemingly unperturbed, the distortions of truth being uttered before her stirred a deep discontent within. Indeed, the Liang family possessed no redeeming qualities. Yanyou's gaze gradually turned icy, as Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun escalated their outrageous claims. She could no longer contain herself and exited the vehicle. "Enough!" Yanyou's voice rang out, cutting sharply through their theatrical performance. Upon witnessing her descent from the car, the two rushed towards her with the eagerness of famished predators. Yanyou's expression hardened as she swiftly conjured the system in her mind, seeking a means to ensure that the two would face the consequences of their actions. Yet, before they could close the distance, a tall figure interposed itself before Yanyou. She gazed upward, only to behold a broad back, obscuring her view of anything else. In the next moment, she was startled by the anguished cries of Liang Xichao and Qin Fengyun. "Ah, let go. Who are you? My hand is going to break. Please, release me." Their pained moans surprised Yanyou. Peering around the imposing figure, she beheld the once menacing couple now sprawled on the ground, faces contorted in agony, with Liang Xichao clutching his hand, trembling as if truly in distress. Before them stood a similarly tall and upright young man, gazing down at the two with an air of authority. "This is merely a lesson for you," he spoke with a tone of sternness, his brief words resonating with unwavering conviction. The young man standing before Yanyou added, "Leave. If you dare to appear before her again, I shall break your arms." His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with an inexplicable magnetism. Yanyou regarded the two in astonishment, pondering their identities when suddenly, the system's prompt chimed in her mind. Ding. Beauty scanner activated. Target detected. Zhou Yangxing, current beauty score, 80 points, meets system's monetary standards. Ding. Beauty scanner activated. Target detected. Shun Li, current beauty score, 80 points, meets system's monetary standards. Yanyou raised an eyebrow, her mood, previously soured by Liang Xichao and Qin Fengyun, brightening instantaneously. While she had begun to form speculations about the two's identities, she refrained from engaging them just yet, instead turning her attention back to the Liang couple. "I care not for your intentions, but let it be known, I am not to be trifled with, and I harbor grudges for a long time. It would be wise to avoid provoking me." As the security personnel approached, Yanyou tempered the frost in her gaze, replacing it with a warm smile. Liang Xichao and Qin Fengyun were taken aback by Yanyou's sudden shift in demeanor, their eyes darting away, unwilling to meet her gaze any longer. Just then, a reprimanding voice pierced the air. "What are you doing? What were you just up to?" At the entrance of the school, fighting and causing trouble is strictly prohibited. Two men clad in security uniforms strode towards us with determination. Perhaps it was the presence of these two security guards that emboldened Liang Xichao, who, moments ago, had been wavering. He immediately began to feign distress. "Dear security officers, you arrived just in time. These two men attacked us for no reason. My hand nearly suffered irreversible damage." As he spoke, he moved his arm dramatically, adopting a pained expression as if he were gravely injured. Qin Fengyun quickly chimed in, lamenting, "Oh, the woes of my life. After 10 months of pregnancy, my daughter has become successful and now forsakes me. Her brother has been wrongfully imprisoned. And when I sought her assistance, she coldly rejected me and even sent people to harm us. Boo-hoo, my life is truly miserable." It must be said that Qin Fengyun had mastered the art of evoking sympathy. The two oblivious security guards were readily convinced of her plight. Just as they were contemplating how to reprimand the inconsiderate daughter, they lifted their eyes and were instantly struck speechless upon seeing Yanyou. All their words caught in their throats, they found themselves utterly at a loss for expression. The university campus was not lacking in beauty, having seen many alluring faces during their time in the security office. Nonetheless, none could compare to the radiant girl before them. She stood there quietly, yet her presence seemed to emanate light, rendering it impossible for anyone to divert their gaze. "Excuse me, classmate, is there some misunderstanding between you?" One of the guards, regaining his composure, managed to speak with a semblance of calm. "It is forbidden to fight at the entrance of the school. Are you unharmed?" The other guard nodded in agreement, his tone now gentle, a stark contrast to their previous demeanor. After inquiring, their eyes flitted back and forth between the Liang couple and Yanyou, unable to suppress their murmurs. Could they truly be family? How could such beauty emerge from them? Although their voices were hushed, Liang Xichao and Qin Fengyun overheard, their faces paling with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yanyou, though taken aback, could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. Was there indeed a blood connection between her and these two? The thought briefly flickered in her mind before gradually dissipating. The two security guards, realizing their words had been overheard, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them. To alleviate the tension, they redirected their focus back to Liang Xichao and Qin Fengyun. "Regardless of your reasons, you are not permitted to cause a disturbance at the entrance of South University. Your actions are already tarnishing the school's reputation. If this continues, we will have no choice but to involve the authorities." After delivering this message, they turned to Yanyou, their voices softening significantly. "Classmate, you may proceed to your class. We will handle the situation here." As Yanyou prepared to respond, the two handsome gentlemen who had just assisted her spoke first. "No need, we can manage on our own." Perhaps it was their undeniable presence that had rendered the two security guards momentarily speechless. After a series of expressions that shifted like clouds, the guards ultimately chose to concede. "Yanyou, just wait. I will make you regret this, Liang Shichao declared with a stern face, unable to enlist Ji Yuyu's help. With that, he departed with Qin Fengyan. Unfazed by their threats, Ji Yuyu cast a calm glance at the two retreating figures, then smiled graciously at the security guards to express her gratitude. Once they had taken their leave, Ji Yuyu turned her attention to the two dashing young men before her. Chapter 84. For no other reason than to enjoy the gossip are you the individuals assigned by Xue Qingyi? Ji Yuyu inquired, voicing her earlier suspicion. Zhou Yangxing and Shun Li simultaneously nodded in affirmation. The boss has arranged for us to protect Miss Ji, Shun Li stated in a deep voice. Zhou Yangxing promptly echoed this, then proceeded to introduce both of their names. Although Ji Yuyu had already gleaned their names from the system's prompts, she feigned ignorance as they introduced themselves. It is a pleasure to meet you both. I shall be relying on you greatly moving forward, Ji Yuyu said with a smile, extending her hand towards them. As Shun Li and Zhou Yangxing observed her demeanor, they both found themselves blushing in unison. She is truly stunning, they thought, having never encountered a girl of such beauty in their lives. Rest assured, we will ensure Miss Ji's safety, Zhou Yangxing declared loudly, standing at attention due to his nervousness. Even Shun Li cast a surprised glance at Zhou Yangxing's reaction. However, Shun Li soon turned his attention back to Ji Yuyu, echoing the same assurance as Zhou Yangxing. Pleasant cooperation, Ji Yuyu expressed her gratitude with a smile. Just as she finished speaking, her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Zhou Qingyi. Ji Yuyu had anticipated the purpose of the call. Once the call connected, Zhou Qingyi's inquiry came through. Have my assigned personnel arrived? Ji Yuyu replied, yes. They have arrived quite promptly. There was a brief pause on the other end as Zhou Qingyi realized that Ji Yuyu must be facing some difficulties. After a moment's thought, he said, if you feel that you need more assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. I can arrange for additional personnel to ensure your protection. Ji Yuyu chuckled lightly. Rest assured, I will not be too reserved. However, there is not much trouble on my end. These two are excellent, and their presence suffices. Upon hearing this, Shun Li and Zhou Yangxing felt a wave of satisfaction wash over them, their expressions visibly relaxing. Zhou Qingyi, too, felt a sense of relief at Ji Yuyu's words. He certainly did not wish for any unforeseen complications to arise with the valuable client he had recently secured. After a brief exchange, Ji Yuyu ended the call. Considering that there was still ample time before her class commenced, she inquired with Shun Li and Zhou Yangxing and then led them to a nearby restaurant for breakfast. Following their meal, Ji Yuyu guided them into the heart of Nanda, allowing them to explore freely while she awaited the conclusion of her class. As Ji Yuyu entered the classroom, which had previously been filled with noise and commotion, an immediate silence enveloped the space. Almost all eyes turned towards the entrance. Could it be Ji Yuyu? A group of girls seated in the back whispered among themselves, their expressions filled with disbelief. They were aware of Ji Yuyu's beauty, yet they had never anticipated she could appear so breathtaking as she did at that moment. Such beauty seems almost ethereal, as if it scarcely exists among mortals. Among those present, Ji Mingxue was no exception. She too beheld Ji Yuyu standing at the doorway. How could this be? A tightness gripped Ji Mingxue's heart, her eyes betraying a profound astonishment. She had always prided herself on being more beautiful than Ji Yuyu. Yet now, she felt as though her own beauty paled in comparison to that of Ji Yuyu. Has she undergone cosmetic surgery? A girl nearby whispered in doubt. Yet, before the words could settle, another voice refuted, surely not. If she had undergone surgery, would she recover so swiftly? I concur, it seems unlikely to be surgery. But how do you account for such a dramatic transformation? This, one could only attribute it to the adage that a woman changes significantly as she matures. Each remark felt like a slap on Ji Mingxue's face, rendering her countenance increasingly grim. However, the girls surrounding her remained oblivious to her distress. Ji Yuyu was no stranger to the reactions of those who beheld her, but when her gaze met Ji Mingxue's across the crowd, she could not suppress a slight arch of her brow. Oh, it appears she is displeased. Ji Yuyu could surmise the turmoil within Ji Mingxue. After all, it was evident that she now outshone her rival, stirring feelings of envy. After all, Ji Mingxue was the protagonist of the tale, expected to excel in all aspects. Should someone even more remarkable and captivating emerge, they would either be a radiant muse or a formidable antagonist. With this thought, Ji Yuyu was momentarily taken aback. Thus, she had inadvertently ascended from the role of a mere supporting character to that of a formidable adversary. As for the radiant muse, she had yet to encounter the male lead. Reflecting on the male lead, Ji Yuyu found her thoughts drifting back to the narrative of the original story. In the original plot, the female lead, Ji Yuyu, encountered the male lead only after entering the entertainment industry, at a time when he was at his lowest. It was she who ventured into his world and gradually lifted him from despair, rekindling his dreams of stardom. This was precisely why she became the singular light in his heart. So, had Xue Qingyi encountered the male lead? Yanyou felt a flicker of curiosity. Not for any particular reason, merely to indulge in the gossip. After all, while the original tale was indeed one of a dominant female protagonist, her ascent was fraught with challenges, particularly in matters of the heart, where numerous obstacles lay in wait. As Yanyou pondered, Xue Qingyi suddenly approached her. The jealousy in her eyes had been subdued, revealing no hint of discord. Especially when facing Yanyou, she exuded warmth and friendliness. Is there something you wish to discuss? Yanyou, unwilling to feign cordiality like her, inquired coolly. Xue Qingyi felt the resentment within her near the brink of eruption. Yet she strove to uphold her persona in public. Yanyou, I believe we have matters to discuss. What is there to discuss? Xue Qingyi inquired, her expression fraught with concern. I have heard that the Liang family has come looking for you. Have you already met with them? Yanyou, somewhat perplexed by her intentions, decided to address the matter directly. Yes, I have met them. Is there a problem? A glimmer of joy flickered in Xue Qingyi's heart. Yet she maintained an air of composure as she replied, though they may not be virtuous, they are nonetheless your biological parents. I have heard they traveled a great distance just to see you. Indeed, a biological daughter holds a unique significance. They would never go to such lengths for me. Yanyou furrowed her brow, choosing not to respond. However, someone nearby interjected, Qingyi, why do you say that? Has that family treated you poorly? Chapter 85. Arranging the car through the subtle yet intentional promotion by Xue Qingyi. It has become common knowledge among everyone that Xue Qingyi and Yanyou are the true daughters of a wealthy family who were mistakenly swapped at birth. However, the populace is merely aware of this superficial fact, oblivious to the deeper intricacies, particularly the hardships Xue Qingyi endured while living with the Liang family. Thus, when Xue Qingyi made her comments, it naturally piqued the curiosity of many. It's nothing. I'm just feeling a bit sentimental when questioned. Xue Qingyi immediately donned a fragile, hesitant demeanor, which undeniably stirred the curiosity of those around her. Qingyi, do share your thoughts, they urged. Gossip is inherent to human nature. When something intrigues, the desire to delve deeper often arises. Yet, Xue Qingyi anticipated this curiosity, feigning reluctance as she recounted the mistreatment she suffered at the hands of the Liang family, her words casual and understated. She concluded with, Yanyou, although you are their daughter, I believe you must be a good person. Such insinuations made Yanyou feel somewhat nauseated. I am indeed a good person, but one cannot deny that you are their raised daughter. The level of condescension was palpable, suggesting that others might perceive her as the Liang family's biological daughter, inherently flawed. Nevertheless, Yanyou refused to entertain such notions. After all, you lived with them for 18 years. As the saying goes, one who is close to vermilion is stained red. One who is close to ink is stained black. You must not emulate them. After delivering her words with ease, she chose to disengage from Xue Qingyi. Xue Qingyi was infuriated and nearly lost her composure, but the presence of onlookers compelled her to maintain a stiff smile. Internally, she raged with frustration. Why had she become so articulate? In her previous life, she was merely a naive and ignorant ornament. No, to call her an ornament would be an overestimation. Even her beauty paled in comparison to Yanyou's. What could have brought about such a transformation? Was it her rebirth that instigated this change? As Xue Qingyi pondered these thoughts, her interest in further provoking Yanyou waned. Just then, the class bell rang, prompting the scattered students to return to their seats. Xue Qingyi, regaining her composure, cast a profound glance at Yanyou before turning to leave. Having completed all her classes in the morning, Yanyou called upon Xunli and Zhou Yangxing to accompany her as they exited the Nandu campus. Inside Xunli's car, he occupied the driver's seat, while Zhou Yangxing sat beside him. Yanyou comfortably settled into the back seat, quietly resting. Miss, where are we headed? Xunli inquired after pulling out onto the road. After a moment's contemplation, Yanyou instructed Xunli to drive directly to the nearest 4S dealership. They all assumed that Yanyou intended to purchase another vehicle, diligently trailing behind her as she examined the luxurious cars within the dealership. As they gazed upon the exorbitantly priced luxury automobiles, Xunli and Zhou Yangxing found themselves somewhat captivated. After all, who among men does not harbor a fondness for opulent vehicles? While contemplating the prospect of eventually earning enough to acquire a car of their own dreams, they were abruptly drawn back to reality by Yanyou's voice. I shall arrange a Land Rover for each of you. It should facilitate your travels. After a moment's contemplation, she added, does the security company provide vehicles? Zhou Yangxing, still reeling from her previous statement, numbly shook his head at her inquiry. Yanyou comprehended immediately. Then let us allocate 5 G-class vehicles to the company. They possess a certain imposing presence. With that, she summoned the salesperson to commence the payment process. However, when they realized Yanyou had instructed the salesperson to register the 2 Land Rovers in their names, Xun Li and Xue Qingyi were left utterly dumbfounded. Missed this. This is rather inappropriate. If the vehicles were a necessity for work, they could have accepted it with ease, as they would still belong to the employer. Yet, Yanyou's actions clearly indicated she was gifting the cars to them, each worth over $1 million. It felt as though they had been struck by a windfall, leaving them both anxious and bewildered. Yanyou waved her hand dismissively and stated, "You are currently in my service. Consider this your employment benefit." Upon hearing her words, the salesperson, who was beside them processing the payment, cast a look of astonishment at Xun Li and Xue Qingyi, their eyes brimming with envy. Goodness! What immense fortune these two must have amassed in their past lives to encounter such a benevolent employer. Why doesn't my boss ever consider the needs of the employees? Alas, another day of denouncing my employer. Xun Li and Xue Qingyi wished to refuse, but Yanyou's firm retort, "If you decline again, I shall have Xue Qingyi send someone else in your stead," left them speechless. They accepted the vehicles from Yanyou, their hearts filled with gratitude towards her. Ding! Detected that target character Xun Li's favorability towards the host has surpassed 70 points. Current favorability 10, awarded 10 free attribute points. Ding! Detected that target character Xue Qingyi's favorability towards the host has surpassed 70 points. Current favorability 10, awarded 10 free attribute points. Listening to the system's notification, Yanyou felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Those who understand gratitude are the individuals worth retaining in her life. After Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyan departed, they were consumed by a sense of dissatisfaction. Upon returning to their modest lodging, Chen Fengyan began to weep profusely. What are we to do? Now that Xiao Jun is imprisoned, how can we possibly rescue him? Weep, weep, weep. Do you think crying will resolve our predicament? Liang Xichao, irritated by her lamentations, seized a cup from the table and hurled it across the room. With a resounding crash, the cup shattered against the wall. Chen Fengyan, startled by Liang Xichao's fury, trembled slightly, her sobs diminishing significantly. What shall we do now? He lamented. That insufferable girl is utterly unyielding, and now she is flanked by 2 men for protection. What can we possibly do to her? Liang Xichao remained silent, his countenance darkened with concern. Chen Fengyan continued to prattle on. Had we known when the Ji family took away that wretched girl Mingxue, we should have insisted they leave us a means of contact. Now, with Yanyou proving unreliable, who knows what Mingxue might do? Her seemingly trivial complaint suddenly illuminated Liang Xichao's thoughts. Indeed, they were not limited to just one daughter. In truth, Ji Mingxue was the one they ought to seek. After all, Ji Mingxue was now the esteemed young lady of the Ji family. Her status and influence were formidable, undoubtedly accompanied by wealth and power. The reason they pursued Yanyou rather than Ji Mingxue stemmed from the initial information they received, which indicated that Yanyou had become remarkably affluent, rendering Ji Mingxue comparatively insignificant. Chapter 86. Lurking for Ji Mingxue. Indeed, there's that girl Mingxue. Liang Xichao seemed to have found a lifeline. His spirits immediately lifted, and his eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. That ungrateful girl has not provided us with a single shred of information since she left us. However, I raised her. She must repay her debts of gratitude. Chen Fengyan nodded in agreement. It is said that she is also attending that school. Since we cannot find Yanyou, our only option now is to seek out Mingxue. Very well, we shall stake out again tomorrow. I refuse to believe we cannot find her. Liang Xichao gritted his teeth. Nevertheless, that wretched Yanyou shall not escape my grasp. Recalling the humiliation he suffered at the hands of the 2 unfamiliar men today, Liang Xichao felt as though his dignity had been ruthlessly ground into the dirt, igniting a profound fury within him. Chen Fengyan shared the same sentiments. After discussing a bit more, they both returned to their respective tasks, their minds elsewhere. The following day, just like the previous one, they arrived early at the entrance of Nan University to stake out. Ji Mingxue was now driven to school each day by the Ji family chauffeur. So when she stepped out and walked towards the school gate, Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyan immediately rushed over to intercept her. Mingxue, we have finally found you. Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyan blocked her path, with Chen Fengyan's eyes glistening as she reached out her arms to embrace Ji Mingxue. Mingxue furrowed her brows and instinctively stepped back. What do you want from me? She was well aware that the Liang family had been lurking for Yanyou these past few days. After all, their presence here was partly due to her influence. However, she never anticipated that they would turn their attention to her. What kind of attitude is that? Have you forgotten the kindness I bestowed upon you once you soared to new heights? Liang Shichao bellowed in anger. Ji Mingshua's expression darkened instantly, her fingers clenching into fists. She glanced around and then addressed the two of them. Follow me, let us discuss this elsewhere. Not wanting anyone she knew to see them together, she led them to a nearby CAF. Once seated, Ji Mingxue got straight to the point. Though I have been brought back to the Ji family, I currently have no money. If you seek financial assistance, I can offer you 50,000 yuan. But I implore you to cease your pursuit of me. Ji Mingxue knew well how avaricious this family was. Offering 50,000 yuan would hardly satisfy their insatiable greed. Yet, she had other strategies in mind. Her intuition proved correct. Upon hearing her words, Liang Shichao and Chen Fengyun immediately became animated. 50,000. You are now a young lady of a distinguished family. How could you possess only 50,000? Indeed, Mingxue, is your family not wealthy? Surely, you could easily procure hundreds of thousands. 50,000. How is that even possible? Ji Mingxue felt a cold sneer rise within her, repulsed by their greedy expressions. Despite her struggle to contain her emotions, Ji Mingxue maintained a stoic expression and remarked, "You are aware that I have only recently returned, and having 50,000 in pocket money is quite commendable." Fearing their insatiable greed and their tendency to drain her resources, she swiftly redirected their focus. "Since you are here, you must have already met Ji Yuyu. Rather than seeking financial assistance from me, it would be more prudent to approach her. Although she has left the Ji family, she possesses far greater wealth than I do." Upon mentioning Ji Yuyu, Liang Shichao and Chen Fengyun's faces instantly darkened. Ji Mingxue scoffed and continued, "You may not be aware, but the car she drives alone is rumored to be worth at least several million, with the finest models exceeding 10 million. All of this is her own money. I am no match for her." "What? So much money?" The two were utterly astonished. They had never even dreamed of possessing such wealth, let alone millions. The Ji family treated her so well, willing to furnish her with such extravagant vehicles? Liang Shichao calculated in his mind, only to hear Ji Mingxue dismiss his thoughts. "It is said she earned that money herself. Your biological daughter is indeed a golden goose." Under normal circumstances, Ji Mingxue would not acknowledge Ji Yuyu's brilliance, but now, in order to firmly bind her to the Liang family, she sang her praises with fervor. Naturally, Liang Shichao and Chen Fengyun's eyes sparkled with eagerness. Ji Mingxue felt a surge of pride, but the next moment, she heard a voice she wished to avoid. "Even if you say that, we still cannot approach her. There are people around her who prevent us from getting close. Now that your brother has been arrested by the police, he is in dire need of rescue." Chen Fengyun lamented. Liang Shichao, filled with rage, muttered a few curses under his breath, gritting his teeth as he said, "Perhaps it was she who orchestrated your brother's arrest. We are counting on you to help us now." Both of them fixed their gazes on Ji Mingxue, their expressions akin to that of predators assessing their prey. Ji Mingxue's heart sank. She had not anticipated that even after her remarks, they would continue to fixate on her. She clenched her jaw. "What more could I do to assist you?" Ji Mingxue endured and endeavored to speak to them in a calm tone. As she still wished to use these two to create difficulties for Ji Yuyu, she needed to keep them engaged for the time being. "Find a way to extricate your brother from his predicament. I would think this should be a simple matter for affluent individuals like yourselves," Liang Shichao proposed. With Chen Fengyun nodding in agreement, Ji Mingxue nearly laughed at their naive notions. Their ideas were utterly absurd. "We live in a society governed by law. Since Liang Jun has broken the law, he will inevitably face consequences. Wealth cannot solve every problem. Furthermore, I have only just returned to the Ji family and remain a stranger to them. How could they expect me to persuade them to assist?" Ji Mingxue calmly analyzed the situation, her tone laced with deep sarcasm. Liang Shichao and Chen Fengyun, desperate to save their kin, failed to grasp her implications. Yet they were unwilling to let Ji Mingxue escape unscathed. "Regardless, you must assist in contemplating a solution. After all, we have cared for you for 18 years. Liang Shichao's words rendered Ji Mingxue's expression increasingly frigid. "Do you not find your remarks rather absurd?" Reflecting on the injustices and tribulations she endured in that household, Ji Mingxue felt a strong reluctance to involve these two in the police matter as well. She abruptly rose to her feet, towering over the two before her. "When the Ji family took me in, they had already compensated you handsomely. The debt of nurture has been repaid, and I am no longer obligated to assist you in any way." With that, Ji Mingxue prepared to depart. However, just as she was about to leave, as if struck by a sudden thought, she turned back to the two and said, "In light of our past connections, I offer you a piece of advice." Chapter 87. The Art of Pity Regardless of the Circumstances. Ji Yuyu is undeniably your biological daughter. Her unwillingness to acknowledge you is perceived as filial disobedience. Why not amplify this situation and compel her to recognize you publicly? Xue Qingyi remarked with a sardonic smile, then turned on her heel without pausing. Left behind, Liang Shichao and Qin Fengyun initially contemplated chasing after her, but ultimately halted in their tracks due to Xue Qingyi's words. Indeed, that should be the course of action, Liang Shichao exclaimed, slapping his thigh in enthusiastic agreement with Xue Qingyi's suggestion. However, a flicker of doubt crossed Qin Fengyun's mind. After all, she is our daughter. If this escalates too far, how will we resolve it? How will we settle it? Do you wish to lose your daughter or your treasured son? Liang Shichao raised his hand as if to strike, causing Qin Fengyun to flinch. Ultimately, she restrained herself, mindful of the public setting, allowing his hand to fall back down. Qin Fengyun found herself unable to counter his assertions, her previous convictions dissipating. A daughter, whom they hardly knew, could never outweigh the son they had cherished for over 20 years. They resolved to heed Xue Qingyi's counsel and devise a strategy to compel Yanyou to acknowledge their relationship. As they departed the CAF, both were preoccupied with thoughts of how to escalate the situation. After much contemplation, they decided to reach out to the individual who had initially brought them together. Previously, their attempts to contact him had been futile, so Liang Shichao and Qin Fengyun assumed this time would yield no different results. To their astonishment, the phone rang only twice before being answered. Meanwhile, Yanyou remained blissfully unaware of the machinations unfolding against her. With Shun Li and Zhou Yangxing providing protection, the Liang family had indeed ceased their harassment, leaving her quite satisfied. However, just when she believed they had finally quieted, Liang Shichao and Qin Fengyun audaciously orchestrated a public display of their grievances. They shamelessly crafted a sign, positioning it at the southern gate, where passers-by were compelled to listen to their lamentations regarding their ungrateful daughter. This incident swiftly reached Yanyou's ears, prompting even the school administration to seek a discussion with her. Fortunately, due to a significant prior donation to the institution, the school's leaders maintained a favorable disposition toward Yanyou. Upon learning the identities of her accusers, they readily aligned themselves with her. Gee, how do you intend to address this? Allowing them to cause a scene at our school entrance is not a viable solution. It adversely affects our institution's reputation, the school leader remarked, clearly in a predicament. Yanyou grasped the underlying implications and was not inclined to delay her response. Rest assured, I will address it promptly. Initially, she had considered adopting a hands-off approach, but their audacity necessitated a more decisive response. With a plan forming in her mind, Yanyou returned from the school leader's office, only to be met by a throng of inquisitive classmates the moment she entered the classroom. Yanyou, is it true that you are indifferent to your biological parents, as those two have said? I heard your elder brother has been taken into custody. What grave offense did he commit? Yanyou, are you not quite wealthy? Why do you not offer assistance? Some meddlesome classmates, eager for drama, incessantly pressed Yanyou with inquiries. Xue Qingyi, standing at the back of the crowd, wore a half-smile, her eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Yanyou turned to those beside her, her voice icy. If you are so concerned for them, why do you not lend them your aid directly? I have no parents. Must I present my household registration to prove this? As for my wealth, there is no need for your envy. How I choose to spend my money and on whom is solely my affair, and it is none of your business. Yanyou's unyielding retort left the well-meaning classmates with a pallor of discomfort. Witnessing Yanyou's formidable spirit, the crowd exchanged glances and gradually dispersed. Once they had left, Yanyou naturally confronted Xue Qingyi. Xue Qingyi chuckled lightly. Yanyou, although you refuse to acknowledge it, they are indeed your biological parents. Do not be so unfeeling. Yanyou was well aware that the earlier inquiries had been incited by Xue Qingyi, who sought to provoke her discomfort. Thus, she seized the opportunity to counter. Shouldn't you be the one to assist them? After all, the debt of nurturing surpasses that of giving birth. They raised you, and now you abandon them. Does that not reflect a lack of conscience? Yanyou's blunt words caused Xue Qingyi's feigned smile to falter, abruptly freezing on her face. Regarding our relationship, let us await the results of the paternity test. Perhaps I am not even their biological daughter, Yanyou mused, contemplating the likelihood of her doubts. After all, someone had once remarked that although the family was not unattractive, could they truly have produced a daughter as beautiful as herself? Even with systematic enhancements, fundamental features and facial structure do not undergo significant changes. It was evident that there was little resemblance among them. This persistent uncertainty lingered in Yanyou's mind. Xue Qingyi snorted in irritation and turned to depart. Yanyou smiled contentedly, settling into her seat, ready to attend class. Yet, after a brief moment of respite, she could not help but let out a sigh. She had initially hoped to relish the warmth of campus life, yet it now felt utterly devoid of comfort and warmth. Why did she persist in seeking out such torment? Yanyou pondered that perhaps it was time to reconsider the path she had been following. Meanwhile, Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun had visited the detention center to see their son. A few days of confinement had transformed Liang Jun, who now appeared a shadow of his former self, gaunt and increasingly volatile. The couple, seemingly galvanized by desperation, were determined to expedite their son's release, leading them to vigilantly await at the school gate day and night. This time, they seemed to have learned their lesson, refraining from obstructing Yanyou. However, upon her appearance within their line of sight, they feigned a look of grievance and heartbreak, eliciting sympathy from the passers-by. On the third day of their act, the assistant arranged by Xue finally arrived. This individual was specifically sought out by Xue and Xue Qingyi, a paparazzo of the entertainment industry known for their lack of ethics. Upon arrival, the reporter captured the pitiable scenes of Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun at the school gate, promptly uploading the photographs to their Weibo account. Owing to their moderate fame on the platform, the post garnered considerable attention as soon as it was released. Chapter 88. Public opinion. Yanyou had already garnered considerable fame online, with the public perceiving her as a beautiful, wealthy, and talented singer. However, her popularity had gradually waned, as netizens became captivated by other trending topics. Yet, following the entertainment reporter's post on Weibo, interest in Yanyou was reignited. Surely, my goddess cannot be someone who neglects her own parents. Have you verified this? Anyone can interpret pictures. I am a student at Nan University, and I can attest that the claims made by the blogger are true. Her parents are still waiting at the school gate. Oh no. Am I about to have my dreams shattered? What does beauty matter if one does not support their parents? There are issues with her character. Isn't she wealthy? Yet her parents appear to be living poorly, and she refuses to provide for them. Such cold-bloodedness is alarming. Without the full picture, I shall refrain from commenting. The comments beneath the blog post were bustling with activity, yet the majority were condemnatory towards Yanyou, while supportive remarks quickly drowned in the flood of criticism. Yanyou became aware of the situation only when Song Yuhang called to discuss it, revealing that Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun had refrained from bothering her recently in an attempt to apply pressure through public opinion. Should I intervene and assist with public relations? Song Yuhang inquired anxiously. Yanyou pondered briefly before declining. Not for now. I will handle it. Song Yuhang hesitated, his concern evident, but ultimately chose to trust her. Very well. If any issues arise, do inform me promptly. I will. After a lengthy conversation, Yanyou ended the call. No sooner had she hung up with Song Yuhang than she received a call from Jiang Qi. His voice was charged with emotion, as if he feared for Yanyou's well-being. Now immersed in the entertainment industry, he had become aware of the potential horrors of online bullying, heightening his concern for her. However, after exchanging a few words with Yanyou, Jiang Qi felt a sense of relief. He had been busy participating in a music program with his fellow group members, leaving little time to return to the company. Hence he had seen Yanyou even less. Hearing her voice stirred a flurry of emotions within him, reminiscent of a restless fawn. He yearned to express his deep affection for her, but feared that revealing such feelings might irrevocably alter their close bond. Despite the intensity of his emotions, Jiang Qi ultimately swallowed his words. Besides Song Yuhang and Jiang Qi, others also reached out to Yanyou, but she dismissed their concerns. Once the phone finally fell silent, Yanyou exhaled deeply. Although she had never perceived their actions as threats, witnessing her friends rallying in such a manner did irritate her. It seemed imperative to resolve this matter swiftly. However, at present, it is imperative to address the issues online, particularly those insidious individuals lurking in the shadows. Just because they have remained silent in the past does not imply that they can take advantage of her. Since they wish to play, she shall indulge them. After some contemplation, Yanyou directly opened her Weibo account, crafted a post accompanied by a candid selfie, and sent it out into the digital ether. Serene dream. I am astonished by the concern everyone has shown regarding my familial matters. Allow me to clarify one point. For the first 18 years of my life, I had parents, though I later discovered they were not my biological ones. I must tag Xue, as you are most aware of their true identities in our relationship. I hope to confirm this once the paternity test results are in. Though my connection to Xue is indeed genuine, the length of Yanyou's post rivaled that of a short essay, objectively delineating the nature of their relationship without concealing anything due to the G family's influence. After all, she no longer feared the G family. Yet, within 10 minutes of posting, the comments had already exceeded 10,000. As time progressed, the influx of comments only intensified. As expected, gossip from affluent families is particularly enticing. Who knew the melodrama of false identities was so close to home? So, Does Sister Ming imply that those two are not her parents? Whose daughter is she? And how could she have been mistakenly identified as a member of the Ji family? What role did that couple play in all of this? Suddenly, we're all theorizing? I merely wanted to enjoy some gossip and peace. Couldn't the conclusion just be spoon-fed to me? Am I the only one captivated by the beauty of the accompanying images? I have always known Sister Ming to be beautiful. But this is on an entirely different level, elevating my standards of beauty. Please, it's just photo editing. Who can't do that? Jealous critics. Does acknowledging someone's beauty bring about your demise? The comment section remained a cacophony of voices. Yanyou glanced at it briefly before promptly closing it. The vitriolic comments were clearly orchestrated. It was evident someone was manipulating the narrative, employing trolls to escalate the situation, forcing her to respond. However, Yanyou has never been one to yield to threats. Find me a hacker proficient in their skills, she mentally summoned. Previously, she had utilized a limited-time beginner hacking skill card, which proved quite effective, but it had vanished once its duration lapsed. Although remnants of that knowledge lingered in her mind, regaining the previous ease of navigating the dark corners of the internet was no trivial task. Now seemed the perfect time to employ it again. Soon, a virtual panel from the marketplace materialized before Yanyou. On the display, a comprehensive array of hacking-related items, including prop cards and skill books, filled an entire page. Yanyou scanned the prices, a flicker of indecision crossing her face. The prop cards are undeniably useful, yet what Yanyou truly desires are the eternally effective skill books. However, the exorbitant price is simply outrageous. You could easily resort to theft, yet you still demand a skill book. What an arduous task you have set for yourself. Yanyou remarked without hesitation. System, has the host forgotten the lottery component? Yanyou, clutching her heart in exasperation, was about to voice a heartfelt complaint in hopes of receiving some discount, when she was suddenly interrupted by the system's remark, leaving her momentarily frozen. Indeed, how could I have overlooked such a crucial detail? How infuriating. After a brief pause, Yanyou finally regained her composure and eagerly summoned the lottery interface. Chapter 89. You will never have another chance. Yanyou now possesses a remarkable reputation score of 400,000, allowing her to draw lots 4 times. However, after careful contemplation, she decided to reserve half of it. I shall draw lots, Yanyou mused, and in the next instant, the panel before her transformed into the visage of a grand roulette wheel. Would you like to draw lots now? Yes, no. As soon as the system's prompt concluded, Yanyou nodded in affirmation to proceed with the draw. The roulette wheel began to whirl, gaining speed until it became a mere blur. After approximately a minute, the wheel gradually decelerated, ultimately halting at a golden segment. Yanyou's breath momentarily faltered upon seeing where the pointer had landed. Gold, pure gold. Overwhelmed with astonishment, she gasped aloud. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed in. Congratulations, the host has drawn a golden blind box. Rewards are being dispensed. In the blink of an eye, a golden box materialized before Yanyou, resembling a shoebox adorned with intricate and exquisite patterns, exuding an air of significance. Rubbing her hands together, she felt an exhilarating thrill. To her astonishment, she had drawn a golden quality blind box on her very first attempt. She was eager to discover its contents. With her heart racing, Yanyou opened the golden blind box. The moment the box was unlatched, a beam of golden light surged forth, penetrating her brow, and in an instant, a torrent of knowledge flooded into her mind. Congratulations, the host has acquired advanced proficiency in hacking skills. While the system's notification echoed in her ears, Yanyou was too engrossed in assimilating the vast array of knowledge to pay it any heed. It felt as though an eternity had passed. Yet it could have merely been a fleeting moment. Finally, when she opened her eyes, she sensed a profound transformation within herself. Advanced proficiency. This was an extraordinary gain. She realized what she had obtained, and an overwhelming wave of excitement surged through her. Previously, she could not even afford to purchase intermediate hacking proficiency. Yet she had miraculously drawn advanced skills through this lottery. She had saved herself thousands of points in one fell swoop. This was an incredible windfall. After calming her exhilaration, Yanyou chose to draw lots once more. This time, similar to before, the wheel spun for about a minute before coming to a halt. But luck was not on her side this round. She merely obtained a limited-time item card. Item card. Mastery of combat skills. Valid for 24 hours. The user gains mastery of combat skills. Yanyou deemed this acquisition satisfactory and tucked it away in her system backpack. After completing the blind box draws, she closed the system panel and made her way to her gaming room, where a top-of-the-line computer awaited her just in time to be put to good use. As she opened her computer, Yanyou settled in front of the screen, taking a deep breath before placing her hands upon the keyboard. She now possessed advanced hacking skills, capable of infiltrating even the most secure national defense networks if she so desired. However, she had no intention of engaging in such thankless endeavors. Presently, her sole aim was to gather the evidence she sought online. Her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, moving with such speed that they seemed to leave a blur in their wake. As she typed, the screen flickered with lines of obscure code. Within mere minutes, Yanyou pressed the Enter key, and instantly, a flurry of small windows began to pop up on the once monochrome screen. These windows displayed videos, texts, and images, and upon glancing through them, a satisfied smile graced her face. After quickly browsing the content, she copied everything onto her phone. Having completed her task, she leisurely descended the stairs in search of food. Meanwhile, the situation orchestrated by Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun continued to stir online. Yet they had been unable to locate Yanyou and were now heading to the detention center to see their son. However, upon arrival, they were informed that evidence had been found regarding Liang Jun's crimes, and he would soon face criminal charges. Upon hearing this news, Chen Fengyun's legs buckled beneath her. Grabbing hold of the officer delivering the message, she insisted, "You must be mistaken. My son has always been well-behaved. How could he possibly commit a crime?" Liang Xichao remained silent, his expression darkening ominously. Surely, someone had framed him. It had to be that wretched Yanyou. If she did not wish to acknowledge them, that was one thing, but now she was trying to ruin her own brother. How utterly inhumane. Liang Xichao's words provided Chen Fengyun an outlet for her anger, and she immediately began to scream obscenities, disregarding the situation. "Madam, please calm down," the officer implored, unable to intervene directly, but attempting to de-escalate the situation with gentle words. Yet, Chen Fengyun showed no signs of restraint, and even Liang Xichao joined in the tirade against Yanyou. Just as their insults became increasingly vulgar, a slow clap emerged from behind them. Turning to the source of the sound, they found Yanyou approaching with a mocking smile, clapping her hands together. "Go on. Why have you stopped? Please, continue your tirade," Yanyou remarked meaningfully, seemingly unfazed by their vitriol. Upon her arrival, Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun were consumed by rage, failing to notice that, trailing behind Yanyou, not only were her bodyguards Shen Li and Zhou Yangxing present, but also two individuals wielding cameras. "You worthless piece of trash. You shameless wretch. How dare you show your face here when your brother is facing imprisonment? You must be the one scheming behind the scenes. How could you be so cruel? How could you treat your own parents in such a manner? It is utterly devoid of reason. How did they bring forth such a heartless wretch like you? They should have ended your life before you ever drew breath." Two individuals rushed forward, intent on confronting Yanyou, yet before they could approach, Shen Li and Zhou Yangxing intervened. Yanyou, eager to persist in her confrontation, addressed the police officers behind them, declaring, "Officers, I wish to file a complaint. I accuse them of slander and damaging my reputation." Without further ado, she promptly handed over the evidence she had meticulously prepared to the officers. Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure and began to berate Yanyou. "We are your parents. Is it not enough that you have harmed your brother? Do you wish to bring ruin upon your own flesh and blood as well?" Yanyou let out a derisive laugh, her voice icy as she replied, "You desire to be my parents? That opportunity has long since passed, for there is no blood relation between us." Chapter 90. "I refuse mediation. What do you mean by that?" Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun stared in disbelief at Yanyou, evidently struggling to comprehend her words. What does it mean to lack a blood relationship? Was it not their sister-in-law who personally exchanged the child at the time of birth? How could this child not be hers? Do not think you can extricate yourself from us with such excuses. Are you unaware that the online community is already aware of how you have neglected us? If you provide us with 5 million, we will immediately clarify this matter online, assuring everyone that you have treated us well. Otherwise, prepare to be drowned in the spittle of the crowd. Their eyes sparkled at the mention of 5 million. With that sum, they could extract their son from confinement and perhaps still have a substantial amount left over, even if funds ran low in the future. As long as she acknowledged their relationship, how much they demanded would be entirely at their discretion. Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun envisioned a bright future. Thus they were incredulous towards Yanyou's assertions. Indeed, Yanyou regarded the two with a seemingly playful smile, her gaze calm, yet unsettling, causing an inexplicable sense of unease in Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun, who instinctively wished to retreat. No, how could they show fear in her presence? Liang Xichao suddenly became clear-headed, straightening his back and glaring at Yanyou, embodying a defiance that suggested he feared nothing. "Officer, you must have heard what they just said." Yanyou looked leisurely at the police officer who had yet to leave, her smile radiant. Her beauty had been enhanced to perfection, making her stand out among the crowd as though she possessed an inherent charm. Yes, I heard. The officer replied sincerely, albeit a bit confused about Gyu's intentions. Gyu nodded, then abruptly shifted her tone. I intend to accuse them of extortion, for they just demanded 5 million in your presence. Her words left the officer stunned. And even Liang Shichao and Qin Fengyun ceased their raucousness. As they observed Gyu's serious demeanor, it dawned on them that she was indeed earnest. You're insane. How dare you treat us this way? I'll kill you. The pair screamed in a frenzy, yet Gyu remained unfazed. You may strike me, but know that you might soon face an additional charge of intentional harm. Liang Shichao and Qin Fengyun hesitated, momentarily stunned by Gyu's words. The police officer, witnessing the situation, promptly stepped forward to take the two into custody. Gyu, as the complainant, was naturally required to accompany them to provide her statement. Meanwhile, the two individuals who accompanied her, clearly journalists, were stopped by the police but were allowed to proceed after Gyu asserted that they were invited to testify on her behalf. During her statement, Gyu presented the paternity test results, revealing the conclusion of no blood relation between herself and Liang Shichao and Qin Fengyun. Staring at the report's findings, the two were left utterly dumbfounded. No, this is impossible. How could you not be our daughter? When you were born, I entrusted you to your aunt, allowing her to switch you with that girl from the Ji family. It's impossible. Overwhelmed by shock, Qin Fengyun inadvertently revealed the truth of that year. And Liang Shichao, equally taken aback, failed to intervene in time. The two police officers taking notes exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they regarded the pair. Initially, they had perceived Gyu's report against her biological parents as somewhat unreasonable, but upon witnessing the current situation and Qin Fengyun's candid admission, they began to feel sympathy for Gyu. Enduring such a predicament, and only now reporting it seemed a testament to her patience. Meanwhile, the two journalists behind them were elated, knowing that the material they would return with today would be sensational. Liang Shichao and Qin Fengyun were skeptical of Gyu's identification report, and Gyu anticipated their disbelief, suggesting that if they doubted the results, they could conduct another test under official supervision. This matter was left for the police to manage, and Liang Shichao and Qin Fengyun were temporarily detained. However, that was not the end. Gyu then produced several documents from her bag, filled with evidence of tax evasion involving the Nie and Yu families over the years. Since she was already there, it seemed fitting to address this tax evasion case as well. Gyu spoke lightly, yet the police were stunned into silence, having never encountered such a smoothly resolved case before. After concluding this matter, Gyu departed from the police station. The two journalists captured the material they desired and hurried back to edit the news after bidding farewell to Gyu, while she had Shunli drive her to the Junhua law firm. The Junhua law firm was now significantly more vibrant than before. With Gyu's financial backing, Chun Yuan was diligently recruiting elite talents, and the 10-member legal team that Gyu had once envisioned was now fully assembled. As soon as Gyu arrived at the firm, Qin Yuan rushed out to greet her, his face beaming with a smile that was almost comical. Miss Ji, it has been so long since your last visit. I thought you had forgotten about our Shichu. Qin Yuan understood that Gyu's investment in the firm was motivated by her interest in Jun Shichu, whether for his talent or his character, regardless. It was because of him that the firm had flourished. Thus, Qin Yuan was exceedingly attentive to Gyu, wishing to pair his dear friend Jun Shichu with her, especially given her beauty and wealth. If only my looks were better, I would have pursued her myself. Gyu had not seen Jun Shichu in quite some time. Upon hearing Qin Yuan mention him, she inquired about his well-being. Qin Yuan, eager to share, readily offered. Would you like me to call him and ask him to come back? Gyu pondered for a moment and shook her head. Since Jun Shichu had gone to meet with the client today, it would be inappropriate for her to disturb his work. I have come to seek your assistance with certain matters, Gyu stated as she retrieved several documents from her bag, each containing evidence she had gathered online. The individuals listed here have all received letters from lawyers and are embroiled in legal proceedings. I refuse to accept any form of mediation, Gyu asserted confidently as she pointed to the names inscribed on the first page. These were the individuals who had spread falsehoods online, with the most prominent among them being the journalist who initially aided the Liang family. Since they chose to accept payment to tarnish her reputation, she would show them no mercy. Chapter 91. The reversal. Qin Yuan picked up the documents, and upon reading them, his demeanor grew serious. He had not been active on Weibo lately, thus was unaware of the recent events unfolding online, particularly their significant connection to his benefactor, Gyu. As he examined the evidence presented by Gyu and the lengthy list of individuals she intended to sue, he realized the gravity of the situation. Previously, they had handled cases involving entertainment celebrities, but those typically involved sending lawyer letters merely to intimidate, followed by private resolutions culminating in an apology posted on Weibo. It felt almost like childish play. However, Yanyou's current stance indicated her unwavering determination to pursue legal action against those individuals without any leniency. Rest assured, we will handle this matter with utmost diligence, Qingyi assured her earnestly. After all, this was Yanyou's first assignment, and it was imperative to resolve it flawlessly to honor her investment. Moreover, it was high time to deploy the elite legal team they had assembled. Following Qingyi's affirmation, Yanyou met briefly with several members of the distinguished legal team to introduce themselves before departing the firm. Shortly after she left, Xue Qingyi returned from outside. Qingyi promptly informed him of Yanyou's visit. Upon hearing the news, Xue Qingyi momentarily appeared taken aback, but soon his expression reverted to neutrality, revealing no signs of disturbance. Understood, he responded succinctly before retreating to his office. Observing Xue Qingyi's silhouette, Qingyi appeared to have made a discovery, stroking his chin in contemplation. Once the office door closed, Xue Qingyi let out a barely audible sigh. For reasons unknown, a faint sense of disappointment flickered within him. He could not quite grasp the nature of this emotion, yet it seemed to fluctuate in response to Yanyou's situation. Online, discussions regarding Yanyou and the Liang couple's affairs continued to simmer, but amidst the ongoing chatter, a new twist emerged. The entertainment reporter who initially posted about the incident revealed that he had received a lawyer's letter, accompanied by mocking remarks. His insinuation was clear. He was ridiculing Yanyou for posturing, declaring himself unafraid. Once the Weibo post was made, a flurry of followers joined in the mockery, sending a lawyer's letter to intimidate? Don't be afraid, we support you. She's panicking, haha oh. Perhaps the blogger should just apologize. Who knows, they might mean business? What wrong has the blogger done? They are merely exposing the truth. Dream sister did well. Such slander should have been addressed long ago. Go away, Dream fans, don't seek attention here. The comments section erupted in chaos, while the reporter Li Wei, sitting behind his computer, reveled in delight. Let them bicker, let them stir commotion. The more they clamored, the greater my traffic and profits. Li Wei was in high spirits, completely dismissing the lawyer's letter. However, just as he believed the matter to be inconsequential, nearly 300 individuals online began sending apologies to Yanyou. Unlike Li Wei, these netizens lacked a vast following, so even if they posted their apologies, they did not spread rapidly. Nevertheless, a select few among them, boasting thousands or even tens of thousands of followers, began to garner attention for their apologies and their own receipt of the lawyer's letter. Soon, people were astonished to discover that, apart from the entertainment journalist Li Wei who initially posted, many others had also received lawyers' letters, leading to an uproar of disbelief. This was indeed serious. Simultaneously, another video surfaced online, featuring Yanyou personally leading individuals to the police station to file a report. In the video, she presented the hospital's paternity certificate, unequivocally stating that she had no blood relation to Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun, leaving the onlookers utterly astounded. The voices that once criticized Yanyou now transformed into sincere apologies. I was wrong. I shouldn't have been so gullible, one commenter lamented. Goddess, you have not disappointed me. How could you possibly be the person they described? It is clear that everything was a scheme by that couple. Another exclaimed, goodness. This is terrifying. That couple has admitted to deliberately switching the babies. It seems the plot was hatched 18 years ago. Dream Jie is not their daughter. So why was there a mix-up in the first place? Who are Dream Jie's biological parents? The revelations led to an astonishing reversal in public sentiment. Netizens felt as if they had been slapped in the face. They condemned Liang Xichao and Chen Fengyun, expressing their disdain for their malevolent hearts. Those who once felt sympathy for them now berated themselves for having supported them. Some began to investigate the Liang family, discovering that the trio was currently detained, which quickly circulated online, prompting applause and approval from the public. Yanyou paid little heed to the shifting tides of online opinion. However, following these events, her popularity surged dramatically. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your popularity has surpassed 7 million, earning you 300,000 reputation points and 3,000 host points. Friendly reminder, your current reputation is 500,000 with 500 points. Yanyou felt a swell of satisfaction. To receive such acclaim, especially reaching 7 million in popularity, was beyond her wildest expectations. With this achievement, she was not far from reaching 10 million in popularity, bringing her closer to a system upgrade. The mere thought of it filled her with excitement. Yu called her instructor to request a leave of absence, planning to rest at home for the next few days. Thus, she remained unaware that others were frantically searching for her. Xue and Yanyou had yet to be discharged from the hospital when their family members stormed in and slapped them both. The two bewildered individuals were utterly at a loss as to what transpired, only to be met with a barrage of scathing reprimands from their parents. What on earth have you done? While your occasional arrogance and flamboyant antics might have been tolerable, we never anticipated that our indulgence would lead you into such a grave calamity. The revelation of tax evasion within the company has surfaced. It spells disaster for the firm and for our family. Do you understand? Xue and Yanyou shared the same hospital room, with their parents standing by the bedside, their expressions fierce and menacing, leaving the two young women too frightened to even breathe audibly. Yet, amidst the chaos, they managed to glean critical information, offending someone, tax evasion, and the impending downfall of the company. The pair was left in shock. How could things have escalated to this point? Chapter 92. The Net Titans. I question the wisdom of provoking Yanyou. What could possibly be her background that she amassed such overwhelming evidence against us? Now our company is under investigation, and it seems as though the external world has received a silent cue, with competitors deliberately undermining us. We can no longer endure this. The situation is utterly unsustainable. Both families were in a state of panic. If this continued, they feared they would find themselves unable to remain in the outside world, destined instead to toil away in obscurity. Father, mother, what are you saying? How could Yanyou possess such formidable power? Indeed, she is no longer a member of the Ji family. What influence could she possibly wield? After hearing their parents' grievances, Xue and Yanyou were struck with disbelief. They had thought that once Yanyou distanced herself from the Ji family, she would fade into insignificance. Yet, she had managed to bring their family to such a disastrous plight. You both must personally seek her out to apologize, plead for her forgiveness, and implore her to spare our company. This was the unanimous decision of both families. Despite Xue and Yanyou still recovering from their injuries, time was of the essence, and they had no choice but to return to school in search of Yanyou. Upon their return, they were informed that Yanyou had not attended school for several days. Due to previous events, her reputation had spread throughout the school, and many onlookers were keenly observing her. Perhaps this was the reason for her absence? Xue and Yanyou could not concern themselves with the reasons behind Yanyou's leave. Their sole desire was to locate her as swiftly as possible. However, no one knew her whereabouts, leading them to seek the assistance of Xue. It was you who advised us to bring the Liang family into this. Now that such a significant incident has occurred, you share in the responsibility. Yanyou confronted Xue, attempting to enlist her support. Xue merely found the accusation amusing. I do not recall advising you in such a manner. I believe I merely warned that the Liang family were not virtuous people and hoped Yanyou would avoid them. Correct? You sought to ensnare Yanyou, yet have now brought calamity upon yourselves. How can you lay the blame at my feet? Yanyou was rendered speechless by Xue's words. The reality was indeed as she stated. Yet Yanyou could not shake the belief that Xue had intentionally misled her. If you do not assist us, I will divulge the entirety of this situation to Yanyou. Ultimately, that was the only threat she could muster. Xue, however, simply laughed. I am indifferent. Feel free to share. In any case, reconciliation between her and me is an impossibility. If you disclose these matters, it would merely serve to accelerate the inevitable rift between you and Yanyou. Faced with Xue's unwavering demeanor, Xue and Yanyou found themselves at an impasse, helplessly watching as Xue departed. Without her assistance, they were left to navigate the search for Yanyou on their own. Yet time was not on their side. In just 3 days, the enterprises of both families suffered a catastrophic blow. Stock prices plummeted, and the evening brought forth a barrage of negative news. With not only the tax bureau but also the police arriving to conduct investigations. Xue and Yanyou were neighbors, and when the police took Xue's father away, the expressions on the faces of the Yu family turned grim. The proximity of the two families hinted at their shared nature. The Xue family's success was tainted, and the Yu family was not far behind in moral standing. Now, they were truly at a critical juncture of survival. A week later, Yanyou learned of Xue and Yanyou's frantic search for her. She had already surmised their intentions, as the bankruptcy of both the Xue and Yu families was precisely the outcome she desired. As for the arrests made within both families, she bore no responsibility. After all, their hands were far from clean. Regarding her own affairs, the evidence she had provided ensured that the Liang family faced their own reckoning. Liang Jun was apprehended early on charges of robbery and sexual assault, and Yanyou had no intention of targeting him specifically. However, being the favored son of the Liang family, He had previously evaded consequences for numerous transgressions, thanks to Liang Xichao and Chun Fingyun's efforts to shield him. Utilizing her hacking skills, Yanyou conducted a nighttime investigation into Liang Xichao and Chun Fingyun's information, inadvertently unearthing the buried truths. She fortuitously handed these revelations to the authorities. The outcome was that Liang Jun would face 12 years of labor, while Liang Xichao and Chun Fingyun could not escape culpability either. Their deliberate swapping of the two families' children had already contravened the law, and their subsequent cover-ups of Liang Jun's repeated criminal acts only compounded their offenses. They too would face incarceration, albeit for shorter durations of 3 and 5 years, respectively. Furthermore, even the sister-in-law who facilitated the child swap was apprehended. With the capture of the Liang family's sister-in-law, the truth of that year finally emerged. It turned out that the Liang family's daughter had already died prior to the exchange. A grave error on the sister-in-law's part. Unable to confess to her in-laws, she sought to rectify the situation herself. The sister-in-law, bold enough to agree to assist in the subterfuge, immediately targeted a single mother-to-be after the incident. She stealthily swapped the deceased Liang daughter with the single mother and subsequently exchanged Ji's daughter with the Liang family, leaving Ji's child with no blood relation to the Liang family, but rather with the single mother's daughter. Upon discovering the truth, Liang Xichao and Chun Fingyun collapsed onto the ground, their expressions turning numb. No one could fathom their thoughts. Were they mourning the loss of their daughter? Or were they disheartened that years of scheming had ultimately dissolved into a mere illusion? Ultimately, Liang's sister-in-law was also fortunate enough to receive a 3-year sewing machine course. As the plaintiff, Yanyou was naturally the first to learn of this news. Although somewhat taken aback, she had harbored suspicions ever since she discovered her lack of blood relation to the Liang family. Now, her conjectures had merely been validated. After much contemplation regarding her biological mother, Yanyou resolved to send someone to search for her. However, after 18 long years, attempting to locate an individual amidst the vast sea of humanity was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, fraught with challenges. Yanyou entrusted this matter to Xue Qingyi, as he possessed certain connections within official circles, making the search more feasible than for others. Whether or not they would ultimately succeed was left to fate. Chapter 93. Participation in a variety show. The truth has finally been unveiled, and Yanyou has restored her innocence. Those who indiscriminately tarnished Yanyou's reputation online and spread various rumors received legal notices from her legal team. Initially, few took the matter seriously. However, upon receiving court summons, they realized that the legal notice was not a mere bluff but a genuine warning. Particularly Li Wei, who was the first to cast aspersions upon Yanyou, found himself as the prime target of her elite legal team. Yanyou had already made it clear that she would not entertain any negotiations. Thus, when Li Wei recognized the gravity of the situation and sought to apologize, it was too late. The court proceedings commenced, and due to the overwhelming number of defendants, an online trial was arranged. The distinguished lawyers from Junhua law firm, all of whom are elite professionals in the field, wielded substantial evidence, effortlessly overpowering the opposing counsel to secure a decisive victory. The outcome was satisfactory for Yanyou, as each individual was mandated to compensate her for a specified amount of emotional damages and to publicly apologize for 1 month. Li Wei, facing the most severe consequences, was burdened not only with hefty compensation and a month-long public apology, but also with the prospect of a year in prison. He felt a deep sense of resentment. Not only had he lost all the money he had earned, but he also found himself in this dire predicament, leading him to despise the puppeteer behind the scenes. He confessed that after the Liang family approached him for assistance in slandering Yanyou, someone had offered him money to orchestrate the smear campaign. Lured by the promise of quick riches, he committed this grievous act. Li Wei hoped that his confession would mitigate his sentence. Unfortunately, he was oblivious to the identity of the mastermind orchestrating everything, rendering his information largely ineffectual. Although the police sought to continue their investigation based on Li Wei's leads, they encountered unidentified obstacles during their inquiries, ultimately uncovering nothing. The punishments for all involved remained unchanged. As news broke, several trending topics surged to the top of Weibo's hot search list. Yanyou's fan base experienced a significant surge, nearing 8 million followers. Such popularity eclipsed that of many minor celebrities in the industry. Consequently, some astute businesses began to set their sights on Yanyou, with several quick-thinking entities already submitting proposals for commercial collaborations to Xingchen Entertainment. They all sought to leverage Yanyou's newfound fame to boost their own visibility. And upon learning of her association with Xingchen Entertainment, they eagerly invited her to become their brand ambassador. However, Yanyou harbored no interest in endorsements. While perusing the business proposals, she felt that outright rejection seemed a tad wasteful, so she decided to promote her company's artists instead. Some companies declined her suggestions, yet others were keen on the talents she represented. Consequently, her artists were met with a wave of lucrative endorsement opportunities. After this incident, Yanyou found herself less inclined to attend school. However, she had no intention of dropping out. Instead, she discussed with the school authorities that her sporadic attendance would not adversely affect her credits. Naturally, in order to show her appreciation for the students' hardships, Yanyou decided to express her sentiments regarding the scholarship and, in addition, to donate a batch of scientific experimental equipment. Although the school leaders were initially hesitant, they eventually acquiesced after Yanyou assured them that her exam performance would remain unaffected. Consequently, Yanyou enjoyed an even greater sense of freedom in her schedule. However, it was not long before she received a call from Song Yuhang. The Slow Living program team is calling to invite you to participate in their show, he stated calmly, relaying the invitation he had received. In just a few short months, Song Yuhang had transformed remarkably, akin to a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, evolving into a version of himself he had never dared to envision. Composed, reserved, and decisive, he had initially taken on the role of acting general manager at Starry Entertainment, and now he had officially become the CEO of the company. His profound transformation was entirely due to Yanyou. He had always acknowledged this. Will you go? Song Yuhang inquired with concern. Yanyou pondered for a moment before responding. Please send me the program itinerary, and I will take a look. She did not refuse outright, as thoughts of her impending surge in popularity crossed her mind. Although her current fame seemed to be escalating rapidly, she was acutely aware that once this phase subsided, her popularity would inevitably stagnate. After all, she was not a permanent fixture in the entertainment industry, lacking consistent exposure. Her meteoric rise in popularity was bound to be fleeting. Thus, she resolved to participate in the variety show. Soon, Song Yuhang forwarded the program schedule. After a brief glance, Yanyou gained a rough understanding of the show's format. It was a lifestyle variety show that combined both live and recorded segments. Essentially, the production team invited several individuals to live together in a designated location, engaging in various tasks while savoring a leisurely pace of life. After reviewing the details, Yanyou called Song Yuhang back to inform him to notify the program team of her acceptance to participate. Initially, she intended to inquire about who else would be joining her on the program, but the production team indicated that the list of participants was confidential, as it would add an element of surprise. Since the team had articulated their stance, Yanyou refrained from pressing further. After receiving the electronic contract, she reviewed it for any discrepancies and signed it without issue. Once she obtained the shooting schedule, all that remained was for her to wait patiently. However, just as Yanyou was anticipating the commencement of filming, she received another call from the program team. This time, the conversation was not about the shooting arrangements, but rather concerning rental inquiries. Are you interested in renting the seaside villa at Shanghai Huading? Yanyou asked, somewhat uncertain about the location mentioned, which indeed was her own seaside villa. Her astonishment was understandable. After acquiring the villa, she had only visited it twice, and her impressions of it were not particularly vivid. To her surprise, the production team expressed interest in using her residence as a filming location. Yanyou remarked, what a coincidence. Considering that she would be participating in the show anyway, she readily agreed. After all, being part of the program while residing in her own home would undoubtedly offer greater convenience. With only a week to prepare, time swiftly slipped away. The day before filming commenced, the production team informed her that they would arrive early the following morning. Yanyou, unfazed, sent her address to the team and quickly tidied up her belongings. She simply packed a few outfits into her suitcase, intending to put on a show of preparation. After all, her home was filled with unworn clothing she had purchased, so she could easily change there. With no sense of anxiety, she drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the housekeeper, Aunt Guan, upon hearing the doorbell, promptly opened the grand entrance of the villa and welcomed the crew inside. Chapter 94. A stunning transformation. 10 minutes prior, the eagerly anticipated live broadcast of the Slow Life variety show had already attracted a considerable audience, even before its commencement. Given that the program had aired 2 successful episodes previously, it had amassed a loyal viewership. How peculiar. Why hasn't the list of participants been announced in advance this time? Indeed, I wonder who will be joining us for this episode. I hope my brother will be among them. I merely wish that the cast this time will not be as dramatic as the last. That was quite the chaotic scene last time. Let us hope the director manages to maintain some decorum this episode. Why hasn't it started yet? I can hardly contain my excitement. The barrage of comments flowed steadily across the screen. At that moment, the previously dark live stream suddenly burst into life. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the Slow Life production team. I am your host, Xue Qingyi. Today, we will commence the live broadcast, connecting with various guest cameras, allowing viewers to choose their favorite to watch. During the final evaluation of the program, we will recognize the guest with the highest popularity, awarding them a mysterious grand prize we have prepared. Now, let us begin the connections. In the streaming room, a bespectacled young man with curly hair and two prominent canine teeth introduced himself to the audience. He was already familiar to the viewers, having previously served as the task assistant and deputy director of the show. Hurry, I can barely wait. Let me see who has been invited. This episode is shrouded in mystery. Connected. But why haven't they introduced the guests yet? Clearly, you are a new viewer. This show typically begins with remote recordings. You'll find out who the guests are once we reach their homes. Is that how it works? Wow, they live in a villa? I wonder which celebrity it belongs to. At this moment, the audience followed the camera to the exterior of the Biyun book garden, pausing before Jiuyu's villa. The doorbell rang, and the grand entrance was soon opened. A middle-aged lady, impeccably dressed in a black suit, stepped out, exuding an air of professionalism. I don't recognize her. Could it be that they invited an ordinary person this time? Yet, she doesn't seem like one, does she? I too feel she is not the one. Who could it be? As the audience observed the arrival of Aunt Ho, they began to speculate. However, before they could reach any conclusions, they heard the production team conversing with the lady at the door. Are you from the production team? The young lady has instructed you to come in. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I apologize for the disturbance. We shall officially commence filming now, if that is convenient. Of course, that is perfectly fine. As they exchanged pleasantries, the camera followed them into the villa. The viewers finally caught a glimpse of the villa's interior. Wow, is this wealth beyond imagination? It seems that the affluent reside in such splendid places. I must admit, I feel a twinge of envy. Did anyone catch the name mentioned by the production team earlier? This guest, with the surname Ji, could it possibly be that singer who gained notoriety previously? Is her name Ji Mingxue? Or could it be someone else entirely? Could it be? As netizens joyfully speculated, the production team, after conversing with Aunt Ho, secured permission to film at the entrance of Jiuyu's bedroom. Groggy, Jiuyu heard a knock on the door and turned over in bed, suddenly recalling that she was to participate in the recording today. Just as she pondered this, Aunt Ho's voice resonated from outside the door. Miss, the production team has arrived to film. Instantly alert, Jiuyu remembered that she had previously communicated with the team, knowing they intended to capture every detail of the guests, including their morning routines. Confident that there was nothing to hide, she instructed them to come in. The production team, initially anxious, felt a wave of relief wash over them upon hearing the pleasant voice of the young woman inviting them in. Thankfully, the guest had not put them in a difficult position. Aunt Ho, upon hearing the invitation, did not hesitate. She opened the door and graciously ushered the crew into the room. The room was expansive, measuring a generous 100 square meters, with ample natural light streaming in. The floor-to-ceiling windows revealed a sizable balcony that overlooked a lovely garden. The decor was lavish, featuring a crystal chandelier that sparkled brilliantly, and a 200-inch ultra-thin screen television mounted on the wall opposite a cream-colored genuine leather sofa. Additionally, exquisite ornaments adorned every corner, exuding an air of opulence. Just as everyone's attention was captivated by the room's grandeur, a figure appeared before them. Jiuyu, clad in a flowing black silk camisole dress, complemented by a black silk shawl, let her long, dark hair cascade freely, gleaming more brilliantly than her attire. Yet, the most striking aspect was her porcelain-like complexion, seemingly devoid of any blemish, with delicate features that, even without makeup, outshone many painted beauties. Beyond her nearly flawless visage, Jiuyu's figure was equally remarkable. Having recently added a few centimeters to her height, she now stood at an impressive 173 centimeters. Her tall and slender silhouette was undeniably alluring, and the silk nightgown draped elegantly over her form, accentuating her enviable figure and long, graceful legs, creating an aura of both innocence and allure. In that moment, the only thought resonating in everyone's minds was two words: so beautiful. The live stream chat momentarily fell silent in awe. This is because all the viewers witnessing this scene were utterly captivated by the enchanting beauty before them. It was not until they heard Jiuyu greet them that they seemed to awaken from their reverie, abruptly returning to reality. In the next moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream went into a frenzy. Good heavens, there truly exists such a stunning person in this world. This is my dream sister. My goddess. Does the sister have someone she likes? May I present myself as a candidate? Let us not be too rigid about gender. Delicate and gentle girls are far superior to those unpleasant men. Although I do not know who this is, she is simply too beautiful. I have fallen in love. The viewers in the live stream were fervently expressing their admiration, while the staff capturing the moment felt as though they were sharing in the viewers' excitement. Such a breathtaking display of beauty early in the morning. Who could possibly withstand it? Chapter 95. The Commencement of Filming, Part 1. Has the filming already begun? Yanyou inquired lazily, rubbing her drowsy eyes as she addressed the few individuals before her. The crew's cameraman had already immersed himself in his work, diligently capturing every exquisite detail in front of him. The live broadcast had erupted into a frenzy. Raise both hands to prove I've done nothing. You're not allowed to look at my wife. Don't tempt me so early in the morning. Get lost. She's my wife. And no one is allowed to compete with me. I don't care. I'm bringing her to the Civil Affairs Bureau today to get our marriage certificate. The barrage of comments was filled with admiration, a sight that was almost unbearable. Of course, Yanyou was oblivious to this commotion. Miss G, we have already commenced filming. A staff member reminded her, suggesting whether they should wait for Yanyou to change her outfit before proceeding. However, Yanyou was indifferent, turning to enter the dressing room and shutting the door behind her. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, the cameraman managed to capture a glimpse of the scene inside the dressing room. Woo, my wife's dressing room is larger than my own house. I must work harder, or I want to be able to support her. Enough already, you're all just daydreaming. Is this the lifestyle of the wealthy? I genuinely envy it. Indeed, a wealthy sister always lives with such elegance and nonchalance. Aunt Ho waited outside, and the crew felt it inappropriate to film indiscriminately, leading to an awkward silence as they waited. Fortunately, Yanyou soon emerged from the dressing room. She had donned a white spaghetti-strap dress, complemented by a uniquely tailored silk sunshade. As she stepped in front of the window, standing in the sunlight, everyone was captivated, as if she radiated a luminous glow. It was difficult to discern whether it was her fair skin illuminating the space or the intricately woven silver threads in her attire reflecting the light. She was breathtaking. The cameraman murmured in awe before quickly redirecting the lens, feeling somewhat guilty. However, this action only incited a wave of lamentation among the viewers in the live chat. No, don't pan away. I want to see this beauty. I'll give you 3 seconds to turn the camera back, or I'll beg on my knees. I'd trade 1,000 lives to be the one filming. I would tirelessly capture this divine visage. The online uproar continued, and the director, remotely instructing the cameraman, promptly redirected the lens back, finally appeasing the discontented audience. Yanyou remained unaware of the chaos. After standing by the window for a moment to admire the garden below, she turned to everyone with a smile. It's still early. I doubt anyone has had breakfast. Shall we all go grab a bite together? With that, Yanyou led everyone downstairs to the dining area, inviting them to take a seat. The staff members, of course, felt reluctant to accept, insisting they had already eaten. Yanyou, however, did not press the matter and simply took her seat. Aunt Ho swiftly brought the chef-prepared breakfast, elegantly arranging it before Yanyou. There were traditional Chinese delicacies such as fried dough sticks with soy milk, soup dumplings, and sesame oil wontons, alongside Western offerings like sandwiches, crispy bacon, fried eggs, and ham. Although the spread was generous, each portion was tailored to Yanyou's appetite, rendering the task of finishing the meal quite manageable. Since the staff preferred not to join her, Yanyou felt no hesitation and began to indulge in her meal. Her movements were swift yet devoid of any rudeness, instead presenting a delightful spectacle, whether it was the online viewers or the few staff members present. Witnessing Yanyou savoring her breakfast inevitably evoked the phrase, a feast for the eyes. Chapter 96. The filming begins. Part 2. Yanyou leisurely enjoyed her breakfast, and the staff showed no inclination to rush her. After all, who would wish to disrupt such a delightful tableau? However, Yanyou had no intention of relishing her meal in solitude. Although the production team insisted it was unnecessary, she instructed Aunt Ho to prepare breakfast for the entire crew. After the meal, Yanyou began to pack her luggage, despite knowing that the destination was her own villa, equipped with her daily necessities and clothing. She still adhered to the filming process and prepared herself under the watchful eye of the cameras. Aunt Ho assisted her as they simply retrieved a few garments from the wardrobe, neatly folded them, and placed them into the suitcase. Miss G, are you only bringing this little? A staff member inquired, unaware of Yanyou's intentions. Our filming will last at least a week. Turning to the staff member, Yanyou offered a radiant smile, replying, "Thank you for the reminder. This will be more than sufficient." Her smile was so dazzling that it left the staff present and the audience in the live broadcast momentarily speechless. Absolutely stunning. I just had some spicy snacks. And I'm definitely not tearing up. Why is my tongue stuck to my phone? I need help. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, and simultaneously, trending topics surged on Weibo. Most beautiful smile, Slow-living Angel S smiled, the girl who made your heart skip. These tags quickly ascended, climbing into the top 10 within moments. Clicking on any tag revealed Xue enchanting smile directed at the camera. What does it mean to turn and smile, captivating all? This is it. Many passersby, initially indifferent to the slow-living variety show, found themselves irresistibly drawn in after catching a glimpse of her stunning beauty. They swiftly searched for the live broadcast of the show and dove right in. In the production studio's control room, excitement erupted. One staff member suddenly leaped from his chair, waving his arms with uncontainable enthusiasm. A nearby director shot him a disapproving glance and scolded, "What's with the shouting during work hours?" Others cast sympathetic looks at the exuberant staff member. Everyone knew the director was the most intimidating presence during working hours. Who would dare to raise their voice under his watchful gaze? Yet, the staff member remained unfazed, his excitement unabated as he continued to exclaim, "Director Chun, our viewership ratings are soaring." At this, everyone in the control room gasped in unison. "What did you just say?" The director stood up abruptly, striding over to the staff member's side, his gaze intensely fixed upon the work computer. Indeed, the graph displayed a steady upward trajectory, having surpassed the 1 mark. It is noteworthy that this pertains to the national viewership ratings for live programs, achieving even 0.5 at the outset is considered a commendable milestone, yet here they were, having crossed 1 with remarkable ease. This revelation not only exhilarated the staff member, but also ignited cheers among everyone in the workspace. Director Chun, his fist clenched in triumph, waved it vigorously a couple of times before exerting effort to regain his composure. "All right, this is a promising start. Let us all focus and work diligently," he declared. "Yes," came the enthusiastic chorus, as everyone returned to their respective tasks. A smile of joy illuminated Director Chun's face as he inquired of the staff member beside him. "Xiao Wu, can you discern what might have caused this surge in viewership?" Staff member Xiao Wu, containing his excitement, replied earnestly, "It likely relates to this particular live stream." With that, he swiftly switched to another computer, showcasing the live feed featuring Yanyou. At that moment, Yanyou was busy tidying up, leaving Director Chen somewhat perplexed. What is different about this? Uncertain how to articulate his thoughts, Xiao Wu simply pulled out his phone and opened Weibo. Upon browsing the trending topics, Director Chun felt a rush of adrenaline course through him. After directing numerous variety shows, he had never witnessed a program ascend to the trending list on its very first day. Clicking on one of the trending entries, he quickly grasped the reason behind it. This was none other than their landlord, the very person from whom they had rented the venue. Initially, he had reached out to her due to her burgeoning online popularity, hoping to negotiate a lower rental fee, never anticipating such a delightful surprise awaiting him. Fantastic. Weave struck gold this time, he murmured to himself, promptly deciding to ensure the camera captured more of her, as it would undoubtedly elevate the viewership further. Unbeknownst to Yanyou, her simple smile had sparked considerable online fervor. After finishing her tidying, she prepared to head out with her belongings. A modest suitcase, it was evident, contained little. The staff had previously advised her, but now it was too late to reiterate the reminder. They could only closely follow her, continuing to film. However, upon arriving at the garage, the sight of an array of luxury cars left them awestruck once again, despite their prior mental preparation. Recently, Yanyou had acquired several luxury vehicles to enhance her garage, including the long-desired Rolls-Royce Phantom. Yet, she still preferred to drive her custom-made Maybach, so she opted to take that one on this occasion. "If your vehicles are inconvenient for filming, feel free to choose one from my collection. I don't mind," Yanyou remarked casually. The staff members have grown weary and despondent. Who can elucidate the vast chasm that exists between individuals? The viewers in the live broadcast have been left utterly astounded by Yanyou's extravagant demeanor, rendered speechless, only able to inundate the screen with declarations of adoration for their affluent sister. The staff, gazing at the line of luxury vehicles, swallowed hard, ultimately opting for rejection, their hearts bleeding. Yanyou, unfazed, ushered the cameraman into her vehicle and promptly set off on her journey. While Yanyou continued her filming as usual, the other guests were also engaged in their own broadcasts. In the larger villa of the Ji family, slightly more spacious than Yanyou's residence, Xue Qingyi busily prepared her belongings. In stark contrast to the quietude surrounding Yanyou, Xue Qingyi's environment was bustling with activity. Chapter 97 The Shooting Begins, Part 3, Xue. Please take this with you. I fear it may be chilly over there at night. Shun Huiru stood in the cloakroom, handing a cream-colored shawl to the maid, who immediately folded it neatly and placed it into the suitcase. Xue Qingyi stood helplessly to the side, wishing to assist but continually thwarted by Shun Huiru's gentle insistence. "Darling, just wait here. It is a rare opportunity for your mother to help you pack. You wouldn't want to deny her such a small wish, would you? Shun Huiru gazed at Ji Mingxue with tenderness, her eyes shimmering with emotion. Ji Mingxue playfully shook Shun Huiru's hand, smiling as she said, "Mother, I will only be gone for a few days. There is no need to bring so much. I simply do not wish for you to tire yourself. My good daughter." The heartwarming scene of maternal affection was broadcasted to the viewers in the live stream. In contrast to the frenzy surrounding Ji Yuyu, this display of calm drew many fans of Ji Mingxue who were enamored by the moment. Mingxue is truly such a dutiful daughter. I am in tears. Mother's love for her daughter is so evident. They really resemble each other. Isn't this mother a bit too indulgent? It's merely packing a suitcase. It shouldn't be that exhausting. Am I the only one who finds the atmosphere between them oddly familiar yet distant? Indeed, I share this sentiment. It feels as if they are mother and daughter, yet lacking the intimacy of daily companionship. Does no one realize? Our Mingxue has been swapped at birth for 18 years. It's only natural to feel this way after reuniting. Her mother has missed 18 years of her daughter's life, and now, finally helping her pack is a long-awaited wish. Woo, I can't take it. Spare me the emotional turmoil. In the barrage of comments, someone inadvertently mentioned the incident of the Ji family's child swap, igniting curiosity among many. Initially, the Ji family wished to keep this matter private, but Ji Mingxue, feeling insecure, urged her mother to disclose it. To make amends, Shun Huiru held a banquet to formally introduce Ji Mingxue to all their relatives and friends, thereby publicly acknowledging her identity within their social circle. Some matters spread rapidly once mentioned, and given Ji Mingxue's openness about her past, she had never concealed her true identity as the Ji family's daughter. Consequently, her fans felt profound sympathy for her, nurturing an even deeper affection towards her. As the fans educated newcomers in the live stream, many bystanders learned of Ji Mingxue's tragic circumstances. Yet, whether intentionally or not, no one spoke of the relationship between Ji Mingxue and Ji Yuyu, allowing both live streams to maintain a harmonious atmosphere. Once Shun Huiru finished packing Ji Mingxue's belongings, she arranged for a driver to escort her to the destination. Once again in a luxury vehicle, drawing a wave of admiration and attention. The variety show Slow Life emphasizes the essence of living, with each episode revolving around a distinct theme. This particular installment has chosen the theme of wealth and leisure, leading to the selection of the luxurious Shanghai Huading Villa as the filming location. 6 guests have been chosen to live together temporarily, relishing a leisurely lifestyle while engaging in various tasks and games. 2 episodes have already aired, each featuring meticulously chosen guests, ensuring that every episode possesses its own highlights. In this episode, the lineup includes newcomers such as Ji Yuyu and Ji Mingxue, who have recently garnered some attention online, alongside both past stars and current A-list celebrities, as well as esteemed veterans within the entertainment industry. Except for Ji Yuyu and Ji Mingxue, who reside in close proximity to the filming site, the other 4 guests have flown in from various corners of the nation. As the 2 make their way to the destination, the live streams of the other 4 guests reveal their own departure scenes. Ji Yuyu briefly surged into trending topics due to her beauty, only to be quickly overshadowed by other news, while the other 2 guests have undeniably made their way into the top 3 trending topics. One is the fated movie star Li Yanqing, and the other is the rising star Luo Mingxiu. Although both are recognized as leading actors, their treatment differs vastly. "Brother Yan, your name is trending," Xue Qingyi remarked apprehensively as they exited the plane. Walking beside him was a man approximately 185 meters tall, clad in a white top and black casual trousers, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs. He wore a black fisherman's hat and a mask that obscured most of his face, but his striking eyes and well-defined jawline revealed that he was indeed a rare beauty. Li Yanqing merely responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, displaying little concern over the matter, as if he had not given it a second thought. He had long prepared himself for participating in this show, recognizing that being embroiled in controversy, yet still receiving an invitation, was quite fortunate. A little backlash was to be expected. After all, the production team might have chosen him precisely for the controversy he brought. Thus, he was not overly bothered. In contrast, Xue Qingyi could not maintain such composure. Upon seeing the trending topics surrounding Li Yanqing, he felt his temper flaring. "What do they know to say such things about you? They are merely keyboard warriors echoing each other's sentiments. The truth is far from their claims. I could just explode with frustration." He muttered under his breath while scrolling through his phone, wishing he could unleash his anger, were it not for the camera crew closely following him, broadcasting everything live. Casting a glance at the live camera, an idea began to form in Xue Qingyi's mind. He quickened his pace to approach Li Yanqing, whispering, "Brother Yan, Perhaps we should find an opportunity to clarify those slanderous rumors during the live stream. You've been bearing the brunt of this for far too long. It is time for everyone to know the truth, don't you think? He dared not raise his voice, yet the barrage of insults erupted within the stream. Oh, what sinister plot is this trash contemplating now? Who do they intend to target this time? Because of you, we, Yanyou, are still mired in despair. If it hadn't been for timely intervention last time, Yanyou might no longer be among us. What audacity do you have to reappear in the public eye? Murderer, Li Yanqing, leave the entertainment industry. Li Yanqing, get out of the entertainment industry. Li Yanqing, out. The live stream of Li Yanqing was inundated with vitriol and accusations. So much so that even casual viewers who stumbled in were frightened away by the toxic atmosphere. Chapter 98. The filming begins. Part 4. Li Yanqing remained unfazed by the vitriol directed at him online. After enduring nearly a year of relentless slander, he had cultivated a heart of resilience. He believed that as long as he focused on his work, nothing else mattered. Li Yanqing softly reminded Xue Qingyi, who, though begrudging, could only remain silent, his heart heavy with indignation for Li Yanqing. He knew that all the disparaging rumors circulating about Li Yanqing were fabricated, mere tactics employed to force him out of the entertainment industry. Once the youngest and most celebrated best actor in the industry, Li Yanqing had amassed countless admirers by the tender age of 26, garnering an abundance of film awards. Under ordinary circumstances, as long as he refrained from any illicit behavior, his esteemed position would remain unshaken, allowing him to bask in the adoration of many throughout his life. However, reality often relishes in cruel irony. Suddenly, allegations emerged online, claiming that Li Yanqing frequented dubious establishments, infamous for their indulgent escapades. Subsequently, an obscure actress emerged, tearfully confessing that she had been coerced by Li Yanqing into visiting such places. Upon the revelation of these accusations, Li Yanqing promptly arranged for public relations to clarify matters. Yet, it appeared as though unseen forces conspired against him. All his attempts at clarification were suppressed, leaving only detrimental commentary in circulation, while his explanations vanished without a trace. Overnight, he lost millions of fans, and the backlash was merciless. Unscrupulous marketing accounts joined the fray, launching a campaign of disparagement against him. Despite employing various means to clarify the situation, his efforts proved futile, especially after news broke that the accuser had attempted suicide due to depression, further entrenching him on the proverbial pillory of shame. Thus, Li Yanqing transformed from a brilliant young star into a pariah, vilified by all. It was only 6 months after the incident that he discovered the true motive behind the slander. As the illegitimate son of the Li family residing overseas, his radiance had drawn the attention of the family patriarch, who harbored intentions of reclaiming him, fearing that he might stake a claim to the family fortune, leading to a conspiracy aimed at tarnishing his reputation. At that moment, Li Yanqing found himself at his lowest ebb. The revelation nearly broke him, yet he ultimately persevered, vowing to rise again. After much effort, he finally secured an opportunity to participate in a variety show, resolute in facing whatever consequences might arise. Little did he know, his live stream had ignited a cacophony of dissent since its inception. I cannot comprehend how he dares to show his face here. Has the production team lost their senses? Inviting such a disreputable artist, do they wish to see this project fail? I am truly appalled. How can someone like him continue to thrive in the public eye? The black fans reveled in their joy, yet despite countless unfollowers, Li Yanqing still retained a handful of devoted supporters who promptly began to retaliate against the disparaging remarks from the critics. Brother Yin has already clarified that the so-called negative rumors are entirely fabricated. Why do you choose to be willfully blind? They exclaimed. It's easy to spread lies, but to debunk them requires immense effort. Clearly, someone is deliberately framing him, yet no one is willing to accept the truth. Poor Brother Yin. It's laughable that some still defend such a man. Who exactly is being willfully blind here? A girl nearly lost her life due to him. Can you not see that? Who is truly pitiable? The live stream became a cacophony of discord, filled with an array of offensive language. The staff monitored the situation closely and, upon witnessing the chaos, swiftly enacted a filtering system to block inappropriate terms. Only then did the atmosphere in Li Yanqing's stream improve slightly. However, the quarrelsome individuals merely transitioned to Weibo, where the argument continued, much to the astonishment of onlookers. The slow life program gained a modicum of popularity due to Li Yanqing's involvement. While other streams had their own highlights, a comparative analysis revealed that only Yanyou and Li Yanqing's streams garnered slightly more attention. Ultimately, the production team emerged as the indisputable victors. The online uproar did not affect Li Yanqing. After disembarking from the plane, he was whisked away by the production team's vehicle to the villa at Shanghai Huading. Yanyou drove for 2 hours to reach the filming location, her own seaside villa at Shanghai Huading. Upon her arrival, the cameraman eagerly followed her side. She confidently approached the villa entrance, noting the additional sponsor signage with a hint of recognition, though she could not quite place it. Dismissing her curiosity, she carried her modest luggage inside. Upon entering, she was greeted by a spacious courtyard. To the left, the sunshade of the relaxation area was already opened, with fabric sofas and a coffee table adorned with cushions and merchandise emblazoned with the sponsor's name. Yanyou immediately understood that she should proceed in that direction. Just as she was about to turn, a voice of surprise rang out behind her. Yanyou, what are you doing here? The voice was strikingly familiar, allowing Yanyou to recognize the speaker without turning around. How fortuitous, she thought, as she turned to face Xue Qingyi, who feigned surprise with an insincere greeting. Xue Qingyi harbored dissatisfaction towards Yanyou's demeanor, yet maintained a facade of warmth and approached her. Are you participating in the program as well? I only just found out. The production team is quite adept at keeping secrets, not revealing a hint of information prior to this moment. Xue Qingyi reached out to grasp Yanyou's hand, but Yanyou deftly evaded her touch. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. Had I known of your arrival, I would have refrained from coming. Yanyou spoke without a trace of hesitation, causing Xue Qingyi's smile to freeze instantaneously. The viewers in the live stream were equally taken aback. Wait, what is happening? Why do I sense that the tone of the wealthy sister seems off? You are not alone. I too feel that there is some undisclosed secret between the two of them. Haha, are you blind? Who does that Yanyou think she is, daring to speak to my Snow like that? Exactly. Does she believe her beauty grants her any significance? For Snow, a true heiress of the G family, to initiate a conversation with her is already a considerable act of condescension. Goodness, your comments are truly shocking to my worldview. Am I the only one curious as to why they both share the G surname? Could there possibly be a connection between them? The viewers began to speculate fervently. Chapter 99, The Commencement of Filming, Part 5. Yanyou, are you still angry with me? Xue Qingyi gazed at Yanyou with a hint of sadness, her lips pressed together in a troubled manner that exuded an air of vulnerability. Witnessing her demeanor, Yanyou felt a pang of discomfort. Please, do not speak to me in such a tone. We hardly know each other, she retorted. What are you implying? If not for your insistence on leaving, we would have been sisters by now. Xue Qingyi discreetly monitored the positioning of the cameras, striving to present her most innocent visage before the lens. Yanyou, however, felt a wave of exasperation. It was painfully obvious that Xue Qingyi was putting on an act, and thus, she chose to refrain from engaging in conversation, finding a seat, and ignoring Xue Qingyi's reactions entirely. Taken aback by Yanyou's response, Xue Qingyi experienced a sense of frustration akin to performing for the blind, yet constrained by the presence of the cameras. She could only manage a resigned smile before also settling into a seat. In the live stream, viewer speculations ran rampant, particularly after overhearing their brief exchange, leading to bolder conjectures. I'm guessing there must be some sort of connection between them. What could it be? Next guess, please. Could their relationship possibly relate to that major scandal involving the G family? Are you referring to the false and true heiress trope? Wow, this is thrilling. I usually encounter such plots in novels. Who knew reality could mirror fiction so closely? So, Yanyou is the wrongfully swapped false heiress, while Xue Qingyi is the rightful heiress returning to the wealthy family. That's why Qingyi mentioned they could have been sisters. Indeed, only tales of the affluent are this dramatic. Seriously, is Yanyou unwell? What audacity for a false heiress who has usurped another's life to act so high and mighty in front of the true heiress. Haha. Have you heard of the internet's top goddess, Heiress? Quite the qualification, isn't it? Qianlan, Xue Qingyi's manager, had already arranged for individuals in the live stream to steer the narrative. The intention was to portray Xue Qingyi as the object of sympathy in a melodramatic tale of mistaken identities, but the unfolding events deviated from expectations. Viewers expressed pity for Xue Qingyi, lamenting her loss of 18 years as a pampered heiress. However, as the hired commenters attempted to cast Yanyou as a thief of another's life, reveling in luxuries that were not rightfully hers, the audience's sentiment abruptly shifted. What on earth is the internet's top goddess? Qianlan was left bewildered. Many casual viewers were equally puzzled by the reference, prompting enthusiastic netizens to provide clarification. Each time they entered the live stream, donations never fell below 1 million, with instances of winning 10 consecutive games leading to contributions as high as 50 million. And such extravagant displays of generosity were countless. To label someone as the internet's top goddess seemed hardly an exaggeration. The online community expressed their bewilderment and astonishment, secretly envying the fact that the affluent sister had not chosen them. While some were envious, others inevitably raised doubts. With such extravagant spending, it is no wonder she was expelled from the Ji family. Indeed, if she were not reliant on the Ji family, where would she acquire such wealth? That money should rightfully belong to Ji Mingxue. Such remarks were plentiful, yet they were swiftly countered by others. Let us clarify. Yanyou is not using the Ji family's money. I have a friend in the know, and it is said that Yanyou herself has admitted that all her wealth is self-earned. Rumor has it she is a prodigy, adept in the stock market from a young age, and she currently owns her own entertainment company, having invested in numerous ventures. Wow, I adore her even more. The public's attitude toward Yanyou was not as anticipated, which took Qianlan by surprise. After a moment of contemplation, Qianlan immediately picked up the phone and made a call. Meanwhile, in the office of Xingchen Entertainment's president, Song Yuhang was also engrossed in the live stream. President Song, the public sentiment in the live stream has shifted. Should we continue? An assistant inquired while scrolling on a tablet. Song Yuhang, resting his chin gently on his left hand, did not divert his gaze from the screen and commanded, monitor the live stream and online sentiment closely. If anyone attempts to lead the narrative, find a way to counter or diminish any negative impact. I do not wish to see any comments that could tarnish Yuyu's image. Understood. The assistant replied before exiting the office. Once alone, Song Yuhang's previously steady and resolute gaze softened upon seeing the person on the screen. Yuyu's participation in the variety show did not only capture Song Yuhang's attention. Jiang Qi was equally intrigued. Presently, he found himself on a film set, this being his first acting role arranged by the company. Initially thrilled at the prospect of crossing into the entertainment industry, he now felt a tinge of regret. Had he not accepted this role, might he have had the chance to join Yanyou in the variety show? Yet, it was too late for regrets. He could only watch her on the screen, sharing her brilliance with others. In the luxurious seaside villa of Shanghai Huading, Yanyou and Ji Mingxue sat on the same sofa, yet were distanced by 2 people's space. Ji Mingxue refrained from initiating conversation with Yanyou. As her objectives had been met, the two remained silent, the awkwardness palpable. The viewers seemed to sense the suffocating tension between them through the lens, but fortunately, the atmosphere was soon disrupted by the entrance of the veteran actor Ling Xiaowen. Although in his 50s, he appeared youthful and vibrant, with only faint traces of age marking the corners of his eyes, enhancing the allure of his mature charm. The elegantly refined Ling Xiaowen greeted the two with a polite wave of his hand, prompting Ji Mingxue to immediately rise and warmly welcome him. Although Yanyou had no intention of mingling in the entertainment industry, she still displayed utmost courtesy towards her elder and stood up to offer her greeting as well. Before long, a man and a woman entered together. The man, the newly crowned Best Actor Luo Mingxian, was tall and handsome, while the woman was Kai Yun, a singer who had recently gained fame from a reality music competition. Upon Luo Mingxuan's entrance, Yanyou's mind was instantly flooded with the system's notification sound. Ding! The beauty scanner has been activated, detecting target. Luo Mingxian, current beauty score, 90, meeting the system's financial criteria. Yanyou raised an eyebrow in surprise, not anticipating encountering another strikingly handsome man. However, she had long since lost her motivation to spend money on men, for the wealth she currently possessed far surpassed mere cashback incentives. Thus, even when faced with a man boasting a high beauty score, she remained relatively unperturbed. To entice her into spending, it would ultimately depend on her mood. Chapter 100. Difficult Evaluations. Greetings to all. I am Luo Mingxian, and it is a pleasure to meet everyone. Upon our initial encounter, Luo Mingxian warmly greeted the assembly, exhibiting none of the aloofness one might expect from a newly crowned Best Actor. In contrast, Kai Yun, who entered alongside him, appeared somewhat reserved, merely offering a polite wave and a brief introduction of her name. As a seasoned veteran, Ling Xiaowen adeptly navigated the intricacies of social interactions. Upon the entrance of the two guests, he took the initiative to steer the conversation, engaging Luo Mingxian in trivial discussions unrelated to work, while also reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from the music industry with Kai Yun. He was careful not to neglect the two young ladies present, periodically inquiring about trending internet memes, thus alleviating the initially awkward atmosphere. With Ling Xiaowen's deft facilitation, the tension dissipated, and what began as a potentially uncomfortable gathering transformed into a lively exchange, allowing the once strangers to gradually become more familiar. In the main live streaming room, images of the group gathered together played, and viewers responded with acclaim upon witnessing Ling Xiaowen's actions. Indeed, he is the recognized social adept of the entertainment circle. His presence has finally invigorated the atmosphere. Oh my, that earlier scene nearly made me claw my way out of my seat. Whom can we blame for the awkwardness, if not the haughty Yanyou, who relies on her beauty? Exactly. Our Ming Xue is a distinguished lady. She stooped to extend goodwill, yet she received no gratitude in return. Indeed, who cares if she remains ungrateful? Do not make me laugh. Does being a wealthy heiress make one superior? Should everyone bow to her merely because of her riches? Moreover, our affluent sister is not lacking in wealth herself, mind you. The live chat continued its quarrel, yet among the multitude of viewers, it failed to generate significant uproar. Instead, most were praising Ling Xiaowen. Luo Mingxuan's fanbase was substantial, as they reveled in watching their idol while simultaneously observing the spat between Xue Mingxu's and Yu's supporters, deriving immense joy from the spectacle. Kaiyun, having recently regained popularity, had garnered some fans, yet as she was emerging from a low point, her supporters remained cautious, striving to avoid any negative impressions for their idol, wishing they could silence themselves amidst the conflict. However, this relatively harmonious scene persisted only until the arrival of Li Yanqing. When his tall and striking figure appeared in the live stream, the previously animated chat momentarily fell silent before erupting into a chorus of vitriol. The detractors unleashed a barrage of insults, overwhelming the ongoing skirmish between the two factions of fans. Simultaneously, outside the live stream, Li Yanqing entered the villa alone, dragging his luggage behind him. At that moment, he removed his black mask, fully revealing his formidable countenance to the onlookers. His features are striking, with sharp brows and starry eyes, and his tall, perfectly proportioned physique makes him resemble a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by divine hands. When he stands still, he embodies the essence of a flawless work of art. Yet, when he moves, he appears as a celestial being traversing the earthly realm. The moment he appears, he captures the attention of all around him. Hello, I am Li Yanqing. His voice, slightly husky, resonates with an innate magnetism that instantly captures everyone's ears. Yanyou, too, finds her gaze drawn to him, momentarily stunned. How handsome! In that fleeting instant, the only thought echoing in her mind is encapsulated in those two words. Yanyou believes he is the most handsome man she has ever encountered. Even a man as strikingly attractive as Jun Shichu would pale in comparison before him. Ding! The beauty scanner has been activated, detecting target. Li Yanqing, current beauty score, 95 points, meeting the system's monetary standards. The system's announcement reverberates in her mind, and Yanyou feels a sense of affirmation. However, she is taken aback by the realization that he possesses such a high score. Yet, in the next moment, as if a sudden thought struck her, Yanyou jolts back to reality, feeling as if a cold bucket of water has been poured over her head, fully awakening her senses. Li Yanqing? Isn't that the name of the male lead in the original plot? Instinctively, Yanyou glances at her side, where Xue Mingxue is gazing intently at him, appearing to have fallen for Li Yanqing at first sight. TSK. She has become so comfortable during this time that she nearly forgot she had traversed into a book, and even more so, that the encounter of the male and female leads in the original plot occurred during a variety show. So, she unwittingly found herself participating in the same show as the leads. Yanyou furrows her brow, sensing that things have suddenly become quite interesting. Initially, after her arrival in this world, Yanyou's desire was to keep as far away from the leads as possible, even after binding with the wealthy system. Her intention was to sever ties with the G family, hoping to live a carefree life without any intersection with them. However, since Xue Mingxue insists on seeking her out and causing trouble, she naturally has no intention of retreating any longer, regardless of whether she is the female lead. If she dares to provoke me, we shall see who ultimately has the last laugh. Yanyou's gaze settles on Li Yanqing, as her mind begins to recall the original plot's memories that she had long since relegated to the recesses of her mind. In the original narrative, the male lead, Li Yanqing, is the illegitimate son of the prestigious Li family overseas, raised in the country unaware of his lineage. Eventually, through a twist of fate, his true identity is revealed, prompting the heir of the Li family to fear that the illegitimate son might return to claim his rightful place and usurp everything. Thus, he resorts to various schemes to tarnish the male lead's reputation, aiming to erase him from the public eye entirely. In the protagonist's darkest hour, he encounters the female lead on a variety show, where she becomes his salvation. With her assistance, he ultimately redeems himself, erasing the stains of his past and re-entering the entertainment industry. He willingly becomes her steadfast guardian as she ascends to the pinnacle of fame. Yanyou. Well, this is quite difficult to assess. As Yanyou momentarily loses her focus, she senses a presence approaching her. However, when she regains her composure and looks up, she is met by a pair of deep, abyss-like eyes that seem capable of drawing in one's very soul. Hello, Li Yanqing greets her in a calm tone, before effortlessly taking a seat beside her. In that fleeting moment, Yu feels as though the rhythm of her heartbeat has become somewhat erratic. Chapter 101. The 95-point handsome man, truly a 95-point handsome man. Yu muttered quietly to herself, gently patting her heart, before returning to her seat with an air of nonchalance. This moment was observed by Xue Qingyi, who, in an unseen corner, tightly clenched her fingers together. Welcome, everyone, to Slow Living. I am your task coordinator, Xiao Jia, for the next fortnight. After everyone settled in, a young staff member rose from the front row to greet the guests with enthusiasm. The camera, however, did not capture the direction of the staff, leaving the audience in the live stream to only hear Xiao Jia's voice. From this moment on, you will reside in the Ocean View Villa behind you, slowly embracing a shared living experience for the upcoming 2 weeks. Each of you is required to surrender your personal mobile devices and use the phones provided by the production team. You will have 3 designated times each day to check the live broadcast and interact with your fans. Daily tasks will be assigned, and completing these will yield corresponding rewards. Xiao Jia, standing out of the camera's view, diligently read from an A4 sheet, while the 6 participants seated on the opposite sofas listened intently. However, when they were informed about surrendering their phones, they complied without hesitation, placing their devices on the coffee table before them. Yet, upon learning they would not have access to their finances for the next 2 weeks, expressions of shock and confusion spread across their faces. No money? How do we buy things? Ling Xiaowen voiced the collective concern. Quickly, they received an explanation. Daily tasks would be issued, and each participant could earn varying amounts of money through task completion, which could then be used to purchase necessary living supplies. The group responded with disbelief. Luo Mingxian chuckled helplessly. I suspect I've been deceived by all of you. Isn't this show called Slow Living? Why must we complete tasks? Senior Ling Xiaowen teased. Isn't life filled with unexpected challenges? Indeed, as expected from a senior. You understand life better than us younger folks. Luo Mingxian nodded in agreement, sharing a smile with him. Xue Qingyi suddenly seemed to recall something and asked, when we are assigned our living arrangements, will we also have tasks to complete? Kai Yun, upon hearing this, directed a piercing gaze at task coordinator Xiao Jia. She had long cultivated a solitary and reticent demeanor, and even after regaining prominence, she had not shed this habit. She preferred solitude, and had it not been for her manager's insistence, she would not have participated in this variety show. If she were to be assigned to live with the other 2 girls, she feared she would struggle to cope. With this thought in mind, Kai Yun discreetly observed Ji Yuyu and Xue Qingyi, marveling at their exquisite beauty while secretly pondering which of the 2 might be more amiable. After Ji Yuyu's physical attributes had been enhanced, her senses became notably sharper. Thus, she immediately felt Kai Yun's scrutiny. Turning to face her, Ji Yuyu offered a faint smile. Initially intending to convey goodwill, she was taken aback when Kai Yun recoiled as if confronted by a fearsome beast, becoming unusually reserved. Ji Yuyu pondered, am I truly so unappealing? Why does she seem so intimidated by me? Feeling a bit disheartened, Ji Yuyu contemplated seeking solace from the system, only to find her request for communication denied. In the live broadcast room, after a round of warnings for muted comments and account suspensions, the atmosphere became significantly more tranquil. Kai Yun's fans erupted in laughter at the interaction between her and Ji Yuyu. My sister Yun must be acting. I'm just like that when I sit with others. Sister Yun wasn't this socially anxious before. What has she endured in these silent years? I feel for Sister Yun. She must have had a tough time. Did you see Yuyu's expression just now? Hilarious. I suspect she is already doubting herself. Indeed, one glance sent her reeling back. Sister Yun's startled demeanor resembles that of a little rabbit. You all have no heart. The barrage of comments surged rapidly, soon shifting to other topics. Ji Yuyu experienced a brief moment of introspection before redirecting her focus, just as the task assistant Xiao Jia concluded reading the necessary guidelines. The matter of room allocation required no task completion, as Ji Yuyu was aware that the villa had ample accommodations beyond the current occupants. Once Xiao Jia announced that they could choose their rooms at will, Ji Yuyu, with her modest suitcase in tow, made her way into the villa. Following closely behind was Li Yanqing, carrying slightly larger luggage than hers. The others, unfamiliar with the villa's layout, prepared to explore room by room, selecting their preferred accommodations. In contrast, Ji Yuyu headed directly for the corner elevator, undeterred. The indoor elevator was not particularly spacious, and as Ji Yuyu entered, she found herself blocked by a tall figure, Li Yanqing. Oh, pardon me, you're in the way of the elevator button, she remarked. Despite her own height of 170 centimeters, she still had to look up to converse with Li Yanqing, who stood at 185 centimeters. Li Yanqing offered no verbal response, merely shifting slightly to the side. Yanyou successfully pressed the button for the top floor, only to notice that he had not selected any other floors, leaving her somewhat perplexed. Surely, he doesn't intend to stay on the third floor as well? The third floor boasts merely 2 rooms, a master bedroom and a secondary one, accompanied by a sunroom, a gym, and an expansive terrace. Yanyou chose the third floor accommodations for their unobstructed views, allowing her to gaze directly upon the seascape from the window. Furthermore, the sunroom is adorned with a variety of her beloved flowers and plants, providing a tranquil retreat for relaxation during her leisure moments. As the elevator doors opened, Yanyou and Li Yanqing emerged, each with their respective suitcases in tow. Upon surveying the 2 rooms to their left and right, Yanyou, without a trace of modesty, proceeded into the master bedroom. Li Yanqing glanced at the closed door of the master suite, hesitated momentarily, and ultimately chose to enter the secondary bedroom instead. Chapter 102. This doesn't seem right. Yanyou was the first to select her room, while Li Yanqing similarly made her choice on the third floor, displaying no intention of consulting others. Conversely, the remaining 4 individuals gathered to deliberate after surveying their options. Ultimately, the senior, Ling Xiaowen, opted for the master bedroom on the second floor, while Luo Mingxian chose a secondary bedroom with better lighting. The more introverted Kai Yun, who struggled to integrate with the group, settled for a room on the first floor, left with only Ji Mingxue, who initially wished to find a room closer to Li Yanqing. She discovered that the latter had already claimed a room on the third floor. The only remaining room on that floor had been monopolized by Yanyou. With no other options, Ji Mingxue reluctantly chose a secondary bedroom on the second floor. The scene of their deliberation prompted the fans in the live stream to commend their idol's demeanor, noting their politeness and lack of competitiveness. Meanwhile, Yanyou and Li Yanqing, who ascended to the third floor without any discussion, became a contrasting example to the others. While others engaged in discussions, these 2 swiftly occupied the best room without even a hint of consideration, truly lacking in decorum. Indeed, and even with seniors present, they did not show deference. Unlike our Mingxue, who chose last. Laughing, there's no rule stating that one must allow others to select first, right? Besides, our affluent sister isn't part of the entertainment industry. Why should she adhere to its conventions? Even if she isn't in the industry, at least by age. Ling Xiaowen is her elder. Doesn't basic respect for elders apply here? Thank you, Ling Xiaowen. But she doesn't even acknowledge her age. It's the fans who assign her elder status. To be fair, Yanyou's detachment from the industry is understandable, but what of Li Yanqing? Does she not regard her seniors? Given her questionable character, can we really expect her to honor her elders? By the way, I heard Yanyou and Ji Mingxue are the true and false daughters of a wealthy family. Is that true? Just a casual observer. Are there really such rumors? I want to know more. In the live stream, the perception of Yanyou and Li Yanqing swiftly aligned due to the room selection incident, though Yanyou remained oblivious to this shift. Upon entering her room, she promptly placed her modest belongings into the wardrobe. The photographer followed her inside, only to discover a considerable number of garments already hanging in the closet. I apologize. It seems there was an oversight on our staff's part. As this area was not organized, I will contact the team to rectify the situation. The accompanying staff, noticing the clothes in the wardrobe, broke into a cold sweat. Fearing it was a mistake on their part, they hurriedly apologized to Yanyou and prepared to reach out for assistance. However, before they could do so, Yanyou interjected. No need, she said, as she began to hang a few items from her suitcase alongside the existing clothing. Miss G, is this really appropriate? The staff member wanted to wipe away the sweat. After all, this is a live broadcast. Wouldn't her actions be somewhat improper? Considering these garments might have belonged to the villa's owner. Yanyou turned to him, her eyes filled with curiosity as she asked, Are you not aware? The staff member was utterly perplexed. Was there something he ought to know? Yanyou found this amusing but chose not to elaborate, simply telling the staff member, It's all right. You can inquire with the production team during your break, and you'll understand. The staff member, still bewildered, was unable to pose further questions before Yanyou had hung up the clothing and stepped out, compelling him to follow suit. This scene was likewise broadcasted to the online viewers, who, like the staff member, were equally puzzled by Yanyou's actions. Why is she behaving this way? Those clothes are obviously left by the villa's owner. Is she really so careless as to hang her garments alongside theirs? What to say? I suddenly feel disillusioned with the wealthy sister. What should I do? I don't care. Those clothes are clearly feminine. And so what if they belong to the villa's owner? Can she possibly be more beautiful than my sister? It's an honor for the villa's owner to have her clothes hung together with those of my sister. I'm appalled. Are Yanyou's fans really this deluded? The netizens began to discuss this matter, initially offering objective evaluations. But suddenly a flood of comments from apparent diehard fans emerged, instantly altering the perception of many passers-by who had previously held a favorable view of Yanyou. Witnessing this unfold, Yanyou's true fans became anxious. They couldn't comprehend why such an influx of nonsensical comments had arisen, as they clearly didn't resonate with the sentiments of genuine supporters. Meanwhile, Qianlan observed the deteriorating public perception of Yanyou in the live stream. An knowing smile crept onto her astute face. As Xue Qingyi's manager, she understood that everything concerning the princess of the Ji family warranted significant attention, given that the entertainment company behind Xue Qingyi was funded by the Ji family. Upon taking on the role of manager for Xue Qingyi, Qianlan gradually learned some details about the Ji family, including the truth regarding their dual heirs. Therefore, when Xue Qingyi expressed her desire to suppress Yanyou, Qianlan was not at all surprised. The only complication was that Yanyou was not entrenched in the entertainment industry, making suppression a challenging endeavor. Thus, she initially did not prioritize this matter, focusing instead on elevating Xue Qingyi. However, even she did not anticipate that despite Yanyou's absence from the entertainment circle, her online fame and popularity were rapidly soaring, even surpassing that of some low-tier artists, prompting Qianlan to finally take the situation seriously. When Xue Qingyi participated in the variety show, Qianlan had already devised a series of promotional strategies. However, upon discovering that Yanyou was also a contestant, the ambitions of both Qianlan and Xue Qingyi aligned perfectly. Their shared determination was to ensure that Yanyou was firmly overshadowed. Qianlan's intention was to employ a team of online influencers to manipulate the atmosphere in the live streaming room, tarnishing the public image of Yanyou. The seemingly irrational comments from her so-called fans were, in fact, orchestrated by the hired influencers. It appears the strategy has yielded quite promising results. Observing the shift in the live stream's dynamics, Qianlan promptly picked up her phone and made a call. The line connected swiftly. "Hello, I have reviewed the situation, and I find the results satisfactory. Continue with this approach, employing any means necessary to undermine Yanyou's reputation among the public. Rest assured, if the results remain favorable, I shall augment the previously agreed remuneration. It will depend on your performance." After issuing her instructions, Qianlan finally ended the call. Chapter 103. Have we met somewhere? Within the live broadcast room of Starry Entertainment, an abundance of derogatory remarks aimed at the public image of Yanyou emerged, which did not escape the notice of Song Yuhang. His brows furrowed tightly, and his handsome visage appeared shrouded in shadows. These individuals. He was no fool. It was evident that the barrage of comments was orchestrated with ulterior motives, and the situation was clearly suspect. Since taking over Starry Entertainment, Song Yuhang had gained considerable insight into the machinations of the industry, and thus, upon feeling a sense of doubt, he quickly deduced the underlying circumstances. Surely, someone had secretly enlisted an army of trolls to malign Yanyou, but who would wish to target her? Though he could not fathom the answer, it did not hinder his resolve to devise a countermeasure. Pressing the internal line, he summoned his assistant, instructing him directly, "Investigate which studio in the industry has been contracted to tarnish Yanyou's reputation and proceed accordingly." Song Yuhang conveyed his thoughts with earnestness, and his assistant, Yang Fei, listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Once Song Yuhang finished, he promptly responded, "I will take care of it right away," before exiting the room. After issuing his orders, Song Yuhang's expression remained tense, and the depths of his gaze grew even more profound. Whoever dared to employ such underhanded tactics against Yanyou would not escape his wrath. Once Yanyou had made the necessary preparations, she opened the door and stepped outside, only to unexpectedly collide face-to-face with someone. Oh, what a coincidence! Faced with Li Yanqing's exquisitely handsome countenance, Yanyou, despite reminding herself to maintain distance from the male lead of the original storyline, found herself irresistibly drawn to his striking looks. Embarrassed, she greeted him, when suddenly she caught a whiff of a delightful woody fragrance, seemingly emanating from him. Unconsciously, she inched closer, wishing to savor the scent. But as she took a step forward, Li Yanqing inadvertently stepped back half a pace, as if to maintain a distance. Realizing her previous actions, Yanyou's cheeks flushed with increased embarrassment. She could only stammer an explanation. I just thought the fragrance you wear seems somewhat familiar. Have we met somewhere?" Yanyou spoke with sincere conviction, as a feeling of recognition washed over her. Li Yanqing gazed silently at her face, his expression inscrutable. Just as Yanyou grew more uncomfortable under his scrutiny, yearning for an excuse to deflect the awkwardness, Li Yanqing finally spoke in his deep, resonant voice. "Indeed. We have met." Now it was Yanyou's turn to be taken aback. "Where? I don't recall." Her inquiry was earnest, yet Li Yanqing merely lowered his gaze. showing no inclination to elaborate further, and turned to descend the stairs. "Wait, you." Yanyou was momentarily stunned before quickly regaining her composure and pursuing him. However, no matter how fervently she pressed him, Li Yanqing remained reticent regarding the earlier question. How stingy," Yanyou muttered to herself. The two individuals descended to the ground floor, where the other four had already congregated in the living room, spanning nearly 100 square meters. The living area was remarkably spacious, adorned with a warm and elegant decor that included not only a relaxation zone, but also entertainment and dining sections. Yanyou promptly settled onto the sofa, lazily propping her head while her gaze remained fixed on Li Yanqing's face, as if she sought to etch his features into her memory. Li Yanqing sat diagonally across from Yanyou, lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to her intense scrutiny. Ling Xiaowen glanced at Li Yanqing, his expression somewhat intricate, but he quickly redirected his attention to Yanyou, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes as he spoke. "I came across a video of Miss Ji online. Your singing is truly enchanting. Have you ever considered entering the entertainment industry?" His tone was casual, resembling that of a senior speaking to a junior. No sooner had he finished than Luo Mingxian chimed in. Given Miss G's striking beauty, pursuing a career in film might be more suitable, as her looks are certainly captivating even within the vast entertainment realm. As he spoke, his gaze subtly assessed Yanyou, a fleeting admiration glimmering in his eyes. From the very first moment he laid eyes on her, he had been entranced by her beauty. Even though Xue Qingyi, with her own considerable allure, stood nearby, it was Yanyou who had captured his immediate attention. He felt that her mere presence was like a magnet, drawing the eyes of all around her, rendering them incapable of diverting their focus elsewhere. "Is Miss Ji interested in acting? If so, I could facilitate an introduction to a director," the more Luo Mingxian pondered. The more he felt compelled to cultivate such promising talent, regardless of his intentions. Yanyou smiled in response. "I appreciate your kindness, but I have no current ambitions to enter the entertainment industry." "Really? I assumed your participation in this variety show was a stepping stone into the industry. I was even considering connecting you with my entertainment company, given our relationship. If you were to sign with us, it would be easier for me to look after you," Xue Qingyi said, her eyes wide with an innocent faade, her tone earnest as if she were genuinely concerned for Yanyou. However, Yanyou retorted candidly, "I'm afraid your company is too small for my taste." She spoke without a hint of reservation, unabashed by the fact that they were filming a show. She simply did not appreciate Xue Qingyi's pretense in her presence. Having no reason to fear her now, she preferred to act according to her own desires, prioritizing her own happiness. Xue Qingyi's expression momentarily stiffened under the unexpected rebuttal. But the next moment, a flicker of triumph crossed her features, though her lips turned downward, presenting an expression of feigned hurt. "Yo-yo, I am aware that you harbor no affection for me. However, this is merely a televised program. Your manner of speaking reflects poorly upon yourself. So I urge you to exercise a modicum of caution." Xue Qingyi feigned a lowered tone in her admonition. Yet she intentionally overlooked the fact that they were already equipped with miniature recording devices as filming commenced. Regardless of how softly she spoke, her words would still be captured without fail. "Oh, how kind-hearted Snow is. Even after Yo-Yo's disdainful treatment, she continues to consider her feelings. How can Yo-Yo be so unpleasant? Snow is only looking out for her well-being, yet she remains ungrateful. But let's be honest, I have long since finished the drama of the affluent. It is evident that Yo-Yo is envious of Xue Qingyi's status as a wealthy heiress. After all, she had usurped that identity from Snow for 18 long years. What right does she have to treat Xue Qingyi with such cruelty now?" Chapter 104. Better to be frugal with oneself. The affected demeanor of Xue Qingyi made Yanyou feel quite uncomfortable, wishing to maintain a considerable distance from her. However, at that moment, Xue Qingyi approached to engage in conversation, which Yanyou found intolerable. "I apologize, but I am not particularly fond of your proximity. Would you mind keeping some distance?" Yanyou stated. "By the way, I don't believe there was anything wrong with my previous remarks. My intention was not to target anyone in particular. I simply feel that your company is rather small. After all, how substantial could a company established solely for your benefit truly be?" Yanyou's words were pointed, causing Xue Qingyi's expression to stiffen momentarily. Indeed, as Yanyou had suggested, Xue Qingyi's company was created primarily for her own aspirations to enter the entertainment industry. After much heartfelt persuasion, Xue Qingyi's parents, recognizing her ambitions, financed the acquisition of the current entertainment company, allowing her to become a rising star within it. On the surface, she was merely a newcomer promoted by the company. Yet behind the scenes, she was the one holding all the strings. While everything in the entertainment company appeared to remain unchanged, The executives were fully aware that the newcomer Xue Qingyi was, in fact, the owner, and thus they dared not defy her. Yanyou genuinely looked down upon that company. It was not merely due to personal grievances. From a developmental perspective, it was evident that a company serving a single individual paled in comparison to one that flourished comprehensively. You may not be aware, but I also own an entertainment company. So why would I seek out your company for unnecessary troubles? Yanyou remarked with a raised brow, taking delight in Xue Qingyi's discomfort. Xue Qingyi intended to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Ultimately, she could only manage an awkward smile. Attempting to salvage her dignity. Oh, I see. I truly had no idea. It's perfectly fine if you prefer not to come over. We will still have each other's backs in the entertainment industry. While she spoke sweetly, Xue Qingyi could not suppress a twinge of resentment within. Although she was aware that Yanyou had been doing reasonably well since leaving the Xue family, having seemingly earned some money, she did not regard it with much concern. After all, a once pampered young lady would likely spend extravagantly, oblivious to the moment when her funds would dwindle, leaving her in a state of destitution. At that point, she might even return to seek assistance from the Xue family, allowing Xue Qingyi to take the opportunity to retaliate against the grievances she had endured for so long. Yet who could have foreseen that Yanyou would establish her own entertainment company? Why had she not noticed this before? Xue Qingyi harbored silent resentment, though her outward appearance remained that of a gentle and innocent flower. Their dialogue did not go unnoticed by others nearby. Li Yanqing merely glanced at the two before withdrawing her gaze, exhibiting an air of indifference. As a senior, Ling Xiaowen refrained from probing further, but regarded Yanyou with a gaze that held deeper implications. Only Luo Mingxuan's gaze towards Yanyou revealed a heightened interest. Is Miss Xue truly the owner of an entertainment company? Your remarkable achievements at such a young age are indeed astonishing, Luo Mingxian complimented courteously. His status alone rendered him a focal point of conversation, requiring no effort to engage others. Yet, he still chose to initiate dialogue with Yanyou, indicating a genuine intrigue towards her. Yanyou offered a faint smile, possessing little impression of the newly crowned film emperor, and merely responded politely to his attempts at conversation, allowing the topic to dwindle. In contrast to others, Yanyou found herself more captivated by Li Yanqing. Unfortunately, he consistently appeared reluctant to engage in extensive exchanges. After a moment of contemplation, she grasped his mindset. Currently in a phase of decline, he faced numerous misunderstandings from the outside world, with the slander cast upon him still unwashed away, undoubtedly beset by countless detractors. His desire to maintain distance stemmed from a dual instinct, self-protection, as well as safeguarding others. Observing his striking profile, Yanyou couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. A casual glance towards Xue Qingyi revealed that she too seemed to be observing Li Yanqing. Although her expression betrayed nothing, Yanyou discerned from the glimmer in Xue Qingyi's eyes that she had indeed taken an interest in Li Yanqing. In an instant, a thought flickered through her mind. Upon turning back to Li Yanqing, a glint of cunning appeared in her eyes. Such a handsome male lead. Rather than allowing Xue Qingyi to claim him, why not seize him for herself? Convinced of the feasibility of her plan, Yanyou began to recollect the particulars of his current situation. Just as she became lost in thought, the staff had gathered in a designated area, and all the cameramen converged as well, directing their lenses towards the 6 individuals seated on the sofa. Greetings, I am the task officer, Xiaojia. I trust you have all selected your resting quarters. For the next fortnight, I hope you can coexist harmoniously, he began. The essence of the program revolves around genuine emotions. Apart from essential task segments, we will not intrude on your daily lives. The guests need only present their authentic selves. With that, let me announce today's first task. Task Officer Xiaojia, donned in gold-rimmed glasses, held an A4 sheet and earnestly read its contents, prompting everyone to perk up their ears in attentive listening. Even Yanyou, who had previously drifted off, was compelled to focus on the announcement. In order to facilitate a swifter adaptation among everyone, we shall convene a sincere symposium this evening. This gathering will not only allow us to understand one another better, but will also provide an opportunity to engage with the audience in the live stream at appropriate moments. Please earnestly participate in this event. The individual who garners the highest popularity will be rewarded with a mysterious gift courtesy of the program. The task supervisor, Xiaojia, cast a knowing glance at the assembly, while Luo Mingxian was the first to inquire. Could you perhaps reveal a hint regarding the nature of the gift? Ling Xiaowen chimed in with a smile. Having observed your previous 2 seasons, I believe the emphasis lies not on the gift itself. Rather, I suspect that this symposium will be laden with traps for us to navigate. Humph, the production team has been less than considerate for quite some time now. Ling Xiaowen wore an expression of enlightenment, which elicited laughter from Luo Mingxian, while the staff, seasoned by their experiences from the prior seasons, also smiled at the fond memories. Kai Yin appeared somewhat out of the loop, but Ji Mingxue joined in with a smile, her delicate features radiating sweetness with even the slightest smile. Chapter 105. The program continues. Part 1. Prior to her participation in the program, Yanyou had garnered some understanding of it. The previous 2 seasons had featured their own share of dramatic moments, which garnered considerable attention online following the broadcasts. The guests invited to the show possessed an eclectic charm, akin to this season's lineup, which included popular figures such as Luo Mingxian, who enjoyed significant adoration online, and the esteemed senior Ling Xiaowen, lauded for his contributions. Conversely, there were also controversial personalities like Li Yanqing, who was often criticized for his scandals. Naturally, the tumultuous rivalry between Yanyou and Ji Mingxue was another factor the production team considered, resulting in the gathering of such diverse individuals. After contemplating this, Yanyou couldn't help but marvel at the fact that the production team had managed to sustain the program through 3 seasons, which she deemed a miracle. She was not alone in this sentiment. Many viewers in the live chat shared similar thoughts. Upon hearing the announcement of a discussion panel by the staff, the online audience erupted with excitement. Here it comes, the familiar flavor has finally arrived. To be honest, the program named Slow Life seems to have been crafted to better pass scrutiny, doesn't it? I have a feeling the discussions during tonight's panel will be absolutely riveting. Half the guests are laden with juicy gossip, and I can't wait to indulge. I agree, the evening should be the highlight. I'm not interested in others. I just want to know why Li Yanqing still has the audacity to participate in this program. Am I the only one curious about the melodrama of the wealthy? The live chat was ablaze with fervent comments, and although the discourse was lively, it had tempered somewhat after several rounds of moderation. Inside the villa, the staff member, Xiao Jia, announced the upcoming panel, causing Li Yanqing's expression to momentarily falter. He could anticipate the potential scenarios that might unfold, but after some hesitation, he ultimately compelled himself to regain his composure. What was meant to happen would inevitably come to pass. Had he not prepared for this since the decision to join the program? The guests were informed that lunch would be self-served. After delivering his final remarks, Xiao Jia departed, leaving the guests exchanging glances. Well, it seems like it's nearly 11 o'clock. We should discuss how to manage lunch, Ling Xiaowen suggested, clapping his hands to gather attention. The others turned their gazes toward him, and Yanyou inquired, "Is there anyone among us who can cook?" Scanning the faces around her, she noted a collective look of bewilderment. I can manage a bit. Perhaps I could lend a hand," Ji Mingxue chimed in, raising her hand with a bright smile. Luo Mingxian and Ling Xiaowen's eyes lit up, giving Ji Mingxue a thumbs up. "It seems we have our savior for lunch. Since none of us can cook, we must rely on you. Don't worry, leave it to me." With unwavering confidence, Ji Mingxue clenched her fist, radiating vitality. Ling Xiaowen and Luo Mingxian were drawn to her exuberance, joining in her laughter. Conversely, Li Yanqing's expression remained inscrutable, as though the tumult of the outside world held no relevance for him. Yanyou noticed Kai Yin sitting quietly in the corner, who seemed to have something to say but fell silent upon witnessing Ji Mingxue raise her hand to speak. Perhaps sensing Yanyou's gaze, Kai Yin suddenly lifted her eyes, meeting Yanyou's gaze directly. In that fleeting moment, Kai Yin appeared momentarily taken aback. Yanyou, slightly caught off guard, quickly regained her composure, offering a warm smile and a slight nod of acknowledgement. Perhaps sensing the kindness in Yanyou's demeanor, Kai Yin responded with a shy smile. Her eyes bore traces of weariness, as if they held the weight of many experiences, culminating in a profound sense of solitude. Yet, her smile was pure and gentle, akin to the soft glow of dawn, even if it was merely a fleeting curve of her lips. However, that smile was short-lived. After the brief nod, she quickly averted her gaze. Yanyou sensed that Kai Yin might be a decent person, at least based on the impression she had at that moment. She couldn't help but wonder what experiences had shaped her into such a cautious individual. Perhaps there would be an opportunity to learn more about her in due time. With Ji Mingxue taking the initiative, Yanyou had no desire to assert herself further. Although she could cook, she saw no reason to create extra work for herself at that moment. Since cooking was on the agenda, the first step was naturally to procure ingredients. Ji Mingxue glanced at Yanyou, entrusting her with the task of shopping for ingredients. "Yanyou, I'm leaving the shopping to you. Luo Ge just mentioned he'd help me with cooking, so it wouldn't be appropriate to burden teacher Ling with that, would it? Why don't you go with Sister Kai?" Ji Mingxue proclaimed with an air of righteousness, arranging everything without leaving Yanyou room for refusal. However, whether intentional or not, Ji Mingxue failed to mention Li Yanqing. "You wouldn't turn this down, would you? After all, we are, in a sense, the younger generation. and it's only right for us to contribute a little. The words nearly provoked Yanyou to retort, but fortunately, she caught herself before expressing her thoughts aloud, thus sparing Xue any embarrassment. Why bother quarreling with her? Yanyou mused, forcing a polite, detached smile as she replied to Xue. You certainly know how to organize things. I look forward to your culinary skills later. Just don't disappoint me. With that, Yanyou did not wait for Xue's response and directly approached Kai Yun. Teacher Kai, would you like to join me for a walk? Yanyou invited her. Initially, she anticipated that, given Kai Yun's previously exhibited shyness, she might decline. Yet, to her surprise, as soon as the invitation was uttered, Kai Yun nodded in agreement. Thus, Yanyou ventured out with Kai Yun. Unfamiliar with the surroundings, Yanyou found herself at a loss for where to locate a supermarket selling fresh produce, and could only rely on her instincts to choose a direction. Kai Yun silently trailed beside her, offering no opinions. Whenever Yanyou attempted to initiate conversation, Kai Yun merely responded with a few simple syllables, leaving Yanyou uncertain on how to continue the dialogue. Consequently, an unusual silence enveloped the two, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Yanyou began to regret her curiosity that had led her to invite Kai Yun along. This palpable discomfort was also felt by the viewers in the live stream. Chapter 106. The perks for the aficionado. I find myself once again succumbing to my old habit of feeling secondhand embarrassment. Honestly, if I were in such a situation, I would be so mortified that I could hardly move. Was Kai Yun always like this? It seems to me that she has undergone a significant transformation since her return. I share the sentiment. Previously, she appeared merely introverted, but now she seems to have become reclusive. If she is unwilling to engage with others, why participate in a variety show at all? It is truly perplexing. Your concern is rather unwarranted. This is her profession. How would she sustain herself without work? Yet, they appear exceedingly awkward. I have practically conjured a villa with my toes for Yanyou. It's hilarious. The affluent sister does not require your assistance with her toes for a villa. She possesses one of her own, after all. In the live broadcast, Yanyou and Kai Yun walked side by side, yet not a word was exchanged between them. Just as the atmosphere threatened to plummet to an all-time low, the two finally stumbled upon a large supermarket. Yanyou visibly exhaled in relief. Let us go and see what vegetables we can purchase, she said, feigning nonchalance to Kai Yun. The response remained a simple utterance. Having grown accustomed to this silence, Yanyou did not dwell on it too much and led the way towards the fresh produce section on the basement level. Naturally, a supermarket of this size offered a vast array of products, though the prices were equally steep. Yanyou paid little heed to that, casually placing her preferred vegetables and meats into her shopping basket. What does Teacher Kai enjoy eating? Yanyou inquired, glancing back at Kai Yun who was following her. Inadvertently, she seemed to catch a glimpse of a familiar figure disappearing around a nearby shelf. How strange, did I imagine that? Yanyou murmured softly, only to hear Kai Yun hesitantly respond. I apologize. I'm not very articulate, and you've had to accommodate me all this way. Uttering this seemed to exhaust all of Kai Yun's strength, causing her gaze to once again become evasive. In that fleeting moment, Yanyou felt an inexplicable surge of sympathy, wondering what experiences had shaped her into the person she had become. There is no need for apologies. I, too, sometimes relish solitude and prefer not to engage in conversation, Yanyou reassured her, hoping to alleviate Kai Yun's burdens. As she spoke, she handed Kai Yun a basket. Smiling gently, for the time being, we will be together, and I hope we can progress towards friendship. However, I understand that adaptation takes time, so please take your time selecting your favorite foods. I will wait for you at the checkout. Without waiting for Kai Yun's refusal, Yanyou pushed her shopping cart toward another aisle. Holding the basket, Kai Yun gazed at Yanyou's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. After a considerable pause, the frown that had initially creased her brow slowly began to soften. Her lips moved slightly, as if she whispered something, but her voice was so faint that even the recording device she wore could not capture her words. Yanyou ambled through the supermarket aisles, pushing her shopping cart, contemplating whether there were any additional necessities to procure. She was so engrossed in her observations that she remained oblivious to the two children who were playfully wrestling their way toward her. In the display area beyond the shelves, canned goods were often stacked into small mountains. As Yanyou navigated her cart, those two unruly children happened to come rushing from another direction. Due to the shelves obstructing their line of sight, neither party noticed the other's presence. Upon seeing the children barreling towards her, Yanyou instinctively attempted to make way. Altering the direction of her cart, she believed she could successfully evade the children. However, the newfound space only encouraged them to frolic more wildly. Inadvertently, One child took 2 steps back and collided directly with Yanyou. Caught off guard, Yanyou stumbled and was propelled toward the towering pile of cans. A look of panic flashed across her face as she instinctively reached for something to stabilize herself. However, the nearest cameraman was at least 3 meters away. Oh no! Yanyou's heart sank as she realized she could not avert the impending disaster. She instinctively shut her eyes, bracing for the impact. Yet, in the next moment, a long, graceful hand swiftly reached out, firmly encircling Yanyou's slender waist. With a sudden pull, she felt as though she were being lifted off the ground. Her body twirling through the air, her cheek pressed against a warm yet solid surface, and she could distinctly hear a rhythmic thumping beside her ear, like a heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. Huh. She did not feel the anticipated pain. Yanyou opened her eyes in astonishment, only to discover that she was cradled in someone's arms, her face and hands resting against the robust chest of her savior. In that instant, a rush of warmth flooded her cheeks. I am so sorry. Thank you for catching me. Realizing the awkwardness of her position, Yanyou hurriedly extricated herself from his embrace, quickly expressing her gratitude and hoping he would not think too much of her previous predicament. However, when she looked up to meet his gaze, she was taken aback. It was him. The person before her was none other than Yanyou. Yanyou stood frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, the live stream was erupting with excitement. What just happened? Why is my goddess in another man's arms? Another man is one thing, but why is it Yanyou? How unfortunate. Dear wealthy lady, you should hurry home and wash that off. Being touched by such a man truly requires a cleansing with pomelo leaves to rid oneself of that misfortune. I mean, wasn't it Yanyou who saved her from falling? How is this still his fault in your eyes? Who knows if he took advantage of Yanyou? He indeed has a criminal record. What kind of record? I do not believe any of those disparaging rumors. If he can lend a hand in times of peril, his character must not be lacking. Why bother with so much? I am merely a superficial admirer. Was anyone able to capture that scene just now? Oh my, how unexpectedly harmonious. As a mere bystander, although I do not harbor fondness for Yanyou, I find myself inexplicably drawn to this. You are truly beyond saving. The barrage of comments was lively, and once again, a trending topic emerged on Weibo. Upon delving into the entry tagged Superficial Admirer Benefits, one is greeted by an array of stunning photographs of Yanyou and Yanyou, followed by screenshots of the moment when Yanyou embraced Yanyou. Chapter 107. A faux fan. Both Yanyou and Yanyou possess striking beauty that stands out even within the bustling entertainment industry. Their recent intimate and ambiguous photographs have undeniably captivated a wave of admirers, drawing attention from many. Naturally, while there is no shortage of those who criticize Yanyou, it is curious that amidst the chorus of insults, a notable number have risen to his defense, perhaps influenced by the enchanting allure of their combined charm. To be honest, such divine beauty deserves admiration. He is truly handsome. That gesture made my heart flutter. With a beauty like that in my arms, how could one not gaze deeply? If it were me, I would be utterly smitten in an instant. As such sentiments proliferated, detractors questioned the superficiality of the admirers, asking whether physical appearance truly outweighs moral integrity. Yet, these queries were met with fierce retorts. Yes, it is important. Don't preach to me about integrity. I've researched Yanyou's so-called scandals, and there is no substantial evidence. I suspect envy drives the slander. I am exasperated. The victim nearly succumbed to depression and suicide. Does that not count as evidence? These days, celebrities feigning depression abound. Do you really know anyone who is genuinely suffering? The ensuing debates among netizens only served to elevate the show's popularity, while the two individuals at the center of it all remained blissfully unaware. Thank you. Yanyou expressed sincerely, her gratitude palpable. As her mind wrestled with thoughts, a fleeting image emerged, leading her to a sudden realization. She recalled their previous encounter at the hospital. No wonder she felt an inexplicable familiarity. They had crossed paths before. Yanyou maintained an impassive expression, though the slight furrow of his brow suggested he was bewildered by Yanyou's words. That time in the hospital, when I almost fell, you caught me just in time. Yanyou recounted the incident briefly, and the once perplexed Yanyou began to register emotion. Ah, it was you, he recalled, remembering the day his young niece had fallen ill. With his parents absent and only a bodyguard by her side, he had finally mustered the courage to leave his secluded quarters. In his haste to check on her, he nearly collided with a girl, and in that moment of urgency, he had grasped her arm, unaware that their connection had begun then. Though the memory resurfaced, Yanyou merely nodded in acknowledgement before turning to depart in search of his desired items, showing no inclination to continue the conversation with Yanyou. Taken aback, Yanyou quickly gathered her wits and hurried after him. Given that the other party has assisted her twice, it seems reasonable to consider her gesture of helping him as a form of repaying his kindness, does it not? Teacher Li, my name is Yanyou, but you may call me Yu. May I pose a question to you? Yanyou, pushing her shopping cart, approached Li Yanqing with an air of familiarity, engaging him in conversation without regard for whether he responded. She voiced her intrigue without hesitation. Teacher Li, I am aware that you have withdrawn from the entertainment industry for nearly a year due to negative press, and it is quite surprising to see you now. I believe in you, so I would like to inquire if the truth back then truly aligns with those unfavorable reports? As soon as Yanyou's words left her lips, Li Yanqing's steps came to an abrupt halt, and even the cameraman couldn't help but gasp. In the director's room, Director Chen and his team gave a thumbs up to Yanyou on the screen. In this day and age, such bravery is indeed rare. This was precisely the reason they had initially decided to invite Li Yanqing to participate in the program despite opposition. Everyone, including the audience in the live broadcast, awaited Li Yanqing's response. Yanyou gazed up at him with her sparkling, watery eyes, her expression brimming with anticipation. Had it been 6 months prior, Li Yanqing might have felt anger at such a straightforward inquiry from Yanyou, perceiving it as a deliberate jab, a salt rubbed into his wounds. However, his thoughts now were entirely the opposite. Has anyone ever told you that asking such questions can lead to trouble? Li Yanqing asked, his gaze locking onto her beautiful eyes with a seriousness that was palpable. Yanyou suddenly burst into laughter, her eyes curving in a manner that was both exquisite and playfully charming. No one has. Teacher Li is the first. So, can you enlighten me now? I am your fan, and I wish to know the truth. I believe others in the live broadcast share my curiosity. Yanyou spoke earnestly, though her words were laced with a hint of fabrication. She had her own calculations in mind. Given Li Yanqing's tarnished reputation, his live stream must be filled with negativity. And who would still listen to him? It would be understandable if he were met with disdain. Yet her live stream was different. Although her fame could not rival that of the prominent stars, she had garnered a significant following online during this time. It was reasonable to expect that her audience consisted of at least a mix of supporters. Thus, if she could help Li Yanqing voice his side, perhaps it could alter some of the prevailing negative perceptions. Li Yanqing regarded Yanyou intently, his gaze sharp, as if he aimed to see right through her. Yanyou held her ground, unwavering, until she finally heard the deep, magnetic timbre of Li Yanqing's voice. Those are not true. After a year, Li Yanqing himself had not anticipated that he would utter this statement under such circumstances. There were neither aggressive reporters surrounding her nor fans with contorted faces wishing for her to atone with her life. Instead, there was only the seemingly genuine and sincere Yanyou. A mere pretender among fans. I was well aware that their affections were insincere. However, why did you not offer an explanation back then? Yanyou was genuinely curious. Although she perhaps only grasped the superficial consequences of Li Yanqing's fall from grace, she ultimately understood little of the intricate process that led to it. Yet, this time, Li Yanqing chose not to elaborate. For the two had unknowingly arrived at the checkout counter, where Kai Yun awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Li Yanqing and Yanyou together, a flicker of surprise crossed Kai Yun's eyes, but it quickly faded back into her usual demeanor. Chapter 108. Ding! Fingerprint recognition successful. The trio gathered together, and after settling the bill, they collectively brought their purchases back to the villa. At this moment, Ji Mingxue had already established a rapport with Luo Mingxian and Ling Xiaowen, and their exchanges bore a touch of intimacy. Upon seeing Yanyou return, Ji Mingxue feigned warmth as she approached. Yanyou, where have you been for so long? We were eagerly awaiting your return with the ingredients. In the midst of her words, she casually glanced behind Yanyou, only to spot a tall figure shadowing her. When did Li go leave? I thought you had gone back to your room. Ji Mingxue gritted her teeth in frustration, completely unprepared for the unexpected alliance between Li Yanqing and Yanyou. She had initially planned to secure her connections with Luo Mingxian and Ling Xiaowen before making her move on Li Yanqing, yet it seemed Yanyou had outpaced her. Though Ji Mingxue was aware of the scandals surrounding Li Yanqing, her memories from a past life revealed that these rumors were deliberately circulated to tarnish his reputation, aimed at forcing him out of the entertainment industry. She also knew that Li Yanqing was, in fact, the illegitimate son of a wealthy family overseas, and that soon he would be reclaimed by that family, clearing his name just in time to return to the spotlight of the entertainment world, shining even brighter than before. She had hoped to cultivate goodwill during this downturn in his career, especially given his striking looks. Developing a romantic relationship with him would have been ideal. Even without that, she could have taken proactive measures to clear his name before his family intervened, thus earning a significant favor from him that would aid her future endeavors in the industry. Yet, That damn Ji, why must she always vie for what is rightfully hers? Ji Mingshue's heart brimmed with resentment towards Ji, though her face maintained a gentle smile, exuding warmth. Since the ingredients are already here, I shall prepare lunch for everyone. As Ji Mingxue stepped forward to take the bag of provisions from Li Yanqing, he unexpectedly shifted to evade her touch. Li Ge, let me handle it, he said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with Ji Mingshue's proximity, as if her gaze held ulterior motives. Instinctively, he rejected her approach and turned to place the bag in the kitchen. Luo Mingxian then approached Ji Yu and said, Yu, I hope you don't mind my calling you that. Earlier, you left so quickly that you might have missed the staff's additional rules regarding our upcoming living arrangements. For the foreseeable future, each person's spending is capped, and any excess will be at our own expense. Did you purchase a lot this time? If it exceeds the limit, I can help cover some of it. Luo Mingxuan's cheerful demeanor shone through, devoid of any pretense of superiority befitting an esteemed actor. Ji Yu, however, harbored a disdain for the smile that adorned his face, sensing an insincerity beneath it. No, thank you, she politely declined. Just as she contemplated uttering further words, a startled exclamation from the kitchen pierced the air. Heavens! How did we acquire so many items? Soon after, Ji Mingxue emerged from the kitchen with a troubled expression, her gaze towards Ji Yu laden with unspoken words. You haven't exhausted all the money you took out earlier, have you? Initially, I assumed that money was merely for purchasing lunch ingredients, but then the production team mentioned. Ji Mingxue passionately conveyed her attempt to admonish Ji Yu for her extravagant spending while simultaneously considering Ji Yu's feelings. Hesitant to say too much for fear of hurting her, Ji Yu observed in silence, her face betraying no emotion, though she mentally critiqued Ji Mingxue's performance. Her acting is somewhat exaggerated, points deducted. The tone is overly deliberate, points deducted. As for the expressions, never mind, such a performance is truly moving. Perhaps she should enroll in a professional course for further refinement. I have indeed used it all up, but rest assured, I shall return your share, Ji Yu stated calmly. While Ji Mingxue internally scoffed, her face feigning a look of grievance. Yu, I didn't mean it that way. Please don't be upset. Observing this, Luo Mingxian interjected to soothe the situation. Mingxue, your intentions were good. No one will be angry with you. Do not worry, even if it is spent. We can figure it out gradually. Ji Yu, disinterested in their exchange, turned her attention to bartering with the production team. This doesn't count. I wasn't informed of the rules. If you insist on making me bear the expenses, it is not impossible. With a sly smile aimed at the camera, she proceeded towards a room on the first floor. The following cameraman accompanied her inside, witnessing Ji Yu open a wardrobe, revealing a drawer secured with a combination lock. Your show does not permit us to use our own money, but there should be no regulation against utilizing the funds that are already here, correct? The cameraman was left bewildered, while the control room was filled with confusion, and even the viewers in the live stream were engulfed in perplexity. What on earth is she planning? Could it be what I think it is? No way. Is she intending to use the money that belonged to the original owner of this house? Isn't that theft? Wow. Is this season really that dramatic? A perfectly good lifestyle show needs to turn into a legal drama? What do you mean? Our Mengjie is famously known as the wealthy sister. Would she really resort to stealing someone else's money? Use your brains, please. To the fans earlier, are you blind? What nonsense are you spouting? Your so-called wealthy sister has found a cabinet with a combination lock. Is her intention not clear? I'm just curious. How did she acquire that wealthy persona? Is it truly authentic? I wonder how she plans to open that combination lock. A barrage of comments swept through, only to be followed by an abrupt silence in the once boisterous chat. Moments later, the lively atmosphere returned. How curious it was. Why was she so confident? Hadn't she considered an alternate possibility? Perhaps this house belonged to someone else? The barrage of comments fluttered across the screen, while at that moment, Ji Yu, with her clever and cunning retorts, successfully convinced the camera crew and the director behind them. In full view of the crowd, she extended a finger to the fingerprint recognition area. A mechanical voice chimed, "Ding, fingerprint recognition successful." Immediately, a click resonated, and the previously locked drawer sprang open slightly. It was unlocked. Chapter 109. The show continues. Part 2. The shock that has stunned me for a century. She truly did open the cabinet. The fingerprint recognition on the drawer indicates that she is, in fact, the rightful owner of this residence. How ironic it is that those who accused her of attempting to steal money are now silenced. I demand those who previously claimed she had unlawfully occupied the finest room to step forward as well. This villa belongs to her. What is wrong with selecting a room that she fancies? I ask you, what is your grievance? Indeed, our affluent sister remains as remarkable as ever. The production team even filmed within her home, perhaps even paying her rent. Truly, she is working one job while earning from two. I wonder, are you all envious? Envious. Indeed, I would be utterly envious if I had such a grand villa. Awaken, it is still daytime. Due to Yu's actions, countless netizens were left astonished, and those who had previously slandered her were swiftly proven wrong. When she opened the drawer, revealing a stack of cash, even the cameraman and the director were rendered speechless. Fortunately, I had prepared for this and would not allow you to trap me this time. Yu confidently retrieved the stack of money, counting out the amount that exceeded the budget, and was about to pocket the remainder when she was abruptly halted. Cameraman, the director has stated that this time is an exception. This money must be returned after the filming concludes. You truly have no humanity. She mumbled under her breath, reluctantly handing over the money to the hastily approaching task assistant, Xiao Jia. As Xiao Jia attempted to take the money, he found Yu gripping it tightly. After a prolonged struggle, he finally managed to reclaim the cash under her piercing gaze. Haha. The expression in Dream Sister's eyes is simply hilarious. Farewell, my money. May you live well from now on. Yu. Director, do not sleep with your eyes closed tonight. Beware of the lurking shark. The production team is utterly ruthless. They leave not a shred behind. Yu watched helplessly as Xiao Jia departed with her money, tears brimming in her eyes. Ever since binding with the affluent system, she had never known financial hardship. Now, participating in a variety show allowed her to experience what it truly meant to be impoverished. I apologize, Tong Tong. I have brought you shame. Ding. System notification, host desire for wealth detected. Triggering time-limited task. Please obtain a refund of 1 billion within 24 hours through spending. Completion rewards include a luxury yacht, a treasure chest lottery, 100 attribute points, and 1,000 points. The system's prompt resounded unexpectedly in her mind, causing her heart to tremble. Tong Tong. A refund of 1 billion within 24 hours. Are you certain I can accomplish this? Please enlighten me on how to achieve it. Host has matured. You must devise your own methods. Although the thrill of receiving cashback is undeniably delightful, accomplishing the daunting task of generating 1 billion within a mere 24 hours poses a considerable challenge. Were the target amount merely 100 million, she might have resorted to previously employed methods, such as garnering gifts through live streaming or indulging in extravagant purchases for charming individuals on display, thus completing the task within the stipulated time. However, the current goal is a staggering 1 billion. The notion of spending to the point of exhaustion seems quite implausible. At this moment, a singular thought occupied Yu's mind. The sensation of having an abundance of money that one cannot exhaust is indeed a peculiar experience. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated Yu's mind as a thought emerged. The task merely stipulated the return of 1 billion. There was no explicit indication that it must be a one-to-one cashback. After all, weren't there two tenfold cashback tools readily available? As she pondered this, Yu's gaze fell upon Luo Mingxian, who was exiting the kitchen, and he, in turn, noticed her as well. Yu, I am about to prepare a drink. Do you have a preference? I can make one for you as well, Luo Mingxian offered gallantly, his hands gesturing in invitation. However, to Yu, that gesture felt somewhat contrived. No, thank you. I prefer plain water, Yu replied, her eyes momentarily sparkling before returning to their usual demeanor. She dismissed the idea, opting instead for another option. That left only Li Yanqing. Searching for Li Yanqing's presence, she found no trace of him on the first floor. Mr. Luo, have you seen Mr. Li? Yu inquired politely. Luo Mingxian shook his head. I haven't seen him at all. I had intended to ask him to assist me in the kitchen, as it wouldn't be fair to let Mingxue manage everything alone. However, I am unsure when he disappeared. When discussing Li Yanqing, Luo Mingxuan's tone noticeably cooled, revealing that his attitude towards Li was not as amiable as it had initially appeared. Yu, undeterred, continued her search throughout the villa. As she ascended the stairs, Mingxue emerged from the kitchen. I believe I saw Yu just now. Where did she go? Mingxue feigned ignorance regarding the earlier exchange between Yu and Luo Mingxian and approached him with a bright smile. Thank you, Brother Luo, for your assistance. I truly couldn't have managed all these trivial tasks alone as a girl. I had intended to ask Yu for help since it is often easier for girls to handle kitchen duties, but she seems rather occupied. Mingxue's insinuation aimed to suggest that Yu was merely pretending to be busy and shirking responsibilities. Yet, Luo Mingxian simply smiled and refrained from engaging with her implications, instead defending Yu. Perhaps she truly has matters to attend to. Moreover, she was the one who purchased those ingredients, so it wouldn't be fair to burden her with every task, would it? Mingxue opened her mouth, seemingly ready to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, Brother Luo made a valid point. Ji Mingxue chuckled softly twice, observing that Luo Mingxian had already immersed himself in the art of mixology. Reluctantly, she returned to the kitchen to resume her tasks. Ji Yuyu searched the villa thoroughly and ultimately discovered Li Yanqing in the sunroom on the 3rd floor. The sunlight today was just perfect. It was indeed a delightful choice to admire the flowers and bask in the warmth. Ji Yuyu stepped inside, speaking as she turned her gaze towards the man reclining in a chair, his back against the flower rack, eyes closed in repose. Li Yanqing possessed strikingly handsome features, particularly when illuminated on the silver screen, where his physical attributes were accentuated before the eyes of all. Despite enduring a year of relentless scrutiny and criticism, those who sought to disparage him found it impossible to tarnish his image in terms of beauty. Ji Yuyu gazed at his handsome visage, momentarily lost in thought. While Li Yanqing, who had been feigning slumber, could no longer maintain the pretense in the presence of another and gradually opened his eyes. Chapter 110. An opportunity for you. As she lifted her gaze, Li Yanqing's eyes met Ji Yuyu's. In that fleeting moment, Ji Yuyu, who had been lost in thought, quickly regained her composure and offered a somewhat awkward smile in Li Yanqing's direction. I apologize, your striking good looks captivated me unexpectedly. Ji Yuyu's earnest explanation left both Li Yanqing and the viewers in the live stream momentarily speechless. Oh my, Sister Ming is so refreshingly honest. How amusing. Can you believe what you're saying? You already possess great beauty. Why covet the looks of other men? Hey, mind your own business regarding the affairs of beautiful women. To be fair, I truly appreciate this pairing of handsome men and beautiful women. They look remarkably suited for each other. I'm utterly speechless. Does anyone not remember what kind of character Li Yanqing possesses? Did you know? The live stream remained lively. Ji Yuyu's mind raced with thoughts akin to the barrage of comments on the screen. How could I have said that aloud? Will it make me appear infatuated? But really, is there anyone as stunningly infatuated as I am? It seems unlikely. Who knows who benefits from this? Li Yanqing observed Ji Yuyu with a calm demeanor for quite some time, his expression betraying a hint of hesitation. Ji Yuyu had initially thought he might wish to dismiss her for interrupting his rest, yet after a prolonged silence, Li Yanqing finally spoke. If you wish to utilize this space, I can vacate it for you. As he spoke, he genuinely began to rise from his seat. Ji Yuyu's heart skipped a beat, thinking, how could that be acceptable? She quickly stepped forward, arms outstretched to block his path. Wait, I specifically came to find you. Declaring her intent with clarity, Ji Yuyu successfully halted Li Yanqing's departure. You came to find me specifically? Li Yanqing regarded her with suspicion, his eyes filled with contemplation. In a time when others would prefer to distance themselves from him, she boldly approached. Did she truly not fear being drawn into his troubles? Seemingly perceiving his thoughts, Ji Yuyu smiled and continued. Indeed, I came to seek you out, and it pertains to a favorable matter. It has been ages since I encountered any good fortune. Li Yanqing murmured self-deprecatingly before returning to his previous seat. Ji Yuyu, determined, promptly settled herself across from him. As they both sat down, seemingly prepared for conversation, Ji Yuyu's fans in the live stream began to voice their concerns. Oh no. While I enjoy seeing a handsome man and beautiful woman together, I only wish to envision it, not to actually force them together. The army of Li Yanqing's detractors will arrive on the battlefield in 5 seconds. Could it be that Sister Ming is unaware of Li Yanqing's reputation? Surely not, but she seems utterly unconcerned. I trust Sister Ming's character, so I shall continue observing. I find myself at a loss. Could it truly be that I am captivated by the superficial charms of a scoundrel? Who can say? The online community has been abuzz with discussions, struggling to comprehend Ji Yuyu's actions, yet as of now, there has been no overwhelming outcry. Once seated, Ji Yuyu wasted no time and boldly unveiled a significant revelation. Regarding the incident you were involved in a year ago, I firmly believe it is not as the public perceives it, which is precisely why I am able to sit before you with such ease. If given the opportunity to clear your name, would you seize it? Ji Yuyu gazed earnestly at Li Yanqing, noticing a subtle tremor in him upon hearing her words. She observed a flicker of indescribable emotions in his eyes when he met her gaze again. Clear his name? How could it be so simple? Over the past year, he had made his own attempts, yet the endeavor proved exceedingly arduous. Despite having achieved the status of a film emperor and possessing a certain network within the industry, he found himself still trampled into the mud, unable to rise again. What could she possibly do? He wished to offer a self-deprecating smile, but discovered that even the slightest movement of his lips was an insurmountable task when broaching this subject. I present the choice. You need only provide me with an answer. Ji Yuyu refrained from responding to Li Yanqing's question, instead articulating her thoughts plainly. Li Yanqing regarded Yanyou quietly, captivated by the sincerity reflected in her bright eyes, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, his emotions began to stir restlessly within him. Yanyou patiently awaited Li Yanqing's decision. Though she had already surmised his thoughts, she did not wish to influence his choice at this moment. Reasons, conditions. After a prolonged silence, Li Yanqing finally subdued the tumult of his emotions and spoke with deliberate calmness. Yanyou smiled, thoroughly pleased with his response. As I mentioned, your striking handsomeness is indeed the reason. Yanyou added in her mind. Of course, it is because I can reap tenfold returns from you. This way, she could save herself a great deal of trouble. Li Yanqing's gaze darkened slightly, clearly displeased with Yanyou's answer. If you intend to jest with me in this manner, I must apologize, for I find it far from amusing. Li Yanqing narrowed his eyes slightly, prompting Yanyou to hastily smooth over the situation. Do not be upset. Is it not permissible for me to compliment you? Is it wrong to be drawn in by your good looks? I never claimed that assisting you in clearing your name was insincere. Why the haste? Yanyou pouted in dissatisfaction, her delicate features appearing charmingly petulant. Yet Li Yanqing was presently disinclined to appreciate her allure. All right, I shall cease my teasing. Before discussing solutions, I wish to inquire whether you are currently bound by any contracts. Yanyou intended to offer Li Yanqing monetary assistance to fulfill his tasks, but only under the condition that he was one of her own. If not, she would need to devise a favorable arrangement for him to contribute. Li Yanqing pondered for a moment before responding truthfully. I have terminated my contract with the previous company, yet I am still burdened with a staggering debt of 80 million. This amount was enforced by the company, which, upon his entanglement in scandal, unilaterally demanded compensation for damages to their reputation. Despite his previous appeals, he ultimately faced defeat in court. Consequently, he devoted all the earnings he had acquired from acting over the years to recompense the former company. Yet it amounted to merely a drop in the bucket. His sister and brother-in-law had contemplated assisting him in paying the penalty, but he had firmly declined their help. 80 million is no trifling sum. Although his sister and brother-in-law run their own business, the idea of amassing such a considerable amount to fill this gaping hole was, evidently, quite impractical. Li Yanqing's thoughts wandered momentarily, and upon regaining his focus, he just caught the sound of Yanyou's voice saying, "It is merely 80 million. I can assist you in repaying it." Chapter 111. Conditions. Yanyou's tone was excessively casual, as if she were discussing 8,000 rather than 80 million. Li Yanqing stared at Yanyou in shock, questioning her sanity. 80 million was not the same as 8,000. Li Yanqing reminded her. Yanyou nodded, her expression serious. Yes, I am aware it is 80 million. There is no need for you to reiterate it. Then you. I assure you that my offer to assist in repaying this debt is genuine. You have not misheard. However, I have my own conditions beforehand. Yanyou spoke nonchalantly, exuding an air of certainty. Upon hearing her mention conditions, Li Yanqing snapped out of his astonishment, his mind conceding to the reality of the situation. Indeed, who would willingly pay 80 million for another? It was only logical that there would be stipulations involved. What conditions? Please, do elaborate, Li Yanqing inquired. Yanyou flashed a sly smile and replied, the condition is this. After I pay the penalty, you will work for me. By the way, I may have forgotten to mention that I own an entertainment company, and you can join as one of my artists. Just imagine. Having an A-list actor under contract would elevate the company's prestige immensely. Upon hearing this, Li Yanqing seemed to recall something, offering a wry smile. I come with a tarnished reputation. If you sign me, you might end up suffering considerable losses. Yanyou playfully glared at him, her eyes sparkling with a beguiling charm. Li Yanqing felt a shiver run through him, as if something had lodged in his heart, only to vanish moments later. Loss is out of the question. I shall never be associated with such a word in my lifetime. Since you have agreed to sign with my company, I shall certainly provide my artists with certain privileges. I will take it upon myself to clear your name. Yanyou declared with great enthusiasm, reaching into her pocket for her phone, intending to call Jun Shichu and Song Yuhang to prepare the contract and strategize on handling public opinion. However, as her hand delved into her pocket, she suddenly realized her phone had already been surrendered. How embarrassing. Well, I assure you that I will resolve this matter, and soon you will see. After securing Li Yanqing's cooperation, Yanyou got up to find the director's team, eager to retrieve her phone and make a few calls. Watching her hurriedly retreating figure, Li Yanqing's gaze deepened, as if emotions were threatening to overflow from within. Meanwhile, within the live broadcast room, the audience was equally astonished by the unfolding events. I don't understand. What is she thinking? What redemption can a tainted artist possibly achieve? Yet, Li Yanqing's eyes are truly pained. For the first time, I sense that those eyes harbor many stories. I am beginning to doubt the original truth. Let us not forget he is an actor. Performing is his forte. I feel a pang of sympathy for Yanyou. She seems to be falling for his ruse. She still intends to pay him the penalty? If Li Yanqing is deceiving us, does that not constitute fraud? Your thought process is truly unique. I have faith in Li Yanqing. I believe that Yanyou's intention to assist in clearing Li Yanqing's name is genuine. However, a year has passed since the events unfolded. And what evidence could possibly still exist? The online discourse sparked by the dialogue between these two has become a hot topic, with some placing their trust in Li Yanqing, while others remain skeptical. There are those who revel in the drama, directly mentioning another party involved in the incident on Weibo. Netizen, Yanyou loves to smile. Regarding Li Yanqing's claim of being wronged and the assertion that the truth from back then was a fabrication, what is Miss Yanyou's perspective? This Weibo post quickly garnered numerous shares and comments, causing its popularity to soar. The ensuing commentary was a veritable tapestry of opinions. A true warrior is one who dares to stand out and tag the relevant parties amidst the frenzy. Bro, you're incredibly brave. Have you lost your mind? Are you unaware of Yanyou's current situation? She has been struggling with depression due to this incident. Why can't you just leave her be? Do you even comprehend the extent of the harm Yanyou has endured? How can you treat her this way? Yanyou, the individual at the center of this matter, has already come forward to clarify the truth. What more do you want from her? Let us argue. Let us argue. Let us argue initially. I believed in the truth of that year, but I can't help but feel some uncertainty upon reflection. The scandal surrounding Li Yanqing had already reached a fever pitch back then, and even a year later, its repercussions remain significant. Many have tagged the involved party, Yanyou, who quickly became aware of the online chatter. In a makeup room of a certain production team, Yanyou sat leisurely at her personal vanity, awaiting her makeup session. Her beauty, enhanced by makeup, radiated a striking allure, though her features bore the hallmark of a manufactured internet celebrity. She was in good spirits, listening to music through her headphones, occasionally humming along softly. Though her voice lacked polish, she seemed unbothered by it. Just as she was lost in her melodic reverie, her assistant rushed in, visibly anxious. Yanyou, something's wrong. Many people are tagging you online, demanding a statement regarding that incident from a year ago. The assistant, flustered, thrust her phone toward Yanyou, urging her to see the content. Yanyou felt a twinge of annoyance at the interruption, still processing which incident her assistant referred to. However, she followed her assistant's direction and glanced at the phone. In an instant, her previously calm demeanor froze, and a wave of panic washed over her. How could this be? How could this happen? Yanyou muttered anxiously, her fingers swiftly scrolling through the screen, noticing the multitude of netizens calling her out for a response. Her jaw clenched in frustration, her expression one of deep indignation. Is this generation of netizens truly so insatiable? Why must a matter that has long since passed be resurrected now? Can we not allow it to fade into obscurity? Yanyou silently cursed those meddlesome individuals, while her assistant trembled in apprehension beside her. Sister Yanyou, I just saw that the netizens are reacting this way because Li Yanqing appeared on a variety show, and a guest brought up that incident. Additionally, they claimed. What else did they say? Must you be so evasive? If you cannot articulate your thoughts coherently, I would not mind substituting you with someone more capable. The assistant, taken aback, hurriedly recounted everything she had gleaned online. The guest expressed a desire to vindicate Li Yanqing, prompting a fervent discussion among netizens, who now hope you will step forward to confront him. Chapter 112. The program continues. Part 3. What more is there to say? Couldn't that matter simply be allowed to fade into obscurity? Yanyou gritted her teeth, her beautiful visage contorted with rage. Having once trampled that individual into the mud, why could he not languish there? Why must he yearn for redemption? No, she absolutely could not permit him the opportunity to rise again. Yanyou murmured to herself, a profound sense of dread washing over her. If Li Yanqing were to find a way to regain his footing, everyone would come to know that she had lied, that she had falsely accused him. In that moment, she would become a pariah, vilified by all. Such an eventuality must never occur. Shaking her head to dispel the alarming thoughts that intruded upon her mind, she instinctively pressed her fingers to her lips, biting down on the freshly manicured nails. After a moment, an idea dawned upon her, a scheme to once again crush Li Yanqing. Shaolin, come here, I need to speak with you. Yanyou beckoned to her assistant, urging her to lean in closer as she whispered her instructions. The assistant listened intently, her brow furrowing with concern, and after Yanyou finished speaking, she hesitantly inquired, Sister Yanyou, will this truly work? Yanyou immediately adopted a stern expression and reprimanded, just do as I say without question. If you doubt its efficacy, then devise a better plan yourself. Enough chatter, hurry and follow my instructions. Though the assistant felt wronged by the scolding, she dared not voice her feelings and quickly scurried off to prepare. Once left alone in the room, Yanyou finally had the opportunity to unleash the fury that had been building within her. Meanwhile, Yanyou, after parting ways with Li Yanqing, sought out the production team, hoping to temporarily borrow a phone. I just need to make a call, a very important one. Approaching the task coordinator, Xiao Jia, she expressed her request, only to be met with a refusal. The phones have already been sent away after being collected, therefore, we cannot return them to you at this time. Yanyou was momentarily speechless. Aren't you concerned that an important call might be missed, leading to potential losses? Xiao Jia chuckled lightly, replying. It stated clearly in the contract signed before the program commenced. She recalled such a clause. However, she felt it was a trivial matter. Who could have anticipated that she would genuinely need it now? Without her own phone, she could not reach out to the outside world. The phone distributed by the production team was available for use, yet she struggled to remember any phone numbers. If her 24-hour task were to be delayed because of this, she would truly be distraught. As she pondered, her gaze fell upon the cameraman trailing beside her, and suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. She promptly waved her hand toward the camera. Song Yuhang, Jun Shichu, Jiangqi. Are you all watching the live broadcast? Regardless of who among you is favored, please give me a call promptly. After some contemplation, Yanyou reconsidered and decided to directly contact the production team and request them to transfer the call to her, as she had an urgent matter to discuss. Although Yanyou did not articulate her thoughts outright, the online community had already surmised the essence of her intentions. The names she called out have been searched online, and Jiangqi is indeed the rising star from a recently popular boy band, rumored to be filming a major adaptation project that is poised for immense success. I could not uncover much about the others, but the one named Jun Shichu certainly has an impressive background. A nationally renowned gold medal lawyer, undefeated to date, and reportedly exceedingly handsome. Wow, is this really happening? Is she genuinely going to assist Li Yanqing? I don't believe it. How could there be any reversal for something that has already been substantiated? I am merely waiting for the moment of reckoning. If there were indeed hidden circumstances surrounding that incident, I cannot fathom who would target Li Yanqing and succeed, especially considering he was already an acclaimed actor with substantial influence. What sort of person could tarnish his reputation to such an extent? It sends shivers down my spine. Are you all so quick to believe in Li Yanqing's innocence? Do you lack empathy? Regardless, I believe in Yanyou. She has endured too much suffering over that incident. I cannot imagine she would risk her own reputation to become a villain. After Yanyou finished speaking to the camera, the voices of Ling Xiaowen and Luo Mingxian resonated from the other side. It turned out that Ji Mingxue had prepared lunch and was calling everyone to eat. Upon seeing Yanyou, Luo Mingxian called out, Yanyou, Mingxue has already prepared the meal. You should come and join us. He then glanced around, asking, where are Teacher Kai Yun and Teacher Li? What happened to them? Luo Mingxian hesitated to express his thoughts, but Ling Xiaowen gently patted his shoulder, offering a reassuring glance. It's all right. After spending some time together, it will get better. He then prepared to search for the others. Ji Mingxue immediately stepped forward, stating, I will go call them. Her enthusiasm drew praise from Luo Mingxian and Ling Xiaowen. Feeling a sense of pride, Ji Mingxue noticed that Yanyou intended to sit down, so she approached and urged her to rise. Come with me, Yanyou. You can call Sister Kai Yun, and I will go find Brother Li. Hearing her speak so familiarly made Yanyou feel a bit uncomfortable, but she did not refuse and headed outside. Earlier, when she was on the third floor, she had seen Kai Yun reading alone on the terrace in the backyard. As Yanyou stepped outside, Ji Mingxue promptly ascended the stairs. She had never had the chance to be alone with Li Yanqing before, and now she finally found an opportunity. Aware that Li Yanqing was currently experiencing a low point and burdened with immense pressure, she believed that if she treated him with kindness and encouragement, assisting him in overcoming this predicament, it would surely make him grow fond of her. Upon recalling the visage of the strikingly handsome and carefree face of the other, Ji Mingxue couldn't help but feel a flutter in her heart. However, her emotions were not stirred by a budding affection for Li Yanqing. Rather, it was the exhilarating prospect of having such a formidable ally by her side that thrilled her immensely. Having been granted a second chance at life, she aspired to ascend as the queen of the entertainment industry. Yanyou soon located Kai Yun on the terrace of the backyard, realizing that she had come to summon her for a meal. A look of guilt washed over her face. I apologize, I lost track of time. Though she was not particularly accustomed to social interactions, she had contemplated assisting in the kitchen earlier. However, at that moment, apart from Ji Mingxue, there was also Luo Mingxian present. When she expressed her desire to lend a hand, both had declined her offer, prompting her to leave the kitchen and retreat here to read. Chapter 113. The program continues. Part 4. Seeing the guilt etched on Kai Yun's face, Yanyou gently reassured her, Teacher Kai, there is no need for you to feel so anxious. Although we are filming a variety show, it is paramount to prioritize your own emotional well-being. Yun gazed at Yanyou with a puzzled expression, seemingly struggling to comprehend the essence of her words. Yanyou then bestowed upon her a radiant smile, continuing, life is meant to be joyful. If someone or something brings you unhappiness, it surely cannot be of good nature. Therefore, why should we allow such negative influences to entangle our hearts? You need not apologize for trivial matters, nor let the perceptions of others constrain your spirit. Yun appeared contemplative, and as they approached the restaurant entrance, a semblance of relief finally emerged on her previously troubled countenance. As the two took their seats, Yanyou and Xue descended from the upper floor, in stark contrast to the harmonious interaction between Yanyou and Yun. The atmosphere between the two newcomers felt somewhat peculiar. Yanyou strode ahead, his handsome visage cloaked in an icy demeanor. He merely acknowledged the group with a slight nod before silently choosing a spot to sit. Xue followed a meter behind, her head slightly bowed, exuding an air of despondency. Upon taking her seat, Xue finally raised her eyes to the others, revealing the faint redness around her eyes, as if she had recently shed tears from some perceived grievance. What troubles you? Has someone wronged you? Luo Mingxian was the first to notice, inquiring with concern. Ling Xiaowen also turned his gaze towards Xue, a frown creasing his brow. Yanqing, just a moment ago Xue prepared a meal and said she would call you to join. She is still young and may inadvertently commit some faux pas. You haven't scolded her, have you? Look at how frightened the poor girl is. Ling Xiaowen spoke with the authority of a senior, his tone seemingly conciliatory. Yet it was clear to any discerning listener that he was chastising Li Yanqing. In such a situation, should Li Yanqing attempt to explain himself, it might be perceived as a rebuttal to Ling Xiaowen's admonition. Given Li Yanqing's naturally reticent character, he merely cast a glance at Xue and fell silent. Xue, too, refrained from speaking, still harboring resentment from the earlier encounter. She had initially approached Li Yanqing with good intentions, and upon witnessing his strikingly handsome figure reclining in the sunroom, she was momentarily captivated, rendered speechless. It wasn't until Li Yanqing turned his gaze towards her that she regained her composure. She had intended to foster a connection with him, expressing her happiness at seeing him emerge from his struggles and her empathy for the challenges he had faced over the past year, as well as her unwavering belief in him. To her dismay, however, he offered no response. Not even a flicker of emotion crossed his face. Xue was perplexed, unable to comprehend why he exhibited no response. Since her return to the Ji family, the smooth sailing had made her forget that not everything revolves around her. Thus, she directly inquired about her thoughts. Why are you unhappy? I do not seek sympathy. The reply she received was a chilling remark from Li Yanqing. In that instant, Xue felt as though a surge of fervor had been doused upon an iceberg, leaving her utterly chilled. A mixture of grievance, resentment, and anger swirled within her heart, creating the sensation of a heavy stone lodged in her chest, causing her eyes to redden. Li Yanqing glanced at her, and just as she hoped for a comforting word, he distanced himself from her, as if she were a plague. Coming to her senses, Xue realized that Li Yanqing had moved to the side of Yanyou, who was currently offering a drink crafted by Luo Mingxian to him. Yanyou, that was specially prepared for you, she remarked. Luo Mingxian, noticing Yanyou's enthusiasm, frowned in discontent. Yanyou cast a glance at him, placing the cup before Li Yanqing. Thank you, but I have stated that I only enjoy plain water. Yanyou donned a polite, yet detached smile towards Luo Mingxian, internally beginning to critique. She had heard that this newly acclaimed actor was refined and amiable, making interactions comfortable. Yet, her experience starkly contrasted with the rumors. Whether it was his gaze or tone, there always seemed to be an ulterior motive in his approach, instilling within her a natural sense of aversion. Moreover, the way he looked at her and Xue occasionally bore a hint of aggression, subtle, yet perceptible to Yanyou, prompting her to maintain her distance. Conversely, Xue appeared to revel in his attentions. However, such trivialities were inconsequential to Yanyou. After handing the drink to Li Yanqing, she intended to pour herself a glass of plain water when a hand presented her with a cup. It was Yun. Thank you, Yanyou replied with a smile, bending her brows. Yun, slightly awkward, eventually returned a smile to Yanyou. As everyone settled down, Xue began to offer explanations regarding the earlier incident. But all present understood the underlying truth. If there truly was nothing amiss, Xue could have simply stated so without further ado. Luo Mingxian and Ling Xiaowen assumed she was merely attempting to ease any tensions, silently harboring a growing discontent towards Li Yanqing. However, Yanyou scoffed inwardly. Here it comes again. Xue Mingxue's performance had commenced, If she had possessed such skill in feigning innocence and eliciting sympathy in her past life, perhaps she would not have been driven from her home and met a tragic end on the streets. Having been given a second chance, she had finally awakened. On the table, there lay 4 dishes and a soup, a quantity that was neither scant nor ample, perhaps insufficient for 6 diners. Xue glanced over and couldn't help but scoff. I distinctly remember purchasing a plentiful amount of groceries. Is time the issue? Xue Qingshui's expression stiffened for a moment as she thought to herself, I never intended to prepare your portion. Yet, she replied, I must say, our small group of girls has rather modest appetites, hence the quantity prepared is not substantial. Xue raised her hand slightly and casually interjected, don't include me in that. I have quite a hearty appetite. You're implying that I haven't prepared enough. Xue Qingshui responded, her tone apologetic. I wasn't aware. If that's the case, I can whip up a bit more. Xue Qingshui, looking quite pitiful, stood up and seemed ready to head to the kitchen, but both Luo Mingxian and Ling Xiaowen hastily prepared to stop her. However, before they could speak, Xue called out to Xue Qingshui first. Chapter 114. The show continues, Part 5. Never mind, I shall handle it myself. Xue remained oblivious to the fact that if she allowed Xue Qingshui to prepare the meal, she would inevitably find herself digging a hole later on. After speaking, she did not wait for any reaction from the others and directly made her way to the kitchen. The few individuals left at the dining table exchanged puzzled glances. Unsure of her intentions, the viewers in the live stream shared their confusion as well. What does she intend to do? Mengxue has already prepared the meal, and she stands there doing nothing, yet still wants to find fault. Surely she doesn't think she can cook herself? With her pampered demeanor, it would be quite extraordinary if she could. Mengxue worked hard to cook, and yet she is treated with such disdain. She truly lacks a heart. Let us see how she embarrasses herself later. In the live chat, the previously lurking detractors began to stir after witnessing Xue actions, initially rallying some individuals to criticize her, believing she was merely seeking trouble. However, within a mere 10 minutes, the tide of commentary underwent a dramatic shift. No way. Is this really made by Xue? Since she is the only one in the kitchen, who else could it be? Unbelievable. I could never create something so visually appealing. Wasn't she said to have been raised in a wealthy family? At least she used to be a young lady. How could she possibly possess culinary skills? Who decreed that a young lady cannot be adept in the kitchen? I see it now. Some people just want to tarnish Xue's reputation. Could it be they are being compensated for it? I suspect so. Come on, let us all profit together. The chat suddenly turned oddly sarcastic, as if someone had shifted the narrative abruptly, a change that went unnoticed by those in the program. Xue emerged carrying a plate of dishes that were not only visually stunning, but also aromatic, and, amidst the astonished gazes of the others, she confidently placed it before herself. Xue Qingshui stared at Xue in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Did you make this? Ling Xiaowen exclaimed in inquiry. Luo Mingxian also looked at Xue with increasing intrigue. Li Yanqing cast a glance at Xue but remained silent, his expression hinting at a fleeting emotion. As Xue Qingshui observed the dishes that Xue had just presented, it became apparent, both in color and aroma, that they vastly surpassed her own efforts. In that moment, Xue Qingshui felt as if she had received a resounding slap to the face. She was doing this on purpose. She was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Yu, didn't you say before that you couldn't cook? How? Xue Qingshui gazed at Xue, her words hanging in the air, as though she were accusing Xue of deceit. Xue Qingshui's remark was meant to remind everyone that when the question of who could cook arose, she alone had raised her hand. Now, with Xue presenting dishes that were superior to her own, it could only lead others to question her character. After all, she is undeniably an excellent cook. Previously, however, she refrained from revealing this talent, opting instead to let Xue Qingshui handle it alone, seemingly to indulge in idleness. Xue cast a glance at Xue Qingshui, effortlessly discerning her subtle intentions. With a scoff, Xue directly punctured Xue Qingshui's pretense. Why not speak up, right? It was merely to acknowledge your enthusiasm and grant you a chance to shine. Shouldn't you be grateful? Yet you appear rather discontent. Xue Qingshui felt momentarily stifled, eager to retort, but before she could voice her thoughts, she was interrupted. It's not a significant matter, no need to dwell on it. Luo Mingxian interjected with a smile, attempting to ease the tension. Xue glanced at him, noticing that he too was looking in her direction. When their eyes met, she distinctly sensed a spark of brightness in his gaze. Isn't it splendid that Yu can cook as well? It would certainly lighten the culinary responsibilities for everyone. I must say, the dishes Yu prepared seem quite delectable. We might need to seek your guidance in the coming days. Luo Mingxian complimented with a warm smile. Yet Xue merely offered a polite smile in return, choosing not to engage further. Ji Mingxue was taken aback by Luo Mingxuan's unexpected support for Xue. Feeling a surge of frustration mingled with helplessness. The group had a modest lunch, although Ji Mingxue's cooking received unanimous praise from Ling Xiaowen and Luo Mingxian. The expressions of Kai Yun and Li Yanqing suggested otherwise. In simple terms, it was akin to chewing on wax. Conversely, Xue's dish was devoured eagerly by the two, and even Ling Xiaowen and Luo Mingxian expressed their fondness for it. The comparison yielded an obvious conclusion. After the meal, the task of cleaning was assigned to several gentlemen, and the afternoon proceeded with each person organizing their own activities. In the afternoon, Xue finally received a call from outside. Song Yuhang, who had been avidly watching the live broadcast, particularly Xue's segment, was fully aware of her request and promptly instructed his assistant to contact the production team. After expressing his grievances regarding the show's inhumane rule of confiscating phones, he arranged for the call to be forwarded. You seem quite anxious about Li Yanqing, Song Yuhang observed, having closely followed the events and grasping Xue's intentions. Yet, the thought of that extraordinarily handsome man instilled in him an inexplicable sense of jealousy, causing his tone to carry a hint of vinegar. Xue was aware of Song Yuhang's affections, but she had no such inclinations at the moment, choosing to feign ignorance while articulating her purpose. I hope you can assist me in contacting Jun Shichu to resolve the breach of contract penalties concerning Li Yanqing. A flicker of interest sparked within Song Yuhang as he inquired, Are you considering having the company sign him? Would the funds be processed through the company's accounts? If so, it suggested Xue's investment in Li Yanqing, potentially devoid of ulterior motives. However, before his thoughts could take root, he heard Xue resolutely declare, I will provide the funds. I will transfer 200 million shortly. After you settle the breach of contract, the remainder will be used for the legal battle against him. Xue spoke with great enthusiasm, yet Song Yuhang's heart sank. It was not as he had envisioned. Could it be that Xue truly had feelings for him? He contemplated inquiring about Xue's sentiments regarding Li Yanqing, but the words stuck in his throat. Unable to escape, he was afraid that by asking, he might uncover an answer he dreaded, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. Perhaps it was better to maintain the current state of ignorance, pretending to be oblivious, allowing him to remain by her side. Chapter 115. A formidable opponent, I need you to settle all the breach of contract fees for Li Yanqing before tonight, and allocate 20 million as funds to clear his name. Xue instructed, but the person on the other end remained silent for a considerable time. Yuhang, are you listening to what I'm saying? Xue began to doubt whether she had lulled him to sleep. Fortunately, Song Yuhang soon responded. I'm here. I heard everything. That's good. I thought you had dozed off. Haha. Xue chuckled, unable to contain her laughter. With a sigh, Song Yuhang inquired, Yu, don't you fear that all the dirt on him might be true? He believed that even if it were not true, the very fact that someone had gone to such lengths to tarnish his reputation indicated he was likely a troublesome individual. Xue let out a light laugh and replied, I believe those allegations aren't true. He is not the kind of person they portray him to be, even if she were not aware of the original plot. From the moment she laid eyes on Li Yanqing, she felt an inexplicable radiance about him that made it hard to look away. She sensed he was a good person, a remarkable intuition. Thus, even if it were not to vex the female lead Ji Mingxue or fulfill the system's assigned task, she might still choose to assist him. Upon hearing Xue's sentiments, Song Yuhang remained silent for a long while before finally breaking into a silent, bitter smile. All right, I will do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. You can rest assured, he said solemnly. Listening to the voice on the other end of the line, Xue's eyes sparkled with joy. I believe in you. Given that Xue's phone call involved personal matters, the cameraman wisely kept his distance, yet continued to film from afar. Thus, in the frame, Xue stood at the edge of the terrace in a flowing white dress, gazing out at the distant sea. The sea breeze stirred her skirt, making it flutter lightly, as if it might take flight. In an instant, a breathtaking smile illuminated her face, so stunning that everyone witnessing this scene was captivated by her exquisite beauty, including the viewers in the live stream. How beautiful! I declare that I have fallen in love at this moment. In this lifetime, if I could have a wife like her, I would die without regrets. Ah, sister. Notice me. I love you. I'm coming clean. We've already registered our marriage. You all have no hope. Get lost. Thus commenced the feast for admirers. As those who beheld this spectacle eagerly captured screenshots to preserve the moment, the lurking detractors in the live stream, who originally intended to emerge and stir up trouble, found themselves at a loss upon witnessing that stunning visage. Their plans to compare Xue's looks unfavorably against Ji Mingxue's were thwarted, leaving them unable to voice their criticisms. Such divine beauty rendered them speechless, akin to seeing money beckoning before them, yet remaining forever out of reach. Song Yuhang held the phone in one hand, listening to the melodious voice of Yanyou on the other end, while the screen displayed her exquisite figure, a sight he was reluctant to miss. Once the call ended, he observed Yanyou's joyful demeanor, stirring a whirlwind of complex emotions within him. After a moment of internal struggle, he gently reached out to touch the image on the screen, his gaze reverent, as if in worship of a deity residing in his heart. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill for you, even if it is for another man. A bitter smile escaped Song Yuhang's lips as he reluctantly closed the live stream. He then summoned his assistant to delegate the forthcoming tasks, and upon completing his instructions, he personally visited the Yanyou law firm to find Xue Qingyi. You've arrived, Xue Qingyi remarked, his expression remarkably calm, as though he had anticipated this visit. The defined features of his face bore an aloofness that bordered on the inhuman, though the gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose softened his otherwise stern demeanor, endowing him with a touch of warmth. Xue Qingyi was undeniably handsome. When Song Yuhang first learned of Yanyou's investment in Yanyou, he speculated that it might be due to Xue Qingyi's striking appearance. In fact, he had internally classified Xue Qingyi as a figure to be wary of. Even prioritizing his vigilance over Jiangqi, however, he later discerned that Xue Qingyi did not harbor any romantic inclinations, which eased his concern somewhat. Yet, he could not deny that if Xue Qingyi were to develop feelings, he would undoubtedly become a formidable rival to both himself and Jiangqi now. He realized that even someone as striking as Xue Qingyi appeared somewhat overshadowed in the presence of Li Yanqing. It was no wonder Yanyou found it difficult to resist. I have come to discuss a matter with you. I know. It pertains to someone named Li Yanqing, Xue Qingyi interjected, not allowing Song Yuhang the chance to explain, which left him utterly astonished. How do you know? Just as Song Yuhang's question left his lips, his peripheral vision caught sight of the screen on the nearby phone. Was it not Yanyou's live stream? Song Yuhang was about to express his surprise at Xue Qingyi's engagement with the live stream when, in the next moment, Xue Qingyi had already turned off the screen and tucked the phone into a drawer. His expression remained as impassive as an iceberg, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Song Yuhang, I am aware of everything you wish to convey, Xue Qingyi said, gently adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses with his long fingers. He then retrieved a document from the side, handing it to Song Yuhang. This is the contract prepared for Li Yanqing. Since Yanyou has agreed to cover the breach of contract fee, it is imperative to secure his signature. However, the breach fee of 80 million is no trifling matter. This contract contains detailed repayment clauses. Although Yanyou had not disclosed these specifics, Song Yuhang had intended to mention them. He was taken aback that he had not even been given the opportunity to speak, as Xue Qingyi had already anticipated and addressed everything. Song Yuhang thought to himself, indeed, there were justifiable reasons for considering him a formidable rival from the outset. I have begun to gather evidence regarding the slanderous rumors that have been spread. However, given that a year has already passed, collecting comprehensive information is no simple task and will likely require substantial human and material resources. There is no need for concern on this front, as Yanyou has made arrangements to allocate 200 million, which will cover not only the penalty but also the remaining expenses associated with these matters. Upon hearing Song Yuhang's words, an unspoken understanding descended upon the two, enveloping the entire office in a suffocating silence. After a considerable pause, it was Xue Qingyi who finally shattered the oppressive quiet. Well, with this funding, it should become somewhat easier. Xue Qingyi's voice remained cool and detached, as frigid as if exhaling could produce ice. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Song Yuhang sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Chapter 116. Task completed. After a brief meeting, Song Yuhang and Xue Qingyi parted ways. Song Yuhang took on the responsibility of addressing Li Yanqing's breach of contract penalties, while Xue Qingyi was tasked with the lawsuit against the slanderers. As they busied themselves, progress in the matter swiftly emerged within the timeframe stipulated by Yanyou. Ding. The host has spent 200 million on a member of the opposite sex. Detection indicates that the target's attractiveness exceeds 90 points, triggering a 10-fold cashback feature. The host's current cashback amount stands at 4 billion. Limited time task. Achieve a cashback of 2 billion within 24 hours. Completed. Rewards include a luxury yacht X1, one chance for a treasure box draw, attribute points X100, and points X1000. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yanyou's eyes gleamed with excitement. Although she could afford a luxury yacht on her own, receiving rewards from the system without expenditure was undeniably more enticing. Moreover, the prospect of the treasure box draw filled her with anticipation. Opening the system panel, Yanyou mentally summoned the interface, which materialized before her in an instant. Name: Yanyou. Age: 18. Height: 170 centimeters. Physique: 100. Full attractiveness: 100. Full charisma: 100. Full charm: 10. Enhanced by system assessment. Skills: perfect vocal ability. Items: none. Points: 5500. Reputation: 260000. Gazing at her own data on the system panel, Yanyou noted the reduction in her reputation points due to a previous draw, which had now unwittingly increased by 60,000, filling her with joy. It seemed that appearing on variety shows had indeed been a wise choice. Her popularity had evidently surged in a short span. She glanced at the height section, hesitated, and ultimately refrained from allocating any attribute points. Although her accumulated points from daily check-ins had nearly reached 300, Yanyou had no intention of squandering them. Her height seemed sufficient. Being excessively tall would diminish the allure of the perfect height differential. Clearing her mind, Yanyou navigated to the draw section of the panel, where the number of lottery chances had indeed changed from 0 to 1. Excitedly rubbing her hands together, she eagerly selected the lottery option. In the blink of an eye, a spinning wheel appeared before her, adorned with boxes of various colors that whirled faster and faster until they became a blur. Stop! With a thought, Yanyou commanded the wheel to gradually come to a halt, landing finally on a box of medium quality. Open! Yanyou swiftly called out in her mind. And in the next moment, the box opened, a radiant light emanating from within, leaving her with the sensation of acquiring new knowledge. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the proficiency in driving skills. Upon acquiring this skill, one will master the art of operating various modes of transportation, including but not limited to vehicles, vessels, and aircraft. Listening to the system's announcement, Yanyou felt an overwhelming joy. Now, not only could she drive, but she could also navigate boats and planes. This newfound ability was simply exhilarating. Throughout the afternoon, her face radiated a brilliant smile, leaving those around her perplexed, wondering what fortunate event had transpired to elicit such happiness from Yanyou. Xue, on the other hand, was consumed with envy, feeling as though all her limelight had been usurped by Yanyou. She contemplated urging her manager to expedite efforts against Yanyou, but with a cameraman in tow. Every move she made was exposed to the scrutiny of the live audience, prompting Xue to abandon that thought for the time being. As evening approached, Xue refrained from stepping into the spotlight, instead assigning the task of preparing dinner to Yanyou. Yanyou accepted the challenge wholeheartedly, diligently preparing a sumptuous meal. Initially, Xue anticipated witnessing a spectacle, yet upon seeing the exquisite and abundant dishes Yanyou had created, surpassing her own earlier efforts, her expression faltered. Especially when she heard Luo Mingxian and Ling Xiaowen praise Yanyou with even greater sincerity than before, she could no longer maintain her composure. The camera captured every fleeting change in Xue's demeanor, leading some of her fans in the live chat to reassess their opinions of her. Why do I feel like she seems a bit? I'll finish your thought. She seems somewhat pretentious. Her earlier demeanor was so poised. Yet that look in her eyes was quite unsettling. Could it be that she feels Yanyou has overshadowed her, causing her discontent? Indeed, that seems plausible. What's going on? Just because she's an artist, does that mean she has no right to be angry? Exactly. If someone as wonderful as Xue can be driven to such frustration, it speaks volumes about the person who upset her. We're witnessing a rare instance of such absurd logic. It's quite eye-opening. Fans of celebrities in the entertainment industry are often fervent, displaying remarkable tenacity when their beloved idols are wronged. In their eyes, Xue was the epitome of excellence, while Yanyou, who had caused her distress, was deemed a villain. Consequently, when they heard someone speak in favor of Yanyou, they rallied to defend their idol with fervor, igniting a heated exchange in the comment section. While the intent was to vindicate their beloved star, it inadvertently fostered negative sentiments among many bystanders. Qianlan had been attentively watching the live broadcast, but perhaps due to the remarkable synergy she shared with Xue. At the very moment Xue contemplated reaching out to Qianlan to deal with Yanyou, hesitant to make a call due to the intrusive camera, Qianlan had already anticipated her thoughts. Thus, without the need for Xue to elaborate, she proactively contacted several online marketing studios, preparing to intensify the narrative in the upcoming program, determined to thoroughly tarnish Yanyou's reputation. However, after a brief moment of distraction from the live stream, she returned to witness the chaotic scene of Xue's fans embroiled in a fierce argument. A wave of exasperation washed over her, and she found herself cursing those inept fans who only added to the turmoil. After venting her frustrations, Chunlan hurriedly contacted others to manage the comments in the chat section, striving to mitigate any negative sentiments from onlookers towards Ji Mingxue. As dusk descended, the lights in the villa flickered to life. Yanyou busied herself in the kitchen, preparing dinner for everyone. Luo Mingxian had intended to offer his assistance, but was swiftly summoned away by Ji Mingxue before he could voice his intentions. As a senior, Ling Xiaowen felt it inappropriate to intervene, leaving only Li Yanqing and Kai Yun to assist. Chapter 117, The Game I Shall Assist You. Kai Yun, typically reticent in social interactions, now took the initiative to offer her help to Ji Yuyu. Ji Yuyu, delighted by the gesture, welcomed her into the kitchen without hesitation. Li Yanqing stood silently at the doorway, observing the two in the kitchen, seemingly with words on the tip of his tongue, yet uncertain how to articulate them. When Ji Yuyu turned and spotted him, she inquired with curiosity, "Is something the matter?" After a moment's hesitation, Li Yanqing finally spoke, "Do you require my assistance? I could also." He intended to mention his modest culinary skills, but upon recalling that his expertise was limited to making noodles, he ultimately swallowed the rest of his words. Ji Yuyu, however, remained unfazed, smiling as she waved him over. "The more hands, the easier it becomes for me." Despite her light-hearted words, Ji Yuyu sensed a subtle transformation in Li Yanqing. Prior to his arrival today, he exuded an air of desolation, as if he were ensnared in an abyss of darkness, unwilling to escape. Yet now, there was a noticeable shift. He was more inclined to engage with others, marking a significant development. Together, the trio prepared a sumptuous dinner comprising 6 or 7 dishes, each appearing far more appetizing than the meal prepared by Ji Mingxue at noon. This only deepened Ji Mingxue's displeasure. Luo Mingxian and Ling Xiaowen praised the evening's repast effusively, acknowledging the contributions of Kai Yun and Li Yanqing with casual compliments. Once the meal concluded, the responsibility of washing the dishes naturally fell to the three who had not cooked, though Ji Mingxue contrived an excuse to evade this duty. Given her status as a young lady and the fact that she had assisted during lunch, Luo Mingxian and Ling Xiaowen chose not to press the matter further. Following a thorough cleanup after dinner, the 9 individuals convened in the living room, settling onto the sofa to undertake the evening's task. As a lifestyle variety show, the segment naturally included a chatting segment designed to foster camaraderie among participants. To amplify the entertainment value, the production team had incorporated an interactive element with the audience. Each participant was provided with a dedicated smartphone, allowing them to log into their livestream accounts and view real-time footage. The group arranged themselves on the spacious sofa, while Ji Mingxue and Ji Yuyu sat oppositely on individual chairs, facing the 6 participants, who were flanked by rows of cameras and staff members. "Greetings. I am the task facilitator, Xiaojia. This evening marks our first night here, and to facilitate better acquaintance among you, we have established this chatting segment. You may introduce yourselves or respond to inquiries posed by your companions. Additionally, we have activated a real-time comment interaction segment, wherein we will randomly select questions from the live chat for a Q&A session. Guests will engage in a series of mini-games, and the victors will earn the privilege to exempt themselves from answering certain questions posed in the comments." As Xiao Jia earnestly elaborated on the game rules off-camera, the 6 guests listened attentively. Once Xiao Jia finished detailing the regulations, staff promptly delivered the game props, a set of game cards. Game rules. Each guest can randomly play 10 cards, each card depicting different characters, factions, and attribute skills. The factions are divided into offensive and defensive sides, while the attributes include sovereign, assassin, and support. In each round, every guest will play 1 card, leading to a card duel. None of the participants had previously engaged in such a tabletop game, yet their curiosity was piqued. After grasping the rules, they eagerly commenced play. Concurrently, the production team staff set up a live streaming platform, showcasing the gameplay on a large screen, while another section was designated for interactive comments. At that moment, nearly 8 million viewers were tuned into the live broadcast, and the comments were pouring in at an exhilarating pace. So amusing. It's evident that none of them know how to play this game. I just want to ask, will I be drawn later? Mingxue, I love you. I will always support you. Mingxian, mommy loves you. Stop shouting slogans. Have you thought about the questions you want to ask later? Don't end up on TV without anything to say. That would be embarrassing. I want to ask Li Yanqing what he still has to say about that incident back then. Brother, you're quite brave. I want to ask the same. ISNT, anyone interested in the dramatic tales of the wealthy? I find that quite intriguing. Like-minded, I adore gossiping about these things. Indeed, life is nothing but dramatic and absurd. Front row selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and small stools. Shortly thereafter, the results of the first round were announced. Among the 6 participants, the eldest, Ling Xiaowen, had lost. Although none had experience with such games, the younger crowd adapted more swiftly. Ling Xiaowen, as the senior, found himself lagging behind. To his surprise, he was the first to lose. Ling Xiaowen chuckled awkwardly, yet he showed no signs of defeat. He boldly introduced himself, then glanced at the staff behind the camera. Come on, whatever it is, bring it on. With that, he patted his chest with a grand gesture, exuding a spirit of unwavering determination. However, he exerted himself too much, causing him to cough and cover his mouth for a considerable time. The others. Ling Xiaowen's smile grew increasingly awkward. It was a complete flop. Truly a total disaster. Fortunately, the randomly selected comments were relatively friendly, merely requesting him to share a brief update about his current situation, with no further inquiries. This was a promising start. It was evident that, aside from Yanyou, everyone else was observing Ling Xiaowen as a model for the others. Seeing the atmosphere remain friendly and harmonious, they all felt a sense of relief. Only Yanyou smirked, having seen through the production team's manipulations. After all, if everything proceeded in such a manner, what would be the show's highlights? Yanyou's gaze swept across the room, silently assessing who among them was most likely to be favored by the spotlight. After much contemplation, it became evident that Li Yanqing was indeed the more captivating presence. Yanyou had foreseen the potential outcome of the impending events, and she found herself silently mourning for Li Yanqing for 3 fleeting seconds. However, before her silent tribute could conclude, she was met with a stark reality that slapped her across the face. In this round of the game, she had suffered defeat. Yanyou was left in a state of astonishment. How could she have lost? She had not even secured a single exemption opportunity. The audience, however, remained benevolent. Observing Yanyou's shock-stricken gaze, Ling Xiaowen and Luo Mingxian spoke up to offer her reassurance. When Yanyou raised her eyes, she found herself locked in a gaze with Ji Mingxue, whose expression radiated triumph. Chapter 118. The Game, Part 2. Before Ji Mingxue rejoined the program, arrangements had been meticulously made, instructing Qianlan to engage online trolls to manipulate the live broadcast narrative, portraying Yanyou as a deceitful individual who had usurped another's identity and squandered 18 years in a wealthy household, yet emerged utterly devoid of merit. In contrast, Ji Mingxue would be depicted as the unfortunate victim, the one whose identity had been stolen and who had endured the cruel treatment of her adoptive parents. She was determined to ensure that everyone recognized Yanyou as a despicable thief. It was imperative that Yanyou be utterly disgraced, stripped of all dignity, and made to endure every conceivable suffering, ultimately leading to her own demise. Only then would the resentment from Ji Mingxue's past life dissipate. Filled with animosity, Ji Mingxue regarded Yanyou with an icy stare, devoid of any warmth. Even when their gazes met, she did not flinch but instead smiled without emotion. Come now, a sumptuous feast has been prepared for you online. Savor it at your leisure, she mused maliciously. Yanyou cast a disdainful glance at Ji Mingxue. Having already surmised her intentions, yet she felt no fear. Rather, she was invigorated by the challenge. Let the games begin, she thought as she signaled to the assistant by her side, Xiao Jia, and settled in with a composed demeanor. Before Xiao Jia lay an operating console connected to the live streaming platform. With the mere press of a button, they could capture the barrage of comments flooding the live chat. Recognizing Yanyou's cue to commence, Xiao Jia promptly activated the console, and in the blink of an eye, a flurry of comments appeared on the large screen. I want to be the lucky one. I want to ask about the relationship between Yanyou and Ji Mingxue. I heard they are the true and false daughters of a wealthy family. Is that true? Yanyou, you have stolen Ji Mingxue's life for 18 years. Does your conscience not ache? Yanyou, how will you compensate Mingxue? Yanyou. To enhance the live broadcast experience, the captured comments were displayed within the camera's frame, allowing the audience to witness the unfolding dialogue simultaneously. Woo, I finally made it on television, yet I didn't get to ask anything. That first commenter is hilarious. You truly are a lucky one. Why do I find those comments so strange? They seem to carry such heavy malice. Why are some people so fascinated by others' private affairs? What does their identity have to do with you? The comments continued to surge, but few realized that this moment marked the revelry of the online trolls. After an extensive period of preparation, they were finally ready to unleash their efforts, intent on making Yanyou the target of public ridicule, thus avenging their previous humiliations. However, just as they were poised to unleash their keyboards upon the internet, another wave of trolls quietly entered the fray. Soon, the network trolls arranged by Qianlan discovered that every time they attempted to post disparaging remarks about Yanyou, they were immediately surrounded by 3 or 4 countering comments, effectively drowning out their voices before they could leave a significant impression. It was infuriating. This scene provoked not only the unsuccessful trolls, but also the puppet master behind it all, Chunlan, who, pray tell, is opposing me. Chunlan's typically astute visage twisted in anger as she impulsively hurled a cup from her desk. The glass shattered upon striking the wall, sending shards flying in all directions. Oblivious to the chaos, she vented her frustration by smashing several items before finally returning to her chair. However, in the next moment, a sharp sting radiated from her elbow. Upon inspection, her hand was stained crimson. A shard of glass had lodged itself in the armrest, unnoticed as she had focused entirely on the live stream. Chunlan let out a frustrated scream, feeling as though nothing was going right that day. After venting her anger, she now had to tend to her wound. What a vexing predicament. In stark contrast to Chunlan's impotent rage, the atmosphere in the office of the president of Xingchen Entertainment was markedly different. The moment Song Yuhang discerned that someone in the live stream was attempting to tarnish Ji Yuyu's reputation, he steeled himself for the impending storm. He was not alone in this battle. If the adversary sought to deploy an army of trolls against Ji Yuyu, he could certainly muster a larger force to counteract the negativity. In this contest, where both sides were evenly matched, the battle would ultimately hinge on their respective financial resources. Fortunately, they had never been lacking in this regard. For every troll the opponent managed to recruit, he would enlist double, triple, or even quadruple the number to ensure that the detractors would be powerless to make an impact. The results were proving to be quite effective. Song Yuhang reclined comfortably in his office chair, a smile creeping across his face as he observed the live stream. Outside, night had fallen, yet he had no intention of leaving the office. Tonight, in support of Ji Yuyu, he would remain steadfast. Meanwhile, upon seeing the captured comments from the live stream, Ji Yuyu displayed no signs of anger. Instead, she chuckled dismissively. As the losing party in this round of the game, Miss Ji Yuyu was tasked with responding to the comments. Task Officer Xiao Jia recited the remarks, internally intrigued by the melodrama, yet maintaining an impeccable facade as she delivered her lines. Ji Yuyu nodded, adjusted her posture to sit more comfortably, and then prepared to respond. The audience in the live broadcast exhibited an unexpected curiosity about my background. However, upon reflection, if I were merely a bystander indulging in gossip, I might have been even more fervent than those present, for I too harbored a desire to satisfy my curiosity, indifferent to the thoughts of the subject at hand. As she began to speak, Ji Yuyu took the opportunity to satirize those netizens who revel in drama. The attendees were taken aback by her audacity to directly confront the viewers in the live chat, leaving them momentarily stunned. Only Ji Mingxue felt a sense of triumph within. Go on, offend every viewer in the live stream. That would be splendid. Ji Yuyu paid no heed to this, and after delivering her jibe, she elegantly gestured towards Ji Mingxue opposite her and continued. We have exchanged identities for 18 years due to certain circumstances, but this was not by my design. To those who claim I have stolen Ji Mingxue's life, I suggest you consult a physician, for I suspect your mind is clouded. Chapter 119. The Game, Part 3. It was on the very day that Ji Mingxue was brought back to the Ji family that I discovered the truth. Prior to that moment, I was entirely unaware of her existence. Moreover, I departed from the Ji residence on the same day she returned, subsequently paying 10 million for all my expenses incurred during my years with the Ji family. Thus, I do not believe I owe them anything, let alone anything to Ji Mingxue. Ji Yuyu spoke with an air of calmness, as if sharing the tale of another, entirely unrelated to herself. Ji Mingxue, however, clenched her jaw in silence, her face displaying a facade of sorrowful despair. You cannot say such things, Yuyu. Our parents raised you for 18 years. How can such a relationship be severed for merely 10 million? Ji Mingxue aimed to paint Ji Yuyu as an ungrateful wretch. Yet, Ji Yuyu retorted coolly. Are you implying that 10 million is insufficient? If so, please inform me of the amount you deem necessary. I shall provide it. She paused, her gaze laden with meaning as it lingered on Ji Mingxue before continuing. In any case, I am in no shortage of funds. Ji Mingxue, having returned with the intent to destroy herself, feared that remaining in the Ji household would lead to a dispute over the family's fortune. However, she found herself disinterested in the trifles of the Ji family. The treasures that Ji Mingxue prized were, in her eyes, utterly inconsequential. Are you infuriated? I ask you, are you furious? Ji Mingxue perceived the unspoken words in Ji Yuyu's eyes, a surge of nameless fury igniting within her, nearly consuming her reason. How dared she humiliate her so? Seething with resentment, Ji Mingxue found herself rendered speechless as Ji Yuyu continued nonchalantly. Why are you silent, Ji Mingxue? State the amount, and I shall provide it. Ji Mingxue faltered. Do not hesitate. Simply express what you believe can compensate for the years of loss. 100 million? 200 million? Or perhaps 300 million? I can offer you any sum you desire. Yu's expression was one of utmost sincerity, and it was clear to all that she spoke with earnest conviction. The barrage of comments in the live stream erupted, as expected of the wealthy sister. 300 million rolls off her tongue as if it were trivial. Casually, it becomes my life's little goal. If I were Xue, I would boldly demand 1 billion or 800 million, ensuring a life free from the toil of stardom. Have you all forgotten that Xue also hails from a wealthy family? They are quite affluent, you know. Am I the only one fixated on Yu's claim of settling all expenses with 10 million? 18 years hardly warrants such an amount. The initial mix-up was not her fault, and her 10 million compensation is already generous. 10 million is enough for me to earn a lifetime. To the working class, do not despair, rise up. The comments flowed like a tempest in the live stream, with casual observers oblivious to the underlying struggle between two factions. The outcome was evidently favorable to Yu, as many felt she bore no fault in this matter. The mistaken identity was not of her own volition, nor was it her choice to occupy the persona of Xue. When Xue returned, she willingly relinquished her position, subsequently offering a compensation of 10 million to the G family as a gesture of gratitude for the 18 years of nurturing she received. Even now, she is willing to extend further financial assistance. The barrage of comments in the live stream was visible to all present, and as Xue observed the audience expressing sympathy for Yu, she could only press her palm tightly to maintain her composure. You misunderstand, Yu. I have never wished for you to repay anything. I merely believe that after spending so many years with mom and dad, your actions would surely sadden them. Xue awkwardly tugged at the corners of her mouth, while Yu chose not to pursue the matter further, casting a glance at the task coordinator. Xiaojia, I have answered all that I needed to. Does this mean I've passed? A professional smile graced Xiaojia's face as she nodded and replied, yes. You have passed. Please proceed to the next round of the game. Upon hearing this, the participants resumed their card game. Xue, harboring a sense of frustration, found herself somewhat distracted during the game. However, luck seemed to be on her side, as she successfully navigated through the next few rounds without being subjected to judgment. Luo Mingxian lost one round, but managed to answer a few trivial questions and passed. Ling Xiaowen, on the other hand, fortuitously obtained an immunity card, which she promptly applied to her punishment. Only Cai Yun and Li Yanqing remained unscathed. Yet, this streak of good fortune did not last long, as Cai Yun lost the game before Li Yanqing. In this segment, 3 out of 5 questions pertained to others, but since the inquiries were directed at Cai Yun, those 3 were rendered null, leaving only 2 questions specifically about her. Cai Yun withdrew from the entertainment industry for love. Despite being on the rise, she chose to leave. I find it hard to comprehend, yet I am greatly astonished. If she chose to leave back then, why return now? I also do not understand. Before her withdrawal, she was shy yet cheerful, so why has she changed so drastically after several years? As a longtime fan, I find it perplexing. Cai Yun felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as she listened to Xiao Jia read the comments, her nervousness visibly escalating. Sister Kai, stay calm. Just answer casually, Yu whispered, offering her a comforting word as she noted her distress. Cai Yun instinctively raised her gaze to meet Yu's clear and encouraging eyes, and miraculously, her inner turmoil began to dissipate. Taking a deep breath, she slightly lowered her head, as if contemplating something, before finally raising it again. The conflict on her face replaced by determination. It was time to speak out. Originally, I believed that the matter would remain forever concealed within the depths of my heart, something I would not dare to touch or even contemplate. Yet, now she has altered her perspective. Rather than allowing it to fester and rot in silence, it is far better to endure the pain of extracting it, to lay it bare under the sun. Taking a deep breath, Cai Yun, with a hoarse voice, began to recount the events of the past years. 5 years ago, at the pinnacle of my career, I chose to withdraw from the limelight, primarily because I had entered into marriage. My spouse was also a figure within the industry, yet at that time, his career was also on the rise. The revelation of our marriage could adversely affect his prospects. Thus, the outcome was my retreat from the entertainment world, subsuming myself behind him, becoming the woman who stood in his shadow. Those in love often lack reason. I was one such person. Had I foreseen the stark contrast between the life I envisioned and the reality that followed, I might have slapped myself awake with a jolt of clarity. Chapter 120. The scoundrel. It seems that Cai Yun has not spoken so extensively in quite some time. Initially, her words were somewhat hesitant, yet as she liberated her emotions, her speech became increasingly coherent, though the revelations she shared grew progressively more alarming. 5 years ago, at the pinnacle of her career, Kai-Yun chose to retreat for the sake of a man. She had anticipated that marriage would usher in a blissful domestic life. But the outcome was far from what she had envisioned. The man she once adored, for whom she relinquished her flourishing career, transformed drastically after their vows. At first, he merely expressed fatigue and busyness at work, requesting her understanding regarding his neglect of home. Gradually, he concocted a myriad of excuses to dismiss Kai-Yun, until his impatience escalated into acts of domestic violence. Driven by love, she endured her husband's brutality. Yet it was only when the last remnants of affection faded that she awakened to her plight, realizing it was too late. She had become ensnared in a quagmire. Had it not been for the assistance of a dear friend, she might still be trapped in that man's clutches. With her friend's companionship, she managed to extricate herself from that hellish nightmare and subsequently found renewed fame on a singing competition show. What I wish to convey is that women must not succumb to romantic naivety, for it can lead to dire consequences. After sharing her story, Kai-Yun earnestly cautioned the camera, only to revert to her earlier state of silence, feeling as though she were out of sync with her surroundings. The audience, both present and online, were left in shock upon hearing her account. Oh my, Kai-Yun has such a tragic past. How unfortunate she is. Domestic abusers are truly terrifying. Who could that man possibly be? I wonder if that man is someone within the industry, a fellow artist who rose to prominence around the same time as Kai-Yun. We should investigate. Fortunately, Kai-Yun seems to have escaped that torment. Her current aloofness likely stems from the trauma of that failed marriage and the abuse she suffered. How pitiable. My heart aches for Sister Yun. Her ability to calmly discuss her experiences suggests she has begun to heal. We support you, Kai-Yun. As her poignant words resonated, the barrage of supportive comments flooded the screen, reflecting the sentiments of the viewers. Kai-Yun, initially struggling to articulate her thoughts, felt a wave of warmth wash over her upon reading the encouraging messages from her audience. It was a comforting realization that she had turned back before plummeting into the abyss, finding solace in the presence of so many who were willing to support her. Kai-Yun rarely displayed a faint smile, her eyes glimmering with a misty sheen, subtly concealed by her pretense of lowering her head. The game continued, and the taskmaster announced the commencement of a new round. The others remained engrossed in the game, oblivious to the fact that the online world had erupted, propelled by this segment of the show, into trending discussions. The most prominent topic was the trending entry regarding Kai-Yun's accusations against a scoundrel for domestic abuse. Beneath this entry, netizens vehemently condemned the vile act, launching into analyses with a determination to unmask the villain behind the facade. At that very moment, within the confines of an opulent residence in a luxurious community, a man, consumed by rage, hurled his phone across the room. Wretched woman, how dare you expose me on the show? Why didn't I ensure your silence back then? The man, possessing a handsome visage, was not overly famous in the entertainment industry but had garnered a considerable following as a notorious antagonist, Yanyou. He and Kai-Yun had known each other for a decade, having met as university classmates, where their relationship blossomed. During their university days, Yanyou was regarded as a campus heartthrob, and Kai-Yun, equally beautiful, often found herself the subject of matchmaking by their peers. Eventually, they became a couple for reasons that seemed to align, creating a narrative of young love. Later, as Kai-Yun ventured into the entertainment circle, she began to shine, drawing recognition as a rising star in the music industry. Amidst the accolades and temptations, she remained steadfast, not losing her way. Yanyou, leveraging his connection with Kai-Yun, also entered the acting realm, gradually gaining notoriety after portraying antagonistic roles in 2 dramas. As both their careers flourished, Yanyou sought to propose to Kai-Yun in private, coaxing her to withdraw from the entertainment industry. Kai-Yun believed he was motivated by a desire to shield her from the corrupting influences of fame, fearing she might be swayed away from him. In her quest to provide Yanyou with a sense of security, she chose to step back from the limelight. However, the truth was merely a manifestation of Yanyou's selfishness. Kai-Yun's popularity eclipsed his own. She was a goddess in the eyes of many online fans. The thought of molding his beloved into his envisioned ideal exhilarated him. Yet, after their marriage, he soon discovered that Kai-Yun was far from malleable. Her strong personality contradicted his desires. Thus, Yanyou began to distance himself from Kai-Yun, his indifference eventually spiraling into domestic violence, all stemming from the chasm between her true self and the image he had crafted in his mind. Extracting himself from these memories, Yanyou's countenance darkened as he retrieved another phone, powering it on to access Weibo. Observing the netizens rallying in defense of Kai-Yun and those vowing to expose him, he smirked disdainfully. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? Dream on. He was acutely aware that Kai-Yun would never utter his name nor allow her identity to be revealed. She was inherently compassionate, always considering others, regardless of how they treated her. However, if those meddlesome netizens continue their investigation, they might indeed uncover some clues. How could this be allowed? Yanyou contemplated that he must find a way to divert his attention. While pondering, he casually clicked on the live stream and happened to witness that the unfortunate individual who had failed in this round of the game was Yanyou. Upon hearing the staff member mention that man's name, the barrage of comments in the live chat erupted with a flurry of insults. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Yanyou's mind. Was this not the perfect shield he had been seeking? Observing the somber-faced Yanyou on the screen, a wild, unrestrained smile spread across Yanyou's face. Chapter 121. I am the sole victim. The game continues. After Xue and Qingyi interacted with netizens and shared some of their experiences, Luo Mingxian and Ling Xiaowen each faced defeat once. They did not shy away from the challenge, recounting a portion of their pasts, neither as melodramatic as Xue's tales nor as heart-wrenching as Qingyi's, yet still engaging enough to hold the audience's attention. Although the viewers yearned for more sensational stories, they did not press the two for more. Among the remaining participants, only Xue Qingyi and Yanyou had yet to lose, prompting the other four to glance meaningfully at them. Who would be next? Ling Xiaowen looked at Xue Qingyi and then at Yanyou, his face alight with anticipation for the unfolding drama. Even Luo Mingxian was no exception, openly expressing, I have never anticipated something quite like this before. It feels refreshingly novel. Xue and Qingyi were indifferent. Qingyi simply did not care, while Xue believed she was already aware of the situations regarding the last two, thus feeling little interest. However, if she had to choose a more talkative individual, Xue found herself leaning slightly towards Yanyou, who wanted to hear Xue Qingyi recount stories that had likely been embellished countless times. Just as Xue pondered this, the results of the latest round were announced. The newest unfortunate soul was none other than Yanyou. Ah, splendid. Xue expressed her satisfaction. Yet, her contentment did not reflect the sentiments of others. Who wants to hear him tell a story? Will he recount how he once coerced a girl? I heard it was because he attended that kind of gathering. If he doesn't get exposed, who will? An apology is a must. He must apologize to our sister Yanyou and then announce his retirement. Didn't he claim he was wronged before? Why do some still believe that insipid green tea is innocent? Exactly. Earlier, Mingxia offered to help Yanyou with his lawsuit. At this point, I'm no longer persistent in criticizing Yanyou. I fear I might be proven wrong. I'm different from you all. I trust the affluent sister. If she believes Yanyou is a good person, then I shall too. Count me in. I await his self-justification. Speaking of which, with such a golden opportunity, if there are hidden truths, Yanyou surely would not let it slip by, waiting to see the drama unfold. Watching the spectacle, here for the gossip, ready for the tea. The netizens expressed a variety of opinions, and they were not entirely incorrect. Such a golden opportunity was not one to be missed. Perhaps his year of silence had been in anticipation of just such a moment to unveil the truth. Next, let us welcome Yanyou to interact with the netizens. The task assistant, Xiao Jia, recited her scripted lines, subsequently displaying the collated comments on the screen before her. However, in the next instant, Xiao Jia's expression froze, mirroring the shock of the other spectators present. The barrage of comments presented before the guests was filled with vitriol aimed solely at Yanyou, without a single exception. This created an undeniably awkward situation. Well, it appears that the online community is quite passionate. However, it would be best to refrain from using uncivilized language. Let us work together to uphold a civilized online environment. Now, let us capture another segment. With that, Xiao Jia promptly pressed a button, and in the next moment, a new set of comments was captured. Yet, it was still the same as before, entirely composed of insults directed at Yanyou, with the content scarcely differing. The audience. Xiao Jia, is it too much to ask not to cry? I'm just a worker here, and I don't want any mishaps during the show. Let us skip this part, I'll answer directly. Yanyou's calm voice emerged, rescuing Xiao Jia from a precarious situation. Off camera, Xiao Jia cast a grateful glance at Yanyou, silently mouthing a thank you. Yanyou nodded slightly, though he appeared indifferent. His gaze fell upon the derogatory comments, and a fleeting shadow of loneliness crossed his eyes before vanishing, replaced once again by his characteristic cold demeanor that kept others at bay. He adjusted his posture, leaning more comfortably against the back of the sofa, diverting his gaze from the barrage of comments to a corner of the living room. His eyes gradually growing distant and contemplative. Those who knew him well would recognize this as a sign that he was lost in thought. I understand that everyone is quite concerned about the events of the past, perceiving me as a scoundrel with no redeeming qualities. However, Yanyou paused, letting out a derisive chuckle before continuing. No one has ever heard my explanation, nor has anyone been willing to believe my words. Recalling the moment when those events first unfolded, his initial instinct was to come forward with an explanation. Yet, when he needed support the most, the company chose to release a statement of facts rather than a clarification, intensifying public suspicion against him. They advised him to refrain from excessive explanation, as he had already brought considerable negative attention to the company, and they wished to prevent further damage to their reputation. Following that, the slander escalated, and all his attempts at clarification were stifled, leaving others without even the opportunity to hear his side. Furthermore, news of the female lead's suicide attempt due to depression emerged, and he found himself irrevocably nailed to the pillar of shame. "Teacher Li, I believe in you." Suddenly, Jiuyu's voice broke through, pulling Li Yanqing back to the present. Looking up, he saw Jiuyu with her fists clenched in an encouraging gesture, her exquisite features adorned with a broad smile, radiating vitality that naturally uplifted the spirits of those around her. Li Yanqing was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Indeed, he had forgotten that there were those who believed in him, even expressing a willingness to help resolve the troubles that had plagued him for so long. Regardless of the truth of the matter, this gesture alone was enough to leave a lasting impression on him. Taking a deep breath, Li Yanqing suppressed the unpleasant memories and then spoke again in a remarkably calm and composed tone. "After a year, I finally have the opportunity to unveil the truth of that year, albeit a little late. Nevertheless, I still must speak. I was the sole victim of that incident." Upon finishing this emphatic statement, everyone present, except for Jiuyu, looked at Li Yanqing in astonishment, clearly taken aback by his words. "Then why did you not defend yourself at that time?" Jiuyu posed a question that was of great concern to both the guests in attendance and the numerous viewers in the live broadcast. Li Yanqing felt as though the enormous weight that had been pressing down on his heart had finally lifted after uttering that sentence. Now, faced with Jiuyu's inquiry, he was able to respond with poise and confidence. Chapter 122. A great commotion reflecting on past events. Li Yanqing still finds them amusing. Once he had achieved the title of Best Actor, he believed he had cultivated a considerable network of acquaintances and friends within the industry. However, it was only on that fateful day that he discovered the cruel and laughable reality of how quickly people turn against you when the walls come tumbling down. After the incident, I attempted to emerge and clarify my position, but reality proved to be an insurmountable barrier. My former company severed all access to my social media accounts. Every clarifying video and post I sent out was swiftly deleted by unseen hands. At that moment, it felt as if the entirety of the world had aligned against me. Li Yanqing recounted the deeply wounding experiences in an eerily calm tone. Jiuyu listened quietly, yet she could discern that despite his efforts to appear unfazed, the scars of his suffering still lingered. In the past, she could not empathize with the tribulations faced by the male protagonist of the original storyline, as her memories merely encapsulated those events in a few brief sentences, a mere reflection of a painful past shared between the leads. However, hearing Li Yanqing articulate his story word by word, she was astonished to realize how profoundly distressing those events truly were. The so-called gathering was something I had been completely unaware of. The company had merely informed me that I was to participate in an event, instructing me to wait backstage. Yet upon my arrival, I was confronted with a situation far beyond my imagination. I instinctively sought to leave, only to be accosted by a girl whose identity I did not know. In a moment of panic, we clashed, and the fallout is now well known to all. It was merely a conspiracy directed at me, yet even now, I remain oblivious to the identity of the puppeteer pulling the strings, orchestrating a grand scheme to tarnish my reputation. Li Yanqing paused, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders. I have done as they wished. Upon concluding his tale, he lifted his gaze to the assembly, displaying an air of detachment. Silence enveloped the room, with all present rendered mute. Their eyes reflected a spectrum of emotions, doubt, sympathy, and indifference. Yet, just as uncertainty hung in the air, a hand suddenly clapped upon Li Yanqing's shoulder. "Let bygones be bygones," Jiuyu declared, her smile radiant. "I promise to restore your honor. Just wait and see. Your fortune lies ahead." Jiuyu had set her sights on him. Even without foreseeing his potential to ascend to the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, his striking visage alone was ample justification for her investment. Li Yanqing gazed at the vivid memory of her smile, momentarily lost in thought. Recalling Jiuyu's fervent promise to assist him, he had been incredulous at the time, pondering what aid a girl so young could possibly provide. At that moment, Li Yanqing found herself inexplicably inclined to believe her, simply because her smile was so dazzling, akin to the radiant sunlight of winter, warming the heart in a way that she had not experienced in a long time. Their gazes met, and from the perspective of the camera, There was an inexplicable sense of lingering affection. In the live broadcast room, comments erupted. Is what he said truly genuine? At first, I was just a bystander. After the incident broke, Li Yanqing, the party involved, did not appear, leading everyone to believe he was feeling guilty. Now he claims he stepped forward immediately, yet all his explanations have been deleted. My goodness, one can only wonder who is orchestrating this behind the scenes. Do you really believe what he said? It's merely an excuse to clear his name. I do believe. I've been a fan since he entered the entertainment industry. He is the type who would arrange safe transport for fans returning home late after visiting him. How could he possibly be the kind of person to coerce a girl into such actions? Regardless of the truth, I trust that Sister Meng would not misjudge. Did you see? When Sister Meng and he locked eyes, it seemed as if there was a spark, so sweet and delightful. Enough. Obsessing over this will only lead to disappointment. Obsessing only ensures my emotional balance. Li Yanqing finally revealed the truth she had suppressed for a year, sparking fervent discussions among netizens. Some chose to believe her words, while others began to ship her with Yanyou, and some subtly directed their comments towards another party involved, urging the female lead, Yanyou, to respond to the incident. However, no responses were forthcoming. Instead, news broke from an entertainment reporter. An actor from a certain production had collapsed for unspecified reasons and was rushed to the hospital. Such news is not particularly shocking in the entertainment industry, as it is not uncommon for actors to experience discomfort due to intense emotional immersion during filming. However, the actor in question was Yanyou, and this happened precisely when netizens were pressing her to address the events of that year. The timing of her collapse was indeed intriguing. Over the past year, Yanyou had reaped considerable benefits from the incident, catapulting her from an obscure status to a more prominent position, gaining numerous fans. Upon hearing the news of Yanyou's collapse, her fervent fans rushed to the live broadcast room, demanding that the production team expel Li Yanqing and that she apologize to Yanyou, accompanied by a barrage of vitriolic insults, far more scathing than those previously hurled by antagonistic netizens. Yanyou, upon seeing the comments flash across the screen, merely smiled disdainfully. She had already instructed Song Yuhang to gather evidence against those who had tarnished Li Yanqing's reputation, collecting proof not only from those involved back then, but also from the current accusers. Those who now reveled in their harsh words would likely find themselves in a far more sorrowful state when the tables turned. The fervor of the Yanyou fans was overwhelming, to the extent that the production team found themselves deliberating whether to suspend the live broadcast to address the situation. In the midst of this uncertainty, a phone call reached the production team, instantly darkening the director's countenance. What? The filming had already commenced, and now they were to withdraw sponsorship? Director Chun, his face flushed with indignation, suppressed his fury as he inquired about the reason, only to be informed that it was due to Li Yanqing's influence. It seemed that the atmosphere of the live broadcast had deteriorated, which could adversely affect the program's reputation and, consequently, the esteem of the sponsors involved. Upon hearing this, Director Chun felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim in outrage, "What utter nonsense!" In the previous 2 seasons, the disruptions were far more severe. Fans had been far more vociferous in their criticisms, yet no such issues arose then. Why is it different now? Chapter 123. Astonishing, everyone this time was different. In the previous 2 seasons, the fans merely tugged at each other's hair, with little animosity towards the show itself. However, the current circumstances were not the same. A relentless voice on the other end of the phone conveyed a single, unequivocal message. A solution was imperative to address the repercussions brought by Li Yanqing, or they could forget about further investments. As the call ended, leaving only the sound of a busy signal, Director Chun was incensed, muttering a string of curses under his breath. Yet, before he could contain his outrage, another call came in. "Hello, speak your mind, and spit it out quickly." Director Chun retorted brusquely, paying no heed to the rudeness of his tone. How ridiculous! It was the first time someone had so brazenly disrespected him. And why shouldn't he express his anger? However, once he uttered those words, a hesitant yet gentle voice replied from the other end. This is Song Yuhang, the president of Xingchen Entertainment. Am I calling at an inconvenient time? Upon realizing the identity of the caller, Director Chen's expression stiffened, quickly replaced by a forced smile, a futile attempt to appear courteous even though the other party could not see him. My apologies, President Song. I did not realize it was you. No worries. Has Director Chen encountered some difficulties that have provoked such ire? Director Chen had done his research. This season's guest, Yanyou, was the true owner of the entertainment company that Song Yuhang represented. At a young age, he had established his own company, obviously a person of considerable wealth. In an instant, a thought sparked in Director Chun's mind. The investors had withdrawn, but surely he could simply seek another investor? The ideal candidates were right there in their show. Moreover, this situation was intertwined with Yanyou. Had she not mentioned wanting to assist Li Yanqing, perhaps Li Yanqing would not have made those sudden remarks. In any case, approaching them for investment seemed a prudent choice. With his mind racing, Director Chen feigned reluctance as he disclosed the funding issues concerning his show to Song Yuhang. He was not one to speak lightly. Sharing such critical information was a calculated decision. He believed Yanyou would not wish to abandon the endeavor midway. Thus Song Yuhang, as her employee, would surely not desire to see his employer's spirits dampened. Regarding the funding, that can be arranged. I will inform our team to discuss it with the production crew. As Director Chen had anticipated, Song Yuhang was keen on preserving Yanyou's good spirits. After all, providing investment for a show was well within the company's capabilities. Once the financial matters were addressed, Director Chen remembered to inquire about the true purpose of Song Yuhang's call. He had reached out specifically to connect with Yanyou. And now that he had invested in the production team, surely he should receive some privileges, right? Thus, Song Yuhang asked if he could return Yanyou's phone, as relaying messages each time was rather inconvenient. With a new investor on board, Director Chen readily agreed to return the phone to Yanyou shortly. Song Yuhang was exceedingly pleased and subsequently instructed Director Chen to convey to Yanyou that the prior arrangements had been fulfilled. The penalty fee for Li Yanqing had already been paid, and they were merely awaiting Yanyou's command to deliver the signed contract. Upon hearing this, Director Chen felt a surge of astonishment. He was acutely aware of the magnitude of Li Yanqing's penalty, an astounding 80 million. This amount far exceeded the earnings their show would likely generate, yet they were willing to part with such a sum for a fading star mired in controversy. Indeed, Starry Entertainment appeared to be a hidden giant, poised for a meteoric rise. However, the most enigmatic figure was Yanyou, the true proprietor of Starry Entertainment. The funds belonged to her, after all. With this realization, a broad smile illuminated Director Chen's face. They had encountered a golden opportunity. Previously, Xue Entertainment had hoped to focus the filming on Xue Qingyi, even reducing her fee and allocating an additional $1 million for promotional expenses. Director Chen had initially acquiesced, but now he reconsidered the shooting priorities. Yanyou soon received the message relayed by Director Chen and, unable to contain her excitement, promptly informed Li Yanqing. 80 million has been settled. From now on, you are mine, she proclaimed joyfully in front of everyone. Her intention was to alleviate Li Yanqing's psychological burden, yet she neglected to consider the reactions of those around her. 80 million, paid as a penalty? Luo Mingxian inquired with uncertainty. Although he had recently ascended to the status of a leading actor, earning a significantly higher salary, amassing 80 million would still require considerable time. The fact that Yanyou could effortlessly provide such a sum to cover Li Yanqing's penalty seemed almost frivolous. Luo Mingxuan's thoughts echoed in the mind of Ling Xiaowen, who, though an established actor, earned less than his younger counterparts. To this day, he had yet to accumulate 80 million. Kai Yun was equally astonished, though she concealed her surprise. In contrast, Xue Qingyi felt a pang of discontent, her gaze toward Yanyou growing increasingly venomous. This opportunity to assist Li Yanqing should have been hers. If only she had taken the initiative to contact the production team for her father's help, she was certain he would have acquiesced to her request. This would have left Li Yanqing indebted to her. However, Yanyou had seized this chance instead. It was evident that nothing had changed. All that Xue Qingyi desired had been appropriated by Yanyou, both in this life and the last. Yanyou should not exist in this world. Xue Qingyi silently clenched her teeth, already plotting how to ensure Yanyou would vanish from her sight forever. The guests present were utterly astonished by Yanyou's words, not to mention the viewers in the live stream. The once boisterous barrage of comments erupted into chaos upon hearing her proclamation. Is what she said true? Did she really pay 80 million in breach of contract for Li Yanqing? No way, no way. Oh my heavens, she truly did. I am so enamored. Goddess sister, you remain our goddess sister. With a mere word, she resolved the breach of contract issue for Li Yanqing this afternoon, and by evening it was already settled. Can you all believe it? Li Yanqing is incredibly fortunate, isn't he? Thus, Yanyou's claim of assisting Li Yanqing with those scandalous rumors must also hold truth, right? Eagerly awaiting the follow-up, anticipating certain individuals to be proven wrong. Awaiting. Chapter 124. What does it have to do with me? Is everything you said true? Li Yanqing gazed at Yanyou in disbelief, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had thought her words were mere banter, having endured a year of half-hearted jests. Who would believe such evidently implausible assertions? Yet now, Yanyou had substantively demonstrated that she had indeed helped him alleviate the burdensome weight of his debts. Thank you. Li Yanqing's low voice struggled to contain the surging gratitude within him. Yanyou, however, playfully winked at him, saying, "No need for thanks. As we agreed, I will help you settle your debts, and in return, you shall join my entertainment company as an artist." Xue felt immensely satisfied with this arrangement, especially after sensing the piercing gaze of Xue Qingyi, which only heightened her contentment. Li Yanqing was inclined to accept, yet he hesitated, mindful of his current predicament. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Xue continued to reassure him, "Do not worry about anything else. The legal department has already taken over." As she spoke, Xue gaze fell upon the livestream camera, her eyes sharp as if they could pierce through the screen and strike down those who hid behind their keyboards to spread malicious rumors. "I advise certain individuals, the internet is not a lawless realm. Personal actions will indeed impact real life. Those who have previously slandered Li Yanqing, brace yourselves for a lawyer's letter. He is now under my protection." Xue commanding declaration left everyone stunned. Even Li Yanqing wore an expression of disbelief. "You truly are something special," he remarked. Luo Mingxian initially found Xue merely beautiful enough to pique his interest. But now he realized she was not only affluent but also intriguing, intensifying his curiosity about her. Ling Xiaowen, as a senior, simply smiled and gave Xue a thumbs up, refraining from further commentary. However, the way he looked at Xue and Li Yanqing had significantly altered. As Xue spoke, the vitriol in the live stream was suddenly overshadowed by a wave of supportive voices. "Is this a public declaration of affection? My goodness, how bold she is. If one day a woman were to say to me, 'From now on, you are mine,' I would weep tears of joy. No offense. But your comment carries a maternal vibe, doesn't it? The wealthy sister truly lives up to her reputation. Her words are so commanding. I'm enamored. Li Yanqing, if things get tough, just go with Mingjie. At least you'll be worry-free about food and shelter." LOL, is this the rhythm of relying on someone? Li Yanqing is quite capable on his own. He doesn't need to rely on anyone, though I wouldn't mind if such an offer were extended to me. Please. The distinction between self-reliance and relying on others is well understood by all. I find myself in a dilemma, unable to resist the urge. Alas, another one has succumbed to madness. The fervent expressions of netizens have overshadowed the remarks of those who harbor ill will, leaving their faces flushed with indignation. Yet they remain powerless. After offering her words of consolation, Xue perceived a subtle change in Li Yanqing, as though a burden had been lifted. However, her attention swiftly shifted to the task member, Xiaojia. "Look, among the 6 of us, 5 have already shared their stories. There remains but one who has not participated. Why not allow our esteemed Miss Xue Qingyi to deliver her own speech? It seems rather unfair for everyone to speak while she merely listens." Xue unabashedly displayed her intent to stir the pot. Xue Qingyi, who aspired to portray herself as a pure and innocent flower, could certainly use a little assistance. Caught off guard by Xue's unexpected suggestion, Xue Qingyi momentarily faltered, before breaking into a sweet and naive smile as she addressed Xue. "To be honest, I was considering it too, but I hesitated, given that everyone knows my childhood was rather unfortunate. I feared that sharing it would evoke pity and concern from everyone." "Fear not, we shall not," Xue interjected before anyone else could respond. Xue Qingyi. The audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. How could she be so straightforward? Not a hint of hesitation. Humph, it's clear she's the ungrateful wolf raised by the G family, devoid of any compassion. The G family remains silent, yet you presume to defend them? Look at her status and consider yours. Who would deign to notice you? Noticing Xue Qingyi's prolonged silence, Xue gestured invitingly, her eyes urging her to speak. Xue Qingyi struggled to maintain her smile, and after a couple of attempts, she began recounting her tragic childhood. The Liang family was far from benevolent, having deliberately swapped the children of both families for monetary gain. Naturally, Xue Qingyi, not being their biological daughter, was treated poorly. From a young age, she was made to serve as a maid and was even pressured to drop out of school to contribute financially. Had the G family not unexpectedly sought her out, they might have resorted to selling Xue Qingyi to acquire funds before attempting to locate their actual daughter. Sometimes, I truly envy you. You have always received the love of your parents, while I do not blame you. You did not intentionally usurp my identity. Yet, it feels as though my existence has overshadowed yours, fostering resentment within you that leaves me feeling unjustly treated. All I ever wished for was a loving family." Xue Qingyi spoke, wiping away her tears, her shoulders trembling as if radiating an aura of fragility. "Therefore, could you refrain from harboring disdain towards me? Although Father Liang and Mother Liang have not treated me well, I have nonetheless referred to them as Mom and Dad for 18 years. We share a sisterly bond." Xue Qingyi spoke with heartfelt sincerity, her earnestness eliciting exclamations of her kindness from the viewers in the live stream. The comments section was flooded with praise, filling Xue with a sense of pride as she cast a provocative glance at Yanyou. She had discerned Yanyou's character well enough to know that harmonious coexistence was utterly unattainable. Even a semblance of verbal peace was beyond reach. Indeed, Yanyou shook her head in evident disdain. The smile that almost graced Xue's lips faltered as she suddenly heard Yanyou's words take a sharp turn. Do not speak as if our relationship is particularly close. We are hardly familiar, are we? The grievances you have endured at the Liang family's hands may evoke sympathy and sorrow from listeners. But how does that pertain to me? I am not a member of the Liang family. Such sentiments should be directed towards the true daughter of the Liang family. Chapter 125. The prowess of the scholar Xue was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that? Yanyou smiled with utmost confidence, stating, it is precisely as it appears. By the way, you might not be aware, but not long ago, the Liang family, under someone's instigation, sought to trouble me and ended up in the police station, which I orchestrated. I suppose they will soon face their reckoning. Consider it my way of serving justice for you. No need for gratitude. At that moment, Yanyou felt a stark contrast between herself and the Liang family. She pondered, how could someone as benevolent as I resemble those inherently malevolent beings? Thus, she proceeded with a DNA test and, unsurprisingly, confirmed her suspicions. She was not of that lineage at all. Therefore, whenever you held grievances against me, I found it utterly ridiculous. You had no grounds for reproach. After all, I too am a victim, am I not? Yanyou delivered this barrage of revelations, leaving Xue utterly stunned. The Liang family had been taken to the police station? Xue was not the genuine daughter of the Liang family? Then who was she? Since secretly inciting Nieshi and Yue Qingyi to confront Yanyou, Xue had ceased to concern herself with any matters regarding the Liang family. She had no desire to hear any more about them, feeling that even the slightest tidbit would evoke nausea. However, she never anticipated that Yanyou would take such drastic measures, directly sending them to the police station. Just how much did she know? In that instant, unease crept into Xue's heart. Yanyou remained oblivious to Xue's thoughts. Had she been aware, she might have playfully endeavored to frighten her. Nevertheless, all that needed to be said had been articulated, and there was no further necessity to entangle herself with Xue over this issue. Now that you are aware, do not act as though I owe you anything in the future. The only debt I acknowledge is the nurturing grace of the Xue family, which I have compensated with my own means, and I pledge to augment it should it prove insufficient. That is all. Yanyou concluded, stifling a yawn. Glancing at the clock mounted on the wall, she noted that it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. She turned towards the staff with a look that, though silent, spoke volumes. It was late. Could they truly bear to delay our rest any longer? Yanyou internally lamented. Fortunately, the program staff were perceptive. Upon catching Yanyou's imploring gaze, they promptly announced the conclusion of the evening's activities. Yanyou erupted in joyous celebration, eagerly bidding everyone good night before hastily pressing the elevator button to ascend to the third floor for some much-needed repose. Li Yanqing watched her dart away with surprising speed, a smile threatening to break through, only to snap back to reality when he realized he had not genuinely smiled in quite some time. The common areas of the villa were equipped with cameras, and even each guest bedroom was similarly monitored to capture more material. However, private spaces were secure, allowing the guests to dress appropriately within their rooms without fear of their privacy being exposed on live broadcasts. Yanyou ascended to the third floor, not heading directly to her slumber, but rather making her way to the sunroom, where she reclined on a lounge chair, gazing at the myriad stars adorning the night sky. The weather was splendid, and the evening sky was exceptionally clear, with twinkling stars that seemed to instill a sense of tranquility within her. As she basked in the moonlight, she engaged in light conversation with the staff. Suddenly, a leisurely footstep approached. Yanyou lifted her gaze, and, upon recognizing Li Yanqing, settled back into her previous position, resembling a languid fish. Li Yanqing had initially intended to express his gratitude to Yanyou once more. However, upon witnessing her serene disposition, he refrained from speaking, instead quietly taking a seat at the piano positioned beside the flower stand. Yanyou cast a curious glance at him, pondering his intentions, when he unexpectedly lifted the piano lid and placed his slender, well-defined fingers upon the keys. In the next moment, his fingers moved, and melodious notes flowed forth, resonating through the tranquil night, captivating her with an inexplicable allure. Yanyou found herself entranced by Li Yanqing's music, a profound sense of satisfaction blossoming within her. After a considerable duration, the enchanting melody gradually subsided. Applause erupted from Yanyou, who eagerly rose to join Li Yanqing at his side. I have always known your acting prowess, but I never anticipated your talent for piano playing, and to such an exquisite degree. Her surprise was genuine. Li Yanqing, with his striking looks and acting skills, had now showcased yet another musical talent, making her feel that he could thrive within her starry entertainment company. Li Yanqing, slightly bashful from Jiuyu's heartfelt praise, pondered briefly before explaining, I merely played spontaneously just now. I hope I did not disturb you. Jiuyu quickly shook her head. Not at all. How could it disturb me? I was too thrilled to be bothered. As she spoke, she positioned herself on the piano bench beside him. Your piano skills are remarkable. Would you mind teaching me? Her eyes sparkled with eagerness as she longed to grasp his hand and implore him to instruct her. Fortunately, Li Yanqing was perceptive enough to begin teaching her the piano, guiding her through the process with care. Although Jiuyu had little prior experience with the instrument, she possessed a basic understanding of melodies, allowing her to pick up the lessons surprisingly well. Before long, she found herself making significant progress, astonishing even Li Yanqing with her rapid advancement. He had encountered individuals who learned swiftly, but had never witnessed someone with such meteoric progress. Your musical talent is extraordinary, Li Yanqing exclaimed, acknowledging his own status as a high achiever, having carved a niche for himself in the entertainment industry through sheer determination. Yet, upon witnessing Jiuyu's remarkable speed of learning, he could not help but express his genuine admiration. Jiuyu, feeling quite satisfied, thought to herself that her diverse skills were not in vain. Subsequently, she encouraged Li Yanqing to engage in a challenging four-hand piano duet with her. From the initial discomfort to gradually mastering the skill with remarkable ease, Jiuyu accomplished the task in less than half an hour. This left Li Yanqing utterly astonished. The audience in the live stream shared in this overwhelming surprise. Is this the legendary academic prodigy? How astonishing. I had no idea Yu was so exceptional. As a struggling student, if I possessed such a memory, why would I even consider cheating on exams? I would have a veritable repository of knowledge in my mind. I'm absolutely delighted, dear friends. I just captured a screenshot of the moment they played the piano together and posted it on my feed. Can you believe it? My followers surged by 5,000 in an instant. Chapter 126. What are you doing? After the evening game concluded, Xue did not retire to her room for rest. Instead, she ventured into the kitchen to prepare a cup of warm milk for each individual present. Her intentions were not born from idle leisure, but rather from a calculated purpose. She sought to cultivate relationships with Luo Mingxian and Ling Xiaowen, while simultaneously holding on to Li Yanqing, whose future achievements she could not bear to witness slipping away, especially during a time of adversity when her support would be most beneficial. Even with Jiuyu already intercepting her efforts, she was reluctant to concede easily. She first delivered warm milk to Kai Yun, a recently rejuvenated singer. Viewing this act as merely a means to garner goodwill, of little consequence, Kai Yun hesitated momentarily at the sight of the warm milk in Ji Mingshua's hands, showing no inclination to accept it. Ji Mingxue felt a twinge of embarrassment, internally chastising Kai Yun for her lack of appreciation. After all, she had gone through the trouble of preparing the milk, yet the gesture was unreciprocated. Kai Yun, drinking some milk at night helps with sleep, Ji Mingxue remarked, forcing a stiff smile, holding the cup as if to convey that she would not leave until it was accepted. Kai Yun opened her mouth as if to respond, but her difficulty in social interactions left her momentarily speechless, standing still in place. What's wrong? Ji Mingxue maintained a gentle smile, reminiscent of a sweet neighborly girl. However, Kai Yun's past experiences had rendered her overly sensitive to others' malice. Thus, even Ji Mingshue's charming smile caused her to frown slightly. I'm sorry, I don't like drinking milk before bed, Kai Yun finally articulated after a moment of hesitation, dismissing Ji Mingshue's feigned disappointment and shutting her door firmly. Ji Mingxue found herself locked outside, still holding the untouched cup of milk, creating an awkward scene. What is going on with Kai Yun? Ji Mingxue kindly offered her milk, and she refuses to accept it? Enough is enough. Who does she think she is? Just a once popular singer, and she dares to dismiss Ji Mingxue. To be fair, many people don't drink milk before bed. Kai Yun's refusal seems reasonable. Shouldn't Ji Mingxue have inquired about everyone's preferences before presenting the milk? It's rather odd to deliver it unannounced. Some fans really go too far, regardless of Kai Yun's past as a faded star. She is making a comeback and showing signs of revival. Let us not forget, Ji Mingxue was probably unknown back when Kai Yun was at her peak. Is it necessary to belittle others so? The viewership in the evening live stream remained steady, and with the momentum from the day's program, numerous casual viewers were drawn in, eager to share their opinions upon witnessing the unfolding scene. The initial wave of fervent supporters who sought to elevate Ji Mingxue has been thoroughly subdued by another faction, leaving only her loyal fans to fight a solitary battle. Naturally, they find themselves outmatched by the astute and discerning onlookers. In this tense moment, her followers suffer a series of setbacks, relegated to silently seething behind their screens. Xue Qingyi lingered at the entrance for a moment before discreetly retracting the milk she held, her every gesture expertly choreographed to capture her fragile, distressed yet feigned resilient demeanor on camera. Her manager, Chen Lan, had once remarked that to solidify one's fanbase, one must inflict a certain degree of emotional turmoil. For only through heartache will they earnestly rally to her side. After performing for a while, Xue Qingyi finally delivered a cup of warm milk to both Luo Mingxian and Ling Xiaowen. Fortunately, this time, neither of them declined, instead offering her warm praise for her thoughtfulness. Satisfied, Xue Qingyi proceeded to carry the final 2 cups of warm milk to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she noticed some commotion near the sunroom around the corner, prompting her to approach with the steaming cups in hand. Could it be that Brotherly was here? Xue Qingyi mused cunningly. I wonder if he would enjoy my warm milk? The photographer dutifully trailed behind, capturing the moment, and Xue Qingyi was acutely aware that the viewers in the live stream could see her present circumstances. Soon, she intended to express her willingness to trust Li Yanqing and assist him. Thus, when his tarnished reputation was restored, everyone would remember her as the one who had offered timely support. With this thought, Xue Qingyi felt a surge of delight. What if Yanyou was eager to assist Li Yanqing? She herself was not part of the entertainment industry. Even if she helped him, she would gain nothing in return. Ultimately, this act of kindness would redound to her own benefit. As she contemplated this, the smile on her lips was uncontainable. However, upon witnessing the scene in the sunroom, her smile abruptly froze. There, seated closely together, were Li Yanqing and Yanyou, their hands seemingly intertwined in a most intimate manner. In an instant, Xue Qingyi felt as though a string in her mind had snapped, unleashing an uncontrollable fury. What are you doing? She exclaimed, nearly spilling the milk in her grasp. It was Yanyou again. Why did she persistently linger like a specter? Not only had she usurped Xue Qingyi's opportunity to shine, but now she was sitting so close and seemingly enticing him. Truly shameless. Xue Qingyi scolded inwardly, yet outwardly, she dared not reveal her true feelings. Instead adopting a fade of shock, gazing at the two in disbelief. You, just as you see, Yanyou replied, glancing back at Xue Qingyi without a hint of concern for her reaction, even uttering a remark that could easily be misconstrued. Xue Qingyi's resentment intensified. Yanyou, if my memory serves me correctly, this is the first time you two have met today, is it not? Do you think this is progressing too quickly? Xue Qingyi's gaze swept over the hands of the two, only to discover that despite her presence, Li Yanqing had not lifted his head to glance at her, nor had his hand parted from Yanyou's. Yanyou let out a derisive laugh and casually remarked, do not define our actions through your perspective. Your gaze suggests that your thoughts must be rather unsavory at this moment. Xue Qingyi. Indeed, she perpetually despised Yanyou. Did you not observe that we are fostering our bond? My technique was incorrect, and Teacher Li is instructing me, Yanyou explained. Not for Xue Qingyi's benefit, but rather for the audience in the live stream. Chapter 127. A humbling experience in the live stream room. It's hilarious. Meng Jie remains as audacious as ever, completely disregarding the camera as she confronts others. I don't know why, but her unabashed demeanor only endears her to me further. Seriously, are you all unwell? This is simply impolite. Isn't it rather presumptuous for Xue Qingyi to baselessly suspect others? Let us not pretend we didn't notice the look in her eyes earlier. The camera never lies. I mean to say, does anyone else share my sentiment? Xue Qingyi always exudes an essence reminiscent of a pure white lotus. You are not alone. I was enjoying my ship. Why does she have to intrude? The duet just now was utterly enchanting. The harmony was palpable, yet someone callously interrupted, which is quite vexing. Interloper. Begone, begone, begone. The barrage of comments from netizens increasingly strayed from the control of the paid commenters. Those defending Xue Qingyi grew frantic upon witnessing this, sending out desperate messages in her favor, only to be drowned out by another faction of paid commenters. Their remarks barely lingered before vanishing from view, which was rather pitiable. Xue Qingyi remained oblivious to this turmoil. Had she known, she would likely have lost her composure in front of Yanyou. You should rest early if there's nothing pressing, Yanyou casually remarked, turning her attention back to discussing playing techniques with Li Yanqing, completely treating Xue Qingyi as though she were invisible. Xue Qingyi nearly bit through her silver teeth in frustration, enduring the urge to react until she managed to maintain a smile and approached, presenting a cup of warm milk to Li Yanqing. I prepared several cups of warm milk. This one is for brotherly, Xue Qingyi said sweetly. In her memory, during a past media interview, Yanyou had mentioned that he needed to drink a cup of milk every night to sleep soundly, as he had been affected by negative comments during a low period, leaving him in a state of nervous exhaustion. Warm milk helped ease his tense state, allowing for better sleep. This was the reason Xue Qingyi prepared the milk. To avoid appearing awkward in delivering it solely to him, she had prepared cups for others as well. With hopeful eyes, she awaited Yanyou's praise for her thoughtfulness. Yet he merely glanced up briefly and replied nonchalantly, "Thank you. You can set it aside." His casual demeanor exceeded Xue Qingyi's expectations entirely. "Do you not like it?" Xue Qingyi's eyes instantly glistened with unshed tears, exuding an air of pitiful vulnerability. The fans in the live stream, witnessing this exchange, promptly launched into a new wave of verbal assaults against Yanyou. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded in affirmation, "No, I don't like it." Such a stark rejection caused Xue Qingyi to crumble. This is milk I specially warmed for you." Upon noticing Yanyou's gaze directed towards her, Xue Qingyi felt as if her face had been dragged to the ground and trampled mercilessly. Not wishing to lose face in front of Yanyou, Xue Qingyi resorted to feigning vulnerability, hoping that Yanyou would accept her affections. Yanyou cast a glance at the performing Xue Qingyi and felt a wave of exasperation. Fortunately, she had been reborn and was aware that Yanyou would rise again, yet she remained oblivious to his true nature. Even someone like her, who had minimal interaction with Yanyou, had gleaned some insights during their brief encounters. Yanyou despised being morally coerced by others, as those who cyberbullied him had done so. Xue Qingyi's well-meaning offer of warm milk had unwittingly triggered a sensitive nerve for him. "I don't need it," he replied, his tone growing colder and more resolute. Xue Qingyi could not comprehend how her attempt to garner sympathy had instead incensed Yanyou, yet she continued her misguided endeavor. "Brotherly, I spent quite some time in the kitchen preparing this milk for you. I thought you needed it." She spoke with a pitiful tone, her downcast gaze exuding a sense of grievance. Yanyou remained indifferent, engrossed in discussing emotional nuances with Xue Qingyi's heartfelt declarations fell on deaf ears, and her faade began to falter. Angered, she prepared to place the cup of milk on the piano, but in a moment of carelessness, it tipped over, spilling its contents onto the instrument. "Oh no!" Xue Qingyi gasped, surprised by the unforeseen mishap. Neither Yanyou nor Yanyou had yet to respond, but she herself was the first to exclaim in shock. "I didn't do it on purpose." She looked at Yanyou with a pitiful expression, feeling inexplicably guilty as she noted his stern demeanor. Yanyou remained silent, watching the unfolding drama with amusement. Milk clung to Yanyou's hands, turning sticky, possibly due to the sugar. The sensation was quite unpleasant for him. He glanced again at the piano keys that had suffered the brunt of the spill, his brows furrowing deeper. Ignoring Xue Qingyi entirely, he searched for something to salvage the piano, only to find nothing usable, helplessly watching the milk seep into the keys. "This piano is beyond saving," he remarked, a hint of regret in his voice. Yanyou found the situation oddly humorous. A delicate girl stood nearby, apologizing pitifully in hopes of attracting his attention and seeking forgiveness, while Yanyou seemed solely concerned about the fate of the piano. Was he insensible or simply straightforward? "You spilled the milk, so you shall compensate for it," Yanyou stated directly to Xue Qingyi. At his words, the tears Xue Qingyi had been holding back quickly retreated. Is he out of his mind? She thought. Why couldn't he engage with her emotions? Yanyou burst into laughter, her eyes filled with sympathy for Xue Qingyi. "You're not worth your appearance on this show. At this rate, you might end up paying back your fee on the very first day." "What do you mean by that?" Xue Qingyi felt as though she were the target of Yanyou's ridicule, her tone imbued with a hint of displeasure. Conversely, Yanyou was in remarkably high spirits, pointing at the piano still marred by traces of milk, remarking, "I fear your announcement fee would scarcely cover the cost of this piano." "What? It's merely a piano. How expensive could it possibly be?" Although Xue Qingyi had returned to the Ji family for some time, she had not grown up amidst affluence, and thus lacked significant exposure to the arts. Even with diligent efforts to catch up, the gap remained considerable, leading her to regard the piano with indifference. In her estimation, a piano could be worth at most a few $100,000. The pocket money she had saved during this period was sufficient to cover it. Even if it fell short, she could always discuss it with her parents, and the expense wouldn't have to come from her own pocket. However, Steinway, 8 million. The brevity of those 8 words left Xue Qingyi utterly stunned. Chapter 128. Conflict. "What did you say?" Xue Qingyi, overwhelmed by disbelief, stared incredulously at Yanyou, suspecting she had misheard. Yet, Yanyou remained remarkably composed as she reiterated, "You did not mishear. This piano is valued at 8 million. If you doubt it, feel free to verify the price yourself. In astonishment, Xue Qingyi exclaimed, "It's merely a piano. How could it possibly be worth 8 million? Before Yanyou could respond, Li Yanqing began to elucidate the esteemed position and worth of Steinway in the realm of pianos. Although his explanation was straightforward, each word struck Xue Qingyi like a hammer, leaving her feeling utterly overwhelmed. You have not been exposed to such things from a young age, so it is understandable that you are unaware of the piano's value. Nevertheless, it suffices for you to know its price," Yanyou remarked with a hint of mockery. A flicker of resentment flashed in Xue Qingyi's eyes as she gritted her teeth, forcing a strained smile. I didn't mean to. Besides, it's just a little milk, and it can be cleaned up." Xue Qingyi felt that Yanyou was targeting her and thus feigned a victimized demeanor. "I have not had access to such items since childhood. But that is not my fault. Yanyou, if you think I have returned to seize everything that belongs to you, there is no need to belittle me so." As she spoke, Xue Qingyi's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, her gaze clouded as if she might weep at any moment. Yanyou was rendered speechless. "Could you refrain from deliberately misinterpreting my words? I am simply being honest about the value of this piano. Furthermore, the milk you spilled has entered the interior of the instrument and will significantly affect its tone and quality. It cannot simply be erased by cleaning." Faced with Yanyou's relentless demeanor, Xue Qingyi felt a surge of indignation. "Do not assume that I would shy away from expressing my anger merely to maintain my public image. You are not the owner of this piano. By what right do you assert its worth? I am certain that this minor issue can be resolved amicably through discussion with the owner." With that, Xue Qingyi prepared to inquire about the contact information of the villa's proprietor. True owner. Yanyou, no need to contact anyone. What I say is final, and there will be no changes." Xue Qingyi refused to relent. "Even if you dislike me, there is no need to fabricate such lies. Lying is wrong." Yanyou replied, "I have no need to lie, because I am indeed the owner of this villa, as well as the piano." "What did you say?" Xue Qingyi was utterly taken aback. She was unwilling to accept the reality of Yanyou's words. How could she possibly own such a magnificent seaside villa? However, upon observing the triumphant and confident glint in Yanyou's eyes, a reluctant thought began to form in Xue Qingyi's mind. Could it be true that she is indeed the owner of this villa? Determined, Xue Qingyi finally managed to contact the production team. Upon learning from the director that the owner of the villa was indeed Yanyou, she could no longer contain her emotions. "You are the owner of this place?" Xue Qingyi exclaimed, her mouth agape, her eyes filled with resentment. Why should she possess such a grand house? How could she live so freely after leaving the Xie family? What is wrong with that? Yanyou replied nonchalantly. Xue Qingyi opened her mouth as if to speak, but found herself at a loss for words. The majority of viewers in the live stream were equally astonished, though a small segment of fans had already anticipated this outcome. "I told you, this house must belong to Sister Meng. She was able to take money from the safe before, so she must be the owner. I envy her. At such a young age, she has a car and a house, while I struggle for 3 meals a day. Such is fate. Sister, the doctor said my teeth aren't good, and I can only eat soft food for the rest of my life. Could you fulfill this wish for me? What are you even thinking? I just want to say, since Yanyou is the owner of the house, I isn't it a bit excessive to demand 8 million from Xue Qingyi, who is also the daughter of her former foster parents. Are you out of your mind? No one forced her to place the milk on the piano. She brought this misfortune upon herself. Shouldn't she be responsible for her own actions? Stop using the Xie family's kindness as an excuse. The Xie family supported Yanyou, but Xue Qingyi owes her nothing. You all understand the concept of gratitude and retribution, right?" Xue Qingyi gritted her teeth in silent fury, yet she feigned vulnerability. I didn't know this was your piano. I didn't do it on purpose. Yanyou, could you possibly?" Before she could finish her sentence, Yanyou cut her off. "You're not trying to avoid compensation, are you?" Yanyou's skepticism struck Xue Qingyi like a slap, rendering her premeditated excuses mute. "You are the daughter of the Xie family. You should be able to afford this amount. How about this? In light of the Xie family's past kindness towards me, I want to ask for 8 million. Just 5 million will suffice." As she spoke, Yanyou approached Xue Qingyi, skillfully patting her shoulder. "In the future, be more careful. Otherwise, you might accidentally damage something valuable again. You may not encounter someone as kind-hearted as me next time." With that, Yanyou made her exit, bidding goodnight to Li Yanqing as she returned to her room. Once Yanyou left, the sunlit flower room was left with only Xue Qingyi and Li Yanqing. Although she had just felt angered by Yanyou's demand for 5 million, she now found satisfaction in Yanyou's perceptiveness in leaving. Finally, she had the opportunity to be alone with Li Yanqing. "Brother Li, I apologize for spilling the milk earlier. Ji Mingxue slightly tilted her head to gaze at Li Yanqing, presenting an image reminiscent of an infatuated admirer before her beloved, evoking a sense of tender pity. However, Li Yanqing merely cast a fleeting glance at her. His voice measured as he stated, "Thank you, but I do not enjoy milk." He reiterated his sentiment. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he often sensed a certain deliberate quality in the girl's demeanor when she was in his presence. Whether in her speech or movements, everything appeared outwardly natural. Yet it elicited an uncomfortable sensation within him. Perhaps it was his proficiency in acting that allowed him to discern this dissonance with such clarity. And it was precisely this feeling that fostered an inexplicable aversion to Ji Mingxue's proximity. Chapter 129. A cold reception. Li Yanqing's aloof demeanor left Ji Mingxue feeling quite troubled, as she pondered ways to bridge the emotional chasm between them. In Ji Mingxue's estimation, Li Yanqing's coldness stemmed largely from the barrage of slander and vitriol he had endured over the past year, which had fostered a deep-seated aversion to others within him, a protective instinct, if you will. She believed that if she could convey her genuine desire to connect with him, assuring him that she posed no threat and could even offer support, he might eventually lower his defenses. With this thought in mind, Ji Mingxue earnestly expressed, "Brotherly, I have always been a fan of yours. I have watched all the dramas and films you've starred in and have always held you in high regard. Even when numerous rumors circulated about you, I never believed them. I have always seen you as a truly wonderful person. I am genuinely thrilled to encounter you here." Ji Mingxue made a concerted effort to display her excitement and admiration, intent on crafting herself as a devoted fan in hopes of closing the distance between them. After all, a person who has faced betrayal and condemnation from all sides would surely not dismiss someone who wholeheartedly believed in and supported them. Ji Mingxue remained steadfast in her conviction that Li Yanqing would eventually disarm his heart towards her. However, Li Yanqing's response was unexpectedly tepid. Thank you," he replied in an utterly indifferent tone, offering no further acknowledgement and seemingly intent on departing from her presence. This reaction caught Ji Mingxue completely off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. By the time she regained her composure, Li Yanqing had already passed her and entered his room. No, this was not how things were supposed to unfold. Ji Mingxue, without a moment to spare, hurried after him. "Brother Li, wait," she called out from behind. Yet Li Yanqing appeared oblivious, simply walking into his room. As Ji Mingxue reached the door, it closed right before her eyes. "You." The words caught in her throat as she stared at the firmly shut door, her expression darkening with disappointment. The camera captured her pursuit of Li Yanqing, culminating in the heart-wrenching image of her standing alone outside, shut out. Must Li Yanqing truly be so callous? Mingxue made the effort to approach him, yet he remained so prideful. Our Mingxue is so unfortunate. She is such a good girl, and Li Yanqing is not worthy of her admiration. This is hilarious. Even when she reaches out, he disregards her. What nonsense is this? What do you mean by even when she reaches out? He doesn't want her. You know nothing of Mingxue's kindness. It is Li Yanqing who fails to recognize her worth. It is his misfortune that she holds affection for him. And how dare he treat her with such disdain? Truly despicable. Ah, indeed, your family's Ji Mingxue is a fairy, a princess. To be favored by her is truly a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. TSK, I initially found Ji Mingxue to be quite sincere, yet for reasons unknown, I now feel a certain, indescribable discontent. As a mere passerby, I once harbored some fondness for Ji Mingxue, but her fans are utterly fanatical, attacking anyone in sight. It's simply exasperating. Are all star chasers this unhinged? Another passerby, please cease your pretense of indifference and engage in a fair contest of martial skill, if you dare. The live streaming room remained lively. Ji Mingxue lingered at Li Yanqing's doorway for some time, before descending the stairs with a forlorn demeanor. This scene shattered the hearts of her devoted fans watching the live stream, igniting a furious barrage of comments in the chat, causing many innocent bystanders to suffer. The instigator of this turmoil, Li Yanqing, once again faced a torrent of vitriol from Ji Mingxue's fanbase. However, unbeknownst to all, after returning to her room, Ji Mingxue, wearing a forced smile for the camera, bid good night, and, once the indoor live-streaming camera and microphone were switched off, her expression darkened considerably. Damn Yanyou, damn Li Yanqing. Why do they conspire against me? Enraged, Ji Mingxue seized a pillow from her bed and hurled it to the ground, even going so far as to stomp on it viciously, as though it were Yanyou and Li Yanqing beneath her feet. After venting her frustrations, Ji Mingxue's spirits began to lift slightly, and she sat down to contemplate her next moves. Initially, she intended to offer Li Yanqing a timely favor, but his refusal had thrown her plans into disarray. Yet, the thought of relinquishing a potential ally left her feeling discontented. After much contemplation, Xue Qingyi resolved to exert further effort in the coming days to leave a positive impression on Li Yanqing, ideally ensuring he would owe her a favor. With this resolve, Xue Qingyi retrieved a hidden mobile phone and discreetly contacted her manager, Chen Lan. Unable to reach Chen Lan during the day, she finally seized the opportunity during a break. However, when Xue Qingyi connected the call to inquire about investigating the truth behind a past incident as leverage to win over Li Yanqing, she was informed of a matter that ignited her fury. What she had intended as a strategic maneuver in the livestream had failed, not due to the lack of effort from the hired commenters, but rather because they were simply no match for another faction. Thus, the favorable comments for Xue Qingyi dwindled, replaced instead by skepticism and ridicule. What on earth are you all doing? Xue Qingyi was taken aback by the turn of events, and in her frustration, she unleashed her wrath upon Chen Lan. As Chen Lan, the manager of Xue Qingyi, possesses her own sense of pride. It was indeed a first for her to be reprimanded by Xue Qingyi in such a manner, already troubled by her arm injury. Her frustration was now on the verge of escalating into rage. I have yet to inquire, what compelled you to provoke Li Yanqing? Are you unaware of how he is perceived by the public at present? Furthermore, having been rebuffed by him, you are now being swayed by another wave of public opinion, jeopardizing your reputation. Chen Lan was deeply angered by Xue Qingyi's decision to approach Li Yanqing without consulting her beforehand. Had it not been for this, the current circumstances would not have become so precarious. Chapter 130. The nemesis. The reason behind my actions is not merely, Xue Qingyi wished to elucidate. Yet she realized at that moment that such explanations would be futile. It would be rather inappropriate to confess to Chen Lan that her interest in Li Yanqing stemmed from an understanding of his imminent resurgence, prompting her to invest early. Wouldn't it? Who would believe such a statement? Regardless of your motivations, it is imperative that you maintain a distance from Li Yanqing. His reputation has recently taken a downturn. And as a fledgling artist yourself, it is essential to safeguard your own reputation, especially after a recent surge in popularity. Furthermore, though I am aware of the tensions between you and Yanyou, the current public sentiment towards you is not particularly favorable, so I advise you to refrain from provoking her for the time being, understood? Chen Lan suppressed her rising irritation and patiently reminded her. Xue Qingyi, somewhat dismissive, merely acknowledged her with a brief response before disconnecting the call. After stowing away her spare phone, Xue Qingyi reflected on the events of the previous day, feeling a simmering indignation that lingered well into the night, preventing her from falling asleep. Thus, when dawn broke and everyone gradually arose to wash up and prepare breakfast, Xue Qingyi found herself unable to rise from her bed, possibly due to the exhaustion of cooking the previous day. Ling Xiaowen held a certain protectiveness towards Xue Qingyi, not solely because her demeanor and actions had pleased him, but also because she was the daughter of the prestigious Ji family in Heiress. Being a local, he understood the weight of the Ji family's influence in Heiress, and it was clear that cultivating a friendship with such a prominent heiress could yield unforeseen benefits. Moreover, he had heard that the company Xue Qingyi belonged to was established with the Ji family's financial backing, indicating a serious endeavor rather than a mere pastime. With the substantial support of the Ji family's wealth, it was believed that their entertainment company would soon carve out a niche in the industry. Ling Xiaowen thought that having one more friend would open another avenue. Thus, he felt it was reasonable to extend a bit more care towards Xue Qingyi, considering it a way to forge a beneficial relationship. However, while he casually defended her, a faint scoff reached his ears. Frowning, he turned to see Li Yanqing approaching from behind, his expression as impassive as ever, betraying no discernible emotion. Their eyes met briefly. Li Yanqing nodded at Ling Xiaowen in acknowledgement, and without uttering a word, he brushed past him. Ling Xiaowen. Was that scoff emitted from him? Yet, judging by the other's demeanor, it seemed unlikely. Casting a glance around, he observed that Luo Mingxian was tinkering with the coffee machine at the bar, while Kai Yun and Ji Yu were preparing breakfast in the kitchen, none of whom appeared to be the source of the laughter. Furrowing his brow, Ling Xiaowen withdrew his gaze and suppressed his discomfort, opting to step outside to engage in some morning exercises. By early morning, the number of viewers in the live stream had dwindled significantly, for not everyone could remain so punctual. However, those who had logged in early to watch the stream certainly did not miss the earlier incident. Did I see that correctly? Did Teacher Ling just get mocked by Li Yanqing? Had your eyes been glued shut by sleep? It was evident that Li Yanqing was merely expressing his discontent with Teacher Ling's remarks. But why such dissatisfaction? Was Teacher Ling truly mistaken? Meng Xue, already fatigued from the previous day, had kindly prepared warm milk for everyone. Yet instead of gratitude, she faced ridicule. What an absurdity. I ask you, is there something amiss? Li Yanqing had clearly stated his aversion to drinking milk before bed. Was it not reasonable for him to decline? It was rather presumptuous of her to serve warm milk without prior inquiry, as if he were obligated to accept it simply because it had been heated. Where does this illogical reasoning stem from? You are engaging in moral coercion. Nevertheless, that does not justify mocking a young woman. Is there not a shred of decorum left? Was Ling Xiaowen's comment truly worthy of derision? Yanyou had also lent a hand in the kitchen without uttering a word of fatigue. Yet she had not succumbed to slumber until now. Moreover, Yanyou had busied herself in the kitchen with Kai Yun from early morning. And she was of the same age as Xue Qingyi. Ling Xiaowen remained blissfully unaware of the fervent discussions ignited by his words. Upon completing his morning exercises, he returned to the living room, only to find Xue Qingyi still absent from downstairs. We've prepared some breakfast. Why not join us? Yanyou, though not yet well acquainted with Ling Xiaowen and Luo Mingxian, understood the necessity of coexisting with them during the program's duration. Thus, even if she held reservations, she endeavored to convey goodwill. Luo Mingxian placed several cups of coffee onto the table and, with a gentlemanly demeanor, poured Yanyou a glass of warm water. I've remembered. This is your preferred plain water. He took a seat beside her, his intentions to bridge a connection decidedly clear. Yanyou found herself at a loss for words. In the early hours, she was not inclined to engage in confrontations. However, should someone persist in intruding, she would not hesitate to respond. Just as she was about to speak, a figure clad in white descended the staircase. Long hair cascading, an exquisite visage, and a flowing white dress that captivated all attention. Apologies for my tardiness, Xue Qingyi said, her expression tinged with guilt, though her gaze fixated on Luo Mingxian and Ling Xiaowen. She cast a glance at Li Yanqing. But her expression was too complex, an amalgamation of unspoken words and concealed grievances. Seeing the others already gathered at the dining table, she joined them and noticed several sandwiches laid out. Her eyes lit up, and she reached for one. You are all so thoughtful. You prepared breakfast for me. However, just as her hand neared the sandwich, the plate was abruptly moved, slipping out of her reach. Xue Qingyi's smile faltered as she met Yanyou's beaming grin. My apologies, but since you took so long to rise, we thought you wouldn't be joining us for breakfast, so we didn't prepare a portion for you. As she spoke, Yanyou directly distributed the remaining 3 pieces of sandwiches from the plate, giving one each to Li Yanqing, Kai Yun, and herself. Xue Qingyi's expression was barely maintainable, her glare at Yanyou sharp enough to seem like it could pierce. You wouldn't expect me to take this portion and then make myself another, would you? Yanyou feigned surprise as she looked at Xue Qingyi, her exaggerated performance eliciting laughter from Kai Yun beside her. Kai Yun's laughter only deepened Xue Qingyi's scowl. Once again, Xue Qingyi felt that Yanyou was indeed her nemesis. Chapter 131. A new day, a new game. At this moment, Xue Qingyi felt as though she was being prodded by Yanyou. If she obediently made her way to the kitchen, it would seem as if Yanyou had her under her thumb, compelling her to comply. Yet, if she refrained, she would merely be left to watch in silence. Xue Qingyi inwardly cursed Yanyou, her gaze flitting across the others, hoping that someone would step in to ease the tension, allowing her to gracefully extricate herself from the predicament. However, Kai Yun was engrossed in conversation with Yanyou, while Li Yanqing maintained an air of aloofness, as if unfamiliar with anyone present. Luo Mingxian and Ling Xiaowen, too, had identical sandwiches before them. If only they could rise to her defense at this moment. She wouldn't feel so utterly humiliated by Yanyou's pressure. I apologize, Teacher Ling, Brother Luo, for making you wait so long. I was preoccupied yesterday and got delayed last night, which left me struggling to wake up this morning. Xue Qingyi lamented, feigning helplessness, attributing her tardiness to having heated milk for everyone the previous night. Yanyou could not help but snicker at this. Indeed, even the protagonist, despite her reincarnated memories, lacked in certain areas. For instance, in matters of social grace. Having been oppressed by the Liang family since childhood, achieving commendable academic success was already a feat, yet it had consumed her every effort, leaving her lacking in other developmental aspects. Even after being returned to the Ji family and hiring tutors, the time was still too brief for her to exhibit a more polished demeanor, as evidenced now. Both Ling Xiaowen and Luo Mingxian, seasoned in the entertainment industry and skilled in social interactions, quickly grasped the implications of Xue Qingyi's words. Initially inclined to intervene, they now felt an inexplicable discomfort, leading them to refrain from speaking up. Seeing that no one came to her aid, Xue Qingyi's frustration boiled over. Yanyou, seemingly intent on stoking her irritation further, chimed in, Don't just stand there dumbfounded. Take advantage of the time left to grab some breakfast. I've heard the production team has planned a task for us. Soon Yanyou's well-meaning suggestion made Xue Qingyi's teeth nearly grind in frustration. Undeterred, she waited a moment longer, But when she observed that everyone was engrossed in their meal, heads down, she reluctantly made her way to the kitchen. Just as Yanyou indicated, the production team indeed had a task prepared. However, given that it was a lifestyle show, the atmosphere was leisurely. As the crew member Xue Qingyi stood to announce the day's first task, while everyone enjoyed breakfast, he instructed them to devise a way to go fishing at sea, competing to see who could catch the most and the largest fish. The person who lost would be responsible for today's meals. And the boat? Luo Mingxian posed a soul-searching question. The task coordinator, Xue Qingyi, responded with a smile, "We do not provide any travel equipment. How to complete the task is entirely up to the guests to discuss among themselves." "What? No boat? And you expect us to go sea fishing?" Luo Mingxian exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, Ling Xiaowen seemed to have an epiphany and added, "Don't forget, we cannot use our own money either." With this reminder, Luo Mingxian was instantly petrified. The daily living allowance distributed by the production team might not even be enough to rent a dilapidated boat, let alone consider that this funding must also cover today's meals. The live chat erupted with laughter. Is this how they start the day? This production team has been inconsiderate for quite some time, masquerading as a lifestyle variety show while engaging in survival challenges. I can't wait to see how they resolve the issue of going out to sea. Why not pool the living expenses together to rent a small boat first, and then figure out the meals based on what we catch? Good idea, my friend. Ha ha, this is hilarious. The guests are living in the most luxurious accommodations while experiencing the most frugal lifestyle. Kudos to the production team. I feel for my dear Mingxiu. I pity my husband. Does Xian regret joining this show? I sympathize with my sister Meng. When has the wealthy sister ever endured such a constrained life? Unlike you all, I feel for myself. Last night, the trending topic featured Li Yanqing again. And although it was short-lived, I hadn't even finished my snacks. On this note, the insults in the live chat seem to have diminished recently. Why is that? Could it be that the wealthy sister has intervened? As we all know, trending requires money, and removing it costs even more. That sister was sent to the hospital due to the stress from Li Yanqing, and the topic was taken down so quickly after trending. No one believes that was a coincidence. I'm done pretending. It's clear that the wealthy sister has made her bold move. The chat gradually veered off topic, yet the matters discussed were indeed significant to them. Yanyou fainted and was sent to the hospital. Her assistant disclosed that she collapsed due to being emotionally stirred by the prior incident. She remained unconscious throughout the night. Her fans, unable to compete with hired commenters in the live chat, regrouped under Yanyou's Weibo post to express their prayers for her safety, inadvertently bringing her name a little more attention. In a special ward of a private hospital, Yanyou, clad in a patient gown, sat upright on her bed, holding a small mirror in one hand and a tiny brush in the other, applying makeup to enhance her sickly appearance. While the outside world believed Yanyou was still in a comatose state due to her assistant's revelations, little did they know she was more vibrant than anyone else. Thanks to prior arrangements and the hospital's excellent privacy protections, journalists and fans could not enter her special ward without her consent. So, how many reporters are outside? Xiaolin first brought her a glass of water, waiting until she had taken a sip before speaking. There are already nearly 10 reporters outside. What? Only 10? Those paparazzi are utterly useless. They deserve to earn nothing. How can they not cover such explosive news from my side? Xiaolin awkwardly smiled, not daring to mention that the trending topic from last night had been removed while she was asleep. However, even if he remained silent, it was inevitable that inquiries would arise. What about the trending topic? How effective was it? Yanyou responded nonchalantly. Initially, she had feared that Li Yanqing might truly turn the tables due to the earlier incident, but after orchestrating the fainting episode, she had come to a realization. The evidence from that past event had long since vanished. No matter how Li Yanqing explained, it would be in vain. Instead, she could seize this opportunity to elevate her own fame once more. Chapter 132. Solutions. The information I allowed you to release should suffice to address the previous group of meddlesome netizens. It is perplexing that only a handful of reporters have shown up. Something feels amiss. What is going on? Yanyou furrowed her brows as she fixed her icy, piercing gaze on Xiaolin, instilling in her a sense of unease. Xiaolin hesitated, reluctant to speak, her expression marred by conflict. Yanyou soon noticed her discomfort and snapped sharply, "Why are you hesitating? Speak up." Xiaolin instinctively shrank back at her sudden outburst, glancing furtively at Yanyou's expression. Realizing she could not escape the situation, she steeled herself and began, "Sister Yanyou, I have completed all your instructions." Initially, it was merely a matter of having the online army assist in steering the narrative, and the situation was quite favorable for us. However, for reasons unknown, although the trending topic surged, it was removed within the hour, which explains the current lack of attention on our end. Xiaolin wanted to express that having nearly 10 reporters stationed outside was already a commendable outcome. Yanyou, after all, was not a top-tier celebrity, but merely teetering on the edge of the third tier, and the attention garnered was largely due to her previous identification of Li Yanqing. Now that Li Yanqing had re-emerged, the disparity in their buzz became evident. As netizens turned their ire towards Li Yanqing, Yanyou found herself overlooked. However, Yanyou was infuriated. She seized the cup from the bedside table and hurled it across the room. Damn it! Why is this happening? Who is sabotaging me from behind? She had intended to capitalize on the situation, but now someone was undermining her trending topic, clearly wishing to keep this matter from escalating. Find out who is obstructing my path. Understood. Xiaolin hesitated for a moment, but reluctantly acquiesced before departing the hospital room. Once the door closed, Yanyou contemplated for a moment before retrieving her phone and dialing a number. Hello, is this Mr. Zhao? It's me, Yanyou. Heiress the situation. Mr. Zhao, it was you who instructed me to act initially. You cannot leave me to fend for myself. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I will visit you once I am discharged. Yes, I will wear that outfit you like. During the call, Yanyou's voice transformed into a sweet, soft tone, starkly contrasting with her earlier demeanor towards Xiaolin. After hanging up, her expression softened slightly. Yet, she still felt it would be a pity to forfeit this opportunity, prompting her to send another message to Xiaolin. Li Yanqing's participation in the program clearly aimed at a redemption arc. Thus, she resolved to render all of Li Yanqing's efforts futile. The task assigned by the staff member, Xiao Jia, posed a dilemma for several participants, though it did not trouble Yanyou. Upon hearing the task for the first time, she had already formulated her own plan. Previously, I had been pondering when I would be able to utilize the luxurious yacht awarded by the system, and now, it appears that the moment has finally arrived. Over there, Ji Mingxue is engaged in discussion with Luo Mingxian and Ling Xiaowen, but Luo Mingxian seems somewhat distracted, occasionally casting glances in Ji Yuyu's direction. Ji Mingxue, naturally, has noticed this shift. Her smile has faded somewhat, and her gaze discreetly darts towards Ji Yuyu, her eyes betraying an unmistakable malice. Unperturbed, Ji Yuyu prioritized stepping out onto the terrace, settling onto the sofa as she gazed at the picturesque seascape. The ambience here is truly delightful. It seems I should make it a point to visit this place more often, she mused quietly. Just then, she sensed someone approaching and looked up to find it was Li Yanqing and Kai Yun. Are you not going to discuss things with them? Ji Yuyu remarked casually, her demeanor nonchalant. Kai Yun shook her head uncomfortably, remaining silent, while Li Yanqing provided an explanation. It seems they have no intention of involving us. Initially, they had intended to approach the group to discuss their next steps, but both Li Yanqing and Kai Yun noticed a change in the atmosphere. Upon their approach, the previously animated Ling Xiaowen and others abruptly fell silent, feigning busyness, yet the situation was clear to any observant individual. Li Yanqing was not the type to seek warmth from a cold shoulder, and Kai Yun had yet to acclimate to social interactions. Given the unmistakable attitude of the others, it would be inappropriate for them to remain any longer. Thus, they made their way back to Ji Yuyu. Li Yanqing offered a casual explanation without any personal bias. Yet the implication was still understood, met with disdain by the listeners. Ji Yuyu smirked slightly, murmuring, as the female lead, engaging in such beneath-the-surface antics is rather disheartening. What did you just say? Kai Yun, overhearing Ji Yuyu's quiet words, could not catch the full context. Li Yanqing also turned his gaze toward Ji Yuyu, his silence nonetheless conveying his curiosity. It's nothing, Ji Yuyu replied, avoiding the revelation of her disparagement towards Ji Mingxue's foolishness, smiling ambiguously as she attempted to brush the matter aside. Just then, the trio from the room emerged. We've deliberated on today's task and believe it prudent to pool everyone's funds together to rent a boat for a fishing expedition. Once we catch some seafood, we can deliver it to the dock for sale at the seafood market. This seems to be the best solution we can devise at present. I believe this task is a test from the production team of our unity and management skills, hence we should. Ji Mingxue and Ling Xiaowen each shared their perspectives, while Luo Mingxian, though silent, looked towards Ji Yuyu, inquiring, Yuyu, what do you think? Before Ji Yuyu could respond, Ji Mingxue's irritation had already begun to simmer. Previously, during their discussions, Luo Mingxuan's demeanor was markedly different. At that time, when Ji Mingxue proposed the suggestion, Luo Mingxian exhibited an unwavering support for all her ideas. However, now, in the presence of Ji Yuyu, he has placed her thoughts at the forefront. Do you have any ideas? Feel free to share, so we may discuss them together. Luo Mingxian gazed intently at Ji Yuyu, his eyes deep and full of emotion, possessing that typical look of affection even when directed towards a dog. The film scripts he selected were generally chosen with this quality in mind. It is difficult to say that his rapid ascension to the status of a leading actor at such a young age is not significantly attributed to the allure of his captivating gaze. While Luo Mingxian made a conscious effort to endear himself, Yanyou seemed to possess an innate barrier, effectively shielding herself from the emotions he sought to convey. Chapter 133. Was it intentional? Whose idea was this? Yanyou casually inquired. Xue Qingyi stepped forward, a subtle hint of pride illuminating her features. It was my suggestion. Yanyou, do you have anything to add? She did not ask if Yanyou had other thoughts, for she believed that Yanyou's intellect could scarcely conceive of a more effective solution, and ultimately, she would have to acquiesce to her proposal. However, Yanyou responded with a nonchalant tone, I have nothing to contribute. I merely wish to inquire. If you fail to catch anything, will you return my living expenses? Her words instantaneously fractured the expressions of the three individuals before her, especially Xue Qingyi, whose reaction was notably theatrical. Had it not been for the presence of the cameras, one might fear her countenance would darken to that of a soot-covered pot. Yanyou, can you not harbor a bit of hope? Do not forget that you are also part of our group. We share both gains and losses, and everyone contributed to the living expenses, Xue Qingyi retorted, suppressing her frustration as she glared at Yanyou, her gaze akin to that of someone who felt grievously wronged. Ling Xiaowen, taking on the role of a mentor, seized the moment to admonish the younger generation. Yanyou, you are in the wrong here. Qingyi devised a solution for our current predicament, even if you disagree. There is no need to douse her enthusiasm. Upon hearing someone defend her, Xue Qingyi feigned sadness, lowering her head just enough to reveal her slightly reddened eyes to the camera. The fans were moved. Why does Yanyou always target our Qingyi? She is simply insufferable. Why not come up with a better solution yourself? Is it necessary to undermine Qingyi like this? Clearly, she cannot stand the thought of Qingyi surpassing her. Hence this verbal assault. How appalling. Such petty behavior. Xue Qingyi's fans, having bottled up their emotions for too long, seized the opportunity to unleash their wrath upon Yanyou. Yet, rational voices emerged among the online community, guiding them toward a sense of decorum. Wait a minute. Yanyou merely articulated a potential outcome. Does that warrant criticism? Is Qingyi's capacity for emotional resilience truly so fragile? I previously viewed Ling Xiaowen as a commendable senior, but his bias is glaringly apparent now. I also believe Yanyou is not in the wrong. Are Qingyi's fans being overly sensitive? This is absurd. Isn't this typical of fandoms? Particularly for those enamored with rising stars. Their fanaticism can be quite alarming. Honestly, these fans have diminished my admiration for Qingyi. As the barrage of comments in the chat turned against Xue Qingyi, some of the more level-headed fans began to reassess their stance, wary of attracting negativity towards their idol. Yet, a sense of imbalance lingered within them. Thus, some fervent fans departed from the live stream, rushing to Yanyou's Weibo account to unleash a torrent of vitriol. While they vented their ire, they remained oblivious to the fact that at this very moment, Jun Shichu, a distinguished lawyer, was meticulously documenting the names and derogatory remarks of those who defamed Yanyou, preparing to utilize this evidence for future legal proceedings. Meanwhile, Yanyou, upon hearing Ling Xiaowen's defense of Xue Qingyi, did not feel anger but instead nodded in agreement. Teacher Ling was indeed correct. I should not have poured cold water on her aspirations. I ought to wait until she faces adversity before stepping forward to elucidate the pitfalls of her actions. Yet, I wonder if Teacher Ling would then question why I did not speak up sooner. Yanyou smiled sweetly. If one were to disregard her previous statements, they might perceive her as merely offering a polite and earnest response to a senior's inquiry. Ling Xiaowen, initially pleased with Yanyou's awakening, found himself stifled by her subsequent remarks, feeling as though a heavy stone lodged in his chest, rendering him breathless. How can you speak to Teacher Ling in such a manner? Xue Qingyi interjected, reprimanding her. Teacher Ling is a respected senior. Your words lack courtesy. Yanyou cast a meaningful glance at the two, smiling knowingly. Seniors indeed deserve respect. Yet this respect is contingent upon their refraining from wielding their seniority to unjustly criticize others. I neither belong to the entertainment industry, nor do I believe I have erred in my statements. Furthermore, I am not a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will, so do not fault me for my candor. I merely express myself straightforwardly. The crowd was taken aback by Yanyou's forthrightness. In their encounters with others, they had grown accustomed to smooth dealings, often forgetting the sensation of being met with such unvarnished retorts. Kai Yun tugged at Yanyou's sleeve, her expression laced with concern, while Li Yanqing furrowed his brow, his eyes betraying a hint of worry. In contrast, Luo Mingxian gazed at Yanyou with a complex mixture of admiration for her audacity and trepidation at the potential repercussions of her candor, coupled with an impulse to win her over. Ji Mingxue, striving to quell her own simmering anger, sought to reassure her ally Ling Xiaowen before biting back at Ji Yuyu. You have said so much. Do you possess a more viable solution? Or shall you simply swim out to sea? She awaited Ji Yuyu's embarrassment. However, Ji Yuyu, unfazed, nodded calmly and replied, I certainly have a better plan. What plan? Both Ji Mingxue and Luo Mingxian inquired in unison. Ji Yuyu, with a confident smile, declared, From the outset, I opposed the idea of renting a boat. After all, why should I spend money seeking others when I already possess a vessel? Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over the group, even eliciting a raised eyebrow from the typically aloof Li Yanqing. Moments later, it was Ji Mingxue who first regained her composure, though her face bore a faint blush, displaying a mixture of embarrassment and indignation. Ji Yuyu, were you being deliberate? She inquired. Ji Yuyu blinked innocently and responded, What do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Ji Mingxue clenched her teeth, questioning each word with precision. Since you already possess a solution, why did you not disclose it beforehand? Must you wait until we devise a strategy only to oppose it? Are you intentionally seeking to mock us? Time and again, Ji Yuyu had dealt her blows, and now Ji Mingxue could no longer contain the fury boiling within her, completely forgetting the presence of the cameras around. She unleashed her ire directly upon Ji Yuyu. Chapter 134. Is it just a phone? Give it to her. After all, we are companions. Your mockery is rather excessive. Ji Mingxue gritted her teeth, already categorizing Ji Yuyu's actions as deliberately aimed at her, seeking to see her humiliated. Ji Yuyu regarded her with a mocking gaze, akin to that of a spectator observing a clown. When you privately conferred with them, did you ever consider including us? Otherwise, you wouldn't have emerged to inform us only after your discussions concluded. Thus, our opinions evidently hold no significance. I'm not. Ji Mingxue, feeling guilty, attempted to retort, but Ji Yuyu granted her no opportunity. Your thoughts are inconsequential. You may think as you please. If you believe your suggestions are worthwhile, I have no right to impede you. However, to accuse me of deliberately withholding information to witness your embarrassment is quite outrageous, especially since you never afforded me the chance to speak, correct? Ji Yuyu's words rendered Ji Mingxue speechless, her anger clouding her ability to formulate a rebuttal. As the atmosphere grew tense, Luo Mingxian swiftly intervened to mediate. Shouldn't we be pleased that we have discovered a better solution? Why dwell on trivial matters? This way, we won't need to spend money on boat rentals. You wouldn't abandon us, would you, Yuyu? Luo Mingxian feigned a pitiful expression while gazing at Ji Yuyu. Then turned to Ji Mingxue, reassuring her, Mingxue, your suggestion was commendable, but now that we have a more convenient solution, there's no need to feel disheartened. Everyone knows you have worked hard. Ji Mingxue shot Ji Yuyu a resentful glare, suppressing her discontent, and retreated into the house. Luo Mingxian, receiving no response, wore an awkward expression, his perception of Ji Mingxue gradually diminishing. She truly is an inconsiderate young lady. Ji Yuyu chose not to dwell on the minor altercation. Instead, she sought out the staff to negotiate the return of her phone. Previously, the production team would have been stringent regarding such requests, adamantly refusing to accommodate demands that disrupted the established rules, as isolating the guests was essential for demonstrating the task's difficulty. However, circumstances had changed. The present situation involved a major benefactor of the program. Mr. Song of Xingchen Entertainment had promptly compensated for the funding shortfall, with the sole stipulation that they treat Ji Yuyu well and strive to fulfill her desires, ensuring she enjoyed her time on the show. It's just a phone. Give it to her. Thus, Ji Yuyu successfully reclaimed her phone, and after making a phone call, she joined the others in a vehicle heading towards the pier. Before encountering Ji Yuyu's boat, the group had not regarded it with much significance, merely assuming it to be an ordinary vessel. Upon arriving at the pier, they were immediately greeted by someone who approached Ji Yuyu. After a brief exchange, the individual led Ji Yuyu and the others to a luxurious yacht. Miss Ji, this is the yacht you purchased. Please sign for it. The other party retrieved a contract from their briefcase and handed it to Ji Yuyu. Without uttering much, Ji Yuyu took up the pen and inscribed her name upon it. Congratulations, Miss Ji, this yacht is now yours. The individual politely shook hands with Ji Yuyu before promptly bidding farewell and departing. Let us board and take a look, Ji Yuyu suggested to Li Yanqing and Kai Yun, leading the way onto the yacht, with the others swiftly following suit. This opulent vessel was a reward bestowed upon Ji Yuyu by the system, boasting top-tier configurations. It was a medium-sized yacht measuring 12 meters in length, ample enough for their enjoyment on the water. Ji Yuyu felt a great sense of assurance regarding the items rewarded by the system. Thus she merely conducted a cursory inspection before halting her steps, awaiting the others to complete their exploration. This, Is your yacht? Xue Qingyi gazed incredulously at Yanyou, her emotions a tumultuous blend of jealousy, resentment, and indignation. Yanyou nodded. Did you not see? I just acquired this new vessel, and you are among the first guests to enjoy it. At that moment, the others concluded their tour and approached Yanyou. Even Ling Xiaowen, who had previously harbored grievances against Yanyou, now bore a rare smile. For who could resist the allure of such a luxurious yacht for a maritime adventure? Luo Mingxian and Kai Yun shared in the joy. Yet Li Yanqing seemed to ponder something, suddenly inquiring, "Is there anyone present who knows how to operate a yacht?" Upon this query, silence enveloped the group. Luo Mingxian felt a pang of regret for having overlooked such a crucial detail. Xue Qingyi, previously disheartened, regained her spirits, scoffing as she directed her gaze at Yanyou. "It's indeed splendid that you possess a yacht, sparing us the expense of renting another. But have you forgotten that none among us can navigate a yacht? Now that we have a vessel, how does it benefit us if we still need to pay someone else to steer it? And who knows if we can even find someone? If only you had heeded my advice from the outset, we could have avoided this waste of time." Li Yanqing cast a cold glance at Xue Qingyi, his eyes devoid of emotion. Xue Qingyi, caught off guard by their brief exchange, felt as if her heart had been gripped by an unseen hand, inducing a disquieting anxiety within her. Fortunately, Li Yanqing quickly averted his gaze, allowing Xue Qingyi's racing heart to settle slightly, granting her a moment of relief. "Who says no one can operate a yacht?" Yanyou confidently pointed to herself, shaking her head at Xue Qingyi with a hint of regret. "Although I recognize your desire for validation, regrettably, this time it cannot be as you wish." Xue Qingyi's expression hardened, an ominous premonition creeping into her mind. "What do you mean? Do you still not understand? It seems your comprehension skills are lacking. Perhaps a refresher course is in order. What I mean, of course, is that I am indeed the one capable of operating the yacht." The notion that her expertise in sailing, acquired through the system's lottery rewards, was not without merit was evident. Navigating a yacht was hardly a challenge for her. "You are truly remarkable, Yanyou." Luo Mingxian began with praises for Yanyou. His eyes, imbued with an innate tenderness, seemed to fixate solely upon her. Witnessing this scene, Xue Qingyi felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Just moments ago, Luo Mingxian had been devotedly attentive to her. Why now did he hold Yanyou in such high regard? There must be some form of seduction at play. Dark thoughts began to accumulate in Xue Qingyi's mind, casting an increasingly shadowy pall over her heart. Yanyou, however, was unfazed by such matters. After ensuring that the crew members boarded the vessel, she confidently made her way to the helm and commenced the yacht's journey, skillfully navigating towards the distant horizon. Chapter 135. I shouldn't have spoken up indeed. How remarkable is my affluent sister, Mingjie. Just a moment ago, everyone was fretting over travel arrangements, and in the next instant, she waved her hand grandly and purchased a luxurious yacht. The way she signed just now was undeniably impressive. The gender of her partner need not be so rigidly defined. I believe a delicate and soft girl would also be quite fitting. Sister, marry me. Or I could marry you. You take care of your beauty, and I shall handle the extravagant spending. TSK, the calculations of these individuals are nearly overwhelming me. In stark contrast, the disparity becomes glaringly evident. To those in the front, I understand you. Indeed, one speaks in a sardonic tone while the other acts with generosity and wealth. It is evident who is more endearing. The live chat was abuzz with discussions about the recent events, and as the audience's perception of Xue Qingyi deteriorated, her fans grew anxious, feeling utterly powerless to remedy the situation. Chen Lan was equally distressed, having called Director Chen several times in hopes of receiving some clarification. After all, when she initially suggested Xue Qingyi participate in this program, she had already communicated with Director Chen, aiming to elevate Xue Qingyi's profile through this show. However, the trajectory of events was now completely divergent from her expectations. Director Chen, foreseeing the impending reprimand, tossed the phone to the assistant director as soon as it rang, instructing him to handle the matter. Upon receiving the call, the assistant director, wearing an expression of discomfort, ultimately yielded to Director Chen's glaring look and answered, "Hello." He barely uttered, only to be bombarded by a barrage of inquiries from the other end, leaving him no opportunity to interject. After approximately 10 minutes, the speaker seemed to have finished their tirade and paused for breath. The assistant director, finally regaining his composure, ventured, "Have you finished?" "If so, I." Yet before he could complete his thought, a new wave of complaints commenced. The assistant director sighed in exasperation. "Truly, I should have refrained from speaking." Thus, he waited another 5 minutes for silence to fall and an additional 3 minutes to ensure there would be no further utterances before seizing the opportunity to speak. "Qingyi, Discussing this matter with us is of little consequence. You are aware of our program's format, which combines live and recorded segments. Were it pre-recorded, we could certainly edit to showcase her positive attributes. However, we are currently live. In truth, live broadcasts are not inherently problematic, but the individual must perform well. If she undermines her own persona, how can we possibly manage that? The assistant director spoke rapidly, fearing that a moment's pause would allow the other party to seize the conversation and resume their relentless barrage of reproach and inquiry. Certainly, his adeptness at shifting blame is remarkable. Otherwise, Director Chen would not have entrusted him with the phone every time it rings. Thus, when he finished speaking, there was a prolonged silence on the other end, leaving one to ponder whether the caller was rendered speechless by his words or if there were other reasons at play. Xue Qingyi, unless there is something pressing, I shall terminate the call now, as we are still live and quite occupied. After stating this, the assistant director did not allow the other party a moment to respond, decisively pressing the button to end the call. With a sigh of relief, he exhaled a long, heavy breath, raised his hand to wipe the imaginary sweat from his forehead, and returned the phone to Director Chen. Director Chen, might we come to an agreement? Could we perhaps have someone else answer the calls next time? It's rather unfair for me to bear the brunt of the reprimands alone. The assistant director gazed at Chen with a sense of grievance, his eyes resolutely conveying a message. Should I be tasked with answering the phone again, I might just resign. Director Chen was aware that his actions were somewhat ungracious, and could only offer a hollow chuckle while patting the assistant director's shoulder, promising him some benefits to placate his frustrations. Nevertheless, he kept the matter in mind, and as he observed Xue Qingyi on the screen, he began to formulate a plan. The luxurious yacht glided across the sea, and as Yanyou had mentioned, her navigation skills were indeed impressive, much to everyone's astonishment. She did not steer the yacht too far from the shore, eventually bringing it to a halt at a point where the harbor was still faintly visible. Prior to departure, everyone had equipped themselves with the tools distributed by the production team. Now that the yacht had anchored, the group commenced their task for the day, sea fishing. Given that each individual's daily living expenses were limited, this endeavor was not overly accommodating for those accustomed to a life of luxury. Yet, alongside the novelty of the experience, everyone felt a strong motivation. After all, if they could catch some fish to sell at the dock, there would be tangible rewards. Merely fishing is rather mundane. Let us turn this into a competition, proposed Luo Mingxian. The group voiced no objections, with 3 men and 3 women present. They began to split into teams by drawing lots. The 3 men played rock, paper, scissors to decide their order, followed by Yanyou and the other 2 women who would determine their sequence in the same manner, aligning their teams accordingly. Xue Qingyi's gaze flitted between Li Yanqing and Luo Mingxian, contemplating the benefit of teaming up with Luo Mingxian, as it would afford them the opportunity to grow closer and later capitalize on the burgeoning chemistry to increase their visibility, given his rising star status. However, she also considered that pairing with Li Yanqing might be equally advantageous, as it could strengthen their relationship. In the midst of her indecision, the game of chance commenced. In but a fleeting second, the outcome was determined. Xue Qingyi's expression faltered. She had not secured any of her desired pairings and ultimately found herself matched with Ling Xiaowen. The remaining members, Yanyou and Li Yanqing, were paired together, while Kai Yun and Luo Mingxian formed another group. Xue Qingyi inquired, "Can you fish?" Yanyou leaned closer to Li Yanqing, her smile radiant as she posed the question. Her beauty had reached a level that even Xue Qingyi could not rival. As she tilted her head to gaze up at Li Yanqing, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkled with allure, igniting a warmth in Luo Mingxian's heart, as if something were taking root and blossoming within him. Yet, this sight stung Xue Qingyi's eyes, particularly when Li Yanqing cast a gentle glance her way. His previously icy demeanor softening, Xue Qingyi found it increasingly difficult to conceal her simmering jealousy. Chapter 136, A New Task, Part 1. I cannot, Li Yanqing replied honestly, his tone devoid of the usual indifference he reserved for others. Yanyou flashed a playful smile and said, "Cannot? Allow me to teach you." Li Yanqing was momentarily dazzled by her smile and instinctively nodded in agreement. The two engaged in hushed conversation, seemingly enjoying a close rapport, entirely oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the minds of those around them. However, the harmonious atmosphere was soon interrupted. "That doesn't count. Our punching speeds were not the same," Xue Qingyi interjected, unable to bear the sight of Yanyou and Li Yanqing together. Her words immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Ling Xiaowen, who was grouped with Xue Qingyi, wore a rather displeased expression. After all, as her teammate, her declaration implied she did not wish to work with him, which was akin to slapping his face in front of everyone. Despite his desire to foster a good relationship with Xue Qingyi, Ling Xiaowen could not help but frown slightly at this moment. Yet, Ji Mingxue remained oblivious, directing all her focus towards Li Yanqing and Luo Mingxian. Initially, Luo Mingxian felt a tinge of regret for not being paired with Ji Yuyu. But he held no strong objections to the current arrangement. It was merely a tad dull, considering he had already witnessed Kai Yun's social awkwardness over the past few days. Expecting any meaningful interaction between him and Kai Yun was utterly unrealistic. However, upon hearing Ji Mingxue's words, Luo Mingxian suddenly perked up, if given another chance. Perhaps he and Ji Yuyu might end up in the same group after all. He silently commended Ji Mingxue in his mind and discreetly observed the indifferent expression of Li Yanqing. A flicker of jealousy stirred within Luo Mingxian. Li Yanqing possessed superior acting skills, a more handsome visage, and now even the girl he admired seemed more inclined towards him. The more Luo Mingxian pondered, the more irritated he became, yet he was unwilling to concede defeat. Seeing Li Yanqing's apathetic demeanor, he resolutely vowed to himself that he must thoroughly triumph in today's competition. I request a rematch, Ji Mingxue asserted, her gaze fixed intently on Li Yanqing. Her thoughts laid bare without any attempt at concealment. Ji Yuyu understood her intentions, but promptly rejected Ji Mingxue's proposal. You are not a child anymore. Your tricks will not work on me. If you disagree with the result, you may request the staff to retrieve the footage for comparison and see if any discrepancies exist. Ji Yuyu was not one to indulge her. Director Chun, overseeing the control room, was constantly monitoring the footage. Upon hearing Ji Yuyu's statement, he immediately instructed the on-site staff to review the recorded content. As several crew members huddled together to seemingly investigate something, a fleeting look of unease crossed Ji Mingxue's eyes. Her earlier remark was merely an excuse to seek a reallocation of teams. She never anticipated that the production team would actually consider Ji Yuyu's words and check the records. Soon, the staff dispersed, and the voice of the task officer, Xiao Jia, echoed. After a thorough inspection by the personnel, no issues were found. Thus, the grouping results remained valid. At this point, Ji Mingxue's expression truly faltered. The live broadcast room was filled with derision. Why do I feel that Ji Mingxue has changed from her former self? Her current demeanor and words are so off-putting. It's hilarious. Does she not want to be grouped with senior Ling Xiaowen? I just noticed that Ling Xiaowen's expression changed. He had previously defended Ji Mingxue. TSK. Initially, I thought Ji Mingxue was gentle and kind, but now she seems rather ordinary, lacking in social grace. Who does she wish to be grouped with? My guess is either Luo Mingxian or Li Yanqing. Obviously, it's for those two, but I lean more towards the actor Luo. Why can't it be Li Yanqing? His looks truly captivate me. What good is good looks if character is lacking and despised? By the way, this morning, Xingchen Entertainment's official blog just posted an invitation for Li Yanqing to join, followed closely by the legal department announcing an investigation into that matter. Could there be some hidden truth? Who knows? Let us wait and see. Due to Ji Mingxue's antics in the grouping, her perception among netizens plummeted, though the barrage of comments was invisible to her. Upon hearing the results from the task officer, Ji Mingxue felt the gazes upon her shift, instilling a desire to find a place to hide. Why? Why was even the production team favoring Ji Yuyu? Ji Mingxue felt a deep-seated resentment. Well, since there were no issues, the groupings were finalized. Now it was a matter of who would triumph, and if she were to face punishment, she would have to take on all the household chores for the next few days. Luo Mingxian announced the competition rules. Although disappointed not to be grouped with Ji Yuyu, he remained intrigued by sea fishing. After all, what man could resist the allure of fishing? The group dispersed, each finding a spot on the yacht to prepare for fishing. Ji Mingxue shot a resentful glare at Ji Yuyu before preparing to follow Ling Xiaowen. However, when she turned to call out to him, she found that he had already gathered his belongings and departed. Ji Mingxue paused momentarily before hastily pursuing him. Teacher Ling, I am genuinely pleased to be grouped with you. It's just that I don't know how to fish and feared I would hinder you. Ji Mingxue attempted to explain, but Ling Xiaowen seemed uninterested in accepting her words. You need not say so much. I understand. Ling Xiaowen remarked meaningfully, declining to converse further as he focused on his own tasks. Upon witnessing this, Ji Mingxue felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet found herself devoid of any viable solutions, ultimately attributing all the blame to Ji Yuyu. Meanwhile, Ji Yuyu was smiling broadly, her teeth glimmering in the light. Ji Yuyu observed that Li Yanqing seemed to have undergone a transformation. When they first met, he exuded an aura as if enveloped in frost, creating an impenetrable barrier between himself and others. However, it now appeared that the icy shell surrounding him was gradually thawing, revealing a subtle upward curve at the corners of his lips on occasion. Yu spent 100 points to acquire a limited-time experience card for fishing mastery from the system's marketplace. Upon using it, a wealth of fishing techniques flooded her mind. Noticing that Li Yanqing appeared genuinely oblivious to the subject, she began imparting the knowledge she possessed. Chapter 137, New Mission, Part 2. Li Yanqing is an exceptionally intelligent individual. He grasps any skill imparted to him with remarkable speed. Before long, he had memorized all the techniques taught by Yu and successfully caught the first fish ahead of everyone else. It was a lively sea bream, approximately 50 to 60 centimeters in length, and as Li Yanqing reeled it in for the first time, he appeared somewhat flustered. Unsure of how to detach the fish from the hook, Yu could not help but burst into laughter at his clumsy efforts. "Help me," Li Yanqing implored, casting a profoundly sorrowful gaze at Yu as he uttered the two words he had never dared to consider. The moment the words left his lips, he himself was taken aback, yet he quickly resumed the struggle with the fish, feigning nonchalance. Although Yu's laughter had yet to subside, Li Yanqing felt no irritation. He could discern that her laughter was devoid of mockery, filled instead with genuine joy. The more he listened, the more his own lips involuntarily curved into a smile. "Allow me," Yu said, stepping forward to deftly free the fish from the hook and place it in the bucket, effortlessly reloading his bait. "Keep it up. You are currently in a novice protection period, so you are bound to catch many more fish. Tonight's success depends on you," Yu teased. For the first time, Li Yanqing nodded and smiled in acknowledgement of her words. The rapport between the two was harmonious. Yu was quite pleased with Li Yanqing's transformation. Occasionally, she would converse with him, and although his demeanor remained somewhat aloof, he responded to her inquiries with complete openness, a stark contrast to his previous treatment of Xue. Viewers in the live stream were captivated by the scene, eagerly engaging with the content. Family who understands. Such looks are truly breathtaking, regardless of Li Yanqing's character. His looks are always my ideal. Yu is the true beauty. It's a waste for someone with her looks not to enter the entertainment industry. I implore Starry Company to sign her and arrange plenty of activities. Her face deserves to shine in the spotlight. This place is a paradise for beauty enthusiasts. Forgive me. I must indulge first. They are truly a perfect match. I am utterly enamored. A wave of excitement surged among those who admired their looks and potential pairing, amidst a chorus of other comments. Another one. Another one. Again, is this what they call a novice protection period? This is my first experience witnessing it. The joy of a fisherman lies in casting one line after another. Heavens! If only I possessed his luck, I wouldn't leave empty-handed every time I fished. I am so tempted. Tomorrow, I shall take a yacht out to fish as well. Don't leave me behind. Since Li Yanqing sat down, his rod had been consistently yielding catches. An extraordinary stroke of luck that left the fishing enthusiasts in the livestream envious to the point of shedding tears. Although Yu may not possess the same fortuitous luck as Li Yanqing, her fortune is hardly lacking. Soon enough, both of their buckets brim with a considerable catch of fish. In stark contrast to the joyful harmony on this side, the remaining two groups appear rather awkward. Kaiyun, inherently reticent and somewhat reserved in social interactions, finds herself at a loss for conversation with Luo Mingxian, whom she scarcely knows. Consequently, the two can only sit idly on their chairs, fixated on their fishing rods, with minimal communication. Observers online, witnessing this scene, find themselves metaphorically digging their toes into the ground, even envisioning the sort of special effects that might be added in post-production when the episode airs. Undoubtedly, there will be a string of ellipses, accompanied by a few cawing crows, followed by ice rising from beneath to encapsulate the two in its grasp. Luo Mingxian has never felt such embarrassment. Despite his adeptness in socializing, he finds himself at a loss when faced with Kaiyun's unresponsive demeanor. Compared to their group, Ji Mingxue and Ling Xiaowen's pairing, though marked by some exchange, is hardly more favorable. Ji Mingxue's earlier decision to consider a reshuffle has left a negative impression on Ling Xiaowen, a realization that Ji Mingxue comes to only after calming down. Presently, nearly 4 out of the 6 participants are aligned with Ji Yu. If even the soul Ling Xiaowen does not defend her, she faces the prospect of complete isolation. She yearns to mend their rapport and thus endeavors to initiate conversation with Ling Xiaowen, yet he appears genuinely hurt by her earlier actions, responding with a certain coldness even to her overtures of goodwill. Ji Mingxue feels on the verge of tears since returning to the Ji family. She has scarcely endured such indignities. With this in mind, Ji Mingxue harbors a growing resentment towards Ling Xiaowen. As the daughter of the Ji family, her willingness to lower herself to apologize should grant him due respect, yet he continues to dismiss her. Does he truly believe she lacks temper? Frustrated, Ji Mingxue feels that nothing is going her way today, and in a fit of anger, she hurls her fishing rod down and retreats to the cabin. Ling Xiaowen, witnessing her abrupt departure, initially intends to call after her. After all, they are still competing, and her leaving would leave him fishing alone. How could he possibly outdo the others under such circumstances? However, he quickly reconsiders and remains silent. If she herself is indifferent to the competition, why should he urge her to stay? In any case, he expects to have a decent catch himself, ensuring he won T finish last. If Ji Mingxue wishes to lose, so be it. He sees no reason to play the role of the Good Samaritan, only to be met with disdain. Ji Mingxue storms into the cabin, expecting someone to check on her, yet when she glances back, no one follows. They seem utterly indifferent to her plight, which only fuels her anger further. Gradually losing her composure, she casts aside the decorative cushion from the sofa, which the filming crew captures in a candid shot. Upon noticing this, Ji Mingxue rises to confront them. "Could you please leave me alone for a moment?" she implored, her emotions apparent as she shielded her face with her hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. The cameraman, taken aback, wore a look of innocence and bewilderment. Had it not been for the strict regulations prohibiting casual conversation with the guests during filming, he might have already voiced his grievances. What is she crying about? I cannot comprehend, he pondered. This is quite challenging to assess. She came here to weep, yet directs her ire towards the cameraman. Feeling aggrieved as if she has been wronged, he mused. Perhaps she feels slighted because others do not cater to her whims. Is this the mindset of a wealthy heiress? I find it rather perplexing. Although, it seems she has not held that status for long, as she appears to have mastered the art of such behavior remarkably quickly. Indeed, I have expressed enough. This situation is difficult to evaluate. Chapter 138. Falling into the water, Ji Mingxue, feeling abandoned without any consolation, noticed the camera persistently aimed at her, fueling the flames of her rage. "What more are you filming?" she muttered, unable to endure the confines of the cabin any longer, and hurried onto the deck. Just then, Yanyou, weary from fishing, approached to relax, and their paths crossed directly. "Are you here to witness my humiliation?" Ji Mingxue, spotting Yanyou, naturally assumed she had come to mock her, and before Yanyou could utter a word, Ji Mingxue erupted. "Am I now the object of everyone's disdain? Are you satisfied?" With reddened eyes, she glared at Yanyou, her gaze filled with venom, as if she wished to rend her apart. Why must Yanyou always be her adversary in both this life and the last? Everything should belong to her. Why did Yanyou insist on seizing it all? In that moment, the resentment that had long festered within her from 2 lifetimes surged uncontrollably to the surface. Yanyou, bewildered, wondered how her mere presence could provoke such fury. Indifferent to Ji Mingxue's outburst, she stepped aside to lean against the ship's railing, hands resting on it as she gazed into the distance, relishing the refreshing sea breeze. Seeing Yanyou's disregard only fueled Ji Mingxue's anger. She swiftly approached, reaching out to grab Yanyou. Her words laced with a gritted intensity. "You must explain why you are always at odds with me." However, before her hand could reach Yanyou, the latter had sensed her intent, swiftly evading the grasp. "Speak your mind, but refrain from physicality," Yanyou replied coolly, unwilling to engage further. She pointed to the nearby cameraman, reminding Ji Mingxue, "The lens captures our every action. Everyone can see what you do." This served as a warning to Ji Mingxue to cease her provocations, yet suddenly, a bold idea sparked within her. She transformed her fury into a fade of sorrow, disregarding Yanyou's caution, and reached for her arm. With a quivering voice, she implored, "You have taken 18 years of my life. When will you be satisfied? Must I relinquish everything to appease you? Why do you treat me this way? What have I done to offend you?" As Ji Mingxue spoke, she tugged at Yanyou's arm, catching her off guard. "Let go," Yanyou demanded, attempting to break free, but was surprised by Ji Mingxue's unexpected strength. Finding it difficult to escape, in the struggle, Yanyou realized that Ji Mingxue was pulling her closer, the force intensifying as if she intended to hurl her into the sea. A shiver ran through her heart as she silently muttered to herself, "Surely, there are live cameras capturing everything nearby. Ji Mingxue cannot be so foolish as to attempt to push herself into the sea before everyone's eyes." Yanyou felt that, regardless of the truth, it was prudent to maintain her distance from Ji Mingxue. However, just as the thought crossed her mind, Ji Mingxue, who had been forcefully pushing against her, suddenly utilized the very force of Yanyou's struggle to propel herself forward, colliding with the railing at an awkward angle. In that fleeting moment, clarity struck Yanyou's mind, and she comprehended Ji Mingxue's intent. Yet, as she reached out to grasp Ji Mingxue, she was a heartbeat too late. Ji Mingxue slammed into the railing and, losing her balance, toppled backward, plunging straight into the water below. A gasp pierced the tranquility of the sea, followed by a resounding splash. Yanyou was taken aback by Xue Qingyi's ruthless decisiveness and momentarily froze, but quickly regained her composure. Someone had fallen into the water. She cried out for help, her voice echoing in desperation. The stunned cameraman, equally shocked by the unfolding scene, swiftly abandoned his equipment and rushed toward the chaos. Others, alerted by her cries, hastened to the scene. Upon witnessing Xue Qingyi struggling in the water, a staff member proficient in swimming immediately dove in to assist. In the control room, Director Chun felt his mind go blank, wishing he could simply faint from the shock. After filming for so long, he had encountered various unexpected situations. Yet nothing like this had ever occurred before. This was undoubtedly a live broadcast incident. Quickly cut the feed, he commanded without hesitation. His team responded with remarkable speed, halting the broadcast at the first sign of trouble to mitigate the potential repercussions on the show. However, this action only fueled speculation among the viewers in the streaming room. What is happening? Why did the screen suddenly go black? I was just watching my husband's live stream and heard someone shout that something was wrong. No way. Could something truly have happened? Is there anyone in other live streams who can clarify what's going on? I know. My Mingxue was pushed into the sea by that wretched Yanyou. This is murder. What does it mean for the production team to cut the live feed? They must provide us with an explanation. Absolutely. The production team must clarify this. I strongly demand that Yanyou be handed over to the police. She intends to kill our Mingxue. Are you out of your mind? Who would dare to commit murder under the live cameras? I certainly don't believe it. In the midst of the tumultuous online discourse, viewers witnessed the shocking moment when Yanyou pushed Mingxue into the sea. The live streaming room was engulfed in chaos, with the barrage of comments refreshing at such a rapid pace that it was nearly impossible to discern individual messages. Concurrently, the incident involving the guest from the slow life variety show swiftly ascended to the trending topics on Weibo, with hashtags such as Xue Mingxue falls into water, slow life guest falls into water, slow life live broadcast accident, and Xue the instigator gaining traction. The fervor surrounding these related terms escalated rapidly, ultimately securing a spot on the headlines. Fans, incensed and vocal in the live chat, unleashed a torrent of vitriol. Yet their cries fell on deaf ears. Consequently, they migrated en masse to Weibo, demanding that the production team provide an explanation without delay. Chapter 139. Evidence. Due to the overwhelming attention, a number of passers-by entered the scene, eager to witness the unfolding drama. However, as the live broadcast had been abruptly halted, many were left only with fragmented accounts from fans regarding the events that transpired. Some onlookers, swept up in the frenzy, began to vociferously criticize the production team, while others, exhibiting a degree of rationality, chose to quietly observe until the truth emerged. At this moment, Director Chen found himself in a state of disarray, juggling crisis management while keeping a close eye on the guests' activities. The staff, having plunged into the water, swiftly retrieved Xue Mingxue, soaked to the bone. Xue Mingxue was draped in a large bath towel, shivering in a corner. What had transpired? How had she ended up in the water? Upon seeing her safely rescued, Luo Mingxian approached with evident concern. Xue Mingxue timidly lifted her gaze to Yanyou, her expression one of profound grievance. Yanyou, do you truly wish for my demise? How dare you push me into the water in front of everyone? Her words drew the attention of all present, eliciting reactions of shock, skepticism, and indifference directed at Yanyou. Yanyou could hardly suppress a laugh at Xue Mingxue's audacity. Having suspected her intentions when she had pretended to fall into the water, Yanyou was not particularly surprised by this accusation. You claim it was in front of everyone? I would have to be mad to push you into the water before witnesses. It is your hatred for me, your resentment at my existence that has led you to this point. Yanyou retorted, her voice laced with disdain. Xue Mingxue's tears flowed uncontrollably, her beauty accentuated by her sorrowful visage, which elicited sympathy from many. However, the other guests displayed no inclination toward her plight. Yanyou narrowed her eyes slightly, letting out a cold scoff. Lost everything? Perhaps you are not fully aware of what I possess. The funds I have at my disposal could purchase several G families. Do you truly believe I would covet the trivial things you value? As she spoke, Yanyou could not help but chuckle. Do you truly think I would risk everything to push you into the water over something I myself disdain? Xue Mingxue, you are sorely mistaken. Her gaze toward Xue Mingxue was one of utter contempt, and the surrounding crowd, having absorbed Yanyou's words, quietly nodded in agreement. From their perspective, Yanyou indeed appeared to be a person of considerable wealth. The villa and yacht alone must have been worth a fortune, given her apparent affluence. Why would she jeopardize everything by pushing Xue Mingxue into the water? As the tide of public sentiment began to shift away from her and toward Yanyou, Xue Qingyi felt an intense desire to tear her apart. No, that could not happen. The plan she had so painstakingly devised could not fail so easily. It was you. Do not attempt to deny it. You are the one who pushed me into the water. You wish to see me perish. Xue Qingyi firmly insisted that it was Ji Yu's hand that moved. Ji Yu was rendered speechless and coldly warned. What you are saying now could be grounds for a defamation lawsuit. Observing her unyielding stance, Li Yanqing stepped forward and said to Ji Yu, "Let us contact the authorities directly. The police will handle this matter, and I trust they will restore justice." Ji Yu was taken aback by Li Yanqing's support. Gazing at him with a mixture of surprise and confusion, Li Yanqing offered no explanation, simply standing steadfastly by her side. Kaiyan hesitated briefly before moving to join Ji Yu. Meanwhile, Luo Mingxian and Ling Xiaowen stood silently, seemingly disinterested in getting involved. Upon witnessing everyone's reactions, Xue Qingyi tightened the towel draped over her shoulders, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. Her previously favorable feelings towards Li Yanqing and Luo Mingxian plummeted to an icy low, particularly her sentiments for Li Yanqing, which now simmered with a touch of animosity. Xue Qingyi had initially hoped to leverage memories from her past life to help him redeem himself and rise from his nadir. However, it now seemed entirely unnecessary. The very moment Li Yanqing had unhesitatingly aligned himself with Ji Yu, it pierced Xue Qingyi's heart. Since he chose to defend Ji Yu, she felt no obligation to assist him in resolving his current predicament. Let the netizens continue to malign him, she thought resentfully, deriving a slight sense of vindictive pleasure from it. Ji Yu agreed to Li Yanqing's proposal and decided to report the incident to the authorities upon returning to shore. The production crew, unable to intervene, could only lament in silence. How had they found themselves embroiled in such a situation so early in the filming? With no desire to remain at sea, Ji Yu piloted the yacht back to the harbor. As they disembarked, police awaited them on the shore. Ji Yu had already placed the call during their return, so upon disembarking, everyone proceeded directly to the police station. Xue Qingyi remained unperturbed. She was confident that her actions would go unnoticed. After all, she had anticipated that someone might review the footage for evidence. Thus, when she executed her plan, she deliberately chose angles that obscured clarity. From the footage, it appeared that she and Ji Yu had merely had a dispute, with her being subsequently pushed into the water. Any finer details were lost. Her intent was to leave Ji Yu without recourse. Upon arriving at the police station, the officers reviewed the footage as planned. Confirming Xue Qingyi's expectations, they saw Ji Yu's hand moving. Hearing the police announce their findings after reviewing the footage nearly caused Xue Qingyi to suppress a triumphant smile. She recalled some less than pleasant memories to prevent herself from genuinely laughing. Now, with evidence laid bare, she thought they could arrest her, but they could not directly accuse her of murder. Xue Qingyi suppressed her inner triumph and gritted her teeth as she spoke. The mere thought of Ji Yu soon facing disgrace and imprisonment sent shivers of excitement coursing through her body. Li Yanqing and Kaiyan exchanged worried glances at Ji Yu, both eager to offer assistance in clarifying the situation, yet unsure how to articulate their thoughts. Having not witnessed the events unfold with their own eyes, they found themselves powerless to intervene. Ji Yu's expression betrayed not a hint of panic. Instead, when the police arrived, she handed something to a female officer. This was Chapter 140. Who will cry is yet to be determined. The female officer, holding something in her hand, glanced up at Ji Yu with a hint of confusion. Ji Yu, undaunted and composed, boldly declared, "No one shall lay the blame upon me for actions I have not committed. However, the evidence that can prove my innocence is in your hands, and you shall review it before making a decision." Despite her evident perplexity, the officer did not delay, promptly taking the item Ji Yu had provided for further inspection. "What did you just give him?" Xue Qingyi inquired, her brow furrowed with concern. For reasons unknown, witnessing Ji Yu's calm demeanor and the submission of that item stirred an inexplicable sense of trepidation within Xue Qingyi. Could it be that Ji Yu truly possessed some evidence to exonerate herself? No, it was impossible. She could not be that fortunate. Yet, Ji Yu merely smiled mysteriously and playfully uttered two words, "Guess." Xue Qingyi felt her anger rise, her chest heaving, her eyes blazing with fury. At a time like this, how can you still act so arrogantly? You may find yourself in tears before you know it, she scoffed with disdain. Ji Yu, still wearing a smile, responded nonchalantly. "We shall see who cries in the end." "Humph, we shall wait and see," Xue Qingyi retorted through gritted teeth. With that, she turned her attention away from Ji Yu, silently awaiting the outcome. After approximately 10 minutes, the female officer returned, her gaze landing on Ji Yu and Xue Qingyi with an unusual intensity. Xue suddenly felt her previously unwavering confidence dissipate, replaced by an unsettling sense of anxiety. Clenching her fists tightly, her nails digging into her palms, she fixed her unwavering stare upon the officer, while Yanyou remained as tranquil as ever. Following the recent inspection, the evidence submitted by Miss Yanyou shows no signs of forgery. Based on the clues provided in the video, we have established the sequence of events, the officer stated, her eyes narrowing sharply at Xue. Miss Xue, due to your false accusations of murder against another and your provision of perjured testimony during the police investigation, we must ask you to remain at the station for further questioning. Upon concluding her statement, the officer signaled to two colleagues, who promptly approached to apprehend Xue and escort her away. What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? Yanyou is the one you should be apprehending, Xue exclaimed, frantically pointing at Yanyou, her mind in disarray. However, the officer disregarded her pleas, issuing a brief acknowledgement to her colleagues before they took Xue away. Aside from Yanyou, the rest of the onlookers were left dumbfounded by the unfolding events. What was transpiring? This development was entirely contrary to their expectations. Wasn't Xue the victim? Why was she now the one being taken into custody? In everyone's minds, it felt as though a thick fog had settled, rendering them momentarily unable to react. Thus, they turned their gaze towards Yanyou, their eyes brimming with curiosity, as if urging her to elucidate the matter at hand. Yanyou did not disappoint. She promptly revealed the truth to the assembly. It turned out that while acting independently, she had requested a small camera from the filming instructor, which she discreetly attached to her clothing, capturing the entire sequence of events. To Yanyou's own astonishment, Xue had dared to commit such an act of defamation in plain sight. After all, her camera was equipped with an audio device, and had Xue been the slightest bit observant, she would have easily detected it. Yet, the outcome proved that regardless of who it was, even the leading lady could lose her rationality in a moment of madness. Upon hearing Yanyou's explanation, the group finally grasped the situation. Reflecting on Xue's confinement, a wave of melancholy washed over them. Xue typically presented herself as meek and innocent. Who could have anticipated her capacity for such treachery? What do you intend to do next? Li Yanqing inquired. Yanyou pondered for a moment before responding, of course, I will pursue legal action. I am not one to show undue compassion. If she sought to provoke me, she should have anticipated the consequences. Ling Xiaowen, furrowing his brow, appeared lost in thought. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. By doing so, you will irreparably sever ties with the Ji family. Although Xue has erred, she is still the daughter of your adoptive parents. Is this action not excessively heartless? Despite his discontent with Xue's actions, he contemplated the potential benefits of maintaining a relationship with the Ji family. If he could intercede on Xue's behalf and diffuse the situation, it would earn him considerable favor with them. Thus, after some hesitation, Ling Xiaowen chose to advocate for Xue. One should show mercy when able. There is no need for matters to become so adversarial. He began. However, Yanyou interrupted him. Ling, if such a situation were to occur in your life, how would you choose to respond? She swiftly cut off his forthcoming remarks. Ling Xiaowen's expression darkened, grappling with a retort, but momentarily at a loss for words. See, even you, Teacher Ling, would not choose to forgive in such circumstances. So why should I be expected to make peace? Yanyou challenged him. Is this what you call generosity, standing idly by without bearing the burden? Ling Xiaowen, taken aback, never anticipated Yanyou would speak so boldly. If he were to unleash his frustration, Yanyou had already turned away, showing no inclination to continue the conversation. Even Li Yanqing and Kai Yun exchanged bewildered glances before following Yanyou out. In the police station's lobby, only Ling Xiaowen and Luo Mingxian remained. It is truly bewildering how one can exhibit such a lack of decorum and show no respect for their seniors. Individuals of this nature ought to be ostracized entirely. They must not be allowed to flourish within the entertainment industry. Observing Luo Mingxian, who had yet to depart, Ling Xiaowen seemed to have found a confidant, unleashing her pent-up anger and grievances without restraint. Luo Mingxian listened in bemusement. Previously, he had deemed Ling Xiaowen a relatively amiable senior, and forging a slight acquaintance seemed advantageous for networking. However, at this moment, he found her to be equally muddled in her judgments. The actions of Xue constituted nothing short of slander and defamation. Had Yanyou not fortuitously equipped herself with a miniature camera and recorded the entire episode, they might now be left in silence, forced to endure their suffering in solitude. Yet, when this matter reached Ling Xiaowen's ears, she sought to dismiss it with a few light remarks. Upon being rebuffed, she redirected all blame towards Yanyou, as if the fault lay solely with her. Luo Mingxian was at a loss for words. Chapter 141. The escalation of events in light of recent events. Yanyou found herself devoid of any interest in continuing the recording. Meanwhile, Xue Qingyi faced temporary detention by the authorities due to Yanyou's allegations of defamation and perjury against her. With the sudden absence of two guests, Director Chun was nearly driven to despair, his hair thinning from stress. While Xue Qingyi's inability to proceed with the recording could be rationalized, Yanyou's desire to withdraw was something Director Chen found difficult to accept. After all, she was their principal investor. On one hand, he recognized the complications that would arise from a mid-production replacement. On the other, he feared that Yanyou, upon withdrawing from the program, might follow the precedent set by previous investors and withdraw her funding, which would leave the project in dire straits. After much deliberation, Director Chen personally approached Yanyou to discuss the challenges at hand, hoping to persuade her to remain on the show. I have seen the online discourse. You need not worry. The production team will promptly issue a statement clarifying that the unfortunate incident has no bearing on you. Director Chen assumed that Yanyou's wish to withdraw stemmed from fear of the negative public perception that might arise from the incident, potentially tarnishing her reputation. Thus, he assured her that the production team would stand by her, hoping to alleviate her concerns. However, Yanyou shook her head in response, stating, "That incident does not affect me, as the fault does not lie with me. My decision to withdraw from the upcoming recordings is based on my own considerations." Her initial participation in the program was aimed at enhancing her visibility and elevating her public standing, a goal she had now sufficiently achieved. The recent incident provided her with a legitimate reason to exit gracefully. "I understand your concerns, Director. Rest assured that the commitments made by our investors will not be rescinded, and I will not simply vanish. I have already arranged for Wan Qihui, with whom the company has previously signed a contract, to take my place, ensuring that the program remains uninterrupted." Upon hearing her words, Director Chen recognized her resolute determination and ceased his attempts to persuade her further. Yet, one question lingered in his mind. Did Yanyou not fear that her withdrawal would lead to increasingly unfavorable online sentiments? However, he quickly considered that she might already have a strategy in place. Given that, I shall not press the matter further. Should Miss G require any assistance in issuing a statement, we will certainly lend our support. With that, Director Chen departed. Yanyou found him to be quite perceptive. After all, in similar situations, many would choose silence, leaving the individual to weather the storm alone. Even those who might step forward to help often did so out of self-preservation or under certain conditions. In contrast, Director Chen's willingness to proactively assist in clarifying her situation was commendable. After making her decision to withdraw, Yanyou conveyed the news to Li Yanqing and Cai Yun. Both individuals exhibited astonishment. The reticent Cai Yun's eyes brimmed with reluctance, yet she found herself at a loss for words, merely watching anxiously as Yanyou fidgeted. Although Li Yanqing maintained a stoic expression, he nonetheless voiced his concerns, evidently apprehensive that Yanyou might be compelled to withdraw due to the recent incident. "Rest assured, I am unlike you. I do not navigate the entertainment industry. The constraints of your realm hold no sway over me, and no one can coerce me. I simply wish to cease participating." Upon hearing Yanyou's explanation, the two finally felt a sense of relief. Luo Mingxian seemed inclined to approach Yanyou for a conversation, but upon realizing her disinterest in engaging, he refrained from advancing. Yanyou, too, had no intention of conversing with him. She merely exchanged a few words with Li Yanqing before departing. The online uproar concerning the abrupt cessation of the show was palpable. Neither Yanyou nor Xue Qingyi, nor even the official account of the Slow Living program, offered any commentary, nor did they respond to the myriad opinions circulating online. This silence only fueled the wild speculations of netizens. Particularly, those who witnessed Xue Qingyi's fall into the water presumed Yanyou was responsible, leading to a swift decline in her public perception. "No, I refuse to believe my affluent sister is that kind of person. How could my beloved Mingxia possibly harbor such malicious intent? I cannot accept this. I am unfollowing from today. They say the hearts of the wealthy are corrupt. What does this imply? Are you all insane? The production team and the parties involved have yet to speak. What are you all performing? I, too, struggle to believe Mingxia is that sort of individual, but with no one speaking out, doesn't that lend credence to the rumors? Indeed, if it were false, surely someone would have stepped forward to clarify. Regardless, I refuse to believe it. If you don't believe this, must someone truly be harmed before you'll accept the truth? You delusional fans are utterly terrifying. Such a person deserves to be blacklisted forever. Please, she's not even part of the entertainment industry. Am I the only one feeling sympathy for Xue Qingyi, who was pushed into the water? How tragic. I wonder how she is faring. Why hasn't the production team issued a statement yet? What are they waiting for? For 2 consecutive days, the internet buzzed incessantly regarding this matter. The production team eventually released a statement about the suspension of the broadcast. However, the moment the official account shared the announcement, the comments exploded with demands for the team to provide an explanation, causing the staff behind the account to hastily disable the platform. Frightened to further confront the barrage of comments and private messages. Upon returning to the villa at Bihai Shuyuan and setting down her luggage, Ji Yuyu's phone rang. It was a call from Song Yuhang. As soon as she answered, his concerned voice resonated from the other end. Yuyu, have you safely arrived home? I should have personally come to fetch you. Otherwise, I would not have to worry about you incessantly. The moment the incident occurred, Song Yuhang immediately called Ji Yuyu. Upon learning of her intention to withdraw from the program, he fervently wished to go and bring her home, but she declined his offer. Thus, as Song Yuhang spoke, there was an almost imperceptible hint of grievance in his tone. She had already arrived home safely. Ji Yuyu found it somewhat amusing, yet she seriously acknowledged his concern. Subsequently, the two engaged in conversation for quite a while, mostly with Song Yuhang, discussing the comments circulating online and inquiring how Ji Yuyu intended to address the situation. Ji Yuyu pondered for a moment and replied resolutely, "Since this matter has escalated to such a degree, it should be resolved with great fanfare. As it happens, my popularity is still lacking. Thus, I can seize this opportunity to make a significant breakthrough." Chapter 142, System Upgrade, Part 1, at the Ji family's residence. Song Yuhang hesitated to speak, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts. Ji Yuyu understood his intent and smiled, saying, "I have repaid what I owed to them, and I am no longer indebted. Therefore, we shall proceed as we see fit, without excessive reservations." She was not the original self and had no emotional entanglements with the Ji family. Thus, if someone attempted to morally bind her by invoking their nurturing support, she would simply respond, "You are overthinking this." Upon hearing Ji Yuyu's words, Song Yuhang felt reassured, knowing the course of action to take next. Their conversation was brief, and after hanging up, another call came in. Far away on set, Jiangqi, after several consecutive days of relentless work, finally seized the opportunity to rest and eagerly called Ji Yuyu. Having seen the news online, he was deeply concerned about her situation and, upon the call connecting, immediately inquired about her well-being, much like Song Yuhang had. Once he learned that Ji Yuyu was safe, the weight upon his heart lifted. After a brief chat, they bid each other farewell, and soon after, Jun Shichu also called. Although their conversation revolved around the lawsuit against Ji Mingxue, Ji Yuyu could discern his underlying concern for her through his tone. A series of calls from the three of them lightened her spirits, and in addition to them, others also reached out to express their care. Ji Yuyu spent 2 hours merely answering calls, and only after connecting with everyone did she finally have the time to lie down and rest. After a rejuvenating sleep, she awoke and opened her Weibo account. Despite the online frenzy of recent days, she had not paid attention to the news, only learning from others that many netizens mistakenly believed she had pushed Ji Mingxue into the water, leading to various speculations. Particularly, Ji Mingxue's fervent fans launched a barrage of insults and slander against her. Upon opening Weibo, a flood of private messages surged in, nearly causing her phone to lag. Ji Yuyu paused for a moment, exasperated, and opted to disable the message notifications. She realized she should have done so earlier to avoid the incessant disturbances. After silencing the private messages, she browsed the trending topics and noted that her entry remained visible, lingering in the middle of the rankings, showing little sign of diminishing heat. Casually clicking on a trending topic, she indeed found numerous criticisms and mockeries directed at her. Rather than feeling angered by the netizens' comments, she found herself intrigued. Reading through them with a certain amusement, a faint smile gracing her lips as she flipped through the remarks. After perusing the situation, Ji Yuyu contemplated for a moment, then opened her Weibo editing page and composed a message. "To all who have insulted and slandered me, expect a lawyer's letter to arrive at your doorstep within 3 days. No need for excessive gratitude." Shortly after Ji Yuyu sent her Weibo post, the comments section was swiftly inundated by the fervent fans of Ji Mingxue. "Do you dare to threaten us? What have you done to our Mingxue? Why has there been no news of her? You are nothing but a vile person. You have usurped Mingxue's identity and now seek to harm her. You are utterly unworthy of being human. You murderous fiend, how can you still roam free? What is the police doing? Why haven't they apprehended you? This is hilarious. Do you think I would fear some pathetic lawyer's letter? Go ahead. If you have the guts, send it to me. Lawyer's letter? Send it. Hurry up." The fervent fans of Ji Mingxue unleashed a torrent of vitriol beneath Ji Yuyu's post, with each comment becoming increasingly outrageous. to the point that even bystanders who had come merely to observe could no longer bear to read. Yanyou now had her own followers. But in light of these events, some grew doubtful and chose to unfollow her, while others remained silent. Only a small faction steadfastly believed in Yanyou. As Xue Qingyi's zealous supporters assailed Yanyou's Weibo, this small group of loyal fans emerged to defend her. Yet they were ultimately no match for the fervor of the others, as they still retained a semblance of rationality. After Yanyou made another post, she merely glanced at the netizens' reactions before promptly exiting Weibo. Just as she closed the app, a long-awaited system notification resonated in her mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your popularity has surpassed 10 million. You have completed the randomly triggered task. Accumulation of 10 million popularity. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward of 3 billion. 5,000 points, and a random skill book. As the system's voice faded, the sound of fireworks bursting echoed in Yanyou's mind, as if celebrating her accomplishment. Yanyou was momentarily stunned. This was the first time the system had celebrated her task completion so ostentatiously. She quickly understood that the accumulation of such popularity pertained to the system's upgrade, and with the task completed, it signified that an upgrade was imminent. Wasn't that a cause for joy? Haha, can you upgrade now? Yanyou inquired. Yes. The system's response was succinct. Yanyou's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What changes can I expect post-upgrade? Upon upgrading, the likelihood of the host triggering tasks will increase by 10. You will receive the privilege of 3 actively assigned tasks each month. The consumption refund feature will no longer be limited to the opposite sex. And the system mall will periodically offer promotional discounted items. Listening to the system's reply, Yanyou felt her heartbeat quicken with excitement. Whether it is the increased likelihood of triggering tasks or the privilege of receiving actively assigned tasks 3 times a month, none of these aspects hold significant importance for Yanyou. After all, she prefers a more laid-back lifestyle. However, the lifting of restrictions on the targets for cashback tasks is, for her, a momentous boon. While the sight of handsome men stirs within her a desire to spend, how could she possibly turn a blind eye to the alluring presence of beautiful women? Furthermore, the sale of promotional discounted items in the marketplace strikes a chord deep within Yanyou's heart. It is worth noting that the selling prices of items in the system's marketplace have always been something she could hardly bear to confront. The prospect of finally being able to reap benefits from the system's marketplace fills Yanyou with an eager anticipation. Chapter 143, System Upgrade, Part 2 System. Can we upgrade now? Yanyou inquired. In the next moment, a response echoed in her mind. The host may choose to upgrade the system at any time. Though the sweet, youthful voice remained straightforward, a discernible difference lingered in its tone. Yanyou nodded and promptly stated, upgrade now. Understood, host. Beep, system upgrading. The required time for this upgrade is 24 hours. Please be patient, host. Countdown, 23, 59, 58, 51, 44. Yanyou closed her eyes, and a virtual panel materialized in her mind, displaying the countdown for the upgrade. System? Yanyou called out a few times in her thoughts, but received no reply, likely due to the ongoing upgrade. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and a look of chagrin crossed her face as she firmly struck her palm with a fist. Oh no, how could I have forgotten? I was just rewarded with a skill book. I should have checked what skill it contained before initiating the upgrade. Yanyou shook her head in disbelief, feeling a surge of excitement that had caused her to overlook such an important matter. Well, I suppose I'll have to wait until the upgrade is complete to see it. In good spirits, Yanyou ventured to Xingqian Entertainment and Junhua Agency in the afternoon, summoning Song Yuhang and Jun Shichu for a brief meeting to discuss the protocols regarding the recent water incident. Jun Shichu maintained his usual icy demeanor, his glasses perched on his nose, exuding an air of scholarly aloofness that previously struck Yanyou as somewhat charmingly roguish. However, during this meeting, clad in formal attire with his shirt unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a hint of his collarbone, he now emanated a more restrained allure. Yanyou found herself stealing glances at Jun Shichu. At that moment, as she looked at him, he happened to meet her gaze. His previously emotionless eyes softened in that instant, the corners of his lips curling into an almost imperceptible smile. Yanyou felt as though he had illuminated the room with his presence. Truly, beauty captivates the eye. As she averted her gaze, she couldn't help but mentally critique the situation. Jun Shichu and Li Yanqing shared a certain similarity in their demeanor, both exuding an icy, stoic presence. Yet, upon closer observation, one could discern subtle distinctions between them. While Jun Shichu's indifference and interactions conveyed a sense of calm restraint and wisdom, Li Yanqing's coldness stemmed from a deep-seated aversion to interpersonal connections, as if he were encased in a thick layer of ice. isolated from the warmth of the world. However, if he is genuinely willing to accept someone and open his heart to them, one would discover his inner tenderness. What is the boss contemplating? Could it be that he has taken a liking to our dear Xue Qingyi? Just as Yanyou was reflecting on the distinctions between Xue Qingyi and Lianqing, Chen Yuan suddenly interjected with a mischievous inquiry. He believed his voice was barely audible, yet the others in the conference room caught his words. Turning their gazes towards Yanyou, a flicker of anxiety crossed Song Yuhang's eyes. Gripping his pen, he unconsciously tightened his fingers. Xue Qingyi merely glanced at Yanyou before averting his gaze, yet he instinctively adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, concealing a moment of complex emotion that flickered in his eyes. How would she respond? At this moment, both Song Yuhang and Xue Qingyi seemed to harbor identical thoughts. Yanyou turned to face Chen Yuan, observing the teasing expression on his face and the look of someone eager for entertainment. She paused for a moment before waving her hand with a smile, exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? Even a rabbit would not graze near its burrow. Lawyer June is someone I deeply rely on. I would never engage in such self-destructive behavior." Although Xue Qingyi was undeniably handsome and of the type that Yanyou favored, she believed that if she entertained such thoughts, he would likely be the first to distance himself from her elite legal team. After all, he was the sort who, by all appearances, was quite restrained when it came to emotions and would never develop feelings for a client. Therefore, in order to keep this esteemed lawyer by her side to assist her, she resolved to appreciate his beauty from a distance and forego any romantic notions. Yanyou's response took everyone by surprise. The tension in Song Yuhang's expression eased. Though he had never expressed his feelings for Yanyou, he secretly hoped she would not develop affections for anyone else. Upon hearing her words, Xue Qingyi experienced a whirlwind of emotions, uncertain whether to feel relieved or slightly disappointed, a sentiment that caused his brow to furrow ever so slightly. Noticing that Chen Yuan appeared ready to ask another question, Xue Qingyi quickly interjected to halt his train of thought. "Yuan, we are in a meeting. Let's refrain from unnecessary chatter." Xue Qingyi commanded respect in front of Chen Yuan, who, upon hearing his friend's admonition, could only close his mouth in disappointment. Yet, his eyes continued to cast meaningful glances at Xue Qingyi, who remained oblivious to the signals. Inwardly, Chen Yuan began to chastise his friend. "Brother, you are truly oblivious. Yanyou is such a remarkable person, young, beautiful, wealthy, and easy to get along with. A girl like her is a rare find. She clearly harbors some fondness for you. Why not be a bit more proactive?" With this thought, Chen Yuan glanced at Song Yuhang beside him, then shook his head in silent disapproval. Around her, there were individuals watching with keen interest. If her own brother did not take the initiative, he might very well regret it in the future. After an hour-long meeting, Yanyou departed from the company. Upon returning home and finding herself with little to do, she messaged He Linyan, inviting him to play a game together. He promptly replied, his enthusiasm unwavering, clearly unaffected by the online commentary regarding Yanyou. The two engaged in gaming until dusk, when Aunt Ho ascended the stairs to call Yanyou for dinner, leading to a temporary cessation of their gaming session. After dining, Yanyou resumed her gaming with He Linyan until 9 in the evening, after which she prepared for bed and fell into a deep slumber, not awakening until 10 the following morning. Upon regaining consciousness, she was greeted by the familiar sound of the system notification. Ding! The system has successfully upgraded. Chapter 144, New Skills Success? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yanyou instantly perked up, swiftly flipping over and sitting up in bed. "Tong Tong, have you undergone any changes after your upgrade?" Yanyou inquired eagerly. The system responded, its once delicate and charming childlike voice seemingly matured, the previously monotonous tone now imbued with a wealth of emotion. "This system has now been upgraded to version 2.0. Following the upgrade, the host's chances of triggering tasks will increase by 10. Additionally, the host will gain the privilege of receiving 3 actively assigned tasks each month. And the consumption refund feature is no longer limited to interactions with the opposite sex. The system mall will also periodically offer some promotional discounted items." The excitement in the system's voice as it relayed the benefits of the upgrade was palpable. Although Yanyou noted that the information was not significantly different from what she had previously heard, it was evident that the system's emotional module had undergone a substantial transformation following the upgrade. "Tong Tong, open the system panel," she commanded with a thought. Instantly, the system panel materialized in her mind. To her surprise, the system space had evidently transformed as well. What was once a monotonous black and white interface had now blossomed into vibrant colors, and Yanyou's personal information panel exhibited numerous new explanations that had not been present before. Name: Yanyou. Age: 18. Height: 170 centimeters. Physique: 100, level 1 maxed, awaiting upgrade. Appearance, 100, intermediate, cannot be upgraded in this realm. Temperament, 100, intermediate, cannot be upgraded in this realm. Charm, 10, enhanced by system's comprehensive evaluation, cannot be upgraded in this realm. Skills, perfect vocal ability, advanced hacking proficiency, mastery of driving skills items, random skill book X1, pending use, points, 12,000 reputation, 560,000 accumulated popularity, 10,000. 000. As Yanyou absorbed the information displayed on her character panel, she was momentarily taken aback. Her curiosity piqued. Tong Tong, can my physique continue to upgrade? What does it mean that certain attributes cannot be upgraded in this realm? Are there other realms beyond this one? The questions flooded her mind, and she was desperate for answers. The system did not keep her waiting long and promptly responded. Indeed, the host's upgrades require specific conditions. Upon fulfilling these conditions, the host's physique will advance to level 2, granting the opportunity to acquire diverse abilities with each level gained. The realm in which the host currently resides is merely a minor realm among many. To continue upgrading personal attributes, the host must transcend this realm and explore others to proceed. The system's revelations left Yanyou in a state of astonishment, though it was only fleeting. She quickly regained her composure. Naturally, she had traversed into the world of a book, given that her previous life differed from this one. It stood to reason that other realms existed as well. The notion of traversing into other realms suddenly emerged in Yanyou's mind, causing her heart to flutter with excitement. Taking a deep breath, she managed to calm herself. The concept of crossing into different dimensions seemed beyond her current reach, so she decided to put it aside for the moment. Shifting her focus, Yanyou noticed she still had a skill book at her disposal and silently recited the invocation. Skill book, activate. In an instant, an image of a thick tome appeared in her mind, adorned with intricate patterns. As it materialized, the pages began to flip on their own, moving at such a rapid pace that the content remained obscured. The book continued to flip faster and faster until it reached the final page, at which point it seemed to disintegrate into countless specks of starlight, dissipating within Yanyou's consciousness. In that fleeting moment, a torrent of information surged into her mind, revealing the nature of the skill she had acquired. Mastery of combat skills. Yanyou exclaimed in astonishment, marveling at her good fortune. Just then, the system's notification chimed in. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the mastery of combat skills. You have met the specific conditions for physical enhancement. Your physical level has now increased to LV2. Yanyou was momentarily taken aback. Was this an upgrade? Previously, she had pondered the specific conditions required for enhancing her physical level, and now, in the blink of an eye, the dilemma had been resolved. This inexplicable turn of events made her feel as if leveling up was not as arduous as she had imagined. Yet, as she contemplated this, a realization dawned upon her. Tong Tong, you are assisting me, aren't you? It seemed the system had provided her with a fortunate shortcut. After all, what were the odds of her drawing the mastery of combat skills? The system remained silent, yet that did not diminish Yanyou's gratitude. Thank you, Tong Tong. You are truly wonderful to me. Following the system upgrade, the probability of obtaining skills through the lottery has been temporarily increased. Everything is within the rules, and the host need not express gratitude, came the system's shy, youthful voice, further solidifying Yanyou's belief in her intuition. However, since the system was reluctant to acknowledge her thoughts, Yanyou chose not to dwell on it any longer and redirected her attention to herself. She hastily rose from her bed, testing her body, and felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through her. Even her mindset underwent a subtle transformation. As she recalled the knowledge of combat skills within her mind, the astonishment on her face deepened. The varieties of combat skills available to her were remarkably diverse. From ancient times to the present, all manner of martial techniques devised by humanity had been infused into her memory. Upon organizing her thoughts, Yanyou discerned that the combat skills could be broadly categorized into unarmed combat and armed combat. Unarmed combat referred to fighting without weapons, while armed combat involved the use of various armaments. If one were to delve deeper, boxing, wrestling, taekwondo, Muay Thai, Sanda, Savate, kickboxing, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, mixed martial arts, and combat sambo all fall within this spectrum. Weapon-based combat encompasses the agile utilization of various armaments such as knives, guns, swords, halberds, and other 18 types of weaponry. It could be said that in the present day, Yanyou embodies the essence of a contemporary martial arts master. Eagerly, she practiced a set of punches within her room, feeling her bones resonate with a delightful crackling sound. This sensation of complete relaxation was unprecedented, surpassing even the comfort derived from several hours of vigorous exercise. Yanyou experimented with each combat style until a knock on the door interrupted her, leaving her wanting more. She hurriedly freshened up and ventured outside, yet struggled to contain her excitement, her steps becoming noticeably lighter. Chapter 145, Resolution. A reversal of reputation. It remains uncertain whether all good fortunes converge upon a single day. Yet on a day when Yanyou found herself in high spirits due to a system upgrade, the negative discourse surrounding her online seemed to fade into oblivion. This was not a result of the fervent fans experiencing a moral awakening and choosing to let Yanyou off the hook. Rather, it stemmed from their newfound trepidation. Just the previous day, following a meeting with Song Yuhang and Xue Qingyi, the elite legal team established by Yanyou law firm specifically for Yanyou embarked on their mission. In recent days, they had amassed a considerable collection of derogatory comments and curses directed at Yanyou, and after a brief organization of this evidence, Xue Qingyi and his team initiated the dispatch of nearly 1,000 legal notices across the internet. Xue Qingyi's decision to send out those nearly 1,000 legal notices did not imply that only that number of individuals had launched verbal assaults against Yanyou. Rather, these unfortunate souls were the ones selected after careful consideration. The recipients were either marketing accounts with a significant online presence, well-known influencers, or those whose vitriolic comments had crossed the line of decency. In any case, none of those chosen could be deemed innocent. After sending the legal notices to those individuals' email addresses under the auspices of Yanyou law firm, the news of this action reached the online community in less than half an hour. Family, I just received a legal notice. Yanyou is actually suing me. I'm so anxious, haha. Who understands? I'm just an ordinary citizen, and I never thought I'd see the day I received a legal notice. I thought they were merely talking about sending legal notices. I never expected them to act so swiftly. Yanyou's team is impressively quick. It is well known that these legal notices from celebrities are just nonsense. With so many people online criticizing her, does she really intend to sue everyone? Onlookers, having observed the situation, it seems they really did send legal notices to nearly 1,000 individuals at once. This is quite a bold move. Surely, it cannot be just a warning? I don't believe she can sue so many people at once. Those who received the legal notices emerged to mock the situation, dismissing it entirely and even treating it as a source of amusement to discuss with others, perceiving Yanyou and her legal team as merely seeking attention. However, such sentiments did not endure for long. As soon someone revealed a court summons online, instantly deflating the arrogance of those fans. They're serious. Brothers, I've received a court summons. I received one too. What should I do? Are we really going to court? It was just some online banter. Is she really taking this so seriously that she intends to sue us? We didn't say anything wrong. What does it mean for her to turn around and sue us? Truly, the wealthy possessed the most corrupt hearts. As the number of individuals receiving subpoenas increased, those who had previously boasted online, malicious critics, marketing accounts, and hired commenters, fell silent, their bravado dissipating. Yet, stubbornly, they refused to acknowledge their missteps, dismissing Yanyou's actions as an overreaction, attributing it to her supposed pettiness. Initially, the blame had been placed squarely on her shoulders, which had incited the irrational remarks. However, such discourse was swiftly quelled following an announcement from Xingchen Entertainment, coupled with a statement from the Slow Life program team, which rendered the dissenters mute. Xingchen Entertainment issued a lawsuit announcement against Xue, elaborating on her slanderous and deceitful actions towards Yanyou. Concurrently, the Slow Life program team declared the termination of their contract with Xue, thereby affirming the veracity of Xingchen Entertainment's statement. This revelation sent shockwaves through the onlookers, as the once presumed culprit, Yanyou, was revealed to be innocent, while Xue, who had initially been viewed as the victim, was exposed as the master manipulator behind the scenes. What an extraordinary spectacle this is, truly fascinating, remarked one observer. And what of those who so vehemently criticized Yanyou? Are they not feeling the sting of their own words now? Another mused. Perhaps they are cowering in corners, having been summoned to court, their own fates in jeopardy. Someone added, it serves them right. The internet is not a lawless realm. Do they genuinely believe they can act with impunity behind a screen? It is the very existence of such scoundrels that has tarnished our online environment. Xue's true nature came as a shock. I had previously felt sympathy for her, believing her separation from her biological parents to be tragic. I thought Yanyou had wronged her by switching identities and should have treated her with more kindness rather than with veiled sarcasm. Yet, I now realize my error. Yanyou must have long recognized Xue's character, which explains her demeanor. One can only conclude that Xue deserves her fate. What does beauty matter if the heart is wicked? I am severing my support, Such a person is unworthy of celebrity status. It is no wonder her fervent fans acted so irrationally. It seems they were misguided by their blind adoration. The public perception of Yanyou shifted dramatically. Those who had previously misunderstood her redirected their ire towards Xue, actively seeking her whereabouts. Some astute individuals even uncovered Xue's current predicament, having slandered Yanyou. And with irrefutable evidence against her, she was promptly detained by the police. This news sent shockwaves through the internet once more. As the arrest of a star is indeed a monumental scandal, it seems that once the dust settles, Xue may find her career in the entertainment industry irreparably tarnished. The news of her detention soared to trending status, as onlookers continued to voice their opinions with fervor. Song Yuhang called Yanyou and recounted the entire incident to her, his tone imbued with a sense of triumph that elicited a soft laugh from Yanyou. After their light-hearted conversation, Yanyou's phone displayed an incoming call from an unfamiliar number, prompting her to bid farewell to Song Yuhang and disconnect. Curiosity piqued, she answered the call. "Hello," Yanyou began, but was immediately met with a torrent of furious accusations from the other end. "Yanyou, do you even comprehend the gravity of your actions? Why did you treat Xue that way? She is currently in detention, and you seem quite pleased, don't you? What kind of malevolence resides in your heart that you cannot bear to see her thrive?" Chapter 146, Plea on the other end of the line. The voice of Xue Qingyi resonated, and from her frantic tone, one could easily infer the ferocity of her expression at that moment. Yanyou was momentarily taken aback, only to remember that after leaving the Ji family, she had deleted the phone numbers of its members, which explained why she hadn't immediately anticipated it would be a call from them. "Madam Xun, if your purpose for calling is merely to berate me, I must apologize. I do not feel obligated to endure such treatment. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up now," Yanyou stated, her face devoid of emotion. She held no substantial ties to the Ji family. She had repaid what was owed, and there was no reason for her to endure humiliation before them. Yanyou did not possess a penchant for self-abasement. It was best to shield oneself from unkind words. Having expressed her intent, Yanyou prepared to disconnect the call. But before the phone could leave her ear, she was promptly halted by the voice on the other end. "Do not hang up." Xue Qingyi endeavored to temper her emotions. Yet the thought of her biological daughter languishing in detention ignited an insatiable fury within her. "Yanyou, why have you framed Xue? You must retract your accusations at once and demand the police release her." "And why should I do that?" Yanyou replied, seemingly puzzled by Xue Qingyi's command. However, her single inquiry only served to further ignite Xue Qingyi's anger. "Xue is my daughter. She is your sister. Must you truly be so cruel to her? You have usurped her identity for 18 years. Is this your way of repaying her?" Xue Qingyi felt justified in believing that Yanyou should owe a debt of gratitude to Xue, as well as to herself and Dan. After all, it was due to Xue being taken that Yanyou had enjoyed a life of affluence for 18 years. And it was through the couple's nurturing that she had grown into who she was today. She awaited Yanyou's response. Yet all she received was a nonchalant "Oh, what is your attitude? I am speaking to you. Why do you not respond?" Xue Qingyi's voice escalated in volume. Yanyou remained unperturbed. "I will not retract my accusations. Madam Xun, do not employ the Ji family's past kindness to morally manipulate me. I too was a victim of the child swapping incident. After all, I am not their daughter. You cannot claim that I have usurped your daughter's identity. I refuse to accept that narrative. Furthermore, I have repaid you for the years of care with the expenses incurred. I owe you nothing. And I certainly owe Xue nothing. If she wishes to slander me, she must face the consequences. A mere few days of detention is hardly unbearable. What will she do when the court imposes a sentence of a year and a half?" Xue Qingyi, infuriated, unleashed a torrent of vitriol upon Yanyou. "How can I have raised such an ungrateful wretch? Do you think that the money you have given can settle everything? The gratitude we have for nurturing you over the years cannot be quantified in monetary terms." The cacophony of anger from the other end prompted Yanyou to discreetly distance the phone from her ear, shielding herself from the auditory onslaught. As the barrage of insults from the other side began to wane, Yanyou finally spoke with a calm demeanor. "Do you believe that repaying my debts is insufficient? Is it your intention to leverage these so-called acts of kindness to manipulate me for a lifetime?" The other party, evidently infuriated, could be heard panting even through the receiver. Without waiting for a response, Yanyou continued, "If you harbor such thoughts, you are gravely mistaken. I am not the sort to be swayed by your purported benevolence." Once again, she reiterated that she was not the true Yanyou, while the Ji family may have bestowed some semblance of nurturing upon the original. It held no sway over her. The Ji family's attempt to use gratitude as a means of control was futile. Sensing the resoluteness in Ji Yu's tone, Shun Huiru fell into a prolonged silence before softening her voice, as if yielding. What must you have in order to spare Xue? The mere thought of her biological daughter suffering in detention shattered Shun Huiru's heart. You, who have called me mother for 18 years, can you truly bear to witness my sorrow? Xue is indeed my flesh and blood, but you are also a daughter raised by me. Must I kneel and beg you for your mercy to release her? Xue has erred, and I humbly apologize on her behalf. Please withdraw your complaint and grant her this one reprieve. She has endured so much hardship. How can I bear to watch her continue to suffer? As she spoke, Shun Huiru's voice broke into quiet sobs. Ji Yu felt a mixture of exasperation and incredulity. Did they think that a display of familial affection could sway her after their earlier obstinacy? I have made myself clear. From the day I departed from the Ji family, I severed all ties. Mrs. Shun, there is no need for theatrics before me. What theatrics are you referring to? You, Ji Yu interrupted. This time, I am willing to overlook her transgressions for your sake, but she must publicly apologize, clarify her actions, and pin her letter of apology to her Weibo for a month. If she can fulfill these conditions, I shall withdraw my complaint. If not, we shall await the court proceedings. With that, Ji Yu abruptly ended the call. Reflecting on her decision, she couldn't help but murmur, I truly am too soft-hearted. Being overly compassionate is not advisable. Having concluded her business, Ji Yu proceeded to contact Song Yuhang and Jun Shichu, instructing Song Yuhang to monitor the recent stock movements of the Ji group, suggesting that if necessary, he could take decisive action to extract a few pieces of flesh from the Ji family. She also asked Jun Shichu to follow up on the legal proceedings. Though she had offered to spare Ji Yu, she had no intention of forgiving those who had insulted her. With her matters settled, Ji Yu found herself with an unexpected abundance of leisure. The Slow Life program resumed its broadcasts, featuring one Chi Hui and another female guest as replacements. In light of recent events, the show's popularity had evidently surged to new heights, eliciting gleeful laughter from director Chun. Transitioning from a participant to an audience member, Ji Yu felt no discomfort. Rather, she relished the extra time to contemplate other matters. Having previously promised Li Yanqing to assist him in overcoming his current predicament, Ji Yu naturally would not go back on her word. With some time on her hands, she could thoroughly reflect on the events that had transpired. As she recalled the narrative etched in her memory, Ji Yu realized that the pivotal figure in absolving Li Yanqing of his tarnished reputation was none other than the female lead of that incident, the artist known as Yu. If she could manage to have her clarify matters in front of everyone, resolving this situation would become remarkably effortless. However, the very thought of such an idea struck Ji Yu as utterly unattainable. After all, if she were to clarify things publicly, it would merely equate to an admission that everything she had previously stated was a slander against Li Yanqing. Chapter 147. An unexpected visit. Though the task at hand seemed somewhat daunting, Ji Yu believed it was not beyond the realm of possibility. After discreet inquiries, she discovered that the female artist was currently hospitalized. The following day, Ji Yu proceeded directly to the hospital where Yu was situated. For added security, she summoned her bodyguards, Shun Li and Zhou Yangxing, to accompany her. Upon their arrival at the hospital, they inquired about Yu's ward. Ji Yu initially intended to march straight in, but given that it was a private hospital, visiting patients in specialized wards required consent. Faced with this limitation, she requested the nurse to relay a message, indicating that someone had come to visit. Meanwhile, within the confines of the ward, Yu was sternly reprimanding her assistant, Xiaolin. What have you been doing? Can you even manage this? If not, you might as well leave. Yu glared at Xiaolin, her disdain unmistakable. She had previously tasked Xiaolin with generating buzz about her hospitalization, yet after 2 days, Xiaolin had failed to fulfill her directive, leaving Yu thoroughly dissatisfied. Xiaolin felt unjustly treated. The tasks assigned by Yu were far from simple. Recently, the online community was preoccupied with the antics of the other 2 female guests from the Slow Life program, overshadowing even the buzz surrounding Li Yanqing's return, let alone the news of Yu, a third-tier artist, being hospitalized. Naturally, Xiaolin dared not voice these thoughts in Yu's presence, fearing for her job. As Yu's scolding reached its conclusion, a knock echoed from the ward's door. Who is it? Yu frowned, asking impatiently, but then recalled that she was still feigning illness and promptly lay down, adopting a feeble demeanor. Xiaolin discreetly wiped her eyes and, with unspoken understanding, displayed a sorrowful expression as she approached to open the door. Outside stood a young and graceful nurse who, upon seeing Xiaolin, promptly conveyed the news of visitors. Xiaolin, puzzled, inquired, who were the visitors? Did they specify? The nurse shook her head, asking, "Shall I let them in?" Xiao Lin asked the nurse to wait at the door while she turned to consult Yanyou about the matter, pondering whether it might be media personnel. Yanyou, uncertain, hesitated for a moment before deciding to allow the visitors in. The nurse swiftly relayed the message to Yanyou and granted them access to Yanyou's ward. As Yanyou and her companions entered, they found Yanyou reclining weakly against the bed, her complexion pale, as if she were genuinely ill. Noticing the presence of unfamiliar faces, Yanyou subtly gestured to Xiao Lin, who immediately took the cue to inquire, "Who are you?" Kobayashi gazed at Yanyou's face, feeling an unsettling sense of familiarity. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed, "Are you not the Yanyou? What brings you to seek out our Yanyou's sister?" Yanyou's attention shifted to the individual on the bed, as the system's prompt echoed in her mind. "Ding! The beauty scanner has been activated, detecting target. Yanyou. Current target beauty score, 80 points, meeting the system's expenditure criteria." The moment Yanyou heard the system's notification, she momentarily froze. Previously, the beauty scanner would only activate upon encountering an attractive member of the opposite sex. To her surprise, it appeared that it could also be triggered by an equally appealing member of the same sex. This, it seemed, was a change brought about by the system's upgrade. However, "Dear system, could you possibly adjust the settings so that it does not activate for those with a beauty score below 90? While this Yanyou meets the criteria, for someone like Yanyou, who gazes into the mirror daily, this level of beauty is somewhat lacking." Received, settings adjusted as per host's request. Upon hearing the system's response, Yanyou felt a profound sense of satisfaction. "I have come regarding Li Yanqing," she stated plainly, without any circumlocution. The moment the words left her lips, Yanyou's expression stiffened, and Kobayashi seemed to sense the tension, casting a worried glance toward Yanyou. "I wish to uncover the truth of the matter," Yanyou continued. Yanyou furrowed her brow, struggling to contain her emotions, and replied, "What truth?" "Everything was coerced by Li Yanqing. That is the truth I have repeated countless times. What more do you wish to hear?" After speaking, Yanyou clutched her chest. Appearing to be in considerable distress, Kobayashi rushed forward, concerned. "Yanyou sister, are you all right?" Then, turning to Yanyou, she lamented, "Our Yanyou sister has already succumbed to depression over that incident. This time, hearing about Li Yanqing's return and the online discussions regarding the past has only exacerbated her condition. What more do you expect of her? Must you truly drive her to the brink of despair?" Kobayashi seemed genuinely indignant on Yanyou's behalf. Yet only she knew that her motives were driven by self-interest. Yanyou wept in a manner that portrayed her as even more vulnerable than before. "Why will you not let me be? You would rather believe that scoundrel than accept the truth I speak. As a woman, why do you side with such a wretch?" Hearing Yanyou's vehement denunciation of Li Yanqing, Yanyou could not help but furrow her brow, her demeanor hardening further than before. "Is the truth truly as you claim? The very fact that I stand here questioning you implies that I am aware of certain intricacies. However, I seek to hear your perspective as the involved party. If you are willing to disclose the truth of the matter, I can fulfill one of your desires, be it monetary compensation or the opportunity to star as the female lead in a production. I am prepared to accommodate you." Yanyou presented her conditions, hoping that Yanyou would be a person of discernment. However, the outcome left her somewhat disheartened. "Everything I stated is indeed true." Upon hearing Yanyou's conditions, Yanyou felt a flicker of temptation. Although she had already entered the entertainment industry, riding the coattails of her initial popularity to the fringes of a third-tier status, she still fell short of the mark, often relegated to supporting roles. She yearned to be the leading lady and desired a substantial fortune. Nevertheless, she ultimately declined Yanyou's proposal, for she harbored doubts about Yanyou's ability to fulfill the promises she had made. Chapter 148. The savior. Yanyou felt an inexplicable sense of unease under the penetrating gaze of Yanyou. She averted her eyes, unwilling to meet Yanyou's stare. Yet her words remained defiantly firm, refusing to acknowledge the truth from the past. "If you wish to inquire about that matter, I regret to inform you that I cannot divulge anything." Yanyou resolutely dismissed Yanyou's questions. A glance at the nearby Xiao Lin prompted her to silently urge her to swiftly resolve the current predicament. Xiao Lin immediately understood. Stepping forward to give a slight bow to Yanyou, her voice tinged with embarrassment. "Miss Ji, I sincerely apologize. My sister Yanyou has not yet recovered. The doctor has advised her to rest. Therefore, I kindly ask that you refrain from further upsetting her." As she spoke, Xiao Lin extended her hand towards Yanyou, indicating that it would be best for her to leave the hospital room. However, Yanyou showed no intention of departing. Her gaze remained fixed and piercing upon Yanyou, her tone adopting a more assertive edge. "It appears Miss Yanyou is unwilling to speak the truth. If that is the case, I trust you would not mind the consequences of your silence? Yu Yu's heart tightened at her words, her expression growing wary as she questioned, "What do you mean by that?" Yu Yu smiled softly, her already exquisite features illuminated by her grin, resembling an angel descended from the heavens. Yet, the words that followed sent a chill through Yu Yu's very core. "I came to seek your clarification, which would save me some trouble. However, this does not imply that only your words can absolve Li Yanqing of his tarnished reputation. To be clear, my visit was also to offer you a chance for redemption. Since you are unwilling to seize this opportunity, there is nothing further to discuss. I only hope that when the truth ultimately surfaces, you will not regret the choice you made today." With that, Ji Yu turned to leave. Yu Yu, who had been feigning weakness, sprang up from her bed, exclaiming, "Wait. What do you mean by that? Clarify your words." Ji Yu did not look back, offering no further explanation as she departed with her 2 bodyguards. Panic surged within Yu Yu as she turned to Shaolin, reprimanding her. "Why are you just standing there? Go stop her and find out what she intends to do." An ominous premonition loomed over Yu Yu, as if allowing Ji Yu to leave would inevitably lead to regretful consequences. She had to ascertain her intentions. Shaolin, upon receiving the reprimand, flashed a subtle expression before promptly responding with trepidation, hastening to pursue Ji Yu. The room was soon filled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and anxiety, leaving Yu Yu in an agitated state. Shaolin hurriedly chased after Ji Yu, who was awaiting the elevator alongside Shun Li and Zhou Yanqing. "Miss Ji, please wait a moment," Shaolin called out urgently. As Ji Yu turned around, she encountered Yu Yu's assistant, whose expression remained utterly inscrutable. With a calm demeanor, she inquired, "Has your artist changed her mind?" Shaolin, feeling somewhat awkward, shook her head. Fearing that Ji Yu might not wish to linger for a conversation, she hastily added, "I have a few matters I wish to discuss with Miss Ji. If you have the time." A flicker of conflict crossed Shaolin's eyes, but she swiftly steeled herself, her gaze transforming into one of determination. Ji Yu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Very well." She did not decline but accompanied Shaolin downstairs, where they found a quiet spot in the garden to sit. "What I wish to discuss pertains to Sister Yu Yu, and actorly." Shaolin wasted no time, diving straight into the topic as soon as she was seated. Ji Yu slightly nodded, maintaining an outwardly composed facade, though she felt a twinge of surprise within. Perhaps sensing Ji Yu's skepticism, Shaolin chose not to leave her in suspense, directly articulating her thoughts. "You may wonder why I am sharing this with you, given that I am Sister Yu Yu's assistant and should be devoted solely to her." As she spoke, a self-deprecating smile graced her lips, tinged with bitterness. "Although I serve as her assistant, in her eyes, I am no different from a dog, subject to her whims, devoid of any dignity." Having been by Yu Yu's side for 5 years, from the time she was an obscure, minor actress, Shaolin had tirelessly supported her. Initially, Yu Yu treated her well, but as her ambitions grew, her demeanor towards Shaolin soured. Now, Shaolin found herself stripped of nearly all self-respect in Yu Yu's presence. "I cannot continue like this. I am her assistant, but I am also a person." The memories of enduring disparagement and abuse from Yu Yu pierced Shaolin's heart like a thorn, the mere recollection causing her unbearable pain. "I am aware of certain events from the past, and I can share what I know with you. But I have a condition of my own." Summoning her courage, Shaolin finally voiced her thoughts. She looked at Ji Yu with anticipation, her fingers anxiously twisting the hem of her garment into an unrecognizable mess. In response to her hopeful gaze, Ji Yu nodded. "What is your condition? Please, share it with me." Should the request be excessive, Ji Yu might not acquiesce, for even without Shaolin's input, she possessed means to uncover the truth. At Ji Yu's words, Shaolin's eyes brightened instantly. I wish to leave Sister Yu Yu. I have had enough. I know that you own an entertainment company, and if possible, could I perhaps find a position as an assistant there?" Her request was modest, merely a longing to escape the clutches of Yu Yu. Shaolin's gaze was so fervent that it left Ji Yu somewhat perplexed. "I suppose transitioning to a new job should be quite effortless for you, shouldn't it? Why then, are you still here, discussing terms with me?" Shaolin offered a bitter smile, bowing her head as she fiddled with the hem of her clothing. I dare not. Sister Yu Yu is exceedingly authoritarian and will not tolerate any act of betrayal, even from a mere assistant like myself. She would surely cast me aside without a second thought. If I were to propose my resignation, she would undoubtedly find a way to ensure my inability to continue in this industry. It was precisely for this reason that she had endured Yu Yu's foul temper for so long. However, at this moment, she finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Chapter 149. Collecting evidence, Shaolin gazed earnestly at Ji Yu, her voice brimming with excitement as she spoke. "I have been closely monitoring the news online these past few days. I am well aware that Miss G is a formidable individual, and your willingness to actively assist Emperor Li in clearing his name reveals a commendable sense of justice. All I seek is a path of retreat. Yanyou discerned the sincerity in Xiao Lin's words. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded and replied, "Very well. I can arrange a position for you, but it is imperative that everything you have stated is entirely truthful and devoid of deceit. I assure you, every word I have uttered is genuine," Xiao Lin exclaimed, her face lighting up with a broad smile. Before Yanyou could inquire further, she divulged everything she knew without reservation. Initially, Yanyou and Li Yanqing had no connection. After all, one was an obscure actress while the other was a young luminary who had already garnered numerous accolades. Their worlds were as distant as the heavens. However, in her quest for fame, Yanyou frequently associated with the affluent, and the owner of the entertainment company where Li Yanqing worked fell directly within her sphere of interest. From Xiao Lin, it became clear that the scheme against Li Yanqing had been orchestrated at the behest of their company as president, though Xiao Lin remained oblivious to the underlying motives. Ultimately, the incident escalated into a public uproar, and Yanyou received a substantial sum of money from the other party, compelling her to perform in a play that would definitively tarnish Li Yanqing's reputation. That is all I know. I acknowledge that I have concealed the truth thus far, but I lack the evidence to substantiate my claims. Coming forward directly would only jeopardize my own safety, Xiao Lin explained, a hint of unease evident in her demeanor. Fearing that Yanyou might rescind her prior agreement due to her earlier reticence, Yanyou recognized her apprehension but chose not to offer reassurances. Instead, she simply stated, "Understood. Once you resign, report to Xingchen Entertainment, and I shall inform their HR department to arrange a suitable position for you." With that, Yanyou departed the hospital without further delay. Upon returning home, she promptly activated the live stream of Slow Living, simultaneously watching the program while deftly operating her computer. Possessing advanced hacking skills, Yanyou found it effortless to seek out valuable information online. With her adept maneuvers, she swiftly infiltrated the network system of Li Yanqing's former company, Jiaying Entertainment. Her objective was not only to uncover evidence of the financial director's machinations against Li Yanqing, but also to identify the individuals behind the scenes who had instigated the scheme. Although Yanyou was privy to the truth, she lacked the necessary evidence. Possessing it would enable her to exonerate Li Yanqing instantly. As for why Yanyou did not start her investigation from the overseas Li family, she deemed it unnecessary, believing that Li Yanqing should unearth the mysteries of his own lineage on his own. Thus, she navigated seamlessly within Jiaying Entertainment's system, evading detection from their personnel. An hour later, Yanyou had acquired what she desired and successfully withdrew. Subsequently, she busied herself for several more hours, meticulously preserving all evidence of the transactions between Boss Qian and Yanyou, as well as documenting Yanyou's orchestration of online trolls to disparage Li Yanqing post-incident. Additionally, she secured the depression diagnosis report for Yanyou and the records of her hospitalization for suicide treatment. All the slander that had been unjustly cast upon Li Yanqing was now countered with substantial evidence for vindication. By the time she completed her collection, dusk had settled in. Aunt Ho, aware of Yanyou's relentless efforts, brought her dinner without a word. Once Yanyou finished, Aunt Ho quietly cleared away the empty dishes. Sated, Yanyou gazed at the live stream, where vitriolic comments targeting Li Yanqing continued to float by. Contemplating her next move, she promptly recharged her account with 1 million, and without hesitation, began showering the live stream with gifts. At that moment, the guests on the program were engaged in their nightly interactive segment, naturally able to observe the dynamic unfolding in the live stream. When an avalanche of gifts descended upon the screen, both the guests and the online viewers were momentarily taken aback. Wow, who is this generous? The last time I saw such a spectacle was during. Let us cut to the chase. I need to see who this benefactor is. It's Dream Sister. It's actually Dream Sister. My goodness. I thought only our wealthy sister could be this extravagant. What happened previously? Why hasn't anyone involved spoken up? Am I the only one curious? Yes, you're the only one curious. Are you foolish? The situation is quite clear. What more is there to ask? Should Dream Sister, as the victim, explain herself? I'm merely curious about whom Dream Sister is showering these gifts upon. I'm guessing Li Yanqing. I bet it's Wan Qihui after all. He is an artist under Dream Sister. What is Li Yanqing even worth? Does he deserve this? And what are you worth? Pity those rancid fans standing up for Li Yanqing. I feel sorry for your skewed values. Shut up, don't mention that scoundrel. Yanyou casually tapped the gift button, only to realize after several minutes that the barrage of comments had erupted. A brief glance sufficed for her to comprehend the situation. Contemplating her next action, she decided to send a message in the comment section. The next moment, her message, adorned with effects, streaked across the center of everyone's live stream. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock sharp, tune in to vblog ID Yuraniming for some juicy gossip. Upon the dispatch of Gu's comment, it immediately incited a flurry of discussion among the viewers. What's this? Dream Sister is inviting us to a gossip session? What is the scoop? Is it reliable? I sense there's a deeper meaning in Dream Sister's words. Can't you just spill it now? Why must I lie awake tonight? May I listen now? Who remembers when she mentioned helping Li Yanqing clear his name? Could it be? Brothers, we are on the same wavelength. No way could it truly be. I'm alert now. The moment someone mentions gossip, I can no longer feel drowsy. Observing everyone's eagerness to know, Gu couldn't help but smirk mischievously. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were fervently discussing, unaware that the individual who had released the news had casually closed the live stream and taken a break for herself. Chapter 150. The collapse of persona. Li Yanqing had naturally noticed the barrage of comments in the live stream, particularly the ones sent by Gu. Although Gu did not explicitly state what sensational news would be revealed at 10 a.m. the following day, an unsettling suspicion began to brew within Li Yanqing. It was highly probable that Gu's announcement would pertain to him. In that moment, his emotions became exceedingly complex, rendering him somewhat absent-minded during the subsequent gaming segment. After the game concluded, providing a brief respite, Li Yanqing found it difficult to regain his composure. That night was destined to be a sleepless one. The following morning, numerous netizens congregated beneath Gu's Weibo account, eagerly awaiting the hour to discover what news she would unveil. However, before Gu could make a move, another explosive piece of information captured the attention of many. The reason was simple. Xue had issued an apology at that very moment. The content of the apology was crafted at Gu's behest and was promptly pinned at the top of the backend upon release. Initially, many believed Xue was stepping forward to provide her own explanation. Little did they expect it to be an apology directed at Gu. So the rumors we heard earlier were true. Xue had deliberately fallen into the sea and instead accused Gu of pushing her in. Oh my heavens! How could someone like this exist? I once thought her childhood experiences were pitiable, believed she was beautiful and kind-hearted, far superior to Gu. Now, it seems I was utterly blind. You truly are blind. Which I saw Xue as 100 times better than Gu. In terms of appearance alone, Xue pales in comparison. When the production team issued their statement, weren't there many fans reluctant to believe it? How do they feel now, I wonder? Haha. I inexplicably feel a sense of vindication. What is this about? I am thoroughly disgusted by those delusional fans. Wait, could it be that the news Dream Sister mentioned last night was this? I'm dying of laughter. Some said Dream Sister acted for Li Yanqing. Who still believes that now? The netizens were abuzz with discussion, and Xue's apology statement stirred a chaotic uproar beneath it. Many fans who had previously intended to support Xue expressed their desire to withdraw their support due to this incident. Meanwhile, in the entertainment company where Xue was signed, Chunlan was on the verge of exploding with rage. What were you thinking? Why did you engage in such futile actions? Now look what you've done. An excellent hand has been utterly ruined. Chunlan incessantly berated Xue, and from her restless pacing, it was evident how deeply unsettled she was. As a somewhat renowned agent in the entertainment industry, Chunlan had always believed she could elevate Xue to the pinnacle of fame. However, reality had proven her gravely mistaken, and the magnitude of her error was staggering. Xue is indeed strikingly beautiful, possessing a certain cleverness and cunning that, while not inherently negative, is essential in the competitive realm of entertainment. After all, mere naivety and sweetness offer no path to success. Furthermore, the formidable G group stands as her unwavering support. Chunlan mused that if such advantages could not elevate her, then her own reputation as a manager would be irrevocably tarnished. Yet, the unfortunate reality is that Xue has effectively sabotaged herself. Why must she persist in opposing her? She has failed to uphold the persona crafted for her, and now she must confront the multitude of critics online. Chunlan's anger surged, her chest rising and falling as she glanced at Xue, seated on the sofa, her irritation intensifying. Xue felt aggrieved, clutching her phone. She watched her fans publicly renounce their support, feeling as though a heavy stone lodged in her chest, suffocating her spirit. She could not comprehend why, after a second chance, she remained overshadowed by Gu. Why should she allow Gu to seize everything? A tempest of fury churned within her, her fingers instinctively tightening around her phone, the knuckles turning pale without her notice. I have been speaking for quite some time. Are you even listening? Chunlan finally expressed her fatigue, only to realize that Xue offered no response, rendering her words seemingly directed at an unresponsive entity. Do you not have a single reaction? Qingyi, I am not in the wrong. I have no regrets about how I dealt with Yanyou. Xue Qingyi raised her head, her eyes brimming with resentment. Qianlan was startled, taken aback by the ferocity of Xue Qingyi's gaze, which resembled that of a ravenous beast poised to strike. My only mistake was in my impatience to confront her. If only I could have endured a bit longer and devised a foolproof plan to decisively outmaneuver Yanyou. Then, I would not find myself in this precarious situation. Qianlan took a couple of deep breaths to steady her emotions. She lowered her voice and asked, "So, what do you propose we do now? Your image has already crumbled in the eyes of your fans, rendering you a target of mockery. Have you considered the path ahead in this industry?" Despite her efforts to maintain composure while strategizing with Xue Qingyi, Qianlan felt an overwhelming fatigue. If it were any other artist, she would have long since abandoned hope. However, Xue Qingyi was different. She could not simply disregard her. After all, the Ji family had invested immensely in her. "I will adhere to Yanyou's request and pin the apology statement for a month. Are you out of your mind? If you do that, your career will be irreparably damaged," Qianlan strongly opposed. Yet, Xue Qingyi was resolute in her convictions. Xue Qingyi understood that if she did not take action, Yanyou would indeed refuse to withdraw her lawsuit, which would ultimately be detrimental to her case during the court proceedings. She could not allow such a scenario to unfold. The only feasible solution was to temporarily compromise and soften her stance. In fact, the statement she chose to release today was part of her strategic plan, Xue Qingyi remarked. Qianlan, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by that? Did you see what Yanyou said last night?" Xue Qingyi responded with a knowing smile. Qianlan paused, recalling the discussions among netizens online, and suddenly seemed to grasp something. Uncertainly, she looked at Xue Qingyi and asked, "Are you trying to use the topic she created to divert attention from your side?" Xue Qingyi nodded, affirming Qianlan's inquiry. Qianlan, taken aback, questioned, "Will that really work?" Xue Qingyi remained silent, her eyes glimmering with cunning calculation. If Yanyou sought to surprise everyone, then let her divert the netizens' attention on Xue Qingyi's behalf. Chapter 151. Dog bites dog. Yanyou remained oblivious to the machinations of Xue Qingyi against her. She awoke around 9 o'clock, and by the time she had completed her morning rituals and breakfast, it was nearly 10. Yanyou had not forgotten her words from the previous night. Thus at 10 o'clock, she promptly logged into her Weibo account. At the stroke of 10, Yanyou dispatched her meticulously crafted post. At that moment, a considerable number of netizens were already poised beneath her Weibo, eagerly anticipating the sensational revelations she had alluded to the night before. As soon as Yanyou's post went live, many netizens clicked to view its contents. And upon reading it, they all shared a similar reaction. WTF? This cannot be real. In the subsequent moments, astonished netizens began to flood the comments section of the post. "I just want to know the authenticity of this content. Oh my God, this is too explosive. It has utterly shaken my worldview. I can't believe it. Have I been cursing the wrong person all along? I am reluctant to accept this, but the evidence provided by Sister Meng is undeniably compelling. So everything is orchestrated by Li Yanqing's former employer behind the scenes? But why? I cannot fathom. At that time, Li Yanqing was presumably the most renowned artist in their company. Wouldn't this be self-sabotage? That's exactly the point. Li Yanqing's boss must be a lunatic, intent on destroying a lucrative cash cow. I truly do not understand. I simply do not get it." The content Yanyou released was, in fact, evidence of the collusion between Jiaying Entertainment and Yanyou to sabotage Li Yanqing. This was a result of Yanyou's relentless efforts over several hours, during which she unearthed incriminating material from Jiaying Entertainment's owner's private computer, including transaction records with Yanyou and documentation of hired trolls disseminating slander against Li Yanqing. Each piece of evidence was strikingly authentic, allowing the public to discern the true nature of Yanyou and Jiaying Entertainment. Upon seeing this information, netizens propelled the news to trending status, and in an instant, the financial moguls behind Yanyou and Jiaying Entertainment became the subjects of fervent discussion among internet users. Meanwhile, within Jiaying Entertainment, the financial mogul was leisurely seated in his office when suddenly, a secretary knocked and entered, wearing an expression of palpable distress. "Boss, we have a situation." "What's the matter?" Noticing the secretary's frantic demeanor, the boss straightened in his chair, tension coursing through him. The secretary swiftly presented a tablet, displaying the trending topics that had captured the netizens' attention. "Jiaying Entertainment corrupt company, you come out and apologized the years we were deceived." The boss scrutinized the trending entries, his frustration boiling over as he fumed. Who has leaked information from within the company?" In a fit of agitation, he muttered, as a realization struck him, and he hastily opened his computer to investigate, yet found himself unable to uncover anything. The company's cybersecurity had always been a source of unwavering trust for him. Thus, he never anticipated that anyone could infiltrate the network and pilfer the secrets from his computer. After a fruitless investigation, he began to suspect that there was a traitor within the company responsible for the leak. You must investigate thoroughly and ensure that this person is exposed. Mr. Qian exclaimed in exasperation. Just then, a phone call came in. Without glancing at the caller ID, he answered it casually. As soon as the call connected, before he could utter a word, a voice filled with distress erupted from the other end. It was Yanyou. Mr. Qian, our matters have made it to the trending topics online. What are we to do? Did you not assure me that our communications were completely sanitized? Why are we being exposed on the internet? Yanyou lamented, her words dripping with reproach towards Mr. Qian. She yearned for fame, but not in such a manner. Now, still confined to her hospital room, her previous attempts to attract media attention had borne no fruit, and now, merely moments after trending, paparazzi had begun to stake out her location. Frustrated, Yanyou smashed several cups, and to her dismay, her usual outlet for venting, Shaolin, was nowhere to be found, which only fueled her anger further. Mr. Qian, you must think of a solution for me. It was you who encouraged me to pursue this path. You cannot simply abandon me now. Yanyou implored, desperate for Mr. Qian to devise a means to rectify the present predicament. However, when she voiced her request, she was met with Mr. Qian's furious rebuke. What can I do? I am overwhelmed myself. How can you expect me to manage your affairs? His tone was harsh, laced with fury, as though he were on the brink of violence. Yanyou was taken aback, her heart racing with anxiety, yet recalling her current situation. She gritted her teeth and pressed on. Mr. Qian, if you refuse to help me, I will. To protect myself, I will have no choice but to reveal the truth. The moment her words left her mouth, Mr. Qian's roar echoed through the phone. You dare. If you utter even a single word, I will ensure you are ostracized in this industry. You know I have the power to do so. His words were nearly spat through clenched teeth, his disdain for being threatened igniting a blazing fury within him. Fear gripped Yanyou, erasing her usual bravado. Mr. Qian, I do not wish to resort to this, but I cannot allow the hard-won progress in my career to be destroyed. Mr. Qian, if you can devise a way to aid me, I assure you, I will not utter a single word. Yanyou felt a sense of relief, recalling how she had once pressed Mr. Qian for the reasons behind targeting Li Yanqing, thus possessing some leverage to threaten him now. After a prolonged silence on the other end, just as Yanyou was anxiously fearing a refusal from him, she finally heard Mr. Qian's agitated response. Well, I shall find a way to resolve this matter. You would do well to keep your lips sealed. Remember, do not utter a single word about what should remain unsaid. Or else. Before Boss Qian could finish his sentence, he let out a cold snort and angrily hung up the phone. Meanwhile, the person involved felt a sense of unease, while on the other hand, Yanyou, after posting on Weibo, chose not to concern herself with the ensuing developments. Yanyou had also taken note of the situation regarding Xue Qingyi. She was not overly perturbed by the fact that her revelation had overshadowed Xue Qingyi's spotlight. After all, Xue Qingyi was the original protagonist of the story, and Yanyou never anticipated that she could completely overshadow her in one fell swoop. She was in no rush. Some matters are far more entertaining when approached gradually. Chapter 152. Rebuke and Vulnerability. Although the sensational news released by Yanyou diverted considerable attention away from Xue Qingyi, a certain connection still existed between the two, and many continued to discuss Xue Qingyi's situation. Particularly after Xue Qingyi pinned her apology statement to the top of her social media feed, a multitude of derisive comments ensued, causing her immense frustration each time she opened her account. However, the matter did not conclude with a mere apology. The scandal surrounding Xue Qingyi could not be resolved so simply. Being the daughter of the Xue family and a public figure, her disgrace had inevitably cast a shadow over the Xue group, even leading to fluctuations in its stock prices. Upon learning of this, Xue Din summoned Xue Qingyi for a stern reprimand. Overwhelmed by a sense of injustice, Xue Qingyi broke down in tears. Yet, Shun Huiru, her mother, felt a pang of sympathy for her daughter and embraced her gently, turning her gaze reproachfully towards Xue Din. Why direct your anger at her? Look at how frightened she is. Shun Huiru softly patted Xue Qingyi's back, soothing her with tender words. Do not fear, my dear, I am here. With red-rimmed eyes, Xue Qingyi nestled into her mother's embrace, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you, Mama. Stealing a glance at Xue Din, she noticed his displeasure remained unyielding. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed him, her voice quivering with emotion. I am sorry, Father. I understand that I am at fault. But, whenever I think of how she took away my 18 years, separating me from you and Mother, it feels as though my heart is being sliced by a knife. You raised her for 18 years, yet she departed without a second thought, showing no regard for you. It pains me deeply for you both. Despite your devoted guidance, she shows no appreciation, while I yearn for. Ji Mengshue's voice grew increasingly sorrowful. Imbued with the weight of her tears, a solitary crystalline droplet sliding down her cheek, rendering her all the more pitiable. Shun Huiru's heart ached for her daughter, and she shot a disapproving glance at Ji Dean, silently urging him to cease his reproach. The sternness of Ji Dean's face began to falter, revealing a flicker of compassion beneath his anger. Schwerer, he hesitated, seemingly wishing to console Ji Mengxue, but the thought of undermining his authority as a father held him back, and he swallowed his words. Ji Mengxue observed his reaction keenly. Seizing the moment, she gazed at Ji Dean with an innocent demeanor and continued, "Father, if my actions have caused the company distress, I accept full responsibility. Should you wish to punish me, I bear no resentment. I merely hope you and mother will take care of your health and not allow my troubles to affect you, nor let it harm your well-being. I am unfilial. Even if you cast me out of the Ji family, I shall endure." With her strategic retreat, Ji Mengxue managed to penetrate the faade of Ji Dean, who found himself unable to maintain his stoic demeanor. After a long struggle, he finally found his biological daughter. How could he bear to cast her aside? Never mind. Just keep this matter in your heart and ensure you do not repeat the same mistake. Having spoken, Ji Dean felt no desire to linger and turned directly to ascend the stairs to his study. In the living room, only Ji Mengxue and Shun Huiru remained. The daughter's spirits were still low, prompting Shun Huiru to sigh and offer words of comfort. "Schwerer, your father has that temperament. Do not take it to heart. You are our precious daughter, whom we have painstakingly brought back. How could we allow you to suffer again?" Gently, Shun Huiru wiped away the tears from her cheeks and personally escorted her back to her room. "Take a good rest for a while. Do not pay too much attention to those online messages. Once this storm passes, everything will be fine." Shun Huiru softly patted Ji Mengshue's shoulder, and after receiving her nod, she gently closed the door. Ji Mengxue, her eyes still glistening with remnants of tears and appearing utterly innocent, transformed into a visage of coldness the moment the door shut. "Ji Yu, I will not let this slide. Just wait. I will make you repay everything you owe me." Ji Mengxue spat through clenched teeth. She took out her phone, contemplated for a moment, and dialed a number. The call was quickly answered. Without allowing the other party to speak, Ji Mengxue immediately issued her directive. "You once said that whenever I called upon you, you would assist me regardless of the task. Now I need your help with something." Her tone was laced with an irrepressible resentment, and after a brief silence, the person on the line uttered something that posed a challenge for Ji Mengxue. "I do not care. As long as you agree to help me with this matter, I can offer you a substantial sum of money and arrange for your departure abroad. As for other matters, I cannot promise you anything." After Ji Mengxue finished speaking, she listened intently to the requirements proposed by the other party, her brows knitting tighter and her fingers tightening around her phone unconsciously. Just as she hesitated, the voice on the other end continued with a few more sentences, seemingly satisfactory enough for Ji Mengxue to alleviate her frown. "All right, as long as you can complete the task I assigned, I can agree to your terms." Ji Mengshue's voice dwindled, and after exchanging a few more words, she hung up the phone, satisfied. "Achoo, achoo." Ji Yu sneezed several times unexpectedly. Song Yuhang immediately removed his coat and draped it over Ji Yu's shoulders. They were currently dining in an exceptionally upscale restaurant, and the rare opportunity to be alone with Ji Yu was something Song Yuhang cherished deeply. "Are you all right? Are you coming down with something?" Ji Yu shook her head, not dwelling on the matter. "What made you decide to treat me to dinner today?" Ji Yu's gaze swept around, noting the restaurant's delightful ambience. This establishment was located on the 27th floor of a commercial building, offering breathtaking views of the entire cityscape. The restaurant's decor exudes an elegant and grand atmosphere, adorned with exquisite calligraphy and paintings by renowned artists, imparting a sense of nobility intertwined with refinement. Whether it is the meticulously arranged tableware or the neatly attired uniforms of the waitstaff, every detail reflects a level of sophistication that fosters immense comfort. By chance, I discovered that this restaurant offers delightful cuisine, and I would like to invite you to come and savor it. Song Yuhang now radiates an air of elite sophistication. Yet in the presence of Ji Yu, he still exhibits a palpable sense of nervousness and shyness. Chapter 153. Reluctance to discuss emotions. The waiter swiftly delivered the dishes, each artfully plated to resemble exquisite works of art. Normally, Ji Yu paid little attention to such details during meals, but upon seeing the beautifully presented dishes, her interest in tasting them was piqued. The flavors were delightful, she remarked sincerely after savoring an appetizer. Hearing her express enjoyment brought a smile to Song Yuhang's face. He retrieved a beautifully packaged velvet box from his bag, presenting it solemnly before Yanyou. His gaze lowered, unable to meet her eyes. "This is a gift for you. I hope you will like it." At that moment, Song Yuhang felt a wave of anxiety, yet, bolstered by his determination, he lifted his head to face Yanyou. "A gift for me? What could it be?" Yanyou inquired, taken aback. "Please, open it and see if you like it," he urged, suppressing his excitement. As Yanyou opened the velvet box, she was astonished to find a stunning diamond necklace within. I had it custom designed from my own sketches. I sincerely hope you will like it," Song Yuhang said, a hint of shyness in his voice. Yanyou's eyes sparkled with surprise as she asked, "You designed this yourself? I didn't realize you had such talent." The necklace was indeed breathtaking, radiating a brilliant shimmer under the light, resembling twinkling stars strung along a silver ribbon. At its center hung a delicate diamond pendant, uniquely shaped like a butterfly in flight, adorned at the base with interlaced small diamonds resembling pure, flawless snowflakes. "Do you like it?" Song Yuhang asked, his voice tinged with apprehension. Yanyou lifted her gaze, her clear eyes resting on him, revealing a hint of confusion. "Why do you wish to give me this necklace?" Song Yuhang's expression revealed a struggle, but after a moment of resolve, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "Yanyou, I have feelings for you. Would you consider accepting my pursuit?" His straightforward confession caught Yanyou off guard, leaving her momentarily speechless. Just a minute ago, it was Song Yuhang who had been anxious, but now, the turmoil had shifted to Yanyou. Deep down, she had always been aware of Song Yuhang's affections, for his unwavering fondness was evident. However, she had never contemplated altering their current relationship. Initially, Song Yuhang had seemed a worthy investment of her time, gradually evolving into a friendship that she cherished purely, without the desire to intertwine it with other emotions. As Yanyou fell into silence, Song Yuhang's smile gradually faded. He realized that his confession had been impulsive, yet he could no longer contain his feelings. The emotions surging within him felt overwhelming, demanding expression. "I apologize for being so forward," he said awkwardly, forcing a smile while casting his gaze downward to conceal his disappointment. As Yanyou observed his demeanor, she could only let out a resigned sigh. "Yuhang, I am still quite young. Discussing romantic feelings at this stage seems a tad premature," she articulated with earnestness. Song Yuhang was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Yanyou was merely 18 years old. Her usual display of rationality and maturity often led others to overlook her youth, and it was only upon this reminder that one would recall she was still a fledgling adult. To alleviate any awkwardness for Song Yuhang, Yanyou promptly closed the velvet box, placing it on her side. "I shall accept this gift as an early birthday present from you," she quipped playfully, her tone light and devoid of any burden for Song Yuhang. Taken aback for a moment, Song Yuhang soon broke into a relieved smile. He realized Yanyou was providing him with a graceful exit from the conversation, so he chose not to dwell on it further and instead followed her lead, engaging her in discussions about birthdays. With Yanyou's birthday still a month away, Song Yuhang secretly resolved to personally organize a grand celebration for her. After they had lunch, Yanyou returned home on her own. In the ensuing days, she consistently released snippets of information each morning at 10 o'clock, gradually clarifying the events surrounding Li Yanqing to her followers online. Naturally, Mr. Qian could not simply stand by and watch, so he sought to contact Yanyou in hopes of persuading her to cease her revelations. However, lacking Yanyou's contact information, he resorted to reaching out through Xingchen Entertainment, hoping to connect with her that way. Upon learning of this situation, Song Yuhang informed Yanyou and inquired about her stance. Yanyou, unwilling to engage with someone like Mr. Qian, instructed Song Yuhang to decline the overture. Infuriated by the rejection, Mr. Qian seethed with rage. "How audacious! I, Qianzhong, have navigated this industry for years and rarely encounter such an unyielding individual. If she wishes to make my life difficult, then let us ensure neither of us enjoys peace." He muttered through clenched teeth, his expression growing increasingly sinister. Summoning his secretary, he commanded, "I do not care what means you employ, from this moment forth. You must seize all resources from Xingchen Entertainment. It is merely a fledgling company. I am curious to see how long they can endure." "Yes, I shall attend to it immediately," the secretary replied, daunted by Mr. Qian's fearsome demeanor, before promptly exiting. Mr. Qian was aware that Xingchen Entertainment was Yanyou's enterprise, believing that if he could dismantle it, he would deliver a significant blow to her, a form of retribution. However, he gravely underestimated Yanyou's capabilities. To her, money was merely a numerical value, and with the substantial financial backing of Xingchen Entertainment, How could Mr. Qian's machinations possibly bring them to their knees? His tactics were swiftly countered by the financial prowess of Xingchen Entertainment. Long before Yanyou took the initiative to clarify matters for Li Yanqing on Weibo, Song Yuhang had already identified Mr. Qian's Xue Qingyi Entertainment Company as a focal point of concern. Consequently, when the rival company attempted to seize resources from Xingchen Entertainment, swift action was taken. Capitalizing on the prevailing online sentiment and the fluctuations in Xue Qingyi Entertainment stock price, they executed a precise and decisive acquisition of shares from the rival firm. Within a mere week, nearly half of the shares had been secured within the grasp of Xingchen Entertainment. This entire operation was conducted clandestinely, leaving Mr. Qian unaware of the unfolding drama until it was too late. In just a week's time, Mr. Qian's position was directly jeopardized, and he finally grasped the magnitude of the formidable opponent he had provoked. Chapter 154. Now everything is over for an entire week. Yanyou's revelations provided ample entertainment for netizens, particularly clarifying the truth behind Li Yanqing's false accusations and slanders. The online community erupted in anger, voicing their outrage on Xue Qingyi Entertainment's official Weibo and Yanyou's personal account. This pathetic entertainment company, sabotaging their own artists. It's no wonder they have failed to make a name for themselves in the industry. I initially felt sympathy for Yanyou, but I never imagined she would turn out to be such a person. Isn't that the truth? It's a case of trash attracting trash. She and that so-called boss Qian are a perfect match. I must admit, the previous revelations were indeed explosive. They made me want to see a live version. Disgusting. Xue Qingyi Entertainment is going bankrupt. Xue Qingyi Entertainment is going bankrupt. Yanyou, get out of the entertainment industry. She pretends to be a pure flower. Yet behind the scenes, who knows how many people have been with her. Yanyou, please leave the entertainment world and spare my eyes. My heart aches for Li Yanqing. Encountering such a company, it's truly tragic. Isn't that so? If it weren't for the previous incidents, just look at how glorious he could be now. He really has had the worst luck. What about those who once insulted Li Yanqing? When will they step up to apologize? Li Yanqing is truly unfortunate. Well done. Sister Ming, you promised to help Li Yanqing clear his name, and you have truly delivered. Sister Xinhao, you will always be my idol. As the events continued to unfold over several days, the situation garnered enough attention that even those indifferent to the entertainment industry became aware of it. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Li Yanqing, was still engaged in the filming of a reality show, gradually living his life. His phone had been handed over to the production staff, leaving him with only the evening gaming sessions to interact with netizens and learn snippets of external news. However, the information he could access was quite limited, and he found the apologies from netizens puzzling, remaining detached from the tempest brewing online. Conversely, Yanyou's circumstances were starkly different. She had returned home from the private hospital. At this moment, she had received news from her manager that her assistant, Xiaolin, had resigned. Due to the recent online turmoil, the manager decided to cease arranging any assistance for her and temporarily halted her work, advising her to remain at home and refrain from engaging in any futile endeavors. Yanyou was infuriated. The manager's actions were clearly an attempt to bury her in obscurity. As for her former assistant Xiaolin, Yanyou believed she had treated her well, only to discover that Xiaolin had abandoned her at such a critical juncture. It felt like betrayal from an ingrate. Yanyou was utterly unwilling to swallow this indignation and promptly dialed Xiaolin's number. At this very moment, Xiaolin has secured a position at Star Entertainment Company, embarking on a new chapter in her life. The environment of the new company is pleasant, and her colleagues treat her with kindness. Although she is assigned to assist a rookie artist who has just debuted, the artist possesses a good temperament and shows her respect, allowing Xiaolin to experience a joy she never felt while at Yanyou's side. When she receives a call from Yanyou, her initial reaction is one of fear. However, the thought of her newfound life instills in her an inexplicable courage. After a brief moment of hesitation, she answers the call. As expected, the voice on the other end is Yanyou, furiously hurling insults. Yet, to Xiaolin's surprise, she finds herself able to respond with a calm demeanor in the face of the vitriol. Driven by her anger, Yanyou unleashes a barrage of venomous words upon Xiaolin, seeking an outlet for her pent-up frustration, with Xiaolin becoming the target of her ire. Xiaolin grips her phone tightly, offering no response until Yanyou exhausts herself from the tirade. I have taken to heart every word you've spoken, Xiaolin finally says, her voice steady. I believe I have been attentive during my time as your assistant, striving to fulfill your every request, yet you remain perpetually dissatisfied, often deeming my efforts insufficient. You believe it is your right to strike and curse me. A scornful laugh escapes her lips. I need no longer endure your bad temper, and you shall face the consequences for every word you uttered. What do you mean by that? Yanyou feels threatened by Xiaolin's words, her anger flaring once more. She attempts to press Xiao Lin for clarification, but Xiao Lin has already hung up. Frustrated, Yanyou redials, only to discover she has been blocked. That wretched little thing dares to block me. Furious, she contemplates smashing her phone, but refrains, remembering it is a new purchase. However, mere minutes later, her manager calls. Yanyou's heart leaps, hoping for a turn of fortune, only to be met with an onslaught of reprimands as soon as she answers. You fool, what have you done now? Confused, Yanyou replies, what? I haven't done anything. I merely made a phone call. Check online for yourself. Xiao Lin has posted evidence of your previous suicide hoax. What? Panic floods Yanyou as she hurriedly opens Weibo, dismissing a barrage of hateful messages to locate Xiao Lin's account. Sure enough, as her manager indicated, Xiao Lin's latest post appears, showcasing screenshots of their conversation. Xiao Lin's account is verified as an employee of Star Entertainment Company. In an instant, all strength drains from Yanyou, leaving her crumpled on the floor. It's over. Now, everything has come to an end. Yanyou can no longer bear to contemplate the public discourse surrounding her. It seems her future in the starlit realm has been irrevocably severed at this moment. Just as Yanyou feared, her fans have begun to abandon her in droves, transforming her into a pariah, reviled by all. The last stain on Li Yanqing's reputation has finally been completely cleansed. The filming of the Slow Life program has concluded, allowing all the guests to gather their belongings and depart from the seaside villa. Upon retrieving her phone, Li Yanqing finally reunited with her assistant, Xue Qingyi. Brother Yan, we have finally turned the tide. Xue Qingyi exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face as he recounted every detail of the recent events to Li Yanqing. Chapter 155. An increase in affection. It is Miss Yanyou, who has been assisting you all along. Xue Qingyi felt that during the year of their silence, they had exhausted all their fortune just to encounter Yanyou. From the moment they met her, their path out of the abyss was destined to unfold. Li Yanqing's heart swelled with excitement. After hearing everything Xue Qingyi had to say, he could no longer contain himself and dialed Yanyou's number. Upon connection, Yanyou's languid voice flowed through the receiver, soft and sweet, akin to a gentle brush gliding across Li Yanqing's heart, evoking an inexplicable shiver. You, Li Yanqing began, only to realize his voice bore a hint of hoarseness, as if concealing a myriad of emotions. He paused, took a deep breath, and spoke again. Thank you, Miss G. I am already aware of the news online. It was rare for Li Yanqing to feel such fervent emotion. He strove to suppress his feelings, maintaining a facade of calmness to express his gratitude. Yanyou, having just awakened from a nap, was still somewhat drowsy, which lent her voice a soft, dreamy quality. Did I not say I would help you? See, isn't the matter resolved now? You need not be burdened by it any longer. However, do not forget our previous agreement. Yanyou's words momentarily startled Li Yanqing, but he quickly recalled. I thought it was merely a casual remark. Who would have anticipated that Yanyou would act so swiftly? I meant every word. Don't even think about reneging. From this day forth, you are mine. Come by the office to sign the contract when you have the time. Yanyou yawned, feeling a surge of energy, her tone now considerably more buoyant. Listening to her voice on the other end of the line, for reasons unknown, a faint smile graced Li Yanqing's lips. The phrase you are mine struck a chord within him, stirring emotions that had long lain dormant. Xue Qingyi, witnessing this, was taken aback, for it had seemed that a smile had vanished from Li Yanqing's face over the past year, and to see it return now evoked profound sentiment. The recording has concluded. I shall come to the office to sign the contract as soon as possible. I will await you at the office. All right. With their plans set, Li Yanqing ended the call. Xue Qingyi immediately erupted in cheers. Brother Yan, we have finally made it through. Then, unexpectedly, he burst into tears. Only he knew how arduous the past year had been for Li Yanqing. Xue Qingyi even questioned whether, had he not been vigilantly watching over Li Yanqing, he might have chosen to end his life without anyone's knowledge. Yet, thankfully, all the darkness had passed, and a brighter future awaited Li Yanqing. Let us return and rest well today. Tomorrow, you will accompany me directly to Xingchen Entertainment. Li Yanqing yearned to embrace this new beginning in the best possible state. After receiving the phone call, Yanyou was immediately greeted by a series of system notifications. Ding, the affection value of the target, Li Yanqing. For the host has surpassed 70 points, current affection value, 10, awarded 10 free attribute points. Ding, the affection value of the target, Li Yanqing, for the host has increased. Ding, detecting. A cascade of notifications rang out, causing Li Yanqing's affection for Yanyou to surge from 70 to 80, then to over 90, ultimately settling at 95 points. Yanyou was suddenly wide awake, her eyes filled with astonishment. How had his affection risen so dramatically? What did a score of 95 signify? In comparison with Song Yuhang and Jiang Qi, Li Yanqing's current feelings for Yanyou placed her in a realm beyond friendship, yet not quite at the level of romantic involvement. Yanyou thought to herself, well, that was rather unexpected. However, she did not dwell on the matter, as she had not contemplated entering a romantic relationship, and if someone liked her, there was little she could do to prevent it. She preferred to let things unfold naturally. The following morning, Yanyou made her way to Xingchen Entertainment. Upon seeing her, Song Yuhang's eyes lit up, momentarily believing she had come for him, which filled his heart with a sweet sensation. However, when he inquired, he soon learned that Yanyou was there to sign a contract with Li Yanqing. In an instant, the sweetness in Song Yuhang's heart transformed into bitterness, and the brightness in his eyes gradually dimmed, nearly extinguished by disappointment. Here, this is a token of gratitude for our previous interaction. Suddenly, a beautifully wrapped gift box appeared before Song Yuhang. He quickly lifted his gaze in surprise, looking at Yanyou. For me? Automatically disregarding the mention of gratitude, the dimness in his eyes flickered back to life. Thank you. Song Yuhang excitedly accepted the gift box from Yanyou, a hint of apprehension in his voice as he asked, "May I open it now?" Yanyou nodded. Without hesitation, Song Yuhang eagerly unwrapped the gift, revealing a strikingly designed custom watch nestled within a black velvet box. He recognized it immediately as a high-end handcrafted timepiece, with market prices exceeding 7 figures. This is far too extravagant. Don't worry about it. I simply thought this watch suited you perfectly, and I hope you will like it. Song Yuhang paused, then broke into a relaxed smile. I love it. As long as it's from you, I would cherish anything. Though he refrained from voicing his deeper feelings, his eyes conveyed all the emotions he held within. Yanyou met his gaze briefly before nonchalantly diverting her eyes. It was quite normal for friends to exchange gifts, after all. Comforted by Yanyou's gesture, Song Yuhang found his spirits lifted, and even upon realizing she was there for Li Yanqing, he did not allow his mood to plummet again. Soon, Li Yanqing arrived at the company. After their meeting, Yanyou could distinctly sense the change in Li Yanqing compared to their initial encounter. When they first met, Li Yanqing exuded an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. Had it not been for Yanyou's enthusiastic approach to strike up a conversation, it is likely that they would still be strangers to one another. However, the current Li Yanqing, despite still appearing somewhat impassive, emanates a warmth akin to a gentle breeze. Song Yuhang presented the contract he had meticulously prepared to Li Yanqing. After the latter reviewed the terms, Song Yuhang intended to elucidate the rationale behind certain clauses. But to his surprise, Li Yanqing, without a moment's hesitation, picked up a pen and inscribed his name on the document. His actions were swift and decisive, betraying no hint of trepidation regarding potential pitfalls within the contract. Chapter 156. The system releases new tasks. Li Yanqing has signed a contract, officially becoming a member of Star Entertainment. Song Yuhang, aware of Yanyou's high regard for Li Yanqing, promptly set about arranging a new manager for him once the contract was finalized. As for the assistant, Xue Qingyi, who had been by his side, would continue in that role. Simultaneously, Star Entertainment's official blog swiftly announced the signing of Li Yanqing. Discussions surrounding him did not wane. After all, he had endured over a year of scorn and online harassment due to past events, embodying the archetype of the beautiful yet tragic figure. At long last, his perseverance bore fruit, and upon learning of his contract with Star Entertainment, netizens flocked to express their sentiments. Congratulations! Our Yanyou has finally emerged victorious. I heard Star Entertainment is the company of the affluent sister. I hope she takes good care of Li Yanqing, as he has truly faced difficulties over the past year. Of course, Meng Jie is aware. She promised to look out for Li Yanqing when they appeared on the show together. Li Yanqing has suffered greatly. I can hardly fathom how he endured the slander for so long. Indeed, it pains me to even think about it. One can only say that his former boss and that woman lack humanity. Yet, I still cannot comprehend what Li Yanqing did to provoke such animosity. I hope the new company treats him well. I wish for the new company to provide him with excellent resources. He possesses the talent, and with the right opportunities, he can surely return to the pinnacle of success. I hope the new company loves him dearly. Star Entertainment must cherish him. Star Entertainment. Under the post announcing Li Yanqing's signing on Star Entertainment's Weibo, fans fervently began to flood the comments with hopes that the company would treat him well. Within a short span, the post garnered over 100,000 likes and shares, with nearly 50,000 comments, a number that continued to rise with time. This alone attests to the fact that Li Yanqing's return remains a focal point of interest for many. This is certainly a positive development for him, as the entertainment industry had undergone numerous changes during his year-long hiatus. A discreet return could have rendered his future path fraught with challenges. However, now he possesses inherent popularity, with every move attracting considerable attention. If he can seize this opportunity, he may soar to new heights once more. Although Song Yuhang harbored a subtle apprehension towards Li Yanqing from certain perspectives, he harbored no doubts about the robust growth of the company. Following Li Yanqing's signing, Song Yuhang swiftly arranged for a manager to connect him with performance resources, and soon promising scripts found their way into Li Yanqing's hands. While Li Yanqing diligently began his work, Yanyou found herself with some leisure time. Reflecting on her prolonged absence from school, she decided to return with her books, eager to resume her academic life. However, upon her return, she discovered that the number of people paying attention to her had increased significantly compared to before. Unexpectedly, you have proven to be remarkably impressive, and you are the proprietor of an entertainment company? Li Yanqing has now signed with your firm. Might you procure an autograph for me? Gee, are you considering a future in the entertainment industry? Given your striking appearance, I believe you would undoubtedly shine in that realm. By the way, does your company still seek trainees? Might I be considered? The moment Yanyou made her entrance, she attracted the attention of numerous classmates, many of whom sought to establish connections with her, hoping to gain some advantage. Initially, Yanyou engaged politely with them, but as the days passed, the incessant attention grew tiresome. Observing the continuous influx of admirers, Yanyou lost her desire to attend school and promptly sought to take a leave of absence. Upon hearing of her intention to withdraw, her teacher was quite reluctant and personally approached her in an effort to dissuade her. After all, Yanyou had made considerable donations to the school and had garnered significant fame. Her presence could undeniably enhance the institution's reputation, making it difficult to relinquish such a beneficial asset. However, Yanyou had made up her mind, despite her teacher's appeals. She proceeded with her decision to take a leave of absence. With no further obligations to the school and lacking immediate pursuits, Yanyou spent a few leisurely days, ultimately finding herself rather bored. I seem to have lost my sense of purpose, she lamented while sprawled on her bed, gazing at the ceiling. At present, she possessed wealth, beauty, and, well, a man. That was not a priority just yet. Yanyou felt as though she had everything, yet this abundance left her somewhat disoriented. However, upon articulating her concerns, she was met with the system's merciless mockery. This system is the premier wealthy system of its realm. Does the host believe their current worth is commensurate? Yanyou. That stings, my friend. She opened her phone to check her account balance. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. Oh dear, so many zeros, it's quite a challenge to count. Yanyou muttered with a sense of self-indulgence. The system retorted. The host's current balance is 113,035,780,000. You have yet to reach the trillion level. Do you truly consider yourself wealthy? You are the most indolent host this system has encountered. The system's youthful voice carried a hint of arrogance, leading Yanyou to suspect that if it had a corporeal form, it would likely be rolling its eyes at her. She chuckled awkwardly. Isn't it sufficient to have enough money? With all the time spent earning, when would I find the opportunity to enjoy life? The host just expressed feeling as though they have lost their life as purpose. Yanyou's smile faltered, and she responded somewhat sheepishly, perhaps. It isn't so dull after all. Beep, a new task has been issued. A qualified wealthy individual recognizes that every moment of life is worth billions. Please complete the periodic task, the daily life of the wealthy, for time is money. A reward amounting to 50 billion, along with 100,000 points, an island manor, a random skill book, and a treasure chest lottery. The series of announcements from the system left Yanyou momentarily stunned. This was, without a doubt, the most substantial reward she had encountered thus far. Initially inclined to take a lackadaisical approach, Yanyou now found herself filled with an invigorating sense of determination. After all, the system's offerings were simply too enticing. Eagerly, she inquired about the specific requirements for completing the task. In the next instant, the task panel materialized before her eyes. Chapter 157, Discounted Goods with Broken Bones, Task Content. Achieve a daily revenue exceeding 1 million. Reward amount 5 million. Points x 5,000, not completed. Achieve a daily revenue exceeding 10 million. Reward amount 10 million. Points x 10,000, not completed. Achieve a daily revenue exceeding 100 million. Reward amount 80 million. Points x 50,000, not completed. Achieve a daily revenue exceeding 1 billion. Reward amount 100 million. Points x 50,000, not completed. Achieve a daily revenue exceeding 10 billion. Reward amount 5 billion. Points x 100,000, not completed. Achieve a daily revenue exceeding 100 billion. Reward amount 50 billion. Points x 500,000, not completed. Yanyou gazed in astonishment at the task panel displaying this information. She had not anticipated that the rewards for this phased task would be so abundant, with each stage corresponding to a specific reward. and an overall reward upon the completion of all stages. When did you become so generous? Yanyou mused, covering her mouth to suppress a potential squeal of excitement. This system has always been quite generous. The system's lowly voice brimmed with a delightful arrogance. Yanyou chose not to respond, as she had never experienced such a thing before. Is there a time limit for this task? Yanyou suddenly inquired, her mind racing. If there were a deadline, she feared that she might only manage to complete the first 2 tasks at best. Fortunately, the system's reply did not disappoint her. This task has no time limit. Please strive to complete it, host. Yanyou nodded eagerly, feeling elated by the news. With a new task at hand, she felt rejuvenated. Indeed, one should not remain idle for too long, lest they succumb to self-doubt. Yanyou began to contemplate how to accomplish this phased task. Presently, she held several ventures, fully controlling Xingchen Entertainment and another company, Xinguang Venture Capital, while also investing in Junhua Law Firm and holding shares in the Xiao family's restaurant chain, Jiaying Entertainment, among others. Though it appeared she had a fair amount, achieving a daily revenue of over 1 million still seemed a stretch. It appeared to be time to expand her enterprises. Yanyou muttered to herself, already calculating in her mind the direction she should pursue. As she pondered, she casually opened the system marketplace. As she gazed upon the myriad of goods within, inspiration suddenly struck her. Of course, how did I not think of this before? Yanyou exclaimed, slapping her forehead in realization. She had previously considered exchanging her points for skills or blueprints within the system marketplace, and now was the perfect moment. By purchasing product blueprints directly from the system marketplace, she could then develop them in reality for mass sale. The more she contemplated, the more feasible this approach seemed, prompting her to immediately begin searching and selecting items within the system marketplace. Her current points are rather meager, just slightly over 13,000. However, following the system upgrade, discounted items will be periodically available for purchase. Yanyou contemplated exploring the discount section to see if there were any items of use to her. To her delight, her search yielded a remarkable find: the Holographic Network Technology Skill Book. The system mall priced it at 50,000 points, but the discounted price was a mere 12,500 points. In an instant, Yanyou's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this truly my first purchase? I had no idea the discounts in this section were so substantial. A staggering 75 off. This is practically a steal. Nevertheless, she was absolutely thrilled. Beep. Does the host wish to purchase the Holographic Network Technology Skill Book? Yes. I must buy it immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, Yanyou swiftly selected the purchase option, fearing that if she delayed, the skill book would vanish from the shelves. Beep. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Holographic Network Technology Skill Book. Would you like to use it now? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yanyou decisively opted to use it. In the next moment, golden particles melded into her consciousness, flooding her mind with a plethora of information. This sensation lasted for 10 seconds. And when Yanyou opened her eyes, she found herself equipped with advanced knowledge surpassing contemporary network technology. Exhaling deeply, Yanyou felt a surge of determination blossom within her. After a moment's contemplation, she picked up her phone and dialed a number. The call connected after a few rings. Since taking over Starlight Venture Capital, Tong Weiyuan had been operating in a rather laissez-faire manner. Were it not for the regular influx of funds to the company, he might have suspected that Starlight Venture Capital had been abandoned by its owner. Receiving a sudden call from his boss, Yanyou, Tong Weiyuan took a moment before answering. After exchanging polite greetings, he was met with a directive from his superior to acquire a technology company with utmost urgency. Although Starlight Venture Capital primarily invested in startups, assisting in the acquisition of a technology firm posed no issue. After hearing Yanyou's request, Tong Weiyuan paused and cautiously inquired, "Boss, what about the price?" Not allowing him to finish, Yanyou boldly declared, "Do not concern yourself with the price. Just ensure we secure it." She was eager to introduce holographic technology to the world. After all, who has not harbored a desire to experience holographic gaming? Yanyou certainly had. And now that she possessed the capability to manifest that dream, her eagerness to fulfill it was palpable. At this moment, Tong Weiyuan remained unaware of the profound changes Yanyou was poised to bring to the world. However, upon hearing her words, he was thoroughly astonished. He understood that his boss was wealthy, but he had never fathomed the extent of her affluence. To acquire a technology company would require at least hundreds of millions. If choosing one with promising prospects, it could well demand billions to secure the deal. With such thoughts, Tong Weiyuan felt a twinge of apprehension, prompting him to inquire further. "Boss, what scale of company do you prefer?" Yanyou pondered for a moment before responding. "It is not essential for the company's prospects to be particularly promising. All I require is a complete research and development team. As long as they can bring the holographic technology one have developed to fruition, everything else is of little significance to me." Upon hearing Ji Yu's words, Tong Weiyuan inexplicably felt a sense of relief and promptly adapted to this understanding. Once the conversation with Ji Yu concluded, he immediately prioritized this matter on his agenda. After entrusting this task to Tong Weiyuan, Ji Yu began to organize the holographic technology materials in her mind, preparing to enter the research and development phase as soon as Tong Weiyuan successfully acquired the technology company. Chapter 158. Old Acquaintance. The online buzz is ever-changing. Within a mere fortnight, the once fervent discussions surrounding Li Yanqing have gradually subsided. As for the less prominent Ji Mingxue, even though her apology statement remains pinned to her personal page, the chatter surrounding her has diminished significantly. During this time, Ji Mingxue has refrained from appearing in the public eye, even neglecting her school attendance, fully aware that her presence would inevitably provoke endless scrutiny. Rather than face that, she has chosen to retreat quietly for a while, contemplating ways to mend her reputation, a suggestion from Chun Lan that she has dutifully followed. Yet, an undercurrent of discontent simmers within her. It seems that the Ji group has encountered some troubles lately. Ji Dan is often absent from home, and even Shun Huiru's attention towards Ji Mingxue appears to have waned considerably. This infuriates Ji Mingxue, filling her with a sense of neglect. Such feelings have persisted since her past life, each recollection stirring a sense of anxiety within her, as if everything she holds dear might vanish in the blink of an eye. She detests this sensation, and even more so the instigator of her plight, Ji Yu. It is because of her that Ji Mingxue finds herself overlooked by her parents. Despite her efforts in this life to garner their attention, Ji Yu has once again rendered their demeanor towards her considerably colder. Ji Yu truly deserves her wrath. Receiving a phone call, Ji Mingxue discreetly departed from the Ji residence. In the outskirts, an abandoned factory loomed. A vehicle slowly approached along a narrow path before halting at its entrance. The door swung open, revealing a tall figure stepping out from the driver's seat. Dressed in a subdued gray-black casual ensemble, her long dark hair cascaded over her shoulders. With a black mask and sunglasses concealing most of her face, complemented by a wide-brimmed black hat that masked the remaining features, Ji Mingxue cast a cautious glance around, ensuring she was not being followed. Finding no signs of danger, she proceeded into the factory. "Yanyou, where are you?" The light within the factory was dim, prompting Ji Mingxue to remove her sunglasses as she entered. Her voice echoed in the vast emptiness, and shortly thereafter, a man emerged from behind a dilapidated machine. "Mingxue, long time no see," he greeted, his tall, slender frame and somewhat sinister features accentuated by a long scar running along the corner of his eye, amplifying the aura of mischief surrounding him. Upon laying eyes on Yanyou, a flicker of disdain crossed Ji Mingxue's visage, only to be swiftly masked by her composure. Yanyou approached her with deliberate steps, his arms outstretched in a gesture of embrace as he closed the distance. Ji Mingxue's brows knitted tighter, instinctively retreating a couple of steps as he drew near. "What is the matter? It was you who took the initiative to contact me. Yet now that we are face to face, you refuse even a simple embrace." A mischievous grin played on Yanyou's face, but his demeanor was undeniably resolute. Ji Mingxue appeared to recall something, her hesitation manifesting as if her feet had been rooted to the ground, preventing her from retreating any further. Observing this, Yanyou's smile widened with audacious delight as he stepped forward and enveloped Ji Mingxue in his arms, holding her tightly. However, after just a breath, Ji Mingxue could no longer endure it and forcefully pushed Yanyou away, her exasperation only serving to elicit a raucous laugh from him. "Haraha, Mingxue, you remain as breathtakingly lovely as ever." Yanyou's unabashed compliment failed to earn Ji Mingxue's approval, instead rendering her impatience even more palpable. If it were within her power, Ji Mingxue would prefer to sever all ties with Yanyou entirely. They had once lived in proximity, mere neighbors on the same street. Yet, unlike Ji Mingxue's gentle nature, Yanyou was the type to stir up trouble, a figure that had been irksome since childhood. Ji Mingxue often felt her own home life was challenging. But compared to Yanyou, she was in paradise. Yanyou had a father who was a compulsive gambler, squandering the family's savings, and when inebriated, he would unleash his frustrations upon his son. The only person who had shown him kindness, his grandmother, had raised him. But she tragically passed away when he was merely 16 due to an accident. Ji Mingxue's intersection with him occurred during the time of his grandmother's death. At just 12, she was pursued by a lecherous man, and it was Yanyou who intervened, driving the man away and sparing her from harm. However, from that moment onward, he became a constant presence in her life. Though he never crossed any lines, he trailed her daily, much to her annoyance. And no matter how she attempted to evade him, it proved futile. Xue Qingyi was aware of his affections for her. Yet Zhou Hongyu had dropped out of school at 17, immersing himself in the underbelly of society, associating with local ruffians, and later becoming involved with a gang, engaging in even more nefarious activities. This reality left her with little regard for him, despite his past act of heroism. For 4 long years, this relentless pursuit continued. Then, one day, Zhou Hongyu approached Xue Qingyi with news of a lucrative job opportunity, divulging the nature of his work and proclaiming that once he had earned enough, he would return to offer her a life of abundance, freeing her from the oppression of the Liang family. However, upon hearing his words, Xue Qingyi felt an overwhelming urge to flee. She understood that Zhou Hongyu's so-called lucrative job entailed human trafficking, involving not only women and children, but also men among their victims. Those who fell into their clutches faced an inescapable fate, either becoming someone else's plaything on a soft bed or lying on a cold operating table, reduced to mere commodities. Xue Qingyi chose not to divulge this information to anyone, as she wished to avoid entanglements. Since that day, Xue Qingyi had not encountered Zhou Hongyu again, yet he occasionally reached out to her. Even after Xue Qingyi changed her phone number, Zhou Hongyu still managed to contact her. I had thought you would never take the initiative to reach out to me. Over the span of 2 years, Zhou Hongyu had undergone a remarkable transformation. Now, standing before Xue Qingyi, he exuded a confidence far surpassing his former self. The only aspect that remained unchanged was his piercing gaze, reminiscent of a coiled viper, poised to strike when least expected. Xue Qingyi regarded Zhou Hongyu with an impassive expression and spoke softly. I have a task that I require your assistance with. Chapter 159. We are of the same kind, what do you need me to do? Zhou Hongyu gazed intently at Xue Qingyi, his eyes seemingly tracing her form with a predatory intensity. Xue Qingyi frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable under Zhou Hongyu's scrutinizing gaze. Nevertheless, as she had matters that required his assistance, she suppressed her discomfort. I need you to deal with someone. The mere thought of Ji Yuyu's face ignited an irrepressible resentment within her. Observing her reaction, Zhou Hongyu's smile grew colder. He had cherished Xue Qingyi for many years, even in the absence of her company over the past 2 years. He had come to regard her as his possession. Now, the notion that someone could cause her distress stirred a tempest of rage within him. Who? Zhou Hongyu's question was succinct, his tone imbued with a frigid edge. Xue Qingyi promptly produced the prepared documents and handed them to him. I want you to find a way to eliminate the person in this dossier, make her suffer unbearably, and wish for death. Xue Qingyi's voice dripped with fury as she gritted her teeth, longing to tear Ji Yuyu apart. Zhou Hongyu perused the documents casually, but upon encountering the photograph, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. What a beautiful face. It was a level of exquisite beauty Zhou Hongyu had never before encountered. Truly stunning, he remarked, a hint of admiration escaping his lips. Upon hearing his comment, Xue Qingyi's heart filled with unease. You're not interested in her, are you? Although she held no affection for Zhou Hongyu, the thought of the man who adored her turning his affections toward her rival was unbearable. Noticing Xue Qingyi's sudden change in demeanor, Zhou Hongyu raised an eyebrow and leaned closer, teasingly asking, what is the matter? Are you jealous? Xue Qingyi shot him a cold glare. Zhou Hongyu, undeterred by her frosty demeanor, laughed boisterously and leaned in closer, relishing the scent of her perfume. Rest assured, my heart belongs solely to you. There will be no one else. I merely believe such a face could command a high price. I don't care how you do it. I just want her to vanish from my sight forever. Let her endure the most miserable existence, suffering beyond imagination. Xue Qingyi revealed her malevolent intentions without reservation in front of Zhou Hongyu. Zhou Hongyu took note of the resentment etched on her face, gently lifting a strand of her hair to kiss it. I knew it. We are of the same kind, destined to be together. His gaze lingered on her, unabashedly professing his feelings. Xue Qingyi stepped back, creating distance between them. Don't say such things, I don't want to hear it. Very well. All shall be as you wish. Zhou Hongyu shrugged, nodding in resignation while maintaining a respectful distance from Xue Qingyi. After conveying all that she wished to express, Xue Qingyi felt no desire to linger in solitary company with Zhou Hongyu. Thus, she bid farewell directly. Zhou Hongyu did not attempt to impede her departure. Instead, as he observed her retreating figure, his gaze deepened, hinting at concealed, somber emotions within. In a mere week, Tong Weiyuan successfully accomplished the task assigned by Ji Yuyu. After a thorough selection process, he opted to acquire a technology company with a rather bleak developmental outlook, investing a staggering $3.5 billion to finalize the purchase. Beep. Congratulations to the host for this expenditure totaling 3.5 billion. The aesthetic value of the expenditure target has reached 90 points, triggering a tenfold cashback, amounting to 35 billion. When the system's notification resonated in her mind, Yanyou was momentarily taken aback. System, are you experiencing a bug? She inquired skeptically. No, I am not. Then why is the cashback so substantial this time? Wasn't it stated that only expenditures on others would yield returns? This time, I spent 3.5 billion in my own name. How could this be? Yanyou was bewildered. Although elated by the unexpected influx of funds, she yearned for clarity to ease her mind. Fortunately, the system promptly provided answers. Following the system upgrade, the host has been included among those eligible for cashback. The host meets the criteria for triggering the tenfold return, and the cashback amount is entirely valid. Upon hearing this, Yanyou was filled with exhilaration. So, according to your explanation, will I no longer need to spend on the opposite sex to receive cashback? This means that spending my own money is actually more advantageous. Given that her aesthetic value was now maximized, every expenditure she made would trigger the tenfold cashback condition. With this thought, a radiant smile spread across her face. Indeed, host. The system's response did not disappoint Yanyou. After a moment's contemplation, she continued, now that I have received a cashback of 35 billion, does this mean that I have completed the first phase of the task? Achieving a daily income exceeding 1 million, with a reward of 5,005,000 points. Although Yanyou had begun to regard the 5 million reward as trivial, the allure of the 5,000 points was undeniable. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, the first phase of the task has not been completed. The cashback amount does not count towards it. The host must achieve the daily income target through personal effort for the task to be deemed accomplished. The host's current daily earnings range between 750,000 and 900,000. You are not far from achieving a daily income exceeding 1 million. Please continue to strive. Though Yanyou initially felt a twinge of disappointment, the system's report on her current daily earnings invigorated her spirit once more. It seems I am not far from completing the first phase of my task. As long as I can swiftly develop the holographic technology this time, I am confident that once it is fully promoted, fulfilling my objective should become a mere formality. Yanyou possesses unwavering faith in this endeavor. Next, she intends to find an opportunity to personally visit the technology company. To first meet the research and development team within the organization. Honda Technology Company, having previously suffered due to the poor decisions of its former owner, was on the brink of bankruptcy. However, unexpectedly, a benefactor appeared and acquired the entire company. Honda Technology Company has since been renamed Xingyao Technology Company. The former owner has taken his earnings and retired abroad, leaving behind a group of anxious employees. Although the acquisition means the company will not declare bankruptcy and the employees will not face unemployment, the nature of the new owners remains unknown, and it is uncertain what transformations the new leadership will implement. Chapter 160. The new company on Monday morning at 9 o'clock. In the office area that had been renamed Xingyao Technology Company, employees arrived one after another, clocking in for work. However, today, each face bore a solemn expression, as if they were concealing unspoken worries. In the tea room, a few familiar colleagues gathered to brew coffee and indulge in gossip. It was rumored that the new boss would be visiting the company today for an inspection and personnel adjustments. What kind of person could the new boss be? They say that a new official brings 3 fires, and perhaps the new boss would be somewhat difficult to deal with. Who knows? As long as I can remain employed, that is all that matters. I certainly do not wish to be thrust into unemployment in this day and age, where finding work is a daunting task. Such sentiments were not confined to the tea room. Even those seated at their desks engaged in hushed exchanges, speculating over the news that had circulated that day. Wu Feng, clad in a sharply tailored black suit with impeccably styled hair, entered the company with an invigorated demeanor, immediately sensing the palpable shift in atmosphere. Let us all focus on our work and refrain from unfounded speculation, he reminded them, fully aware of the anxieties that plagued everyone. With that, he retreated to his office. Currently, aside from the departure of the former owner, there had been no other changes within the company, leaving Wu Feng acutely aware that the new boss's arrival would likely herald a significant personnel reshuffle. He had long held the position of vice president, although his authority under the previous owner had been minimal, as the latter was notoriously autocratic and dismissive of counsel. Despite having contemplated a career change, he decided to remain, hoping that the new owner might bring a different approach and perhaps a chance for redemption for the company. Wu Feng prided himself on his steadfastness. He was not one to flit from place to place, and he was reluctant to start anew at another company. While the mood was tense among the other employees, Wu Feng managed to maintain a composed exterior, appearing unaffected and exuding reliability. As the clock approached 11, the receptionist downstairs contacted the secretary's office to announce the arrival of the new boss. Wu Feng quickly gathered some executives and made his way downstairs. Upon seeing Wu Feng and several senior managers descend, the other staff members began to murmur once more, and the atmosphere in the office grew even more charged. Yanyou, dressed in a refreshing light green casual long dress, paired with a cream-colored denim vest, had her glossy black hair tied back in a high ponytail adorned with a jeweled flower. Complemented by white casual shoes, she radiated an aura of purity and vitality. Particularly striking was her exquisitely beautiful face. With just a hint of lip gloss, she appeared far more stunning than those who had gone to great lengths to prepare themselves. She did not arrive alone today. Trailing behind her were Tong Weiyuan and several colleagues. Apart from her, everyone else, regardless of gender, was clad in solemn professional attire, clutching briefcases and exuding an air of seriousness. The moment they stepped into the company, they undeniably projected an aura of authority. Yanyou was aware that this was Tong Weiyuan's strategy, designed to bolster her presence and prevent the seasoned employees of the new company from underestimating her. After all, she appeared to be merely on the cusp of adulthood, and without the imposing presence of her companions, she might have been subjected to condescension and whispered judgments. However, she remained indifferent, allowing Tong Weiyuan and the others to proceed as they wished. Tong Weiyuan approached the reception to state their purpose, and the receptionist, visibly flustered, quickly made a phone call. Within mere minutes, Wu Feng emerged from the elevator, accompanied by a group. Throughout his descent, Wu Feng had been pondering the appearance of the new boss. Would he resemble the previous owner, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, perhaps rather unremarkable? Or would he be a spirited young achiever? Maybe he was a decisive and taciturn leader? Amidst his various conjectures, he had never envisioned that the new boss would be such a youthful young lady. "Excuse me, are you?" Wu Feng approached Yanyou, his tone laced with uncertainty, still grappling with disbelief regarding his assumptions. Tong Weiyuan stepped forward to facilitate the introduction, stating, "This is Miss Yanyou, the investor who has acquired the company." Upon hearing Tong Weiyuan's words, Wu Feng's suspicions were confirmed, and the astonishment on his face became impossible to conceal. Realizing he had overstepped, he quickly bowed his head in apology. "I'm sorry, it's quite all right. There's no need for further discussion. Let us proceed with the meeting first," Yanyou replied, fully understanding the surprise of the other party, without pursuing the matter further. Wu Feng promptly led everyone upstairs. The employees within the company were silently awaiting their arrival. Although they all pretended to be engrossed in work, every gaze was fixed on the entrance. "They're here. They're here," someone whispered, prompting a surge of anticipation among the crowd. Moments later, they witnessed a group entering, led by a vibrant and youthful figure whose exquisite features instantly captivated all attention. How beautiful! Who is she? Why is she walking alongside Wu and the others? And even leading the way? She looks somewhat familiar. Have I seen her somewhere before? Could it be what I'm thinking? An incredulous notion emerged in everyone's minds. When they observed that even Wu Feng was respectfully walking behind her, the speculations in their hearts crystallized into certainty. She was, indeed, the new owner of the company. With a resounding clap of his hands, Wu Feng drew everyone's attention back to him. As all eyes turned in his direction, he began, "Allow me to introduce our new boss, Miss Yanyou." The moment his words fell, a wave of enthusiastic applause erupted among the employees. Some gasped in surprise. "Ah, I remember now, it's her. No wonder she looks so familiar. She's the one who became particularly famous online not long ago. Who would have thought she is our new boss? I've heard she is exceptionally wealthy. It seems to be true. If that's the case, perhaps we need not worry about layoffs? Goodness, she is so stunningly beautiful. A combination of beauty and immense wealth. I am truly envious." Many employees recognized Yanyou's identity and gazed at her with fervent admiration. Chapter 161. Holographic Helmet. After exchanging brief greetings with her employees, Yanyou led a large group into the conference room. The murmurs of the staff were left behind, as the attendees entered with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Taking their seats, Yanyou settled into the boss's chair, with Tong Weiyuan and Wu Feng flanking her on either side. "My purpose for today is twofold." As soon as everyone was seated, Yanyou took the initiative to speak. She candidly articulated her intentions, revealing her desire to appoint Wu Feng as the new CEO of the company, entrusting him with all personnel changes. The other matter at hand was to assign the development of holographic technology to the research department. Upon hearing Yanyou's words, everyone in attendance was left in stunned silence, gazing at her in disbelief. Holographic technology. Could it be true? Did I mishear? "Boss, are you truly saying this?" The most exhilarated among them were the members of the research department, for holographic technology represented a formidable barrier they all aspired to overcome. Now, with someone proclaiming the existence of mature holographic technology, how could they contain their excitement? The room buzzed with chatter, yet Yanyou refrained from silencing them at first. After several minutes, she raised a hand, signaling for quiet. The room fell silent, but the fervent glances directed at her spoke volumes of their enthusiasm. I am entrusting this technology to you. I hope you can expedite its development. Yanyou's hopeful words stirred a fervor within the team, igniting their desire to demonstrate their capabilities at once. Having addressed the crucial matters, Yanyou also took the opportunity to discuss personnel adjustments with Wu Feng and the other employees. The previous owner had departed swiftly, but inevitably left behind some loose ends for Wu Feng to handle. Yanyou wished to ensure that her company remained free of any detrimental influences. Additionally, there was the matter of salary adjustments. At the mention of this, a palpable tension filled the room. Surely, their salaries wouldn't be reduced? Before any doubts could take root, Yanyou's ensuing words brought forth a wave of astonishment and joy, as she announced a doubling of salaries for all employees. In an instant, everyone regarded Yanyou, the new boss, with newfound respect, feeling an inexplicable sense of belonging to the company. The meeting lasted nearly 2 hours, and as it concluded, every individual departed with a subtle smile gracing their lips. Observing this scene, the employees outside felt as if the burdens they had carried were finally lifted, granting them a sense of relief. Yanyou did not linger at the company for long. After conveying her expectations, she departed once more with Tong Weiyuan and the others from Xingyao Technology. Wu Feng and several senior executives escorted Yanyou downstairs. Once they watched her leave, they eagerly returned to the upper floors to relay the meeting's content to the company's employees. Wu Feng understood that, like him, everyone in the company had been apprehensive about the potential drastic changes that the new boss might implement. However, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The company would retain its original team, ensuring that operations could proceed as usual. As he listened to the jubilant cheers of the employees, Wu Feng's eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance. In contrast to before, he now felt a promising future for the company. Yanyou entrusted the research and development department with some critical aspects of holographic technology, subsequently adopting a hands-off managerial approach. With the prospect of high salaries presented by Yanyou, the employees were invigorated in their work. Particularly, the R&D staff, upon reviewing the materials provided by Yanyou, voluntarily put in extra hours without a hint of complaint. After a month of diligent overtime, the holographic system that Yanyou desired was finally developed. To better support the system, the company specially created a compatible holographic headset. The first completed product was delivered directly to Yanyou. As she beheld the holographic headset before her, Yanyou felt a surge of excitement. In her previous life, she had once dreamt of possessing such a device. Yet the limitations of technology rendered those dreams mere fantasies. Now, in this life, her dreams were finally coming true, bringing tears of joy to her eyes. Eagerly, she donned the holographic headset, ready to test the product's capabilities. Although she had prepared herself and knew what the final output would entail, the moment she activated the headset, the disparity between expectation and reality struck her profoundly. As the system powered on, Yanyou felt her consciousness detach from her physical form, instantly entering an extraordinary realm. The previously dark void illuminated with a gentle light the moment she stepped inside. She glanced around, observing countless lines of code rapidly refreshing, exuding an unmistakable aura of advanced technology. Welcome to the Starry Holographic System. As you are an initial user, please select your avatar for entering the holographic network. 2 options appeared before Yanyou, one male and one female avatar. She promptly selected the female form, and another panel emerged. Please adjust your avatar. Following the prompts, Yanyou accessed the adjustment interface and began to set the parameters. Instead of reflecting her own likeness, she opted for a more neutral appearance. After modifying the avatar's attributes, a new prompt appeared before her. Connecting to the network, please hold on. Network connection successful. In the next moment, the space around Yanyou transformed into an expansive starry sky. After half an hour of exploration, Yanyou decided to exit the experience. At present, the holographic network has merely been developed, yet the construction of the network remains a considerable undertaking. Even with the resources provided by Yanyou, the research and development department, standing on the shoulders of giants, requires a certain amount of time for advancement, resulting in a rather monotonous environment for the time being. Nevertheless, the current achievements have greatly satisfied Yanyou, and she is confident that they will soon attain the desired effects. With the holographic helmets already in development, Yanyou believes it is time to create some momentum. After communicating with Wu Feng, the company's operations department began to mobilize. Soon, discussions began to quietly surface online. Chapter 162. Excited netizens. I heard that a company has developed a holographic helmet. Is it the kind I imagined? Is it true? I can't shake the feeling that it seems a bit far-fetched. Indeed, didn't another company announce something similar a few years back? After a while, the news just vanished without a trace. Who knows what happened? However, I've heard that this time it seems to be genuine. Really? Could it be that the holographic game I've been anticipating is about to be released? When will it be available? Is the holographic helmet expensive? I hope it's priced within my reach. Am I the only one curious about which company it is? I urge someone in the know to come forward and clarify. Amidst the fervent discussions among netizens, numerous threads emerged across various forums. Ultimately, through their relentless inquiries, they uncovered the origins of the so-called holographic helmet. The name of Xue Technology Company came to light, yet this nascent tech firm left the netizens puzzled and unaware. Could such a small company truly develop a holographic helmet, as opposed to the established giants in the industry? Doubts began to fester, and many felt deceived, resorting to mockery on Xue Technology's official social media. Self-indulgence isn't your fault, but disseminating misleading information is where you've gone wrong. Do you even understand how eagerly I await holographic games? And this is what you present to me. If even the major companies can't achieve this, what capabilities does this small firm possess? I refuse to believe it unless you present the new helmet for me to see. Who spread this rumor? Step forward and apologize. In a fleeting moment, Xue Technology's official account became inundated with comments from netizens. However, the company remained unfazed, casually uploading a video. The footage comprised two segments. The first showed company employees in an expansive room donning a uniquely designed helmet, accompanied by indistinct voices that were rendered inaudible through sound editing. The second segment revealed an infinite expanse of starlit sky, with the previously helmeted employee now immersed within this cosmic vista. Following the employee's perspective, viewers observed a series of operations, and within a minute, the boundless starry sky transformed into a vast, sprawling meadow. The wind rustled the grass, creating a soft sound, while nearby, cattle and sheep grazed leisurely. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the fine details of their fur, rendered with exquisite precision. Additionally, wildflowers adorned the ground, with glistening dewdrops on the blades of grass. Every minute detail bore an uncanny resemblance to the real world. Though the video was brief and lacked any standout features, it ignited the enthusiasm of netizens. Surely it can't be special effects? What current effects can achieve such realism? I refuse to believe this is merely a trick. Is this the legendary holographic virtual scene? Goodness! Could that previous rumor actually be true? Could someone from Xue Technology please come forward and clarify whether this is indeed holographic technology? When is the full suite of games going to be launched? I can hardly contain my anticipation. Holographic games, holographic games. Please expedite the launch of the entire game collection. Do not force me to kneel and plead. Due to this seemingly innocuous video, Xue Technology found itself trending on Weibo, attracting the attention of several major tech companies. However, they are all aware of the formidable challenges in realizing true holographic technology, so upon hearing the news, their interest was piqued but resulted in no further actions. Amidst this surge of attention, Xue Technology recognized the public's eagerness and chose not to remain silent. Instead, they directly affirmed the speculations of netizens. Xue Technology posted, "Holographic technology is being refined. Please await further updates." They also stated, "Holographic games are in production and will be unveiled to you in the near future. We ask for your patience." These two posts from Xue Technology's official Weibo ignited a frenzy online, with netizens erupting in excitement. I am so looking forward to this. How much longer must I wait? I can hardly bear it. Oh my, is my dream finally coming to fruition? What a remarkable entity Xue Technology is. They were previously under the radar, and now they are making waves. I am utterly enamored. Please provide a timeline. I cannot wait 1,000 years. Indeed. Give us a definitive answer. When can we immerse ourselves in the holographic game I have been yearning for? Could you possibly reveal the game genre? I implore you. In response to the enthusiastic inquiries from netizens, Xue Technology's official account did not adopt an aloof demeanor. Rather, they warmly selected and replied to several comments. Netizens inquired about the current status of the holographic technology. Xue Technology responded, "It is presently in the testing phase." They also shared a 9-panel image showcasing the holographic headset from multiple angles. Curiosity about the new game genre was met with openness, as Xue Technology candidly revealed that it primarily focuses on obedience. This down-to-earth approach from their official account endeared them to netizens, prompting many to follow them. Unbeknownst to anyone, someone took it upon themselves to delve into the background of Xingyao technology, unearthing some intriguing information, which they then shared in an online discussion thread. Given that netizens had already been closely monitoring the developments of Xingyao technology, the revelation of this background information sparked immediate interest, leading many to eagerly click to learn more. However, upon reading the details, nearly everyone was left astonished. The Starry Technology Company unexpectedly belongs to Yanyou as well, following the recent uproar on the internet. Even though Yanyou is not part of the entertainment industry, her name has become well known among a majority of netizens. Upon discovering that Starry Technology Company is indeed one of her ventures, Yanyou's follower count on Weibo experienced another remarkable surge. She has been attentive to the online discourse and is somewhat satisfied with the promotional strategies for Starry Technology, having no intention of intervening and leaving the matters in their capable hands. Instead, she was summoned by Song Yuhang to meet someone. Chapter 163. I will give you everything I can. Yanyou and Song Yuhang encountered a woman named Anna. She possessed striking beauty. Although not quite on par with Yanyou's appearance, Yanyou discreetly activated her aesthetic scanner and swiftly obtained the desired results. Anna's beauty was rated at 89 points, which fell within Yanyou's expectations. Their meeting took place in Anna's studio, where Yanyou quickly discerned her profession as a fashion designer. However, she was puzzled as to why Song Yuhang had brought her there. A month ago, Mr. Song commissioned a custom gown from me, and it is now complete. Anna instructed her assistant to present a beautifully packaged gift box. Upon opening it, Yanyou was greeted by an exquisite gown. The dress, a stunning silver white, featured an off-the-shoulder mermaid silhouette, adorned with delicate pearl tassels on the shoulders and a pearl orchid at the chest, embellished with various gemstones. Long strands of pearl chains cascaded from the bodice down to the waist, intertwining with additional orchids. How beautiful! Yanyou exclaimed sincerely, her eyes brimming with delight. You may try it on now. Any adjustments needed can be made, Anna said with a gentle smile, courteously reminding her. Yanyou nodded and made her way to the changing room with the gown, followed closely by Anna, who was prepared to assist with any necessary alterations. Meanwhile, Song Yuhang sat quietly on the sofa, his heart racing uncontrollably. This sensation intensified when Yanyou emerged in the gown. The silver-white mermaid dress accentuated Yanyou's flawless curves perfectly, and her cascading long hair framed her exquisite face, enhancing her grace. Each lustrous pearl shimmered under the light, making Yanyou appear almost ethereal. Do I look good? Yanyou asked with a smile. Song Yuhang nodded fervently, unable to divert his gaze from her for even a moment. You have always looked stunning, regardless of your appearance or attire, in my heart. You have always been the most beautiful. Finding amusement in Song Yuhang's reaction, Yanyou pondered for a moment before inquiring, why the sudden gift of a gown? It appears rather expensive. I wonder if my salary could truly cover such a price. Perhaps her expression revealed too much, for Song Yuhang quickly understood her unspoken thoughts. After a brief hesitation, he decided to explain, actually, Anna is my friend. Upon hearing Song Yuhang's explanation, Yanyou grasped the situation. The two had met during Song Yuhang's employment period, a time when he had explored various jobs in pursuit of earning money, even considering modeling due to his appearance. However, in the end, due to the constraints of time, he chose to relinquish his pursuit, yet fate still brought him to Anna, who had granted him some small favors. At that time, Anna was merely a fledgling designer, just beginning to emerge, and now she has made a subtle mark in the fashion industry. This time, it was Song Yuhang who took the initiative to reach out to Anna, sharing some of his thoughts with her and requesting her assistance in designing a gown exclusively for Yanyou, leading to the present moment. Yanyou, upon hearing this, couldn't help but express her exasperation, playfully chiding, Yuhang, you seem quite astute on most days. How could you engage in such foolishness? With so much money, wouldn't it be better to spend it on yourself? Song Yuhang, unfazed, even found joy in the act. He wished to provide the best for the person he cherished, within his means. In just a few days, it would be your birthday, as long as you are pleased. Song Yuhang grinned subtly. Yanyou returned his smile with a radiant beam. It didn't matter. She could always increase his salary after returning home. This was a simple thought that crossed Yanyou's mind. Oh right, I almost forgot about that. Thanks to Song Yuhang's reminder, Yanyou nearly overlooked her own birthday. Unexpectedly, half a month had slipped away since she last mentioned her birthday, and now she was about to celebrate her first birthday in this world. Song Yuhang had promised to throw a grand birthday banquet for Yanyou, and preparations were nearly complete. After trying on the dress, Yanyou changed out of it. I will adjust the dress to your appropriate size in the shortest time possible, ensuring it does not delay the banquet, Anna assured. Both Yanyou and Song Yuhang had complete faith in her. Handing the dress over to Anna, Yanyou casually remarked, "The dress you made is beautiful. I believe it will soon gain widespread acclaim." Yanyou's words momentarily surprised Anna, who then responded with a wry smile. "Thank you for your kind words." Anna slightly bowed in gratitude before carrying the gift box to her workshop. Actually, Song Yuhang quietly shared some insights about Anna's situation with Yanyou, revealing that Anna's current circumstances were somewhat awkward. Her studio aspired to penetrate the realm of high-end customization, necessitating proof of her capabilities to the world. Although Anna's designs were both spirited and creative, they lacked a stroke of fortune. Without a chance to shine at Fashion Week, she would never enter that exclusive circle. Yanyou had developed a fondness for Anna's designs. Previously, while changing gowns, she had noticed several stylish dresses hanging within the studio that had caught her eye. Suddenly, Yanyou recalled that following a system upgrade, consumer spending was no longer restricted by gender. Since she admired Anna's work, perhaps she could consider making an investment. With this thought, Yanyou felt increasingly convinced that it was a splendid idea. Consequently, she called Anna over directly and shared her thoughts. "Are you suggesting that you wish to invest in my studio?" Anna gazed in disbelief at the remarkably youthful girl before her eyes tinged with a hint of skepticism. Yet, as she pondered the fact that Yanyou, so young, had already ascended to the role of Song Yuhang's superior, her doubts gradually began to dissipate, supplanted by an indescribable surge of emotions. "I can provide the funding as your backing, and all you need to do is to fully showcase your talents. As for the shares, I require only a modest 30. Yanyou's words plunged Anna into a state of inner turmoil. She had never contemplated the idea of allowing someone to invest in her studio, leaving her momentarily speechless. Yanyou did not press her, instead choosing to patiently await Anna's response. Song Yuhang seemed to hesitate, his gaze flitting between Yanyou and Anna, ultimately remaining silent. Chapter 164. The accident. Anna possessed no grounds to refuse Yanyou, and thus ultimately acquiesced to her proposal. Yanyou, with her ample financial resources, found it effortless to establish a high-end luxury brand. With the International Fashion Week just a few months away, Anna could commence her design and production, ensuring a stunning debut at the show. Song Yuhang personally drove Yanyou home, appearing to be in high spirits throughout the journey. Despite having been rejected in his earlier confession to Yanyou, it had not marred their camaraderie. Their conversation flowed easily, creating a relaxed atmosphere. However, as they approached an intersection, they were oblivious to the fact that a truck was barreling towards them from an adjacent road. "Be careful." Yanyou caught a glimpse of the impending danger, her face paling as she instinctively called out a warning. Yet, as the truck drew near, it became evident that even slamming on the brakes or accelerating would be futile. Was her life destined to end at this very moment? After finally binding herself to the system and embarking on the life she had always dreamed of, would it truly conclude like this? Help! A piercing alarm echoed in Yanyou's mind as she urgently sought assistance, instinctively shutting her eyes as if to shield herself from witnessing the harrowing moment of her demise. Bang! The deafening crash reverberated in her ears, momentarily feeling as though her heart was being wrenched from her chest. Yanyou sensed a buzzing in her head, and suddenly, her consciousness seemed to separate from her body. Yet, the anticipated pain never arrived. In fact, she felt no jolt or impact whatsoever. What felt like an eternity in her mind transpired within mere seconds from the moment she sensed something amiss to the sound of the collision. Hesitantly, she opened her eyes, and the delayed braking propelled her body forward, jolting her back to reality. As her senses returned, she found herself gazing into Song Yuhang's eyes, filled with concern. "Yanyou, are you all right?" Song Yuhang, equally shaken by the incident, instinctively prioritized Yanyou's well-being. Yanyou shook her head. "I'm fine, what about you?" Song Yuhang, too, was unharmed. They simultaneously turned their gaze towards the window, where the truck that should have collided with them was now grotesquely tilted and entangled with a black Range Rover. It seemed that the Range Rover had struck the truck, diverting it from its intended path and causing it to topple over. Upon recognizing the Range Rover as the vehicle she had entrusted to Shun Li and Zhou Yangxing, Yanyou's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly exited the car to assess the situation. The truck's rear cargo area was filled with several baskets of vegetables, which, due to the unfortunate overturning, had scattered all over the ground. The side of the truck that had been impacted was visibly dented, and the driver inside appeared to be injured. With blood on his head, lying motionless, it was uncertain whether he was merely injured or had succumbed to his injuries. The front of the Land Rover had also sustained damage. However, it was fortunate enough not to have overturned. Through the shattered windshield, it was evident that all the airbags had deployed, providing protection to the occupants from further harm during the collision. Yanyou had originally purchased several Land Rovers as work vehicles for her employees, in addition to allocating one each to Xun Li and Xue Qingyi. She had also supplied a few to the security company established by Xue Qingyi, leveraging his name for returns on expenditure, thus ensuring that the vehicles were of the highest specifications. Given that these vehicles were already designed with collision protection in mind, the premium configurations were incomparable to standard models. Therefore, upon witnessing the accident involving her own vehicle, Yanyou was not overly concerned about the safety of Xun Li and Xue Qingyi. Rather, her thoughts were consumed with worry for the life of the truck driver. Quickly, Yanyou retrieved her phone to dial for emergency assistance and approached the scene to assess the situation. The truck driver was trapped in his seat, and it was unclear where he was injured. Only professional help could facilitate his rescue. Fortunately, during the rollover, the fuel tank had remained intact, alleviating concerns about potential hazards. Yanyou then moved to the side of the Land Rover, tapping on the window and calling out to the occupants, simultaneously urging the system in her mind. Surely, nothing disastrous had occurred. Life detection device activated. Scan complete. 3 injured individuals detected. 2 with minor concussions, contusions, and light impact injuries, classified as minor injuries. 1 with a comminuted fracture of the left arm, a broken right leg, and a concussion, classified as moderate to severe injury by the system. The system's notification instilled an inexplicable sense of reassurance in Yanyou, followed by a wave of exasperation. System, I nearly lost my life just now. I called for you, but you didn't respond. I thought my time was up. Yanyou expressed, feeling increasingly aggrieved, her hand pressing more firmly against the window as she continued to knock until finally, there was movement inside. The airbags retracted, and the door swung open, revealing Xun Li and Xue Qingyi, both clad in black, as they exited the vehicle. Are you both all right? Yanyou inquired with concern. After all, they were her bodyguards who had just shielded her from danger, and she naturally cared deeply about their well-being. As she questioned them, the system in her mind responded once again. Host need not worry. Even in this realm, losing one's life is not the end. Yanyou paused momentarily at the system's words. What did it mean? Could it be? Before she could ponder further, Xun Li and Xue Qingyi approached her. Miss, we are unharmed. The 2 individuals exhibited no signs of distress, appearing as if they bore no injuries whatsoever. Had it not been for Yanyou's earlier encounter with the system's examination report, she might have genuinely believed their reassurances. Fortunately, neither sustained any severe injuries. Apart from minor concussions, they emerged largely unscathed. I truly appreciate your assistance earlier. Yanyou reflected on the earlier incident with a lingering sense of trepidation. Had they not bravely maneuvered their vehicle to push that truck aside, she and Song Yuhang might very well have been struck by it. Xun Li shook his head and remarked, as the young lady's bodyguards, it is our duty to ensure your safety at all times. Our decision earlier was made only after securing our own safety. Xue Qingyi echoed his sentiments, adding, since the young lady was unharmed, our choice was justified. Yanyou felt a profound sense of gratitude. Although they attributed their protective actions to their duties, she silently etched their kindness into her heart. Chapter 165, The Accident, Part 2, No one willingly sacrifices their life for another without reason. Yanyou was deeply grateful for the selfless act of rescue by Xun Li and Xue Qingyi. She resolved that once this matter was settled, she would express her heartfelt appreciation to them. The traffic police and insurance company arrived promptly, followed closely by an ambulance. Song Yuhang joined in to assist with the rescue efforts, while Yanyou collaborated with Xun Li and Xue Qingyi to negotiate with the authorities. After explaining the events that had transpired, the driver from the truck was extricated and surprisingly still conscious. Upon catching sight of Yanyou, his gaze seemed to waver momentarily before he quickly averted his eyes. Yanyou remained oblivious to this detail, yet Xun Li and Xue Qingyi, as her bodyguards, noticed the subtlety. They exchanged puzzled glances, sensing an unusual intensity in the driver's fleeting glance, but were unable to articulate what exactly felt amiss. Thus, they decided to set this concern aside for later discussion once the situation was resolved. The driver was transported to the hospital, while Xun Li and Xue Qingyi divided their responsibilities, one addressing the insurance matters and the other tackling the liability issues surrounding the accident. Given that the truck had run a red light and Xun Li had deliberately collided with it to protect Yanyou, the resolution of the incident unfolded without significant complications. I shall escort you home to rest, Song Yuhang said, his expression laced with concern as he observed Yanyou, fearing that she might be shaken by the incident. Seeing her composed demeanor alleviated his anxiety. Ji Yuyu did not refuse his offer. After exchanging a few words with Shun Li and Zhou Yangxing, she re-entered Song Yuhang's car. As the vehicle resumed its journey, Song Yuhang drove with utmost vigilance, apprehensive of any further mishaps. Fortunately, the trip proceeded without incident, and when they arrived at the exterior of the Bikong Shuyuan villa, his heart finally settled. Take care and rest well. If you feel uneasy, do not hesitate to call me. Song Yuhang called out to Ji Yuyu before she entered, lifting his phone as a gentle reminder. Although Ji Yuyu had always impressed him with her strength, he still perceived her as a delicate young woman. He believed that such a perilous experience could leave an indelible mark on her, and he aspired to be the one who could dispel any shadows of fear she might carry. Ji Yuyu turned back with a soft smile, appearing to him as if an angel had descended to earth, leaving him momentarily entranced. Rest assured, I am not so fragile, she replied, waving her hand in farewell before stepping into the villa. Song Yuhang watched quietly as her figure disappeared behind the door, reluctantly pulling his gaze away. Reflecting on his earlier reaction, he felt a mix of helplessness and sorrow. Such profound affection, after all, could not be concealed. He found it hard to believe that Ji Yuyu was unaware of his feelings. Yet she remained as if nothing had transpired, engaging with herself as usual. Indeed, I find myself unable to penetrate the depths of her heart. With an inexplicable sense of loss, Song Yuhang departed from the villa district, unaware that Ji Yuyu was watching the car recede from the floor-to-ceiling window. Only after Song Yuhang had driven away completely did Ji Yuyu let out a sigh, internally chiding herself. Did she not harbor feelings? In truth, Ji Yuyu held a certain fondness for Song Yuhang, though it was not of a magnitude that would compel her to seek a romantic relationship. After all, she realized that her feelings towards every tool she had once valued mirrored one another. Shun Li and Zhou Yangxing returned around 4 in the afternoon. The vehicle had already been taken for repairs, and responsibilities were delineated. The truck driver had run a red light, while Ji Yuyu's vehicle and Shun Li's were operating normally. Although Shun Li had collided with the truck in an attempt to save someone, the truck driver was deemed primarily at fault, with Shun Li bearing secondary responsibility. Despite this, Shun Li and Zhou Yangxing visited the hospital to check on each other's conditions. By the time they arrived, the truck driver had completed surgery and his condition was stable. However, they noticed that the demeanor of the truck driver's family seemed somewhat off, particularly when they learned that the occupants of the vehicle that nearly collided with the truck were acquaintances. A palpable panic crossed the family's faces. This is puzzling. It does not align with how a victim's family should behave, Shun Li remarked, furrowing his brow. Ji Yuyu dismissed it lightly, suggesting that perhaps the family was merely startled. After all, the two of them appeared rather imposing, dressed in black and wearing large sunglasses, their tall frames contributing to an undeniable air of authority that could easily intimidate the average person. I beg to differ, Shun Li countered, sensing Ji Yuyu's skepticism. He proceeded to articulate the details he had observed and his suspicions, with Zhou Yangxing echoing his sentiments, both growing increasingly convinced of the truck driver's dubiousness. As their conversation unfolded, Ji Yuyu's smile gradually faded, and her brow involuntarily furrowed. Are you implying that the truck driver deliberately aimed for us? But why would anyone risk their life for such an act? It seems utterly foolish, Ji Yuyu pondered, struggling to comprehend the rationale behind such reckless behavior. However, Shun Li and Zhou Yangxing, having been assigned to protect Ji Yuyu by Zhou Qingyi, were not without their own intellect. With a moment's reflection, they arrived at a plausible hypothesis. Could it be that he was acting on someone else's orders? The pursuit of wealth can drive individuals to commit heinous acts. And if the price is right, some might be willing to take such drastic measures. Miss, could you recall if you have offended anyone recently? Zhou Yangxing inquired with a sense of urgency. Ji Yuyu replied. It seems I have indeed crossed paths with several individuals recently, with the Ji family being the foremost among them. The Ji group has faced considerable repercussions due to the incident involving Ji Mingxue. I have instructed Song Yuhang to seize the opportune moment to extract some concessions from the Ji group. Song Yuhang has never let me down. He has managed this task quite well. The reason I can remain so composed now is primarily due to my prior decision to block all means of contact with the Ji family, seeking a semblance of tranquility. Beyond the Ji group, there is also Ji Mingxue, as I have thoroughly severed ties with her, especially since that apology statement remains pinned at the top. Chapter 166. Indeed, it is you it seems that aside from the Ji family, I have not offended anyone else. Ji Yuyu mused softly, her gaze lowered in contemplation. Could it be they are behind this? Zhou Yangxing inquired with a hint of confusion, both of them turning their attention to Ji Yuyu. Convinced that the Ji family was the most suspect, Ji Yuyu refrained from reaching a definitive conclusion, instead commanding, what we are discussing now remains mere speculation. Even if the G family intends to harm me, we currently lack any evidence to substantiate such claims. Therefore, I implore you to investigate this matter. Where there is suspicion, thorough inquiry must follow. Yanyou wished to eliminate any inexplicable dangers she might encounter in the future, necessitating the swift investigation of all potential threats. After all, a thief may operate for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against him for 1,000 days. Unbeknownst to her, someone might be covertly scheming against her. There would inevitably come a moment of oversight when the enemy could exploit a weakness. The outcome, at that juncture, would likely not be as fortunate as today's. Shun Li and Zhou Yangxing agreed to undertake the task, exchanging a few more words with Yanyou before taking their leave. Once they departed, Yanyou finally found the opportunity to converse with the system. Tong, can you ascertain who is behind this? Yanyou inquired in her mind. Unfortunately, host, this system exists solely to cultivate you into a financial magnate. As an auxiliary system, it typically lacks the authority to conduct investigations independently. Yanyou paused upon hearing this, and as if struck by inspiration, her eyes brightened. You mentioned typically. Does that imply there are exceptional circumstances? If you lack the authority to investigate on your own, what if I command you to do so? Affirmative. The system's succinct response filled Yanyou with elation. Then, Tong, please investigate if there have been any unusual activities from the G family lately or any online contacts related to this recent accident. Yanyou possessed advanced hacking skills, and while she could certainly scour the internet for clues, it would consume precious time. Now that she realized the system could assist, there was no reason to forego such convenience and tackle the task herself. Please hold on, host. After delivering this message, the system fell silent, presumably embarking on the investigation Yanyou had assigned. Approximately 5 minutes later, the system's voice resonated once more. The investigation is complete. Truck driver Li Chung received a mysterious phone call a week ago. The caller offered him 5 million to run someone over. Yanyou's expression darkened. That person was me. It was not a question, for she was already certain in her heart. Indeed, host. Have you identified the individual who provided the funds? So, it was indeed premeditated. Could it truly be that the G family sought to hire someone to kill her? A cold glint flashed in Yanyou's eyes, and her demeanor transformed, becoming chillingly resolute. She had initially considered that the G family had raised the original body, and although she, as an outsider, was reluctant to be entangled with the G family, she had no intention of committing any egregious acts against them. Had it not been for Ji Mengshue's incessant provocations, she would not have instructed Song Yuhang to target Ji's company. However, if they were indeed responsible for this matter, she saw no reason to hold back any longer. As she pondered this, she heard the system's denial. The search indicates that the phone number linked to Li Chung and the account used for the transfer do not belong to anyone from the Ji family. This revelation left Yanyou astonished. Not from the Ji family. Then who could it be? Tong, have you found anything? Apologies, host. This system is currently at level 2, and there are limited permissions available for your use. Yanyou detected a hint of guilt in the system's youthful voice, which made her hesitant to press further. It felt akin to exploiting child labor. All right, it's fine, Tong. I'll handle it myself from here. Yanyou nodded in understanding, requesting the remittance account from the system before opening her computer to begin her work. Her advanced hacking skills allowed her to intuitively grasp what needed to be done upon accessing the computer and how to accomplish the task in the most efficient manner. Lines of code rapidly scrolled across the screen, moving with such speed that they vanished before one could fully comprehend them. Yet, Yanyou appeared to navigate the process with ease, her fingers dancing across the keyboard, the rhythmic sound of keystrokes becoming increasingly addictive. Under Yanyou's adept manipulation, she soon located the origin of the account, only to discover it was overseas. Frowning slightly, she remained silent, her hands continuing their relentless work. In less than an hour, her typing ceased, and on the computer screen, a new interface materialized, displaying a plethora of information. Jianhao? Yanyou found herself lost in thought upon seeing the name. The owner of the account was a young boy, and the information included a photograph of him. Although Yanyou was certain she had never encountered him, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Suddenly, she recalled the surname. Qian? Was that not the same surname as the owner of Jiaying Entertainment? If she had recently offended anyone, it would undoubtedly be that Mr. Qian. After all, Yanyou had stirred up quite a tempest online to exonerate Li Yanqing, which had swept through Jiaying Entertainment, the true culprit, and rendered Mr. Qian a figure of public disdain. Moreover, Yanyou had capitalized on the volatility of Jiaying Entertainment's stock to acquire a substantial share. Just that alone was enough to incite Mr. Qian's deep-seated animosity towards her. Upon contemplating this, Yanyou promptly initiated an investigation into Boss Qian's background. This time, the process was remarkably swift and in mere moments. The information regarding Boss Qian lay before her. Indeed, it was you. As Yanyou gazed at the relationship section, her eyes fell upon the name Qian Hao inscribed under the Sun category, and suddenly, everything became crystal clear. Boss Qian, incensed by Yanyou's actions that led to his disgrace, harbored an even deeper resentment for her audacity in seizing half of the shares of Jiaying Entertainment. Consequently, he resorted to extreme measures, contemplating the termination of Yanyou's life to resolve the matter once and for all. Yet, fearing that the ensuing investigation might ultimately implicate him, he clandestinely reached out to Li Cheng, offering financial compensation for the execution of his nefarious plan, orchestrating a staged traffic accident to eliminate Yanyou. Cautiously, he utilized his son's overseas account to transfer funds to Li Cheng. Alas, in the end, Yanyou managed to uncover the entirety of his scheme. Chapter 167. The birthday banquet. Yanyou promptly transmitted the gathered information to Xun Li and Zhou Yangxing, sparing them the trouble of further investigation. However, upon receiving the documents, both Xun Li and Zhou Yangxing were left utterly astounded. They prided themselves on their ability to collect intelligence, convinced that given 2 or 3 days, they could uncover substantial leads on the matters entrusted to them by the young lady. Yet, before they had even completed a day of their own inquiries, Yanyou had already pieced together the entire sequence of events with remarkable clarity. Why is the young lady so exceptional? This revelation was a significant blow to their morale. Zhou Yangxing felt a profound sense of despair, fearing his career was on the brink of a catastrophic failure. Xun Li shared similar sentiments, but, being a man of composure, rarely revealed his true emotions. The recent assignment as a bodyguard had unveiled the extent of Yanyou's wealth, yet she remained remarkably approachable, devoid of any airs of superiority. Initially perceived as a delicate flower in need of protection, he now recognized her as someone far more astute and formidable than he had ever imagined. Although Yanyou's prowess had shaken his confidence, it only served to illuminate her brilliance in his eyes. Stop lamenting. Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. It is precisely individuals of such caliber who are truly worthy of our allegiance. Wouldn't you agree? Xun Li smiled faintly. Zhou Yangxing shrugged, chuckling softly, a newfound pride evident on his face. Indeed, he felt fortunate to have been assigned to protect the young lady. Otherwise, he would not be experiencing such ease in their endeavors. With the young lady handling matters herself, they found themselves merely trailing behind her, cheering her on. Nonetheless, should anyone dare to threaten her, they would ensure that such transgressions did not go unpunished. The previously sunny Zhou Yangxing suddenly shifted his tone, his expression hardening. That person named Qian must pay the price. Should we inform the boss? Xun Li hesitated. The boss, of course, was Zhou Qingyi, who had provided them the opportunity to remain by Yanyou's side. Thus, he held significant weight in their minds. They both understood Zhou Qingyi's prowess, despite his retirement. His methods were anything but rigidly straightforward. When necessary, he could be as ruthless as anyone. And having him address the matter concerning Qian would surely lead to the latter's regret for ever setting foot in this world. Unbeknownst to Yanyou were Xun Li and Zhou Yangxing's thoughts. Even if she had been aware, she would not have sought to intervene. As long as others did not provoke her, she was amenable. However, should they choose to act against her, well, she was not someone to be trifled with. Yanyou refrained from disclosing this situation to Song Yuhang. After delegating the matter to Xun Li and Zhou Yangxing, she redirected her focus to other pursuits. Song Yuhang had expressed intentions to host an extravagant birthday banquet for her, and he was not merely speaking idly. Before the arrival of Yanyou's birthday, Song Yuhang instructed the company's artists to prepare individual performances, while also extending invitations to several renowned figures in the entertainment industry, hoping they would grace the occasion with their presence. This endeavor quickly spread across the internet, leading many, unaware of the details, to speculate about the grandiosity of Starry Entertainment's plans. Meanwhile, those with insider knowledge in the industry began to leak tidbits through anonymous accounts. What? Starry Entertainment is making such a fuss for a birthday banquet? Which artist warrants such a spectacle? Uft, which artist would be so ostentatious? Starry just signed our brother Li and immediately orchestrated such a grand event. Could it be to welcome his return? I doubt it. Brother Li's birthday isn't for a few days. Has no one considered that it might be for our wealthy goddess, Dream Sister? Goodness. Why didn't I think of that? Because you're foolish. If it's Dream Sister, it all makes sense. She deserves such a birthday celebration. By the way, will tickets be sold? I want to buy one. Do you think this is a concert? How could there possibly be tickets? Then the fans of various artists will have to cheer from outside. How pitiful. Not necessarily. as netizens remained captivated. The artists were diligently preparing for the event. Whether belonging to Starry or those invited, everyone recognized this as an opportunity to shine. After all, the reputation of the affluent Dream Sister had become widely acknowledged. It was common knowledge that Yanyou, despite her youth, was likely worth over 100 billion. The presence of Starry Technology Company, with its costly holographic technology, underscored this reality. She initiated the project without hesitation, and by the time the news leaked, it was already in the final testing phase. The substantial investments made prior to this moment were unfathomable. Yet Yanyou remained unwavering in her commitment to such a costly venture, indicating the immense financial backing she possessed. For someone with such formidable capital, impressing her could lead to a continuous influx of resources. Who wouldn't aspire to seize such an opportunity? Everyone eagerly awaited the day's arrival, and Yanyou was no exception. Although she learned of the event through the internet, she did not perceive it merely as a birthday celebration. Rather, she viewed it as an unprecedented concert featuring artists. The prospect of witnessing numerous handsome men and beautiful women thrilled her. Perhaps she might even discover promising talent to lure to Starry Entertainment. With such thoughts, Yanyou found herself increasingly anticipating the upcoming birthday banquet. 3 days flew by in an instant. On that day, Yang Xian arrived early to wait for Yanyou to wake up, and then began meticulously applying her makeup. Ever since Yanyou had reached her peak beauty, Yang Xian felt somewhat superfluous, for even without any makeup, Yanyou remained breathtakingly beautiful. On that fair visage, the skin was as delicate and tender as that of an infant, almost as if one could squeeze forth droplets of water with a gentle pinch. Such exquisite skin, paired with perfectly chiseled features, left no traces on Yanyou's face that required cosmetic enhancement. Yang Xian felt her job was on the brink of obsolescence, for Yanyou, in her natural beauty, could captivate anyone without the need for makeup. However, she did not succumb to despair. Instead, she resolved to employ her most refined makeup artistry to elevate Yanyou's beauty to even greater heights. Thus, even if she were to face unemployment in the future, she would still possess a point of pride, for having Yanyou's enchanting visage as her hallmark would serve as the finest advertisement for her skills. Chapter 168, Birthday Banquet, Part 2. Today, Yang Xian adorned Yanyou with a stunning mermaid makeup. Her long, beautifully shaped eyebrows and eyes were imbued with a delicate blush, while a hint of shimmering silver eyeshadow accentuated an alluring upward curve at the corners of her eyes, making her captivatingly enchanting. My lady, you are truly exquisite, especially your flawless skin. I am at a loss as to how to enhance your beauty with makeup. It feels as though any attempt would only mar your natural allure. I wonder if I will even have a purpose in doing your makeup in the future. Yang Xian's words were a blend of sincerity and flattery, subtly revealing her underlying anxiety about her employment status. Yanyou, perceptive as ever, reassured her, do not worry, even if you are not needed here. I will ensure you are well placed in the company. After all, Yanyou had witnessed Yang Xian's exceptional makeup skills firsthand and held them in high regard. Thus, she would never allow such talent to go to waste. Thank you, Yang Xian replied, heartened by the affirmation. Once the makeup was complete, she selected accessories to complement Yanyou's silver-white gown. Once Yanyou was fully adorned, she became the focal point, even when standing silently. Glancing at the time, Yanyou sent a message to Shunli, instructing him to prepare, as she was about to depart. Today, Shunli served as her chauffeur, driving a luxurious, extended Rolls-Royce Phantom from Yanyou's garage. This vehicle, valued at nearly 200 million, was usually relegated to gathering dust in the garage. But now it was finally seeing the light of day. It was Shunli's first time driving such an expensive car, and he navigated the roads with utmost caution, fearful of any potential scratches. Yet, his worries were unfounded, as he encountered no other vehicles on the way. Other drivers would steer clear upon spotting the emblem, wary of inadvertently brushing against it, knowing that even a minor touch-up would entail a hefty expense. Meanwhile, the Shanghai Exhibition Center was bustling with excitement. Star Entertainment was hosting a grand birthday banquet, rivaling the fervor of any significant award ceremony in the entertainment industry. A red carpet, over 100 meters long, was laid out from the heart of the venue to the outside, flanked by numerous journalists armed with cameras and fans brandishing support banners and light boards, eagerly awaiting at the end of the carpet. When a car pulled up at the end of the red carpet, all eyes turned toward it, buzzing with speculation about which celebrity might emerge. As the passenger exited, the sound of camera shutters clicked in rapid succession, resembling the firing of a machine gun, accompanied by the enthusiastic screams of the fans. Regardless of whether they are artists from Star Entertainment or invited guests, Each one of them graces the scene with their most radiant smiles as they alight from their vehicles, waving and greeting the cameras and their fans. No matter their true selves away from the limelight, in this moment, they present only their finest selves to the world. The gala has thoughtfully arranged for a host to receive the guests. As each arrives on the red carpet, the host dutifully and enthusiastically begins the introductions. The sound of camera shutters resonates in a symphony, with every guest exuding confidence and allure as they wave. Fans fervently cheer for their idols, their excitement palpable, as they yearn to breach the barriers and engage closely with their beloved stars. In addition to the fans, there exists another group of individuals, a profession known as daipai. These are the dedicated observers who meticulously track the artists' schedules, streaming live for fans or capturing photographs to sell to eager admirers. Such a lively scene naturally attracts this breed of individuals. At the onset, some began live streaming, and within each daipai's channel, the viewership rapidly soared, numbers climbing steadily. What a lively atmosphere. I wonder which guest Star Entertainment has invited this time. I am curious too. There are so many fans present, and from the light sticks. I think I can guess who might be here. Why doesn't Star Entertainment announce the guests in advance? If they go and don't see their idol, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? That's where you misunderstand. In every major fan group within the industry, there are always a few undercover agents. Some exist openly, while others lurk incognito, but their purpose is singular, which I shall refrain from elaborating on. In such circumstances, it is certainly those in the know who organize the fan support. It seems like pursuing a star is not an easy feat. Who cares about that? I just want to know if my dear flower brother has been invited. What would the music mage be doing here? Are they inviting him to cast spells for a birthday party? Did you drink something foul before leaving? Your words are quite harsh. What did I say to provoke such a reaction? Do fans have such fragile sensibilities? Can we please keep it down? This is not your private streaming room. Take your commotion to your own square, please. The live stream buzzed with chatter, yet no one entertained the thought of exiting. After all, the fans who could attend in person were few, and many were relegated to watching their idols through the screen. Amidst the boisterous crowd, a tall figure approached quietly from the end of the red carpet, clad in a simple yet elegant suit of deep blue fabric that accentuated his mature charm. He possessed a tall and straight stature, broad shoulders, and each step he took radiated steadiness and confidence. His visage is characterized by gentle contours, with skin as fair as porcelain and devoid of any blemishes. His lips are a luscious shade of crimson, and the slight upturn at the corners of his mouth creates an enchanting smile. Every movement he makes exudes an air of refined elegance. It is Xue Qingyi. Among the crowd, someone recognized the identity of the newcomer, followed by a wave of enthusiastic screams. Ever since Xue Qingyi signed with Star Entertainment and successfully debuted after excelling in a competition, he has gradually emerged in the public eye. The company has afforded him excellent resources. Aside from recording variety shows and participating in group performances, he has also taken on a significant supporting role in a television drama funded by the company. He relishes this busy and fulfilling lifestyle. And through his time of learning and development, he has experienced considerable growth. It is precisely for this reason that Xue Qingyi now possesses such an alluring presence. Chapter 169, Birthday Banquet, Part 3. It's really him. I adore the songs he sings. I haven't seen him in the latest group variety show, and I wonder why? You're unaware? He's off filming. Oh my. Could it be that I'll soon be able to watch the drama he's acting in? Why do I feel like he has changed so much since the beginning? He appears so charming now, and his smile is so gentle. I can't handle it. I might just swoon at his tailored trousers. The fans present erupted into screams at the sight of Xue Qingyi, and the discussions in the live stream chat were incessant. Yet, before the excitement could linger for too long, another figure appeared before everyone, unhurriedly. Yanyou had just cleared his name of the unjust accusations. Although the fervor surrounding that incident had waned online, he still commanded a considerable following. Thus, when Yanyou made his entrance, the cheers were even more fervent than before. Even those entertainment reporters and paparazzi who had initially focused on capturing other celebrities turned their attention to him. Xue Qingyi had reached the midpoint of the red carpet and, intrigued by the commotion, turned to glance back, only to be taken aback by Yanyou's appearance. Yanyou's attractiveness was universally acknowledged. Xue Qingyi had only seen him on television before, and despite being colleagues at the same company now, they had never met face to face. Xue Qingyi was somewhat envious of Yanyou, who had done so much for Yanyou. However, he recognized the disparity between himself and Yanyou. Hence he refrained from confessing his feelings. He would strive to draw closer to Yanyou, but if she had affections for someone else, he would sincerely wish her well and continue to silently protect her. Xue Qingyi momentarily lost his train of thought, but quickly regained his composure. concealing any signs of his inner turmoil. In that brief pause, Li Yanqing had approached him, dressed in a well-tailored black suit. Li Yanqing exuded an air of calm and aloofness with every gesture. Li Yanqing, over here. This way. Li Yanqing, please look this way. Li Yanqing, could we have a private interview later? The entertainment reporters, eager to secure the best angles, employed every tactic at their disposal. Meanwhile, the fans began to voice their excitement. He is so cool. I adore him. Why has Zhang Qi stopped? Is he waiting for him? The popularity is overwhelming. Look at those paparazzi, so eager. No wonder he was once an award-winning actor. Oh my. Just look, my two favorite male celebrities are about to meet face to face. How thrilling. Amidst the surging discussions, the cacophony of the crowd drowned out their voices, leaving them unheard by Li Yanqing. He moved swiftly, his strides long, and in no time, he stood before Zhang Qi as their gazes collided. There was a moment of surprise, followed by a courteous nod of acknowledgement. Zhang Qi, exuding grace, nodded and smiled, extending an invitation to Li Yanqing. Shall we go in together? Zhang Qi's words were casual, devoid of any expectation for a response. However, just as the words left his lips, the seemingly aloof Li Yanqing surprisingly agreed with a nod. Together. Although his voice remained cold, those familiar with him could detect a subtle shift in emotion within those two simple words. The pair proceeded towards the center of the venue, their movements mirrored by the cameras that followed them closely. In that instant, Zhang Qi realized that Li Yanqing had deliberately chosen to walk alongside him. With Li Yanqing's undeniable star power, Zhang Qi, as a newcomer in the entertainment industry with a modest fan base, recognized that any association with Li Yanqing, whether intentional or not, would inevitably elevate his visibility. A peculiar feeling stirred within Zhang Qi. It was as if Li Yanqing could read his thoughts, as he calmly remarked. We are both artists of Stardust Entertainment. I hope we can communicate more in the future. Li Yanqing was well aware of Zhang Qi's identity, having quickly acquainted himself with the dynamics of Stardust Entertainment upon joining. He knew Zhang Qi was the individual behind the extravagant reputation related to Yanyou online. Observing Yanyou's subsequent actions, Li Yanqing surmised that Zhang Qi held a special significance for her. With a mindset to support the younger generation, Li Yanqing had conceived the idea of walking alongside Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi found himself at a loss, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the two entered the venue together. No sooner had they disappeared from view than discussions erupted online. Li Yanqing, Zhang Qi iceberg type versus elegant gentle type, Li actor's initiative invitation. The topics seemed to have taken a bizarre turn, and upon clicking through, onlookers were taken aback. Family, who understands? Li Yanqing and Zhang Qi standing together exudes such a strong CP vibe. Images, oh my, how can one not ship them? They are truly a feast for the eyes. Images, my mind has already conjured 1,000-word fanfiction. I have absolutely no resistance to this beauty. What divine visuals. It would be a travesty for them not to be together. Are they insane? They are merely walking together, not sleeping together. How can they ship this? What? They slept together? What is the appeal of a male-male pairing? Isn't shipping them with Yanyou more enticing? You don't understand. Handsome men can be enjoyed privately, but the extravagant sister must belong to everyone. Before long, the devoted fans of Li Yanqing and Zhang Qi swiftly converged at the venue, launching an assault on the burgeoning shipping phenomenon. The trending topic was soon overwhelmed, and the fledgling CP was ruthlessly stifled. As the guests gradually arrived at the venue, a luxurious, elongated Rolls-Royce gracefully came to a stop at the end of the red carpet, signaling that the time was nearly upon them. All eyes turned towards the most opulent vehicle in attendance, sparking a flurry of speculation regarding the identity of its occupant. Before the murmurs could fully escape their lips, the individual seated in the front passenger seat alighted from the car, approached the rear door, and gently bent to open it. In the next moment, a shimmering silver gown emerged from the vehicle, followed by a stunning figure that captivated everyone present. With eyebrows like distant mountains and bright eyes complemented by pearly teeth, her exquisite beauty seemed almost otherworldly. In that fleeting instant, a singular thought consumed the minds of all those gathered. Chapter 170, Birthday Banquet, Part 4, It is Yanyou. Yanyou has arrived. Quick, quick, quick. The cameras turned towards her. The journalists were all aflame with excitement. The sound of shutters clicking as Yanyou stepped out of the car. Everyone present was swept up in a wave of exhilaration, and the viewers in the live stream were equally stirred. Darling, my wife has appeared. She looks so beautiful today, sending sweet vibes. The one in front. Stop daydreaming. Is that really your wife? That is my wife. Aha. Sister Ming is stunning. Is this beauty even real? She is simply breathtaking. Which direction should I kneel in to marry a girl like Sister Ming? Happy birthday, Sister Ming. Happy birthday, Sister Ming. Love you lots. I wish I could see the true visage of the divine sister in person. I'm utterly smitten. Envious of the fans who are there in person. The viewers in the live stream were clamoring, feverishly capturing screenshots. The crowd on site was similarly enraptured upon witnessing Gyu's entrance. They were instantly captivated by her beauty. She gracefully walked down the red carpet, where every gaze was filled with admiration. Even the journalists were no exception, looking at her with fervent eyes. Gyu showed no signs of nervousness under the scrutiny. She proceeded towards the venue with an air of composure. She had no intention of lingering, and thus traversed the lengthy red carpet in no time. As Gyu's figure faded from view, a collective sigh of disappointment arose from the crowd outside. She walked too swiftly. Usually, artists savor the moment on the red carpet, but Gyu seemed eager to finish. The entertainment reporters, however, were brimming with excitement. In that brief moment, they had captured numerous photographs, certain that releasing them would garner significant attention. Many reporters, after snapping their shots, promptly contacted their colleagues backstage, sending over the photos and urging them to hastily prepare the accompanying articles. With enough speed, the buzz from this birthday banquet would be theirs to claim. Even if others were to catch up, they felt no trepidation. Instead, they were more eager than ever, silently vowing to capture a few more stunning images to outshine their competitors. This banquet was of utmost importance to Song Yuhang. He meticulously oversaw every aspect, from the event's proceedings to each dish served. Today, he was the earliest to arrive, personally monitoring every detail. Upon seeing Jiang Qi and Li Yanqing enter together, Song Yuhang was somewhat taken aback, but approached them to greet. Li Yanqing appeared cool and reticent, while Jiang Qi wore a gentle smile, akin to the warmth of winter sun. Their contrasting temperaments created an unexpectedly harmonious dynamic, leaving one to wonder how they had come together. Mr. Song. As Song Yuhang approached, Jiang Qi greeted him politely, while Li Yanqing also nodded in acknowledgement, signifying their salutation. Unperturbed, Song Yuhang inquired, "Have you rehearsed the program you prepared? Are you certain there won't be any issues later?" Due to work commitments, Jiang Qi had been unable to rehearse in advance, which caused Song Yuhang some concern, fearing any unforeseen mishaps might mar the birthday celebration. However, Jiang Qi remained composed, his eyes brimming with confidence. "Rest assured, there will be no problems on my end." Song Yuhang, earnest in his desire to orchestrate a flawless birthday soiree for Gyu, mirrored Jiang Qi's sentiments. With his vocal prowess, he was confident that even without a prior rehearsal, he would not falter. Observing Jiang Qi's unwavering assurance eased Song Yuhang's worries somewhat. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they settled down together, as Song Yuhang had arranged their seating, knowing of their amicable rapport with Gyu. Yet, the dynamic among the three, not particularly intimate, rendered the atmosphere slightly stilted upon sitting. Fortunately, the lively ambience of the gathering, coupled with occasional greetings directed at Song Yuhang, prevented the mood from descending into awkwardness. As guests continued to take their seats at the birthday celebration, both Song Yuhang and Jiang Qi's gazes were incessantly scanning the crowd, searching for the one they had eagerly anticipated. Although Li Yanqing's demeanor was less overt, she too was attentive to the arrival of that special someone. Just as the crowd's anticipation reached a crescendo, Gyu's breathtaking silhouette graced their sight. With a sweet smile, she glided gracefully toward them, her silver mermaid gown swaying gently with each step, exuding elegance and poise. The lustrous pearls adorning her ensemble shimmered under the lights, radiating a soft glow that rendered her akin to a magnificent mermaid emerging from the sea. Many gasped in awe upon sighting Gyu, utterly captivated by her beauty. For numerous onlookers, this was their first encounter. Having only seen her photos online, they were aware of her striking appearance yet lacked a tangible appreciation of her allure. Now, witnessing her in person, an unprecedented wave of admiration surged within them. Such a person was destined for the entertainment industry, to bask in the limelight. This notion blossomed in many hearts, yet upon recalling Gyu's status, a sense of wistfulness followed. Regrettably, she seemed disinterested in claiming the spotlight, instead opting to be a formidable force within the entertainment realm. "Hey!" Gyu spotted the trio and approached with a wave, her sweet smile illuminating their hearts like a ray of sunshine. "You made it." Song Yuhang deftly pulled out a chair for Gyu, facilitating her seating. Meanwhile, Jiang Qi, a step behind, observed this scene, and the light in his eyes dimmed ever so slightly. However, when Gyu turned her gaze toward him, he still offered her a gentle and faint smile. "Yu, it's been a long time." Jiang Qi had been immersed in work, scarcely finding a moment to pause, which naturally resulted in fewer opportunities to meet Gyu. It felt as though ages had passed since their last encounter, and now, finally in her presence, Jiang Qi found it difficult to divert his gaze from her. Chapter 171. Kidnapping. Listening to the system notification resonating in her mind, Yu's smile deepened further. This young man appeared composed, yet internally, he was tumultuous. Achi, it has been quite a while. How has work been treating you? Do not overexert yourself. If the workload becomes overwhelming, do inform your manager. It is essential to take adequate breaks. Yu's concern was genuine, and Jiang Qi could feel the warmth emanating from her, almost overwhelming. All right, I shall remember your words, Jiang Qi replied gently, his tone exceedingly obedient. Li Yanqing observed Jiang Qi a few more times, and a newfound clarity seemed to dawn upon him. It appeared that not only Song Yuhang, but even Jiang Qi harbored distinct feelings for Yu. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Yu's conversation pivoted suddenly to Li Yanqing. Where is Brother Li? She inquired, her eyes blinking innocently, sparkling like a clear spring, compelling one to gaze longer. Li Yanqing nodded and responded, my work has resumed its regular course. Speaking of his profession softened his previously aloof demeanor. He cherished his acting career, and it was precisely this passion that had kept him from contemplating retirement during over a year of decline. Now, with Yu's assistance, he had finally returned to the realm he adored, a kindness he would forever cherish. Beep. Detected an increase of 1 point in target character Li Yanqing's affection for the host. Current affection level is 96 points. Host automatically gains 1 attribute point. With Li Yanqing's affection rising, Yu's smile grew even brighter. Casting a glance at Song Yuhang and Jiang Qi, she suddenly felt as if she were collecting stamps. Song Yuhang and Jiang Qi were already in her possession, while Li Yanqing required a touch more effort to acquire. Contemplating it this way, she felt rather like a heartbreaker. Uffed. Yu preferred to think of herself as a queen of the seas. The banquet soon commenced, with the host taking the stage to maintain order as invited guests performed one after another, accompanied by music and lights, creating a lively atmosphere. Given that it was a birthday celebration, there were no plans for fan interactions from the outset, yet some resourceful fans always found a way to sneak in. They might disguise themselves as banquet servers, venue cleaners, or even entertainment reporters. Despite the stringent security checks at the entrance, occasional oversights occurred, allowing a few fans to infiltrate the venue. As the star of the event, Yu was scheduled to take the stage midway through the program to accept congratulations. But before that, she decided to visit the restroom. She ventured alone. Although Song Yuhang had intended to assign a female assistant to accompany her, Yu had declined. Indeed, while a gown may be visually appealing, it proved rather cumbersome. Emerging from the restroom, Yu could not help but mutter a few quiet complaints. As a few girls approached, animated whispers filled the air, and upon brushing past Yu, they caught sight of her face and could not contain their excitement, erupting into shrill exclamations. You are Yu. I can't believe I've encountered you. Could you please grant me an autograph? You are even more beautiful in person than in photographs or videos. We adore you. Clad in waitress attire, the fervent demeanor of these girls momentarily startled Yu, who pondered the inadequate management of the event. However, a swift realization dawned upon her. These girls were likely fans who had secretly slipped in. Be discreet, or you may be caught, she thought. Yu refrained from alerting others to their presence and kindly offered them autographs, providing a gentle warning. Thank you, Yu. You truly embody beauty and kindness. I love you so much. The girls exclaimed in a chorus, their enthusiasm almost palpable as if they wished to embrace her. Yu, feeling slightly overwhelmed, quickly bid them farewell and prepared to retrace her steps. Yet, the very fans who had promised to leave now stealthily followed her, whispering excitedly, hurry, turn on your phone. It's a rare chance to capture a video for my social media. Isn't that inappropriate? She just told us to. What is there to fear? As long as she doesn't notice. The trio, while pursuing Yu, engaged in hushed debates, but ultimately reached a consensus to follow her. One girl activated her phone's camera, aiming it surreptitiously at Yu's figure. They suppressed their impulses, striving to maintain a distance that would not attract attention. Yu remained oblivious to their presence, focused solely on returning to her seat to relish the upcoming performance. However, just as she traversed a lengthy corridor and passed an open door, a shadow darted out from the darkness. In an instant, a figure seized her from behind, one hand clasping her tightly while the other pressed a cloth over her mouth and nose. A sharp sense of danger pierced her consciousness. Yet, the events unfolded too swiftly for Yu to react. She found herself ensnared. A pungent scent filled her nostrils, and her initial instinct to resist faded as her strength waned, leaving her in a state of disorientation. Who are you? Yanyou struggled to free herself, but her energy diminished, her vision blurring until she could no longer discern the figure's face, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. With a thud, Yanyou collapsed to the ground, revealing the person who had been lurking behind her. A figure, enveloped in layers of clothing to the extent that it was impossible to discern their gender, donned a cap and a large mask, obscuring their face, leaving only a pair of piercing eyes that gazed menacingly at the unconscious Yanyou on the ground. After confirming that Yanyou had completely lost consciousness, the individual glanced around to ensure no one was observing, then bent down to hoist Yanyou onto their shoulder and entered a nearby open door. Once the door shut, the corridor fell into a silence so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as if nothing had transpired. However, just around the corner, several girls stifled their gasps, their eyes wide with terror as they exchanged fearful glances, each recognizing the intensity of their shared dread. It seemed they had just witnessed an abduction. Chapter 172, Kidnapping, Part 2. Fear is indeed contagious. When several young girls find themselves engulfed in terror, even those with a semblance of courage succumb to the collective dread, becoming cautious and frightened. They tremble, covering their mouths to stifle any sounds, terrified that the man who had threatened them might return, discover their presence, and silence them for good. The oppressive atmosphere nearly suffocates them, until one girl, unable to contain herself any longer, finally speaks in a trembling voice. "What shall we do? That man, he took Yo-Yo." Her fear constricts her throat, making it difficult to articulate her thoughts. Even when she manages to speak, her words quiver, barely forming coherent sentences. At last, someone breaks the silence, emboldening the others to release their hands from their mouths. "How could this happen? Why did it come to this?" One girl offers, "I recorded everything that just happened. Should we seek help?" The timid group is now in a state of panic, utterly at a loss about their next steps. They exchange anxious glances until one girl steps forward resolutely, declaring, "We cannot ignore this situation. We must find someone to rescue Yo-Yo at once." Her conviction resonates with her companions, and they hasten toward the venue. Though uncertain of whom to approach, they believe that by revealing Yo-Yo's abduction, they could capture someone's attention, prompting immediate action to secure the area and prevent the kidnapper from escaping with her. However, they are intercepted at the entrance to the banquet. "You are not invited guests. What are you doing here?" Staff members stationed at the entrance, upon noticing the girls' youthful appearances and attire, promptly block their passage. "We have something urgent to discuss. Please let us in," the lead girl implores, desperation lacing her voice. But the staff remain unyielding. "If there is something important or someone you need to speak to, you may tell me, and I can relay the message." The staff's tone is indifferent as they scan the girls, having already drawn their conclusions. They assume the girls have attempted to sneak in to pursue celebrities, feigning urgency to gain entry. Believing they have discerned the girls' intentions, the staff member remains unmoved, while the girls, nearly frantic, plead, "We genuinely have an urgent matter. If you refuse to let us in, please fetch someone in authority. We have critical information to share. What can I assist in conveying?" The staff persistently maintain the same stance. Observing their unwavering resolve, seemingly disinclined to grant passage or assist in locating anyone, the group hesitated, acutely aware that time was of the essence. After a moment's deliberation, they resolved to inform the staff at the entrance of the recent occurrence. "Who was kidnapped?" The staff member questioned, uncertain of what they had heard, prompting the leading girl to patiently reiterate her statement. Fearing disbelief, she displayed the footage captured by another girl. "It's her. Yanyou has been abducted." The girl implored urgently, "You saw the video. We are not lying. Please, summon help immediately." The staff member's previously indifferent demeanor shifted drastically upon viewing the video. Without a moment to ponder, he hastily made his way towards the banquet hall, his mind racing with a singular thought. "This is serious. A grave situation has arisen." Who is Yanyou? She is the star of tonight's birthday celebration, the CEO of Xingchen Entertainment, and possesses significant online popularity, even surpassing that of some leading celebrities recently. If she were to be abducted within their venue, the reputation of their establishment would be irreparably tarnished. Who would dare to host future business events with such lax security? With this in mind, the staff member quickened his pace. As the CEO of Xingchen Entertainment, Song Yuhang found himself inundated with social interactions following the commencement of the banquet. Though he found such engagements tiresome and somewhat irksome, he understood that, given his position, they were a necessary aspect of his role. He was more than willing to shield Yanyou from unwarranted socializing. However, once Yanyou vacated her seat, Song Yuhang's demeanor shifted to one of disinterest. The faint smile that once graced his face was now suppressed. Li Yanqing and Jiang Qi observed the performance in silence, harboring a degree of sympathy for Song Yuhang. who was mired in a predicament. Indeed, as fellow workers, they recognized that the higher one ascends, the less room there is for complacency. A few minutes after Xue departure, the trio managed to remain composed, but as time stretched on, their restlessness grew palpable. Their eyes frequently darted toward the entrance, anxiously awaiting Xue return. Strange, why has she been gone so long? Li Yanqing murmured in confusion, though his voice was too soft for anyone to hear. Nonetheless, the other two shared his sentiment. After waiting a considerable time without a glimpse of Xue, they began to harbor slight doubts. Xue had merely stepped away to retouch her makeup. Logically, it should not take this long. Had she been delayed by something else? Although they all shared the same apprehensions, none dared to entertain thoughts of an unfavorable nature. However, just as they continued to wait, a staff member rushed over in a flurry. "Mr. Song." The staff member called out, ready to speak, but the words faltered on the tip of his tongue. His expression turned troubled as his gaze swept the surroundings, aware that such a grave matter as a kidnapping should not be casually disclosed in front of so many people. He leaned in close to Song Yuhang's ear and whispered a few hurried words, oblivious to the sudden change in Song Yuhang's demeanor. Just as the staff member finished speaking, a song began to play on stage, the deafening music drowning out the sound of the wine glass slipping from Song Yuhang's hand and shattering into countless pieces. Chapter 173, Kidnapping, Part 3. Song Yuhang's unusual behavior instantly drew the attention of Li Yanqing and Jiang Qi, who exchanged glances, silently inquiring about the turmoil within him. However, at that moment, Song Yuhang was engulfed in a tempest of anxiety, utterly oblivious to the two. "Let us go." His complexion was ashen, and without uttering another word, he rose abruptly and headed for the exit. Li Yanqing and Jiang Qi exchanged worried looks, a foreboding sensation creeping upon them. "Could it be?" Jiang Qi murmured, as a realization dawned upon him, prompting him to spring to his feet and chase after Song Yuhang. Almost simultaneously, Li Yanqing mirrored Jiang Qi's actions. In his state of disarray, Song Yuhang was preoccupied with the staff's alarming revelations, completely unaware of the two following closely behind. Upon reaching the doorway with the staff, he found the group of girls waiting expectantly. As soon as he emerged, he could barely contain his urgency, demanding, "Did you see Yanyou being kidnapped? Is it true?" The leading girl said nothing, simply handing him her phone with the recorded video. At that moment, Li Yanqing and Jiang Qi arrived, overhearing Song Yuhang's urgent inquiry, their hearts momentarily halting, swiftly replaced by an overwhelming tide of panic. "What were you just discussing?" "Yanyou has been kidnapped," Li Yanqing and Jiang Qi questioned in unison, their gazes piercing into the girls before them. Startled, the girls stammered, recounting the events that had transpired. Upon hearing their account, Jiang Qi, driven by a surge of emotion, stepped forward and grasped Song Yuhang's arms fiercely, his eyes ablaze with an unprecedented ferocity. "How could such a thing happen at the birthday party you organized? Why was security not reinforced, allowing the kidnappers to infiltrate here?" Jiang Qi had never before exhibited such a loss of composure, but his thoughts were solely consumed by Xue safety. Li Yanqing, equally astonished, took a step forward, seemingly compelled to act, yet halted upon witnessing Jiang Qi's fervor. His hands clenched into fists, oblivious to the deep imprints left by his nails in his palms. "Calm down. How can I remain calm? It's Yanyou who is in danger." Jiang Qi's rage was palpable. His typically gentle demeanor had vanished entirely. Song Yuhang, equally agitated, felt a surge of urgency at Xue predicament. Yet Jiang Qi's accusations made him feel as though he bore the blame entirely. "Do you think I wanted this to happen to Yanyou? I would rather suffer myself than see her harmed." In his flurry of emotions, Song Yuhang found no time to argue with Jiang Qi, breaking free from his grip and retorting vehemently. "Jiang Qi, do not waste my time. I have no inclination to debate whether I am at fault. You, enough. This is not the time for a quarrel." Li Yanqing's sharp command cut through the tension, abruptly halting the escalating conflict between them. Song Yuhang and Jiang Qi's gazes converged sharply upon Li Yanqing, their eyes seemingly ablaze with indignation. Li Yanqing, unfazed, swiftly intervened to quell their dispute before promptly instructing the staff beside him, "Immediately secure all entrances and exits of the venue. No one must be allowed to enter or exit freely." With a composed demeanor, he meticulously outlined the necessary actions for the personnel. Internally, however, he was in turmoil, unable to fathom the treatment that Xue might endure after being abducted. His only hope was that the assailant had not yet managed to remove Xue from the venue. The staff promptly dispersed to execute Li Yanqing's directives. The abduction of Xue was a grave matter. Should word of it spread, it would undoubtedly incite a considerable uproar and potentially jeopardize her safety. Thus, The current circumstances did not permit a boisterous search, necessitating a thorough investigation of the venue without arousing suspicion among others. While coordinating the search, Li Yanqing also remembered to dial the police. With several girls as witnesses and video evidence available, he believed that police involvement would facilitate the identification of the perpetrator. Upon completing these arrangements, he turned to Song Yuhang and remarked, "The banquet is not yet concluded. You can excuse yourself for now, but you must remain on site to oversee the proceedings." As the CEO and host of the event, Song Yuhang's every action attracted attention. If Yanyou failed to appear, his prolonged absence would likely raise suspicions among the attendees. Thus, despite his profound reluctance, he had no choice but to stay. Song Yuhang opened his mouth, seemingly poised to offer a retort, yet ultimately swallowed his words. Li Yanqing was correct. Having been appointed CEO of Xingchen Entertainment by Yanyou, he bore a weighty responsibility. Should news of her abduction surface, it could potentially devastate the company's stock price within a day, an outcome he was keen to avoid. "All right, I entrust the task of rescuing Yanyou to you both." With great effort, he entrusted this formidable responsibility to Li Yanqing and Jiang Qi, retreating back into the venue. His displeasure palpable. Once Song Yuhang had departed, Li Yanqing led several girls to a relatively quiet lounge. "Before the police arrive, may I ask you to remain here?" he requested, his tone unexpectedly gentle. His strikingly handsome features, combined with this rare display of softness, captivated the girls before him, starkly contrasting with the aloof demeanor he typically exhibited on camera. "Li Yanqing is asking us for help. Who could possibly refuse such a request?" One girl, instantly shedding her earlier tension, gazed at his face, eyes sparkling with admiration. "All right, we will all stay here." The girl readily acquiesced, only to immediately realize her reaction, glancing tentatively towards the leading companion. To her surprise, she discovered that she was not alone. The others exhibited similar responses, all utterly captivated by Li Yanqing's charm. Several other girls also opted to comply with Li Yanqing's request, choosing to remain quietly in anticipation of the police's arrival. Jiang Qi observed how Li Yanqing had swiftly organized everything in a mere moment, feeling an increased admiration for her efficiency. Soon, the police arrived, and thanks to Li Yanqing's prior warning, they managed to approach without causing much disturbance, even entering the venue through the side door. Chapter 174, Kidnapping, Part 4. By the time the police arrived, the staff at the venue had thoroughly searched all possible areas for any signs of the kidnapper and Yanyou. However, they found no trace of either, suggesting that the perpetrator had taken advantage of the chaos to abscond with Yanyou unnoticed. Li Yanqing promptly informed the police of the situation, who immediately initiated an investigation, starting with the retrieval of surveillance footage. Unfortunately, upon review, it became evident that the recording had been deliberately tampered with, rendering it impossible to ascertain the events that transpired in the corridor at that moment. Thus, the only remaining clue lay within the videos captured by a few girls. Li Yanqing and Jiang Qi swiftly located these girls along with the police. Before the officers could even pose their questions, the primary videographer eagerly handed over her phone. "Could you recount what transpired at that moment?" inquired a female officer, her demeanor gentle and reassuring, gradually alleviating the girls' tension. The girls exchanged glances, and it was the eldest among them who stepped forward, a hint of trepidation in her voice as she began to narrate the events. "We were just thrilled to have slipped in unnoticed and happened to cross paths with Yanyou. We thought that capturing more footage of her would enhance our social media posts, so we discreetly followed her. To our shock, we witnessed her abduction." The lead girl recounted the incident with utmost sincerity, leaving no detail unspoken. Yet, the gravity of having witnessed a kidnapping sent shivers down their spines. "This is how it happened," she divulged everything she knew. The officer's gaze shifted to the other girls, her eyes inquiring. Upon receiving nods of affirmation, she continued, "Did you see the appearance of the kidnapper?" This time, the girls unanimously shook their heads, indicating that they had not seen the assailant's face. Li Yanqing listened intently, her brow furrowing slightly. Jiang Qi was consumed by thoughts of the peril Yanyou might be enduring, making it difficult for him to remain composed. He had initially placed all his hopes on these girls, but hearing their admission of not having seen the kidnapper's visage left him feeling utterly despondent. Unable to accept this reality, he became increasingly agitated. "Please think carefully. Are you certain you didn't see anything?" Jiang Qi implored once more. The girls shook their heads again, extinguishing the last flicker of hope within him. "How could you not discern the appearance of someone so close? Are you intentionally shielding?" "Jiang Qi, calm down," Li Yanqing interjected sharply. The sudden reprimand quelled his rising anger. "I apologize, I misspoke." Jiang Qi slightly bowed and offered a courteous gesture to the several girls, expressing his sincere apologies. The girls, however, seemed unfazed by Jiang Qi's earlier tone. Instead, they were taken aback by the despair reflected in his eyes. In that fleeting moment, their hearts tightened, accompanied by a growing sense of guilt for failing to discern the true visage of the kidnapper. It was evident that his feelings for Yanyou ran deep. Otherwise, he would not have displayed such vulnerability and hopelessness after her misfortune. The group of starstruck girls, as if uncovering a hidden truth, momentarily cast aside their earlier fright, becoming animated and lively once more. Nevertheless, they managed to restrain themselves, refraining from any overtly excited reactions, understanding that the current circumstances were not conducive to such displays, thus suppressing their inner gossiping spirits. The female officer, having gleaned no valuable information, chose not to press the girls further. After securing the footage they had filmed, she signaled for them to take their leave. Li Yanqing arranged for them to be escorted from the venue, but before they departed, he felt compelled to impart a final word of caution. I hope you can keep this matter confidential for the time being. I fear. Brotherly, we understand. If news of the police involvement leaks, the kidnappers will surely pose a greater threat to Yanyou, the leading girl interjected. Moreover, the media will swarm like sharks sensing blood. You can rest assured, we will not speak a word, she pledged, thumping her chest in assurance. Li Yanqing gazed at them earnestly for a moment before nodding slowly. Very well, I trust you will uphold your promise. With that, he waved them off and arranged for transport to take each girl home safely. Yanyou remained unaware of how long she had been unconscious. All she knew was that upon awakening, she found herself confined within a small, enclosed room. The dimly lit space was illuminated solely by a faint, yellowish glow seeping through partially drawn curtains, likely from a light source. As she shifted her body, she discovered her hands bound behind her, her mouth taped shut, and her feet tightly restrained, rendering her unable to rise or move. It was evident that her captor was experienced, having left her no opportunity for escape. I have been kidnapped, Yanyou called out to the system in her mind, maintaining her composure without a hint of hysteria or panic. Her emotions were remarkably stable, though fear coursed through her. She understood that succumbing to panic would be futile in such a dire situation. Maintaining her calm was paramount to finding an opportunity to escape. Yes, host, you have indeed been kidnapped. The system's response echoed, devoid of any fluctuation. Yet, even this monotone reply brought a modicum of reassurance to Yanyou's heart. System, can you assist me in sending a distress signal? Yanyou inquired. Certainly, host. Upon hearing the system's affirmative response, Yanyou's eyes sparkled with a hint of joy, her spirits lifting ever so slightly. Excellent. Please assist me in sending out a distress signal, accompanied by my current location, to the mobile phones of Shun, Li, and Xue Qingyi. After a moment of contemplation, Yanyou made her decision. She opted not to contact the police directly, fearing that their response might be delayed, leading to an abundance of uncontrollable factors that could jeopardize her safety. Yanyou was well aware of Shun Li and Xue Qingyi's determination. Once they realized she had been kidnapped, they would undoubtedly exhaust every means to locate her. With the precise coordinates, they would be able to reach her without delay. The system has successfully dispatched the message and location as per the host's request. The system proved to be quite reliable, promptly providing a reassuring confirmation following Yanyou's instructions. Chapter 175. The person behind the distress signal had been sent out. And now all Yanyou needed to do was await rescue, provided that no unforeseen circumstances arose. However, scarcely had Yanyou regained consciousness when the sound of footsteps reached her ears. Just as she was about to attempt to free herself from her bindings, she halted her movements upon hearing the approaching footsteps, quickly closing her eyes to feign slumber. The footsteps drew nearer, and soon Yanyou heard the sound of someone lifting the curtain and entering. The person is indeed in hand. Let me show you. A man's voice resonated alarmingly close to her, causing her heart to constrict momentarily. She exerted every effort to mask any signs of distress. Her ears, however, remained alert to his movements as her mind raced through potential responses to any imminent danger. Now that you see the person, are you reassured? Why the silence? When shall we meet again? I find myself missing you. The man's voice dripped with mockery as he rambled on, and Yanyou dared not open her eyes to glimpse his face, surmising that he must be engaged in a video call with someone. Given the tone of his conversation, it appeared that this man had been instructed by the individual on the other end of the line to abduct her. A wave of suspicion washed over Yanyou. Who could that person be? Could it be the notorious Mr. Qian, associated with Jiying? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she dismissed it. After all, the evidence from the previous accident had already been submitted. Although she had not followed the developments closely, it stood to reason that the mere act of hiring a hitman would have ensnared that individual in considerable turmoil, rendering him incapable of diverting attention to her predicament. As she pondered this, a woman's voice suddenly pierced through the air. Now that you've captured her, swiftly proceed as I instructed. Take her as far away as possible. I do not wish for her demise to be so effortless. I want her to endure every conceivable torment. The voice, laced with venom and tinged with distortion, nonetheless struck Yanyou as strikingly familiar. It was her, Xue. To her astonishment, she realized that Xue was the mastermind behind this abduction. Had she lost her mind? Yanyou struggled to comprehend how the female protagonist, Xue, could harbor such a malevolent intent. Shouldn't the heroine embody positivity and possess a sound moral compass? Why did Xue emanate nothing but twisted resentment? I will comply with your demands, but before I depart, I hope you can. The man's tone grew suggestive, his deep voice slithering like a venomous serpent. Xue fell silent for a moment, ultimately conceding. I will contact you again. With that, she abruptly ended the call. How utterly heartless. The man remarked with a sardonic tone, pocketing his phone as he gazed down at the motionless Yanyou, showing no inclination to act further or to take his leave. Yanyou felt that the man had not left, so she kept her eyes closed, believing she was concealing herself effectively. However, the man discerned some subtle hints. I know you are awake. You heard everything from the phone call just now, didn't you? After a prolonged silence, he suddenly spoke. In that instant, Yanyou felt her heart skip a beat. Has he discovered the truth? No, he must be bluffing. Yanyou struggled to steady her breath, continuing to feign unconsciousness. Yet, the man seemed to have lost all patience. He stepped forward, crouched down, and forcefully grasped her hair, compelling her to lift her head. The sudden pain made Yanyou gasp involuntarily. She realized she had been exposed. Continuing the charade was futile. So she decisively opened her eyes and glared at him with keen intensity. The man's face bore a fierce expression, with a conspicuous scar on his forehead that lent him an aura of unnameable darkness. You awoke rather quickly, Yanyou remarked, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The scar twitched with his grin, resembling a grotesque centipede crawling across his face in the dim light. Evoking a sense of horror, he ripped the tape from Yanyou's mouth, allowing her to respond more freely. Yanyou immediately felt a significant improvement in her ability to breathe. After gasping for air a few times, she addressed Yanyou with an air of unyielding dignity. Could you please let go of my hair? It hurts terribly. A slight furrow formed on her brow, rendering her delicate features tinged with vulnerability, evoking a sense of pity in those who beheld her. Though Yanyou had seized Yanyou, he had not truly examined her face until this moment. He had only known her to be a beautiful young woman, but now he clearly saw her beauty, prompting an involuntary exclamation in his mind. How stunning! She is even more beautiful than the one I have long admired. Xue. Yanyou instinctively loosened his grip, allowing Yanyou's scalp some relief. After a moment of stunned silence, he finally regained his composure. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his tone took on a more menacing edge. Do not feign pity in front of me. He was fond of Xue, and being momentarily captivated by Yanyou's appearance irked him. However, despite his irritation, he did not lay hands on her again. Yanyou had indeed intentionally displayed that expression to feign weakness and lower his guard. But she had not anticipated Yanyou's vigilance. Did Xue send you to capture me? Why would she do such a thing? Although she had overheard the phone conversation between Yanyou and Xue, she still asked the question. Yanyou scoffed. Did you not already hear it? What more do you wish to confirm? As for why this is happening, I can only say it is all your fault. You should not have upset Xue. She wishes for you to vanish from her world, and I shall assist her in achieving that. Upon hearing this, Yanyou felt a heaviness in her heart. Sensing that matters were turning dire, do you not fear the consequences of your actions? She has compelled you to engage in such abduction. Yet has she considered the repercussions that may ensue for you? Is she truly worth such a risk? Yanyou intended to appeal to his emotions and reason with him. Yet Yanyou remained impervious to her entreaties. Spare me your words. Even if this matter were to come to light, no one would seek me out, for by then, I would have already departed this country with you. Upon hearing this, Yanyou felt a heaviness in her heart and urgently inquired. What do you mean by that? Where do you intend to take me? Chapter 176. The truth. Yanyou scrutinized Yanyou's body with an unsettling gaze, as if appraising merchandise. You are quite a rare specimen. Surely, you will fetch a handsome price in due time. He licked his lips, exuding an air of insatiable ambition. Yanyou's brow furrowed in distaste, repulsed by his lecherous stare. Are you familiar with northern Myanmar? You will soon be enjoying life there, Yanyou guffawed, his laughter echoing with unrestrained malevolence. A shiver coursed through Yanyou. A fleeting thought emerged in her mind. In the original narrative, after Xue's rebirth, She cast Yanyou out of the Ji family, leaving her to wander the streets, vulnerable to the cruelty of others and suffering immensely. Yet, that was not the end. Yanyou was deceived into northern Myanmar, enduring unspeakable torment, ultimately perishing on a cold operating table, her valuable organs sold off at various prices to different buyers. It was a woeful tale, leaving her without even a complete corpse. As she detached her thoughts from the original storyline, Yanyou shivered at the thought of her predecessor's fate. Could it be that even with her intervention, she would be unable to escape the tragic end that awaited her in northern Myanmar? No, that was utterly impossible. She was not her predecessor. After being expelled from the Ji family, she possessed far more than nothing. With her wealthy system and ample resources, she would never meet the same dismal conclusion. With this realization, Yanyou's emotions began to stabilize, alleviating the previous sensation of dread and despair. However, she concealed her feelings, choosing instead to analyze her circumstances with a calm demeanor. The man before her was connected to Xue Qingyi, having been instructed by her to abduct Yanyou. This suggested that Xue Qingyi was also implicated in her predecessor's ultimate deception into northern Myanmar. Upon grasping this connection, Yanyou felt a sudden disillusionment with the once admired Xue Qingyi, who had been lauded across the internet as a paragon of kindness and compassion. Ultimately revered by the entertainment industry, the image of Xue Qingyi began to crumble, akin to a pristine white flower tainted by ink, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of revulsion. What makes her worthy of being the protagonist? Yanyou pondered. Let us strike a deal, release me, and I shall offer you a considerable sum, enough to ensure your future comfort. She attempted to persuade him, recognizing this as her primary recourse. Regrettably, Xue Qingyi was unmoved by her proposition. Do not presume that such a tactic will sway me. Since Xue wishes to deal with you, I am obliged to assist her. Save your breath, he sneered, eagerly anticipating the moment despair would cloud Yanyou's expression. He relished witnessing the futile struggles of his prey, ensnared in hopelessness. However, Yanyou's reaction disappointed him. Although her eyes brimmed with vigilance, they betrayed little fear. Xue Qingyi reined in his smile, his gaze piercing and fierce as he fixed his eyes on Yanyou. In a voice laden with darkness, he remarked, "You don't seem particularly frightened. Are you still clinging to the hope that someone might come to your rescue?" Yanyou remained silent, her unwavering gaze conveying her determination. Xue Qingyi scoffed, his tone unyielding. "Do not harbor such foolish fantasies. No one will find this place. Even if someone did, by that time, I would have already taken you away." With that, he lost interest in further conversation, rising to cast a disdainful glance at Yanyou before turning to leave the small room. As Xue Qingyi departed, he neglected to reapply the tape over Yanyou's mouth, confident that she would not dare to scream. After all, a clever person would not act so recklessly. Moreover, even if she wished to call for help, it would be futile. The location he had chosen was a long-abandoned construction site, far too remote to attract even the most desperate of vagrants. Thus, Xue Qingyi felt secure in his position. Yanyou struggled to sit up, the restraints on her hands and feet severely hampering her movements. Yet, she refused to succumb to despair, persevering until she finally managed to prop herself up. Is there any way to free my hands and feet? She pondered in her mind. Host, the system shop offers a variety of useful items. You may wish to explore it. The system's reminder jolted Yanyou back to reality, and she chided herself for forgetting such a crucial detail. She immediately summoned the system shop interface in her thoughts. She sought a small knife to facilitate the cutting of her bindings, aiming to browse the daily section on the homepage. As she formulated her needs, the next moment, the system shop's display transformed, revealing an array of knives before her eyes. Ordinary fruit knife, price, 1 point. Sickle, price, 1 point. Swiss Army knife, price, 1 point. Commander Advanced Tactical Folding Knife, price, 1 point. Yanyou stared at the items, all priced at a mere 1 point, momentarily taken aback. After being accustomed to seeing items that demanded thousands of points, encountering such reasonably priced goods felt surreal. Why did it give her the impression of the system being unusually generous? With a hint of irony, Yanyou decided to purchase the Commander Advanced Tactical Folding Knife for 1 point. Ding! Purchase successful. In the next instant, Yanyou felt an object materialize in her hand. It was the commander knife she had just acquired. The knife, approximately 3 inches in length, featured a wavy blade design and serrated edges that catered to diverse needs. And its foldable design made it convenient for carrying. With a barely audible snap, she deftly flicked open the folding knife and promptly began to cut the ropes binding her wrists. The system-produced blade is exceptionally sharp. After only a brief moment of cutting, Yanyou felt the bindings around her wrists loosen. Clearly, the ropes had been severed. She let out a quiet sigh of relief and immediately began to free her feet from their restraints. Once she had completely regained her freedom, she swiftly stood up and stealthily approached the door. Carefully lifting the curtain, she peered outside. The sky had already darkened, and the sole source of light was a lantern perched atop a stack of bricks. The dim, yellow glow illuminated only a limited area. As the darkness deepened, the shadows of various objects appeared under the lantern's light, resembling clawing demons, instilling a sense of dread in anyone who beheld them. Chapter 177. Salvation, a Must. Outside, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Not a single shadow was in sight. Yanyou furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Could it be that Xue Qingyi was lying in wait, anticipating her to unwittingly walk into his trap? With this thought lingering in her mind, she became increasingly cautious. Rather than rushing outside, she opted to remain still, quietly observing, for she was entirely unfamiliar with the situation beyond her confines. She had no inkling whether Xue Qingyi was alone or accompanied by his cohorts. After a moment of vigilant observation, the absence of any movement outside allowed Yanyou's alertness to wane slightly. Just as she prepared to stealthily emerge, she suddenly heard Xue Qingyi's voice. His words, however, were incomprehensible to her, as he spoke in a language foreign to her own, most likely from the northern regions of Myanmar. Retreating back into the shadows of the room, she resembled a poised little leopard, ready to pounce, keenly anticipating Xue Qingyi's next action. Should he discover her presence, she would seize the opportunity to strike first. Fortunately, Xue Qingyi seemed oblivious to the fact that Yanyou had been bound hand and foot, and thus he relaxed. Engrossed in his conversation with someone on the other end of the line, Yanyou contemplated her situation, mentally sifting through the items in the system's marketplace, searching for something that could aid her. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she stumbled upon a coveted item. Limited time language proficiency skill card. Achieve fluency in all languages for 24 hours. Price, 300 points. This is it, she decided, promptly purchasing the card. With a considerable number of points amassed, she no longer felt the sting of spending excessively. Upon using the skill card, Yanyou felt an influx of knowledge flooding her mind. The previously incomprehensible Northern Myanmar dialect now became clear. Listening to Xue Qingyi's conversation, she was astounded to learn that he had not only kidnapped her, but had other victims as well, young girls, all in their teenage years, destined to be shipped off to Northern Myanmar. From what Xue Qingyi implied, he intended to take Yanyou to rendezvous with his accomplices. In that moment, Yanyou found herself engulfed in a wave of hesitation. Now liberated from her constraints, she had a genuine opportunity to escape from Xue Qingyi, especially considering her mastery in combat, which would easily enable her to handle him alone. Her earlier misfortune stemmed from her excessive relaxation. She had never anticipated an ambush in such a lively venue, nor the suddenness of the attack that left her defenseless, allowing Xue Qingyi to successfully abduct her. Though capable of self-preservation, she wrestled with the moral dilemma of whether to save those young girls. They were all blossoming youths, and if she allowed Xue Qingyi and his henchmen to transport them out of the country, the fate awaiting those girls would likely be dire. The fate of those who are deemed worthy can be reduced to mere playthings for others, while the unfortunate may find themselves cast upon the operating table, facing the grim reality of having their organs harvested. Merely contemplating such a scene sends a chill coursing through Yanyou, enveloping her in a wave of dread that compels her to tremble uncontrollably. She must escape. There is no other option. Gritting her teeth, she resolves in a moment of impulsive clarity. Unlike a delicate flower in need of rescue, her decision is to flee as far as her legs can carry her. Survival is paramount. Yet, endowed with the ability to save herself, she recognizes that with carefulness, she might also aid others in distress. Whether born from a moment of heated decision or from a subconscious weighing of her options, who can truly say? Having made her choice, Yanyou returned stealthily to her original position, readying the ropes around her legs with great skill. Though they appear secure, a mere struggle would cause them to fall away. Once her legs are bound, she turns her attention to the ropes on her hands. The exhilaration of cutting the ropes earlier is now replaced by the arduous task of rewrapping them. Fortunately, she ultimately succeeds in binding herself, though a closer inspection reveals that the ropes are not knotted. Instead, she conceals the ends tightly within her palm, ensuring no one detects any hint of her ruse. Just as she completes her task, footsteps echo from outside once more. Yanyou feigns terror, recoiling as she cries out, "What do you intend to do?" Xue Qingyi flashes a sinister smile, his fingers gliding lightly across Yanyou's cheek, sending shivers down her spine. "Your form is truly exquisite. Were it not for the fear of diminishing its value, I would be tempted to sample it first. I wonder if you compare to Meng Xue." Zhou Hongyu's demeanor remains largely passive, which eases Ji Yu's anxiety somewhat. She had resolved that should he attempt anything untoward, she would prioritize eliminating him, regardless of the innocent girls waiting to be rescued. It can only be said that Zhou Hongyu's fortune is remarkable, as he inexplicably evades a dire consequence. Come with me. Zhou Hongyu does not inspect Ji Yu's bindings, thus failing to notice any anomaly. He hoists her effortlessly over his shoulder, his movements deft and practiced, likely honed from his time in Myanmar, where he would deal with unruly individuals in a similar fashion. What are you doing? Put me down. Ji Yu struggles in a token manner, only to relent when Zhou Hongyu deposits her into a dilapidated van. Where are we going? She inquires, feigning timidity as she gazes into the enveloping darkness outside. Zhou Hongyu appears satisfied with her reaction. After all, her earlier composure had left him devoid of any sense of accomplishment. Now, he finally perceives a flicker of panic upon her countenance. If you wish to avoid being retaped, I suggest you keep your mouth shut. After uttering his threatening words, Zhou Hongyu accelerated the car into the engulfing darkness ahead. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon receiving an unfamiliar distress message, Shen Li and Zhou Yangxing immediately deduced the identity of the sender. It was none other than the recently kidnapped Ji Yu. They dared not withhold this crucial information and swiftly informed their superior, Zhou Qingyi, while also relaying the contents of the message to the authorities. Although Zhou Qingyi was a veteran who had returned from service, his decision to establish a security company had enabled him to forge connections with various individuals from all walks of life. Thus, upon learning of Ji Yu's abduction, he promptly activated his network to assist in the search. Remarkably, by the time Shen Li received that message, Zhou Qingyi had already managed to acquire some leads on his own. Chapter 178. A step too late. Upon receiving news from Ji Yu, Zhou Qingyi immediately summoned all members of his security company and set off towards her location. Meanwhile, Li Yanqing and Song Yuhang, having received the same information, promptly contacted the police and proceeded to the specified coordinates alongside them. Following the tracking signal, they swiftly arrived at a desolate, half-finished building. To avoid alarming any potential threats, they parked their vehicles several dozen meters away and stealthily approached in the dark. The exterior of the building was overgrown with weeds, and scattered debris made the terrain treacherous. Caution was paramount, as the whereabouts of the kidnappers remained uncertain. Thus, they meticulously searched each floor, layer by layer. Why is it taking so long? Jiang Qi murmured in the vehicle, his expression fraught with anxiety. Song Yuhang mirrored his unease, though he remained silent, his gaze fixed on the inky darkness outside. The depths of his thoughts seemingly darker than the night itself. The only one maintaining a semblance of composure was Li Yanqing, who sat quietly in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel with increasing intensity, his knuckles turning pale without his awareness. All three were deeply concerned for Ji Yu's well-being, which prompted their urgent presence, eager to ascertain her safety at the earliest opportunity. After what felt like an eternity, a commotion broke the stillness of the night, prompting the trio to look out the window towards the source of the noise. They observed the search team emerging from the building. Hastily exiting the car, they approached the gathering, their hearts filled with hope as they scanned the crowd for the figure they longed to see, only to be met with disappointment. Ji Yu was nowhere to be found. In an instant, their anticipation crumbled. Song Yuhang was the first to voice his concern, asking the police officer, "Where is she? Why is Yu missing?" Li Yanqing, harboring his own suspicions, pressed further, "Does this mean she was not found?" The lead officer nodded solemnly, stating, "There are signs of activity inside, but crucial evidence has been meticulously cleared away. We have arrived a step too late." The frustration was palpable among the officers, who lamented that a swifter response might have changed the outcome. With their hopes dashed, Song Yuhang and Jiang Qi seethed with anger, yet they recognized that the blame did not lie with the police, compelling them to suppress their fury. "Are there any other leads we can pursue?" Li Yanqing, maintaining his composure, posed the pivotal question. Song Yuhang and Jiang Qi turned their gaze back to the officers, their dimmed expectations reigniting with a flicker of hope. "Comrades, have you discovered any other clues?" Faced with their eager eyes, the responding officer hesitated momentarily, but knew he must provide an answer. "I'm afraid not. The perpetrator was exceedingly cautious and likely cleaned the scene before departing. We did not uncover any additional evidence." Once more, disappointment washed over the trio. However, just as despair began to settle in, all three received another message on their phones simultaneously. The three individuals eagerly opened their devices, and a sudden jolt of excitement coursed through them as they promptly raised their phones before the police. "There is a new location," they exclaimed almost in unison, their eyes brimming with delight. The officers, however, were somewhat perplexed. What a coincidence that a new location had been sent. Typically, the communication devices of kidnapped individuals are confiscated immediately. Given their earlier investigation, it was evident that the abductor, who had meticulously covered their tracks, would hardly forget to seize the victim's means of communication. Thus, from where had this information originated? The police furrowed their brows in contemplation, yielding no answers. Nevertheless, the emergence of this message provided them with renewed direction. After all, they had reached this place based on prior information, and the details uncovered during their search confirmed that someone had indeed been present before their arrival, lending credibility to the message. With the reliability of the information established, their next step was clear. They needed only to follow the latest coordinates. Consequently, everyone swiftly boarded their vehicles and set off towards the newly indicated location. Simultaneously, Yanyou had been taken by Yanyou to a remote area. This dilapidated slum was characterized by low, crumbling shanties and two-story buildings that resembled remnants of a bygone era. The residents were primarily migrant workers or any ne'er-do-wells with little purpose. The area was known for its complex population dynamics and lack of surveillance, making it an ideal hiding spot. One particularly run-down two-story building appeared no different from its surroundings. However, its imposing iron gate remained locked most of the time, occasionally creaking open in the dead of night to allow a person or vehicle entry. The inhabitants were preoccupied with the struggles of daily life and paid little attention to the nature of the individuals residing within. Yanyou drove an unremarkable, battered van into the compound of this building. Before he could even exit the vehicle, a shifty-eyed young man approached. "Brother Xue, how many did you bring back this time?" he asked, reaching for the rear door of the van. Upon seeing Yanyou, bound and helpless within, he was momentarily struck dumb by her beauty. "Brother Xue, the quality of the piglets you've caught this time is exceptional. She's quite a looker." The young man cackled lewdly, attempting to pull Yanyou from the vehicle while also reaching to touch her. However, before he could succeed, Yanyou had already seized his wrist firmly. "Behave yourself. We mustn't create a commotion now. Once we cross the border, you can indulge as you please," he remarked, casting a teasing glance at Yanyou, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Although he harbored feelings for Xue, he was not averse to savoring the company of other women. Yanyou's striking appearance had previously sparked thoughts of indulgence, yet reason prevailed, reminding him that now was not the opportune moment. It would be wiser to wait until they had safely crossed the border before entertaining such notions. Yanyou was scrutinized by two individuals with lewd gazes, nearly succumbing to the temptation to retaliate. However, recalling her resolve, she chose to exercise restraint for the time being. "What of the others? Are they all gathered?" "They are awaiting Brother Xue." This time, a foolish misstep led to a leak, causing those swine to sense something amiss and nearly escape. "Now, they have all been confined." A young man grasped Yanyou's arm, guiding her into the room while relaying the current situation to Yanyou. Upon hearing this, Yanyou also became incensed. The incompetence of his subordinates was a source of considerable frustration for him as their leader. Chapter 179, The Accomplice in the Past. They had always lured individuals out of the country, thereby circumventing a multitude of complications. However, their operation was now jeopardized by a fool, forcing them to devise a means to smuggle the piglets across. This would significantly constrain their actions. Yanyou obediently entered the room, appearing frightened as she hunched her shoulders, embodying a timid demeanor. Yet, her eyes discreetly surveyed the surroundings. Inside the room, there were two young men, seemingly in their 20s, and a woman of approximately 30. Captivatingly alluring. Upon the arrival of Yanyou, the woman, who had been leaning against the wall and smoking, immediately brightened, extinguishing her cigarette and approaching him eagerly. "Yanyou, you have finally returned. I was beginning to think that if you didn't come back soon, I would have to set out to find you myself." The woman was clad in a fitted dress that accentuated her splendid figure. She swayed her hips and grasped Yanyou's arm, her gaze falling upon Yanyou. "Oh, no wonder you returned so late. It seems you were enjoying yourself out there." The woman assessed Yanyou with a dismissive glance. While she was indeed beautiful, now that she was in their custody, she would have to adhere to their rules. This remark subtly reminded Yanyou not to soften towards Yanyou merely because of her striking appearance. Yanyou smirked. "Sister Xia, rest assured. I know where to draw the line. This is my merchandise. Confine her with the others for now." Upon hearing this, the woman referred to as Sister Xia laughed, her demeanor becoming even more affected. "I knew you were not a fool, Yanyou." With that, Sister Xia summoned the young man holding Yanyou, instructing him to take her to a room and confine her there. Yanyou remained silent, allowing them to maneuver her as they pleased, yet she remained vigilant, mentally calculating her chances of escaping unscathed. It was only after she was locked inside the room that she felt a slight sense of relief. A dim yellow lamp illuminated the space, casting just enough light for her to discern the outlines of her surroundings. In this feeble glow, Yanyou realized she was not alone. There were 4 girls, all seemingly in their teens, the eldest no more than 16. They were bound hand and foot, their mouths taped, receiving the same treatment Yanyou had endured. Cowering together in the corner, they regarded Yanyou with expressions of sheer terror. Yanyou paused momentarily, comprehending that these 4 girls were indeed the piglets they had referred to. "Do not be afraid. I am also a captive like you." Yanyou spoke softly, hoping to soothe the young girls' anxieties and alleviate their fear of her. Indeed, upon hearing that Yanyou had also been captured, the vigilance and fear in the eyes of the 4 young girls slightly dissipated. Yet, they still huddled together, as though this collective proximity could summon the courage to confront their dire circumstances. Yanyou cast a glance at the closed door, pressing her ear against it to eavesdrop on the situation outside. Once assured that no one would burst in unexpectedly, she shook her legs, and in the blink of an eye, the ropes binding her limbs fell away, much to the astonishment of the young girls. Approaching them, she lowered her voice and inquired, "You were all taken by them, correct?" Yanyou refrained from removing the tape from the girls' mouths, fearing that their excitement might provoke a noise that could attract unwanted attention. As a result, the girls could only respond with nods to her questions. "Aside from you, are there any others who have been captured?" Yanyou continued. The girls exchanged puzzled glances before shaking their heads. Yanyou quickly grasped their implication. They were evidently unaware of any other captives. "Do not worry. I will find a way to rescue you. But you must promise to be obedient and keep quiet, understood?" After witnessing the girl's initial shock gradually transform into anxious excitement, she hurriedly offered words of reassurance. At that moment, the young girls regarded Yanyou as their sole beacon of hope. No matter what she said, they nodded in agreement, fearful that any delay could jeopardize their chance of salvation. Once Yanyou had calmed them, she settled beside them, contemplating the next course of action. Outside, 4 robust young men, accompanied by an enigmatic figure known as Sister Xia, posed a considerable challenge. While Yanyou could easily confront them alone, bringing along the 4 girls would undoubtedly complicate matters. After all, if the adversaries were not foolish, they would likely use the girls as leverage against her during any confrontation. At that moment, Yanyou knew she would be compelled to compromise to ensure their safety. Thus, a direct confrontation seemed unwise. Instead, she could only hope that the message she had sent would bear fruit and that assistance would arrive in time for a coordinated escape. With this in mind, Yanyou settled comfortably, oblivious to the fact that she was still clad in a custom-made mermaid dress. Meanwhile, outside, a one-sided brawl unfolded. A young man with disheveled, yellowing hair and sunken cheeks, clearly bearing the marks of a prior altercation, found himself cornered by Xue Qingyi, who was relentlessly delivering blow after blow. Nearby, 2 other men and a woman observed, each displaying a distinct expression. "Wanzai, have I not warned you that work should always take precedence? Just look at what you've done. How dare you strike your head while attending to business? Do you have a death wish? If that is the case, I shall personally see you off upon your return." Xue Qingyi's expression was one of fierce malevolence as his fists mercilessly rained down upon the unfortunate youth. The wretched Maru, battered and bruised yet too terrified to cry out, upon hearing Xue Qingyi's subsequent words, fervently knocked his head against the ground. "Boss, I was wrong. I beg you. Spare me this time. I promise I won't dare again, truly," Maru pleaded, his eyes brimming with dread. He understood that Xue Qingyi was a man of his word, and he had no desire to meet his end. Hence, he felt compelled to beg for mercy. Unmoved, Xue Qingyi continued to unleash his fury upon the other. For reasons unknown, his mood had been particularly foul that night, an inexplicable sense of unease gnawing at him, as if some calamity were imminent, rendering him unable to find solace. Chapter 180. Rescuing. It was only after venting his pent-up fury that Xue Qingyi ceased his assault. Wanzi lay on the ground, groaning in agony, yet the others merely observed in silence, showing little concern for his plight. "For now, I shall let you off the hook. But should there be a next time?" Xue Qingyi's words trailed off, yet all present understood the ominous implications of his unfinished sentence. After delivering his reprimand, Xue Qingyi turned to the others and commanded, "Everyone, rest well tonight. We shall depart at dawn." "Yanyou, is there something amiss?" Sister Xia inquired, her expression one of confusion. Xue Qingyi rubbed his temples and candidly replied, "I have been plagued by a foreboding feeling, fearing that misfortune may soon befall us. Thus, it is prudent for us to leave sooner rather than later." Upon hearing this, the others refrained from further discussion. After designating the night watch, they sought out their respective spots to rest. Wanzi, battered and unable to rise, lay on the ground. Xue Qingyi cast a disdainful glance at him before finding a rocking chair in the living room to recline in. Time slipped by quietly, and before long, the night outside had deepened into a profound darkness. Aside from the two young men on watch, who engaged in hushed conversation while smoking, the others had succumbed to slumber. In the stillness of the night, the occasional chirping of insects and distant barking of dogs pierced the silence, creating an unsettling atmosphere. Several figures emerged from the shadows, cautiously inching closer to a dilapidated courtyard. "You all wait outside. I shall venture in alone," declared the leading man, lifting his head to reveal a resolute and striking visage illuminated by the faint moonlight. This man was none other than Xue Qingyi, who had come in pursuit of a lead. "Boss, perhaps we should all go in and scout the situation," urged Shen Li and Zhou Yangxing, their brows furrowed in concern. Xue Qingyi shook his head, asserting, "My skills surpass yours. I can navigate more adeptly. Trust me, remain here." Without waiting for their objections, he nimbly scaled a low wall and disappeared from view. As Xue Qingyi vanished into the darkness, the breaths of the two men quickened, heavy with tension, as though they were on the brink of being engulfed by the shadows. After a moment, Shen Li broke the silence. "Let us focus on guarding the outside and be prepared for any sign of trouble." Agreed. They exchanged determined glances, though the dim light obscured their expressions. Yet they understood that each shared the same unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, the previously silent Yanyou finally stirred. She untied the mock ropes around her wrists and cautiously approached the door, attempting to turn the knob. The young girls, seemingly under the influence of a muscle relaxant, sat together in a daze, unable to move. Overcome by fatigue, yet striving to remain vigilant, they appeared somewhat disoriented. Upon witnessing Yanyou's actions, the others immediately understood her intentions and clamped their mouths shut, fearing that any inadvertent sound might cause her trouble. Yanyou cautiously fumbled at the door for a while and, to her surprise, managed to pry open a narrow gap. Peering through the crevice, she noted that the light outside was somewhat brighter than that in the room, though still dim enough for her to discern the situation beyond. Xue Qingyi was slumbering soundly in a rocking chair, while another young man lay in the corner, occasionally shifting to indicate he was still alive. The only woman in the group must have retired to the room for rest, and the whereabouts of two other youths remained a mystery. Whether they were within the confines of the room or outside was uncertain. Yanyou hesitated to venture out, but realized she could not remain idle. Casting a glance at the group of weary young girls, she pondered in her mind. "System, do you possess any medication to alleviate muscle relaxation?" "Yes, host." "Hurry, provide it to me. Please hold on a moment." As the system's voice faded, the interface of the system mall promptly appeared in Yanyou's mind. "Antidote. Rapidly eliminates abnormal toxins from the body. Price, 50 points. Without hesitation, Yanyou purchased 4 vials and distributed them to the 4 young girls. The effects of the medication took no time to manifest, and Yanyou remained patient, quietly awaiting the onset of its influence. During this interval, she sought an item within the room to serve as a weapon, but the space was exceedingly pristine, devoid of any usable objects. Her gaze swept across the area, ultimately landing on the window, which was secured with wooden planks. This was likely why Xue Qingyi and his companions felt secure confining the young girls in the room, untroubled by the possibility of escape. Yanyou approached and tentatively tested one of the loose wooden planks, finding it somewhat pliable. While the other girls might have struggled, her own strength, bolstered by her enhanced physique, far exceeded that of an ordinary individual. With both hands gripping the plank, she began to exert force slowly, striving to avoid generating excessive noise while attempting to dislodge the loose wood. Unbeknownst to anyone in the room, the 2 young men on guard outside remained oblivious, with one inching closer, groping along the wall. "Maru deserves this," someone thought, recalling how he had been advised to endure and, if necessary, to retreat and indulge himself away from prying eyes. Who could have predicted that he would become so reckless under the influence? It was fortunate that the boss spared his life this time. Have you noticed how the boss's demeanor seems to have darkened since his solo excursion? I wonder what transpired. Yet, the woman he brought back was stunning. It was the first time witnessing such beauty. I can't wait to enjoy her. Another mused. You're dreaming. Such exquisite beauty must remain pristine to fetch a high price. Even if it doesn't sell, the boss will keep her, not us. The 2 individuals exchanged knowing glances, their faces contorted into lewd smiles. Meanwhile, in the shadowy corner not far from them, Xue Qingyi had deftly ascended a tree and, utilizing its branches, climbed to the second-floor balcony. The balcony was cluttered with various items, which posed considerable obstacles to Xue Qingyi's movements. However, these very items also provided him with ample cover. He cautiously approached the balcony door, peering through the crack to assess the situation within. Soon, he formed a general idea of the circumstances. Yet he failed to spot Yanyou, unaware of which room she was confined to. Should he take the risk? Xue Qingyi pondered internally, and after a moment's deliberation, he reached a conclusion. The opposing personnel were not numerous, and he believed he could manage them alone. Just as Xue Qingyi prepared to make his move, unexpected commotion erupted from downstairs. Chapter 181. The Rescue, Part 2. Alas, Chief, trouble is brewing. It appears the police are approaching. A youth, who had been stationed outside, suddenly burst through the door, his eyes wide with panic. He had just stepped away for a moment and inadvertently caught sight of a car's headlights flashing down the alley, followed by several figures stealthily advancing toward their hideout. Who would venture this way in the dead of night? It could only mean they were coming for them. Realizing this, he was gripped by fear, abandoning even his urgent need, and hastily returned indoors to alert the others. Yanyou, comfortably nestled in a rocking chair, was jolted awake by the frantic voice of his subordinate. Police? How could there be police? His expression darkened. A gnawing sense of foreboding that had haunted him seemed to crystallize in that moment. This was one of their secret strongholds, cloaked in secrecy. It was inconceivable that the authorities could locate them so easily. Someone must have betrayed their whereabouts. With this thought racing through his mind, Yanyou cast a menacing glare toward the corner where Wanzai sat, the urge to eliminate him surging within him. Surely, it was Wanzai's earlier lapse due to his drug addiction that had drawn unwanted attention. Enraged, Yanyou gritted his teeth. Yet he recognized that this was not the time for retribution. They could not remain here. They must relocate immediately. He hastily gathered his belongings. As Sister Xia emerged from her resting place, Yanyou commanded everyone to spring into action. Even Wanzai, despite his injuries, scrambled to his feet, terrified of becoming a liability and facing abandonment, or worse, death, at Yanyou's hands. After all, the mouths of the deceased are the most discreet. Yanyou made his way toward the room where the piglets were kept, pushing the door open with determination. At that moment, Yanyou was seated on the floor, her hands still bound, though the ropes around her ankles had been loosened. She assumed that Sister Xia and the others had untied her feet, and did not dwell on it, allowing the intruders to pull her and the others to their feet. What do you intend to do? Yanyou exclaimed, caught off guard by their sudden intrusion, which completely disrupted her carefully laid plans. The drug effects on the young girls had begun to take hold, and if they detected any signs of their scheme, it would spell disaster. Fortunately, Yanyou was pressed for time, leaving him no opportunity to scrutinize the situation further. He merely instructed Sister Xia and another youth to take Yanyou and her companions away. Quickly, take them. Yanyou urged impatiently. Sister Xia dared not speak further, silently executing his commands. The unexpected turn of events unfolded in an instant. Seizing the moment, Xue Qingyi kicked open the balcony door. Before Yanyou and his men could react, he lunged forward, reaching for Yanyou. Xue Qingyi was agile, but Yanyou had spent his life in the streets. His rise to power forged through tenacity and skill. He was no stranger to combat. The two clashed fiercely, their movements swift and perilous, exchanging blows in a tense confrontation. What are you hesitating for? Hurry and take them away. Yanyou's expression darkened as he raised his voice in anger. Sister Xia, sensing the urgency, hurried to escort the young girls away. Just then, Xunli and Zhou Yangxing burst into the room. They had noticed someone approaching from outside and assumed it was an enemy, prompting them to conceal themselves to avoid detection. However, upon hearing the sounds of a struggle within the house, they rushed in without hesitation to rescue the young girls. When Yanyou saw her rescuers arrive, she immediately urged Xunli and Zhou Yangxing to act. With their intervention, the lecherous young man holding onto the four girls quickly succumbed, abandoning his grip on them. Yanyou, realizing his precarious position as the situation worsened and that police were en route, knew he could not continue the fight. He commanded, Wanzai Bozai, hold him back. The two youths, called by name, unflinchingly launched themselves at Xue Qingyi, disregarding their own injuries in a desperate attempt to obstruct him. Seizing a moment of reprieve, Xue Qingyi lunged towards Yanyou. Others could be forsaken, but she was essential to his plans. Yanyou was taken aback by Xue Qingyi's relentless pursuit. Grasping the now ineffective ropes, she prepared to tear them away and deliver a decisive blow to Yanyou. Yet, a sudden thought halted her. Why not seize this opportunity to delve deeper into the lair and uncover how many more captives this organization had, thereby ensnaring them all? With this in mind, Yanyou feigned frailty, casting a fearful glance at Yanyou as he dragged her toward the door. Sister Xia followed closely behind, while the remaining youths were ordered by Yanyou to stay behind as a rear guard. Their reluctance to risk their lives stemmed from the rigid hierarchy of their organization. Disobedience could lead to certain death. Remaining behind might afford them a chance to escape, whereas defiance would likely result in their demise. This was not an empty threat. Yanyou was fully capable of such actions. While the youths were no match for Xue Qingyi, they could manage to delay him for a brief moment. However, they were unaware that after leading Yanyou downstairs, Yanyou immediately instructed Sister Xia to topple the prepared diesel and ignite it with a lighter. Make haste. Yanyou's lips curled into a shadowy smile as he tossed the lighter, and the flames erupted. He swiftly turned and departed. With the front entrance compromised, Yanyou, Sister Xia, and Yanyou exited through a well-concealed side door of the courtyard. As they made their escape, the police arrived, met with the sight of raging flames, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Similarly, Li Yanqing, Song Yuhang, and Jiang Qi, who had anxiously followed, were left dumbfounded by the scene before them. How could this happen? Jiang Qi, frantic, attempted to rush inside but was halted by Li Yanqing. Stay calm. This is not the time for rashness. Do not complicate matters for the police. Yet, Yo-Yo is still inside. She must be inside. Jiang Qi struggled, his gaze illuminated by the flames, as if a fierce blaze of anger was igniting within him. In contrast to Jiang Qi's fervent agitation, Song Yuhang maintained a notable composure. Despite the sweat beading on his palms and his steps becoming increasingly unsteady, he still wore an expression of calm. Li Yanqing was right. I understand your concern for Yo-Yo, and my worries are no less than yours. However, the current situation does not permit impulsive actions. We must simply wait. Song Yuhang spoke solemnly, both to persuade Jiang Qi and to reassure himself. Chapter 182. The escape. Could they only stand by and watch? Jiang Qi felt a sense of unwillingness. Were Song Yuhang and Li Yanqing any different? Yet, with the police now obstructing their path, they had no choice but to comply. Several officers had already rushed inside and indeed discovered that there were still individuals present. Xue Qingyi had just subdued a few youths when the police burst in, their firearms aimed at them, commanding loudly, "Drop your weapons and put your hands on your heads." Xue Qingyi, Xun Li, and Zhou Yangxing exchanged glances, silently discarding the wooden sticks and chairs they held. Don't misunderstand. We are here to rescue people, Xue Qingyi quickly interjected, fearing the police might misinterpret their intentions. The officers, though skeptical, could not linger as the fire was spreading. Thus, they ordered everyone to evacuate outside. The three individuals waiting outside soon saw the police emerge, escorting several captives, and hurried over. Where are the others? Did you manage to rescue anyone? They scanned the crowd anxiously, yet only spotted a few young girls, failing to find the person they had been desperately seeking. Where's Yu? Song Yuhang's heart sank. His gaze intensely fixed on the lead officer, a mixture of hope and fear in his eyes. Someone already took Miss Ji away, the officer replied candidly. Taken away? Where did they take her? As he spoke, Song Yuhang turned to the apprehended individuals, eagerly grasping one and demanding, "Where did you take her? Tell me." The captured youth merely scoffed, showing no intention of responding. Engaged in a perilous trade, they were obstinate and unyielding, adhering to a code of non-cooperation. The police, unable to extract valuable information from them, could only focus on extinguishing the fire and searching for further clues. "Boss, look here." Soon, an officer discovered deep tire tracks behind the small building, indicating that vehicles frequently traversed this route. However, as this was not a main road, the presence of a vehicle here was suspicious. The hostage must have been taken in this direction, which is why we didn't encounter them. Let's follow this path. Leave a few individuals here to guard and prevent the fire from spreading further, the lead officer directed. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yanqing, Song Yuhang, and Jiang Qi had already jumped into their vehicle, filled with urgency. With Yanyou still in captivity, they feared that any delay could lead to unforeseen consequences. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated van, Yanyou drove with a grave expression, his mind racing. Who were the intruders? Were they the police? How had they located this place so swiftly? The thought that someone might have tipped off the police flashed through his mind, making him feel as though everyone around him had become a potential informant. But upon reflection, he dismissed the notion. If it had been one of his own men, they would not have waited until now for the police to arrive. Thus, it was likely that someone else had betrayed them. With these thoughts in mind, Yanyou couldn't help but glance up, observing Yanyou through the rearview mirror. At that moment, Yanyou sat quietly, her expression revealing no signs of distress. Upon sensing a distinctly palpable gaze directed at her, she lifted her eyes in response. Locking her gaze with Yanyou's. "What are you staring at?" Yanyou felt no fondness for Yanyou. Upon discovering his scrutiny through the mirror, she shot him a glare. Yanyou, with a cold tone, probed, You seem neither curious nor fearful about our impending destination. If I were afraid, would you release me? Or if I were curious, would you enlighten me on where you intend to take me? Yanyou carefully calibrated her tone, feigning composure, though a hint of trepidation was discernible upon closer inspection. Xue Qingyi scoffed softly, his skepticism toward Yanyou somewhat alleviated. After all, her communication device had been discarded from the outset, and any videos that could potentially contain tracking devices had been eradicated. She had no means to call for help. This led him to suspect that his subordinates were the most dubious. Realizing this, Xue Qingyi slammed his hand against the steering wheel, cursing himself for being so careless as to overlook the presence of a traitor among them. Yanyou, it's highly likely that the police will extract information about our other hideouts from Bozai and his associates. We must swiftly relocate the goods from those locations. Sister Xia spoke with a look of deep concern. Besides human trafficking, they were engaged in other illicit trades that could not withstand the light of day. Now that the police were onto them, it was plausible they would uncover several of their lairs, and a single misstep could spell disaster for both of them. I understand, Xue Qingyi replied tersely, choosing not to elaborate further. Sister Xia wished to say more, but upon seeing Xue Qingyi's grim countenance, she fell silent. Turning her gaze to Yanyou, Sister Xia felt a twinge of discomfort. Previously, when Xue Qingyi acted alone, he returned with only this woman, a stark departure from his usual modus operandi. Moreover, given the perilous situation they had just endured, it was puzzling that he would deem it necessary to abduct Yanyou, leading Sister Xia to question whether Yanyou was merely viewed as a commodity in Xue Qingyi's eyes. Yanyou, no longer facing interrogation, contented herself with being a passive observer, quietly absorbing the conversation between the two, nearly bursting into laughter. Ideally, they would take her to their hideout, enabling her to orchestrate a series of explosions, thus sparing the police considerable trouble. After approximately an hour, the vehicle finally came to a halt. Yanyou was pulled from the car by Sister Xia, who then revealed that they had arrived at an abandoned factory. Is it not enough to have a decrepit building? Why do you all seem to have an affinity for ruins? Yanyou muttered, immediately drawing Sister Xia's ire. What did you just say? Although Sister Xia did not catch Yanyou's words clearly, her instinct suggested they were far from complimentary. Nothing. You must have misheard, Yanyou replied dismissively. Xia Jie glared at her for quite some time before letting out a cold snort, choosing to ignore her thereafter. As Yanyou was dragged inside, she discovered that the reality was even more dire than she had imagined. Numerous individuals were bustling about, and in one corner of the factory, several long tables were set up, cluttered with an array of test tubes, white powders, and some ominous red pills, clearly not of any beneficial nature. A chill ran down Yanyou's spine as she realized the malevolence of these individuals. They were truly despicable, engaging not only in human trafficking, but also daring to concoct these harmful substances. Their fate was undoubtedly deserved. Chapter 183, Surprise and Unexpectedness. Xue Ge. What brings you here unexpectedly? A small man sporting a distinctive mustache approached Xue Qingyi and Sister Xia, his curiosity piqued by their sudden appearance. However, upon noticing that only the two of them had arrived, a hint of confusion crossed his face. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Yanyou, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Well, where did you find such exquisite treasure? Xue Ge, you are quite the capable one. The mustached man leered at Yanyou, his eyes brimming with desire. A gaze that made her skin crawl. What are you staring at? Yanyou shot him an angry glare, already plotting his downfall in her mind. Oh, still a little wildcat, looking so extraordinary. Why not let my brothers have a taste first? The man reached out to caress Yanyou's face. But before he could make contact, she deftly evaded him, with Xue Qingyi stepping in front to block his advance. Pai Chong, this is not the time for flirting. I am here to urge you to pack up and relocate. This place has likely been compromised. Xue Qingyi warned, his brow furrowed and voice low, leaving the man momentarily stunned. What do you mean, Xue Ge? Compromised? Pai Chong was skeptical, for they had considered this place a safe haven for quite some time, enjoying a stretch of tranquility. How could Xue Qingyi suddenly claim it was no longer secure? Xue Qingyi recounted the recent events and shared his suspicions. Upon hearing this, Pai Chong cursed vehemently, then hurriedly summoned the others in the factory. Quickly gather your belongings. This place is no longer safe. Take what you can carry and destroy what needs to be destroyed. Pai Chong did not question Xue Qingyi's words, even if it were merely speculation. He dared not take the risk. After all, while they could find another refuge elsewhere, a moment's delay could lead to dire consequences. At Pai Chong's command, his subordinates sprang into action, their panic causing them to knock over test tubes and containers scattered across the table, too frazzled to care. Watching this scene unfold, Yanyou couldn't help but smirk internally. Did they truly believe that escaping now would suffice? Such naivety was laughable. She had already dispatched her location to the system during their journey, confident that the police would soon trace their whereabouts. While packing would take some time, Xue Qingyi believed the police would require a moment to extract the location from any captured individuals. By the time they arrived, he was certain they would have long vacated the premises. Thus, despite urging Pai Chong, he remained relatively unconcerned. Yanyou, held in place by Sister Xia on a tattered old sofa, faced Xue Qingyi, who sat opposite her. At this moment, she was disinclined to maintain her facade, appearing remarkably composed. The unexpected calmness in her demeanor surprised both Xue Qingyi and Sister Xia, especially considering her earlier behavior in the car. It seems you are not as fearful as before. Was your prior fear merely an act? Xue Qingyi inquired with palpable interest. Yanyou nodded. Indeed, wasn't it quite convincing? Xue Qingyi's brow furrowed deeply, sensing that something had slipped from his grasp. What does this mean? Sister Xia appeared utterly baffled, still in the dark. Pai Chong, who had just approached, wore a similarly perplexed expression, wondering how Xue Qingyi had suddenly adopted a different demeanor in his brief absence. What is happening? Pai Chong asked, confusion evident in his voice. Sister Xia suddenly seemed to have a revelation, exclaiming, Yanyou, she has been pretending all along. Could it be that she was the one who exposed our location? But she no longer possesses any means to communicate with the outside world, which is precisely what makes this so confounding. This very point had led Xue Qingyi and Sister Xia to refrain from further suspicion towards her. However, a thought emerged in Xue Hongyi's mind. Perhaps the person least likely to be suspected is the one harboring the most deceit. Is it you? Xue Qingyi, in a fit of rage mixed with irony, slammed his hand on the armrest and stood up abruptly. What is happening? Pai Chong glanced between the two, eager to discern the truth, yet struggling to find an entry point into the conversation. Yanyou, no longer inclined to maintain the facade, also stood up, her gaze unwavering as it locked onto Xue Qingyi. It is I, surprised, aren't you? She playfully winked, successfully inciting a darkened expression on Xue Hongyi's face. Sister Xia, now realizing the situation, felt a surge of anger and raised her hand to strike Yanyou's face. You little wretch, how dare you betray us? Sister Xia was determined to teach the audacious Yanyou a lesson. However, before her hand could connect, her wrist was seized. A delicate hand, seemingly effortlessly, held Sister Xia's wrist captive, and no matter how much force she exerted, she could neither advance nor retreat. Xue Qingyi and Sister Xia stood aghast, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief, for that fair, slender hand had only moments ago been bound by ropes. How did she manage to free herself in an instant and precisely grasp Sister Xia's wrist? Yanyou, how could you? Sister Xia stammered, utterly astounded. Yanyou, however, remained unfazed and spoke, intending to strike me? You must first consider if you possess the capability. With that, she raised her hand and delivered a sharp slap to Sister Xia's cheek. The resounding crack echoed, revealing the force behind Yanyou's strike. Yet, the encounter was not over. Following the first slap, Yanyou swiftly delivered another to the opposite side of Sister Xia's face, ensuring equal treatment. Sister Xia, reeling from the weight of these two powerful blows, found herself momentarily disoriented. After the assault, Yanyou relinquished her grip, allowing Sister Xia to stagger backward, ultimately collapsing into the tattered sofa. At that moment, Xue Qingyi and Pai Chong also realized the situation. They had no time to ponder how Yanyou had swiftly untied the ropes, nor did they comprehend why such a young girl possessed such formidable strength. All they understood was that they must subdue her at once. Events often unfold in the blink of an eye. As Yanyou released Sister Xia's hand, Xue Qingyi and Pai Chong had already charged toward her. Yet, Yanyou remained unfazed. She promptly supported herself against the back of the worn-out sofa and effortlessly flipped over it with a powerful push. Pai Chong, who was nearest, swiftly altered his trajectory and lunged around the sofa. However, before he could draw near, Yanyou executed a nimble spin, evading Pai Chong's advance, and simultaneously drove her elbow forcefully into his back. Chapter 184, Provocation. Pai Chong was utterly astonished by Yanyou's swift reaction. Caught off guard, a dull pain surged through his back, causing him to cry out in agony and stumble 2 paces forward, nearly toppling to the ground. This unexpected turn of events left Xue Qingyi in shock, and his expression shifted immediately. I truly underestimated you. Xue Qingyi spat through clenched teeth, and without hesitation, he launched a punch at Yanyou. His skills were undoubtedly superior to Pai Chong's, as he could nearly match Xue Qingyi, a formidable opponent. However, he was now facing Yanyou, a master of combat skills, which foreshadowed his impending defeat. Yanyou effortlessly evaded Zhou Hongyu's blow, and as she created distance, she taunted him. I initially thought you were formidable, but now that we're engaged, it appears you're rather mediocre. Her words deepened the scowl on Zhou Hongyu's face. At first, he hadn't regarded Yanyou seriously. After all, it wasn't particularly surprising for a woman of sound body to take down someone as impaired as Pai Chong. Yet, as he engaged Yanyou, he realized how drastically his perceptions had been skewed. It dawned on him that he had been thoroughly deceived by her. Her previous display of weakness and timidity had all been an act, designed to lower their guard. Understanding this, Zhou Hongyu's conviction grew stronger. The earlier police presence had indeed been summoned by Yanyou. He had originally planned to take her to northern Myanmar for a more thorough reckoning. But now she had seemingly chosen her own demise. Zhou Hongyu's expression darkened with malice as he brandished a folding military knife, its cold gleam promising danger. Just as he prepared to strike, Pai Chong intervened. Brother Zhou, hold on. Let me handle this, he said, adopting an awkward posture as he bore the pain in his back, a grimace etched on his face. Are you all dead? Get over here now, he shouted, enduring the discomfort. His subordinates, who had been hastily gathering their belongings, rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Pai Chong took a deep breath, gradually calming himself from the pain that had nearly taken his breath away. Seeing his lackeys assembled, he bellowed in frustration. What are you waiting for? Move. Whoever brings me that little wench will be handsomely rewarded. At Pai Chong's command, his subordinates surged toward Yanyou. 7 or 8 of them charged forward. And while such a display would have terrified any ordinary girl, Yanyou remained utterly composed, her gaze unwavering as she fixed it upon them. The lackeys were not unarmed. Each wielded iron rods, steel pipes, and even knives, brandishing their weapons menacingly as they closed in on Yanyou. As the weapons were about to descend upon Yanyou, in the next instant, her figure appeared like a wraith, nimbly weaving through the crowd, effortlessly evading their assaults. With a swift punch and a graceful kick, she retaliated against her adversaries, filling the dilapidated factory with the resounding clamor of fierce combat. In but a fleeting moment, those who had approached Yanyou with menacing intent found themselves swiftly vanquished, collapsing to the ground in agony, wailing in despair. How could this be? How could she be so formidable? Pai Chong had initially believed that the elbow strike Yanyou had landed on him was merely a stroke of luck. He was confident that his numerous underlings would easily teach her a harsh lesson and avenge that earlier blow. However, he was taken aback as the smile on his face abruptly froze. He dared not cast a self-assured glance at Zhou Hongyou, his eyes seemingly questioning him. What sort of person have you brought here? Zhou Hongyou was equally astonished. Although the brief skirmish had revealed that Yanyou had been concealing her abilities, hinting at her martial prowess, he had never anticipated that she would be so adept, effortlessly overcoming 7 or 8 opponents. It was utterly unbelievable. Once Yanyou had dispatched the minions, her gaze fell upon Zhou Hongyou. With a casual lift of her hand, she arrogantly beckoned him with a finger, declaring, "Did you think a few lackeys could handle me? Our fight is unfinished." Zhou Hongyou was immediately incensed by Yanyou's demeanor. What abilities do you possess to act so brazenly towards me? He snarled through gritted teeth, twirling the military knife at his fingertips before lunging it toward her chest. Although he had promised Ji Mingxue to take Yanyou to northern Myanmar, condemning her to a life worse than that of a dog, that was a matter of the past. Now, all he desired was her demise. Seeing Zhou Hongyou provoked, Yanyou instead broke into a smile. Using a knife, is it? Very well, she murmured, retrieving the commander's knife she had previously purchased from her system space. Zhou Hongyou watched in bewilderment as Yanyou produced the military knife from behind her back. Confusion engulfed his mind. Where had that knife come from? It was worth noting that Yanyou was clad in an exquisite, high-end custom gown, leaving no apparent space to conceal such a weapon. As Yanyou brandished the knife, she deftly evaded Zhou Hongyou's assault. With a swift turn to create distance, she kicked up the corner of her skirt, grasping it in her hand. With a single swipe of the knife, the expensive fabric was sliced open with a sharp sound, and she effortlessly tore away half of the skirt. The skirt, originally reaching the ankles, now barely grazed the area just above the knees. Although she had previously needed to lift the garment to engage in action, it had proven somewhat cumbersome. Now, the situation was vastly improved. At the very least, she no longer needed to waste time fussing with her attire while confronting Zhou Hongyou. With the constraints lessened, Yanyou felt as though she had been liberated from an enchantment, her combat prowess soaring to an unprecedented level. This transformation was most keenly observed by Zhou Hongyou, who had initially presumed that Yanyou possessed only modest skills. However, after engaging with her, he realized he had consistently underestimated her capabilities. Her martial arts techniques were remarkably impressive, far surpassing those of the operatives in their organization who specialized in delicate tasks. It was worth noting that these operatives were former mercenaries who had once thrived on the battlefield. In that moment, Yanyou felt a twinge of regret. Chapter 185, It is over, utterly finished. Who could have anticipated that such a young and exquisitely beautiful maiden possessed such formidable martial prowess? Had Yanyou foreseen her to be such a formidable adversary, he might have reconsidered his approach upon receiving Ji Mengshue's call and learning of her demands, weighing whether he had the means to tackle this formidable challenge. At the very least, he would not have allowed the situation to escalate to this point, wherein he found himself ensnared without an escape. Yanyou had the capability to swiftly eliminate Yanyou. However, she chose not to, instead relishing the opportunity as if playing a game of cat and mouse, gradually toying with him. She was in no rush, for since mastering her combat skills, she had never had the chance to engage in a real confrontation. This was her moment to savor the exhilarating sensation of employing her martial talents. Thus, Yanyou became her living target for practice, and when Yanyou felt she had sufficiently honed her skills, it would be time to dispatch her foe. While Yanyou engaged Yanyou, Pai Chong and his band of lackeys attempted to seize the moment to strike her from the shadows, only to be thwarted at every turn by Yanyou, who effortlessly countered their attacks, leaving them to suffer her wrath. Meanwhile, Sister Xia, who had already received 2 stinging slaps, had initially hoped that Yanyou would assist her in dealing with Yanyou. However, upon witnessing Yanyou's inability to subdue her, she quietly retreated to a corner where she would remain unscathed. As time slipped away unnoticed, the night outside seemed to dilute into a lighter hue, as if the darkness were being washed away. Within the desolate factory, aside from Yanyou and Sister Xia lurking in the corner, there were no standing individuals left. Even Yanyou, who had once exuded confidence, now leaned against a forsaken machine, nursing his injured arm and clutching his bleeding abdomen, his countenance grim. "Shall we continue?" Yanyou inquired nonchalantly, relishing the chance to avenge the grievances she had endured while feigning timidity before him. The ground was littered with Pai Chong and his subordinates, who lay groaning in pain, while Yanyou gritted his teeth and glared at Yanyou, hesitant to act as recklessly as before. Yanyou surveyed the scene, her gaze ultimately landing on Sister Xia in the corner. With a cheerful smile, she asked, "What about you? Would you like to come up and give it a try?" She believed her smile to be warm and inviting. However, to Sister Xia, it resembled a demonic grin, causing her to shudder involuntarily and shake her head vigorously. Only a fool would dare approach to meet their demise. With no one left with intentions to engage, Yanyou clapped her hands and found a length of rope, enlisting Sister Xia's help to bind Pai Chong and his lackeys together. As Yanyou observed Sister Xia carrying out these tasks, Yanyou contemplated a sneak attack or a solitary escape. However, each time such thoughts crossed his mind, Yanyou seemed to sense it, casting a chilling glance in his direction and coldly uttering a warning. "Do not indulge in any unrealistic actions, lest you find yourself regretting it." Yanyou harbored deep resentment within, yet he dared not gamble on the slightest possibility. She was far too formidable. Yanyou was acutely aware that he was no match for her, and such a threat was indeed effective against him. Glancing at the sky, which was beginning to lighten, Yanyou could not help but murmur, "Why have they not yet arrived?" It had been over an hour since she sent her location. Why the delay? Just as these thoughts crossed her mind, a commotion erupted outside. The sound of shattering glass resonated as a dilapidated window was forcefully kicked open from the outside, followed by a cadre of armed officers clad in black uniforms emerging onto the iron corridor of the second floor. Simultaneously, the tightly shut warehouse doors were violently breached, and another group of weapon-wielding policemen stormed inside. "Do not move. Raise your hands." One of the detectives barked, yet all who had intruded stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded by the scene before them. What was this bizarre spectacle of individuals bound like dumplings? Wasn't this supposed to be a case involving a transnational criminal syndicate, implicated in human trafficking and drug trade? The imagined fugitives were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a collection of battered and bruised miscreants lay before them. At last, they had arrived. The moment Yanyou spotted the police, a wave of relief washed over her. Thankfully, she would not have to endure any longer. After a sleepless night, she was genuinely exhausted. Sister Xia, upon seeing the multitude of officers, appeared to have all her strength sapped away, collapsing onto the ground. It was over, this time. It was utterly finished. Yanyou's eyes burned with venomous hatred as he fixated on Yanyou, an overwhelming rage surging from within. After toiling so long, he had finally gained a modicum of power within the organization, and life had grown increasingly comfortable, yet now it was all ruined. It was intolerable. How could everything he had fought so hard for be obliterated overnight because of a woman? Damn it, Yanyou truly deserved to die? At that moment, blinded by his fury, Xue Qingyu's malevolence surged, and he gripped a military knife that he should have discarded, charging directly at Yanyou as she momentarily let her guard down. Bitch, you deserve to die? Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Xue Qingyi let out a wretched cry as he collapsed to the ground. A bullet had struck his thigh with precision, rendering him immobile. Yanyou was startled, turning in shock to discover that Xue Qingyi was now merely 2 steps away from her. She had been careless. Yanyou had not anticipated that Xue Qingyi would dare to lash out even while surrounded by so many officers. Had it not been for the detective's swift action in firing his weapon, she might have fallen victim to his ambush. Death was certainly not a possibility, but injury was another matter. Indeed, one must remain vigilant until the very last moment when dealing with such individuals. Boss, Yanyou, Sister Ming. 3 familiar voices called out simultaneously, and Yanyou turned to see 3 tall figures rushing toward her with urgency. It was Li Yanqing, Song Yuhang, and Jiang Qi. You have arrived as well. Yanyou waved at the 3 of them, only to find herself enveloped in a warm embrace from both Song Yuhang and Jiang Qi, who surrounded her from the front and back. Yanyou was momentarily taken aback. Their exuberance was rather overwhelming. However, she sensed their underlying anxiety and, after a moment's contemplation, chose not to push them away, accepting it as a small gesture of comfort for them. Li Yanqing observed this scene before him, half extending his hand only to withdraw it silently, feeling a peculiar discomfort within, yet unable to pinpoint the source of his unease. Chapter 186. Is this reasonable? Beep. Detecting the target character. Li Yanqing's affinity towards the host is 1. Current affinity level is 97 points. Earned 1 free attribute point. Beep. Detecting the target task. Li Yanqing towards the host. Beep. The system's notifications echoed repeatedly in her mind, ultimately ceasing when the affinity level reached 99 points. Yanyou cast a surprised glance at Li Yanqing, just in time to witness the fleeting glimmer of melancholy in his eyes as he withdrew his hand. Brotherly, thank you as well. Yanyou reached out her hand towards Li Yanqing, her smile radiating a warmth that seemed to illuminate the entire space. The mere fact that she was present here indicated that she held significant value in Li Yanqing's heart. Moreover, the system's notification further enlightened Yanyou on the extent of her importance in his eyes. Even if her affinity level didn't match the likes of Song Yuhang and Jiang Qi, it was only a hair's breadth away. Perhaps that missing fragment lay in Li Yanqing's own unawareness of his true feelings. Li Yanqing found himself momentarily disoriented by her smile, instinctively extending his hand to grasp Yanyou's tender, delicate fingers. However, upon making contact, he was suddenly stirred, his fingers trembling slightly. What exactly transpired here? While the trio reveled in their reunion with Yanyou, the leading detective abruptly interrupted the warm atmosphere. His astonishment was understandable, for the scene before him was a stark contrast to his expectations. Based on the urgent information extracted from the earlier interrogations of a few subordinates, it became clear that they were entangled in a transnational criminal organization, involved in human trafficking, arms trading, drug manufacturing, and a myriad of other illicit enterprises. Though they were merely peripheral members, they were nonetheless in contact with these nefarious activities, especially under the leadership of Xue Qingyi, who had ascended to a minor leadership role within the group. Such shocking revelations naturally alarmed many, explaining why detectives were accompanying the operation. In the eyes of these seasoned law enforcement officers, such organizations were the most terrifying, often comprised of individuals with a disregard for life, likely armed with controlled weapons, setting the stage for a potential fierce confrontation. Most critically, they might also hold hostages, placing greater constraints on the police's actions. Yet, what did they ultimately witness? The very individuals they had been closely monitoring were now bound together, while the one remaining seemingly threatening figure had been rendered incapacitated by a single shot from the detective captain. The swift resolution of the situation left them all somewhat bewildered. Perceiving the captain's puzzled expression, Yanyou chose not to conceal the truth, openly recounting her actions. After all, she had single-handedly dealt with those individuals, and with so many witnesses, any attempt to fabricate a story would be futile. A brief inquiry would reveal the entire situation, since the truth would eventually come to light. It was better for her to confess from the outset. Did you resolve all of this? Upon hearing Yanyou's explanation, the captain of the criminal police displayed an even more astonished expression. Who could comprehend how a seemingly frail young lady, barely in her 20s, managed to subdue several grown men? Is that reasonable? Yanyou asserted, it is quite reasonable. I possess some combat skills, if you doubt me. We can spar a few rounds. Sensing the captain's skepticism, she casually added a remark. The captain hesitated for a moment, suppressing his urge to engage in a demonstration. There were pressing matters to attend to, and it was not the appropriate time for a physical confrontation. Thus, he turned to his team and instructed, "Take them all away and thoroughly search this area to ensure no suspicious individuals are overlooked." Understood, the others acknowledged and promptly began their tasks. Captain Wu, with the situation here resolved, may we take Yanyou to the hospital for a checkup? Song Yuhang inquired, having regained his composure. Captain Wu nodded in agreement, stating, "Yes, but I would appreciate it if you could visit the police station for a statement afterward. As the victim, Miss Ji, there are essential details that the police must ascertain." Yanyou did not refuse, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will visit the station." She had not forgotten that she had been kidnapped and that there were individuals orchestrating the incident behind the scenes. With no objections from the police, Yanyou was escorted into the car driven by Song Yuhang. As they departed from the abandoned factory, Yanyou spotted Xue Qingyi, Xin Li, and Zhou Yanqing. They had come alongside the police, concerned for her safety. However, upon witnessing Li Yanqing and the others rushing towards her, they refrained from entering, instead patiently waiting outside until they confirmed she was unharmed. "Boss, it's a relief to see you safe," Zhou Qingyi exclaimed with a sincere smile. Xin Li and Zhou Yanqing, though equally excited, restrained themselves and nodded respectfully towards Yanyou. "Thank you all for your help. Without your timely arrival, we may not have compelled Zhou Hongyu to come here." Xin Li and Zhou Yanqing exchanged shy smiles, their gazes shifting towards Zhou Qingyi, acknowledging that he bore the brunt of the effort while they merely assisted from the outside. Understanding their sentiments, Yanyou contemplated for a moment before boldly declaring, "After we return, I will distribute bonuses. Feel free to express any desires you may have." Zhou Qingyi, Xin Li, and Zhou Yanqing's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm. Receiving rewards from their boss was undoubtedly a delightful prospect. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries with them, Yanyou promptly entered Song Yuhang's vehicle. Exhausted from the night's ordeal, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Once settled in the back seat, she could not suppress several yawns, squinting her eyes as she mumbled, "I don't want to go to the hospital, just take me home. I'm nearly falling asleep." With that, she leaned back against the seat and closed her eyes, seeking respite. Song Yuhang gazed at Yanyou with eyes brimming with compassion, but when he turned to look at Jiangqi, his expression transformed into one of calm indifference. "Jiangqi, do you know how to drive?" Upon being unexpectedly questioned, Jiangqi instinctively nodded. In the next moment, a car key was tossed into his hand. "You will drive." Song Yuhang offered Jiangqi no chance to protest, directly opening the rear door of the car and preparing to enter. However, just as he was about to step inside, he found himself locked in a gaze with Li Yanqing, whose eyes were sharp and piercing like those of a hawk, causing him to freeze in his tracks. Chapter 187. The spread of rumors. Song Yuhang harbored a deep curiosity about when Li Yanqing had boarded the vehicle. However, before he could voice his inquiry, Li Yanqing had already raised a finger in a gesture to silence him, subsequently indicating towards the resting Yanyou beside them, a clear message to avoid disturbing her slumber. Internally vexed, Song Yuhang lamented his untimely hesitation. Although there were still available seats in the back, he opted to close the door and reclaim the car keys he had thrown to Jiangqi, taking his place in the driver's seat. The extra space in the rear would afford Yanyou greater comfort during her rest. Regrettably, his delay meant he had forfeited the chance to sit alone with Yanyou, inadvertently granting Li Yanqing that opportunity instead. Lost in thought, he noticed Jiangqi seemingly intending to occupy a seat in the back, prompting Song Yuhang to call out to him, "Take the front seat, don't encroach upon Yanyou's space." Previously, Li Yanqing had merely held a mild affection for Yanyou, but the recent unexpected turn of events had unveiled his deeper concern for her, a realization that struck him unexpectedly. Typically adept at concealing his emotions, he was not inclined to reveal his feelings to outsiders. Thus, for the time being, Song Yuhang did not perceive Li Yanqing as a rival. In contrast, Jiangqi's feelings for Yanyou were painfully evident, nearly etched upon his countenance. Had it not been for the certainty that Yanyou did not reciprocate his feelings, Song Yuhang would have found it far more difficult to maintain his composure watching Jiangqi approach her. Given that he had not sat alone with Yanyou, how could he allow Jiangqi that privilege? Jiangqi glanced at the seemingly asleep Yanyou in the back seat. After a moment's hesitation, he opted for the front seat. While he yearned to be closer to her, he was equally determined not to cause her any discomfort. Under the present circumstances, it was best to let her rest. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. The subtle rivalry between Song Yuhang and Jiangqi did not concern Li Yanqing. Seemingly casual as he sat beside Yanyou, he was discreetly observing her. Noting that she appeared to be genuinely asleep, he quietly inched closer, making it easier for her to lean on his shoulder later. The dawn light began to break, the vehicle departing from the abandoned factory. The remaining matters would be handled by the police, and he trusted they would not overlook any detail. Meanwhile, after a long night of turmoil, as Yanyou prepared to return home, an unexpected piece of news began circulating online. It was reported that Yanyou, who had just celebrated a lively birthday party the day before, had gone missing. Initially, few believed this news, as the vibrant scenes of the previous day's festivities were fresh in everyone's memory. How could the guest of honor, Yanyou, possibly be missing? However, the report quickly gained credibility as some media professionals confirmed that they had only caught a glimpse of her at the beginning of the event and thereafter. She had not been seen at all during the remainder of the celebration. Moreover, according to the journalists invited to the venue, there was a moment when the head of Star Entertainment, Mr. Song, hastily departed from his position, only to return after a considerable interval, his demeanor markedly darkened. The originally scheduled performance by the esteemed actor, Li, was also absent, leaving a lesser-known artist from Star Entertainment to fill the void. What incident could have prompted such an unusual reaction from Mr. Song, and why would the illustrious Li abstain from a prearranged program? It must be something of monumental significance. The series of coincidences surrounding this situation is so compelling that one cannot help but feel suspicion. Consequently, news of Yanyou's disappearance has garnered increasing belief among the populace, with her devoted fans flooding the official Weibo of Star Entertainment and her personal account, seeking the truth. On the official Weibo, comments proliferated. What is the situation regarding Yanyou's disappearance? Could someone in charge please clarify these rumors? Look at how far they've spread. Is it because Yanyou is not a company artist that these rumors are allowed to flourish? Are you not concerned about the significant repercussions this could have on the company? Why has no one come forward to clarify? Does that mean the allegations are true? With no clarification, I may have to believe them. The official account was inundated with new messages every moment, yet the Public Relations Department, on standby through the night, hesitated to issue any statements without directives, patiently awaiting instructions from above. In stark contrast to the aggressive nature of the official Weibo, Yanyou's personal account exhibited a much gentler tone. Sister Meng, if you are safe, please give us a sign. We are all quite worried about you. Dear wealthy sister, please remain unharmed. Our prayers are with you. If possible, I would willingly trade 20 pounds of fat for the safety of our wealthy sister. You understand the nature of wishes. Then I shall also wish for 40 pounds. I too wish for 40 pounds, but alas, I am down to 80. It is not fitting. Oh dear, am I here just to be provoked by you all? Losing weight is no simple task. What harm is there in indulging a little? If possible, I would trade 50 pounds of fat for the safe return of our wealthy sister. Let this be my solemn vow. Due to the sheer volume of discussions, the topic of Yanyou's whereabouts surged to the forefront of Weibo's trending searches. Yanyou missing, wealthy sister missing, searching for my vanished wealthy sister. The fervor surrounding these hashtags ascended rapidly, reaching the pinnacle of trending topics, surpassing all expectations. The influx of individuals engaging with the topic nearly caused the entire page to crash. The Weibo maintenance team swiftly intervened to avert such a calamity. Despite the tumultuous commotion outside, Yanyou remained undisturbed in her slumber. After nearly 2 hours, Song Yuhang's vehicle finally came to a halt outside Yanyou's villa. As soon as the car came to a halt, Jiang Qi eagerly flung open the door and made his way to the back seat, ready to be the first to welcome Yanyou as she stepped out. However, upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of Li Yanqing cradling Yanyou in his arms, effortlessly carrying her down from the vehicle. Yanyou stood at a height of 170 centimeters, which made her relatively tall among women, yet in the embrace of the 185 centimeters tall Li Yanqing, she appeared remarkably petite and delicate. Furthermore, with Li Yanqing's striking handsomeness and Yanyou's enchanting beauty, their presence together exuded an inexplicable sense of comfort, leading Jiang Qi to harbor the illusion that they were perfectly matched. Chapter 188. The dust settles. Thank you, Li Yanqing said softly, expressing his gratitude to Jiang Qi for assisting him in opening the car door. Jiang Qi hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded, accepting the thanks. Song Yuhang, too, was a step behind, helplessly watching as Li Yanqing carried Yanyou into the villa. Aunt Ho, the villa's housekeeper, had not seen Yanyou return home all night and, unable to reach her by phone, had been worried and restless. Upon witnessing Yanyou being carried back, she feared something grave had occurred and hurriedly approached to inquire about the situation. After learning some of the details from Song Yuhang, Aunt Ho realized the night had been fraught with peril, causing a cold sweat to break out on her back. Understanding that Yanyou had not rested all night and was now exhausted, Aunt Ho lowered her voice. urging Li Yanqing to carry Yanyou upstairs and gently place her on the bed. As Yanyou slept soundly, she sensed the surface beneath her becoming softer and let out a comfortable sigh before rolling over, sinking deeper into slumber. Ho reached out to cover Yanyou with a blanket, but Li Yanqing was quicker, tugging at a corner of the blanket and softly draping it over her. His movements were remarkably careful, as if he feared that any slight disturbance might awaken the peacefully sleeping Yanyou. A myriad of unnameable emotions flickered in his gaze, prompting a sudden thought in Ho's mind. Could this exceptionally handsome young man be harboring feelings for the young lady? She considered it quite plausible. After all, the young lady was gracious and polite, treating her close ones well, and with her striking beauty, it was likely that anyone with their wits about them would be drawn to her. With this in mind, Ho regarded Li Yanqing with a scrutinizing gaze, as though assessing whether this young man was worthy of pursuing her young lady. However, after a thorough examination, she had to concede that he was indeed handsome. If judged purely on appearance, he would not be ill-suited for the young lady. It was merely uncertain what his character was like, whether he was trustworthy. Thank you for taking such good care of her. I shall take my leave now. Li Yanqing suddenly rose and addressed Ho, pulling her from her reverie. She quickly regained her composure and replied, as the housekeeper, it is my duty to keep an eye on the family's affairs. I must also thank you for bringing the young lady back safely. With that, Li Yanqing made his way downstairs. Although Song Yuhang and Jiang Qi felt a twinge of reluctance, they understood it was unnecessary for them to linger, so they also departed the villa. Once the three had left, Ho carefully drew the curtains to shield Yanyou from the sunlight that might disturb her sleep. After ensuring nothing was amiss, she quietly exited Yanyou's room. Yanyou slept soundly until 2 in the afternoon, awakening with a rumbling stomach and heading downstairs in search of food. Miss, Sister Wang has prepared some porridge in the kitchen. I shall fetch you a bowl to quell your hunger. Upon seeing Yanyou rise, Ho promptly approached her, understanding that her urgency stemmed from hunger. With a smile, she informed her of the situation. Sister Wang, the live-in housekeeper working in the villa's kitchen, typically resided in the maid's quarters and refrained from disturbing Yanyou unless necessary. Anticipating Yanyou's hunger upon waking, Ho had previously instructed Sister Wang to prepare the porridge in advance, ensuring it was warm and ready for her as soon as she awoke. I feel famished, Yanyou exclaimed as she eagerly accepted the fragrant bowl of chicken porridge presented by Ho, who could comprehend her plight. She had not consumed a morsel since the previous night, and the exhaustion from her hunger had rendered her insensible enough to fall asleep without a second thought. Now, upon waking, she felt as though she could devour an entire cow. Hearing her declaration, Ho hurriedly urged Sister Wang to prepare more delectable dishes for Yanyou. With a maternal gaze, she watched Yanyou sip her porridge, having grown to cherish her as if she were her own kin through their time together. Witnessing Yanyou's evident hunger and recalling the harrowing events from the previous night, Ho felt a surge of concern and empathy. Take your time. Be careful not to scald yourself. Sister Wang has already begun preparing the dishes, and they will be ready shortly. Heeding Ho's gentle reminder, Yanyou nodded without lifting her gaze, though her pace did slow slightly. Indeed, it was not long before Sister Wang presented a variety of dishes before Yanyou. She devoured the majority of the meal herself, and upon finishing, she experienced a liberating sense of vitality returning to her. Uncharacteristically, she leaned back on the sofa, clutching her belly, when suddenly her phone rang. Upon answering the call from an unfamiliar number, she briefly wondered who might be reaching out, only to discover it was someone from the police station, reminding her not to forget to provide her statement. Forgetting was out of the question. After all, she would not let those who had harmed her evade justice. After tidying herself up, Yanyou grabbed her bag and drove out. As her vehicle departed the villa, another Land Rover followed closely behind. Yanyou quickly noticed this, and, upon glimpsing the vehicle in her rearview mirror, offered a faint smile before concentrating on her driving. She was aware that the occupants of the Land Rover were none other than Shun Li and Zhou Yangxing. In the past, Yanyou had advised them not to be overly vigilant, as she believed she would not truly encounter danger. Their presence was primarily to serve as a deterrent in specific situations. However, following the events of the previous day, it was likely that both would no longer agree with her laid-back approach. The two vehicles arrived at the police station, where Li Yanqing was already waiting for her. What brings you here? Upon seeing Li Yanqing in attendance, Yanyou felt somewhat taken aback. Li Yanqing's expression had always been rather placid. Yet at the moment Yanyou entered, there seemed to be a flicker of vitality in his gaze, and his entire demeanor appeared to warm slightly. The company required General Manager Song to address some matters, and fortuitously, I find myself in a brief respite after completing my work over the past few days. So I thought to come and pay a visit. Li Yanqing offered a succinct explanation, to which Yanyou nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Just as she arrived, Captain Wu from the criminal police team personally approached to escort Yanyou for her statement, and upon realizing that Li Yanqing would accompany her, he did not impose any objections. Chapter 189. Like a glimmering light during the recording session, Yanyou was exceedingly cooperative, recounting the entire ordeal of her abduction. While she chose to withhold certain details, the essence of her narrative remained unvarnished, including her accounts of how she dealt with her captors. Captain Wu, accompanied by a junior officer, listened to Yanyou's account, still struggling to fathom how a young girl could possess such formidable prowess. However, he did not question the veracity of her words. After all, upon bringing the culprits to the police station, they were promptly interrogated, and the information revealed corroborated Yanyou's statements without deviation. Among them, a slight man named Pai Chong exhibited a profound fear of Yanyou, evidently having suffered considerably at her hands. When prompted to mention Yanyou, he faltered under pressure. From their testimonies, it became clear that Xue Qingyi was a higher-ranking member of their organization, prompting the police to dispatch personnel to the hospital to interrogate him following his bullet removal surgery. Regrettably, Xue Qingyi proved to be a tough nut to crack, reluctant to divulge any information. Given his injuries, more aggressive interrogation methods were temporarily off the table, necessitating his detention until he regained strength. However, Yanyou provided a breakthrough. The reason for my abduction was that he was acting on someone else's orders. Since we've reached this point, I might as well report it. Jiming Xue, the daughter of the Ji family, is the one who instructed Xue Qingyi to kidnap me. I overheard their phone conversation, so I am certain of this. Her forthrightness momentarily stunned the officers taking notes. Captain Wu's demeanor shifted to one of grave concern. The Ji Group is a well-known enterprise in Heiress, and the implication that these criminals had ties to such a reputable establishment complicated matters significantly. The criminal organization loomed large, and thus far, they had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg through the mouths of low-ranking members. The depths of its hidden atrocities remained shrouded in mystery. If a prominent domestic corporation were involved, the implications would be even more severe. We will initiate an immediate investigation into this matter, Miss Ji. You may rest assured as we await the results. However, if you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims, it would greatly facilitate our inquiry. Captain Wu, adhering to standard procedure, inquired, surprised when Yanyou nodded affirmatively. Indeed, she replied earnestly, I can recover their call records, which would provide the evidence we need. Captain Wu was taken aback. Miss Ji had such capabilities? Yanyou simply nodded without elaborating. Captain Wu did not press further and promptly requested the confiscated phone from Xue Qingyi. The device bore evident signs of damage, likely a result of his desperate attempt to destroy evidence during his resistance. Yanyou opened her phone case, revealing its dilapidated state. Yet some of the primary components remained salvageable. Can you still assist with this? Captain Wu inquired tentatively, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his gaze. Had the phone not been reduced to such a condition, he would not have readily entrusted an item seized from a suspect to an outsider. Yanyou felt somewhat speechless, but upon witnessing Captain Wu's hopeful expression, she nodded slightly. I can give it a try. She refrained from offering a definitive assurance, as she was uncertain whether the components were irreparably damaged. Even her exceptional skills would be futile if they were beyond repair. It's all right, if it doesn't work. We have other alternatives, Captain Wu reassured her, attempting to alleviate any pressure. Yanyou smiled and asked him to fetch certain items she required, while she silently summoned the system's marketplace in her mind. This time, she intended to select a skill that enhanced her hands-on abilities. Once her intention was set, the marketplace interface transformed, presenting several items that aligned with her desires. Yanyou swiftly scanned through the options and promptly selected one. Limited time repair skill mastery. Attain the highest level of repair skills for a duration of 8 hours, enabling easy restoration of all components. Price, 80 points. Although the usage was restricted to 8 hours, Yanyou deemed it sufficient for her needs. Purchase. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the limited time trial card, Repair Skill Mastery. Would you like to use it? Yes, no? The system's prompt resonated, and without a moment's hesitation, Yanyou chose to activate it. After all, purchasing it was intended for immediate use. During her free moments, Yanyou familiarized herself with the skill's effects in her mind. As soon as Captain Wu returned with the necessary items, she commenced her dazzling operations. Under Yanyou's deft hands, the salvaged components gradually began to reassemble, and in less than half an hour, the crucial electronic parts were restored. After securing the repaired components onto the converter, Yanyou resumed her work on the computer. The automatic activation of her advanced hacking skills allowed her mind to generate a flurry of codes the moment her fingers touched the keyboard, and they danced swiftly in synchrony with her thoughts. The lightning-fast pace astonished everyone present, even causing some passing officers to halt and gather around in awe. Li Yanqing stood quietly by, equally stunned by the unfolding scene. He had always perceived Yanyou as a girl of remarkable determination and overflowing compassion. After all, she had once willingly extended a hand to pull him from despair. Yet, he now realized that Yanyou resembled a treasure, her exquisite and sweet exterior concealing even more radiant depths within. As she observed Yanyou, who was intently seated before the computer, her hands flying over the keyboard as she typed a series of codes, Li Yanqing suddenly felt that at this moment, Yanyou radiated a brilliance that was almost mesmerizing, making it difficult to divert her gaze. Time slipped by unnoticed, and eventually, Yanyou ceased her rhythmic tapping on the keyboard, smiled, and clapped her hands. Her expression one of complete satisfaction. However, when she turned around, she was startled to find 7 or 8 police officers crowded behind her, all of whom were fixated on the screen in front of Yanyou. Yet after a prolonged gaze, they still failed to comprehend anything. Chapter 190. Arrest how impressive you are. A voice from the crowd broke the silence, eliciting a chorus of agreement from those around. Captain Wu's eyes gleamed as he regarded Yanyou. With such remarkable skills, how much hassle could be alleviated in their police work if they could collaborate? Nevertheless, this notion was but a fleeting thought. Although he had only a cursory understanding of Yanyou's situation, he was aware that she was an affluent individual. Such a person, accustomed to a leisurely lifestyle, would hardly consider a conventional 9-to-5 job. Setting aside his reveries, Captain Wu expressed his gratitude to Yanyou. With this evidence, our subsequent tasks will be significantly eased. Thank you very much, Miss G. It was nothing, Yanyou replied courteously. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she informed Captain Wu that she had no further business at the police station and departed with Li Yanqing. Once outside the precinct, Yanyou had no intention of returning home just yet. She turned to Li Yanqing and inquired, "Do you have any other plans for today?" Li Yanqing nodded, mentioning that he would be taking a few days off before returning to the set. "Perfect. Let us go shopping together today," Yanyou exclaimed, taking his hand and leading him to her car. It had been quite some time since she had indulged in a shopping spree, and today seemed like the perfect opportunity. Li Yanqing did not decline. Rather, he felt an unspoken thrill at the prospect. He had come to realize that he harbored feelings for Yanyou and could discern that both Song Yuhang and Jiang Qi were also fond of her. With other competitors surrounding him, seizing every chance to bond with Yanyou was paramount. He could not afford to be outpaced once he resumed filming. While Yanyou and Li Yanqing enjoyed their cheerful outing, a different scene unfolded at the Ji family villa, where someone rang the doorbell. "May I help you?" The butler inquired as he opened the door to a group of unfamiliar men and women standing outside. At the forefront was a man in his 30s, possessing a strikingly handsome appearance. In response to the butler's query, he promptly produced his identification and displayed it prominently, stating, "We are from the 5th Criminal Investigation Team of Heiress, and we require Miss G's cooperation regarding a case." The butler's heart raced at the implication of such a visit from the Criminal Investigation Team. Given the officer had presented his credentials, the butler felt it inappropriate to deny them entry and thus stepped aside to allow the officers to enter. "We are looking for Miss G. Could you please ask her to come out?" Upon entering the villa, Lin Jingshan wasted no time in requesting to see Ji Mingxue. The butler hesitated momentarily, but ultimately ascended the stairs to knock on Ji Mingxue's door. Ji Mingxue's reputation plummeted following the incident in which she had framed Yanyou. Despite the company's efforts to redirect resources towards her, her public image remained irreparably tarnished. Faced with this dire situation, her manager, Chun Lan, suggested that she take a break at home until the storm subsided, allowing her to make a reappearance before the public at a more opportune moment. Although Ji Mingxue felt a pang of resentment, she recognized that this was the only way to deflect the scrutiny from herself, and thus she acquiesced to Chun Lan's counsel. Retreating to her home, while Ji Mingxue was napping, she was abruptly awakened by a series of knocks on the door. Who could it be? She rolled over and sat up on her bed, her irritation evident as she called out towards the door. "Who is it?" The butler respectfully replied, "Miss. There are officers from the police department here to see you. They say they require your cooperation regarding a case." "What?" The butler's words jolted Ji Mingxue into full awareness, her heart racing with apprehension as a flurry of conjectures invaded her mind. Why would the police come to see her? Could it be that the matter involving Xue Qingyi had come to light? Surely not. Xue Qingyi was meticulous and would not easily be caught. Even if he were apprehended by the authorities, he would never implicate her. Of that, she was confident. Feeling a swell of anxiety, Ji Mingxue quickly dressed and made her way to the door. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her frayed nerves. After several deep inhalations, her racing heart gradually began to steady. As she opened the door, the butler awaited her outside. After a brief inquiry, she descended the stairs. In the living room below, 3 police officers, a man and a woman, sat side by side on the sofa, waiting quietly. Upon her arrival, they all stood up immediately. Lin Jingshan presented his credentials for identification and promptly conveyed their purpose. Miss Ji, you are currently suspected of involvement in a kidnapping case, and we would like you to accompany us for further investigation. As he spoke, the female officer advanced towards Ji Mingxue, attempting to apprehend her, but she instinctively retreated several steps to evade capture. I don't know what you are talking about. I have not participated in any kidnapping, and you cannot arrest me. Her heart raced once more, yet she endeavored to maintain a composed facade, hoping that the officers would not discern her underlying distress. Observing this, the butler swiftly stepped forward to shield Ji Mingxue behind him, addressing the officers with urgency. Officers, I believe you must be mistaken. Our young lady is of the kindest heart and has been at home during this time. How could she possibly be involved in a kidnapping case? You must have made an error. Due to a direct report from the involved party, it is advisable for Miss Ji to accompany us, the officer replied. Regardless of whether there is a misunderstanding, we will diligently investigate the matter to ensure that no wrongdoer escapes justice, nor will any innocent be wrongfully accused. You can rest assured on that front. Lin Jingshan, with a demeanor of strict professionalism, observed the continued resistance from Ji Mingxue and the butler. He could only adopt a serious expression and address them in a grave tone. We are currently executing official duties. If you persist in this lack of cooperation, we will be compelled to enforce our actions by detaining those who obstruct us under the charge of hindering official duties. As he spoke, a male and female officer stepped forward, their commanding presence instilling a sense of trepidation in the butler, who hesitated before stepping aside. Please come with us, Miss Ji. The female officer advanced once more, and this time Ji Mingxue understood that retreat was no longer an option. With a resolute determination, she followed the female officer out of the villa and into the police vehicle. Chapter 191. Did you not desire fame? Allow me to assist you. As the police car sped away from the villa district, the butler, not daring to delay, promptly contacted Jidan and Shunhuiru. At that moment, Jidan was occupied at his company, while Shunhuiru had stepped out to participate in a high society card game. Upon receiving the butler's call, they both set aside their endeavors and hastened toward the police station. On the journey to the precinct, Ji Mingxue's mind raced with countless speculations. The most plausible scenario was that Yanyou had fortuitously escaped from Xue Qingyi, perhaps having learned something that compelled her to implicate Ji Mingxue. Thus, the police's intention to bring her in was likely to inquire about this matter. Consequently, as long as she firmly asserted her innocence, Yanyou, lacking any evidence, would be unable to stir up any trouble. Resolute in her decision, Ji Mingxue felt a slight easing of her anxiety, never once contemplating the possibility that Xue Qingyi might already be in custody. After all, despite her disdain for him and the distasteful notion that he had harbored desires for her, she could not deny that Xue Qingyi was quite adept in his dealings. His current achievements were undoubtedly tied to his cautious nature. Such a prudent individual could hardly be apprehended so easily by the authorities. A flicker of trust in Xue Qingyi lingered within her. However, that trust was utterly shattered once she was escorted to the police station and confined in the interrogation room. Confess, how did you come to know Xue Qingyi? What do you know about his affairs? We also require you to disclose all details regarding the kidnapping of Yanyou. The officer who had initially brought her in now wore a stern expression, his demeanor turning cold and intimidating. This was Ji Mingxue's first encounter with such a situation. Despite the mental preparation she had undergone during the journey, her anxiety remained unassuaged. I have nothing to say. I do not know what you are talking about. I am not a criminal. You cannot treat me this way. Ji Mingxue stubbornly refused to admit guilt, her thoughts fervently wishing for her parents to arrive and rescue her. Bang! The sudden sound startled Ji Mingxue, causing her to flinch. She raised her gaze to find the male officer across from her glaring menacingly. We possess concrete evidence that you orchestrated the kidnapping of Yanyou. Do not persist in your stubborn denials. Continuing this way will only exacerbate the severity of your charges. It would be wise to recount the events truthfully. You may yet secure a lighter sentence. As he spoke, another officer produced a recording. Upon playing back a familiar exchange, Ji Mingxue's facade crumbled instantly. How could this be? How do you possess this recording? Her face was a mask of horror, her thoughts spiraling. It had to be Xue Qingyi who betrayed her. It must have been him. In her heart, Ji Mingxue cursed Xue Qingyi from head to toe, unaware that Xue Qingyi had done nothing wrong, even going so far as to shatter his phone, an essential means of communication, before being apprehended. With irrefutable evidence against her, did she still wish to quibble? It would be prudent for her to confess. Under the relentless interrogation of the officers, Xue Qingyi ultimately succumbed to the pressure and revealed her involvement in the abduction of Yanyou. By the time Jidong and Shun Huiru hurriedly arrived with their lawyer, it was too late. Xue Qingyi had already divulged everything. As the principal mastermind behind the kidnapping, she was destined to be incarcerated. And even her parents could not secure her release on bail. Despite the impossibility of bail, Jidong and Shun Huiru sought to meet with Xue Qingyi. Upon seeing their daughter behind bars, their hearts ached with sorrow as they gazed at her and asked, "Qingyi, they say you orchestrated the abduction of Yanyou. Is that true? Why would you do such a thing?" They could not fathom why, despite having everything now and Yanyou no longer being associated with the Ji family. Xue Qingyi would still wish harm upon her. Unable to meet the accusatory gazes of her parents, Xue Qingyi wondered if she should reveal the truth, that she had returned from a past life. Should she recount the torment inflicted upon her by Yanyou in her previous existence? Should she share the suffering she endured under Yanyou's oppression, culminating in her tragic expulsion from the Ji family and a miserable demise on the streets? Even if she spoke the truth, who would believe her? The only hatred she harbored, a burden she bore alone, kept her awake at night. The thought of Yanyou living freely in the same city filled her heart with a piercing pain, as if it were stabbed by a dagger. The endless resentment threatened to consume her very soul. Only by ensuring Yanyou's total eradication from her life could she hope to find peace. Silently enduring her parents' inquiries, Xue Qingyi remained tight-lipped. Witnessing her profound silence, Jidong and Shun Huiru felt an inexplicable sense of disappointment. Could this venomous heart truly belong to their daughter? They gazed at Xue Qingyi in disbelief, in their minds. She was the child who had endured hardship while growing up away from home, yet had blossomed into a kind and upright young woman. This is what made them feel indebted to her, understanding her desire to distance herself from Yanyou, which was why they had never contemplated retaining Yanyou after her departure. They wished to atone for the years of neglect towards their biological daughter. And Xue Qingyi's obedient and understanding demeanor had reassured them of their choices. However, the shattering of their idealized perception left Jidong and Shun Huiru struggling to accept the reality before them. Ultimately, they departed the police station, hearts heavy with disappointment. While they would still seek legal counsel for Xue Qingyi, a subtle rift had begun to form in their feelings towards her. Yanyou soon learned of Xue Qingyi's arrest, and she took great pleasure in this news. In her delight, Yanyou did not forget to ensure that this information was disseminated widely. Since Xue Qingyi sought to preserve her own life, Yanyou would not allow her to enjoy an easy existence. Did Xue Qingyi not desire fame in the entertainment industry? She was more than willing to lend a hand. Consequently, the following morning, a sensational revelation surfaced on Weibo. A certain self-styled heiress, suspected of involvement in a kidnapping case, had been apprehended and detained. Once the news broke, it spread with remarkable speed, and the identity of the masked heiress was swiftly unveiled. Chapter 192. Benevolence and Righteousness. Could it possibly be that the true heiress of the Ji family is involved again? What is it about her that brings forth such turmoil day after day? Kidnapping? How audacious of her to engage in such a deed. Considering the family she was raised in, it is no surprise. I've looked into her background before she returned to the affluent life, and the family that nurtured her was hardly virtuous. They are still languishing in prison as we speak. Yet, can we truly blame her? Growing up in such an environment must have been quite tragic. Can you believe there are still individuals attempting to defend her? What do you mean by defending? They are merely stating the facts. If she is capable of committing kidnapping, her nature must be irreparably flawed. There is nothing left to redeem. I'm appalled. I once thought she was an innocent flower, but now she has morphed into a legal delinquent. The fervor surrounding the incident thrust Xue Qingyi back into the limelight, and the Ji group suffered further repercussions due to her actions. Numerous journalists positioned themselves outside the police station and the Ji group's headquarters, eager to unearth any pertinent information. Although rumors circulated online, the identity of her kidnapping victim remained a mystery. However, after diligent inquiries, reporters soon uncovered some details. In no time, a trending topic emerged: Ji family true heiress suspected of kidnapping fake heiress. The title was so blunt that it left netizens, who were eagerly awaiting developments, utterly astounded. No one could have anticipated such a revelation regarding the kidnapping case. What could she possibly be thinking? I truly cannot comprehend. Is it jealousy? After all, Yanyou has possessed everything Xue Qingyi has never had since childhood, and even after leaving the Ji family, she seems to lead a better life. Who wouldn't feel envious? Even so, that does not justify kidnapping. This is a profound psychological aberration. I am curious about how this situation unfolded. Yanyou has already filed a lawsuit against Xue Qingyi, and a trial will soon reveal the truth. The topic's popularity soared. remaining in the top 5 trending discussions for several days. Some reporters who had been stationed outside the G residence shifted their focus to Yu's location, hoping to secure an exclusive interview and obtain valuable insights from her. Yet, Yu seemed to have vanished, making no public appearances and leaving many disappointed. She felt that recent events had been overwhelming, prompting her to retreat into her home for some much-needed rest. Nevertheless, some were unwilling to allow her such tranquility. Yu had previously blocked the phone numbers of her family, yet they always found a way to reach her. Upon seeing an unfamiliar caller ID, she hesitantly answered the phone, recognizing the somewhat familiar voice of Ji Dean. Yu, how have you been lately? As soon as Ji Dean spoke, his concern for Yu was evident. However, since Yu departed from the Ji family, this was indeed the first time she received a call from him, which struck her as somewhat peculiar. Is there something you wish to discuss? Yu's tone was unembellished, catching Ji Dean off guard and rendering him momentarily speechless. If there is nothing, I shall hang up, she stated, her lack of interest in idle conversation evident as she prepared to terminate the call. Yet, just before she could do so, Ji Dean's voice interjected, "Please do not hang up yet. There are matters I wish to discuss with you." His tone bore a hint of pleading, imbued with a palpable weariness. Yu, dismissive at first, hesitated for a moment before returning the phone to her ear. "Speak," she urged. With a heavy sigh, Ji Dean began. "Yu, I wish to apologize on behalf of Xue. After all, she is my biological daughter. What she did to you was wrong. Can you find it in your heart to forgive her?" Yu found his words somewhat amusing and could not help but chuckle. "Mr. Ji, if it were not for my fortunate circumstances, do you truly believe I would still be here to hear your apology? Your own daughter sought to take my life, and you asked for my forgiveness? On what grounds? She is still a child we raised together. We are family. Can you not show her some leniency, considering the hardships she has endured?" Ji Dean attempted to persuade Yu, yet he overlooked a critical fact. "Mr. Ji, our ties have long been severed. I have returned all that I owed you, so please refrain from speaking of family. Such words only serve to amuse me. Your biological daughter intended to sell me to a place like northern Myanmar. If I had truly been sold to such a fate, what do you think would have become of me?" Yu's words left Ji Dean momentarily speechless. He was aware that Ji Xue had orchestrated her kidnapping, yet he had no inkling of her malicious intentions. A fragment of his sympathy for her shattered within him. His own daughter should not harbor such cruelty. How could she conceive such wicked thoughts? A prolonged silence stretched across the line until Yu, growing impatient, finally heard Ji Dean speak again. "Is there truly no room for reconciliation?" Yu paused, contemplating before advising. "You may not be aware of the full circumstances. The individual Ji Xue employed to abduct me is not of ordinary standing. He is a member of a significant criminal organization in northern Myanmar. Becoming entangled with him cannot simply be brushed aside with a mere apology." Having said this, Yu felt she had exhausted her compassion. "I'm afraid it would be best if we ceased all contact henceforth." Given that they had not communicated since her departure from the Ji family, it was clear they had mutually acknowledged the severance of their relationship. From now on, they could treat each other as strangers, and that would suffice. After hanging up the phone, Yu's mood remained unaffected, and she cheerfully descended the stairs to ask Sister Wang to prepare a sumptuous meal for her. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Ji family villa, Ji Dean gazed at the disconnected call, feeling as though he had aged several years in an instant. He slumped despondently onto the sofa, letting out a deep sigh. "What did you say?" Shun Huiru, who had been anxiously waiting nearby, promptly inquired about the outcome as Ji Dean put away his phone. Her own emotions were in turmoil. On one hand, she felt a profound disappointment in her biological daughter, Ji Xue, while on the other, she was truly troubled by the thought of watching her own daughter face imprisonment. In her view, as long as they could obtain Yu's forgiveness, the lawyer would surely be able to negotiate a lighter sentence for Ji Xue. Yet, contrary to Shun Huiru's hopes, Ji Dean slowly shook his head, and when he raised his gaze once more, it was filled with a newfound depth of weariness. "Huiru, I believe we were mistaken from the very beginning." Chapter 193, Hidden Talents and Fame. The kidnapping case, bolstered by irrefutable evidence, swiftly proceeded to trial. On the day of the proceedings, Yu did not appear personally. Instead, she entrusted her esteemed lawyer, Jun Shirchu, to represent her. Given Zhou Hongyu's prominence, Ji Xue inevitably found herself entwined in the situation, which was already unfavorable for her. Moreover, with Jun Shirchu, a renowned attorney, on Yu's side, it was clear that Ji Xue would not easily escape the consequences. Through Jun Shirchu's diligent efforts, Ji Xue was sentenced to a significant 7-year prison term. Standing in the defendant's seat, she appeared utterly disheveled and haggard, Her once vibrant spirit dimmed to a shadow of its former self. As the verdict was pronounced, her body trembled uncontrollably. No, I cannot accept this outcome. I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. I do not wish to serve time. I cannot bear such an extended confinement. Please, save me. She longed to plead for mercy, but upon opening her mouth, she realized she lacked the strength to cry out. The dread of her impending existence rendered her voiceless, her trembling form barely able to maintain its stance. Desperately, she scanned the jury box, spotting her parents from the G family. She yearned to call out to them, to implore their assistance. But the disappointment reflected in their eyes struck her heart like a blow. In that moment, genuine regret washed over her. Despite the chance to start anew, her own jealousy and bitterness had obliterated her once promising life. Yet, the realization had come far too late. Xue Qingyi was led away, destined for a protracted 7 years behind bars. The trial's outcome garnered significant attention from netizens, and almost immediately, news of the verdict spread online. The public reaction was one of astonishment and reflection. Who could have fathomed that an individual's jealousy could manifest so destructively? As Xue Qingyi's sentence was finalized, alarming reports about criminal organizations in northern Myanmar engaging in the abduction of youth circulated widely. The dark underbelly of this illicit trade was exposed online, the gruesome details sending shivers through many casual observers. An outcry erupted against these criminal factions, alongside calls for law enforcement to intensify their efforts against such atrocities. Yanyou was equally engrossed in these developments. The haunting images of the captured young girls weighed heavily on her mind. She pondered their fates had they not crossed paths with her. In the best-case scenario, they might become mere playthings for others. In the worst, they could be reduced to organ donors. The thought was horrifying. Such criminal organizations should not exist in this world. Determined to take action, Yanyou resolved to make a significant decision after a brief moment of hesitation. She harnessed her hacking skills to access the dark web and promptly offered a staggering bounty of 10 billion for anyone who could dismantle the criminal organization operating in northern Myanmar. Under the allure of substantial rewards, a mercenary organization swiftly accepted the task after the announcement of a bounty by Yanyou. She imposed no time constraints, only desiring results. Thus, while the domestic authorities began to take the northern Myanmar criminal organization seriously, a group of mercenaries stealthily infiltrated the region to commence a purge of the criminal syndicate. Simultaneously, the domestic officials initiated a rescue operation, determined to liberate all compatriots trapped in the clutches of the northern Myanmar crime syndicate. In this relentless pursuit from both factions, the criminal organization was ultimately shattered, its nefarious enterprises dismantled. Among the remnants of the organization, some documentation was uncovered, revealing connections to multinational corporations and affluent political figures. Consequently, the matter became a topic of fervent discussion across the internet. As the principal catalyst behind the crackdown on the northern Myanmar crime syndicate, Yanyou had already concealed her identity, shrouded in anonymity. After a fortnight of leisurely days, Yanyou received news from Wu Feng. The research team had finally confirmed the completion of the holographic system after extensive testing. Upon receiving this news, Yanyou promptly visited Xingyao Technology to inspect the results. Boss, this is the holographic helmet equipped with the holographic technology. The one we delivered earlier was merely a prototype. This is our finished product. Wu Feng presented a helmet, reminiscent in size to a motorcycle helmet, adorned with a metallic sheen and an enigmatic deep blue hue, enhancing its mystique. As Yanyou examined the holographic helmet, she discerned a significant difference from the prototype she had previously encountered. Our holographic helmet can now connect to the internet, but its primary function lies within gaming. We've incorporated a large-scale online game into the helmet, and after real-world testing, we've confirmed that the effects and sensory experiences have reached an extraordinary pinnacle, Wu Feng elaborated, his face radiating an unprecedented joy. If previously he had worked merely to earn a living, now he was driven by an ideal that even he found astonishing. He yearned to witness the global dissemination of holographic technology from his own hands. Merely contemplating such a future sent shivers of excitement coursing through him. Boss, everything is now ready. When shall we launch the holographic helmet? Wu Feng inquired, brimming with anticipation. Yanyou, equally pleased with the outcome, was eager to expedite her ambitions. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, since preparations are nearly complete, let us commence the promotion. I entrust this matter to you. I only wish to see the results. With the ease of an adept manager, she delegated all responsibilities to Wu Feng. Understood, boss. I will ensure everything is arranged promptly. Wu Feng stood up with excitement, his eyes gleaming as he assuredly patted his chest. He had devised a strategy for promotion, firmly believing that this interview featuring holographic technology would undoubtedly create a significant sensation. Yanyou nodded in satisfaction, and after convening a brief meeting with the company personnel, she returned home with the latest model of a holographic helmet. This particular helmet was a custom design, specifically crafted for Yanyou, with the serial number being the very first 00. The interplay of silver and deep blue hues imbued the helmet with an aura of advanced technology. After admiring the helmet in her hands, Yanyou promptly placed it upon her head. Chapter 194. Can you please not reject me, having previously experienced the prototype? Yanyou had garnered a modicum of understanding. However, upon re-entering the holographic network, she was utterly astonished by the remarkable transformations that had occurred. When she heard the mechanical prompt inquiring whether she wished to connect to the holographic network, she unhesitatingly chose to link. The moment she made her selection, she was enveloped in a sensation of enlightenment. Before her lay not the vast, profound azure of the cosmos, but rather an ancient town, its streets spacious and inviting. Flanking the thoroughfares were vibrant blossoms and lush greenery, and as a gentle breeze wafted through, she could almost discern the refreshing fragrance of flowers and grass. Hello. How may I assist you? As Yanyou casually approached the entrance of a shop, the NPC at the counter immediately looked up, greeting her with a warm smile. When the NPC inquired if she required assistance, Yanyou noted the subtle shifts in the expression on their face. It was strikingly lifelike. This was the intelligent assistance inherent to the holographic system, capable of manifesting in any form. Leisurely wandering through the ancient town, Yanyou observed that while the area was still somewhat sparse, she anticipated that it would soon teem with activity once countless users logged into the holographic network. Before she knew it, she found herself at the heart of the town, where a vast plaza unfolded before her. In the center stood an enormous virtual screen, currently devoid of any display. However, beneath it stood two individuals clad in traditional robes. Curiosity piqued, Yanyou approached, and as she drew within a mere 2 meters of the pair, a prompt resonated in her ears. Game instance not yet loaded. Please complete loading momentarily. Taken aback, Yanyou swiftly comprehended that this was, in fact, the entrance to a game instance. In her initial conception, holographic technology was destined to debut in holographic games, rendering the presence of a game entrance here entirely logical. With a shift in thought, a virtual holographic panel materialized before her, showcasing data unique to Yanyou, all of which were customizable. To the far right of the panel was an exclamation mark. Upon selecting it, she discovered its contents. Current game instance selection, Battle of the Midnight Sun, not yet activated. Game activation time. Please pay attention to official announcements. With a soft click of her tongue, Yanyou dismissed the prompt. The game had yet to commence, yet she knew that the release of the holographic helmet would coincide with the game's internal testing phase. A sense of impatience began to well within her. After indulging in the holographic world for a spell, Yanyou opted to exit, removing the holographic helmet as if awakening from a rejuvenating slumber. Sensing no discomfort, she felt immensely pleased with the current progress. She sent a message to Wu Feng, urging them to expedite the release of the holographic helmets, and was unexpectedly greeted by a call from Lianqing. Upon answering the phone, the composed and magnetic voice of Lianqing resonated through the receiver. Boss, I have a matter to discuss with you. The mellifluous quality of his voice sent an inexplicable shiver through Yanyou's heart. What is it? She inquired casually, setting aside the peculiar sensation that stirred within her. Lianqing hesitated for a moment, then spoke. I have been offered a variety show and would like to invite you to be my guest. Would you be willing to assist me? It was evident from his tone that he felt uncertain. He was unsure whether Yanyou would agree. Yet once the words had escaped his lips, he felt no regret. Over the past few days, thoughts of Yanyou had inexplicably occupied his mind, a longing he had never experienced before. He believed he must have developed feelings for her. However, this unfamiliar emotion left him somewhat bewildered. After careful contemplation, he resolved to spend time with Yanyou to gain clarity about his own heart. If he could better understand his feelings through their interactions, he would no longer harbor any doubts. This was the very reason he chose to take on a variety show amidst his busy filming schedule and extend an invitation to Yanyou. A variety show? Yanyou was somewhat taken aback by Lianqing's invitation. The last time she participated in a lifestyle variety show, her interest waned due to circumstances surrounding Xue, leading her to abandon the recording midway and find a replacement from her agency. Such conduct would likely have blacklisted any other artist in the entertainment industry. Yet Yanyou had no intention of pursuing a career in entertainment, thus she felt no fear. However, she had not contemplated the possibility of being invited to participate in a variety show again, having resigned herself to the belief that she was on the director's blacklist. Is that acceptable? I would like to participate with you. Not hearing Gyuyu's response, Li Yanqing felt a pang of anxiety, fearing rejection, and he voiced his plea. His voice, tinged with a hint of disappointment, was difficult to refuse. Yet, Gyuyu, devoid of sentiment, pondered for a moment before declining his invitation. If you're short on female guests, the agency has signed several female artists. You may choose someone suitable to accompany you. She preferred not to stir up trouble and felt it best to refrain from joining the gathering. Li Yanqing had not anticipated Gyuyu's outright refusal, and for a fleeting moment, he began to doubt his own allure. Had he truly lost his charm? Unaware of the turmoil within Li Yanqing, Gyuyu exchanged a few brief words before hanging up the phone. She did not dwell on the matter, yet she was taken aback when, half an hour later, Li Yanqing appeared at her doorstep, blocking her way. With a statuesque posture, Li Yanqing possesses a physique that incites envy among countless men and leaves numerous women breathless. Broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs are complemented by a face adorned with exquisite and profound features, resembling a finely sculpted masterpiece. Simply standing there, he presents a breathtaking sight that captivates all who behold him. Yet, this remarkable man now approaches Gyuyu with an expression tinged with a hint of grievance, a touch of reluctance, and an overwhelming sense of entanglement. He advances step by step until she finds herself cornered, and then, with a voice imbued with magnetic charm, he implores, "Could you possibly refrain from rejecting me?" Chapter 195. Invitation. Standing before Gyuyu, the towering Li Yanqing, at an impressive height of 185 centimeters, cast a shadow that obscured her view, leaving her only able to see his face. "I simply wish to invite you as my guest. Please refrain from arranging for other female artists," Li Yanqing implored, having rushed over to confront Gyuyu after her initial rejection. His resolve only intensified upon seeing her. His gaze remained fixed upon Gyuyu, brimming with anticipation. Gyuyu could sense the palpable aura of masculinity emanating from Li Yanqing, feeling somewhat uncomfortable as she gently pushed against his chest. "Why must we converse in such a manner? It's as if we are performing in a romantic drama," she murmured, attempting to create some distance. Despite her efforts, she found herself unable to budge him, and, raising her eyes in confusion, caught sight of the well-defined muscles partially revealed beneath his slightly open collar. Indeed, he is worthy of being the original male lead. His physique is truly remarkable. In that fleeting moment, the solid sensation beneath her palm stirred an unexpected fluttering within her. Thankfully, she quickly regained her composure, clearing her throat to alleviate her embarrassment, and firmly pushed Li Yanqing away. "Li Gu, can we speak properly? There's no need for such suggestive tactics." Gyuyu extended her hand, prompting Li Yanqing to take a couple of steps back, creating a modest distance between them. However, unbeknownst to Gyuyu, a trace of unacknowledged disappointment flickered in Li Yanqing's eyes as he was pushed away. "Now may we converse?" Following Gyuyu's suggestion, Li Yanqing maintained a distance of 1 meter before he began to speak. "I genuinely invite you. I prefer not to collaborate with others, as I am uncertain whether they might seek to exploit our partnership for their gain. But you would not, and you are among the few I can trust." Li Yanqing spoke earnestly, allowing a hint of vulnerability to show in his eyes, which immediately reminded Gyuyu of the time when he was mercilessly vilified online. A person who had once been cast into the depths of despair could hardly avoid harboring wariness towards others, even upon rising again. Gyuyu found herself swayed by Li Yanqing's reasoning. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded and replied, "It's not out of the question, but I still do not know what kind of variety show you are participating in. How can I cooperate with you?" Upon hearing Gyuyu relent, a flicker of surprise illuminated Li Yanqing's face, though he quickly masked it. He feigned nonchalance as he replied, "It's a dating show." "What? A dating show?" Gyuyu was taken aback, her first reaction being to scrutinize Li Yanqing, her eyes filled with skepticism. "Are you sure there's no mistake? It's truly a dating show?" Her astonishment was understandable, as Li Yanqing hardly appeared to be the type who would engage in such a program. Li Yanqing left an impression of a stoic, almost divine figure. So how could he possibly agree to participate in a dating reality show? Gyuyu found herself perplexed. Was it a task forcibly assigned by his manager? She nearly reached for her phone to call Song Yuhang, questioning whether Li Yanqing was being coerced at the company. After all, she had personally recruited him. It was hard to believe he would be so irresponsible. Upon observing the conflicted expression on Gyuyu's face, Li Yanqing quickly deduced her thoughts, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to clarify. "Although this dating show was recommended by my manager, I willingly consented to participate. There's no need for you to overthink it. Are you certain you're not being pressured?" Gyuyu inquired, unwilling to relent. Li Yanqing nodded earnestly. "I assure you, I voluntarily accepted this opportunity. From the very beginning, My intention was to join the show alongside you. His candidness left Yanyou momentarily speechless, her mouth agape in astonishment, her eyes reflecting disbelief. Why would you? At that moment, Yanyou formed a tentative hypothesis, but until Li Yanqing confirmed it, she hesitated to draw any conclusions. Soon enough, he provided his response. Boss, no. May I call you Yanyou? I have never had feelings for anyone before. You are the first girl who evokes a different sensation within me. I wish to seize this opportunity to understand my feelings for you, which is why I desired to participate in this dating show with you. Though he endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor, only he knew how turbulent his heart truly was. As Yanyou absorbed the rare string of words from Li Yanqing, clarity washed over her. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded earnestly. Very well, I accept your proposal. Yanyou harbored feelings for him as well. And given his admirable qualities, his looks and physique perfectly aligned with her aesthetic preferences, she felt that exploring a relationship with him was a possibility worth pursuing. Upon hearing Yanyou's acceptance, Li Yanqing was momentarily taken aback. Then a radiant smile broke across his face, a sight Yanyou had never witnessed in person before. It momentarily dazzled her. However, a thought struck her. Shouldn't participants be invited by the production team? It seems implausible for you to simply take me along to participate in the show. Yanyou recalled the crucial detail and casually posed the question to Li Yanqing. With a subtle smile, he shook his head. Now that you've agreed, there is no need to worry about the logistics. Since I proposed this, I am confident that the production team will acquiesce. With his assurance, Yanyou chose not to pursue the matter further. Delighted by Yanyou's response, Li Yanqing lingered to converse with her a while longer before reluctantly departing from her villa. After Li Yanqing departed, Yanyou took out her phone to investigate the circumstances surrounding the dating show that had invited him. To her astonishment, her inquiry revealed startling information. The show, Let's Fall in Love, had already aired several successful seasons, with nearly every season witnessing guests forming romantic connections, earning it the playful moniker among netizens as the earthly matchmaker. Invited guests are afforded the opportunity to engage with unfamiliar male and female participants, fostering emotional bonds, while also having the option to invite someone they are already fond of to accompany them as a guest. Chapter 196. Released. Yanyou had a simple understanding of this dating reality show and found no regret in agreeing to participate with Li Yanqing. With some time remaining before the show commenced, she felt no urgency, yet she casually followed the official Weibo account of the program, eager to discover the guest lineup. Although the news of Yanyou and Li Yanqing joining the dating show had yet to be released, the attention of netizens swiftly turned toward Yanyou. The reason was simple. The official Weibo account of Xingyao Technology had recently shared an announcement. Xingyao Technology V, the holographic game Extreme Daylight Battle, is set to make its debut. Stay tuned. Xingyao Technology V. Pre-sales for the holographic helmets are now underway. 15,000 slots will be available in 3 days for everyone to meet. The announcement from Xingyao Technology instantly ignited excitement among netizens who had been closely following the company. Since the revelation of holographic technology, the official account had gained millions of followers, with users daily urging the company to expedite the development of this technology to benefit all. However, everyone understood that such advancements could not simply be hastened by demand, just as many believed they would have to wait 3 to 5 more years, astonishingly. Within a mere month, Xingyao Technology released an official statement declaring the holographic technology had been perfected and would soon be unveiled. This news was akin to pouring water into a hot frying pan, causing a frenzy among netizens. What? Did I read that correctly? The holographic helmet is about to be released? Juin, is this real? Am I seeing things? In my lifetime, I can't believe I'm finally witnessing the holographic game I've longed for. I must play it. No one can snatch it from me. Why are only 15,000 helmets available for pre-sale? Is this a slight against someone? What? Only 15,000? Even 150,000 might not suffice. How could you do this? I must see an increase in the helmet quantity. Don't make me beg. What time does the pre-sale start? Why wasn't the time announced in advance? If I miss out, who will take responsibility? I want one, I want one. My child is crying for it. I implore all the brothers and sisters to save one for me. Huh? Who are you? I don't even have one yet. When the time comes, we shall be adversaries on the battlefield. Don't expect me to go easy on you. I can't wait any longer. The fervent discussions among netizens quickly propelled Xingyao Technology's announcement to trending status within just half an hour. Many who had previously paid no heed to the matter swiftly became aware of the news, leading to an influx of participants in the discourse. Holographic technology stands as a groundbreaking innovation in contemporary internet technology. Following its emergence in trending discussions surrounding Xingyao Technology, it not only captivated the attention of netizens, but also drew the interest of industry peers. Numerous technology companies that had previously adopted a wait-and-see approach could no longer remain passive. They promptly arranged for their representatives to engage with Yanyou technology, aspiring to forge collaborations. In matters of work, Wu Feng managed affairs with remarkable competence, typically needing only to communicate significant decisions to Yanyou and solicit her opinions. Accustomed to a hands-off managerial style, Yanyou entrusted Wu Feng with the myriad responsibilities of the company, displaying unwavering confidence in him. Unbeknownst to others, her inclination to delegate stemmed from a reluctance to engage in management. Nevertheless, this trust deeply moved Wu Feng, prompting him to silently vow to elevate Yanyou technology to unprecedented heights in order to honor Yanyou's faith in him. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, heralding the moment when Yanyou Technology's official Weibo account would unveil the pre-sale link for the holographic headset. Heiress had not engaged in game streaming for quite some time, since being noticed by the affluent Yanyou, who had accompanied him in gaming and rewarded him generously. He found himself liberated from the grueling routine of streaming to merely subsist. Although he remained in the streaming industry, his current endeavors were markedly less burdensome than before. Previously, he streamed games solely for monetary gain, and despite his passion for gaming, moments of fatigue were inevitable. Now, however, streaming had become more leisurely, free from the anxiety of underperformance or the fear of losing viewers. Brothers and sisters, I am all set. I will be among the first to seize the pre-sale, and together we shall revel in the joys of holographic gaming. Heiress maintained his sunny disposition, a quality that endeared him to many of his viewers. Xiao Linzi, while I genuinely wish you success, this time we are rivals, and I shall not yield to you. Haha, who says otherwise? I will compete as well. Let us see who secures it first. I must say, Yanyou Technology is rather stingy, only offering 15,000 slots, barely enough to fill a gap. Did you not see that this is merely a beta testing quota? More will surely be added later, but I want to be the first to take the plunge. As if I don't wish the same. The audience in the live stream exchanged playful banter, eagerly awaiting the announcement from Yanyou Technology's official account. Just as anticipation reached a fever pitch, a new Weibo update appeared. Yanyou Technology V, holographic headset presale link. The new product will be launched on time in 10 minutes. Stay tuned. Upon seeing this news, viewers wasted no time clicking on the product link, leading to an overwhelming surge of traffic that caused delays and crashes. In the face of critical circumstances, one might exclaim in frustration, how could this happen now? If I fail to secure the holographic headset, the responsibility lies with everyone present. Knowing that such a multitude would compete simultaneously, why was there no prior preparation? This is utterly exasperating. I beseech you, do not crowd any further. Such a squeeze could lead to unforeseen consequences. The words spoken are indeed fierce. This is intolerable. Due to the network congestion, discontent among netizens grew palpable. Fortunately, this predicament did not linger for long. The headquarters of Vblog had anticipated the release of the holographic headset would create a significant stir, thus they had diligently prepared in advance. Although a brief hiccup occurred, they promptly implemented measures to stabilize the situation. Chapter 197. I have no love left in a mere 10 minutes. A span that would typically pass by in the blink of an eye after watching a few videos. Those fixated on the holographic helmet sales page of Yanyou Technology felt as though time had stretched into an eternity. At last, after what felt like an interminable wait, the 10th minute arrived. In the final second of that crucial moment, the previously gray purchase button suddenly illuminated, transforming into a dazzling shade of blue. At this instant, all the online spectators sprang into action, their fingers racing to click that vibrant blue purchase button, each silently praying to be the lucky one in 15,000. Heiress was equally determined. The moment the clock struck, his mouse was already clicking furiously on the button. After a flurry of over 20 clicks, the page before him finally shifted. I'm in. Heiress rejoiced internally, scarcely taking a moment to comprehend the refreshed page before he erupted into exuberant cheers. In the live stream, while some viewers continued to persevere, others had long surrendered. Upon hearing Heiress's jubilant exclamation, envy washed over them. Little Linzi, how incredibly fortunate you are. Goodness, if little Linzi can snatch one, why can't I? Had I known, I would have held on a bit longer. Even if my internet speed held me back, I shouldn't have given up so soon. Oh, how I envy you. I'm utterly fatigued by the word envy. The barrage of comments flooded the live chat as everyone awaited Heiress to unveil the purchase page and secure the coveted holographic helmet. However, in the next moment, they were all rendered speechless. Indeed, Heiress's computer screen had transitioned, though the page refresh experienced a slight lag. it was barely noticeable. Yet, when the viewers beheld the stunningly designed, vividly colored helmet, their anticipation was abruptly shattered by a stark message. Sorry, the item you wish to purchase is sold out. This succinct statement, glaring in red across the center of the product page, halted He Linyin in his tracks, leaving him momentarily stunned. Silence enveloped the live stream. The once rapid-fire comments dwindled to nothingness, and the collective mood of the audience mirrored He Linyin's dismay. What is this? This is cruel. After a prolonged moment, He Linyin finally moved. He slowly raised his head, slumping back against the chair as if all color had drained from his being. I have no love left, He Linyin murmured, his tone imbued with an air of grievance that elicited unkind laughter from the audience. While I genuinely sympathize with little Lindsay, I can't help but find this amusing. Ha ha ha. You're not alone. I feel the same way. Like a pitiful little puppy. It turns out I'm not the only one who missed out. Ha ha. I feel balanced now. Although it is unfortunate for Xue Lindsay, I find a strange sense of joy in knowing that he too was unable to seize the opportunity. I did not manage to get it. So why should you all have the chance? It is best if no one gets it. What a foolish thought. Though I find it absurd, I can't help but feel there is some truth to it. The viewers in the live stream laughed unkindly, and it took He Linyin quite a while to regain his composure. Upon glancing at the live chat filled with schadenfreude, he felt utterly dejected. How could you be so cruel? I am already heartbroken over not getting it, and instead of comforting me, you mock me. Am I no longer your beloved Xue Lindsay? He Linyin felt a pang of sorrow, pouting in a way that made him seem quite pitiful. After the initial laughter, the viewers decided to offer some consolation to He Linyin, yet their attempts were anything but gentle, leaving him to question his decision to seek solace from them. The disappointment of not acquiring the holographic helmet truly weighed heavily on his heart. He had been looking forward to it for so long, only to miss this opportunity. Noticing He Linyin's despondency, the viewers shifted from their teasing to genuine attempts at comfort. By the way, isn't Xingyao technology owned by the wealthy sister? Do you think she might have an extra helmet? A comment zipped through the barrage of messages, catching the attention of many. Right? How did I not think of that? Isn't Xue Lindsay acquainted with the wealthy sister? Should he perhaps reach out for a holographic helmet? For the sake of the helmet, Xue Lindsay, you might need to sacrifice a bit of your charm. Hurry up, Xue Lindsay, you should ask her. Is that really appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Don't you all wish to witness the wonders of holographic gaming firsthand? Go for it, Xue Lindsay. The viewers' messages quickly drew He Linyin's attention. After reading their suggestions, he quietly took out his phone and opened his friends list. He felt a flutter of excitement. After all, who could resist the allure of holographic gaming? However, it had been quite a while since he last spoke with Yanyou, and suddenly reaching out to her for a helmet might seem rather abrupt. He Linyin hesitated, but ultimately, under the encouragement of the viewers, he clicked on Yanyou's contact and initiated a voice call. As he awaited the connection, his emotions were tumultuous, and he almost hung up the call. Just as he was wavering, the call was answered. Xue Lindsay? Yanyou's sweet, soft voice flowed through the receiver, enveloping He Linyin's heart like a gentle, fluffy cloud. He Linyin inexplicably felt his heart racing, and his ears began to warm slightly. Sister Ming, it's me. I have a question I wish to ask you. He Linyin scratched his head bashfully, exuding an air of shyness. The viewers in the live stream flooded the chat with laughter emojis, clearly entertained by He Linyin's awkward demeanor at that moment. Just as he hesitated on how to articulate his thoughts, a flurry of gifting effects suddenly erupted in the live stream. Yuran Yimeng gifted little Lindsay a dreamlike castle. Yuran Yimeng gifted little Lindsay. Yuran Yimeng. The familiar yet peculiar sensation of generous gifting filled He Linyin's live stream, causing an uproar among all the viewers. Chapter 198. Envy transforms my countenance. Yanyou casually opened the live streaming app, thinking it had been quite a while since she last indulged in a live broadcast. As she mindlessly scrolled through the streams, she unexpectedly stumbled upon He Linyin's channel. Their previous gaming sessions had been quite enjoyable, and they had exchanged contact information, maintaining a connection. Reflecting on how long it had been since they last played together, she decided to enter his live stream, intending to observe before engaging further. To her amusement, she witnessed He Linyin sulking over not securing a holographic helmet, his despondent demeanor eliciting laughter. Shortly thereafter, viewers encouraged He Linyin to call Yanyou, and while she did not decline, she refrained from revealing her awareness of his intent when the call connected. Instead, she began to shower the stream with gifts. Indeed, when He Linyin saw the influx of gifts in the live chat, he reacted like a startled rabbit, nearly leaping from his chair in surprise. A sight both entertaining and endearing. Ah, Sister Ming, you're here in the stream too, huh? He held the phone to his ear, his gaze fixed intently on the barrage of comments. as if searching through the sea of messages for Gyu's presence. Embarrassment washed over him, a feeling unprecedented in its intensity. At that moment, Heiress felt as if he were conspiring in secrecy, only to realize that all his thoughts were laid bare for others to see. The urge to find a crevice to hide and surged within him, causing his ears to redden almost instantaneously. I'm already aware of what transpired earlier, Gyou remarked, seated in her office at Yanyou Technology. Today marked the release of the holographic helmets, and although she intended to take a hands-off approach, a sense of responsibility compelled her to remain informed. Before her lay a tablet, displaying the very scenes from Heiress's live stream. As she spoke, her voice resonated through the broadcast, while the tablet vividly captured Heiress's every move. You didn't manage to get a holographic helmet? If you wish to play, I can simply send one to you, Gyou said nonchalantly, as if it were an inconsequential matter. Although the official sales volume was set at 15,000 helmets, Yanyou Technology was her enterprise. Thus, the decision to produce a few more helmets rested solely with her. Therefore, gifting one to Heiress was hardly a significant undertaking. However, her casual offer of a helmet ignited a flurry of reactions among the viewers in the live stream. Unfair. Sister Ming. Why do you gift it to little Lindsay and not to me? Wah, is this the advantage of having connections? It feels like a soul transfer to little Lindsay. Sister Ming, take a look at me. I have 15 years of online gaming experience. I make a great tester. Adding me wouldn't be too much to ask. A holographic helmet is priced at 88,000, and it is so scarce that even wealth cannot secure one. Yet, a mere phone call from a streamer can have it delivered to you. Does that not seem rather ungracious? The audacity of the streamer is astounding. Seeking gifts for something unattainable is quite shameless. Such words would never escape my lips. Everyone knows how rare the holographic helmet is. To openly wish for one as a gift is truly lacking in modesty. What a sour note resonates from the preceding comments. The generous benefactor, a wealthy sister, willingly offers it to Xiaoan. How does that concern you? Envy has transformed my visage. The audience in the live stream erupted in expressions of envy and resentment. Some hidden detractors of Heiress seized the opportunity to launch a frenzied attack, yet many loyal fans of Heiress swiftly countered their remarks. Heiress was taken aback by Gyu's unexpected offer. By the time he composed himself, the barrage of comments had already commenced. He understood that he must quell the commotion among the viewers, so he hastily began to explain, "Please, everyone, calm down. I never anticipated that Sister Ming would gift me a holographic helmet. Thank you, Sister Ming. However, as you all have pointed out, such helmets are currently unattainable even with money. It would be inappropriate for me to accept one without offering payment. I am willing to purchase it, no matter the cost." Despite his words, Heiress was acutely aware that he was receiving an extraordinary favor, and a hint of discomfort lingered on his face. Gyou, observing his bashful expression, found his shyness endearing, and she comforted him. You need not concern yourself with their opinions. The item is mine. Whether I choose to gift or sell it is entirely my prerogative, and others have no say in my decisions. Since I have resolved to give it to you, simply accept it. I look forward to having someone to play games with. Gyou spoke casually, and her words flowed over Heiress like a warm current, filling him with a sense of comfort. Thank you, Sister Ming. He expressed his gratitude once more. Gyou waved her hand dismissively, but realized that Heiress could not see her gesture, so she added, "It's merely a small matter. Just await your delivery." With that, Gyou summoned Wu Feng, instructing him to send a holographic helmet to Heiress. She did not hang up the phone, allowing her directives to be broadcasted through Heiress's device to the viewers in the live stream, which subsequently sparked another wave of lamentations. What? There are still stock available? Why not release all of it? Is it that we cannot afford it? Is it that we cannot acquire it? I don't care. The official site must increase the quantity. Don't mention 88,000. Even if it were 188,000, I would still fight to bring one home. Please be honest with us. How much inventory does your company truly have hidden? A desperate plea from one individual for an increase in sales stock. Another request. Upon observing the fervent requests from viewers in the live broadcast, Gyou contemplated briefly and remarked, "The quantity available for sale on the official website cannot be increased. The holographic headset I intended to gift to Xiao Lindsay was originally reserved for internal testing. Thus it is not a matter of unwillingness to supply more, but rather that we genuinely possess only this limited amount at present. However, I can assure everyone that the next sale will occur quite soon, so all you need to do is exercise a little more patience." After soothing the audience with a few words, Gyou promptly ended the call, sent a voice message to Heiress inviting him to play a game together, and then exited the live stream. Chapter 199. Holographic World. Xue Qingyi is a student at the Blue City Dance Academy, and her lifelong aspiration has been to become the most exceptional dancer. Having just turned 18, she should be brimming with youthful vigor and passion. However, her life seemingly sank into a stagnant abyss 6 months ago. A merciless car accident claimed her legs, shattering her dreams and rendering her unable to soar freely. Upon awakening from her coma, the doctors informed her that she would never walk like a normal person again. In that moment, she contemplated why she had not perished in the accident. Perhaps in that realm, she could have still fulfilled her dreams. Yet, the harshness of reality is unyielding and palpable. She must continue to live, confronting the grim and shattered remnants of her life. Once vibrant and cheerful, she has become silent and melancholic. Her parents, fearing that she might take drastic measures in their absence, are reluctant to leave her alone. As they observe their daughter becoming increasingly withdrawn, as if the vitality within her is slowly fading, they feel an ache in their hearts. In a bid to help her emerge from this despondency, Xue Qingyi's parents undertook considerable research, even delving into the interests of the younger generation, hoping to establish common ground with her and provide better support. By chance, they learned of Yanyou Technology's release of a holographic helmet and the recent fervor among the youth for holographic gaming. Thus, they kept a vigilant eye on the release date. Perhaps fate itself was smiling upon this unfortunate girl. After enlisting the help of all their friends and relatives, Zhou's parents finally managed to secure a holographic helmet. The moment they received the package, they eagerly presented it to their daughter. "Kiki, we understand that you are in pain, but we hope you can find the strength to rise again. We've heard that the holographic game is like a second world. You might want to give it a try." Staring at the holographic helmet before her, Xue Qingyi was momentarily stunned. When she looked up, the careful demeanor of her father sent a pang of emotion through her heart. After a prolonged silence, she accepted her parents' kindness. Lying on her bed, she tentatively donned the holographic helmet. The instant the holographic sensation activated, Xue Qingyi felt as though she had transcended into a new realm. Following the auditory prompts for character adjustment, she found herself in an unfamiliar ancient town. The architecture was imbued with a timeless charm, and the townsfolk, adorned in various traditional garments, appeared to be awestruck, obliviously surveying their surroundings. Xue Qingyi was no exception. However, unlike the others, her attention was immediately drawn not to the strangeness of her surroundings, but to the transformation of her own being. In the realm of reality, she would never stand again. Yet here, in this world, her body remained intact. "My legs. I can stand." Gazing at her restored legs, Xue Qingyi widened her eyes in disbelief. She attempted to run and leap, like a little madcap, darting back and forth on the unfamiliar street before her, everything appearing just as pristine as it once was. Xue Qingyi wept, as if she needed to vent all the grievances and frustrations of the past few months. Her sobs came in gasps. Passers-by cast her curious glances, yet none approached to inquire. It was not until a figure appeared before her, tentatively asking, "Little sister, are you all right?" that Xue Qingyi finally lifted her tear-streaked face. A handsome young man with chestnut, slightly curled hair, striking features, and a radiant smile approached her, resembling a ray of sunshine melting the heart. I'm fine," Xue Qingyi replied, somewhat embarrassed, shaking her head. Her prolonged solitude made her instinctively shy in the presence of such charm. "That's good. If you encounter any difficulties, please speak up. I will certainly assist you if I can." "Thank you." Xue Qingyi mumbled her gratitude, wishing to exchange a few more words, but he dashed off after spotting a familiar figure. Rather than feeling disheartened, she found her spirits lifting. She had never imagined that this place truly resembled the tale she had heard, akin to a second world where she could run again and dance her beloved dances. In that moment, the burdens on Xue Qingyi's heart were finally lifted. Meanwhile, the young man who had just conversed with Xue Qingyi was none other than Yanyou, who had just received the holographic helmet gifted by Yanyou and logged in to experience it immediately. Prior to entering, Yanyou had sent Yanyou a message, eager to meet her in the holographic realm. Upon seeing the familiar figure, he could not contain his excitement and quickly pursued her. "Are you, Dream Sister?" Beneath a tall flowering tree, Yanyou was pondering how to message Yanyou when she unexpectedly heard a somewhat familiar voice inquiring. Turning around, she found herself face to face with Yanyou. "Little Lindsay," she smiled in greeting, a smile that left Yanyou momentarily stunned. Although he had never seen Yanyou in person, she had gained considerable fame online, and he had memorized her appearance. He had always known she was beautiful, but upon encountering her up close, he realized that no words could adequately convey her beauty. "Dream Sister, you are so beautiful," Yanyou murmured to himself, only to snap back to reality upon hearing Yanyou's laughter. Embarrassment washed over him, tinting his cheeks with a faint blush. Yanyou was accustomed to such flattery, Yet Helenian's reaction amused her. Well, I didn't come here just to hear you praise me. Today marks the launch of a new game, and I need you as my gaming partner. Although Yanyou is the boss, she has never experienced a holographic game, which makes her exceedingly excited at this moment. Helenian promptly nodded and, with a charming demeanor, reassured her. Sister Ming, rest assured, although this is my first foray into holographic gaming, I have extensive experience with both PC and mobile games over the years. I am well versed in gameplay and will undoubtedly prove to be a competent gaming partner. Helenian confidently patted his chest as he spoke. Satisfied, Yanyou nodded and immediately led Helenian toward the central square. Having previously explored this area, she knew precisely where the game entrance was located and could effortlessly guide them there. Chapter 200. The Battle of the Midnight Sun. When Yanyou first arrived at the heart of the town, it was devoid of life due to the game's impending release. However, upon her return with Helenian, she found the entrance bustling with eager players. The entrance was not shaped like a door, but resembled a shimmering barrier, standing majestically in the central square. Above this luminous veil, a countdown was displayed, 0:10, 59, accompanied by the phrase, "The Battle of the Midnight Sun is connecting." Just 10 more minutes, and the game would commence. Helenian, eyes gleaming with excitement, rubbed his hands together as he watched the countdown. His fervor was palpable, a stark contrast to Yanyou's calm demeanor, which rendered her an anomaly amidst the throng of similarly enthusiastic participants. Dream sister, aren't you nervous? Helenian inquired, puzzled by her composure. With a light chuckle, Yanyou revealed a fact that left Helenian utterly astounded. I have been involved in the development of the holographic technology. I already have certain expectations of its effects. It seems rather challenging to feel astonished or anxious about something I have anticipated. Her tone was casual, as if discussing the weather, yet to Helenian, it was more shocking than thunder on a clear day. Dream sister, you developed the holographic technology? That's incredible, Helenian exclaimed, his voice rising and drawing the attention of nearby onlookers. Initially, their location was unremarkable, with the crowd focused solely on the game's launch. However, Helenian's outburst shifted their attention, revealing the presence of two extraordinarily attractive individuals, especially Yanyou, whose beauty, even after some adjustments, surpassed that of ordinary mortals, and her facial features remained largely unchanged, allowing some to recognize her identity immediately. It's Yanyou. Wow, where? I want to see the legendary wealthy sister in person. Don't crowd. Do you play games too, wealthy sister? Let us add each other as friends and team up. Sister, let me see you. I can protect you in the game. Sister, team with me. In an instant, chaos erupted as the atmosphere turned frenzied. Had this occurred outside the realm of virtual reality, it might have spiraled into an irreparable stampede. Neither Yanyou nor Helenian anticipated such a turn of events, and they found themselves surrounded, with no opportunity to escape. I'm sorry, dream sister. Realizing that this predicament was a consequence of his actions, Helenian lowered his head in remorse, apologizing earnestly while striving to shield Yanyou from the encroaching crowd. He now deeply regrets his earlier outburst, fearing that he might have displeased Sister Ming. He is beset by anxiety, dreading that Yanyou might hold him responsible. However, Yanyou simply smiles with resignation, her gaze lingering on his slightly curled chestnut hair, an irresistible impulse to touzle its surging within her. As others eagerly attempt to draw closer, Yanyou's attention is captured by the countdown displayed on the luminous screen. The moment the final digit reaches 0, she swiftly takes hold of Helenian's hand and steps towards the screen. Helenian, caught off guard, wears an expression of shock and disbelief, which remains on his face as he, in the next instant, vanishes alongside Yanyou into the screen. Welcome to the Eternal Day Battle. Upon entering the screen, Yanyou hears a gentle female voice resonating in her ears. She glances around, realizing that the previously crowded scene has vanished, replaced by an enchanting realm reminiscent of a fairyland. In the distance, majestic mountains rise, while nearby a small river meanders, its banks adorned with willows swaying gracefully, and lotus flowers blooming vibrantly in the water. She finds herself standing on a small stone platform, remarkably flat, with edges adorned by patches of moss. Upon closer inspection, intricate details cling to the surface. Please select your race. The soothing voice prompts her again, and in the next moment, a large wheel appears before Yanyou. She does not rush to make a choice, but instead examines the classifications of races on the wheel. Divine, Celestial, Demon, Spirit, Human, Ghost. 12 races in total, each section varying in size. The mightier the race, the smaller the section, thus diminishing the likelihood of selection. After scrutinizing the options, Yanyou casually initiates the drawing, causing the wheel to spin vigorously. It accelerates until it becomes a mere blur, initially indifferent to the outcome. Yanyou finds herself oddly filled with anticipation as the wheel spins. Moments later, the wheel finally comes to a halt. As the pointer lands on a moderately sized section, Yanyou's brow raises slightly. Demon race. Congratulations, player, on selecting the demon race as your birth race. Please choose your demon bloodline. A display panel appears before Yanyou, showcasing a variety of demon species, though the images evoke a peculiar resemblance to a pet detail page. Yanyou suppresses the urge to critique, browsing through the options until her eyes settle on one particular selection. This one. Her eyes gleam with delight as she promptly clicks to confirm. In the next instant, a flash of light sweeps across her vision, prompting her to involuntarily close her eyes. When she opens them again, she finds herself in an exceedingly ordinary village, though something seems a tad peculiar. Woof woof, woof woof. Just as Yanyou contemplates what might be amiss, a cacophony of barking reaches her ears, alarmingly close by. Yanyou is startled, quickly turning towards the source of the sound, only to find a small teddy bear with chestnut-colored fur, staring at her with a pair of large, glistening black eyes. Atop the little teddy's head was a glaringly bright name, Xue Qingyi. Wait, what is happening? Yanyou exclaimed. Wah, wah. Yanyou was taken aback. When she attempted to speak, she realized she had transformed into a whimpering creature. Goodness, this is absurd. In that moment, Yanyou's expression darkened. No one had informed her that this was how one played the game. Woof woof woof, woof woof woof. Xue Qingyi barked excitedly, seemingly trying to convey something. Yet all Yanyou could comprehend were the sounds of barking, leaving her utterly speechless. Chapter 201. Holographic Game. After a period of exploration, Yanyou finally discerned how to navigate the current predicament. In essence, both she and Heiress had drawn the identity of a demon, which necessitated the activation of their demonic bloodlines through completing tasks to level up, a quintessential gaming trope. Until they had upgraded to awaken their bloodlines, they were compelled to present their true forms. Heiress, being a dog demon, currently resembled a curly-haired teddy bear. As for Yanyou, her exquisite fox visage featured elongated, crescent-shaped eyes adorned with long lashes, complemented by a striking red vertical line between her brows, akin to an elegant pattern. Her entirely snow-white fur was long and dense, shimmering like a cascade of light with the slightest movement. Indeed, aside from her somewhat childish demeanor, even in her fox form, she exuded an astonishing beauty. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. He, curly-haired teddy bear. Lin, dream sister, let us level up swiftly. He was on the verge of despair. Despite having chosen the wolf demon bloodline, he had inexplicably transformed into a curly-haired teddy bear. It was utterly absurd. Fortunately, he had refrained from promising his fans a live stream on the very first day. Otherwise, being seen by them as a teddy bear would have rendered him unable to face anyone again. Leveling up was imperative, and it needed to happen soon. Yanyou observed the fiery determination gleaming in the teddy bear's eyes and gracefully raised her paw to pat his head. Whimper, whimper, whimper. Poor child. However, the moment Yanyou spoke, her childish attributes were immediately revealed, leading to a wave of exasperation. Now, not only was Heiress anxious to level up, but Yanyou also felt the urgency. If this incessant whimpering continued, she would be tempted to exit the game altogether. To facilitate novice players in adapting to the game mechanics, an auxiliary mode could be activated. Upon doing so, a task panel that only the player could see would materialize, reminiscent of the task interface in traditional online games, allowing first-time players of holographic games to transition more smoothly from online to holographic gaming. Both Yanyou and Heiress activated the auxiliary mode, effectively resolving the communication barrier. They swiftly completed tasks and advanced to level 10. Once enveloped in the glow of their upgrades, they were finally able to transform from their animal forms into their human shapes. As Yanyou and Heiress joyfully engaged in the game, the outside world buzzed with discussions regarding this revolutionary game. The world's first true holographic game has arrived, a groundbreaking advancement in holographic technology. When does the second wave of holographic helmet pre-sales begin? Starshine technology. Several hashtags surged to the trending topics, and upon opening Weibo, it was inundated with discussions about this phenomenon. The majority of netizens expressed envy and jealousy towards those who had secured the holographic helmets, while a segment began to critique Starshine technology. With such remarkable technology, why is it solely applied to gaming? Indeed, if holographic technology were to become widely adopted, it is beyond imagination how delightful life could become. Would I no longer need to worry about the stark contrast between buyers' showcases and sellers' displays when purchasing clothing? To be candid, Starry Technology's application of holographic technology solely in gaming seems a gross misallocation of resources. Why not share this technology for collective research, thereby accelerating technological advancement? The previous comment seems rather unhinged. Is there a fault in my reasoning? Clinging to one's own possessions is, after all, a significant hindrance to technological progress. You may consider yourself noble and exceptional, yet why not share your wealth with us? After all, collective prosperity fosters societal advancement. The online community has engaged in heated debates, even sparking a series of vitriolic exchanges. Meanwhile, representatives from several major tech companies have also reached out to Wu Feng of Starry Technology, eager to partake in the burgeoning success. Although Starry Technology has emerged rapidly, its foundation remains relatively fragile, and the pressure from these conglomerates is palpable. Their demands are straightforward. They wish to acquire shares in Starry Technology and collaborate on the development and promotion of holographic technology. This opportunity is akin to a sumptuous cake currently resting in the hands of Starry Technology. Who could resist the temptation to claim a piece? However, this matter is beyond Wu Feng's authority. After engaging with the representatives of these tech giants, he promptly contacted Yanyou. As the CEO, her perspective was paramount. When the call connected, Yanyou had just exited a gaming session. After a long day, she had transformed from an animal form into a semi-demon state and was quite satisfied with her progress. Yet, upon seeing Wu Feng's incoming call, her curiosity piqued. Is there something you need? She inquired lazily after the call connected. Wu Feng succinctly conveyed the predicament facing the company and asked, "Boss, they threatened that if we refuse to collaborate, they will conspire to undermine our company. What shall we do?" Yanyou couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. They intend to undermine our company? What audacity! Wu Feng pondered briefly before responding. These companies are all major players in the tech industry, each valued at over 100 billion. They are not a force we can easily contend with. In essence, they possess considerable financial power. To others, this might pose a significant threat, yet for Yanyou, it hardly registers as a concern. I am never short of funds. They wish to target Starry Technology. How much are they willing to invest in such a venture? Yanyou declared with unwavering confidence. Wu Feng momentarily paused, feeling an inexplicable surge of excitement. Though he always knew his boss was young, beautiful, and affluent, he had not grasped the full extent of her wealth. However, hearing Yanyou maintain her composure in the face of threats from major tech firms ignited bold speculation within him. The assets of the boss are likely more formidable than those of several companies. Otherwise, how could he possess such confidence? With Yanyou's support, Wu Feng's self-assurance ascended to new heights. After briefly reporting some work to Yanyou, Wu Feng finally ended the call. Once he set down the phone, Yanyou rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Although she did not take the large technology company's interest in Xue Technology to heart, it nonetheless sparked different ideas within her. Holographic technology is undeniably significant, relying solely on Xue Technology, a nascent company still finding its footing. Achieving rapid promotion in the short term seems implausible. However, if one could lean against a sturdy tree, the outcome might indeed differ. Chapter 202, Holographic Game, Part 2. After considerable contemplation, Yanyou resolved to seek the support of a substantial entity for her company. What could be more reliable than the nation itself? Furthermore, Yanyou intended to unveil more remarkable innovations in the future, which would undoubtedly provoke a greater sensation. To preemptively mitigate any unnecessary disturbances, she deemed it prudent to collaborate with the government in the development of her project. Thus, Yanyou promptly located the email address of the National Academy of Sciences Network Data Center online and dispatched a message expressing her desire for collaboration. Merely an hour after her email was sent, a staff member of the Academy, during a routine check of incoming correspondence, opened Yanyou's message. Upon reading its contents, the matter was immediately escalated for further consideration. Given that Xue Technology's holographic headset had only recently been launched and the holographic game was in its nascent testing phase, the number of individuals who had experienced the holographic technology firsthand was limited to those who had purchased the headset. These early adopters were, at that moment, engrossed in the holographic realm, leaving them little time to share their initial impressions online, thus failing to generate significant buzz. However, holographic technology, being a harbinger of a new era, attracted considerable attention once the news broke, including interest from the National Academy. Yet, in contrast to the urgency exhibited by larger tech companies, the Academy maintained a measured approach, opting not to reach out to Xue Technology immediately. It was unexpected for them that Yanyou, the owner of Xue Technology, would take the initiative to contact the Academy regarding collaboration. Following the escalation of the news, the higher-ups at the Academy convened a meeting the agenda of which revolved around holographic technology. Due to the confidential nature of the discussion, only a select few privy to the meeting were aware of its specific contents. Yanyou, unconcerned about the outcome of her email, refocused her attention on the game after sending it. Although the holographic game was her brainchild, it continued to captivate her, leading her to immerse herself in it for 2 consecutive days before finally detaching herself. By this time, the online discourse surrounding the holographic game had already begun to flourish. Family, who understands? The holographic game is incredibly fun. It feels like entering an entirely new world. I had only read about such immersive experiences in novels, and I never imagined I would one day truly experience it myself. Wow, I think I am absolutely in love with the Battle of the Midnight Sun. But can someone tell me why I drew the most ordinary human character? If you drew a human, you should be grateful. Those who drew the demon race ended up as a footless snake, unable to speak and only able to flick their tongues. Who can comprehend that agony? What sin have I committed to witness your bragging? Get out, all of you get out. Amidst the fervent discussions among netizens, some fortunate individuals who had acquired the holographic headsets began to engage in the immersive holographic games. Their intent was not merely to flaunt their new toys, but to genuinely allow others to witness the wonders of the holographic realm. Consequently, they initiated live broadcasts, which garnered considerable attention from viewers. During these streaming sessions, the players received numerous donations, with some newcomers to the streaming scene amassing hundreds of thousands of followers overnight due to their captivating broadcasts of the intense daylight battles. Swiftly ascending to the status of minor internet celebrities, Heiress, a seasoned gaming broadcaster, had committed to live streaming upon receiving his holographic headset. Initially, he refrained from broadcasting to acclimatize himself to the new experience, but after his second venture into the game, he honored his promise and began to stream. As a result, he reaped significant rewards from this burgeoning trend. He was acutely aware that his current success was largely attributed to Yanyou, for whom he harbored immense gratitude. Whenever Yanyou invited him to join in gameplay, he would promptly set aside his tasks to respond to her. The duo ventured through the game together. And when Heiress hesitated about continuing the live stream, Yanyou reassured him, expressing that she was unconcerned about being on camera, which alleviated his apprehensions. Both had undergone a transformation, awakening their bloodlines and transitioning from animal forms to human bodies, albeit retaining certain characteristics of their demonic lineage, such as ears and tails. These features, rather than detracting from their appeal, endeared them further to the viewers in the live stream. Yanyou's enchanting fox spirit persona, in particular, incited a frenzy among the audience whenever she graced the screen, simply due to her breathtaking beauty. Yanyou's demonic appearance bore a striking resemblance to her true self, yet it exuded an additional aura of mystique. Her exquisite features were complemented by flowing, silky hair, crowned with a pair of white-furred fox ears, while a long, elegant white fox tail swayed playfully beneath her thigh-length skirt, rendering her a real-life embodiment of a beast-eared maiden. Not only did the viewers in the live stream become captivated by Yanyou's presence, but even Heiress, who had spent several days in her company, felt an overwhelming shyness whenever she appeared before him, as if the mere act of gazing upon her was a form of sacrilege. Viewers began to capture screenshots and recordings of Yanyou's ethereal form, quickly sharing them online, which attracted a plethora of spectators and garnered an abundance of likes. Wow, sister, you are too beautiful, marry me. I finally understand the joy of King Zhou. Was Daji not akin to this? Oh my, how I long to caress my sister's tail. How audacious. Is the tail of my sister something that mere mortals can dare to covet? I have recorded this. I shall preserve this moment as my treasured heirloom. Goodness, you truly are remarkably clever. I was so enraptured by the screen that I failed to consider this matter. How foolish of me. Some individuals who had previously overlooked Yanyou, now intrigued by her, began to question whether her ears and tail in the video were so convincingly real that they wondered if she might actually be a genuine spirit or monster, thus sparking quite a few amusing anecdotes. Chapter 203, The Treasure Chest Lottery. Due to the widespread dissemination of videos and photographs, Yanyou's popularity experienced a meteoric rise in just a few days. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your popularity has increased by 20,000,000, which will automatically convert into a prestige value of 2,000,000. Current accumulated prestige value, 2,800,000. Upon waking up, Yanyou was momentarily taken aback by the system's notification that echoed in her mind. How could my prestige value have surged so dramatically? Rubbing her eyes in a daze, she casually summoned the system panel and was instantly thrilled to see that her prestige value had indeed surpassed 2 million. The increase in popularity occurred while the host was asleep, You may check the situation online. The system's prompt jolted Yanyou back to reality, prompting her to swiftly retrieve her phone and open Weibo. It had been quite some time since she last accessed her account, and fortunately, she had previously disabled direct messages. Otherwise, she would have been inundated with a flood of messages upon entering Weibo. After browsing for a while, she discovered that her image as a member of the demon race had gone viral online, with renowned directors tagging her and expressing interest in casting her for various roles related to her character. Yanyou politely declined all these invitations, as she had no intention of venturing into the film industry at the moment and preferred not to waste her time. In addition to her captivating demon persona, another significant event had thrust her into the spotlight. The official Weibo account of the National Academy of Sciences had directly tagged her and the official account of Yanyou Technology, announcing a collaboration. The National Academy of Sciences was not widely known to the public, as such state institutions typically focused on research, seldom swayed by external distractions, and rarely engaged in public controversies. However, this time, it boldly stepped forward to announce its partnership with Yanyou Technology, aiming to make holographic technology accessible to the general populace within a year. The announcement garnered widespread acclaim from netizens. Holographic technology had become a hot topic, and who would not wish to experience such immersive sensations firsthand? Moreover, the convenience it promised made it highly desirable, especially with the revelation of the National Academy of Sciences' official backing. Expectations for the collaboration with Yanyou Technology soared. Consequently, several large tech companies that had initially contemplated suppressing Yanyou Technology in hopes of acquiring holographic technology quickly retreated, hesitant to provoke further conflict. After perusing the news online, Yanyou felt little surprise. She had anticipated that the National Academy of Sciences would consent to collaborate with Yanyou Technology, even if they were initially reluctant. She was confident that once she unveiled additional technologies, the Academy would no longer remain steadfast. Having absorbed the information, Yanyou summoned the system in her mind. System, I now possess over 2 million prestige points. As Yanyou gazed at the long string of zeros in the reputation section, a silly grin spread across her face. There was no other way to react. The sudden surge of 2 million reputation points had elevated her status from mere sufficiency to that of a person of considerable means. To say she had become wealthy overnight would not be an exaggeration. After a moment of contemplation, Yanyou declared, I wish to draw from the treasure chest. With a cost of 100,000 reputation points per draw, it had previously been a lavish indulgence for her to partake even once. However, the circumstances had changed. She felt emboldened to embark on 10 consecutive draws without hesitation. As her words echoed, a treasure chest lottery wheel materialized before her. Does the host wish to proceed with the lottery now? Yes, no. Without a moment's doubt, Yanyou nodded. Let us draw now. In the next instant, the treasure chest wheel began to spin vigorously. Stop. After a brief pause, she called out to halt the wheel, which came to an abrupt standstill. Immediately, a flash of light dazzled her eyes, and a treasure chest appeared before her. Red. Yanyou gasped, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Within the hierarchy of treasure chests, the red variety ranks just beneath the golden one, promising valuable rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 red treasure chest. Would you like to open the treasure chest now? Yes, open it now. Yanyou could hardly contain her eagerness to discover the treasures within. Another flash illuminated her surroundings, and the red treasure chest vanished, replaced by a scroll. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a diagram for the nano-level automatic tool setter. As the system's voice faded, the scroll transformed into a cascade of twinkling motes of light, which then merged into Yanyou's being. As the scintillating lights entered her body, a wealth of knowledge regarding the nano-level automatic tool setter flooded her mind. Yanyou closed her eyes to digest this newfound information, and when she opened them again, her astonishment was even more profound than before. What a splendid find! She had not anticipated such fortuitous luck in drawing this diagram. With the knowledge assimilated, Yanyou grasped the remarkable capabilities of the nano-level automatic tool setter. It is a high-precision machine tool accessory, utilized as an on-off contact sensor for the precise positioning of cutting tools and nozzles. The only existing nano-level automatic tool setter is located in the land of cherry blossoms, while domestically, only micro-level tool setters are in use. Although the Academy of Sciences is conducting research into nano-level technology, it remains constrained by knowledge and technical limitations, trapped in a research bottleneck. But starting today, what bottleneck? That shall become a relic of the past. Yanyou pondered that this invention could serve as an exemplary gift for the Academy of Sciences, symbolizing her earnestness in collaborating with the authorities. Naturally, one cannot expect to receive something for nothing. However, It is reasonable to assume that the esteemed individuals at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, upon witnessing the sincerity of their offerings, would recognize her true worth and would not merely prioritize immediate gains at her expense. Once more, I find myself compelled to draw from the treasure chest. On my initial attempt, I was fortunate enough to uncover something remarkable. Seasoning my anticipation, Yanyou eagerly prepared to spin the wheel for another treasure. In no time, the wheel, under her mental influence, came to a halt, vanishing to reveal a silver chest. As she opened the chest, with a mere thought, the silver container dissipated in a burst of radiance, leaving in its stead a transparent glass vial, containing a slowly swirling light blue potion. Beep. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a vial of rapid healing potion. Chapter 204, Treasure Chest Lottery, Part 2, The Rapid Healing Potion. Initially, Yanyou held a rather limited understanding of this potion's efficacy, only grasping its purpose from its name. However, upon examining its medicinal value more closely, she was utterly astounded. Rapid Healing Potion. Upon usage, it allows wounds to heal within half an hour. The smaller the wound, the shorter the healing time required. The potion's effects were nothing short of miraculous. Yanyou exclaimed, pondering momentarily before inquiring within her mind. System, can this rapid healing potion truly facilitate the healing of any wound within half an hour? Indeed, host. The rapid healing potion originates from alternate dimensions and is typically utilized in healing pods. Based on the average physical constitution in the current world, half an hour is the accurate recovery time. The system's response left Yanyou astonished, simultaneously instilling in her a profound belief in the extraordinary nature of the potion she had drawn. To think it was a product from another realm. System. Does the System Mall offer healing pods for sale? Yanyou, having a fleeting thought, inquired, her heart tinged with anticipation. Currently, the System Mall does not sell finished healing pods. However, there are schematic diagrams available for purchase. Would the host like to buy one? As the system's notification chimed, a product sales interface immediately appeared before Yanyou, showcasing the very schematic diagram of the healing pod that piqued her interest. Her heart leapt with joy, but as her gaze fell upon the selling price, she was rendered speechless. Product name, All-Purpose Healing Pod, selling price, 100,000 points. Yanyou. Casting a glance at her current total points, which barely amounted to 20,000, she instinctively placed a hand over her heart, bursting into tears. I am so poor. I can't afford it. It was disheartening. After accumulating points for such a long time, she realized that even half of the schematic was beyond her reach. The recent surge in her prestige had allowed her to taste the fleeting sensation of sudden wealth, yet now, confronted with the price of the healing pod, she was jolted back to the stark realization that she had yet to attain true affluence, capable of purchasing whatever she desired. In simple terms, there remained much work to be done. Suppressing the ache in her heart, Yanyou closed the product sales interface, silently soothing her wounded spirit. Just then, the system spoke up once more. The host has alternative methods to acquire the healing pod. Yanyou perked up at this. System, please elaborate. What other methods are available? The host can also obtain the item through treasure chest draws. Yanyou clapped her hands, realization dawning upon her. She could indeed opt for a lottery draw, and surely the prize pool would include this item. However, as soon as she voiced this thought, Yanyou narrowed her eyes, a hint of suspicion creeping in. System, why do I feel as though you are scheming regarding my prestige points? The system remained silent for a considerable time, leaving one to wonder whether it was taken aback by Yanyou's conjecture or if her words had struck a chord of uncertainty. After a considerable pause, just as Yanyou was about to press for more information, the system finally spoke again, albeit with a tone tinged with rare exasperation. Host has overthought. This system never engages in deception or trickery. I am, after all, a legitimate system. The system explained in earnest, yet its voice retained a soft, childlike quality, rendering its argument somewhat lacking in persuasion. Amused by the system's response, Yanyou refrained from further teasing and stated directly, I believe your words. But if you truly desire reputation points, do not hesitate to ask. I am more than willing to share some with you. The system did not respond, which piqued Yanyou's curiosity, prompting her to continue drawing from the treasure chests. Since the system had indicated that drawing chests was a viable method for acquiring rewards, and her current reputation points were ample, it seemed only reasonable to indulge in a few draws. Thus, after a series of 6 radiant flashes, Yanyou obtained 6 items. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a Castle X1. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a Winery X1. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a Private Jet X1. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a Rapid Healing Potion X1. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the skill, Mastery of Firearms. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a limited-time item card, Truth Card X1. Though the outcome of her 6 consecutive draws did not yield the schematic for the healing pod that Yanyou had desired, overall, her luck was commendable, especially as she had unexpectedly drawn the Mastery of Firearms, an item belonging to the Golden Treasure Chest category. With this newfound mastery, Yanyou felt a profound connection with all existing firearms, confident that she could disassemble and reassemble any given gun within mere seconds. Profit regained, profit regained. The system's notification caused Yanyou to pause momentarily before recollecting that such a reward indeed existed, igniting her excitement. Draw, draw, draw. With my luck being so fortuitous, I must seize this opportunity. As her words faded, the treasure chest wheel reappeared, spinning at her command. Stop, Yanyou declared, and the wheel came to a halt. As the familiar glow dissipated, another golden chest materialized before her. Staring at the dazzling gold, Yanyou felt a surge of disbelief. Is my luck truly this exceptional today? Or is the golden chest simply easier to obtain? She questioned herself, astonished that another golden chest had appeared after previously drawing one. The system offered no commentary, merely prompting her. Would the host like to open the treasure chest now? Yanyou nodded eagerly. She was determined to proceed. Congratulations. You have acquired the schematic for the healing pod. Yanyou abruptly covered her cheeks with her hands, her feet dancing in excitement as she let out a jubilant cheer, her face lighting up with an exuberant smile. Family members, who understands this? Is this the joy of receiving what one desires? Not long ago, she was taken aback by the price of the treatment capsule, and now, in the blink of an eye, she has drawn the illustration. At this moment, Yanyou feels as though she is ensnared in a dream. Elated, she spun around several times before gradually calming down. Well, today has certainly been lucrative. It is wise to know when to stop. Although Yanyou feels incredibly fortunate this time, tempting her to continue drawing, she is also aware of the principle of moderation. Lottery draws are akin to gambling. Pursuing more after a win may lead to profound disappointment. With so much already acquired, Yanyou feels deeply content. Chapter 205. Collaboration. After several rounds of the lottery, Yanyou's reputation value still stood at 2,000,000. Although this sum was substantial, Yanyou had no desire to continue participating in the draws. Once she closed the treasure chest lottery, she promptly retreated to her study, ready to organize the diagrams of the nano-level automatic knife tool and the treatment chamber. The diagram of the nano-level automatic knife tool could be handed over to the people at the Academy of Sciences for collaborative research. However, she had other plans for the quick healing potion and the treatment chamber diagram in her possession. She toiled away until midnight, finally completing the organization of the 2 sets of diagrams. After securing them in her safe, she retired to her room to rest. The following morning, Yanyou set off directly to Xingyao Technology with the 2 sets of documents in hand. Wu Feng had previously informed her that representatives from the Academy of Sciences would come to liaise with the team at Xingyao Technology, and as the owner, Yanyou naturally needed to be present. Driving to the foot of the Xingyao Technology building, she had not yet entered the lobby when someone rushed out to greet her. Boss, the people from the Academy of Sciences have already arrived. The person who welcomed her was Wu Feng's secretary. Typically, when Yanyou visited, Wu Feng would come down to greet her. However, today, due to the early arrival of the Academy's representatives, Wu Feng remained upstairs to entertain them, leaving his secretary to welcome Yanyou. They arrived quite early today, Yanyou remarked, glancing at the time. It was barely 10 o'clock in the morning. They had agreed to meet at 10:30, yet the representatives from the Academy had come half an hour early. Upon ascending to the upper floor, Yanyou went straight to the reception room, where she found Wu Feng engaged in cordial conversation with 2 middle-aged men. Both appeared to exude an air of integrity, and their demeanor reflected their considerable upbringing. Upon noticing Yanyou's entrance, Wu Feng immediately stood and greeted her. Boss, these are engineers Yang and Feng from the Academy of Sciences. He then turned to introduce Yanyou to the 2 men. This is our boss at Xingyao Technology and the true innovator behind the holographic technology. Prior to their arrival, engineers Yang and Feng had conducted some research on Xingyao Technology. They were aware that it had once been a struggling company, only to be revitalized by Yanyou's considerable investment, which had led to the rapid launch of a highly sought-after holographic helmet in just a few months. Although they were aware of Yanyou's youth, they were unprepared for her striking beauty, leaving them momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, Yanyou took the initiative to extend her hand towards them, prompting the 2 men to shake her hand with a hint of awkwardness. Greetings, Boss G. I apologize for the intrusion, but our fascination with holographic technology is simply overwhelming. The moment Engineer Feng began to speak, it was evident that he possessed an impatient demeanor. One could surmise that their early arrival was largely influenced by him. Engineer Yang, in contrast, exudes a refined and cultured aura, reminiscent more of a learned scholar than a researcher from an institute. Both gentlemen were exceedingly courteous, devoid of any air of superiority typical of their prestigious affiliations with the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Instead, they adopted a humble posture in the presence of Yanyou, almost as if they regarded her with reverence. Initially, upon learning that Yanyou held a rather peripheral role at Xingyao Technology, the two had not intended to focus their attention on her, as their primary interest lay solely in the holographic technology. However, upon discovering that Yanyou was indeed the developer of this technology, their perception of her transformed significantly. To them, the fact that she had successfully created a holographic technology that felt entirely seamless was a testament to her prowess, compelling them to treat her with genuine respect and admiration. Gentlemen, your politeness is appreciated. I understand your eagerness. Were I in your shoes, I might be even more impatient. Yanyou remarked as she took a seat and engaged in light conversation with them. Despite the considerable age difference, with Yanyou being almost a generation younger than engineers Yang and Feng, their dialogue flowed effortlessly, particularly when discussing the intricacies of holographic technology, which Yanyou navigated with aplomb, enlivening the exchange. Initially, Wu Feng had assumed a role of mere accompaniment. However, as the conversation unfolded, he found himself somewhat sidelined, relegated to the role of an observer, occasionally pouring tea for the trio while struggling to interject. After an indeterminate passage of time, the discussion between Yanyou, Engineer Yang, and Engineer Feng eventually reached a natural conclusion. Now, let us turn our attention to matters of collaboration, Wu Feng interjected, swiftly redirecting the focus of the conversation. His prompt was met with a sheepish acknowledgement from Engineers Yang and Feng, who appeared slightly embarrassed at having momentarily forgotten the purpose of their meeting. Oh yes, indeed. We nearly overlooked this matter, Engineer Feng exclaimed, eliciting a bemused reaction not only from Engineer Yang, but also from Yanyou. With the topic of collaboration now seamlessly introduced, the two engineers quickly shifted into a professional mindset. Recognizing this transition, Yanyou graciously ceded the floor to Wu Feng. The delegation from the Chinese Academy of Sciences demonstrated genuine intent in their negotiations, resulting in a smooth and fruitful exchange. Yanyou was thoroughly satisfied with the proposed terms of collaboration, and following the signing of the contract, she promptly presented the prepared materials. Not to conceal from you both, I have 2 items I wish to collaborate on with the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Yanyou's words instantly invigorated both Engineer Yang and Engineer Feng. The holographic technology had already left them astounded. Could it be that Yanyou possessed even more advanced techniques? What could Miss G possibly wish to collaborate on? Engineer Yang, with a gentle smile, inquired, while Engineer Feng gazed at Yanyou with intense anticipation, although she had yet to reveal her proposal. Yanyou, with a confident smile, declared, a nano-level automatic tool setter. What? Nano-level? Miss G, are you truly serious? The two were utterly astonished by Yanyou's revelation. Chapter 206. Astonishment. It is no wonder that the two individuals appeared so taken aback. The realm of nanotechnology remains firmly in the developmental stage, and the monopolistic grip held by foreign entities has rendered progress excruciatingly slow. Overcoming these formidable challenges will likely necessitate surmounting numerous technological peaks. However, Miss Yanyou boldly proclaimed that she possesses complete knowledge of the technology, and this revelation struck the two like an auditory hallucination. Miss G, is what you say truly authentic? Do you genuinely hold nanotechnology? The uncertain duo sought confirmation from Yanyou once more. With a nod and a smile, G responded, naturally. It is true. If my words were but a fabrication, would I even share this with you? Upon receiving Yanyou's affirmative response, their expressions brightened considerably, and they eagerly inquired, we are curious about how Miss G envisions our collaboration. I believe our Academy of Sciences can fulfill your requirements. Regardless of how Yanyou managed to breach the technological blockade imposed by foreign nations, her willingness to collaborate with the Academy serves as ample evidence of her patriotic spirit. Such technology, no matter the cost, would be deemed invaluable. Yanyou, however, had no intention of making exorbitant demands. In fact, she had originally intended to present the technical documentation of the nanotechnology automatic tool setter as a gesture of goodwill. After articulating her thoughts, the gazes of engineers Yang and Feng towards Yanyou shifted dramatically, akin to that of reverence reserved for a sage, their eyes brimming with admiration, which caused Yanyou to feel a tinge of bashfulness. While Miss G is wholeheartedly devoted to the nation's advancement, It would be remiss to allow her to bear an undue burden. Rest assured, we will report this matter immediately upon our return, and we shall ensure that Miss G receives a satisfactory proposal for collaboration, Engineer Feng fervently promised, with Engineer Yang nodding in vigorous agreement. Yanyou found their enthusiasm endearing. They often say that the marketplace resembles a battlefield. Had these two been navigating the tumultuous waters of commerce, they might have been devoured whole long ago. As for Yanyou's willingness to extend her generosity, it can only be said that she is eager to contribute to the nation's prosperity. Once the excitement of Engineers Yang and Feng subsided, Yanyou began to address her primary topic. In addition to the documentation for the nanotechnology automatic tool setter, I possess other materials I wish to collaborate on with the Academy. However, unlike the complete illustrations for the nanotechnology automatic tool setter, the other item I hold requires analysis and development to be realized. Therefore, I propose a different mode of collaboration. Her words were somewhat vague, yet they piqued the interest of Engineers Yang and Feng. Please elaborate. As long as your requests are not excessive, I am certain that our collaboration will encounter no obstacles. After all, given that Yanyou had just presented such invaluable material on nanotechnology, it was reasonable to believe that her subsequent project would be equally noteworthy. Partnering with Yanyou would surely be advantageous. Upon hearing this, Yanyou did not conceal anything and directly placed a small bottle from her handbag onto the table. The bottle, crafted from transparent glass, was roughly the length of a middle finger, containing a small amount of light blue liquid that shimmered captivatingly to the naked eye. This, of course, was the rapid healing agent that Yanyou had prepared in advance. Currently, she possessed only the finished product of the healing agent, lacking the method of its creation. To mass-produce such an elixir, she would need to analyze its detailed components before further investigating the production methods, a task that would require substantial manpower and time. The elite individuals capable of researching such agents were few and far between, which led Yanyou to set her sights on the National Academy of Sciences. After all, it was a gathering place for the CRME de la CRME of various fields, making collaboration with them far more convenient. As the small bottle sat on the table, the others present displayed expressions of bewilderment. "Miss G, what is this?" inquired Engineer Feng, puzzled. Yanyou refrained from explaining and instead retrieved her folding military knife from her bag, casually demonstrating a few tricks with it, leaving the others even more perplexed. Before anyone could voice their questions, Yanyou abruptly pierced her fingertip with the knife's tip, a sudden action that startled everyone present. "Boss, Miss G, what are you doing?" Both Wu Feng and Engineer Yang sprang to their feet, instinctively wanting to check on Yanyou's condition, but she raised her hand to halt them. "It's all right. There's no need to panic." Yanyou found herself both amused and exasperated. Her impulsive decision to demonstrate the effect rather than explain it had inadvertently frightened them. In a flurry, Wu Feng opened the door and instructed his secretary to fetch a medical kit, but Yanyou immediately called him back. There's no need for a medical kit. With that, she picked up the small bottle and, under the curious gazes of the others, poured a drop of the light blue potion onto her wound. In the next moment, what transpired left everyone astounded. The bleeding from her fingers ceased immediately upon application of the blue liquid, and the wound, about the size of a fingernail, began to heal at a visibly remarkable rate. This is... Even the two seasoned researchers were rendered speechless in their astonishment. "This is a rapid healing agent, something I stumbled upon. And it is another project I wish to collaborate on with the National Academy of Sciences," Yanyou explained methodically. However, both Engineer Yang and Engineer Feng remained in a state of shock, their minds too overwhelmed to absorb her words. Once Yanyou concluded her explanation, they finally came to their senses and sheepishly scratched their heads, asking, Miss G, could you repeat what you just said?" Yanyou. So, everything she just said was in vain. Helpless, Yanyou could only reiterate her previous remarks. At this moment, the two finally absorbed her words, and a tumultuous wave surged within them. "Does this potion truly exist? Am I not merely dreaming?" Engineer Feng murmured to himself. While Engineer Yang was not in a much better state, however, compared to Feng, Yang exhibited a modicum of composure. After the initial shock, Yang endeavored to regain his calm and began to inquire about the rapid healing potion that lay upon the table. Chapter 207. A heartfelt moment. Yanyou aspired to establish her own research laboratory dedicated to the exploration of rapid healing potions and therapeutic chambers, as well as other potential elixirs she might encounter in the future. However, the formation of a research team proved to be a formidable challenge. Given that rapid healing potions originated from other realms, developing them in her current dimension would undoubtedly present numerous obstacles, thereby necessitating a substantial pool of specialized talent for experimentation. The expertise available at the National Academy of Sciences was precisely what Yanyou required. I am prepared to fund the recruitment of researchers from the National Academy to undertake this development. Should we succeed, I would prioritize collaboration with the Academy and hope they will consider this proposal. Yanyou expressed her sincere intentions. The efficacy of the rapid healing potion was indeed astonishing, prompting both Engineer Yang and Engineer Feng to elevate its significance above that of the nano-level automatic tool calibration device. We shall report Miss G's proposal and trust that a response will be forthcoming shortly, Engineer Yang assured Yanyou with utmost seriousness. She nodded in understanding. Thoroughly pleased with the outcome of their meeting, Yang and Feng soon departed from Xingyao Technology, while Wu Feng personally escorted them out of the company before returning to provide an update on the recent performance of the holographic game. The holographic game was experiencing remarkable momentum, garnering unprecedented attention online, with netizens brimming with anticipation for the holographic technology. Yanyou, having experienced the game herself, was acutely aware of its allure and recognized the promising future of this technology. After instructing Wu Feng to arrange subsequent promotional efforts, she left the company in high spirits. The following day, Yanyou received an excited phone call from Engineer Yang of the National Academy, who conveyed their stance clearly. The Academy had agreed to Yanyou's request and was willing to extend their utmost support. This was the outcome Yanyou had hoped for, and she was elated. After a brief conversation, she hung up the phone and began to plan her next steps. Before she could organize her thoughts, a notification from the system chimed in. Ding! Congratulations, host, for achieving a daily revenue exceeding 1 million. Reward, 5 million, points, x 5,000. Phase task, the daily life of the affluent, time is money, current completion, 1/6. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yanyou was overjoyed. Had she already completed a phase task? She was aware that the holographic technology would enable her to accomplish a phase task, but she had not anticipated such swift success, which pleasantly surprised her. The 5,000-point reward was indeed enticing. System, how far am I from completing the next phase task? Yanyou inquired tentatively. No sooner had she spoken than the system provided an answer. Current daily revenue ranges between 1.5 million and 2 million. You are still quite distant from completing the next phase task. Please continue to strive forward. As the echo of distant thoughts lingered, Yanyou pondered aloud. Her words tinged with a hint of heartache. However, despite the long road ahead, she remained undeterred, her spirit buoyed by the completion of a significant milestone. The previous advancements in holographic technology had facilitated this achievement, and she believed that if she continued to unveil groundbreaking innovations, the subsequent tasks would soon be within her grasp. Filled with optimism about her future, she mused to herself. By the way, Tong Tong, I have a question for you, Yanyou suddenly inquired. Does the system store offer artificial intelligence robots? If such items were available, she was eager to procure one for personal use. After all, as her responsibilities multiplied, she could still manage a few matters directly, but it would be impractical to drive herself into the ground as a workaholic. After all, having transformed into a wealthy individual, it seemed absurd to toil away at work. Thus, having an assistant who could follow her directives or autonomously handle certain tasks became increasingly vital. While it was possible to hire someone in reality, Yanyou was anything but ordinary. She harbored secrets that made her uncomfortable with the idea of a typical person shadowing her at all times. Hence, an assistant who could be trusted to focus solely on her assignments, disregarding all else, would be ideal. Although the current world lacked such artificial intelligence robots, she speculated that they might exist in other realms. Given that the system store could offer rapid healing potions and genetic serums from alternate dimensions, it stood to reason that artificial intelligence robots might also be available. It was this line of thought that prompted her inquiry. Yes, there are, the system confirmed, and the store interface materialized before her, displaying precisely what Yanyou desired. Model AE-07, an artificial intelligence robot that meets the host's specifications, accompanied by the system's notification. The product page showcased 2 humanoid robots, one male and one female, both devoid of clothing, twirling slowly to exhibit every intricate detail. Taken aback by the unexpected display, Yanyou instinctively pinched the bridge of her nose, her expression one of exasperation. Tong Tong, wouldn't it be prudent to censor this? Although aware they were robots, their human-like appearance felt rather inappropriate paraded so brazenly before her. Host, you are now of age, the system replied, implying that she should not be overly sensitive. Yanyou felt a twinge of embarrassment, as if she had been subtly mocked. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she shifted her gaze to the price of the humanoid robots, which, unsurprisingly, deterred her with its exorbitance. 100,000 points. Isn't this rather expensive? I currently possess only 25,000 points, and the distance to 100,000 points feels insurmountable. Yanyou sighed in resignation. Even converting her reputation points into credits would not suffice to purchase a single artificial intelligence robot. I truly require such a robot to assist me. Is there no possibility of a discount? I apologize, but the prices in the system mall are not subject to arbitrary reductions. However, I can remind you that the discount section of the system mall is a splendid place. Occasionally, one might uncover hidden treasures there. Upon this reminder from the system, Yanyou's eyes brightened. Indeed, how could I have forgotten about the discount section? Chapter 208. Dimension Delivery with a Mere Thought. The interface of the system's marketplace transformed instantly, revealing before Yanyou a shelf laden with discounted goods. The variety of items in the discount section was astonishing, with the count reaching into the hundreds, making the search an endeavor that would require considerable time. However, Yanyou exhibited no reluctance. She diligently examined each item. Limited time item card, Titan Strength card, when activated, enhances the user's strength tenfold for a duration of 24 hours, after which the effect dissipates. Original price, 350 points, now an astonishing discount of 40, only 140 points. Limited time item card, Charmer card, upon use, maximizes the user's charm for 24 hours, ensuring they stand out as the most attractive individual in any crowd, with the effect ceasing thereafter. Original price, 800 points, now an astonishing discount of 30, only 240 points. Permanently effective item card, Fragrance card, when used, ensures the body emanates a lasting aroma. Original price, 1,200 points, now an astonishing discount of 50, only 600 points. The items in the discount section were eclectic, some of which tempted Yanyou to purchase immediately. Nevertheless, she restrained herself and continued her search for what she truly desired. Yanyou reasoned that since the system had prompted her to explore the discount area, it must harbor some delightful surprises. Thus, she scrutinized the discounted items meticulously, fearful of overlooking something of significance. Page after page, she sifted through what amounted to hundreds of pages. While most would have succumbed to impatience, Yanyou remained steadfast in her quest. As she neared the end of the product listings, her hopes began to wane. Yet, just as she reached the final page, her eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Model AE-13 Artificial Intelligence Robot. This product possesses fundamental functions such as perception, judgment, reaction, learning, and memory. It can autonomously adjust personalized auxiliary programs, facilitating the effective planning and execution of commands issued by its user. Original price, 100,000 points, now an astonishing discount of 20, only 20,000 points. At the moment she glimpsed the price, Yanyou was momentarily taken aback before exclaiming in sheer delight. System, I truly adore you. Although 20,000 points remained a considerable sum, it was a staggering drop from the original price of 100,000 points, akin to a clearance sale. Yanyou's excitement soared. She felt that if the system had not extended a helping hand, the likelihood of such a valuable item appearing in the discount section would have been nearly non-existent. It was evident that the system was aiding her. System, you are truly my cherished confidant. Yanyou exclaimed joyfully. If the system had a physical form, she would have undoubtedly embraced it, showering it with affectionate gestures. Does the host wish to purchase this item? The system, displaying a hint of playful aloofness, responded in its youthful tone, maintaining an air of coolness despite Yanyou's bold declaration of affection. Yet, she remained unfazed. All she needed was the assurance that the system was on her side. Shopping is, of course, a must, exclaimed Yanyou, her eagerness palpable as she feared missing out on the fleeting discount. Ding! Congratulations, the host has received the AE-13 model artificial intelligence robot. The item will be dispatched within 24 hours. Please keep an eye out for delivery. Yanyou paused momentarily, taken aback by the mention of dispatch. From where would it be sent? Wait, could it be a dimensional courier? Imagining her package traversing through dimensions to arrive before her felt surreal. The system offered no answers, merely reiterating the importance of monitoring the delivery. Realizing further inquiries would yield no results, she ceased her questioning. However, amidst her excitement, she noticed a detail. Previously, she had seen the AE-07 model. Why was this one the AE-13 model? What distinguished the two? The system promptly clarified. The difference lay in the auxiliary programs. The AE-07 model was more suited for combat data, while the AE-13 model was tailored for everyday use. Ah, so that was the case. Yanyou understood, realizing that the system had indeed put thought into her selection. I adore you, system, she proclaimed with a smile. Humph. A faint voice echoed in her mind, as if the system were responding. After spending 20,000 points to acquire her desired item, Yanyou now found her points balance reduced to a mere 5,000. Gazing at the other items in the discount section, she hesitated, ultimately refraining from further purchases. Accumulating points was no easy feat, and she recognized that some rare items bore exorbitant prices. It was prudent to save some points for a future necessity. With the system mall closed, all that remained was to await her delivery. With great patience, Yanyou made it to the next day. After enjoying her breakfast, the doorbell of the villa rang. Aunt Ho stepped outside to investigate, discovering that the property staff had arrived with her package. Miss, your delivery has arrived, Aunt Ho announced, directing two workers who were carrying a box taller than an individual into the house. After instructing them to place the large box carefully, she promptly relayed the news to Yanyou. A delivery? It had arrived so swiftly? Upon hearing that her package had come, Yanyou immediately thought of the AE-13 model artificial intelligence robot she had purchased from the system mall, and she hurried to the entrance alongside Aunt Ho. A towering cardboard box lay flat on the ground, devoid of any markings or logos, rendering it impossible to discern its origin. Nevertheless, Yanyou was certain that it contained the item she had coveted throughout the night. Could you please take the box upstairs? Thank you, Yanyou requested of the two workers. She preferred not to unbox it in front of Aunt Ho and the other housekeepers, fearing they might be startled by the contents within. The staff remained on site, apprehensive that the owner might have further instructions. Upon hearing Yanyou's request, they promptly assisted in relocating the large box back upstairs. Under Yanyou's guidance, they placed the box in her room. Once the property staff departed, Yanyou informed Aunt Ho that she need not remain with her. As soon as Aunt Ho left the room, Yanyou eagerly closed the door and began to unwrap her interdimensional delivery. With a swift slice of a small knife, the outer cardboard box was soon dismantled, revealing a silver-white casing within. The casing appeared to be a seamless entity, devoid of any openings or visible means of access, which left Yanyou somewhat perplexed. Chapter 209. All right, Master. How should I open this? Do you have any suggestions? Unable to comprehend the situation, Yanyou had no choice but to seek assistance from the system. The Dimensional Express has been linked to the host's personal information. The host merely needs to place their palm on any part of the box to unlock it. Such advanced technology? Yanyou was momentarily taken aback by the system's explanation, her gaze falling upon the silver-white box before her as she tentatively placed her hand upon it. Beep. Biological information has been collected and matched successfully. The item has been signed for. A faint mechanical voice echoed, accompanied by a soft sound. In the next moment, several pale green lights illuminated the previously seamless box, and where those lights shone, seams began to appear, widening until the entire box gradually opened to reveal a figure within. Upon seeing the silhouette inside the box, Yanyou's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, for the individual within was utterly unclothed. She instinctively let out a gasp, immediately covering her mouth with her hand. Her reaction was not unwarranted. The sight of a naked man was quite unexpected. Inside the box lay a man nearly 6 feet tall, eyes closed, reclining within. His face was sharply defined, with a high nose, elongated features, and thin lips that seemed to form a mysterious seal, concealing an allure that was boundless. In addition to his almost painterly visage, his physique was tall and well-proportioned, with every inch of muscle exuding strength. His broad shoulders and narrow waist, combined with long, powerful legs, conveyed an intense sexual energy. Among all the males Yanyou had encountered, Li Yanqing had been the most striking, yet this man eclipsed him in beauty. Is this an artificial intelligence robot? How does it appear somewhat different from the previous product page? Suppressing her initial awkwardness, Yanyou leaned in closer for a meticulous examination, and the more she observed, the more she felt that the item within the box bore no distinction from a living human. In the midst of her thoughts, she reached out and cautiously poked the figure's face. It was soft and yielding, possessing a delicate texture that surpassed even that of a well-cared-for woman. Had it not been for Yanyou's own stunning appearance, she might have envied such a silky complexion. The AE-13 model robot employs the highest technological biomaterials to create a lifelike covering, striving to achieve an indistinguishable tactile and sensory experience, allowing users to enjoy a sensation akin to interacting with a real person. Wait a moment. Why does this introduction sound rather peculiar? The system's description left Yanyou with a flurry of questions. Why did it seem somewhat inappropriate? With this thought in mind, she scrutinized the figure within the box. And while his perfect looks and physique had initially astonished her, doubt now crept in. Could it be that this was intentionally designed to appear this way? Tell me honestly, does this product have other uses? Yanyou tentatively inquired, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. The system paused for a moment before responding. Yes, host. The AE13 model is indeed more suited for everyday use, which naturally includes fulfilling some of the user's rather unique needs. Xue. In her mind, the voice of the system resonated sharply, and at that instant, she felt her worldview begin to shatter. So this model is actually... Why didn't TU inform me beforehand? The needs of the host can be sufficiently met by this model. Wait, your words sound rather ambiguous. Host. The function of the product depends on the user's intentions. Thus, regardless of whether it possesses any special features, it will not hinder its ability to execute the commands given by the host. The system's earnest explanation led Xue to feel that it indeed made sense. All right, I believe you. Xue resolved not to view the AE13 model through a biased lens. Yet her gaze involuntarily swept over the impeccably sculpted physique of the male figure before her, causing her ears to flush as she retrieved her phone to call Xunli. After estimating the dimensions of AE13, she directly relayed the measurements to Xunli, instructing him to prepare an entire outfit for delivery. Once the call concluded, Xue once again queried the system in her mind. What should I do next? Since it's a robot, it should need to be activated, right? The system replied. The user manual for the AE13 model artificial intelligence robot has been transmitted to the host. The host merely needs to follow the instructions to operate it. As soon as the words left the system, Xue felt a rush of warmth in her mind, and a segment of information seamlessly integrated into her memory. Following the instructions, she stepped forward and gently touched her index finger to the center of E13's brow. In the next moment, a faint green glow flickered beneath the skin at that spot, only to vanish an instant later, as A13's previously tightly shut eyes suddenly sprang open. Startled, Xue's gaze fell upon E13's eyes, which had previously been dull, now glimmering with a green light. A mechanical voice emanated from the box. Unlock successful, host activated. Fully nude, AE13 shifted, sitting up from the box as his movements transitioned from stiff to fluid. His gaze fixated on Xue, and he revealed a dazzling smile. Speaking, Locke confirmed. Greetings, my master. I am your exclusive servant, AE13. Should you find my designation unsatisfactory, you may rename me. His voice was deep, imbued with a subtle resonance that sent a shiver down the spine. In that moment, Xue finally comprehended why this model was regarded as a special product. He is worthy. Ahem. Well, you can drop the number. I will give you a new name. Very well, master. How about you call me G-Ran from now on? Very well, master. My name is G-Ran. G-Ran stood up, his long legs stepping out of the box, and gently embraced Xue. Xue was taken aback by his sudden action, feeling his head nuzzle against her shoulder a few times. It was only then that she regained her composure, her ears tinged with a hint of crimson as she pushed him away. What are you doing? Xue shot G-Ran an annoyed glance, but then recalled that he was merely a newly activated robot, leaving her somewhat speechless. Chapter 210. What game shall we play with the servant? With no male attire available at home, Xue could only retrieve a towel from the bathroom for G-Ran, wrapping it around his waist for modesty. Although G-Ran was a robot, his emotional module enabled him to communicate and behave in a manner indistinguishable from that of a human. The only notable difference was his initial bewilderment upon activation, his eyes shimmering with clarity. G-Ran, could you articulate your functionalities? Xue inquired, inviting him to take a seat opposite her. Despite having the manual for the AE13 model integrated into her mind, her comprehension of the intelligent robot's capabilities remained somewhat superficial. Rather than fumbling through the details herself, she preferred to have him elucidate. Adorned merely with the towel around his waist and his upper body bare, G-Ran's robust physique suggested a remarkable tactile experience. However, he remained oblivious to such sensations. He sat upright, legs together, with hands resting on his knees, adopting a posture that belied his imposing height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Certainly, mistress. I am the AE13 model life assistance robot, initially equipped with the Tion's Xing 9th generation emotional module, which allows me to resonate closely with human emotions. I possess a comforting perception function that caters to your emotional and physiological needs. Additionally, I offer various optional modules, including work, cooking, design, painting, dancing, and singing, which you may load at your discretion. My primary function leans toward daily companionship. Should you require, I can also load an attack module, though authorization from the main brain is necessary for this process. Currently, I am unable to connect to the main brain, so please establish that connection before proceeding. G-Ran gazed steadily at Xue, gently imparting all the information she sought. Upon hearing this, Xue felt a surge of fortune wash over her. G-Ran, please load the work module. I need your assistance with some tasks, she commanded, issuing her first directive. In the next instant, a flicker of dark green light danced in Ji Ran's eyes, and he promptly responded, "Understood, mistress. The work module has been successfully loaded. Please provide your work instructions." That was swift, Yanyou exclaimed in surprise, astonished by the promptness of his response. "Indeed, mistress," Ji Ran replied earnestly. The repeated address of mistress left Yanyou feeling somewhat flustered, especially considering he was a robot capable of providing specialized services. The term evoked an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, leaving her to ponder the nature of their interaction. "Please refrain from calling me mistress in the future. It sounds rather peculiar." As Yanyou began to correct Ji Ran's form of address, she had scarcely uttered her words when she noticed a sudden expression of despondency cross Ji Ran's usually composed face. "Does my master not like me? Has she abandoned me?" Yanyou was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for Ji Ran's unexpected sorrow. "I do not dislike you," she hastily explained, entirely forgetting that the being before her was not human and that such anxiety was unwarranted. Ji Ran furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Yanyou. In that moment, his eyes, which had previously sparkled like two brilliant stars, seemed shrouded in a veil of gloom. The corners of his eyes drooped slightly, and his eyelashes quivered gently, as if attempting to conceal an inner turmoil of unease and helplessness. "You are my bound master. Addressing you as master is an unalterable directive within my programming. This instruction only becomes void under circumstances of rejection or disconnection." Ji Ran looked at Yanyou with a profoundly aggrieved expression, causing her to feel a twinge of guilt. "Well, I was unaware of that," Yanyou replied awkwardly, but after a moment's reflection, she continued. "This is not your original world. Perhaps in your previous realm, such situations are commonplace, but here, it would seem quite odd for one person to address another as master. Therefore, in the presence of others, you may simply call me Yanyou. When we are alone, you may address me however you wish." Yanyou believed this to be the most sensible resolution, although she found it strange to continue referring to him as master in private. Ji Ran's steadfastness left her with little choice. Unbeknownst to her, she had subconsciously regarded Ji Ran as a genuine human from the outset, which explained her inclination to yield in the face of his dejection. Upon hearing Yanyou's suggestion, Ji Ran's demeanor shifted dramatically, and he beamed with a radiant smile, dispelling his earlier melancholy. His striking features, coupled with this newfound brightness, resembled the sun, exuding an irresistible charm that captivated Yanyou. "Ahem, then let it be so," Yanyou remarked, accustomed as she was to her own visage and to the faces of many attractive individuals, though she had built a certain resilience to beauty. Ji Ran's smile still delivered a subtle impact upon her composure. Just as she regained her poise, a knock sounded at the door. "Mr. Xunli has arrived." Aunt Ho's voice called from outside. Yanyou promptly rose and made her way to the door, only to remember halfway that Ji Ran should not be exposed to others at that moment. She turned back and quietly urged Ji Ran to take refuge in the bathroom. Without hesitation, Ji Ran stood and made his way to the bathroom. Once the door was closed, Yanyou opened the entrance to find Aunt Ho patiently waiting outside. "Where is he?" Yanyou inquired. "He is waiting for you downstairs." As Aunt Ho spoke, she happened to notice a delivery box discarded on the floor at the entrance, along with a peculiar silver box. She inquired, "Miss, would you like me to take away the unwanted cardboard boxes?" Yanyou turned her head to glance at them and replied with a shake of her head, "No need. I haven't organized everything yet. I will let you know once I have sorted it out." The box that once contained Ji Ran held additional significance and must not be carelessly discarded as waste by Aunt Ho. The two descended the stairs together, where Xunli awaited them in the living room. "Miss, as you requested, I have brought the clothing." Xunli presented several tote bags before Yanyou, containing garments he had just purchased from the mall's boutique, tailored to the sizes she had provided. However, he was unaware of whom Yanyou intended to gift the clothes to or their preferences, resulting in selections that were rather conventional. He could only wonder whether Yanyou would find them satisfactory. Chapter 211. The ascetic type. "You've worked hard. How much shall I send you?" Yanyou was indifferent to the style of the clothing. Her primary concern was to quickly find an outfit for Ji Ran to change into, as it was rather inappropriate for him to remain unclothed. Xunli quoted a price, approximately 80,000 for the entire ensemble. While this sum would be beyond his willingness to spend on himself, he felt compelled to refrain from purchasing anything overly cheap, given that it was for Yanyou. After careful consideration, he opted for a moderately priced set. Yanyou retrieved her phone and promptly transferred 100,000 to Xunli, designating the remaining 20,000 as a token of appreciation for his efforts. After completing the transaction, she carried the clothing back to her room. As Ji Ran emerged from the bathroom, Yanyou handed him the garments, initially intending for him to change in the dressing room. She was taken aback when Jiran simply discarded his towel and began dressing right there. Jiran, you do not ever do that again without warning me. Yanyou turned her back, unable to suppress her thoughts. Though Jiran was not a human being, his appearance bore no distinction from that of a real person. His nudity before her felt akin to seduction. It was truly overwhelming. Jiran moved with remarkable speed, and within moments, he was fully attired. Shenli had purchased a well-crafted black suit, impeccably tailored with smooth lines that accentuated Jiran's tall stature, making him appear even more robust. The shirt was pure white, with a slightly open collar that revealed a hint of his alluring collarbone, inviting fanciful thoughts. The suit's cuffs were subtly tapered, showcasing his strong arms, while the straight-cut trousers paired with polished black shoes created a clean and sharp look. Wow, you look fantastic. Yanyou marveled at the impeccably dressed Jiran. His mere presence exuded the aura of a successful individual, commanding immediate respect. Does the master like me this way? Jiran inquired with anticipation. Without overthinking, Yanyou replied. Yes, it conveys an ascetic vibe, exuding an air of elite sophistication. Such an image would undoubtedly lend him greater credibility in his future endeavors. Jiran nodded, appearing completely unperturbed, yet his autonomous mode had registered Yanyou's preferences. Master's preferences, ascetic type, elite sophistication. Based on the master's micro-expressions and tone. Preference ratio estimated, ascetic type 7 points, elite sophistication 3 points, with a maximum of 10 points. Personality settings adjusted according to preference ratios. Unbeknownst to Yanyou, as she prepared to assign tasks to Jiran, subtle changes began to manifest within him. The once somewhat naive Jiran exhibited a newfound resolve in his gaze, and his demeanor seemed to embody an air of refined restraint. He reached out to fasten the buttons of his shirt, which had previously been left undone, and his demeanor seemed to transform, becoming more reserved and introspective. With a slight lift of his chin, he exuded an air of understated elegance, as if he had momentarily transcended the mundane world. Jiran, I have some tasks that require your attention. Yanyou was wholly absorbed in her work, oblivious to these subtle changes. Upon hearing Yanyou's call, Jiran promptly approached her side, attentively adhering to each instruction she issued. In the room upstairs, the two engaged in earnest discussions about their work, while Antho downstairs directed the arriving maidservants to diligently carry out their duties. Occasionally, Antho would glance up toward the upper floor, her mind filled with curiosity. Was the young lady feeling unwell today? Why had she remained in her room for so long? Hesitating, Antho contemplated whether she should inquire about the situation. If Yanyou were indeed unwell, she could promptly summon the family physician. Fortunately, there soon came sounds from above. Yanyou descended the stairs, accompanied by a tall, well-proportioned man of striking handsomeness. Antho was momentarily taken aback. When had this man gone upstairs? And why was he now descending with the young lady? Considering Yanyou's prolonged stay in her room, the sight of her emerging with an unfamiliar man sparked a thought in Antho's mind. Could it be? As this thought took shape, Antho's gaze toward Jiran shifted, imbued with a newfound scrutiny. He had an appealing physique and appearance, befitting the young lady. Yet, what was his profession? Judging by his demeanor, he likely hailed from a respectable background. Antho, please prepare a room for Jiran to stay in. Yanyou instructed without noticing the increasing curiosity in Antho's eyes. Miss, who is this gentleman? Oh, he will be my personal assistant from now on. Treat him as you would treat me. If any issues arise in my absence, you may consult him. Yanyou casually remarked, prompting Antho's thoughts to race. Such familiarity in her words confirmed her suspicions. Yanyou led Jiran out the door, heading directly to Starry Sky Venture Capital to meet Tong Weiyuan. While she was set to collaborate with the Academy of Sciences on researching a rapid healing agent, she remained committed to establishing her own research lab. After all, she possessed the schematics for a healing chamber, and should it be successfully developed, it would become a revolutionary tool in the medical field. Even if it could not replicate the original's ability to treat most ailments, even addressing a fraction would mark a significant advancement. Yanyou felt that the creation of her own research lab was of utmost urgency. After introducing Jiran to Tong Weiyuan and entrusting him with the lab's affairs, Yanyou finally relished the prospect of being a hands-off manager. The collaboration with the Chinese Academy of Sciences has been placed on the agenda. Without any hesitation, the Academy readily accepted the proposal put forth by Yanyou, who subsequently entrusted one of her 2 vials of the rapid healing agent to them for research purposes. Feeling no reluctance in doing so, after enjoying a few leisurely days, Yanyou received a phone call from Lianqing. informing her that the dating reality show they had previously discussed was about to commence filming. The show, titled Let's Fall in Love, is a new venture orchestrated by a prominent production company, which has already seen a successful first season and is thus preparing for a second. Yanyou, having once held the title of Best Actor, still possesses a degree of popularity. However, after more than a year of relative obscurity, his return to the spotlight is deemed beneficial by his agency. They believe that participating in this show will aid in rekindling his former acclaim. And since Yanyou himself is eager to take part, he agreed to the invitation from the production team after discussions with his manager. Driven by personal motives, Yanyou extended an invitation to Xue to join him on this program. Chapter 212. The Abandoned Dog. The program Let's Fall in Love has already announced its filming schedule on Weibo, adopting a format that is half live and half recorded, as audiences currently tend to favor this style of variety show. Following a previous successful episode, Let's Fall in Love has garnered a modest fanbase, and excitement has surged upon the announcement of the new season. To maintain an air of suspense, the promotional material on Weibo did not explicitly reveal which guests would be participating, instead releasing silhouette images to incite speculation among fans, thereby enhancing interaction and generating increased buzz surrounding the show. Some fans deduced that Yanyou would be among the guests, and as he refrained from clarifying his involvement on Weibo, those convinced of his participation flocked to follow the official account of Let's Fall in Love. Upon receiving the filming notification from Yanyou, Xue immediately began her preparations. She could sense his intention in inviting her to join the dating show, and while she wished to let things unfold naturally, she did not desire to be indifferent. If she harbored feelings for Yanyou, she would make her move, even if he did not initiate contact. With this mindset, Xue awaited the day of filming. 3 days prior, the production team had reached out to Xue, providing her with a schedule to familiarize herself with the overall flow of the show. In essence, the format involved gathering the participating guests to engage in tasks while exploring scenic locations, fostering connections in a relaxed atmosphere. At the start of filming, everyone would convene in the capital city, where Yanyou would be waiting, having just finished shooting there. Xue, however, needed to make her own way there. Time was of the essence. Would she make it in time? When Yanyou called her, he expressed concern that she might not arrive before filming commenced. But Xue was unperturbed. Don't worry, I can make it in time. After all, the private jet she had previously secured could now be put to good use. Whenever she wished to fly, she could go anywhere without having to consider flight schedules. With her luggage in tow, accompanied by Xun Li and Xue Qingyi, she did not bring Ji Ran along. However, as she was about to leave, she found herself blocked at the door by Ji Ran. Master, why can't I come with you? Ji Ran's strikingly handsome face was etched with a look of suppressed grievance. Standing nearly 6 feet tall, he grasped Xue's hand, looking as forlorn as a dog on the verge of abandonment. Xue, taken aback by his expression, steadied her emotions before gently reassuring him. I am going for work. Your presence here is crucial for me to accomplish an important task. I trust no one else with this. Upon hearing Xue's words, Ji Ran instantly adopted a serious demeanor. The tasks entrusted to me by my master will undoubtedly be accomplished to perfection. However, this does not preclude my desire to remain by my master's side. As a companion robot, my purpose is inherently tied to being alongside my master. Upon witnessing his earnestness, a strange impulse arose within Xue to caress his handsome visage. It is undeniable that Ji Ran's appearance is indeed alluring, especially when he is serious, as his eyes seem to sparkle with an inner light. I place my unwavering trust in you yet. Master, I have already completed half of the task you assigned me. Moving forward, as long as I can recruit capable individuals, the research lab will be fully established. This is a matter I can manage effortlessly by connecting to the network, rendering my physical location irrelevant. Implicitly, I hope Xue will allow me to accompany him. Seeing Ji Ran's steadfastness, Xue felt a flicker of uncertainty and, after a moment's hesitation, ultimately acquiesced to his request, permitting him to join her. Xue hurried to the airport with both people and luggage in tow. En route, Ji Ran had already contacted the airport staff and reserved the runway, ensuring they could take off as soon as they arrived. Xun Li and Xue Qingyi accompanied them as bodyguards, unaware of Xue's ownership of a private jet. Thus, when they boarded the private plane alongside Xue, they were utterly astonished. The interior of the private jet was opulent, with spacious and bright areas that captivated the eye. The high ceiling imparted a sense of expansiveness, while the walls and floors typically showcased soft hues like light brown or beige, fostering a warm and inviting ambience. At the front of the aircraft lay a generous lounge area, furnished with comfortable sofas, a coffee table, and a television, allowing for relaxation during the flight. The sofas and seats were crafted from soft, luxurious leather, and the large television screen made it convenient to enjoy various programs or media. Progressing down the aisle led to a fully equipped kitchen, while the rear of the aircraft housed the bedroom area, adjacent to a workspace. Furthermore, the entire interior was outfitted with an array of entertainment devices, including sound systems, projectors, and gaming consoles, ensuring that boredom would be an inconceivable notion during the flight. Wow! Is this really inside an airplane? Or are we in some lavish villa? Upon stepping into the private jet, Xue Qingyi could not suppress a quiet exclamation, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Xunli was equally astonished but maintained a composed demeanor, unlike Xue Qingyi's exuberance. They were both aware of Jiuyu's wealth, yet they had never fathomed that she possessed her very own private jet. It is worth noting that while one can purchase a private jet with sufficient funds, not everyone who can afford one can maintain it. After all, who would routinely board their private jet for leisurely flights? Consequently, private jets often remain idle for the majority of the time. However, the maintenance of these aircraft incurs considerable costs, including parking fees and the necessity for regular inspections and upkeep. Additionally, there are expenses associated with the pilots and cabin crew, all of which accumulate to a substantial sum. While these expenditures may pose a significant financial burden for many affluent individuals, they are certainly not a concern for Jiuyu. As the group boarded the aircraft, the flight attendants promptly greeted them with warmth, particularly showering Jiuyu, the owner, with an almost reverential enthusiasm. Jiuyu felt a surge of excitement within, yet managed to maintain an air of composure. The only truly unflappable individual was Ji Ran. However, when the flight attendants approached with refreshments and fruits for Jiuyu, Ji Ran swiftly intervened, commandeering their duties. Chapter 213. Love Variety Show. Ji Ran smiled gently at the flight attendant as he accepted the fruit platter she presented. Initially, the flight attendant had intended to charm her new boss with her service, but upon witnessing Ji Ran's captivating smile, she was momentarily rendered speechless, completely entranced by his charm. How could such a handsome man possess such an enchanting smile? Her gaze towards Ji Ran transformed entirely. However, Ji Ran's attention was not on the flight attendant. After receiving the platter, he promptly took a seat beside Jiuyu. He picked up a fork from the platter and offered a piece of fruit to her lips. Yuyu, have a bite. Recalling Jiyuyu's previous instruction to refrain from calling her master in the presence of others, Ji Ran reluctantly complied. Jiuyu glanced at him and opened her mouth to take a bite of the fruit he offered. Is it sweet? Ji Ran inquired. Jiuyu nodded and, without hesitation, accepted another piece of fruit. Their actions carried no significance to themselves, yet to onlookers, the scene exuded an unmistakable intimacy. The flight attendant, witnessing this exchange, abruptly snapped back to reality, her heart sinking in an instant as she quietly retreated to the crew lounge. Meanwhile, Xunli and Xue Qingyi exchanged knowing glances, both perceiving a shared confusion in one another's eyes. Where did this person come from? Why have we never seen him around the young lady before? From their perspective, Ji Ran seemed to have materialized out of thin air, suddenly appearing beside Jiuyu, who evidently placed great trust in him. This realization prompted both men to question their professional competence as bodyguards. A stranger had unexpectedly appeared next to their employer without their notice. Should they reconsider their training? Yet, the dynamic between Jiuyu and Ji Ran hinted at an unspoken understanding between them. Moreover, Ji Ran's striking appearance was so remarkable that even they, as men, found themselves momentarily captivated upon first seeing him. If they were women, they might have succumbed to the same enchantment as the flight attendant. As they observed Jiuyu comfortably nestled on the sofa, engrossed in her show, with Ji Ran dutifully attending to her needs like an exemplary boyfriend, their initial astonishment gradually morphed into a sense of complacency, accompanied by a burgeoning suspicion. Perhaps Jiuyu and Ji Ran were indeed a couple? Xunli and Xue Qingyi exchanged glances filled with curiosity, while Jiuyu remained blissfully unaware, continuing to relish Ji Ran's attentive feeding. Within less than 2 hours, the plane would land at Xiuyuan Airport in Beijing, where Jiuyu would exit through a special passage and locate the vehicle arranged by the production team. You must be Miss Ji. It is indeed a privilege to encounter you. The moment the production team laid eyes on Jiuyu, the spark in their eyes ignited with enthusiasm. Jiuyu had garnered significant attention online prior, and although her presence had waned recently, many trending topics were still linked to her, particularly the much-discussed holographic game. As the CEO of a tech company responsible for creating this game, it was only natural for her to be a subject of interest, especially given her youth, beauty, and wealth. The prospect of such a goddess-like figure participating in their dating show promised to elevate its popularity immensely. The staff, feeling elated, wore increasingly sincere smiles as they addressed Yanyou. "Please, Miss G, step into the vehicle. We shall escort you to the assembly point," one of the crew members suggested, gesturing for her to enter the production vehicle. Yanyou complied gracefully, but just as she settled in, Ran approached, eager to accompany her. Upon witnessing Ran attempting to board, the staff hurriedly intervened, but upon seeing his striking features, they were momentarily taken aback, their minds racing with questions. Who was this artist? Such remarkable looks. Why had he not appeared in the industry before? Could he be a newcomer? Yet, there had been no prior notification regarding additional guests. After a brief internal deliberation, the staff resolved to block his entry. Ran's expression was as cold as ice, his gaze emanating an air of regal disdain, leaving onlookers to wonder if he might utter the words, "It is getting chilly. Perhaps this dating show should cease to exist." "Step aside," Ran coldly instructed, exuding an aura that discouraged any approach. Hearing the commotion outside, Yanyou promptly reopened the car door. Spotting Ran in a standoff with the staff, she sighed. "Ran, please go with Xun Li and Zhou Yangxing. It would be inappropriate for you to accompany me during the recording with her request." Ran, naturally, did not defy her wishes and turned to join Xun Li and Zhou Yangxing. The tension dissipated with Yanyou's words, and the staff breathed a sigh of relief as they resumed their seats. Pondering the earlier encounter, a crew member curiously inquired, "Was that handsome gentleman not here to participate in the show?" Yanyou shook her head, clarifying, "He is my assistant. The two behind him are my bodyguards. They will accompany me, but fear not, they shall not interfere with the filming of the program." The staff nodded non-committally, yet their thoughts were swirling with newfound considerations. Although the broadcast would only commence upon reaching the assembly point, filming had already begun the moment Yanyou entered the vehicle. The crew had arranged a QA segment, aimed at alleviating the guests' nervousness and capturing material that could be utilized in the final edited version of the show. The question and answer segment was quite relaxed, with the staff not posing any difficulties for Yanyou, thus allowing this part of the shoot to be completed with relative ease. Shortly after the conclusion of the QA, the vehicle gradually came to a halt in front of a five-star hotel. The camera equipment had already been set up at the entrance, and as Yanyou stepped out of the car, the filming commenced. The venue for the show's opening was the hotel's garden, where the guests who arrived early were now patiently awaiting in the serene surroundings. Yanyou, being a resident of the capital, had naturally arrived much earlier and was currently seated on one of the chairs arranged for the guests, eagerly anticipating the proceedings. Chapter 214. Ideal type Yanyou and Yanyou, having conversed over the phone, learned that she was en route, which stirred a sense of anticipation within him. Though his demeanor remained remarkably composed and seasoned, those who truly understood him would discern a hint of nervousness that contrasted with his usual poise. "Gu, do you have an ideal type you yearn for?" As Yanyou awaited her arrival, a voice beside him inquired. Turning to look, he was met with a bright, sunny smile belonging to Xue Qingyi, a singer who debuted at a young age. At merely 24, he exuded a vibrant charm, yet beneath that exterior lay a rebellious spirit. Bound by the moniker of an idol, he participated in the dating show to shed that label and reclaim his true self. He had no desire to conduct his romantic life in the shadows, akin to a clandestine affair. In addition to Xue Qingyi, several other guests were present, including dancer Jiang Feifei, Jin Yun, and the attractive yet unassuming duo Wu Ying and Xin Chao, all of whom had arrived prior to Yanyou. With only Yanyou yet to make her entrance, the new acclaimed actor Luo Mingxian, with whom Yanyou had past interactions, was also conspicuously absent. The guests were seated along one side of a long table, adorned with the sponsor's products, while the other side was crowded with crew members and cameras. The live broadcast had commenced with the arrival of the guests, and the audience's enthusiasm was gradually escalating. The initial arrivals were primarily fans of the celebrity guests, their supportive comments creating a harmonious atmosphere. The three female guests were engaged in quiet conversation, while Xin Chao, being a non-celebrity, sat somewhat distanced, exhibiting a hint of shyness. Thus, Xue Qingyi gravitated towards Yanyou, who was also within the entertainment industry, seeking dialogue. Initially, Xue Qingyi approached with tentative curiosity, not expecting the aloof Yanyou to respond. To his surprise, after a moment of contemplation, Yanyou answered his query with a succinct yes. However, after this brief response, he offered no further elaboration. Xue Qingyi gazed at him, waiting for more, but after a prolonged silence, he realized that Yanyou had merely answered his question without the intention of divulging additional details. Xue Qingyi felt a peculiar sense of yearning, a desire to know more. This sentiment was echoed by the fans in the live broadcast. Yanyou, having re-emerged into the public eye, had yet to release any of his recent works. yet his fans had already rallied around him. The revelation that he was participating in a dating show elicited unwavering support from them. Unlike their high expectations for idol artists' personal emotions, fans exhibited a more forgiving attitude towards actors' romantic lives, which became increasingly evident in Li Yanqing's case. Who among the family understands? When I heard Brother Li mention his ideal type, it felt as though a light ignited in his eyes. I swear, he must have someone special in his heart. I share the same sentiment, yet I can't help but wonder why I feel no trace of jealousy. I empathize with you. My heart aches for him. I think if he had someone by his side, perhaps he could more swiftly emerge from the shadows of past online abuse. But why does he not reveal what his ideal type is? I long to know. It's hilarious. If Xue Qingyi were to portray me, I would mirror his reaction exactly. Wishing I could rush up and grasp Brother Li's shoulders, vigorously shaking him and demanding to know why he won't continue speaking. In the live stream, everyone was speculating about Li Yanqing's ideal type, yet he fell silent after uttering a single word, as if that word had been but an illusion. Just as Xue Qingyi pondered how to continue the conversation, Yanyou stepped out of the production team's vehicle outside the hotel. Simultaneously, another car came to a halt, and Luo Mingxian, dressed in a casual white and blue suit with light brown glasses, emerged as well. Yanyou. Upon catching sight of Yanyou, Luo Mingxian, who had initially intended to strike a suave pose for the cameras, was instantly enlivened and called out in delight. Yanyou turned back in confusion to see a handsome man jogging towards her. Familiar. A brief recollection brought her to the realization that this was Luo Mingxian, whom she had encountered during a previous variety show. He was also participating in this dating program. Yanyou did not hold a particularly favorable impression of Luo Mingxian, especially since he had grown closer to Ji Mingxue, and the way he looked at her had made her uncomfortable. Thus, upon seeing him approach, she merely nodded indifferently, acknowledging him before continuing deeper into the hotel. What a coincidence, Yanyou. I didn't expect to see you here again, Luo Mingxian remarked, seemingly oblivious to Yanyou's aloofness as he caught up with her, smiling and initiating conversation. I felt a bit regretful when you left midway during the last recording. I didn't get a chance to exchange contact information. Meeting again now feels like fate. Luo Mingxian continued to engage her with enthusiasm. But the more proactive he became, the quicker Yanyou's steps grew, leading her swiftly to the hotel garden. The arrival of Yanyou and Luo Mingxian immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Li Yanqing noticed Yanyou right away, and in that moment, his previously cold demeanor softened into warmth. She has arrived. Li Yanqing stood up, greeting Yanyou with a smile. However, upon noticing Luo Mingxian beside her, the smile in his eyes dimmed, a fleeting shadow passing through. What a coincidence, Senior Li. It seems we meet again. Luo Mingxian actively extended his hand towards Li Yanqing, exuding a warmth that was quite evident. Li Yanqing's gaze deepened slightly, yet he rose to greet him with a handshake. Standing to the side, Yanyou observed the interaction between the two, feeling an inexplicable sense of discord, though she could not quite pinpoint what felt amiss. She chose not to dwell on it, as her disinclination towards Luo Mingxian led her to dismiss his affairs from her mind. Ultimately, Yanyou and Luo Mingxian arrived, and the guests for the event had gathered. After the host designated by the production team delivered the customary opening remarks, he began to introduce the guests participating in the program. Chapter 215, Fate. The grand design of Heaven. Our destination this time is the renowned Flower Sea Manor in the capital city, where our genuine journey shall commence. However, before we proceed to our destination, we must engage in a small game to determine our companions for this adventure. We shall partake in a compatibility challenge, where the two individuals with the highest degree of compatibility will have the privilege of selecting each other as partners. With a smile, the host recited the rules and promptly declared the game to be underway. The staff distributed clipboards and pens to each guest, and then commenced with the questions. 1. In what setting would you like to encounter your ideal partner? 2. What is your favorite sport? 3. What is your most cherished holiday? 4. How do you perceive your role in romantic relationships? In total, the host posed 10 questions, allowing ample time for the guests to pen down their responses after each inquiry. Once all 10 questions had been asked, an additional 5 minutes were granted for everyone to finalize their answers. As time elapsed, the host instructed all participants to reveal their responses. Yanyou's answers were rather straightforward, while others may have pondered their responses earnestly. Yanyou seemed to write with little consideration, following her heart with unrestrained spontaneity. Thus, her answers bore an air of nonchalance. Yet, this was precisely her intention. Upon completing his own responses, Luo Mingxian immediately glanced at Yanyou's answers. He was taken aback upon reading her content, and a fleeting look of regret crossed his features as he compared it to his own answers. However, He adeptly lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions swirling within his eyes. The viewers in the live stream eagerly awaited the answers, and once they were unveiled, a wave of excitement erupted among them. My goodness, what incredible synergy! Fate, indeed, is the grand design of heaven. Yanyou and Li Yanqing exhibit such a harmonious connection. They are undoubtedly the most handsome and beautiful pair, perfectly matched. How can they already be shipping them before the game has even begun? The sooner you ship, the sooner you enjoy, understand? The audience's fervor stemmed from the striking similarity between Yanyou's responses and those of Li Yanqing, to the point that one might suspect collusion if this were an examination. Yanyou, puzzled, glanced at Li Yanqing, but noticing his composed demeanor, she dismissed her concern. Meanwhile, Luo Mingxian clenched his fists in silence, his gaze towards Li Yanqing growing more profound than before. The other responses varied greatly, yet some echoed the same sentiments. Consequently, the host organized the results based on the degree of similarity, ultimately revealing the outcome. The overlap in compatibility between Yanyou and Li Yanqing is the highest, marking them as the most harmonious pair. Following closely are Xue Qingyi and Zhang Feifei, as well as Xin Chao and Jin Yun. Conversely, Luo Mingxian and the ordinary beauty Wu Ying appear to be an incongruous duo. Based on a brief game earlier, the results of the first group interactions have now been revealed. Unsurprisingly, the host has assigned Yanyou and Li Yanqing to the same group, followed by Xue Qingyi with Zhang Feifei, Xin Chao with Jin Yun, while Luo Mingxian is paired with Wu Ying. Congratulations, brotherly, for being teamed up with such a stunning beauty like Yanyou, Luo Mingxian remarked, sitting beside Li Yanqing. Upon hearing the announcement, he turned to Li Yanqing with a congratulatory smile, though there was an inexplicable stiffness to it. Li Yanqing sensed the hostility emanating from Luo Mingxian, but chose not to regard him as a threat. Since the previous variety show, Li Yanqing had noticed something peculiar in Luo Mingxian's gaze directed at Yanyou, and now he felt even more assured of his suspicions. Thus, he perceived Luo Mingxian as a potential adversary, and when the latter congratulated him, Li Yanqing felt compelled to engage in a rare exchange. Indeed, I am quite fortunate to be teamed with Yanyou. However, in the time to come, regardless of luck, I shall strive to maintain my position beside her and thwart any troublesome entities that dare to approach her. Li Yanqing's eyes held a hint of disdain, and his demeanor shifted dramatically, as if he had transformed into the most devoted knight of the princess, vowing to protect her at all costs. Luo Mingxian pondered, is boasting truly amusing? It is premature to draw conclusions. I shall devise a means to leave an impression on Yanyou. At that moment, his ambition regarding Yanyou reached its zenith. Previously, Luo Mingxian regarded Yanyou merely as a beautiful girl with some wealth, an ordinary person at best. However, after witnessing the recent uproar surrounding her online, he began to comprehend the substantial value she possessed. Yanyou, though not a part of the entertainment industry, had repeatedly ascended to the pinnacle of public discourse purely through her capabilities, becoming a recurrent topic of discussion across the internet. Such individuals are often described as possessing a certain resilience, destined to be the focus of attention. Moreover, Yanyou's striking appearance was unforgettable, complemented by her several business ventures. Even the much-discussed holographic technology had originated from her efforts, making her akin to a treasure chest, brimming with untapped brilliance. Luo Mingxian believed that if he could align himself with someone as exceptional as Yanyou, his path in the entertainment industry would be significantly smoother. Thus, upon learning that Yanyou would also participate in this dating show, he resolved to seize the opportunity, determined to make her his own. Luo Mingxian harbored a deep disdain for Li Yanqing. After subtly expressing his affection for Yanyou, he reluctantly agreed to team up with Wu Ying. Wu Ying, who could easily be considered a campus beauty in her own right, found her self-esteem diminished upon encountering Yanyou, whose beauty eclipsed her own. Already simmering with frustration, Wu Ying felt a surge of indignation when she overheard Luo Mingxian unabashedly confessing his feelings for Yanyou. It was as if she had been dealt a stinging slap, leaving her face flushed and her heart heavy with discomfort. Chapter 216. You are my greatest fortune. Luo Mingxian longed to engage in conversation with Yanyou. Yet Li Yanqing stood as an obstacle, hindering his attempts to draw closer to her. He cast an expectant glance towards Yanyou, only to find her unresponsive to his gaze, prompting him to withdraw his attention silently and feign politeness by greeting Wu Ying. Wu Ying, observing the charming Luo Mingxian's calm demeanor towards her, felt the flicker of resentment she had harbored dissipate, and she shyly returned his smile before cautiously initiating a conversation with him. With the group assignments complete, the next step was to embark on their journey to the destination, Huahai Manor. However, the production team was not inclined to allow the guests an easy passage. Instead, They introduced an additional challenge before departure. The guests were to draw lots to determine their mode of transportation, which included options such as luxury RVs, subways, shared bicycles, and walking. The luck of the draw would dictate their fate. As the host concluded their explanation, the anguished cry of Xue Qingyi pierced the air. It's over, it's over. I now suspect you are all conspiring against me. I have never drawn a lucky ticket in my entire life, not even when ordering another bottle of cola. My luck is abysmal. I'm certain I won't draw anything good this time. His exaggerated expression resembled that of a child facing a calamity, eliciting a wave of gentle laughter from the others. Yanyou observed him intently, finding his antics rather amusing. Zhang Feifei tugged at Xue Qingyi's sleeve, her eyes conveying a vague, indescribable emotion. As Xue Qingyi turned to her, she offered a soothing suggestion. How about I draw for you later? Xue Qingyi's eyes lit up instantly, and he turned back to Zhang Feifei with an exaggeratedly earnest expression, declaring, Feifei, I'm counting on you. His theatrics reddened Zhang Feifei's cheeks once more. All right, I will strive to draw a good one. Though Zhang Feifei's appearance was not particularly striking, she exuded a gentle grace and charm that naturally endeared her to others upon first impression. In light of this exchange, the live chat was abuzz with discussions about Xue Qingyi and Zhang Feifei, excluding Yanyou and Li Yanqing. Xue Qingyi and Zhang Feifei seemed to be the most in sync as a pair. They actually looked quite compatible. Zhang Feifei studies dance. Although she may not be as beautiful as Yanyou, her figure is truly exceptional. With Xue Qingyi singing and her dancing, it's a perfect match. Are they already starting to ship them? Isn't it a bit early for that? Did anyone see when Xue Qingyi suddenly grabbed Zhang Feifei? Her ears turned bright red in an instant, and he turned the same shade. I'm convinced there is something brewing between them. I'm not so sure. Let us observe further. One cannot deny the clarity of perception possessed by netizens. Yanyou, witnessing the interaction between the two up close, felt an instinctive sense that they were destined to spark something special. Yet, at this moment, the most pressing matter remained the drawing of the transportation cards. The host presented a square box, which featured a circular opening slightly larger than a fist, allowing participants to reach inside and extract cards. Due to their impressive performance in the previous game, Yanyou and Li Yanqing were designated as the first to draw. Li Gu, please go ahead and draw. Yanyou encouraged, gesturing for him to step forward. However, Li Yanqing shook his head with a gentle smile, stating, I possess poor luck. It would be more fitting for you to go. He spoke with sincerity, as this thought resonated deeply within him. After enduring over a year of online harassment, he found himself in a low point. Now, with the opportunity to clear his name and re-enter the public eye, he felt as though he had exhausted his year's worth of fortune merely by encountering Yanyou. Without her, he feared he would still be lost in his struggles. Li Yanqing's gaze was tender, and the corners of his lips seemed to lift slightly. He opened his mouth as if to utter something. Yet no sound emerged due to the microphone he wore. Yanyou noticed and discerned his words, offering a resigned smile before turning to approach the host. Wait, what did Li Yanqing just say? I couldn't comprehend. Boldly, is there anything our esteemed VIP members cannot hear? Oh wait, this is a live broadcast that doesn't require a membership? How careless of me. Where's my royal translator? It's time for you to make your entrance. Hold on, let me think. It seems Li Yanqing's lips were saying, you are my greatest fortune. Brother in front, is your translation accurate? I don't care, I believe it wholeheartedly, Since it's been said, I shall unabashedly support this pairing. I proudly wave the banner for the Yanyou and Yanqing ship. Among the live streaming audience were many fans who had followed Yanyou and Li Yanqing during their appearances on the Slow Life variety show. Yanyou's fierce defense of Li Yanqing had garnered a considerable number of shippers for the pair. Following this, Yanyou further assisted Li Yanqing in clearing his name and even signed him to her company, which endeared her to many of Li Yanqing's fans. While fans of other artists often wished to silence any shippers of their idols, the situation was markedly different for Li Yanqing and Yanyou, with even fans hoping for a genuine relationship between the two. After all, Yanyou's attributes were exceptional, and fans hesitated to voice their concerns, fearing that their idol might not be worthy. The live chat buzzed with excitement from the couple's fans, while Li Yanqing's devoted fans remained quiet, with only a few dissenters attempting to undermine the duo. However, this was the best possible scenario. Such a scene made other fandoms watching the live stream envious. It is well known that shipper fans are often the least favored in fan circles. There is a saying, humble shipper fans invest double the effort, spend double the money, endure criticism from both sides, and maintain a peaceful disposition. This illustrates the unfortunate plight of shipper fans. However, reality dating shows are precisely designed for individuals to unabashedly ship their favorite couples. Once the fans of these couples come to this realization, their enthusiasm only intensifies. Yanyou withdrew a folded card from the box held by the host. Yet, at the host's gesture, she refrained from opening it immediately. Instead, she returned to Li Yanqing's side, patiently awaiting the others to draw their cards. Xue Qingyi and Zhang Feifei, as a duo, naturally had Zhang Feifei step forward to draw, while Shun Qiao and Jin Yun courteously declined, ultimately allowing Shun Qiao to take the initiative. Meanwhile, Luo Mingxian graciously nodded towards Wu Ying, offering her the opportunity to draw the card. Chapter 217. Shadows and Echoes. Once everyone had drawn their cards from the box, the host cheerfully announced, "Now, let us discover what everyone has drawn." With a gesture towards the individuals opposite him, the four holding cards simultaneously unveiled their treasures. What could it be? Xue Qingyi, unable to contain his excitement, leaned in to glimpse the card in Zhang Feifei's hand. Upon seeing its contents, he immediately erupted in joyous celebration, enveloping Zhang Feifei in a tight embrace. "Feifei, you truly are a little fortune-bringer." With remarkable strength, Xue Qingyi spun Zhang Feifei around, causing her to gasp in shock and frantically pat his shoulders. It was then she remembered they were live-streaming, prompting her to hastily release him and chuckle awkwardly. I got a bit too excited, haha." Xue Qingyi, with a dazed expression and flushed ears, scratched the back of his head, appearing somewhat dim-witted. The viewers in the live stream were quick to react, flooding the comments with their thoughts. "So silly, brother, you are just too foolish. Has someone possessed you? This isn't the real you, wake up. Apologies for revealing this side of me. This isn't my brother." Zhang Feifei had drawn the most coveted luxury vehicle, which explained Xue Qingyi's exuberance. Yanyou also had decent luck, securing a subway card. Yet, with joy comes sorrow. Shun Qiao drew a shared bicycle. Upon seeing the contents of his card, his expression soured, but mindful of the ongoing filming, he forced a smile and refrained from voicing his discontent. Conversely, the duo of Luo Mingxian and Wu Ying fared the worst, drawing the least favorable card, which simply read walking. "I'm sorry, my luck must be particularly poor." Wu Ying's countenance paled, her eyes brimming with regret. Under the scrutiny of Luo Mingxuan's gaze, her feelings of guilt only deepened. Surely, a star of his caliber had never endured such a plight? Wu Ying felt a tinge of melancholy, but was soon soothed by Luo Mingxuan's gentle voice. "This isn't your fault. After all, luck plays a crucial role in drawing cards." His smile was warm and inviting, instilling a sense of closeness, and Wu Ying, upon beholding it, felt her cheeks subtly flush. "Thank you, Master Luo," she murmured. "You need not address me so formally. We are both merely ordinary individuals. Just call me Luo Ge." At this, Wu Ying's face brightened, and she obediently nodded, "Luo Ge." Their interaction unfolded live, with Luo Mingxuan's fans lauding his continued warmth and kindness. However, sentiments towards Wu Ying were far less forgiving. "It's all this Wu Ying's fault. If it weren't for her, brother wouldn't have to suffer like this. Indeed, it's her ill fortune that led to this scenario. We should have let brother draw for himself. Perhaps it wouldn't have resulted in such a predicament. What kind of look is she giving brother? Could it be that she's developed feelings for him? Heaven forbid. Does she think she is worthy? If I must choose among the female guests, I would prefer to see my brother with Yanyou. At least she possesses both beauty and wealth. What does Wu Ying have? She has nothing." The comments grew increasingly vitriolic towards Wu Ying, as other fans remained silent, wary of attracting trouble for their own favorites. However, a bystander, unable to tolerate the unjust treatment of an innocent girl, stepped forward to voice a few words of support, only to be met with a barrage of retorts from the fans, rendering them speechless. Observing the blush on Wu Ying's face, Luo Mingxian inferred her thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, maintaining a facade of kindness and warmth as he continued to console her, solidifying his amiable persona. Nevertheless, the card he had drawn posed some concern, prompting his gaze to shift towards the host. "I would like to inquire, since we drew walking, are we expected to traverse the distance on foot? If that is indeed the case, he would have to contemplate withdrawing from the show altogether." It felt rather ludicrous. As he spoke, he immediately attracted the attention of others. Yanyou showed no disdain for the subway card she had drawn. Riding the subway was a rare experience. However, she was intrigued by the travel methods of the other two groups, wondering if they would truly have to rely on cycling or walking. The host promptly clarified, the so-called walking did not mean you would have to go on foot alone. There are opportunities to receive assistance following the host's explanation. Everyone finally grasped the situation, except for Xue Qingyi and Zhang Feifei, who had drawn the luxurious private car and could head straight to the Flower Sea Manor. The other groups would face detours. Even Yanyou's subway journey would require transfers to other modes of transport to reach the manor. prompting the production team to prepare assistance opportunities to alleviate their challenges. That sounds much better, Xin Chao murmured, his expression softening somewhat. We would like to request an assistance opportunity. At that moment, Luo Mingxian and Wu Ying, after a quiet discussion, simultaneously raised their hands. The others turned to look, and the host inquired, "There is only one assistance opportunity available. Are you certain you wish to use it now?" Luo Mingxian pondered for a moment before asking, "May I know the specifics of the assistance opportunity first?" The host shook their head. "No, you cannot." With a resigned sigh, Luo Mingxian nodded. "Very well, we shall use it now." Their mode of transportation was the most arduous, and since they would need to use it eventually, it was better to employ it now. The host continued, "Each of you starts with an initial heartthrob score of 10 points, which can be exchanged for tools or other items, details of which will remain confidential for now, but rest assured, it will be worth your while. You can use your heartthrob points to exchange for the assistance opportunity, which can randomly refresh the item cards to aid you in completing the tasks." The host, resembling Luo Mingxian, inquired, "Are you certain you wish to utilize your heartbeat points to exchange for assistance opportunities?" Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Mingxian and Wu Ying nodded in agreement. The host responded, "Very well, Luo Mingxian and Wu Ying's team of 4 will exchange 10 points for an assistance opportunity." In the next instant, the host drew a card from a new box and unveiled it before the gathered audience. "Congratulations, you have received the Shadow Following card, which allows you to designate a team to follow between the second and third groups at your discretion." Chapter 218. A Feast for the Eyes. Could it not be a group? Upon hearing the host's words, Wu Ying immediately voiced her doubt, her gaze fixating on Xue Haojie and Jiang Feifei from the first group, her eyes shimmering with evident anticipation. However, the host promptly interrupted her fanciful notion. "No, it cannot be. If that were the case, what purpose would this segment serve?" Upon hearing this, Wu Ying pouted, her face adorned with a hint of reproach. Yet, upon noticing the cameras capturing the moment, she swiftly concealed her expression, donning a facade of casual amusement. "Then we shall select the second group," Luo Mingxian declared decisively as he stood up. Yanyou and Li Yanqing comprised the second group, and the mode of transportation they had drawn was the subway, which was infinitely superior to the shared bicycles of the third group. Thus, choosing them was undoubtedly the wisest decision. Moreover, this arrangement allowed Luo Mingxian to continue his journey alongside Yanyou, affording them ample opportunity for interaction. With such thoughts in mind, Luo Mingxian, without consulting Wu Ying, unilaterally designated their follow targets. However, to avoid gossip, after stating his choice, he turned back and symbolically inquired of Wu Ying, "What do you think?" Internally, Wu Ying was reluctant to be grouped with Yanyou, for she knew that being in her presence would overshadow her own brilliance, rendering her devoid of any noteworthy moments. Nevertheless, faced with Luo Mingxuan's sincere question, she found it difficult to outright reject him. After a moment's hesitation, she finally nodded in agreement. Luo Mingxian, brimming with confidence, was assured that Wu Ying would not decline his request. Thus, upon her acquiescence, he eagerly turned to Yanyou, smiling as he said, "Then let us embark together. I kindly request your guidance, esteemed senior," and Yanyou felt his gaze was excessively fervent, a sensation that made her rather uncomfortable. However, adhering to the principle of not rebuffing a smiling face, she resolved to maintain some decorum during the recording. Hence, after Luo Mingxuan's selection, both she and Li Yanqing chose not to refuse. Xin Chao and Jin Yun deliberated on whether to utilize their assistance opportunity. However, considering the potential future benefits of the heart-throbbing points, they decided against using it for the time being. "Now, let us all set off," the host commanded. And everyone departed from the hotel, each heading towards their respective destinations. At the hotel entrance, a Rolls-Royce awaited. The moment Xue Haojie emerged, his eyes lit up as he made a beeline for the luxurious vehicle. Good heavens, is the production team so generous? Are they truly providing luxury car service? Before the staff could intervene, Xue Haojie had already opened the car door and was about to step inside when a person emerged from within, their eyes locking in surprise. Who are you?" Both parties were momentarily taken aback, while the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter. Is Xue Haojie always this amusing? He just dives into any car he sees. This car parked at the hotel entrance. Anyone would assume it was arranged by the production team. So one cannot blame Xue Haojie. Who is the handsome guy in the car? In just 3 minutes, I yearned to learn everything about him. How strikingly handsome this man is. I had always thought that Li Yanqing was exceptionally attractive, yet here stands someone even more alluring. Surely, such a visage must be here to participate in the program? It seems unlikely. Nevertheless, encountering such a man has truly been a visual feast for me. To the esteemed talent agencies, take note. Such a paragon of male beauty should be swiftly courted. My dear sisters, you are wise. A man like this deserves to grace the silver screen for the delight of the masses. The audience was abuzz with excitement, and the two individuals at the center of attention soon realized the situation. Xue Qingyi awkwardly stepped back and, with a sheepish smile, remarked, "My apologies. I mistook this for the production team's vehicle." As he moved aside, the crowd behind him caught sight of the man he had inadvertently obscured, instantly captivated by his stunning looks. Only Yanyou wore a bemused expression, watching as the man approached her with unwavering determination. "Miss, please, step into the car." Ji ran. Clad in a meticulously tailored black suit that accentuated his tall and upright figure, exuded an air of allure even while appearing impeccably dressed. It was as though he were enticing those around him, despite his attire being quite formal. "Weren't you supposed to wait outside with Shun Li and the others?" Yanyou inquired, glancing at the silver wristband adorning her wrist, an energy device belonging to Ji Ran, which allowed him to connect with her at any given moment. Should Ji Ran wish to ascertain Yanyou's whereabouts, he could do so with her authorization, aware that she intended to take the subway, prompting him to arrange a car to await her. While others may have freedom, his master must experience nothing less than the finest. "I shall escort you to your desired destination," Ji Ran stated earnestly, reaching for Yanyou's hand to lead her to the vehicle, only to be intercepted by Li Yanqing as he turned. "We're still recording," Li Yanqing said, his brow furrowing at the sudden appearance of Ji Ran. He did not recognize this individual and had never heard of such a person accompanying Yanyou. Was it a matter of his unfamiliarity with her? Or had this man only recently entered her life? Li Yanqing scrutinized Ji Ran, his eyes betraying a hint of inscrutable emotion. At that moment, the staff stepped forward, calling Yanyou and Ji Ran aside to mediate the situation. The production team had not anticipated such an issue arising immediately after filming commenced, and they felt some frustration towards Yanyou. Should a live incident occur, the backlash from netizens would surely be severe. And now the focus was on how to resolve this predicament. "My apologies for not communicating clearly with my people beforehand. I shall compensate the production team for any losses incurred." With that, Yanyou generously offered a sponsorship of 10 million as recompense, an act of such grandiosity that it rendered the production team speechless, their expressions softening towards her. "Miss Ji, you are too gracious. This is merely a small matter and hardly warrants such expense on your part." The conversation then took a turn as the speaker continued. "However, it is indeed fortuitous that Miss Ji is willing to invest. It appears that this gentleman has come here for her, and we have a modest request we hope you might consider." Both Yanyou and Ji Ran were perplexed. "What is it?" The director of the program revealed his thoughts, expressing a desire for this gentleman to join our production team, allowing us to incorporate the recent events as a subtle design element of the show. The director awaited his response with eager anticipation, while Ji Ran, maintaining a calm demeanor, turned his gaze towards Yanyou, as if the ultimate decision rested solely in her hands.